Transported to a scam compound in northern Myanmar, I became a double agent, dancing on a knife's edge every day. Facing a ruthless warlord and a sadistic compound boss, I awakened a prestige system. The crueler I became, the stronger I grew. My sister-in-law was being harassed by some punks, so I stepped in and beat them up, slamming the gang leader's head against the rolling shutter door like a soccer ball. The boss of the industrial park wanted to mess with me, so I pulled out an infinite ammo Desert Eagle in response. In this dog-eat-dog world, I outdo the wicked in wickedness and surpass the devil in cruelty. When all the warlords knelt before me and called me fourth brother, I finally realized I had become the king of this place. Chapter 1. This fourth brother turns out to be a pretty good guy. Chén Sìhǎi, this undercover mission is a life or death situation. We want you to survive, use whatever means necessary to stay alive. Northern Myanmar, La Keng, KK Park. Chén Sìhǎi woke up with a splitting headache from his sleep. Getting up, he gazed at the completely unfamiliar surroundings as a tide of memories flooded in. He had traveled through time, arrived in a parallel world. The land he was on was a dangerous no-man's land in this world, Northern Myanmar, and he was but a mere underling beneath the boss of an industrial park there. Fourth in command, or just a small-time leader? After absorbing the memories in his mind, Chén Sìhǎi grasped his current identity. However, Chén Sìhǎi's identity was not as straightforward as it seemed. He was an undercover agent sent by Dragon Country to northern Myanmar, with the mission to infiltrate one of the four major families in northern Myanmar, the Bai family. Yet, the Bai family's eldest daughter then dispatched him to Old Street, where he went undercover in the KK Park. After spending 2 years working under the park's leader, Zhào Jīnlóng, Chén Sìhǎi finally rose to become one of the park's 4 top bosses. Infernal affairs? Chén Sìhǎi rubbed his throbbing temples. He didn't want to think too much right now. The key was figuring out how to survive here. Although Chén Sìhǎi from his previous life was an elite special forces soldier, this place was northern Myanmar where killing was done without batting an eye. Never mind being an elite special forces soldier. Even Sun Wukong would leave without his kidney if he came here. Moreover, Chén Sìhǎi's identity is so special. A double agent? Exposing either side would mean certain death for him. Walking on thin ice, Chén Sìhǎi is now dancing on the edge of a knife. Ding! Host successfully transmigrated detected. The prestige system is officially activated. This system is now officially activated. Host is requested to enhance personal prestige value to exchange for system rewards. Beginner's gift package is being dispatched. Distribution successful, please check your system space to receive it. An abrupt sound rang out in Chén Sìhǎi's mind. System. This wonderful sound was not unfamiliar to Chén Sìhǎi. In the next moment, the system interface appeared in Chén Sìhǎi's mind. Name, Chén Sìhǎi. Age, 26. Prestige, 86. Though ranked 4th in the zone, you remain obscure, perhaps only feared by those pigs. Item, Divine Gene Enhancement Potion. Title, None. Introduction. A pig from Dragon Country with multiple identities, lurking undercover in this perilous chaotic region for 2 years, rising to become the zone's 4th leader yet unsure when death might come. Chén Sìhǎi familiarized himself with the system and retrieved the Divine Gene Potion from the system space. The next moment, a small bottle appeared in his hand. No other concerns. Chén Sìhǎi tipped his head back and drank it in one gulp. A scorching warmth surged chaotically through his body. After taking the genetic serum, Chén Sìhǎi's physical fitness, sensory organs, strength, and bodily healing abilities all experienced a qualitative leap. Boom! With just a slight exertion, Chén Sìhǎi's white shirt instantly tore apart. 8-pack abs, massive biceps, and the V-shaped back muscles, all of it showcased the formidable power of the man before them. I feel like I could kill a bull with one punch right now, Chén Sìhǎi murmured, with a glint in his eyes. Bang! Another sound. The door of Chén Sìhǎi's room was kicked open. Chén Sìhǎi looked on with icy disdain. At the door stood a young man wearing a floral shirt with his hair slicked back. Ah San, what do you mean by this? Chén Sìhǎi spoke coldly. Memories flooded his mind. This young man before him was the 3rd in command of the compound, having followed boss Zhào Jīnlóng for 7 or 8 years, making him one of Zhào Jīnlóng's most trusted confidants. Ever since Chén Sìhǎi rose to power, this Asan had always had it in for him. Who the hell are you calling Asan? The moment he kicked the door open, Asan instantly regretted it upon seeing Chén Sìhǎi bare-chested, his 8-pack abs on full display. Damn it, shouldn't have kicked that door just now. He had planned to throw out a couple of threats, but after glimpsing Chén Sìhǎi's clenched fists and bulging veins, he swallowed his words with a gulp. He could sense this guy had gotten stronger. After not seeing him for just a few days, how'd he pack on so much muscle? With muscles like that, who wouldn't be intimidated looking at him? If they were to fight now, he was afraid he'd get beaten to death right then and there. Don't misunderstand, fourth brother, I admit the sound of opening the door just now was a bit loud. Everyone calls Asan's smiling face San, and his specialty is Sichuan opera-style face-changing, switching expressions in an instant. Of course, there are only 2 reasons that could make him crack a smile. 1. Overwhelming strength. 2. Formidable backing. What's the matter? Chén Sìhǎi asked. Hey, big brother wants you to pick up sister-in-law. Pick up sister-in-law? Isn't that your job? Chén Sìhǎi slightly furrowed his brows. Yes, it's normally my job, but today Big Brother has urgent business and needs me to bring some men along. Oh, what's up? Bringing people and gear? Chén Sìhǎi casually picked up a jacket and put it on as he asked. Zhào Jīnlóng would usually tell him about things like this, but today, something feels off. Zhào Jīnlóng usually doesn't leave the compound, and even if he does, he would inform Chén Sìhǎi in advance. But this matter, he hadn't even heard of it. Big Brother, he wants me to go with him to pick up a batch of piglets. Asen looked around cautiously to ensure no one was nearby before speaking in a hushed tone. What piglet? Even troubling you, boss, to personally fetch it? Chén Sìhǎi exclaimed in surprise. From what I know, these piglets are not ordinary. It's just a piglet. What's so complicated about it? My older brother told me there are undercover agents from the Bai family among this batch of piglets. He's planning to capture them all in one sweep and personally extract confessions, wiping out all the black sheep who've been hiding in the compound over the years. San revealed the entire classified operation assigned by his older brother today. Originally, he hadn't planned to tell Chén Sìhǎi, but he just couldn't resist. Couldn't resist showing off a little. Now you know, I'm the boss's most trusted man. Although I usually handle trivial matters, mundane affairs in the compound. But when it really comes down to it, the boss has to rely on me. You lot just aren't up to par. After listening, Chén Sìhǎi's heart skipped a beat. Could it really be such a coincidence? That shouldn't be possible, right? Could his undercover identity have been exposed on the very first day of his transmigration? Impossible, at least not so far, because Zhào Jīnlóng also asked him to pick up his sister-in-law, who was getting her hair done. However, Chén Sìhǎi was genuinely afraid that these exposed undercover agents might give him away. Hopefully, the undercover agents sent by Miss Bai don't know his identity. Chén Sìhǎi kept his thoughts to himself, his face betraying nothing. He stepped outside, then turned his head to glance at San. Then he patted him on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. San, do you know why Big Brother always has you do those trivial little tasks? Why? Because you can't handle big matters. Why? San was bewildered. Because you're far too clever. Chén Sìhǎi heavily patted San's shoulder. San scratched the back of his head, watching Chén Sìhǎi's retreating figure, and murmured, "Guess I never noticed before. Brother C turns out to be quite a good guy." Chapter 2, Hello, Sister-in-Law. Chén Sìhǎi went downstairs with a cigarette in his mouth. He got into a Land Rover and roared out of the campus with a loud boom. Although feeling somewhat uneasy, Chén Sìhǎi still planned to stay put. Moreover, even if he managed to escape from the park, it's useless. Given his current status, if his undercover identity were confirmed, as soon as he escaped the compound, he would definitely be heavily rewarded by Zhào Jīnlóng. Dead or alive, this entire stretch of the old street is packed with compounds. The young people strolling on the streets are all bounty hunters. Want to leave the old street unnoticed? Too difficult. What's more, Chén Sìhǎi is still an illegal resident. Even if he gets out, where should he go? That's why it's better to obediently go pick up his sister-in-law. Arriving at the entrance of the salon belonging to sister-in-law Li Ayun, Chén Sìhǎi parked his car. Li Ayun had just stepped out of the barbershop when a young punk with dyed yellow hair blocked the way. "Beautiful lady, where are you going? Can I give you a ride?" Speaking with a pair of lewd eyes that shamelessly sized up Li Ayun. You can't really blame him for this. It's mainly because the girl is just too damn hot. With wavy hair cascading past her shoulders, fiery red lips, and strutting in studded high-speed shoes. Dressed in a form-fitting cheongsam that perfectly outlines an exaggerated S-curve figure. The curves are too curvy where they should be, and the lifts are too lifted where they should be. Damn, who the hell can hold back from this? Who could resist not hitting on her? Li Ayun gave the blonde guy a disgusted glance and then smirked. Seriously, plenty of men have wanted to mess with me, but you're not even qualified. Normally, when she goes out to get her hair done, she has bodyguards so no one dares to hit on her. But today, she went out alone and ran into this reckless loser. "Ha, you messing with me, bro? You got no idea who I am?" He looked left and right. Ask them about brother's strength, but don't worry, brother will tell you right away. With a lewd grin, the punk extended his filthy paw. Li Ayun's face turned pale. I never expected this blonde guy to have such audacious lust. Not a single person around seemed intent on stopping this blonde guy. On the contrary, everyone looked like they were enjoying the spectacle without caring about the consequences. Even the owner of this barbershop retreated far away, fearing they might get burned by the flames. It seems this blonde guy also has some backing. "Hey beautiful, here comes big bro." The blonde guy leered with a smirk as he lunged at Li Ayun. "Ah!" screamed Li Ayun, hastily dodging to the side. In that instant, she lost her balance, twisted her ankle, and collapsed onto the ground. The ample bosom trembled violently as Li Ayun fell to the ground. The blonde-haired guy was staring so hard he nearly drooled. "Brother really can't hold back anymore. I'm gonna take you right now." Li Ayun's face turned deathly pale with fear. This is the old street of northern Myanmar. A place where scum thrives. Right on the street, live streaming. Just thinking about it makes me afraid to continue. Feel like dying. Though she couldn't be considered a virtuous woman. No woman should have to endure such humiliation. You've got some nerve, kid, daring to lay hands on my sister-in-law. A sudden voice rang out. Chén Sìhǎi stepped forward and grabbed the scruff of the blonde guy's neck, lifted him right off the ground. With his fate literally in someone else's grip, the blonde guy's feet left the floor as he flailed uncontrollably. Who the hell are you? Put me down or I'll fucking kill you. Trying to kill me, huh? Chén Sìhǎi snorted coldly, dragging the blondie to the entrance of a shop that wasn't open for business. He smashed the blondie's head straight into the rolling shutter door. Bang, bang, bang. After a few collisions, blood started streaming from the blondie's head, but his mouth remained stubborn. Damn it, do you have any fucking idea who I am? Bang bang bang, my uncle is. Bang bang bang, big bro, I was wrong. Reputation +1. Oh, an unexpected gain? Chén Sìhǎi's eyes lit up, he'd finally figured out how to gain prestige points. Bang bang bang, prestige +1. Big brother, spare me. Bang bang bang, prestige +1. Big bro, prestige +1, +1, +1. A total of 14 prestige points gained. Afterwards, no matter how much banging occurred, the points stopped increasing. Of course, it wasn't just Huang Mao alone, the onlookers around were also intimidated by Chén Sìhǎi's imposing manner, contributing 2 points of prestige value. Pitifully small. It also showed that Chén Sìhǎi's methods weren't much in the chaotic old street. Or perhaps Chén Sìhǎi had already been quite merciful. Chén Sìhǎi, somewhat disappointed, released the now limp and helpless Huang Mao. Get the hell out. Don't you fucking dare play dead. Chén Sìhǎi kicked the yellow-haired guy, who immediately scrambled away like a dog on all fours. Ding, congratulations host, your prestige points have reached 100, unlocking the prestige store. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the prestige mall. Everything under the sun, from small pistols and daggers to aircraft carriers and controllable nuclear fusion technology, it's all available. However, a glance at the prices. Too expensive, even the cheapest pistol costs 100 prestige points, let alone an aircraft carrier. Maybe exchange for a pistol? Chén Sìhǎi currently has exactly 100 prestige points. Although he's the fourth in command of the KK compound, Chén Sìhǎi isn't issued a firearm. In the entire compound, only the boss, the second in command, the third in command, plus the patrol personnel are allowed to carry guns. Chén Sìhǎi isn't qualified yet. He was nominally the fourth in command, but having followed Zhào Jīnlóng for only a short time, his daily duties mainly involved overseeing the laborers. How could someone like him be entrusted with dangerous items such as guns? Just as he was hesitating, the system rang out again. Congratulations, host. You've achieved the milestone of 100 prestige points. Your achievement reward is being issued. Please check your inventory. Chén Sìhǎi saw the achievement reward in the system space. Golden Desert Eagle, Unlimited Ammo Edition. Description: the ultimate in violent aesthetics, with a 9.1mm caliber and an effective range of 200 meters, one shot to shatter your skull. Just when sleep came, a pillow arrived. This harvest left Chén Sìhǎi thoroughly satisfied. Only then did his gaze turn to the sister-in-law still sitting on the ground. Liayan sat slumped on the floor, her Haislet Chongsam, her knees slightly red and swollen. Is everything alright, sis? At this moment, Chén Sìhǎi helped Liayan to her feet. Liayan's face flushed slightly, and she hissed in pain as she stood up, leaning entirely against Chén Sìhǎi. Chén Sìhǎi felt as if his arm had plunged into the Mariana Trench. Looking down, a shocking sight greets the eyes. Look not at what is contrary to propriety. Chén Sìhǎi quickly averted his gaze. Liayan let out a delicate laugh upon seeing Chén Sìhǎi's expression. I've long heard people in the compound say Brother C's skills are formidable. You're joking, sister-in-law. I just wonder how bold fourth brother really is. Chén Sìhǎi furrowed his brows. What do you mean, sister-in-law? Liayan's voice was as sweet as orchid fragrance, coquettishly saying, I want to see just how capable fourth brother truly is. As she spoke, a soft, delicate hand had already begun trailing over Chén Sìhǎi's sculpted abdomen. Chén Sìhǎi was startled and spoke solemnly, Sister-in-law, your husband has been like a mountain of kindness to me. Liayan gave Chén Sìhǎi a disdainful glance. A myriad of charm. You little rascal, can you honestly say that with a hand on your heart? Sorry sis-in-law, you wouldn't believe me if I said this hand of mine has a mind of its own. Tell me something I want to hear. Sister-in-law, in the future, please guide me more. Chapter 3, My second uncle is one tiger of Tiger-Lying Manor. 1 hour later. A group suddenly appeared across the street. The leader, his face covered in blood, was none other than the blonde-haired guy who'd just been beaten up. Now, he'd gathered 7 or 8 henchmen, each wielding a large machete they'd come seeking revenge. The blonde-haired man strode with purpose. He stormed into the barbershop where Liayan had just gotten her hair done, his men following close behind. Without a word, they began smashing things as soon as they entered. After venting their rage, the henchmen dragged the owner right up to the blonde-haired man. Talk. Who the hell hit me just now? The owner was terrified. He was just an ordinary shop owner who couldn't afford to provoke anyone. He had no choice but to tell the truth. Boss, I don't know that guy, but that woman comes to our shop for haircuts all the time. What's her background? She's the girlfriend of the KK park owner, her name is Liayan. From the way that man called her big sister Liayun, he must be one of the park owner's underlings. The barber stammered nervously. In the eyes of ordinary folks like them, a park owner was someone you'd never dare mess with. Money, men, guns. Their methods were brutally ruthless. But Yellow Hair wasn't scared at all after hearing that. He spat on the ground. Damn, I thought he was some tough guy, but turns out he's just a park enforcer. Bro, those guys aren't easy to mess with. The barber shop owner added. The blonde punk sneered, pointing his knife at the owner. You really think I'm a pushover? Do you even know who second uncle is? Who? My second uncle is Wang Tiger from Tiger Hiding Manor. Ah. The barber shop owner turned pale with shock. The park owner might be formidable, but there were at least 80, if not 100, park owners in this old street area. And this Tiger Wang of Tiger Lying Manor was the big boss among them. He was a man who could meet generals, commanding hundreds of armed men in dozens of parks. Who would have thought this scruffy-looking kid, who seemed like a small-time punk? But who knew he had such powerful connections? Eager to curry favor with this powerful figure, the shop owner piped up like a sycophant seeking rewards. Big brother, that kid hasn't left yet. Ha! The blonde-haired man was overjoyed. He'd assumed Chén Sìhǎi had slipped away, thinking this trip was just to verify an identity. But Chén Sìhǎi actually dared to linger here. Where is that kid? I'll hack him to death. Yellow Hair's eyes blazed with fury. Earlier, when Chén Sìhǎi had rammed his head into the rolling door, it was because he was fighting alone. Now he had 7 or 8 henchmen with him, each wielding a machete. What was there to fear? No matter how skilled or tough you are, you still fear a machete. The shop owner led the yellow-haired thug out of the barber shop. Pointing to a black Land Rover parked several hundred meters away, he said, Boss, I saw it clearly. That kid got in the car with his sister-in-law and hasn't left since. Yellow Hair glanced over. The tinted windows made it impossible to see inside. Are you sure they're still inside? Absolutely. That guy seemed to have gotten into a fight with his sister-in-law. The car rocked back and forth for over an hour. It only stopped when you arrived. Huang Mao understood the situation the moment he heard it. He carried his sister-in-law into the car. They're fighting in the car? I'll beat the crap out of you. Yellow Hair kicked the shop owner twice in a rage. Damn it, you. Let's go chop these bastards to death. The blonde punk beckoned his henchman, then gripped his knife and walked toward the car. Just as he was about to slash the window, the car door suddenly opened. Chén Sìhǎi had spotted the group the moment the redhead charged toward the car. He hastily ended his fight with the older woman. One hand tightening his belt, the other holding a desert eagle, he aimed it squarely at the blonde punk. You dare come looking for me? Chén Sìhǎi slowly stepped out of the car, the gun fixed on the blonde punk's head. Seems the lesson I gave you wasn't enough. Chén Sìhǎi's voice held not a shred of emotion. The blonde-haired guy was scared out of his wits. He'd been careless, this kid had a gun. He had no doubt that if he kept talking back, his head would be blown to bits in the next instant. This was a desperate man. Forget mentioning my uncle Wang Tiger, even the heavens themselves wouldn't help me now. Facing Chén Sìhǎi's icy stare, the blonde-haired guy knelt without a moment's hesitation. Big brother. I was wrong. Give this little brother another chance. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw one. As he spoke, he slapped himself hard across the face. Chén Sìhǎi shot him a cold glance, then swept his icy gaze over the yellow-haired man's underlings. Seeing their boss kneel. Without a moment's hesitation, the group tossed aside their knives. They all knelt down. Slap, 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 each slapping their own cheeks. Boss, please spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother to care for and children crying for food. Prestige +1. Prestige +1. Chén Sìhǎi kept hearing the system's prompting beeps echoing in his mind. After fleecing every last penny from this bunch of spineless sheep by noon, Chén Sìhǎi crouched down and tapped the blonde-haired man's face with the butt of his gun. Kid, you better hope this is the last time we meet. If there's a next time, I'll blow your brains out. Yes, 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 boss, you can count on it. The blonde-haired guy hurriedly banged his head on the ground. Forget everything else for now, just keep his own skin intact first. Chén Sìhǎi sneered coldly and got into the car. With a roar, the exhaust sprayed the blonde punk's face. The Land Rover came to a smooth stop at the entrance of the garden villa. Chén Sìhǎi opened the door for Liayun, just as he was about to help his sister-in-law out. Liayun planted a smacking kiss on Chén Sìhǎi's cheek. Chén Sìhǎi quickly glanced left and right. After confirming no one was watching, he frowned and said, Sis-in-law, we're in the residential area. Mind your manners. Liayun giggled incessantly from the passenger seat. What's there to be afraid of? Your performance today has made your sister-in-law very pleased. From now on, you'll be the one accompanying her to the salon. Liayun batted her eyelashes and stepped out of the car. She nearly stumbled, but Chén Sìhǎi was quick to catch her arm. It's all your fault. Liayun shot Chén Sìhǎi a playful glare. She felt as if every bone in her body was about to fall apart, utterly drained of strength. Her legs couldn't even support her weight. Uncontrollable trembling. Yet Chén Sìhǎi acted as if nothing had happened. Are his kidneys made of iron? But she really liked it. Watching his sister-in-law Li Ayun shakily enter the villa, Chén Sìhǎi was just about to leave when someone suddenly called out to him. "Big brother wants you." It was Zhào Jīnlóng's confidant, his eyes sharp and hostile, clutching an AK-47, looking weary from travel. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at him, his heart sinking. Chapter 4, The Mightiest and Strongest, Forging New Glory. Big brother. Chén Sìhǎi followed the man to the presence of Zhào Jīnlóng, the leader of the compound. An open-air pavilion. Zhào Jīnlóng sat there, twirling a silver Desert Eagle pistol. 6 henchmen stood beside him, clad in bulletproof vests and holding AK-47s. "You're here?" Hearing Chén Sìhǎi call out to him, Zhào Jīnlóng gave a slight smile. The movement of the scar across his face revealed not a trace of kindness. Instead, he looked terrifying. Anyone who rose to boss status in Old Street wasn't exactly known for mercy. Zhào Jīnlóng casually asked, "For how many years have you been with me?" "Over 2 years now." Chén Sìhǎi replied. Zhào Jīnlóng nodded thoughtfully. "Yeah, over 2 years. Tell me, how have I treated you?" "You've been nothing but good to me, boss." "Oh, I see." Zhào Jīnlóng nodded, stood up, and slowly walked over to Chén Sìhǎi's side. Suddenly, Zhào Jīnlóng's expression darkened. He pointed his gun at Chén Sìhǎi. "I've been nothing but good to you, and this is how you treat me." Zhào Jīnlóng shouted hoarsely, veins bulging on his neck. The silver Desert Eagle pressed hard against Chén Sìhǎi's head. "Brother, what do you mean by this?" Chén Sìhǎi's words instantly enraged Zhào Jīnlóng. He cursed furiously. "You dare play dumb with me? You think I don't know what you were up to today? I know everything. Sìhǎi, I've treated you well. If you confess now, I'll let you die with your body intact. At least it won't be for nothing that you followed me for 2 years." Chén Sìhǎi gritted his teeth. "Fine, big brother. I admit it. I shouldn't have taken protection money from that bunch of punks. You still play dumb with me." Zhào Jīnlóng cocked his pistol, glaring savagely at Chén Sìhǎi. "That's not what I'm talking about. I'm giving you one last chance. Otherwise, I'll blow your head off right now." "Big brother, calm down. I'll confess." Chén Sìhǎi raised his hands and took a step back without showing any emotion. I shouldn't have touched your wife. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have touched your woman." Chén Sìhǎi finished speaking. The air fell silent. The henchmen holding AK-47s around them stared wide-eyed. They exchanged glances, staring wide-eyed at each other. "Is this serious? Is Brother C really that bold? You're awesome." Thinking of Big Sister's still alluring figure, the henchman couldn't help but swallow hard. As for Zhào Jīnlóng, he was completely dumbfounded. He seemed paralyzed, as if suddenly struck by a stroke. He couldn't even steady the pistol. His hands shook uncontrollably as he struggled to keep the barrel aimed at Chén Sìhǎi. His lips turned pale, his body shaking uncontrollably. Nothing could be more heartbreaking. "Chén Sìhǎi, I'll King kill you." Zhào Jīnlóng cursed at Chén Sìhǎi's family in a fit of rage, suddenly losing all control. His body shook violently, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed backward. His henchmen nearby reacted swiftly, rushing to catch him. "Quick! Kill him!" Zhào Jīnlóng slumped in his henchman's arms, barking orders in a fierce tone. Hearing this, the henchman immediately cocked the AK-47 in his hands. But it was too late. Chén Sìhǎi had already seized the golden Desert Eagle while the others weren't paying attention. Bang! He raised his hand and fired. A henchman pulling back the bolt collapsed instantly. Right between the eyes. "Quick, take this kid out. Protect the boss." These guys were loyal to the bone, raising their guns ready to exchange fire with Chén Sìhǎi. Chén Sìhǎi gave them no chance. Bang! 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 Another volley of shots sent several henchmen to meet the king of hell. Zhào Jīnlóng, forgetting all about his wife being violated, scrambled and crawled behind a stone block. He never imagined. The henchman who'd been by his side for 2 years was actually a ruthless killer. He killed without blinking, his marksmanship astonishing, his cruelty ruthless. A single shot straight through the forehead. Zhào Jīnlóng dared not exchange fire with Chén Sìhǎi. Trembling, he pulled out his phone. What the hell era is this, still fighting one-on-one? He was the park's owner, commanding an armed force of 70 or 80 men. Once he got through on the call, he'd have Chén Sìhǎi riddled with bullets in minutes. Then he'd be chopped up and fed to the dogs. To make an example of him. From then on, I'll live happily ever after with Li Ayun. Damn it! Asan, you better damn well pick up the phone. What? Not answering? Suddenly, a teasing voice sounded overhead. Zhào Jīnlóng looked up to see Chén Sìhǎi grinning, revealing 8 pearly white teeth. Don't worry, just wait a bit longer. It might connect any second now. Chén Sìhǎi snatched the phone from Zhào Jīnlóng's hand and held it. Beep, beep, beep. Brother. The call finally connected, and Asan's voice came through. Zhào Jīnlóng's face lit up with hope, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, Chén Sìhǎi raised his hand and slammed the butt of the gun hard into Zhào Jīnlóng's face. The blow knocked Zhào Jīnlóng completely out cold. A mouthful of broken teeth, his mind a bit unfocused. I dared not speak. Big brother. Big brother. On the other end of the line, Ah-san heard the commotion and called out desperately. Big brother's fine. He's just messing with me. Chén Sìhǎi replied, then ordered, Big brother says bring everyone in the park to the pavilion on the back mountain. There's a show coming up. With that, Chén Sìhǎi hung up. His gaze fell on Zhào Jīnlóng. The old bastard was trying to escape. Chén Sìhǎi raised his hand and fired a shot straight into Zhào Jīnlóng's leg. Then dragged him back like a dead dog. Where are you going, big brother? Seer, I've treated you well. Chén Sìhǎi laughed, pointing his gun at Zhào Jīnlóng. Treated me well, so? Leave me a whole corpse? Ah! Chén Sìhǎi smashed Zhào Jīnlóng's head repeatedly with the butt of his gun. After a few blows, Zhào Jīnlóng lay like a dead dog. His head swollen like a pig's snout. His mouth was filled with broken teeth, his speech slurred. You can't kill me. True to his reputation as the park's owner, his will to live was tenacious. But even now, the old bastard hadn't begged for mercy. Which meant Chén Sìhǎi hadn't gained a single point of prestige. My boss is Wáng Lǎohǔ from Wuhu Manor. He commands over 1,000 armed men, with machine guns and rocket launchers. You can't kill me. If he finds out I'm dead, you'll be dead too. Let me go. You disappear far away, and I'll pretend today never happened. Zhào Jīnlóng stammered out the words, and Chén Sìhǎi just laughed. You think I'm a ing 3-year-old? You dare threaten me? Chén Sìhǎi kicked Zhào Jīnlóng, stood up, and aimed his Desert Eagle pistol at Zhào Jīnlóng's head. Brother, I'm a man of honor. I won't abuse you. I'll take your park. Your brothers, if they follow me, I won't mistreat them. If they refuse to join me, I'll send them to keep you company. As for your wife, rest assured I'll take good care of her. As for that one tiger you mentioned, if he dares show his face, I'll send him to meet the king of hell too. Big brother, rest in peace. Bang! Not far away, a group of 70 or 80 people froze upon hearing the gunshot. They ran to the pavilion and were stunned by the scene before them. Ah-san rubbed his eyes. What a rough start, just arrived and already saw fourth brother blow big brother's head off. Turning around, Chén Sìhǎi fired several shots into the air. Bang! Bang! The group shuddered in fright. Starting today, this park belongs to the Chén family. Who's in favor? Who's against? Those opposed, step forward. Chén Sìhǎi bellowed again. I object. What gives you the right to be the boss? Finally, a fool with no fear of death stepped forward. Chén Sìhǎi raised his hand and fired a shot. The fool fell straight to the ground, eyes wide open in death. Any more? Chén Sìhǎi demanded again. The group fell silent. After a long pause, Ah-san made up his mind. Gritting his teeth, he stripped off his black suit and stepped forward. Boss, it's getting cold. Put on an extra layer. 70 or 80 people behind him shouted in unison, Big brother. Chén Sìhǎi nodded with satisfaction. From this day forward, follow me, Chén Sìhǎi. We'll be the biggest and strongest, and we'll make history again. Chapter 5, Don't back down, just do it. Follow the boss. Grow bigger and stronger. Achieve new glory. Follow the boss. Grow bigger and stronger. Achieve new glory. No one below dared voice any objections to Chén Sìhǎi. Every gaze directed at him brimmed with respect. Chén Sìhǎi listened to the system's constant voice in his mind, amused, and rubbed his chin. Prestige +5. Prestige +5. When the final number settled at 380, Chén Sìhǎi shook his head in dissatisfaction. The Prestige Mall had plenty of good stuff, but it required massive amounts of prestige points. With his current amount, it wasn't nearly enough. Just as Chén Sìhǎi was pondering how to acquire more prestige points, a man stepped forward, his body trembling slightly. Chén Sìhǎi recognized him once one of Zhào Jīnlóng's most trusted aides. Chén Sìhǎi had just noticed him because while others feared him, he seemed afraid of something else. Big brother. You killed Zhào Jīnlóng. His backer will definitely come after you. When that happens, he wanted to suggest that Chén Sìhǎi voluntarily confess to the higher-ups. Given Chén Sìhǎi's formidable abilities, the higher-ups surely wouldn't want to lose such a valuable asset. They might spare his life. No matter how capable Chén Sìhǎi was on his own, he couldn't match all those weapons. So it's that guy. Wang Tiger, or whatever his name is? I'll handle them myself. The word fear had never existed in Chén Sìhǎi's vocabulary. Ah-san, clean this place up. Also, pick out a few reliable men to come over, I have instructions to give. Frowning at the mess scattered across the floor, Chén Sìhǎi kicked his way upstairs. When he reached his sister-in-law's room upstairs, he heard the sound of someone talking on the phone. Ever since taking the system's serum, even his hearing had sharpened. Pushing open the door, he saw a woman lying on the bed in an ultra-sexy nightgown. Liayan heard the noise and angrily lifted her head, ready to see which bastard dared to be so brazen. But when she saw Chén Sìhǎi, her expression changed completely. Chén Sìhǎi caught the look in Liayan's eyes, but before he could react, she lunged at him. You came up here? So you won? Li Yun knew exactly what would happen next. Such things happened far too often in their world. Only the victor earned the right to live. Looks like you're not surprised at all. Chén Sìhǎi caught Li Yun's entire weight with one arm as she hung onto him, then sat straight down on the bed. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I knew that whatever you set your mind to, you wouldn't fail. Li Yun didn't know why, but she trusted him completely. Her words amused Chén Sìhǎi. From now on, you're my woman. I'm not Zhào Jīnlóng. If you ever betray me. Chén Sìhǎi deliberately paused, heightening her sense of impending danger. You'll be the first one to die. Don't worry. Following someone like you? I'm more than willing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have. The memory of their reckless actions in the car made Li Yun's legs ache slightly. The urgent task now is for you to take care of Wáng Lǎohǔ and replace him. Only then can you gain access to more resources. Li Yun, having followed Zhào Jīnlóng, naturally knew more than most. Li Yun briefly recounted what she knew under Chén Sìhǎi's gaze. Wáng Lǎohǔ rose to fame at a young age. He won't let anyone who challenges his authority off the hook. Someone like you, who took out one of his men directly the moment he hears about it, he'll come after you. To make it in our world, being strong alone isn't enough. Chén Sìhǎi pondered for a moment, then summed it up in one word. It all comes down to one word: fight. One comes, he takes them down. Two come, he takes them both down. Fight until they dare not challenge his authority again. Asan reported to Chén Sìhǎi the remaining combat strength in their compound. He knew exactly what kind of hellish battlefield a showdown with Tiger Wang would become. You asked me to find some reliable people. I've brought them. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the few men below who appeared dependable and honest. He nodded. Take them to the armory and get the best rocket launchers. Have the rest of the brothers get ready. Tonight, we're going to raid Wáng Lǎohǔ's territory. Better to take the initiative and bring him down than wait here trembling in fear for Wang Tiger's arrival. Ha! Ah San blurted out in surprise. He hadn't expected the newly appointed boss to be so bold to lead just these few men straight into Wang Tiger's territory. Boss, Wang Tiger's place is heavily guarded. With just us, we might not even get close enough to see him, let alone. Some things didn't need to be spelled out. I have my ways. Chén Sìhǎi shot him a glance, and no matter how much more Asan wanted to say, he dared not utter another word. Chén Sìhǎi was no longer the same man he once was. Obeying him was the only way to survive. Since things had come to this, he might as well go all in with Chén Sìhǎi. Life or death hinged on this one move. Big brother, I'll make arrangements immediately. Asan hurriedly left with his men. When he reappeared, his crew was armed to the teeth. Every man was fully armed, carrying the latest and best weapons available here. But in Chén Sìhǎi's eyes, that stuff was just junk. This facility didn't seem to be prioritized much either. Barely usable. We're moving out immediately. Chén Sìhǎi had intended to use them to draw attention away from himself. I've arranged the vehicle. The rest of the brothers are ready. Alright, head to Wang Tiger's place. Chén Sìhǎi led a few men out first, while Asan stayed behind to organize the others. Third brother. Has the boss lost his mind? That's Wang Tiger we're talking about. One rocket launcher from him and we're all dead. And he's got a vindictive streak. Big brother might be looking for death, but we sure aren't. They'd been scared by Chén Sìhǎi earlier, but now they'd regained their composure. Chén Sìhǎi wanted to lead them to their deaths, and naturally, they were afraid. Shut up. We've only got Big Brother to follow. We have to trust him. San had thought it through too. They had to stick with Chén Sìhǎi. Before Chén Sìhǎi died, dragging them along wouldn't be a problem at all. Get ready to move out. Anyone who disobeys will die. San gave the order, immediately driving to follow Chén Sìhǎi. On the road, Chén Sìhǎi received a message from Li Yun. It revealed Wáng Lǎohǔ's current location, an entertainment club. Chén Sìhǎi ordered the driver to change course and relayed the new destination to Asan. Wáng Lǎohǔ probably never imagined Chén Sìhǎi would be so reckless. Instead of fleeing after killing his men, he had the audacity to try and kill Chén himself. Chapter 6, Fishing in Troubled Waters. Asan caught up with Chén Sìhǎi midway and listened as he outlined the upcoming plan. In short, it boiled down to one word: strike. The car pulled up smoothly in front of the entertainment club. Only people with connections can get into these clubs. I hear the people behind them are pretty powerful. I'll see if I can sneak inside, Asan said, standing at the entrance and observing the heavily armed guards. Go ahead. Chén Sìhǎi split up with Asan. 3 minutes later, Chén Sìhǎi evaded the patrolling guards and slipped into the club alone. He sensed an unusually tense atmosphere inside today. After inquiring, he learned several big shots were meeting here. Chén Sìhǎi frowned. If that was the case, eliminating Wang Tiger here would become significantly more difficult. Third floor public restroom. If our boss nails this deal, we'll never worry about business again. You bet. But after this deal, we've got to take care of a piece of trash. Heard he killed Zhào Jīnlóng outright. Chén Sìhǎi listened to their conversation and instantly understood they were Wáng Lǎohǔ's men. Talk about a gift horse. Chén Sìhǎi looked at the two men staring at him and gave them an innocent smile. The man's words trailed off as Chén Sìhǎi, still wearing that innocent smile, snapped his neck. The man collapsed lifelessly. The other man sensed trouble and tried to flee, only to be slashed down by Chén Sìhǎi. His eyes widened in death, clearly unable to believe that someone would dare attack them in this place. Chén Sìhǎi quickly disposed of the bodies and changed into one of their clothes. His target was Wáng Lǎohǔ. The boss told you to patrol properly. Where the hell did you go? This is such a hassle. If something happens because of your negligence this time, you won't even know how you died. Why are you alone? Where are the others? Chén Sìhǎi lowered his head. The man across from him was hard to make out in the darkness. Never mind. Come with me. As if suddenly remembering something, the man grabbed Chén Sìhǎi's arm urgently and led him toward their destination. Along the way, Chén Sìhǎi learned the reason for the man's urgency. Someone had brought people to try and steal their business, and now the situation had reached a standoff. Wang Tiger's intended partner had even declared outright that they would cooperate with whoever won. Chén Sìhǎi quickened his pace to keep up. This was an incredible opportunity for him. What could be more thrilling than taking advantage of chaos? When Chén Sìhǎi arrived, the tension inside was palpable. It felt like they could draw weapons and start a real fight at any moment. He surveyed the three-way standoff and took his place quietly. Mr. Lee, we had an agreement earlier. Now you want me to split the deal with someone else? That doesn't seem right, does it? Wáng Lǎohǔ, oblivious to the commotion below, wore a calm yet increasingly angry expression. If he backed down today, he wouldn't survive in this world. I've made myself perfectly clear. I refuse to get involved in your affairs. You all want to partner with me, but my resources are limited. He didn't need to finish. Everyone understood what he meant. In that case, you can leave. Wáng Lǎohǔ looked at the men who had once worked under him and spoke indifferently. This shipment he was determined to secure it. Big brother, this won't do. I promised my brothers we'd live it up. If you take everything, what will we eat? Fire. Wáng Lǎohǔ seemed unwilling to waste any more time, firing the first shot. Chén Sìhǎi fired intermittently from within. Anyone who noticed him would have observed his exceptional accuracy. By the time Wáng Lǎohǔ's men were all pinned down, Chén Sìhǎi had closed in on him. With a single shot, he took out the head of someone opposite him. Meanwhile, Chén Sìhǎi's handgun had long since been silently replaced with the golden Desert Eagle he de-exchanged from the system. Before Wang Tiger could praise the shooter, his line of sight met the muzzle of a gun pressed against his temple. By then, the last man standing opposite him had already been taken care of. What do you want? I have no grudge against you, and today should be our first meeting. True to his reputation as the manager of so many complexes, he was no stranger to high-stakes situations. Even with his life in someone else's hands, he showed no sign of panic. The situation unfolded too swiftly. By the time Wáng Lǎohǔ's men reacted, it was already too late. Chén Sìhǎi paid no heed to the guns pointed at him. Some say that if I killed Zhào Jīnlóng, you'd come after me. I had no choice. Had he not sensed the savage glint in the youth's eyes, Wang Tiger might have genuinely believed the helplessness in his words. Wang Tiger recalled that before coming to discuss business today, one of his men had indeed mentioned Zhào Jīnlóng's death. He'd heard it was one of his own men who did it, and he'd sighed, thinking that failing to judge character led to such an end. He had planned to visit the place after finalizing the deal, since Zhào Jīnlóng was his man. But Wang Tiger never imagined this man would come after him alone. And now, at this very moment, the man's gun was pointed squarely at his head. How dare you? A worthless nobody from some industrial park, what gives you the right to show your face here? Before Wáng Lǎohǔ could speak, one of his men blurted out indignantly. Now let go of the boss, and I might spare you. Before he could utter the word life, he was shot dead by Chén Sìhǎi. I hate being interrupted when I'm conducting business. Chén Sìhǎi's voice was soft, yet every person present heard it clearly. You fools! Trying to get me killed? Drop your weapons. Wang Tiger turned to bark at his men. These useless fools, no wonder someone had infiltrated their ranks without them noticing. One by one, the others lowered their weapons. Chén Sìhǎi nodded in satisfaction. Wáng Lǎohǔ still had some self-awareness. His life now lay entirely in Chén Sìhǎi's hands. Here's the thing. You're Chén Sìhǎi, right? This business about me coming after you? It's all just rumors. I've got no intention of doing anything to you. Let me go. We can talk properly. You're quite capable. A single park is beneath you. Why not come work for me instead? You'd become my most trusted lieutenant. Wáng Lǎohǔ rattled off his words at breakneck speed, finally shutting up under Chén Sìhǎi's displeased glare. Since you know when to back down, I'll give you a choice, die or submit to me. Chén Sìhǎi said coldly. Even if Wáng Lǎohǔ died, he could still control his forces. You want my power? Wáng Lǎohǔ hadn't expected Chén Sìhǎi to be so greedy. Chapter 7, Power Shift. Chén Sìhǎi shot Wáng Lǎohǔ a cold glance but remained silent. With his current capabilities, he dared to covet not just a minor estate lord, but even the 4 great families. The air hung heavy with silence for an agonizingly long moment. Just as Chén Sìhǎi's patience snapped and he prepared to act, Wáng Lǎohǔ finally spoke up. I agree. I submit to you. From now on, you are my boss. Wáng Lǎohǔ had just noticed the movement in Chén Sìhǎi's hands. He valued his dignity, but he valued his life even more. That murderous intent in Chén Sìhǎi's eyes moments ago made Wáng Lǎohǔ realize he truly would kill him. Very well. It seems you're still a smart man. Chén Sìhǎi was thoroughly satisfied. He calmly holstered his gun. He turned his gaze to the man who had been watching the entire scene unfold. From now on, I'll be handling business negotiations with you on behalf of Wáng Lǎohǔ. When it came to certain matters, Chén Sìhǎi intended to execute them flawlessly. Wáng Lǎohǔ never imagined that after all that had transpired, Chén Sìhǎi's first move would be to discuss business with him. Chén Sìhǎi's utterly dismissive demeanor infuriated him beyond measure. Unfortunately, the vivid memory of the gun pressed against his temple still lingered, and he dared not make a move. Li Yi had watched this drama unfold for quite some time. He too hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. Wáng Lǎohǔ had fallen from power, taken down single-handedly by one man. Power shifts. Are you sure you have what it takes to control your own men? After all, they don't seem particularly loyal to you. Li Yi stared at Chén Sìhǎi with a taunting look. Seizing this position through such underhanded means would never earn him the respect of his subordinates. In their line of work, survival was impossible without the support of one's men. That's my concern. Just answer me this deal, are you in or out? As Chén Sìhǎi spoke, his hand rested on his gun, the implication clear. No deal meant action. You're no match for me alone. And I'm not someone you can afford to cross. As if noticing Chén Sìhǎi's gesture, Li Yi chuckled. Not everything could be resolved with force. You'll die. Chén Sìhǎi's single sentence left Li Yi silent for a long time. Chén Sìhǎi was right. Before his men arrived, he would die. I'll negotiate with you, but only on the terms we agreed upon earlier. Chén Sìhǎi didn't know what they'd discussed earlier, so he glanced at Wáng Lǎohǔ. Wáng Lǎohǔ, ever the opportunist, promptly filled Chén Sìhǎi in on their prior arrangement. Their deal was straightforward, cash for goods. The deadline was set for 3 days hence. Here's the deposit. Wáng Lǎohǔ pulled out 2 suitcases full of cash and placed them on the ground. I don't agree with the price we discussed earlier. You need to knock 5 million off. Chén Sìhǎi had a rough grasp of the current market situation. This price was far too high. 5 million less? Do you have any idea how scarce this stuff is right now? The risk I'm taking to get this to you. And you just casually ask for 5 million less. Before he could finish, Li Yi saw Chén Sìhǎi's gun pressed against his temple. The meaning was clear, take 5 million or take your life. Fine. 5 million it is. The deal goes ahead at the usual spot the day after tomorrow. But I expect to see you, Mr. Chén, when I show up. Li Yi suspected that Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't find it easy to fully seize control of Wáng Lǎohǔ's territory. After all, once they returned to Wáng Lǎohǔ's territory, Wáng Lǎohǔ would be the one calling the shots. Mr. Li, you're a man of your word. We'll have plenty of opportunities to work together in the future. As for Li Yi's warnings, Chén Sìhǎi dismissed them entirely. For those who didn't toe the line, well, they'd simply be eliminated. After Li Yi and his men departed, Chén Sìhǎi conversed with Wáng Lǎohǔ for some time. Having gained an understanding of Wáng Lǎohǔ's influence, just as he was about to leave, someone launched a direct ambush on Chén Sìhǎi, aiming to seize this chance to eliminate him. Such an act would earn him great merit and propel him toward the pinnacle of success. But he forgot that Chén Sìhǎi was someone even Wáng Lǎohǔ had to bow to for now. Anyone dissatisfied with me is welcome to come find me anytime. But this will be your fate. Chén Sìhǎi gestured toward the man who had died instantly in the first exchange. Perhaps Chén Sìhǎi's display had intimidated them. A system notification flashed through his mind. Prestige plus 10. Prestige plus 10. Chén Sìhǎi watched the rising numbers with satisfaction. The moment he stepped outside, San arrived with his men. San looked at the people behind Chén Sìhǎi, unsure of the situation. But his first instinct was to order his men to aim their weapons at Wáng Lǎohǔ and the man behind him. Tensions flared, and a confrontation seemed imminent. Chén Sìhǎi stepped in to stop them. He's one of us now, my newest recruit. When Chén Sìhǎi uttered those words, San thought he must have misheard. He had only stepped away to find a way in, and now the fearsome Wang Tiger had become the younger brother of their boss? What kind of development was this? Was Wang Tiger just a paper tiger? Easily defeated? San couldn't wrap his head around it, but he dared not ask. He followed Wang Tiger's men back to the estate. Throughout the journey, San remained on high alert, a stark contrast to the ease with which Chén Sìhǎi returned home. Back on his own turf, Wang Tiger shot Chén Sìhǎi a few curious glances. This young man truly showed no fear, and this was his territory. At his command, dozens of sniper rifles could be aimed at his head. In the end, Wáng Lǎohǔ still didn't say a word. He had an instinctive feeling that if he ever crossed Chén Sìhǎi, he would die. Reputation plus 50. Hearing the system's voice, Chén Sìhǎi glanced up at Wáng Lǎohǔ, who was lost in thought, and let a smile curve his lips. He was determined to make these people believe in him. Li Yi had been absolutely right about one thing: you couldn't make it in Myanmar alone. He needed a large number of people to handle things for him. I'll go get the brothers to come identify you. From now on, you're the big boss of this estate. I'll handle things for you, just spare my life. Wáng Lǎohǔ whispered. In just one day, his status had undergone a complete reversal. No need for formalities. Handle the transaction in 3 days. Have someone send me the entire estate's supply chain immediately. Also, upgrade the weapons for the men you brought over. What kind of junk are they using? Chén Sìhǎi needed to understand the layout here as quickly as possible. For the next 3 days, they saw Chén Sìhǎi only during meal times. And no one dared disturb him. Today was the day of their transaction. Wáng Lǎohǔ stood outside Chén Sìhǎi's door, unsure whether to call him. After all, Chén Sìhǎi had said he would handle this matter. Chapter 8, The Deal. Chén Sìhǎi pushed open the door and saw the man standing outside. Today isn't the day for the deal. Aren't you going? Chén Sìhǎi had come to understand them recently. Despite their boastful claims, their actual resources were limited. The last time they hooked up with Li Yi, it was only because Wáng Lǎohǔ and his crew had put in a lot of effort. That was precisely why Wáng Lǎohǔ was so furious at anyone trying to snatch his deal. I've been waiting for you. Wáng Lǎohǔ snapped to attention. Wáng Lǎohǔ had recently investigated Chén Sìhǎi himself, but unfortunately, the information he uncovered was scarce. But he had a gut feeling that aligning with Chén Sìhǎi would be far better than going it alone. So be it if he had to take a back seat. As long as he was strong enough, that was all that mattered. Chén Sìhǎi was naturally aware of their changes, which manifested as follows. Chén Sìhǎi hadn't left his home or done anything. Yet his authority points kept climbing steadily. It had now reached the 1,300 mark. The system even rewarded him for breaking the 1,000-point mark. It was an exceptionally compact silenced pistol, unlike any Chén Sìhǎi had seen before. Thus, Chén Sìhǎi named it Blade. A deadly blade. Then let's get ready to go. Chén Sìhǎi stood in the hall, with several people below him stealing glances. After all, this was the first time Chén Sìhǎi had shown his face in 3 days. Those within the estate had heard of recent events. Some shrugged it off, believing the change in leadership had nothing to do with them. Others believed the new boss must be better than Tiger Wang, since even Tiger Wang had willingly served him. Yet all curiosity vanished into disappointment the moment they laid eyes on Chén Sìhǎi. The man before them looked anything but fierce, even a bit kind-hearted. Could someone like this truly lead their estate? Wouldn't he get killed the moment he stepped outside today? Come meet your new boss. Wáng Lǎohǔ bellowed. Don't you greet the boss? Ah San spoke up, immediately leading the former park staff to salute Chén Sìhǎi. Over the past 3 days, Ah San had come to understand everything. Following Chén Sìhǎi meant he and his brothers wouldn't just get soup, they'd get meat too. That was exactly what they needed most. Greetings, boss. Chén Sìhǎi gave a slight nod. Seeing how they put on a show of respect, even if it wasn't genuine, he told Wáng Lǎohǔ and Ah San, gather a few men. We're preparing to depart. They brought over 30 men, and Chén Sìhǎi frowned. Are you going to a fight? Just a few men to move the goods would suffice. But boss, what if someone tries to steal the goods? That stuff is hot property right now. Wáng Lǎohǔ, sensing Chén Sìhǎi might be unfamiliar with such matters, whispered the reminder. Then make sure they never come back alive. Chén Sìhǎi was frustrated that his current territory was too small. It made gathering intelligence far too difficult. He needed to expand his influence, just wait for them to come knocking. Seeing Chén Sìhǎi's arrogant demeanor, Wáng Lǎohǔ fell silent. Forget it. Within the estate now, Chén Sìhǎi called the shots. He seemed fully prepared. Including Chén Sìhǎi, they had only brought 10 men. Compared to the 50-odd men across the way, their numbers looked pitifully small. Li Yi paused briefly. Seems Boss Chén has tremendous confidence in himself. In all his years of working with others, this was the first time he'd seen someone so brazenly show up with just a handful of people. And to top it off, they appeared to have come empty-handed. They really weren't afraid of losing their lives here. Average. Where's the cargo? Ah San drove up in a small truck loaded with suitcases. That was the money for this transaction. Li Yi didn't want to waste any more time. He raised his hand to the person beside him. Immediately, someone brought over an oversized box of goods. It's all here. You can verify if this is the cargo you want. These minor details were handled by Wáng Lǎohǔ, who quickly returned and whispered in Chén Sìhǎi's ear. All genuine goods, no issues. Proceed with the delivery. All right, you handle it. Chén Sìhǎi nodded, standing idly by the car and twirling the lighter in his hand. The transaction wrapped up quickly, and Li Yi prepared to leave with his men. Mr. Li, how much more of this kind of goods do you have? I'll take it all. Chén Sìhǎi called out to Li Yi, his head bowed so his expression remained hidden. All of it? Li Yi halted. Was Chén Sìhǎi's appetite too big? Even Wang Tiger, who had controlled the mountain resort for years, dared only to trade with him in such quantities. He feared he might not be able to handle it all. Chén Sìhǎi, however, was bold, asking for the entire lot outright. Chén Sìhǎi nodded once, the lighter clicking rhythmically. I've got plenty, but I always insist on cash on delivery, no credit. Everyone in their line of work understood this rule. Go sort it out. Let me know how much you have left. My people will contact you when the time comes. All right. Li Yi nodded. He was curious to see how Chén Sìhǎi would handle all this. After all, as far as he knew, others had their eyes on Chén Sìhǎi's goods today. He was a newcomer, and those people didn't know him well enough. He was still so arrogant, bringing these few men along. Whether they'd make it back alive was another matter entirely. As you wish. Chén Sìhǎi nodded, then prepared to leave with his men after they departed. Hold on. Mr. Chén, my boss is quite interested in the goods you have. He'd like to have a chat with you. Would you do us the honor? Suddenly, their vehicle was blocked by several jeeps. Their words were polite, but their actions told a different story. What if I say no? Chén Sìhǎi had long known they were being followed, but he paid it no mind. It seemed they were in a terrible hurry, even prepared to take action right here. Then we'll have to escort you there ourselves. The other side didn't back down at all. Spotting Wang Tiger in the passenger seat, they even taunted him. Big Boss Wang's really going downhill in his old age now. He lets some nobody kid walk all over him. If you can't control your own turf, hand it over to our boss. You know he's wanted it for ages. Wáng Lǎohǔ paid no mind to the outsider's taunts. They'd been at odds for ages. The men across from him wouldn't gain anything by provoking him. Daring to come after their goods today meant they likely saw Chén Sìhǎi as weak and easy to manipulate. What a bunch of fools. If Chén Sìhǎi were incompetent, why would he ever accept being under someone else's thumb? You're not qualified to challenge my boss. Send your own leader. Wang Tiger spat out the words, and at Chén Sìhǎi's command, he ordered his men to ram the car directly into them. The vehicle had barely started moving when sudden gunfire blew out its tires. Chapter 9, A Hand as a Gift. Chén Sìhǎi frowned. They were truly courting death. It seemed he had to make an example of someone to establish his reputation. Otherwise, troubles like this would only multiply. He wanted others' territory, but he detested anyone interfering with his operations. Asan, keep an eye on the goods. Everyone else, come with me. Chén Sìhǎi pushed open the car door and drew his Desert Eagle. He slung it over his shoulder, his expression not the least bit serious, more like someone heading out for a stroll. Chén Sìhǎi fired several shots from his Desert Eagle toward the spot where his tire had been blown out moments earlier. The next second, a scream erupted from that spot. It was a cry of pain. One of Chén Sìhǎi's blind shots had struck the man's thigh. Have your boss come here to talk with me? Chén Sìhǎi ordered his men to surround the area. Anyone who underestimated these men would pay dearly. Who do you think you are, demanding our boss come talk to you personally? You think taking down some trash makes you equal to our boss? If you know what's good for you, our boss might spare your life. Otherwise, this time next year, your family and friends won't even know where to burn incense for you. Chén Sìhǎi listened to the man's words, a smirk curling his lips. Without hesitation, he fired a shot. It struck his left hand. His gun fell to the ground. You'll pay for speaking disrespectfully to me. Now go back and deliver my message, or else. Chén Sìhǎi's Desert Eagle was pointed directly at his head. It seemed as though he would pull the trigger any second. Only then did the messenger realize it wasn't that Wáng Lǎohǔ was useless, it was that Chén Sìhǎi was too formidable. He hadn't even seen how Chén Sìhǎi had moved. Just as he was about to lead his men away, Chén Sìhǎi blocked his path. I'll let you go back alone. Chén Sìhǎi detained the rest of them. You wait. Refusing to lose face, he spat out a parting threat before bolting. Tie them up. We'll wait for their boss to show up. Chén Sìhǎi found a rooftop to perch on, standing there unconcerned about whether he was exposing himself to view. Boss, that guy earlier, their leader, is from the estate next to ours. He's a very cunning individual. This time, they probably think you're an easy target and want to come steal our stuff. I'll contact the people inside the estate to come over. Wang Tiger had wanted to take action against them for a long time, but too many concerns had held him back. But now it was different. Chén Sìhǎi clearly had no intention of letting them off. This was the perfect chance to take them out. By the time their people arrive, the food will be cold. No matter who showed up, Chén Sìhǎi didn't give a damn. As he'd always said, those who underestimated him would pay the price. He needed someone like this to make an example of them. If it comes to a fight, you cover my back. Chén Sìhǎi said indifferently. He'd expected them to arrive soon, but after waiting half an hour, they still hadn't shown up. Wáng Lǎohǔ instantly understood that guy wasn't coming anymore. Boss, they probably won't be coming. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the group of people tied together. It seemed he'd have to wait for the next person to make an example of them. They'll come looking sooner or later. Let's head back first. Chén Sìhǎi holstered his gun, got into the car, and drove away. Back at the estate, the captured men were handed over to Wáng Lǎohǔ's men for processing. He discussed with Wáng Lǎohǔ how to distribute this batch of goods among his men. to maximize their profits.
After the discussion, Wáng Lǎohǔ didn't leave immediately.
Instead, he stood beside Chén Sìhǎi, looking as if he didn't know how to broach the subject.
Speak up. Chén Sìhǎi disliked the hesitant manner of those around him. It's about what you told Li earlier, asking for all his remaining goods. With our current financial resources, we simply can't manage it. And Li is someone we really can't afford to offend right now.
If we don't figure something out, getting supplies from him later will be a huge hassle.
Wáng Lǎohǔ felt Chén Sìhǎi had acted too hastily this time. Offending Li meant cutting off one of their avenues. If we can't deliver, aren't there still those eager to throw themselves into the fire? Chén Sìhǎi had already prepared for this.
If they didn't come to him, he would go to them.
You mean other estates?
But those estates have even more powerful backers. If we mess with their interests, it could get very messy.
Wáng Lǎohǔ was the only one among them with real backing. So he followed Chén Sìhǎi's lead without question, and there wouldn't be any issues going forward.
But the others were different. In our line of work, if we're afraid of offending people, we might as well go straight and get a regular job. Have the brothers train hard.
Wait for my orders. Chén Sìhǎi stood up and walked out immediately, leaving Wáng Lǎohǔ deep in thought. Could it be that his slow progress over the years stemmed from fearing too many things? Did Chén Sìhǎi really say that?
Next door, a tiger-lying mountain villa, Boss Su wiped the blade in his hand as his subordinate reported on Chén Sìhǎi's actions.
Absolutely true. He wants you, boss, to come find him personally.
The man kneeling on the ground was sweating profusely from fear. Blood still trickled from the spots where Chén Sìhǎi had struck him.
Very well. Wáng Lǎohǔ from Wuhu Manor was already arrogant before, and now that he's been replaced, he's become even more insolent. Does he think I'm an easy target? Get the brothers armed and let's test Chén Sìhǎi's mettle. Su Lao didn't go himself. He knew full well that Chén Sìhǎi was no ordinary man. He dispatched numerous men to Tiger-Lying Manor to bring Chén Sìhǎi back. He wanted to see what kind of fighter Chén Sìhǎi really was.
In the dead of night, Chén Sìhǎi was roused by the sound of alarms. He glared at the men who'd come to their deaths, accepting their heads without hesitation.
Looks like their weapons are a bit better.
Chén Sìhǎi picked up the AK-47 they'd dropped, the latest model.
Excellent.
This only made him more determined to take them down.
The people backing Boss Su treat him well. Whenever there's something new, they usually let him use it.
If we really have to go up against him, we need to be careful about trouble coming from his backers.
Chén Sìhǎi understood.
For estate owners like them, backed by powerful figures, there was only one option: kill them.
Absolutely no room for future complications.
As for the rest, that's all for after he's dealt with this place.
Send one hand as a gift to Boss Su, and tell him this: any man who dares can come fight me. Chén Sìhǎi holstered his Desert Eagle. He returned to his room. The rest was none of his concern. Chén Sìhǎi cradled Li Yun as they continued resting. Since his arrival at the estate, Li Yun had naturally been brought along too.
She was being well taken care of at the estate. Li Yun, who had trouble sleeping, opened her eyes and shot Chén Sìhǎi a displeased look.
Chapter 10, System Task. Chén Sìhǎi gave an awkward chuckle.
I was dealing with some trash.
Did I wake you? Chén Sìhǎi asked gently. Chén Sìhǎi was quite indulgent toward Li Yun, mainly because she was so obedient she never did anything to displease him.
Li Yun replied sleepily.
The next second, Chén Sìhǎi's hand reached for her. Ha? You want to? No, please don't. Li Yun grabbed Chén Sìhǎi's hands as they fumbled over her body.
The marks all over her body showed no sign of fading.
She really couldn't take it.
Just bear with it.
Chén Sìhǎi was utterly overwhelmed by Li Yun's seductive appearance. He couldn't hold back any longer. Soon, moans filled the room.
It wasn't until dawn broke that the sounds finally faded.
Chén Sìhǎi hadn't rested all night, yet his energy remained undiminished. Any movement from their side? Chén Sìhǎi toyed with the Desert Eagle pistol provided by the system, curious to understand why it had unlimited ammunition.
Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, he found nothing unusual. Putting the Desert Eagle away, he listened to Wáng Lǎohǔ's report. They haven't made any moves yet, but I heard several people were carried out last night.
Our men are ready here. Whenever you're ready to move, we're good to go.
Wáng Lǎohǔ was now waiting only for Chén Sìhǎi's word. If they don't make a move tonight, we'll take them down tomorrow morning.
Chén Sìhǎi pondered briefly before giving the order.
He didn't have the luxury of waiting for them to finalize their countermeasures before striking. I've weighed our respective strengths. Successfully taking them down will be extremely difficult. A large part of it will depend on you.
Chén Sìhǎi had no objection to Wáng Lǎohǔ's words. Relying solely on them to succeed would be too difficult. Brother Wang. Trouble.
Just as Wáng Lǎohǔ was about to elaborate further on their situation to Chén Sìhǎi, a subordinate burst in, panting and flustered.
Wáng Lǎohǔ instantly lost his temper. Are you blind? Can't you see the boss is here? Stop rushing around like a headless chicken. Ever since he joined Chén Sìhǎi's crew, Wáng Lǎohǔ had instructed his men to address him as Brother Wang. Brother Wang. Boss. It's serious.
One of our locations got raided by Su Laoda's men.
Our goods are in their hands. And they've captured a lot of our men. Wáng Lǎohǔ froze for a moment before demanding a detailed report from his subordinate. Boss, what do you think? Wáng Lǎohǔ stood in place, awaiting Chén Sìhǎi's orders. Take me there. Just as Chén Sìhǎi rose to his feet, the system's notification chime sounded. Ding. Mission requirement, achieve 10,000 prestige points within 1 month. Mission reward, upgrade Desert Eagle weapon. Mission failure penalty, 1 lightning strike. Chén Sìhǎi was quite interested in upgrading the Desert Eagle. Reaching 10,000 prestige points, however, was quite easy. After all, he already had over 2,800 prestige points. Boss, should we bring people? Wáng Lǎohǔ trailed behind Chén Sìhǎi, unsure of his boss's intentions. You decide. Once this matter is settled, we'll go straight to Boss Su. Taking our stuff means they'll pay the price. Chén Sìhǎi found Asan and instructed him to handle a task. Boss, we're ready to go now. Chén Sìhǎi got into the car and closed his eyes to rest. When they arrived at their destination, the ground was littered with chaos. Several of their own men lay sprawled about. Among them, Wang Tiger spotted a familiar face. This man was the local boss, essentially one of my people. I suspect Boss Su wanted to teach us a lesson this time, especially after how we treated him. After testing the waters yesterday, Boss Su realized you're tough to deal with. But he couldn't afford to lose face, so he went straight after our men. That's his favorite tactic. Wang Tiger was seething with rage, wanting to kill Boss Su right then and there. Boss, their men are all inside now. Should we charge in and fight them? Seeing Chén Sìhǎi and the others approach, those who had narrowly escaped earlier immediately stepped forward. We're going to wipe them out. Boss Su didn't dare lay a finger on our boss, but we won't let him get away with it. Wang Tiger led his men, charging forward with murderous intent. All along the way, they shielded Chén Sìhǎi in their center. This allowed Chén Sìhǎi to walk through the hail of bullets as leisurely as strolling through a beautifully landscaped garden. They fought their way all the way to the main hall, where a man stood waiting for them, fully prepared for battle. This man is Boss Su's most capable lieutenant, Su Li. He's incredibly powerful. I've heard he once fought 100 men for 3 days and nights straight and killed every single one of them. Hearing Wáng Lǎohǔ's words, Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the man with keen interest. A thought struck Chén Sìhǎi, the Goo King. Place 100 bugs in one place, and the one that survives to emerge is the Bug King. The question was, how formidable was this one? Mr. Chén Sìhǎi. You've got some nerve. Truth be told, we're not interested in your worthless turf, but you've been pushing your luck too far. Our boss said he'd teach you a lesson. Everyone who dies here today dies for your sake. Now, those standing behind Chén Sìhǎi, have you made up your minds? Do you intend to stay by his side and wait for death? Crossing Boss Su will bring you nothing but misery. If you want to live, leave Chén Sìhǎi and stand by my side. I can let you live and give you better treatment than you have now. Su Li stood there, looking down on Chén Sìhǎi with utter contempt. In his eyes, Chén Sìhǎi was nothing but a brute, the kind of man who wouldn't last long in Myanmar. If death was inevitable anyway, it might as well be at his hands. That way, he could seize the opportunity to expand his territory. Perhaps he could even become equal to his older brother. Cut the crap. If you dare touch our territory today, you'll pay the price. Wang Tiger's face paled as he noticed the mountain of corpses piled behind them. Wang Tiger. You've sunk so low you're now a traitor to others. But then again, someone like you. Su Li spoke until a bullet pierced his skull, and only then did he comprehend. His final glimpse was of Chén Sìhǎi holstering his gun. He never imagined that with his reflexes, he could be killed so silently by Chén Sìhǎi. With a thud, Su Li collapsed to the ground. The entire scene fell deathly silent. Clearly, none had anticipated Chén Sìhǎi acting so decisively. Shut up. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't be bothered with Su Li's nonsense, firing a single shot without hesitation. He hadn't expected that Wang Tiger, supposedly such a formidable opponent, would be completely unprepared for him. In this place, facing an enemy without any guard was nothing short of suicide. Chapter 11, Joint Action. It was unclear how long it took for others to react. You killed Su Li. Boss Su won't let you get away with this. Outsiders might not know, but those who had followed Su Li knew all too well. Su Li was one of Boss Su's younger brothers. You handle the rest. Chén Sìhǎi, pistol in hand, found a spot and sat down. He waited for Wang Tiger to take care of the rest. Prestige +5. Prestige +5. Chén Sìhǎi saw fear in the eyes of many of them. Some even knelt down, begging for mercy to save their lives. But here, no one cared. Death was their only outcome. Originally, they thought Boss Su was only targeting one location, but soon reports came in that Boss Su had launched a full-scale war against him. Wang Tiger quickly realized something was terribly wrong. With their capabilities, it was simply impossible to strike so many of their locations without a trace. Especially now that Chén Sìhǎi was preparing to move against Boss Su, Wang Tiger had been closely monitoring developments on that front. Boss, hold on here for a moment. I'll go investigate immediately. Wang Tiger grabbed his phone and stepped out to make calls. Not long after, Wáng Lǎohǔ returned, his face flushed with anger.
Chén Sìhǎi glanced at him, waiting for him to speak.
Boss, it's not just Boss Su moving against our territory, it's several people. Boss Su has contacted others from the estate. They plan to split our territory evenly. If we have to fight all of them, it'll be too difficult. Wáng Lǎohǔ was deeply troubled.
The people backing those estate owners were not ones he could afford to offend.
Under normal circumstances, Wáng Lǎohǔ would greet them with utmost courtesy whenever he encountered them.
Usually, they kept to themselves, never crossing paths. He had no idea what Boss Su had discussed with them to get them to join forces against him. Upon hearing this, Chén Sìhǎi fell silent for a moment. He quickly made his decision.
Then we'll just fight our way through. Perfect, I can't be bothered hunting them down one by one anyway.
Chén Sìhǎi saw none of this as a problem. What he intended to do would inevitably clash with their interests anyway. Being at odds with them was only natural. But boss, the people backing them aren't the kind we can afford to offend, we're just small fry with no connections.
Wáng Lǎohǔ was most worried about this. He certainly didn't want to end up scurrying off to some backwater to scrape by. They have connections, doesn't that mean I have none?
Chén Sìhǎi thought of his own status and dismissed such troubles as trivial.
Boss, do you have some special backer? Wáng Lǎohǔ was utterly shocked. How could he not know about this? Given Chén Sìhǎi's capabilities, if he had powerful connections, why would he have spent all those years under Zhào Jīnlóng's thumb? Hearing Wáng Lǎohǔ's words, Chén Sìhǎi merely glanced at him.
Wáng Tiger dared not speak further. After all, judging by Chén Sìhǎi's arrogant demeanor, the power behind him must be on a level Wang had never even glimpsed. Anyway, he'd already decided to switch sides with him later. Who cares? Worst case, he'd just die.
Reputation plus 100.
Chén Sìhǎi heard the system notification and turned to Wáng Lǎohǔ. He noticed a pattern: the more respect these people held for him, the higher his reputation points climbed. Take Wáng Lǎohǔ, for instance. Chén Sìhǎi had already gained over 500 prestige points from him.
Boss, should I go find some men in charge in now? Sending them to attack would be a waste of time.
Send someone to negotiate with them and stall them. I'll take care of Boss Su.
Chén Sìhǎi believed that no matter what Su Lauda had agreed to in their collaboration, as long as he eliminated Boss Su, their alliance would inevitably crumble, creating his opportunity.
Besides, being constantly provoked had started to grate on Chén Sìhǎi's nerves.
Understood.
I'll have the brothers make arrangements immediately.
Wáng Tiger acted swiftly.
By the time they returned to their estate, numerous vehicles had already begun leaving in succession to negotiate with them. The task Chén Sìhǎi had previously assigned to San was now proving invaluable. San had assembled their only long-range rocket launcher and was learning how to operate it. For San, this was equipment he could never have touched no matter how hard he tried, so he was deeply grateful to Chén Sìhǎi.
Boss, when did you know where I put the rocket launcher? Wáng Lǎohǔ recalled he hadn't mentioned it to Chén Sìhǎi. Nothing happens on my turf that I don't know about. Chén Sìhǎi's single sentence earned him a little more respect from everyone present. He might truly be that capable person. Prestige plus 5. Prestige plus 10.
Gradually, his prestige soared past 3,500.
Chén Sìhǎi surveyed the men below with satisfaction. You lot go harass them on the periphery. The rest of you follow me in. Chén Sìhǎi drew his Desert Eagle.
After confirming everyone was ready, he led the charge.
Boss, if we fail in the end, I'll cover you. You find a way to escape. Once out, you can seek help from your backers. I have only one request: avenge me. Wáng Lǎohǔ knew Chén Sìhǎi was a man of capability.
Hearing Wáng Lǎohǔ's vow to give his all for him, he remained silent. In Chén Sìhǎi's view, such an outcome was impossible.
He never acted unprepared. The people they were facing now were nothing in Chén Sìhǎi's eyes. Chén Sìhǎi remained silent, so Wáng Lǎohǔ took it as consent and made thorough preparations. Their group marched in force toward Boss Su's mountain estate. Boss Su received word immediately. You mean Chén Sìhǎi is bringing hundreds of his men here? Has he lost his mind? Su Lauda knew Chén Sìhǎi might be coming for him, so he didn't send his men out from the estate. In terms of numbers, Su Lauda's men outnumbered Chén Sìhǎi's by 4 to 1. Even if they resorted to a relentless assault, they could wear Chén Sìhǎi's men down. Su Lauda couldn't believe Chén Sìhǎi didn't know about this, yet he still came.
Either Chén Sìhǎi had other plans, or he was supremely confident in his own strength. Word had it that Chén Sìhǎi had killed his own boss within a single day, then subdued Wáng Tiger with lightning-fast tactics.
That wasn't something just anyone could pull off. Boss, what should we do next? Chén Sìhǎi and his men had already arrived.
They had to respond now. Have the brothers prepare for battle.
They've come knocking at our door, we've got nothing to fear. Su Lauda immediately gave the order, but he had to devise a foolproof plan to deal with Chén Sìhǎi. Otherwise, after today, there would be no more Su Lauda.
Before Chén Sìhǎi's men stormed in, one of Boss Su's men rushed in with news that sent the boss into a rage.
Chapter 12, Boss Su is dead. Boss. Su Li is dead.
The news from his subordinate enraged boss Su so much that he pulled the gun from his pocket and fired several random shots. The hitmen who took the bullets didn't utter a sound. They dared not provoke the enraged boss Su. Who killed him? Boss Su glared at the trembling figure kneeling before him. Deep down, he already knew the answer. Chén Sìhǎi. Hearing his subordinate's answer, boss Su calmed down. Good. His brother was dead, and he would soon send Chén Sìhǎi to the underworld to serve his brother as a slave. Get everyone ready. We'll fight them to the death. We must kill them. Understand this, if they don't die, you will. Su Laoda's words instantly fired up his men like they'd been injected with adrenaline. After all, no one wanted to die. While Boss Su issued his orders, Chén Sìhǎi had already fought his way to the entrance. He stood his ground, periodically eliminating enemies his men couldn't locate. Thus, they fought their way in. They couldn't stop Chén Sìhǎi himself, only those behind him. Gradually, a gap opened between Chén Sìhǎi and his men. But Chén Sìhǎi paid it no mind. Another gun appeared in his hand, and he charged straight ahead, cutting through the enemy. By the end, even Boss Su's men dared not attack him. Chén Sìhǎi was nothing short of a killing machine. Reputation +5. Prestige +10. Chén Sìhǎi listened to the system's uninterrupted voice so far, feeling extremely satisfied. How did he manage to fight his way here? Boss Su stood upstairs, watching the surveillance feed showing most of Chén Sìhǎi's men locked in a bloody battle with his own men at the entrance. Well, I don't know. The man beside Boss Su hesitated to speak. He wanted to say it was because Chén Sìhǎi fought too ruthlessly. Would his own men instinctively avoid him? Kill him outright. Boss Su knew this wasn't the time for such thoughts and gave the order. Chén Sìhǎi sensed the commotion and looked up. He flashed a wicked grin at Boss Su before vanishing from their sight. Where did he go? Su Laoda had been so focused on Chén Sìhǎi that he hadn't noticed which direction Chén had actually gone. No one answered Su Laoda's question. The next second, the answer became clear. Chén Sìhǎi lurked in the opposite corner, having taken one of their men with him. Su Laoda, provoked by Chén Sìhǎi, wore a look of displeasure. What? Does he really think he's above me, old Su? The entire group failed to locate Chén Sìhǎi's whereabouts. He was clearly right there. Yet they just couldn't land a hit on Chén Sìhǎi. Boss. We can't find him. The men around Boss Su were sweating with anxiety. If they kept failing like this, their boss would really kill them. You can't find him? Can't you think of a way? Go search below. He's alone. Su closed his eyes. Compared to Chén Sìhǎi, his men truly seemed useless. As more men were sent to search for Chén Sìhǎi, fewer remained at Su Laoda's side. Chén Sìhǎi seized the moment, breaking through the encirclement to stand directly opposite Boss Su. The Desert Eagle in his hand was aimed squarely at Su Laoda's vital spot. Su Laoda. Perhaps I've only just begun to show my hand, and you still don't know my nature. What I hate most is when someone tries to lay a finger on what's mine. Chén Sìhǎi killed several of Boss Su's men. The stench of blood filled their nostrils. That scent added a layer of grim tension to the scene. Chén Sìhǎi. Don't get too cocky, this is my turf. The people backing me are not ones you can afford to offend. If you don't want to die, let me go. This time it was my fault, and I'll compensate you. Only when Chén Sìhǎi stood directly before him did Boss Su feel true fear. Chén Sìhǎi would really kill him. He wasn't ready to die yet. Too bad. I'm not interested in your compensation. Chén Sìhǎi stared at Boss Su. If he didn't hand over the information he wanted soon, the trigger on the gun in his hand would be pulled. Su Laoda, arrogant his entire life, would fall by his bullet. Wait. I can help you. Like Wáng Lǎohǔ, I'll recognize you as my boss from now on. I can help you take over the nearby estates. You know, with me on your side, this would be so much easier. Cooperation is our only chance. Killing me will only bring you endless trouble. As Boss Su spoke, Chén Sìhǎi noticed a gun aimed at him from below. Without hesitation, Chén Sìhǎi's Desert Eagle shifted direction, taking that man's life. He continued advancing toward Boss Su, closing in step by step. Until Boss Su had nowhere left to retreat. Don't force me to take you down with me. Having been threatened like this by Chén Sìhǎi, Boss Su finally lost his temper. It had been years since anyone had pointed a gun at his head like this. A worthless nobody with no backing. How dare he? Take us both down? That depends on whether you have the guts. Chén Sìhǎi gave him no chance to speak again, ending Su Laoda's life with a single shot. Are you sure you still want to point that gun at me? Chén Sìhǎi stood on the second level, surveying the men below who glared at him with hostile intent. Your boss is dead. Submit to me, and I'll lead you down a new path. Chén Sìhǎi needed men to manage the territories under his control. And these foot soldiers were merely following orders. Just as Chén Sìhǎi spoke these words, Wáng Lǎohǔ finally led his men in, slaughtering their way through. What? Didn't you hear the boss speak? Daff? The boss showed mercy and gave you a chance to live. You don't want it? The remaining men exchanged glances, surveying the carnage strewn across the floor. Recalling the savage ferocity with which Chén Sìhǎi had just slaughtered men.
How could that possibly be associated with the heart of a bodhisattva? But they had already lost. Losers had no other choice. Submit or die. They didn't want to die. So they knelt in unison. We pledge allegiance to Leader Chén. I too pledge my allegiance. Chén Sìhǎi nodded with satisfaction. As for the few who still resisted, Wáng Lǎohǔ dealt with them directly. Wáng Lǎohǔ was absolutely overjoyed. Su Lao-de had been fighting him for so many years. All these years, they'd been trading blows back and forth, neither gaining any advantage. He never imagined that under Chén Sìhǎi's leadership, they would take down Boss Su so swiftly. Prestige +5. Prestige +10. The system's notification chime rang on for a long while before finally fading away. Leave the rest to you, Chén Sìhǎi said, descending from upstairs and handing the messy aftermath over to Wáng Tiger. Got it. Boss, rest assured. I'll handle this perfectly. This is our turf. Leave the rest to me. Wáng Lǎohǔ stood tall and declared. Chapter 13, Waiting. Word of Chén Sìhǎi's confrontation with Boss Su had reached many ears. Some thought Chén Sìhǎi had lost his mind, a man who just risen to power, instead of consolidating his influence. Instead, he went and started a fight. The estate's power structure hadn't shifted in all these years. How could one man like Chén Sìhǎi possibly change that? Others, however, believed that Chén Sìhǎi must possess considerable skill to have taken down Wáng Lǎohǔ so swiftly and seized the tiger-lying manor. His move against Boss Su must have been calculated. These factions were also weighing whether to reach out to Chén Sìhǎi and cultivate friendly relations. Most, however, remained cautious observers. They had assumed today's events were merely minor skirmishes, but soon received shocking news. Su Lao-de is dead. What? Are you sure you didn't mishear? Boss Su was murdered? Such exclamations erupted simultaneously across different estates. They couldn't believe it. A man who had stood shoulder to shoulder with them for so many years had fallen at the hands of a young upstart who had only just begun to make a name for himself. They couldn't fathom how a youth with no backing dared to strike against Boss Su, who had powerful patrons behind him. Yet the fact remained, Boss Su was dead. Chén Sìhǎi's men were already taking over Boss Su's territory. Within a week, Tiger Wang had fully consolidated control over Boss Su's territory. He was reporting their current situation to Chén Sìhǎi. As per your instructions, Ah-san has been assigned to manage the estate over there. Since he has no prior experience with this, I've had my people assist him in adapting as quickly as possible. Additionally, the estate owners are growing restless. Several have sent messages requesting a meeting with you. I haven't ascertained their motives yet, but I've sent you their profiles. Whether to meet them is entirely up to you. As Wáng Lǎohǔ delivered these words, a sense of smug arrogance radiated from him. With the shifting dynamics among the estate's Chén Sìhǎi now controlling two, it was only natural that the others were growing anxious. They wanted to know if Chén Sìhǎi had only clashed with Su Lao-de because the latter had offended him. It was still because Chén Sìhǎi wanted to gain control over the surrounding factions. No meeting, Chén Sìhǎi dismissed the request. Fine, I'll inform them. Also, those estate owners who collaborated with Boss Su last time. They'll say you took over Boss Su's territory. So whatever Boss Su promised them, they'll come after you for it. If you don't deliver, they'll band together and come after you. The mere thought of it made Wáng Tiger want to spit on them. What a joke! Boss Su is dead, how could these matters possibly concern Chén Sìhǎi? And they're coming after him for it. As far as Wáng Tiger was concerned, Chén Sìhǎi didn't need to give them the time of day. If they dared to attack, they'd pay a heavy price. Oh? Is that how it works now? Chén Sìhǎi glanced boredly at his phone before lifting his head at the remark. He understood exactly what those people were scheming. They're testing you, or perhaps plotting to gang up on you. They think your reputation is too formidable. For estate owners like them, that's not a good thing. After the incident with Old Su, they understood perfectly well. Chén Sìhǎi wasn't someone any one of them could handle alone. Only by joining forces would they have the standing to negotiate terms with Chén Sìhǎi. Your growing reputation has made things much easier for the brothers below. When we handle matters outside, others give us more leeway. Mentioning this, Wáng Tiger's face broke into a smile. All thanks to Chén Sìhǎi. Then let them come. It's perfect timing since you've already secured another estate. Chén Sìhǎi had been struggling to find his next target. They were practically walking into his trap. He wouldn't hold back now. He'd soon show them that cooperation with him was nothing but a death sentence. Boss, if we expand too rapidly, it might draw attention from higher-ups. Shouldn't we slow down? Besides, we haven't fully consolidated control over those factions yet. Our subordinates hold too much power, we need time to understand the situation. Having a boss whose sole focus was expanding their grip on more factions, who knew if that was a blessing or a curse? That's your problem, Wáng Tiger. If anyone under me lacks capability, they'd be better off packing their bags sooner rather than later. He'd given them ample time. Once Chén Sìhǎi made up his mind, Wáng Lǎohǔ's persuasion was useless. Wáng Lǎohǔ instantly understood and said no more. I'll handle this. Seeing Wáng Lǎohǔ's demeanor, Chén Sìhǎi thought he looked like a teachable disciple. I'll arrange the meeting with them. Wáng Lǎohǔ promptly made the necessary arrangements.
Meanwhile, upon learning that Chén Sìhǎi wished to meet with them, the others found it rather intriguing. After all, Chén Sìhǎi had rejected olive branches extended by other estate owners. Now that he wasn't avoiding them but seeking them out, they couldn't fathom what Chén Sìhǎi was thinking. Who cares what he's thinking? Anyway, whatever Boss Su promised us, Chén Sìhǎi has to deliver. Right. If not, we wouldn't mind another reshuffle of the power structure. He's just a newcomer, what's there to fear? The forces backing these few men were formidable. In recent years, there had been subtle signs of a collaboration aiming to seize control of all the estates. The sudden emergence of Chén Sìhǎi was hardly welcome news to them.
Chén Sìhǎi isn't someone to be taken lightly. We need to be careful when we go in. We still know very little about Chén Sìhǎi, just that he suddenly rose to power. They were confident in their abilities but not arrogant, having researched extensively beforehand. With a large entourage in tow, they marched into the tiger-lying manor. Chén Sìhǎi opened the gates, allowing them and their entourage to enter. Wáng Lǎohǔ led them to the living room. Chén Sìhǎi was absent, and he gave them a smile. Please wait a moment while I fetch our boss. At first, they didn't mind, but as time passed and Chén Sìhǎi still didn't appear, their patience began to wear thin. What's Chén Sìhǎi playing at? Making us wait for him? Does he really think killing a few people makes him the boss now? What's Chén Sìhǎi playing at? Tell him to get his ass over here right now. The living room erupted in chaos, but Chén Sìhǎi paid no attention to the commotion below. With the soft beauty in his arms, he couldn't be bothered with anything else. Boss Wáng Lǎohǔ has been looking for you several times. Li Yin's dazed gaze stirred Chén Sìhǎi's desire once more. Chén Sìhǎi grunted in acknowledgement, continuing his movements without any intention of leaving. Li Yun didn't try to persuade him further. Chapter 14, Going Down to Ask Boss Su. Wang Tiger stood by the doorway, listening to the faint sounds coming from inside, lost in his own thoughts. He debated whether to approach the boss again, but feared the old man might fly into such a rage he'd shoot him dead on the spot. Maybe it was better to let the men below wait a little longer. After all, Chén Sìhǎi didn't take them seriously anyway. Inside the room, Chén Sìhǎi finally finished venting his frustration, pulling up his pants with a look of dissatisfaction. You just wait. I'll come find you once I've dealt with this. He had actually intended to wait patiently in the room for them to arrive. But Li Yin had seduced him, and he couldn't resist, so things had turned out this way. Li Yin watched Chén Sìhǎi's unsatisfied expression as she lay on the bed and said suggestively, "Okay, I'll wait here for my big brother to come back." Seeing her like this, Chén Sìhǎi paused in his movements. When Chén Sìhǎi finally left, Wáng Lǎohǔ breathed a genuine sigh of relief. His subordinates reported that the estate owners were furious. If he hadn't shown up, who knew what might have happened? You may go. Chén Sìhǎi didn't waste words with Wáng Lǎohǔ. Standing in the living room, Chén Sìhǎi heard them demanding an explanation. He cut through their angry demands. Gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. A minor unexpected situation arose that required my attention, causing a slight delay. I trust you won't mind, right? Chén Sìhǎi offered his apologies, though his expression betrayed no remorse. What could be so important that Boss Chén would personally drop everything to handle it? What a huge honor. Jiang Fan snorted coldly. What a load of excuses. What could possibly be more important than meeting them? They wanted to intimidate Chén Sìhǎi like this? Not a chance. Do I need to report every move I make to you? What exactly are you to me? Chén Sìhǎi wasn't about to indulge them, firing back immediately. What business do you have with me? If you have nothing to discuss, you may leave. Chén Sìhǎi sat in his chair, radiating an attitude that said, talk if you want to. If not, get lost. This response made Jiang Fan laugh in anger. Chén Sìhǎi, don't you dare think you're some big shot now. How dare you act so arrogant in front of us? You clearly don't hold us in any regard. Oomph. Looks like we have nothing to discuss. We came here in good faith, but this is how you treat us. The atmosphere instantly turned tense, as if a fight could erupt at any moment. Wáng Lǎohǔ and his men already had their hands on their weapons. They'd strike immediately. The others might not know, but Wáng Lǎohǔ certainly did. These men were Chén Sìhǎi's next targets. Rather than hunting them down one by one, it made more sense to take them all out here and now. After all, they only brought a handful of men. Wang Tiger had already ordered his men to seal off the area. If Chén Sìhǎi gave the command, not a single one of them would get out alive. TSK. Young man, don't be so hot-headed. You came looking for me, isn't it because you need something? Want to see what I'm really capable of? Or what you hope to gain from me? If you're leaving, I won't see you out. Chén Sìhǎi snorted coldly, clearly holding no regard for them. Before arriving, they hadn't anticipated Chén Sìhǎi would greet them with such an attitude. Now they were stuck, neither leaving nor staying felt like an option. Chén Sìhǎi. You should know why we're here. We had a deal with Boss Su before he promised to give us something. Now that you've taken over Boss Su's territory, you must fulfill his promise and give us what he owed us. Chén Sìhǎi listened to their bandit-like demands, his face expressionless. I don't know what Boss Su promised you during your talks. All I know is, you can go ask Boss Su for it.
When Boss Su died, Chén Sìhǎi had also killed the few loyal men who were by his side. So he had no idea what they'd agreed upon.
Su Lao De is dead. How are we supposed to demand it from him?
The moment those words left his mouth, everyone present instantly understood. Chén Sìhǎi meant that since Boss Su had promised them, and now he was dead, then they'd have to seek him in the afterlife. For a moment, the expressions on their faces were anything but pleasant.
Chén Sìhǎi, are you looking to die? Every gun in the room was aimed squarely at Chén Sìhǎi's head. Wáng Lǎohǔ and his men reacted just as quickly, aiming theirs right back. Seeing this, Chén Sìhǎi actually laughed.
Not a trace of fear that his life was in others' hands.
Do you really think any of you will walk out of here alive after killing me?
Chén Sìhǎi spread his hands. He dared to gamble, but they didn't. It was precisely this certainty that fueled Chén Sìhǎi's arrogance. You collaborated with Boss Su and caused me immense losses. Today, I'm here to settle the score.
Wang Tiger! Chén Sìhǎi bellowed.
Instantly, each man received a compensation list.
What's this? Zhang Fan scanned the list at a glance. It detailed the territories his men had seized and the damages incurred.
From major items to minor damages like a broken table, everything was listed in clear detail.
What I mean is, pay up. You know I'm new to this position and don't have much money. You've caused me significant losses. Chén Sìhǎi had prepared this line of reasoning long before meeting them.
They were turning the tables on him.
Chén Sìhǎi had a legitimate reason why wouldn't he use it. Yeah, we haven't had any meat in days. We're really broke. Wang Tiger was telling the truth on that point.
They'd been so busy lately they hadn't been eating well either.
What exactly do you plan to do if we don't pay up? Zhang Fan suddenly understood why Chén Sìhǎi had declined others' requests for meetings but agreed to theirs. So that's how it was.
Chén Sìhǎi had intended to make them pay compensation from the very beginning.
They'd underestimated Chén Sìhǎi, never imagining he'd be so bold.
He dared to confront them directly.
If they didn't hand over the money today, they'd likely find it hard to leave. Well then, I suppose you'll have to stay for tea. I've acquired some excellent tea leaves. You can stay and discuss matters over a cup. Chén Sìhǎi said indifferently. Wáng Lǎohǔ, go arrange accommodations for these distinguished guests.
Oh, and resting here comes at a cost.
Chén Sìhǎi watched their faces, seething with rage as if they wanted to kill him but dared not act. He was thoroughly satisfied. You dare? None of them had ever seen anyone as brazen as Chén Sìhǎi. Care to try? Chén Sìhǎi pulled out his desert eagle and toyed with it. He didn't mind killing a few people here to whet his appetite.
I'll give you time to consider, but my patience is limited, esteemed estate owners.
Chapter 15, Pay Up and Get Out.
Chén Sìhǎi sat waiting for their response and discussion. Growing bored, he eventually went outside to admire the scenery. After Chén Sìhǎi left, Zhang Fan and the others erupted into frantic discussion.
They didn't even acknowledge Wang Tiger standing beside them. Chén Sìhǎi isn't giving us any face at all. If we hand over this money, who knows what'll happen next? Are we just going to let Chén Sìhǎi walk all over us like this? After all these years in the game, where would our reputation be? We didn't tell anyone we were coming. Now Chén Sìhǎi won't let us leave. This is getting messy. They now faced a dilemma. Without paying compensation, Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't let them leave. Being trapped here was equally humiliating.
Most crucially, they'd have to place their lives in Chén Sìhǎi's hands, something they were unwilling to do.
But handing over a sum of money for nothing? They were even less willing to do that. If you guys have to pay, I won't be the one footing the bill. I've already contacted my people, they'll come get me.
Some had already made up their minds. Their dignity would not tolerate provocation. Chén Sìhǎi waited a while, judging their discussion was likely concluded, before stepping inside.
Gentlemen, have you made up your minds? My gun hasn't tasted blood in a week. I'm beginning to miss that flavor.
When Chén Sìhǎi appeared, he was met with furious glares from the others, but he ignored them all.
Boss! Wáng Lǎohǔ relayed their final decision to Chén Sìhǎi.
In the end, they all decided not to pay the money.
Well, I gave you a chance.
Since you refuse, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Tie them up.
After Chén Sìhǎi spoke, his men sprang into action.
Chaos erupted in the living room. Amidst the gunfire, Chén Sìhǎi seemed to hear their voices. Chén Sìhǎi, if you dare touch us, the people behind us won't let you off the hook.
Chén Sìhǎi scratched his ear. He'd heard threats like this countless times before. Those with real ability never rely on backers. Surrounded by his men, Chén Sìhǎi found no chance to fight back.
Wáng Lǎohǔ and Ah San swiftly bound them all. As for their henchmen, some were badly injured, others were taken away. Chén Sìhǎi stared at the disheveled group.
Since you refuse to pay up voluntarily, I'll have to send someone to collect. But this time, the price won't be up to you. After all, during the bloody fight just now, your men injured quite a few of my men.
Soon, Chén Sìhǎi sent men to their estate, ordering their subordinates to bring money to ransom their boss. Chén Sìhǎi, you really have no fear. Zhang Fan seemed somewhat calmer now. Since Chén Sìhǎi hadn't killed them outright, it appeared he had no immediate intention to do so. He must have other plans. What is there to fear? It's just one life. If you've got the guts, come and take it. Chén Sìhǎi had noticed earlier that while the others desperately tried to escape, only Zhang Fan hadn't even bothered to order his men to act. He'd allowed himself to be bound a smart move, recognizing today's outcome was beyond his control. Zhang Fan remained silent for a long time before finally altering his initial plan. They didn't possess Chén Sìhǎi's utter disregard for his own life, they certainly couldn't match him. I'll pay whatever it takes, just let me leave. Zhang Fan didn't know if it was too late, but he had to try. I promise you this, I will never interfere with your estate affairs again. If you need it, I can even stand by your side and assist you. Zhang Fan, do you speak for the people behind you? How will you maintain your authority after this? How will your men trust you? Bang Tianyi, bound and helpless, hadn't expected Zhang Fan to change his tune so quickly. Zhang Fan was the most powerful among them, and they had tacitly accepted him as their leader. His sudden reversal left them in disarray. What were they supposed to do now? Pay up? That's my problem. You should be concerned about yourselves right now. In northern Myanmar, there were no true allies. Betrayal was commonplace when interests were at stake. Mr. Chen, I apologize for my earlier disrespect. I hope you'll give me another chance. Chén Sìhǎi locked eyes with Zhang Fan for several seconds. Finally, he looked away and agreed to his request. He ordered his men to release him. The money on the bill, I'll have someone deliver it to you once I get back. Zhang Fan quickly departed with his men, leaving the others to fend for themselves. After Zhang Fan departed, the others initially considered waiting a bit longer. But now they dared not. One by one, they agreed to send the money over. Chén Sìhǎi didn't press the issue and let them go. Gentlemen, don't make me come personally to collect your payments. Chén Sìhǎi reminded them as they prepared to leave. He wasn't exactly known for his patience. If he got annoyed, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them. News of today's events spread quickly. Many found it hard to believe that Chén Sìhǎi would actually dare to do such a thing, showing them no respect whatsoever. Was he truly not afraid they might band together to cause trouble? This concern wasn't limited to them, Wáng Lǎohǔ shared it too. He felt letting those men go was like releasing a tiger back into the wild. Boss, since we're going to deal with them anyway, why not just kill them outright? Wáng Lǎohǔ believed this would eliminate much trouble and make seizing their territory easier. With their current strength, they could seize the most territory. If we kill them here, trouble will inevitably follow. They won't swallow their pride, they'll come looking for me sooner or later. Then Chén Sìhǎi would have a legitimate reason to deal with them. Even if their backers found out, it would be too late. Chén Sìhǎi soon received a substantial sum. But it also came with threats from several individuals. Big brother Chen, you can't walk along the riverbank forever without getting your feet wet. Sooner or later, you'll get your comeuppance too. Chén Sìhǎi paid no heed to their warnings. His primary concern now was what level the system would upgrade his Desert Eagle to after completing the task in a month. After all, the weapon he currently wielded was still relatively ordinary. Thanks to the recent publicity surrounding his reputation, his prestige had soared to 7,800. It was only a short distance away from 10,000. And this number kept climbing. Chén Sìhǎi was highly satisfied with the prestige he had gained, but he had also discovered new methods to acquire more prestige points. Chapter 16, Breaking 9,000. Go spread my infamy. Chén Sìhǎi thought. The more people knew about him, the better it would be for increasing his reputation points. Understood. Wáng Lǎohǔ didn't know what Chén Sìhǎi was planning. After this period, he now obeyed Chén Sìhǎi's every word and immediately set to work. Spreading Chén Sìhǎi's notoriety indeed boosted his prestige points significantly. It had now surpassed 9,000. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he hit 10,000. Chén Sìhǎi was quite satisfied. He had also been researching new things lately. He had previously conducted some research on weaponry and was contemplating how to enhance the armament of his subordinates. After all, their future opponents wouldn't be as easy to deal with as previous ones. After half a month of research, Chén Sìhǎi had found a glimmer of progress, though achieving success would require more time. That day, Wáng Lǎohǔ came to see Chén Sìhǎi. Boss, Li Yi called. He said the goods are ready and the deal can go through. Chén Sìhǎi looked up, suddenly recalling the matter. Expanding their operations in northern Myanmar required developing downlines to generate income and continuously strengthen their position. When? Chén Sìhǎi had the money ready and had been waiting for Li Yi's signal. Perhaps Li Yi felt that Chén Sìhǎi had now earned the standing to deal with him, which is why he had sent word. The day after tomorrow. First, inspect the goods and pay the deposit. Once everything is confirmed, we'll schedule the transaction. This was their standard procedure, and Wáng Lǎohǔ saw nothing amiss. Tell him it's a one-time deal. I don't have time for 2 trips. Such a large order essentially drained all the money he'd earned recently, plus the cash reserves from both estates. If Chén Sìhǎi didn't keep a close eye on it, and someone else swooped in to take it, they'd have a hard time bouncing back for quite some time. Alright, I'll get in touch with him. Wáng Lǎohǔ contacted Li Yi, who quickly agreed. For some reason, they hadn't started the transaction yet. But news of Chén Sìhǎi's impending deal with Li Yi was already spreading like wildfire. Wáng Lǎohǔ had been preoccupied with this matter for the past 2 days. He had to find out who had leaked it. If it came from their own ranks, it would prove there was an infiltrator among their people. In their line of work, such betrayal was utterly intolerable. The others were well aware of this, so they'd been extra cautious lately, terrified of being implicated in something as serious as a mole. Wáng Lǎohǔ had indeed uncovered several infiltrators planted among them, subjecting them to brutal interrogation.
Chén Sìhǎi had gone to investigate, but those men refused to talk no matter what.
In the end, Wáng Lǎohǔ didn't relent.
He hung them on the estate walls as a warning to the rest of his men.
This also sent a message to outsiders: infiltrating spies was futile, for they would be found.
The half-dead spies hung there, and others passing by would instinctively quicken their pace. They feared the higher-ups might connect them to the incident, leading to the same fate. Several days later, at the agreed-upon time with Li Yi and the others, Chén Sìhǎi set out with a few men. On the way, San told him, "We need to bring back some recruits. After several bloody battles, our numbers have dwindled significantly.
There are many vacant positions that need filling." San relayed the intelligence he had gathered to Chén Sìhǎi. As one of Chén Sìhǎi's earliest followers, he was often entrusted with tasks.
San lacked innate talent, but his learning ability was exceptional.
He could now handle many tasks quite well.
"I heard a group is trying to cross the border soon.
Why don't we go get them?"
San had already gathered all the intelligence, he was just waiting for Chén Sìhǎi's order to move.
"Who told you this?" "Those trying to cross must have someone guiding them."
"If you go snatch them away, it might be fine if it's just some small estate owner, but if you provoke someone higher up,
do you know what'll happen?"
Wáng Lǎohǔ watched San's reckless, fearless demeanor and gave him a pat on the head as he lectured him.
"So someone deliberately leaked this to me? To frame our boss?" San was sharp and quickly caught on. No wonder he'd been wondering why someone delivered a pillow just as he dozed off. So that's how it was.
"Big brother, I'm sorry. I'll be more careful from now on. I'll never let something like this disturb you again."
San thought to himself that he must be more cautious from now on. The people they were dealing with now were tougher opponents. Chén Sìhǎi didn't seem to mind the whole thing.
Those people only dared to pull some petty tricks behind his back, terrified he'd find out.
It was all rather pointless. When Chén Sìhǎi arrived at the private room, Li Yi was already waiting there.
He was brewing tea, the room filled with swirling smoke.
"Brother Chén, please sit.
This is some top-grade tea I bought, heard it's quite flavorful."
Li Yi poured Chén Sìhǎi a cup.
If the initial Chén Sìhǎi had only possessed skills that surprised him, the current Chén Sìhǎi had now earned the right to deal directly with him.
"Brother Chén, you've got some skills." Li Yi watched as Chén Sìhǎi sniffed the tea, took a sip. He looked quite satisfied. Seems Chén Sìhǎi really liked this tea. Chén Sìhǎi adopted a lazy posture, gesturing for Li Yi to continue.
"You actually extorted that much money from those guys and walked away unscathed. In such a short time, you've secured another estate.
Back in the day, something like this would have been unthinkable." Li Yi wanted to chat more with Chén Sìhǎi, hoping to glean more information from him for better future cooperation. Unfortunately, Chén Sìhǎi wasn't cooperating. "Aren't we here to discuss business? We've brought the money. Now show us your goods." With a single glance from Chén Sìhǎi, Wáng Lǎohǔ produced 3 enormous boxes, each stuffed to the brim with cash.
There was also a small box containing diamonds of considerable value.
"The total is 83 million. You may count it." After saying this, Wáng Lǎohǔ respectfully withdrew.
"I trust working with Boss Chén, of course. But this shipment is a bit different. Boss Chén, please take a look first."
Li Yi produced a package of goods.
"This batch is purer than the last one I delivered. The price is also higher, it's the best quality I can get. If you think this is acceptable, I can offer you the most favorable price. If you don't like it, we can stick with the previous batch, though the quantity might be smaller. Our source has provided us with some of this stuff."
Chén Sìhǎi snatched the package, unable to discern any obvious difference.
Not being an expert on such matters, he handed it to Wáng Lǎohǔ.
Chapter 17, Save Me. Wáng Lǎohǔ pulled out a testing device and quickly analyzed the sample.
"Boss, this stuff is definitely better than last time.
We can take this batch." Wáng Lǎohǔ rarely made such definitive statements. Chén Sìhǎi hummed in acknowledgement. "Then let's split it evenly. Whatever amount you have, that's how much I'll take." Chén Sìhǎi made his decision immediately. Li Yi responded and immediately had his men prepare.
He had expected Chén Sìhǎi to take a long time to think it over, since launching new goods meant opening up a new market and inevitably bringing some complications.
Before long, the goods were brought over. Wáng Lǎohǔ stepped forward to inspect the goods, confirming the quantity and quality match before nodding to Chén Sìhǎi. "Well then, happy cooperation." Chén Sìhǎi stood up, left all the money behind, and prepared to depart. Li Yi paused, then spoke up. "Do you need weapons?" Chén Sìhǎi halted in his tracks. "What kind of weapons?"
That was precisely what he lacked most right now.
far superior to what you currently possess high-grade stuff. But as you know, the crackdown is intense now, so it won't come cheap. I only mentioned it because I believe you can afford the price. And also, I suspect you're the only one who would want them. Li guessed Chén Sìhǎi might have grander ambitions, making superior weapons crucial. I need to see it before I decide. The quality is excellent. Price won't be an issue.
Chén Sìhǎi waited for his response.
I'll call you once I get my hands on it.
Or, we could collaborate given my current capabilities. Procuring goods from that source presents some difficulty.
With your help, it'll be easier. We'll split it evenly when the time comes. Li Yi had carefully considered his decision before inviting Chén Sìhǎi. If you need anything, you can reach out to me. Chén Sìhǎi had no objections. Alright, I'll have someone notify you. Wait for my word, it should be within the next few days.
That concluded their exchange.
One group carried the goods, the other the money, and they departed the transaction site.
In northern Myanmar, such transactions were commonplace in bars, on the streets, in hotels, restaurants. Such deals unfolded everywhere, and some would even target the goods in the trader's hands.
If you had the guts, you could even try to snatch it. When Chén Sìhǎi and his group emerged, they encountered just such a group.
These were just scattered individuals with no connections, unwilling to join any organization. They made a living by robbing others.
When such individuals band together, they can form quite a force. Chén Sìhǎi and his group were cornered in a narrow alley by dozens of them.
They assumed Chén Sìhǎi's group couldn't belong to any major faction, otherwise, they wouldn't have brought so few people.
They were confident they could easily overpower Chén Sìhǎi's group.
We're giving you a chance to live hand over whatever goods or money you have. Their leader stepped forward, speaking with an air of arrogance, looking at Chén Sìhǎi and his men as if they were already dead.
Some even tried to grab it directly. But Wáng Tiger knocked him flat on the ground. Who taught you the rules? Who dares to try and steal?
Wáng Tiger drew his gun without further ado, cutting straight to action. A chaotic brawl erupted among the group.
Chén Sìhǎi effortlessly took down anyone who charged at him.
Later, when the group realized that the unassuming Chén Sìhǎi standing behind their opponents was the real tough guy,
gradually, they shifted their focus. Chén Sìhǎi breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Chén Sìhǎi noticed one person's movements seemed vaguely familiar.
After watching closely for several minutes, he realized it was someone from the Dragon Nation.
Interesting. Probably some new assignment.
But these matters were none of his concern. Chén Sìhǎi had made up his mind, as long as those two who had sent him undercover didn't contact him, he would act according to his own judgment. He wasn't like the original owner, he had few moral boundaries.
Survival was paramount.
Just as Wáng Tiger was about to blow the man's head off with a bullet, Chén Sìhǎi reached out and pulled him away. The bullet whizzed past his hair.
Standing so close, Chén Sìhǎi could smell the acrid scent of singed hair.
The man Chén Sìhǎi saved froze in shock, clearly not expecting Chén to help him at the critical moment. While he was still in a daze, Wáng Tiger and his men had already taken care of the others.
Boss, what about this guy? Wáng Lǎohǔ noticed Chén Sìhǎi's intervention but wasn't sure how to handle the situation.
Before Chén Sìhǎi could speak, the man glanced at them. Then he took off running. Just as Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others prepared to give chase, Chén Sìhǎi stopped them.
Getting the goods back is the priority. One piglet won't make a difference. Chén Sìhǎi considered bringing the man back a hassle.
He had his own business to attend to. Let the man fend for himself.
If he survived unscathed, perhaps they'd cross paths again someday. These piglets just don't know their place.
Any random person here could kill them dead.
Do they really think they can touch us?
Wáng Lǎohǔ held himself in high regard, unlike Ah San who had climbed the ranks step by step.
They're just trying to survive.
After Chén Sìhǎi spoke, no one else uttered a word.
Chén Sìhǎi's reputation had already been established. Even if people knew he was moving goods today, few would dare cross him. Still, the number of people tailing him was undeniably large.
Today, his group moved with brazen confidence.
Suddenly, a woman came running from ahead.
Several men pursued her, shouting as they ran, "You, don't run." The woman must have thought that if the people behind her caught her, she'd surely die.
Spotting Chén Sìhǎi and his group, she saw them as her salvation and sprinted toward them frantically. "Help! Save me!" Chén Sìhǎi watched coldly. There were no good people here.
Often, escaping one wolf pit only meant falling into a tiger's den. Chén Sìhǎi didn't know the situation and wouldn't act rashly. Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others saw the woman approaching and, fearing danger, stepped in front of Chén Sìhǎi to block her path.
"Get out of the way!" Chén Sìhǎi shoved her. She lost her balance and fell flat on the ground. "Please, I beg you, save me. I'll do anything, just don't let them take me back," the woman pleaded. Chén Sìhǎi noticed the injuries on her body.
It seemed she'd been abused before escaping.
No wonder she was desperate to get back. As the pursuers closed in, Chén Sìhǎi and his group showed no intention of helping.
The woman's eyes grew increasingly desperate. She had made up her mind, even if it meant death, she would never go back.
Chapter 18, Rescue. Run? You dare run?
Several men caught up, kicking the woman lying on the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood.
Who are you people? After subduing the woman beside him, the newcomer glared arrogantly at Chén Sìhǎi and his group. Please, save me. The woman ignored those holding her. She could tell that if Chén Sìhǎi was willing to help her, she could escape this misery. At the very least, it would be far better than her current situation. I warn you, mind your own business. Or else, you'll regret it. The man assessed Chén Sìhǎi and his group, finding no reason to fear them. Looking for trouble? Wang Tiger's temper flared instantly. What was going on today? So many blind fools, did they really think they were easy targets? That line should be mine. They've already seen us. To avoid trouble, kill them. Especially that woman who came begging them for help, who knows what information she might have revealed. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the woman lying on the ground, still in their grasp. Ignoring those who dared to provoke him, he walked calmly over to her. Are you willing to work for me from now on? But I demand absolute obedience. Perhaps it was the look in her eyes, or perhaps he genuinely felt sorry for her being alone here. Usually, those who escape only to be recaptured face nothing but death. Chén Sìhǎi felt a pang of pity. Yes, I will obey you. Just let me leave that place. I beg you. The woman didn't think much about it, she just wanted to escape. Agreed. Having secured the answer he wanted, Chén Sìhǎi rose slowly to his feet. Get to work. I'll take this one. As soon as Chén Sìhǎi finished speaking, he knocked one man to the ground. Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others immediately followed suit. Dealing with these men was a matter of mere minutes. Asan, take him back. Chén Sìhǎi didn't even glance at the men lying on the ground, wailing in pain, as he gave orders to his men. If you take her away, you'll be dead meat when Boss Phong gets his hands on you. The man on the ground whimpered. But Chén Sìhǎi had already led his men forward and left. Wáng Lǎohǔ heard the commotion, turned, and kicked him hard. A distinct crack of breaking bone echoed. Boss Phong? Never heard that name in my life. Tell them to come find me. I'm Wang Tiger. In the estate, Wang Tiger feared no one. After bringing the people back, Chén Sìhǎi had the woman treated. Through their conversation, Chén Sìhǎi learned her name was Jian Hanjing, and she had been deceived into coming from Longhua. After arriving, they intended to use her to lure more people into the trap. Chén Sìhǎi was familiar with this kind of scam. No one could intervene in such matters, it was simply bad luck. They thought I was pretty and did some, well, things to me. I couldn't take it anymore. In there, even death felt like a luxury. I finally found a chance to escape, but they caught me at the last moment. If I hadn't met you, they would have dragged me back to torture me. Jian Hanjing shot Chén Sìhǎi a grateful glance. He was truly kind. Don't look at me like that. I'm no saint. Chén Sìhǎi averted his gaze. Asan, you'll take her with you when the time comes. After giving the order, Chén Sìhǎi quickly departed. Boss, we've traced it. It's Phong Tiany's men. He's always had a grudge against us. We snatched his people, so he'll probably come looking for trouble. After Chén Sìhǎi made them pay last time, those estate owners harbored some resentment. Whenever business came up, their men would inevitably pull some petty tricks on them. Wang Tiger considered this insignificant as long as it didn't affect major orders, it was just petty squabbling. Would the disappearance of such low-level operatives even be reported up the chain? Chén Sìhǎi shot him a puzzled look. Were their protocols really that absurd? Normally, no. But boss, you know how those estate owners have been watching you like hawks lately. How could they not know about this? Wáng Lǎohǔ sighed helplessly. Sure enough, not long after, Phong Tiany arrived with his men. Brother Chén. You injured my men and took my woman, you owe me an explanation. Phong Tiany had waited so many days to finally get his chance. There was no way he'd let it slip away now. He absolutely refused to let Chén Sìhǎi keep stepping on his head forever. Chén Sìhǎi had to pay the price. When Chén Sìhǎi heard these words, he smiled. If he thought he could use the same tactics against him, he was seriously underestimating him. It was your woman who came to me for help. I assisted her. Mr. Phong, I honestly don't understand what you mean by that. With this simple statement, Chén Sìhǎi demonstrated his skill with words to Phong Tiany. He never imagined Chén Sìhǎi could be so shameless. Mr. Chén, you're quite the smooth talker. Might you be interested in joining my team to handle business negotiations? Phong Tiany shifted his tone, revealing his true purpose for coming. He had considered it carefully. With Chén Sìhǎi's assistance, expanding his influence would be far easier. But he refused to place Chén Sìhǎi on equal footing with them. That would be too difficult to control. Only by keeping Chén Sìhǎi under his thumb could he ensure the best outcome. Brother Phong, you really think too highly of me. A man like me is best suited to be a small estate owner. I find this life quite satisfactory. Lately, Chén Sìhǎi's life had become far more comfortable than before. Many matters no longer required his direct involvement. Chén Sìhǎi. You injured my men and took my piglets, you owe me an explanation. Phong Tiany wasn't exactly sticking up for his useless men, he just didn't want Chén Sìhǎi to have it easy. Boss Phong, I told you it was your men who came begging for my help. I only lent a hand out of respect for you. But after bringing them back, they died because they didn't get medical attention in time. My sincerest apologies. Chén Sìhǎi exchanged a few more words before deciding not to waste any more time. He figured time spent arguing with Fang Tianyi was better spent figuring out how to upgrade his weapons. Having gained nothing from Chén Sìhǎi, Fang Tianyi returned furious. He immediately contacted his backers and relayed everything about Chén Sìhǎi. Though Fang Tianyi himself couldn't take on Chén Sìhǎi, who owned 2 estates, that didn't mean the people behind him couldn't. If someone dared to disrupt the carefully maintained balance of power within the estates that had been cultivated over so many years, they'd have to deal with their displeasure. I'll handle it. You just keep an eye on things. The estate's power structure must either remain balanced or fall under our control. Chapter 19, Mission Accomplished. While Chén Sìhǎi was studying weapons, he suddenly heard the system's voice. Ding! Prestige points reached 10,000. Mission complete. Reward dispersed, Desert Eagle upgraded. Please verify receipt, host. Report any issues promptly. The system will address them immediately. Chén Sìhǎi noticed the Desert Eagle before him vanish for a few seconds. When it reappeared, the Desert Eagle looked unchanged on the surface. Yet when Chén Sìhǎi took the gun in his hands, he sensed a difference. It felt lighter, and he sensed something else about it, something he hadn't quite grasped yet. He searched everywhere but found no system description detailing the upgraded Desert Eagle. Chén Sìhǎi found a shooting range and tested the gun in his hands repeatedly. He quickly pinpointed the difference: the bullets traveled faster. Where a shot previously took 5 seconds to reach 50 meters, it now took only 3. Its effective range had also increased. And this was just a Desert Eagle. Chén Sìhǎi sensed this upgrade held more than met the eye, yet he couldn't pinpoint any other changes for the moment. After studying the Desert Eagle this time, Chén Sìhǎi gained new insights into weaponry. Upon returning, he used the system to perform a basic upgrade on his existing weapons. He summoned Wáng Lǎohǔ and San to test them. They found the guns improved by Chén Sìhǎi were significantly more effective than before. They felt really stiff before, but now they seemed smoother. Is this a new model? Wáng Lǎohǔ knew only that Chén Sìhǎi had been tinkering with something in his room lately, but he had no idea what it was. No, I just made some simple upgrades. Here are a few more I finished. Take these and distribute them to your men. While you're overseeing their sales, make sure to monitor their training too. If we end up fighting others and can't hold our own, we'll be in trouble. Chén Sìhǎi realized that the opponents they'd face later would be tougher. He couldn't rely solely on himself forever. Wáng Lǎohǔ stared in astonishment at the gun in his hands. He hadn't expected Chén Sìhǎi to possess such skills. Perhaps noticing Wáng Lǎohǔ's distracted state, Chén Sìhǎi called out again. I'll relay the orders immediately. Wáng Lǎohǔ left with the supplies, and San slipped down. Boss. You told me to take care of Jian Hanjing. Could you tell me exactly what you want her to do? This matter had been on San's mind for days. He didn't know what Chén Sìhǎi's true intentions were toward Jian Hanjing, having kept her around lately. He also didn't know where she was being assigned. But having her tag along constantly wasn't a viable solution either. With no other options, he'd come to seek Chén Sìhǎi's advice. Chén Sìhǎi thought for a moment about who Jian Hanjing was. Then it dawned on him there was something about her. What are her skills like? Chén Sìhǎi thought that if she was incompetent, he could just assign her to some random place to coast by. Whether she survived would depend entirely on her own skills. She picks things up pretty fast. And maybe because of what she went through before, she seems to understand our business pretty well. I think we could put her in charge of managing those piglets. But she's too indecisive, she won't kill. Around here, if you don't kill, you get killed. So I'm not sure where to put her. San thought if Chén Sìhǎi truly liked her, taking her as his wife wouldn't be out of the question. After all, Jian Hanjing was quite attractive. Then make her kill. Tell her straight, this isn't charity. If she can't help us, there's only one outcome. Chén Sìhǎi quickly made up his mind. Alright, I'll handle it. After reporting his current tasks to Chén Sìhǎi and receiving his approval, he departed with particular satisfaction. Chén Sìhǎi watched his reputation points rise by a minuscule amount, feeling unsatisfied. It seemed he'd have to stir up some trouble after all. Otherwise, it would take far too long to acquire what he desired from the marketplace. Several more days passed before Chén Sìhǎi received a call from Li. They shipped the goods over, but there are too many people eyeing this batch. He hasn't confirmed they're definitely for us yet. Expect a lot of competition when it arrives. Want to team up for a big score? I hear he's shipping a huge quantity this time. Li had deliberated for a long time before finally deciding to approach Chén Sìhǎi for this venture. After all, when partnering up, you have to trust the other person completely. He could only handle one thing. I want half. Chén Sìhǎi hummed in acknowledgement before stating his demand. Ha? You want half? With your current finances, can you even afford half? Li had originally planned to give Chén Sìhǎi a 30% share. That would have been more than enough for him. But with the increase, even 10% would be too much for Chén Sìhǎi to handle. He wanted half? If he couldn't pay up later, could he really pull this off? That's my business. If you want to partner with me, half is my condition.
Chén Sìhǎi waited patiently for the response.
Li Yi would agree he simply didn't have the resources to handle everything alone. Besides, finding other partners would be a hassle for him. Fine.
If you can handle it, I'll send you the address and the funds you need to prepare.
This time, it might be a fierce battle. Don't make the same mistake as last time bringing just a few people. If that happens, none of us will escape. Li Yi cautioned. Li Yi feared that without his warning, Chén Sìhǎi might actually dare to go alone.
After all, on both previous meetings, Chén Sìhǎi had genuinely brought only a handful of people.
Got it. Chén Sìhǎi said no more and hung up. The information came through. It was scheduled for tonight. Such a late notice. Likely Li Yi had approached others first but failed to reach an agreement, which is why he was now contacting him. But those matters weren't his concern. If Li Yi suddenly decided to back out, that wasn't something he could control. Chén Sìhǎi probably couldn't handle all those weapons alone, so he brought someone else. Jiang Fan.
Among those people, he was the only one who maintained contact with Chén Sìhǎi and still had a decent relationship with him. With such a golden opportunity, Chén Sìhǎi naturally reached out to him.
I'll give you a few minutes to think it over. Get back to me later. After laying out the details clearly, Chén Sìhǎi prepared to hang up.
After all, such matters required time to weigh the pros and cons.
Hold on. Why the rush to hang up? Running low on credit? Wait, I'll top you up with a few thousand. I'm in. We're short on weapons here. How will we split the spoils?
Jiang Fan reasoned that if Chén Sìhǎi was getting involved, he had no reason to back out.
Hadn't he been cultivating his relationship with Chén Sìhǎi all this time precisely for a moment like this? We'll see how much we get. Either way, you won't lose out too badly. Chapter 20, Cooperation. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't guarantee the exact quantity and dared not make a firm promise. Alright, I'll bring my people over to meet you. Jiang Fan said nothing more and hung up.
Not long after hanging up, Chén Sìhǎi's phone buzzed with a message. That kid Jiang Fan really topped up his phone credit by 5,000 yuan.
Impressive. Was he trying to hang up because he ran out of credit?
He was just too lazy to waste time waiting. Jiang Fan brought over 200 brothers with him, and Chén Sìhǎi was in the process of selecting people.
Only about 100 people were standing in the entire hall. Seeing Chén Sìhǎi's expression, it seemed like this was already too many.
This is dangerous business.
You should bring more men. Even if they can't help much, they can at least shield you in critical moments. Chén Sìhǎi heard this but didn't even lift his eyes. Relying on these useless fools? Better to handle it himself. Forget the ones I picked earlier.
Everyone else, come with me.
I'm not taking people to their deaths. You'd better get your men in order.
There's no need for pointless sacrifices.
Chén Sìhǎi's words.
The system's notification tone echoed incessantly in his mind.
Prestige plus 10. Prestige plus 20.
It broke 1,000 in an instant.
After Chén Sìhǎi made his selection, Wáng Lǎohǔ reported that everything was ready and they could depart.
Following Chén Sìhǎi's advice, Jiang Fan eliminated a few more people.
Only a little over 100 brothers were brought along. They met with Li Yi. Li Yi recognized the familiar Jiang Fan, surprised that Chén Sìhǎi had enlisted an ally.
After all, Chén Sìhǎi's previous actions hadn't suggested he was the type to seek partners.
Mr. Li, you're acting so distant.
Such a great opportunity you approached Brother Chén instead of me.
Do you think I couldn't handle this?
Jiang Fan delivered the teasing remark with a flat tone, his expression unreadable to most.
You don't have the guts. If it weren't for Boss Chén, even if I asked you, you wouldn't have come.
Having worked with these people for so long, Li Yi had come to understand them. Jiang Fan scratched his nose.
It was true.
He wanted weapons, but he'd never snatch them from so many people.
Cut the nonsense. Lay out your plan and arrangements.
Chén Sìhǎi cut off their exchange. Their location, of course, was the docks. Numerous goods were traded here. He could clearly see a fight breaking out not far away. Here, ships carrying the goods they needed arrived constantly.
Others departed carrying goods from this very place.
If one were to name the most chaotic place, this spot would certainly rank among them.
Li Yi quickly outlined his plan, and Chén Sìhǎi pointed out several unreasonable aspects.
After making some adjustments, the three of them unanimously decided to proceed as planned.
I've already sent word over.
They said they'd give us some, but we want it all.
A fight is inevitable.
Li Yi had brought a considerable number of men himself, now they only awaited the arrival of the ships.
Those are just low-level scum.
These smuggled immigrants are the absolute dregs, any one of us could take them out.
Look at them, thinking they're coming here to make a fortune. But if someone manages to rise up, it's not impossible to make money.
Noticing Chén Sìhǎi's gaze fixed on someone disembarking from an enormous ship, Jiang Fan leaned closer.
He explained. These people, if they're lucky, they might survive for a while. If not, they'll be gone in no time. Chén Sìhǎi didn't wish to dwell on the matter.
After uttering a single word, he fell silent. He shifted his gaze elsewhere.
Not long after. They're here, Li Yi announced. Everyone sprang into action. We'll go prepare then. You try to negotiate everything with them.
Chén Sìhǎi withdrew his gaze, leaving behind a parting remark as he departed with Wáng Lǎohǔ. Li Yi boarded the ship alone to negotiate with the higher-ups.
Chén Sìhǎi waited nearby, listening as Wáng Lǎohǔ briefed him on recent developments at the estate.
The few of them had managed the estate quite well.
Suddenly, a figure approached their direction.
Chén Sìhǎi noticed the man had disembarked from the steamship.
Boss Chén, our boss requests your presence. The man addressed Chén Sìhǎi with great courtesy, adopting a very humble demeanor.
Who is your boss?
Chén Sìhǎi had a vague suspicion. The person you wish to see.
The reply was vague, yet both sides understood perfectly.
Alright, I'll go. Chén Sìhǎi didn't hesitate and set off immediately.
Sorry, our boss only invited Brother Chén personally. You'll have to wait here for him. When Wang Tiger and the others tried to follow, they were stopped.
Boss! Wáng Lǎohǔ called out anxiously.
They had no idea what lay inside the steamship. If Chén Sìhǎi went alone and encountered danger, they wouldn't be able to reach him in time.
Wait for me outside. Nothing will happen. Chén Sìhǎi showed no fear whatsoever, striding directly toward the ship. Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others had no choice.
If Chén Sìhǎi said so, he must be confident.
Stay right here and wait for the boss. If there's any commotion inside, we'll charge in.
Wáng Lǎohǔ ordered, keeping his eyes fixed on the steamboat. The moment he heard gunfire, he'd go in. When Chén Sìhǎi approached, they actually demanded to confiscate communication devices, even weapons were to be surrendered.
Chén Sìhǎi frowned. The people inside with weapons are all your men. Won't you be the ones calling the shots then? That's our boss's rule. If you wish to enter, we ask for your cooperation. Under normal circumstances, we won't use force against you. Perhaps considering Chén Sìhǎi's lack of prior experience with such matters, the guide explained everything to him in great detail.
Chén Sìhǎi pulled out his Desert Eagle.
Keep it safe. If I come out and someone else takes it, you'll pay the price.
Chén Sìhǎi thought he should buy something at Prestige Mall to conceal weapons.
Handing the Desert Eagle over to someone else felt unsafe to him. After handing it over, he quickly entered the building.
Li Yi and the others were all inside, but the person behind them hadn't shown up yet. From what those people said, it seemed the others hadn't arrived yet.
Li Yi spotted the usual dealers handling such transactions and assumed everyone must be present.
Until he saw Chén Sìhǎi approaching.
Did the person behind the scenes value Chén Sìhǎi that much? Had they actually invited him? Or rather, how did they even know about Chén Sìhǎi? Why are you here? Li Yi approached. If he came in, could the people outside really handle this properly?
They invited me, Chén Sìhǎi said quietly, yet his voice carried to everyone present.
Chapter 21, I'll take all the remaining goods. Who is this guy? Some present didn't recognize Chén Sìhǎi and voiced their displeasure at his arrival.
There was only so much cargo to go around.
One more person meant less for them. Their share would be reduced accordingly. TSK. Now any Tom, Dick, and Harry can come talk business? I've been away too long.
I've lost track of how this market really works.
Some guy who's never done a single deal before, trying to muscle in on our stuff? Think we're all pushovers? Kid, you've got some nerve.
Some of them were deeply resentful toward Chén Sìhǎi, their voices dripping with provocation. Chén Sìhǎi didn't want to engage, but as their words grew increasingly vile, he raised his hand and slammed the most vocal one against the wall. The entire motion flowed like water, taking less than 3 seconds. My weapons may be confiscated, but killing someone here is as easy as crushing an ant.
I'm here because I've got what it takes. Shut the up, you noisy bastards. Chén Sìhǎi tightened his grip on the man's throat, squeezing harder and harder, as if the next second would bring suffocation. Big brother Chén, do me a favor and let go of that guy? I don't want any bloodshed here.
After all, I'm in business, I don't like killing.
Just as Chén Sìhǎi was about to deliver another threatening remark, a figure emerged from the inner room. Chén Sìhǎi noticed the other's expression shift with added respect.
He knew exactly who this man was.
The owner of this batch of weapons, Yi Ziye. Chén Sìhǎi locked eyes with him for a few seconds before finally releasing the man he was holding.
The moment Chén Sìhǎi released his grip, the man gasped for breath. He seemed unable to recover.
Mr. Chén was personally invited by me. If any of you have issues with him, you may leave now. After all, I didn't beg you to come.
If the goods were good enough, he knew just a word from him would draw countless competitors.
With Yi Ziye speaking up, they couldn't really say anything more.
Most importantly, that earlier display had genuinely shaken them.
Chén Sìhǎi could tell from the prestige points added by the system.
I know why you're all here, so I won't waste time.
I'll get straight to the point.
I brought 18,000 pieces, a substantial number.
I'd previously agreed with Li Yi to give him 8,000. The remaining 10,000? You guys figure it out yourselves. Yi Ziye didn't want to waste time either and announced directly. Why should Li Yi get 8,000 pieces?
There are over a dozen of us splitting 10,000 pieces. That leaves just a few for each person. We won't even have enough for our own use, let alone selling them outside.
Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the man who'd announced the rule.
After uttering those words, he closed his eyes.
He'd made up his mind not to get involved anymore. With Li Yi taking the lion's share, it was only natural for the others to voice their discontent. They wondered why he deserved it. Got the guts to take it by force? Li Yi stared at those who disapproved. He'd put in a lot of effort to get these items. The rest depended on how much Chén Sìhǎi could secure. Their original plan might need adjusting. I want 5,000 pieces. Divide the rest among yourselves. Someone declared imperiously. Chén Sìhǎi noticed that while others murmured discontent at the demand for 5,000 pieces, none openly objected. Chén Sìhǎi watched as they began fighting over the weapons, yet he remained silent. Not until the very end, when all had settled their shares, did Chén Sìhǎi finally state how many he wanted. It was as if he had merely come to go through the motions. Li Yi grew anxious, wanting to urge Chén Sìhǎi to speak up. They had already agreed on the goods. Even an extra 1,000 pieces would mean a significant profit. What on earth was Chén Sìhǎi doing? Have you all finished your allocations? Yi Zhiya noticed the slowdown in activity. Those who hadn't secured their share were deeply dissatisfied, but lacking the clout of others, they dared not protest further. They could only look for other solutions. Yi Ziyi glanced at Chén Sìhǎi, noting that he hadn't spoken a word. He kept his head down, lost in thought. Chén Sìhǎi's thoughts were actually quite simple. He was weighing whether to wait until they were leaving with the goods to make his move, or to speak up now. Excuse me, everyone. I'll take the rest of the goods. Chén Sìhǎi spoke up quickly. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The others watched Chén Sìhǎi with mocking expressions. Chén Sìhǎi, you've gained some notoriety lately, but don't forget in our eyes, you're nothing. Perhaps Chén Sìhǎi's earlier move had intimidated them, for they dared not utter anything particularly harsh. Chén Sìhǎi's movements had been so swift, clearly the work of someone trained. Here, without weapons, they were no match for Chén Sìhǎi. What I want, no one can take from me. Rather than having me take it from you after you've paid, hand it over now. Chén Sìhǎi spoke calmly. Who the hell do you think you are? Trying to steal my stuff? I'll see if you've got the guts. Killing a few people makes you think you're hot stuff. Today I'll teach you a lesson. Keep your tail tucked between your legs from now on, you're a pain in my ass. The one who had initially claimed 5,000 points spoke up immediately. Those who are too arrogant rarely survive. Care to try? Gentlemen, what's your choice? Chén Sìhǎi flexed his muscles, thinking he could simply beat them into submission one by one. He'd been wielding weapons these past days, but his fists were actually pretty formidable too. The others naturally wouldn't yield. Chén Sìhǎi forced them to willingly relinquish their weapons. Have you made up your mind? Chén Sìhǎi wasn't about to let them leave this ship unchallenged. Fine, very fine. You've got the guts. If you leave this dock unscathed, I'll change my surname. In the end, Chén Sìhǎi relied on his fists to successfully seize the remaining weapons. The others, left without weapons, were escorted out. To prevent any theft, the weapons will be delivered ashore in 2 days. My men will contact you then. Boss Chén, forcing them to surrender their weapons like this, they won't let this go easily. If you ask me, I can smooth things over for you. Yi Ziyi wanted Chén Sìhǎi to owe him a favor. I don't need anyone's help to deal with them. Chén Sìhǎi dared to act because he was confident in his plan. Even if the weapons weren't here today, Chén Sìhǎi could still take them back with him. You're arrogant. I admire that. So I hope to see you again in 2 days, Boss Chén. Here's your Desert Eagle. Chapter 22, Need some help? Yi Ziyi handed the Desert Eagle his subordinate had given him back to Chén Sìhǎi. The moment he gripped it, he sensed something different. This Desert Eagle was completely different from the ones they usually saw. Lighter. Perhaps there were other differences as well. Chén Sìhǎi harbored secrets unknown to them. But prying the information he wanted out of Chén Sìhǎi might take a very long time. If you can't handle this matter, feel free to come find me anytime. I'd very much like to be your friend. Yi Ziyi showed no sign of unease as he returned Chén Sìhǎi's Desert Eagle to him. All right. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at Yi Ziyi, saying nothing else. With an olive branch extended, Chén Sìhǎi naturally accepted it gladly. After Chén Sìhǎi and Li Yi left, Li Yi still felt a sense of unreality. Did you know Yi Ziyi before? Li Yi observed their interaction, which didn't seem like that of strangers. Yet if they were acquainted, there was still a certain unfamiliarity. It had taken him years in this line of work to finally meet Yi Ziyi. If Chén Sìhǎi had known someone like that right after taking office. How could that be? First time meeting, Chén Sìhǎi replied, equally curious about the intentions of this man who'd shown him such warmth from their very first encounter. He didn't believe anyone would be friendly toward him given his current standing. That's strange. You'd better be careful lately. Businessmen never rise early without profit. Li Yi cautioned. In their circle, nothing was done without a reward. According to the 50-50 split, I'll give you 1,000 weapons after the deal closes the day after tomorrow. Don't contact me for now. I've got people watching me. I need to deal with some trouble and won't have time for you. Chén Sìhǎi toyed with the Desert Eagle in his hand, already prepared to face his enemies. Building a reputation starting with them wouldn't be a bad idea. You don't want my help? Those guys aren't pushovers. Honestly, even I can't guarantee I could handle them. Li Yi certainly had powerful backers, but he would never let them intervene on Chén Sìhǎi's behalf. No need. After exchanging a few words with Li Yi, Chén Sìhǎi deliberately distanced himself. It looked as though they'd merely exchanged polite greetings because their earlier plans had been cancelled. Few people knew the true nature of Li Yi and Chén Sìhǎi's relationship. Sure enough, just as Chén Sìhǎi had anticipated, he hadn't even reached the spot where he was supposed to meet Wang Tiger before being surrounded by men. You little punk, you've got some nerve. Who do you think you are, trying to watch and steal someone else's stuff? Take this kid out. Inside, without weapons, they were no match for Chén Sìhǎi in a fight. But once outside, in their eyes, Chén Sìhǎi was nothing. Inside, Chén Sìhǎi had him by the throat. He'd nearly died. In front of all those people, he lost all face. How could he possibly accept that? Oh, it's you. Chén Sìhǎi narrowed his eyes, taking a moment to recall. There was such a person, that unlucky bastard. It seemed he believed his previous capture by Chén Sìhǎi had been mere luck. So he'd brought all these men to kill him and vent his rage. Anything you have to say, take it to the king of hell down below. Move. He didn't want to waste any more time. The longer this dragged on, the more trouble they'd have to deal with. As they moved to attack, Chén Sìhǎi struck back simultaneously. The fight erupted here. Some watched from the shadows, waiting to pounce like the yellow-breasted bird. Others were itching to jump in and stir things up. Of course, Wáng Lǎohǔ's crew spotted their boss's men locked in confrontation and immediately sprinted over. Chén Sìhǎi wasn't actually in much danger here. Their bullets couldn't possibly hit him. After the system provided that serum, Chén Sìhǎi's physical capabilities were incomparable to before. Sometimes, in the final seconds, he could sense where a bullet was heading. On several occasions, he narrowly dodged them. Chén Sìhǎi bore numerous wounds, large and small. But beneath his feet lay the corpses of many. Zhào Jīnlóng, who had planned to kill Chén Sìhǎi amidst the crowd to exact revenge, sensed something was amiss and immediately realized the danger. Retreat! Quickly! This man is far beyond our capabilities. Zhào Jīnlóng sensed that if they stayed any longer, they would all die. Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't let them go. With that, Zhào Jīnlóng abandoned the others and sprinted off in another direction. With their leader gone, the remaining henchmen instantly lost all sense of purpose. Chén Sìhǎi quickly found an opening, broke free, and caught up with Zhào Jīnlóng. Just as he had done on the ship, he seized Zhào Jīnlóng by the throat. Only then did Zhào Jīnlóng truly understand that some people possessed innate talent, no matter where they were. And such men were not opponents he could handle. Trying to run? If you want to kill me, you'll pay the price. Chén Sìhǎi intended to kill him, thinking it would eliminate future troubles. He could even have Wang Tiger take over his territory. They were desperately short on cash right now. Ding! System task, spare Zhào Jīnlóng and recruit him as your subordinate to contribute prestige points. 210,000. Success reward, 1 vial of potion enhancing physical reflexes. Failure penalty, all current prestige points deducted, and the prestige marketplace closed for 1 month. When Chén Sìhǎi saw that final number, he glanced at Zhào Jīnlóng, who was now gasping for breath. Forget it. The system task takes priority. Chén Sìhǎi released Zhào Jīnlóng. I'm giving you a chance to live. Seeing Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others approaching, Chén Sìhǎi felt considerably more at ease. I'll agree to anything you want. I'll give you everything. Please spare my life. Zhào Jīnlóng's breathing remained labored, but he understood that defying Chén Sìhǎi now would only bring certain death. Obey me. Chén Sìhǎi tossed out the command, waiting silently for Zhào Jīnlóng's response. I agree. I agree. Please don't kill me. Many people were watching the situation between Zhào Jīnlóng and Chén Sìhǎi. After all, Zhào Jīnlóng was a somewhat well-known figure among the estate owners. Now he lay pinned to the ground, pleading for mercy. Then go back and pack your things. Bring everything with you. Chén Sìhǎi yanked him to his feet and brushed the dust off his clothes. Why didn't you just do this sooner? You've got my hands sore from hitting you. Only then did Chén Sìhǎi notice the numerous wounds on his own body, inflicted by their blows. Chapter 23, Send Me. Ouch. Chén Sìhǎi touched the wound on his hand and let out a reflexive cry. Damn it, these guys really hit hard. If Zhào Jīnlóng knew what Chén Sìhǎi was thinking, he'd surely retort. Look at how you fought back, only a few of his men are left alive. Fine, I'll go back and finish them off. Zhào Jīnlóng had no objections. He dared not voice any objections to Chén Sìhǎi now. Zhào Jīnlóng provides plus 1,000 prestige points. Current target prestige, 1,210,000. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the man who'd nearly scared himself silly and dismissed him. Standing amidst the pile of corpses, he scanned the room. Gentlemen, if you want something from me, be prepared to pay the price. Whether there's such a thing as a free lunch in this world, Chén Sìhǎi, don't know. All I know is that if you want a freeload off me, Chén Sìhǎi, there are only 2 words for that, no way. Lately, I've been expanding my operations. Bring me the territories you've worked so hard to conquer, I welcome it. Chén Sìhǎi even mimed counting money at them.
After what happened with Chao Guisheng, those who still wanted to make a move would have to consider whether they had the guts to do so. Just as Chén Sìhǎi had anticipated, no one came looking for trouble until he and his men had departed. Of course, it was possible they held back because Chén Sìhǎi hadn't brought his weapons today. Chén Sìhǎi and Zhang Fan returned together to the hidden tiger manor. I got 9,000. I'll give you 2,000. As for the rest, you don't need to concern yourself. Chén Sìhǎi didn't need anyone else's help. Besides, involving too many people in this matter would only complicate things further. Consider these 2,000 as a token of appreciation for Zhang Fan accompanying him on this trip. On the way back, Zhang Fan had already heard about Chén Sìhǎi's exploits. By now, the news had likely spread far and wide. Chén Sìhǎi of Tiger Lying Manor was a formidable figure, single-handedly taking on over 30 men without showing the slightest weakness. In the end, he'd taken down Chao Guisheng himself. It was also known that this time, Chén Sìhǎi had offended quite a few people. If Chén Sìhǎi were to force them into a joint confession, claiming they'd acted together, Zhang Fan might send a few men to pay lip service to Chén Sìhǎi. But now it's different. He's made up his mind. He would help Chén Sìhǎi. Count me in. Just give me a share of the kingdom you've built. Those people are dangerous. Chén Sìhǎi warned. I know. But since we're splitting the spoils, how can I let you shoulder all the risk alone? I believe the status quo here isn't set in stone. We can work together. The people backing me are formidable. With them, I can at least guarantee your safety. When Zhang Fan said count me in, he had already thought things through. Even without him, Chén Sìhǎi would have pursued these plans. Chén Sìhǎi going it alone would make success incredibly difficult. With him on board, it would be much easier. Yes, Zhang Fan had never considered the possibility of Chén Sìhǎi losing. From the moment he decided to maintain friendly relations with Chén Sìhǎi, Zhang Fan had come to understand many things. Alright, I'll give you 3,000. When the time comes, bring your men with me. I'll do my best to ensure your people return safely. Chén Sìhǎi would make arrangements, knowing exactly which men would strike on which day. He planned to employ a diversionary tactic. These past few days, Chén Sìhǎi and his men had been preparing meticulously. Zhang Fan and his crew were quietly making preparations too. Just thinking about Chén Sìhǎi's plan got his blood pumping. Zhang Gu, the owner of the largest estate in the district and the patron of several other estate owners, was their target this time. Chén Sìhǎi led the majority of his men to draw Zhang Ji's attention. Zhang Fan, meanwhile, led his men to raid Zhang Ji's stronghold. Only someone as bold as Chén Sìhǎi would dare attempt such a scheme. Truthfully, Zhang Fan occasionally wondered, could Chén Sìhǎi really pull this off? Not only would he have to confront those who were always ready to strike, but he would also have to face Zhang Gu, who controlled the largest industrial park. But that thought didn't linger long. He was certain Chén Sìhǎi would succeed. Our strategy is guerrilla warfare. When they advance, we retreat. When they retreat, we advance. Chén Sìhǎi had made extensive preparations. For instance, they had retrieved their weapons overnight yesterday. Yi Ziyi had helped expedite things on that end, which is why it went so smoothly. But Chén Sìhǎi had deliberately announced that the transaction would take place today. This could catch them off guard. Chén Sìhǎi had also exchanged quite a few valuable items at the prestige market. His reputation had spread far and wide, and Chén Sìhǎi now possessed 50,000 prestige points. But he'd already spent most of it on all sorts of strange items. For instance, a smoke grenade that could be fired from a gun and would instantly detonate. Enemies wouldn't have time to react, allowing his men to escape immediately. Attaching it to their weapons would grant them an unexpected edge in critical moments. Why resort to such tactics? Because the disparity in their numbers was simply too great. It's said that to deal with this rising star, Zhang Gu even contacted several estate owners. He was determined to reclaim every shred of dignity lost at the estate. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't care less how many men he gathered. He was already prepared. They proceeded to the dock as usual. Zhang Gu and his men were already waiting there. This time we must take down Chén Sìhǎi. If we let this man continue to grow, none of us will fare well in the future. We've lived freely all these years. Do you really want to end up working under someone else? Zhang Gu surveyed their preparations. This time, Chén Sìhǎi had to die. All the estates must be ours. Chén Sìhǎi has no place claiming them. Enough talk, Boss Jiang. We all get it. This Chén Sìhǎi has gotten way too cocky. We'll show him what's what. But we still rely on Boss Jiang. After all, we're just small estate owners. It's only through Boss Jiang's protection that we've made it this far. Zhang Gu was thoroughly satisfied with their words. All those years of looking out for them hadn't been in vain. Boss, they're here. Zhang Ji's lookout returned with the report. Get ready. We absolutely cannot let that kid escape. Zhang Gu waved his hand decisively, and everyone took their positions. They had the entire dock surrounded. Not even a fly could escape. Chén Sìhǎi was as good as dead this time. Meanwhile, Chén Sìhǎi and his crew seemed oblivious to the trap waiting for them. In truth, Wang Tiger and his men gripped their guns tightly. The moment anyone came looking for trouble, they'd strike. Relax a bit.
Who wouldn't notice something's off with you guys like this?
Chén Sìhǎi observed the two men beside him, moving in perfect lockstep.
It was just a minor thing, what was there to be so tense about? Chapter 24, Who's the Hunter? Boss. This is my first time doing something like this. It's impossible for me not to be scared. What if they notice something's wrong and run back?
Zhang Fan already has his people controlling the signals over there.
It'll be tough for them to send any messages.
They'll have plenty of time to handle this.
I've deployed plenty of men over there. What's there to worry about? Trust your partners. Chén Sìhǎi, fearing Zhang Fan's men might be overwhelmed, dispatched additional reinforcements. After all, it was enemy territory. No one knew what lurked within. Every extra person meant an extra layer of assurance. With him here, there shouldn't be any issues. Alright. Seeing Chén Sìhǎi so calm, they gradually relaxed too. To avoid alerting the enemy, few knew of Chén Sìhǎi's operation.
They boarded a ship and hauled out dozens of boxes.
Yi Ziyi stood on the deck, observing the calm, undisturbed scene across the water. He knew this calm wouldn't last long. Though Chén Sìhǎi hadn't shared his plans with him, Yi Ziyi understood a little.
His ambitions were truly vast and his audacity matched them. Yet he always felt that Chén Sìhǎi could pull it off. That was why he was helping Chén Sìhǎi. Chén Sìhǎi probably didn't know that Li Yi had also prepared his own forces to assist him. Li Yi had only collaborated with him twice, and this choice of his also carried an element of risk. Still, he intended to offer timely aid. Not long after Chén Sìhǎi and his men left, Zhang Gu emerged with his men.
Chén Sìhǎi, if you want to snatch things from my hands, you'd better have the guts to do it.
The mere sight of Chén Sìhǎi now filled him with irritation.
Who did this nobody think he was, daring to act so arrogant in front of him? Big Boss Jiang sure knows how to hold a grudge. Even to get revenge, he had to bring so many men along. What? Think you can't handle me alone?
You really think too highly of me.
Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the estate owners. Zhang Fan had provided them with intelligence.
As Chén Sìhǎi confronted them, Wang Tiger, standing beside him, sent an operational code to the other side.
It wasn't necessary, but you're too cunning. When I handle things, I don't want any surprises.
So I made these arrangements.
Not bad. At least you'll feel important before you die.
After all, back when you were a piglet, you were humiliated countless times.
Come to think of it, we share a bit of history. Your entire batch of piglets was personally brought back by me.
You owe your current position to me. Zhang Gu believed this shared history might stir some emotion in Chén Sìhǎi.
Everyone who'd been a piglet knew those days weren't fit for humans. Chén Sìhǎi had paid an unimaginable price to reach his current standing. When the time comes, I'll let you experience what it feels like to be a piglet. I hope you'll thank me then too. Chén Sìhǎi stalled for time without showing any emotion.
Zhang Gu sensed something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. After all, the few people Chén Sìhǎi valued most were right by his side.
There shouldn't be any issues.
As for the rest, you can take it up with the King of Hell.
Zhang Gu waved his hand, signaling his men to move against Chén Sìhǎi and his group.
He had expected Chén Sìhǎi to fight him to the death.
But then, upon hearing those words, Chén Sìhǎi turned and fled with his men.
Yes, he fled outright. Based on their understanding of Chén Sìhǎi, up until now, whenever someone came looking for trouble, he'd always charge straight in.
He just went for it. So what's with running away now? Was he scared?
But judging by their disciplined retreat and Chén Sìhǎi even turning back to taunt them, it didn't look like fear at all.
They're asking for it. Chase them down and finish them off.
Seeing Chén Sìhǎi make a throat-slitting gesture at him, Zhang Ji's anger flared instantly.
Charge!
Their group advanced with such fierce momentum that others engaged in transactions instinctively stepped aside. Only after they had passed did the trading resume. Even those already engaged in combat glanced over to see what was happening here. After all, the people behind this dock weren't to be trifled with. Ordinary folks dared not engage in major fights here, fearing they might anger those powerful figures lurking in the shadows.
Is that Chén Sìhǎi, the newcomer? And that other one looks like Zhang Gu. Chén Sìhǎi seems to have stolen something from Zhang Gu. It's no wonder he's being hunted down.
It is normal, but this setup seems unusual.
There are several estate owners over there, all targeting just Chén Sìhǎi. Is he really that formidable? You wouldn't know. Just days ago, Boss Chén slaughtered dozens single-handedly.
I still remember that scene clearly. He's the most formidable fighter I've ever seen. The most conspicuous places always draw the most attention.
Chén Sìhǎi kept leading them in circles, deliberately disrupting their pursuit.
After one round of fighting, Chén Sìhǎi's group lost 10 men, while they suffered at least 50 casualties.
They couldn't afford to keep this up. Boss Jiang. At this rate, our men will all be killed.
Chén Sìhǎi and his men were too accurate with their guns. Running and shooting at the same time was child's play for them.
Hold your fire.
After circling several times, Zhang Gu noticed something off about Chén Sìhǎi's group. They could have escaped quickly, yet they refused to, insisting on maintaining that exact distance, neither too close nor too far.
They were letting themselves be pursued.
If this chase continued, it would be impossible to tell who was the hunter and who was the prey.
Open fire on them.
Zhang Gu swiftly changed tactics, inflicting significant casualties on Chén Sìhǎi's group.
Well, looks like you're tired.
If you're tired, you might as well head back early for some rest, Boss Jiang. Chén Sìhǎi casually fired a shot, taking one of them down, and continued diverting their attention. Just then, Zhang Fan sent a message they still had an hour and a half to go. Moreover, Zhang Fan mentioned that someone had already escaped and was likely heading toward Jiang Gu.
Chén Sìhǎi kept a close watch.
If anyone tried to head toward Jiang Gu,
he would kill them outright.
The distance between them was closing rapidly. They plunged into the fray, with more and more bodies falling.
Bloodlust consumed them.
Seeing the dock they were attacking suffer heavy losses, someone quickly stepped in to stop them.
Jiang Gu realized continuing the fight wouldn't bring them any advantage.
Seeing an opportunity to back down, he seized it immediately. Chén Sìhǎi, however, felt the timing was right and didn't care anymore. You'll be held accountable for the damage you've caused here.
Whoever broke something is responsible for it. Chén Sìhǎi glanced up at the broken items as the newcomer spoke. He nodded and tossed over a bag of diamonds. Chapter 25, Zhao Guoxing's Financial Support. Don't bother counting the rest.
Chén Sìhǎi was remarkably straightforward. After taking Zhao Guoxing under his wing as a subordinate, Zhao had given him a substantial sum. It was enough to sustain their entire estate for 30 years without lifting a finger.
Chén Sìhǎi never imagined Zhao Guoxing was that wealthy.
Facing Chén Sìhǎi's astonished gaze, Zhao Guoxing scratched his head, looking a bit sheepish.
That's my family's money.
I'm the youngest son, and they spoil me rotten.
They gave me a lot of money just to let me play around. Truth is, I've got deep connections here. Most people wouldn't dare mess with me.
Had things not gone so smoothly before, had Chén Sìhǎi not nearly killed him that one time, he absolutely wouldn't have come back a second time.
Then why didn't you go back and get your backers to come after me?
The fact that someone could afford to give Zhao Guoxing that much money to play with made Chén Sìhǎi certain this person wasn't ordinary. He thought, the system never does anything without purpose.
Because I don't want to go home yet. I want to prove something to them that I'm capable too.
In this line of work, life and death are always close at hand.
You've bested me twice, and I respect you. I'm willing to follow you. Chén Sìhǎi could tell he was genuinely sincere. After all, if he hadn't offered the money himself, Chén Sìhǎi never would have guessed he was that wealthy.
Within the system, Zhao Guoxing's contributed prestige points had already reached 5,800.
Then you'll be under my command from now on.
Chén Sìhǎi was short on cash. Even without the system, he couldn't refuse such a large sum. But Zhao Guoxing didn't follow him this time. Chén Sìhǎi assigned him to reorganize the operations at the estate.
Brother Chén is indeed straightforward.
I'll let this one slide, but next time you lot cause such a ruckus at my dock,
I can't guarantee what my men might do to you.
Yunyi accepted the diamonds Chén Sìhǎi tossed over. They were of exceptional quality.
Rest assured, this is definitely the last time. Chén Sìhǎi nodded.
After all, once today was over, no estate owner would ever dare lay a finger on him again. Since Mr. Yun himself has appeared, boss, let's give him face and withdraw for now. The message had come through. Zhang Fan's side had succeeded and was pulling out.
Soon, Chén Sìhǎi and his men departed.
Jiang Gu seethed with frustration but dared not say more. The reality was that even with 5 times more men than Chén Sìhǎi, they hadn't managed to take him down. As Chén Sìhǎi departed, he spotted Li Yi. He had captured several of his men. These are all informants who came to tip off the others.
I caught them.
Li Yi had waited along their inevitable path and handed the captured men over to Chén Sìhǎi.
He had intervened to favor Chén Sìhǎi couldn't refuse even if he wanted to.
Alright, thanks for your trouble.
Chén Sìhǎi showed no surprise upon seeing Li Yi.
Some things were best kept to oneself. Jiang Gu, seething with anger, intended to return to his territory to plot his revenge. He was determined to kill Chén Sìhǎi. But the moment he stepped onto his territory, something felt off.
The men guarding the entrance were not his usual crew. Who authorized this personnel reshuffle?
Jiang Gu wondered if someone had tried to undermine him during his absence. He stepped forward to confront them, only to find they ignored him completely. Realizing he wouldn't get the answers he sought from them, Jiang Gu started to push past.
Unexpectedly, he was stopped in his tracks. You can't just walk in here. Show your credentials. You. Open your dog eyes and look clearly. I'm the estate owner here.
If I don't have the right to enter, who the hell does? Just as Jiang Gu was about to force his way in, his right-hand men who had been stationed at the estate rushed over from the side and swiftly led him away. Within a minute, Jiang Gu learned the details from his men.
He was stunned. What are you saying? Chén Sìhǎi distracted us while he sent men to seize our territory? Jiang Gu couldn't believe it. Nothing like this had ever happened before.
But seeing the injuries on his right-hand man and left-hand man, he believed it.
Damn it. This is too much. He really thinks he can push me around. I'll kill him.
Jiang Gu was seething with rage, wishing he could strap on explosives and take Chén Sìhǎi down with him.
Boss. What do we do now? Go find the people behind me.
Chén Sìhǎi listened as Jiang Fan explained how the situation had been resolved.
He was quite satisfied. The losses were minimal. The money inside is mine, but the territory and the men are yours. I'm not like you, I don't have such grand ambitions.
After this, you'd better watch out for them sending people to take revenge on you. Jiang Ji's occupation of this place has made a lot of money for the higher-ups.
You've snatched their turf, they won't let you off the hook. Chén Sìhǎi nodded.
He was no longer just a guy hanging around the industrial park. If they dared to come, Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't mind adding another soul to his gun's tally.
Chén Sìhǎi's move sent shockwaves through the entire old street. Chén Sìhǎi had suddenly become the fastest rising power in recent years. Most notably, his reputation had skyrocketed.
As expected, it takes a major move to make a statement. Nearly a week had passed since that incident. Chén Sìhǎi's prestige had already surpassed 200,000. He also received a special gift package from the system containing over 100,000 prestige points. However, the system indicated a malfunction had occurred, and the bonus package might take some time to arrive.
Chén Sìhǎi didn't dwell on it too much.
With what he had now, he could take his time selecting items from the prestige mall.
Boss, assign me a few more reliable people.
Managing all these businesses at once is exhausting. Zhao Guoxing rushed in and downed 3 large cups of tea in one go. Lately, he'd been working so hard he only got 4 hours of sleep a day. If this kept up, he'd literally be worked to death.
If we had people as capable as you, would we still need you to come and fix things?
Wáng Lǎohǔ reported yesterday that you've already got most of it sorted. Then take a few days off before continuing. You've worked hard. Chén Sìhǎi thought Zhao Guoxing had indeed helped him a lot, especially with the money. He exchanged a health-enhancing potion from the system and gave it to him.
I heard your physical condition isn't the best.
This should suit you perfectly.
Zhao Guoxing trusted Chén Sìhǎi completely and drank it without hesitation. After drinking it, he quickly noticed changes in his body. Muscles began to form, and his breathing grew steadier.
He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but even his vision seemed sharper.
Zhao Guoxing was thoroughly pleased with his physical transformation and didn't question Chén Sìhǎi's trustworthiness.
He rubbed his fingers together toward Chén Sìhǎi, adopting a look that clearly signaled he had a request.
Chapter 26, Shock. Boss, where did you get something so amazing? Do you have more? I'll pay you for a few.
Zhao Guoxing thought about buying some for his brothers back home.
They'd surely need it too. If the price is right, I can sell them.
This kind of potion wasn't too expensive for Chén Sìhǎi to exchange now, and he could certainly sell it.
However, Chén Sìhǎi needed to consider how to avoid drawing too much attention. Just say the word. I'll take 10. I'll get my people to send the money over.
Zhao Guoxing's face lit up instantly. The boss still valued him. He was willing to sell such valuable goods to him.
Keep this confidential. Don't tell anyone where it came from. Chén Sìhǎi wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. No problem.
Many goods in northern Myanmar had dubious origins, and few people asked questions.
Asking too many questions wasn't good for them either. Here you go. Chén Sìhǎi immediately redeemed 10 vials from the system.
After the exchange, the prestige mall instantly displayed that the potion had entered a cooldown period. The next exchange would be available only after 90 days.
Chén Sìhǎi didn't mind.
After all, 1 vial per person was sufficient.
The system had other, even better items. Boss, you're giving these to me now? These aren't just ordinary items.
Zhao Guoxing, feeling the changes in his body, stared at the potions as if they were precious treasures.
Yeah, just handle the payment when the time comes. You've brought us plenty of money before. Chén Sìhǎi didn't want his men to lose too much. Ding!
Zhao Guoxing's contribution to the host's prestige points has reached 10,000.
Mission complete. Reward disbursed.
System notice, individuals who contribute more prestige points to the host demonstrate greater loyalty. Chén Sìhǎi looked at Zhao Guoxing and nodded instinctively.
Boss, I won't let you lose out. I'll leave the goods with you for now. I'll come get them back as soon as I get the money.
Zhao Guoxing hurriedly departed, likely to contact his backers. After he left, Chén Sìhǎi took out the vial of the drug that enhanced physical reflexes.
He drank it down.
It didn't seem to alter his body drastically, but Chén Sìhǎi felt his senses sharpen to his surroundings.
Dodging bullets would undoubtedly be faster than before.
To test this theory, he sought out Wáng Lǎohǔ and asked him to fire several shots at him.
Boss? Your operation's thriving now. Hardly anyone dares mess with you. Why would you want to do something so reckless? In Wáng Lǎohǔ's eyes, Chén Sìhǎi was formidable.
But he was nowhere near the point of being able to ignore bullets.
After all, he was only human. What are you thinking? I want to test my limits. Do what I tell you and shut up. Chén Sìhǎi stared at Wáng Lǎohǔ in disbelief. How could he possibly court death? All right. At first, Wáng Lǎohǔ moved with deliberate slowness.
He was afraid of hitting Chén Sìhǎi and hurting him. Later, he realized that Chén Sìhǎi could perfectly dodge every bullet he fired. The more he watched, the more impressed he became. So he stopped holding back, firing several shots in quick succession.
Chén Sìhǎi dodged them with ease. Take this. Chén Sìhǎi felt this wasn't enough to test his limits. He handed Wáng Lǎohǔ a different gun.
When they started again, Chén Sìhǎi sensed some danger, but he still felt it wasn't enough. So he called over a few more henchmen and ordered them to attack him.
Boss, are you sure about this? Wáng Lǎohǔ's hand trembled slightly as he aimed at Chén Sìhǎi. He couldn't shake the feeling that pushing further would take Chén Sìhǎi beyond what any normal person could endure. Continue. Chén Sìhǎi simultaneously dodged bullets fired from 5 different angles. After a short while, Chén Sìhǎi understood where his limits lay.
From then on, he gained a clearer grasp of his own capabilities during combat.
As for Wáng Lǎohǔ, he was so stunned he couldn't utter a word. What kind of freak was Chén Sìhǎi? Bullets that should have killed him with a single shot. The bullets seemed to have eyes, consistently missing their target.
Later on, Wáng Lǎohǔ truly had nothing left to lose. His shots grew increasingly erratic, aimed solely at wounding Chén Sìhǎi.
Yet not a single shot connected. Reputation plus 20. Prestige plus 30.
Chén Sìhǎi listened to the system's voice as he brushed the dust off his clothes. If word of today's events gets out, you know what happens next. Chén Sìhǎi believed keeping such matters under wraps would allow them to catch their enemies off guard when the time came.
Did you hear what the boss said? Keep your mouths shut. Wáng Lǎohǔ turned and reiterated the order to his men. Wáng Lǎohǔ followed Chén Sìhǎi, hesitating to speak.
He wanted to ask how the boss had become so formidable. But then again, it seemed only natural for the boss to be this formidable. After all, he was no ordinary man to begin with.
Forget it. You can't do it. Chén Sìhǎi had received the system's reward.
This time around, Chén Sìhǎi also noticed something. The rewards granted by the system after completing tasks were all exceptionally effective.
I wouldn't dare do something like that.
Forget 5 people attacking him at once, even one person with a gun would kill him. Boss, you mentioned wanting to assemble a specialized, elite team.
I've already hand-picked the candidates for you. If you have time, you should take a look.
Chén Sìhǎi explained that their line of work also needed to keep pace with the times. He had gone out of his way to recruit individuals with exceptional skills across various fields. Given their estate's reputation, word of Chén Sìhǎi recruiting spread quickly, drawing numerous candidates. Wáng Lǎohǔ had also spent considerable time screening candidates, selecting only the most capable. And regarding what you mentioned earlier, organizing a team for specialized training, I've already found those people too.
Their backgrounds are absolutely clean. Wáng Lǎohǔ had selected 500 candidates. How many would ultimately be retained was up to Chén Sìhǎi. Bring them over for me to meet. Chén Sìhǎi knew Wáng Lǎohǔ had been busy with these arrangements lately, putting in considerable effort.
In the living room, Chén Sìhǎi met the special team Wáng Lǎohǔ had mentioned. Several members appeared highly professional.
Chén Sìhǎi asked a few simple questions.
He knew immediately who was a fraud and who possessed genuine skill.
Keep only these 3. Take the rest out. Chén Sìhǎi needed high-caliber talent to assist him in his endeavors.
Of the 3 who remained, one was a chemical researcher, another studied computers, and the third specialized in bomb research. The explosives expert was a researcher from the United States who had been forcibly recruited.
Chapter 27, The Quest for Freedom.
Ordinary people who end up in northern Myanmar have no chance of leaving alive. Especially those who immerse themselves in research without concern for anything else. It was unclear where Jiang Gu had rescued this individual from.
He's been conducting bomb research for Jiang Gu. Unfortunately, the results were underwhelming.
Working alone, he couldn't accomplish much.
He's frequently abused too.
After all, those who fail at their tasks are considered useless, and useless people are always treated the same way.
The research I conducted in M country wasn't what Boss Jiang had me working on before, so I couldn't produce satisfactory results.
I can make those simple bombs, but their power definitely can't compare to the ones you bought back. Perhaps sensing that Chén Sìhǎi was different from Jiang Gu, he spoke a few more words.
You can't keep doing the same thing forever. It's time for you to break through.
I need you to develop more powerful bombs or something truly novel. If you can achieve an element of surprise, that wouldn't be bad either. Chén Sìhǎi exchanged a few brief words with him before assigning each of them to their respective positions.
Work for me.
If you deliver, I can give you whatever you desire, money, status, you name it. Chén Sìhǎi stared at them, tempting them with what they desired.
What if I want freedom? Dana Lee, the computer expert, fixed Chén Sìhǎi with an unwavering gaze. Why come to northern Myanmar if you want freedom? Chén Sìhǎi responded as if hearing a joke. Freedom?
In northern Myanmar, unless death came, there was no real freedom.
We're no different from the piglets here. Most of us were tricked into coming. What's wrong with wanting freedom?
Dana Lee was gifted with computers and had helped them commit many unscrupulous acts.
Truthfully, he didn't want to continue, but if he stopped, he would die.
To survive, he had no choice but to keep deceiving those poor souls into coming to northern Myanmar to keep him company.
If you've got what it takes, I can get you out of northern Myanmar. But first, you have to help me accomplish what I want.
Chén Sìhǎi agreed to his terms. He needed a reliable assistant.
All right. Dana Li didn't hesitate, accepting immediately. Hope, however faint, was better than none at all. Over the past few days, he had also heard many stories about Chén Sìhǎi. With Chén Sìhǎi's capabilities, achieving what he wanted wouldn't be difficult. Most importantly, at this point, he had no choice but to obey. Out of 500 candidates, Chén Sìhǎi selected only 100. The others lack the necessary qualifications. They'll still be weeded out. You'll have to keep searching. Chén Sìhǎi required at least 100 individuals. Wáng Lǎohǔ nodded. He would find more people according to Chén Sìhǎi's requirements. After Chén Sìhǎi took these men away, Wáng Lǎohǔ paid little attention to what happened next. Mainly, Chén Sìhǎi didn't give him the chance to follow up. They grew increasingly busy, requiring more and more personnel. Chén Sìhǎi's prestige grew steadily and consistently. Now, whenever Chén Sìhǎi went out to handle affairs, other estate owners would address him respectfully as Brother Chén. They gave him wide berth, clearly aware of the kind of character Chén Sìhǎi possessed. If they didn't go looking for trouble with Chén Sìhǎi, he wouldn't even notice them. But if anyone dared to cause trouble, he would stop at nothing to eliminate them. Now that Chén Sìhǎi's influence had grown too vast, ordinary folk dared not confront him. Only those backed by powerful patrons dared to act against him. That night passed as calmly as ever. After bathing and sharing intimate moments with Li Yun, as he prepared to rest, he suddenly heard faint sounds outside. He frowned. Turning around, he saw Li Yun lying limp on the bed, sensing his movement. Because he still wanted more. She immediately spoke up, "I can't take it anymore. Go find someone else." This man was simply too intense, she couldn't handle him alone. If this kept up, she'd be exhausted to death. She really needed to find Chén Sìhǎi more women. "No, get up and get dressed now. We have business to attend to." Chén Sìhǎi's expression turned serious, and Li Yun instantly understood, moving with lightning speed. "What do you need me to do?" Li Yun was no stranger to danger. Anyone coming for Chén Sìhǎi at this hour meant they were here to kill him. And trapped in this room, she couldn't escape. The only way to win was to cooperate with Chén Sìhǎi and take down their enemies together. "Just protect yourself," Chén Sìhǎi said laconically. He sensed there were only 2 attackers, but his villa was the most heavily guarded structure in the entire estate. Their skills were undoubtedly formidable. The moment they smashed through the window, Chén Sìhǎi opened fire. They dodged the shots, and soon a gunfight erupted inside the room. Li Yun stood by the door, wondering if they would come after her if she ran out to call for help. Li Yun dared not make a move, hoping only that Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others would quickly notice something was amiss here and send reinforcements immediately. Chén Sìhǎi's opponent proved formidable at the very least, the only one who could hold his own against Chén Sìhǎi in the months since he'd arrived here. Even though it was 2 against 1, it was enough to prove their skill. Perhaps fearing the gunfire would draw more attention, they quickly disarmed Chén Sìhǎi. Each wielding a military-grade dagger, they engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Chén Sìhǎi was wounded. Blood splattered across the floor. But the other 2 weren't faring much better. Chén Sìhǎi was the type who would inflict 1,000 wounds on his enemy even if it cost him 800 of his own. His blows were exceptionally brutal. His opponents weren't about to back down either. After all, they intended to kill Chén Sìhǎi before his men could arrive. The commotion was quickly detected, and Wáng Lǎohǔ, Asan, and the others rushed over at top speed. After assessing their skill level and roughly understanding their tactics, Chén Sìhǎi swiftly captured them. Chén Sìhǎi grabbed a sheet and bound the 2 of them up. In the dead of night, someone tried to assassinate him. He had to find the mastermind behind it and exact revenge. When Wáng Lǎohǔ and his men arrived, Chén Sìhǎi was interrogating them. "Who sent you?" "Boss, we were too late." Wáng Lǎohǔ hung his head. He had stationed so many men around this villa, yet these intruders still slipped through. If Chén Sìhǎi hadn't been a capable man, they would have been dead on arrival. He must reinforce the perimeter immediately. "It's fine." Chén Sìhǎi knew their capabilities handling minor troubles like this was all they were good for. It was only natural that someone with his abilities wouldn't be detected. "Put. You think someone like you can figure out who sent me? Kill me if you want, but cut the crap." Chapter 28, Interrogation. They'd assumed sending 2 men to eliminate Chén Sìhǎi and retreat unscathed would be a simple task. After all, no matter how strong Chén Sìhǎi was, he relied on weapons to kill. But they never expected Chén Sìhǎi's bare-handed combat skills to be so formidable. They were no match for him at all. By the time they tried to flee, it was already too late. In their line of work, getting caught meant waiting for death. Still acting cocky? Do exactly what the boss tells you, or I've got a million ways to make you wish you were dead. Wang Tiger was already seething with anger. If it weren't for them, the boss wouldn't have been injured. Hearing their insolent words, he kicked one of them straight in the gut. He kicked the guy so hard he spat blood. Just as Wang Tiger was about to kick again, Chén Sìhǎi stepped in. "Stop kicking him. One more kick and he'll die." Chén Sìhǎi had held back earlier, and their faces were already deathly pale. "I'm in no rush if you won't talk. Have them go downstairs for tea. Don't kill them. Oh, and if they spill the beans, give them a quick death."
Chén Sìhǎi knew from their expressions they wouldn't talk anytime soon, and he didn't want to waste any more time. The people behind this hadn't succeeded this time, but they'd definitely try again. He'd just wait.
Understood. Wáng Lǎohǔ immediately had his men escort them away. Having tea in their world wasn't as simple as it sounded.
They'd be subjected to every torture technique in their arsenal. If they didn't die, they'd be skinned alive.
Moreover, Wang Tiger was determined to do something for Chén Sìhǎi.
He worked through the night without rest. He kept torturing them, switching between burning them with fire and whipping them. These two men were incredibly resilient, refusing to speak a word. They looked like they were saying, "Do whatever you want to me, I won't talk."
Fine, very fine.
Then this young master will play with you properly.
Wang Tiger ordered his men to bring up the other tools. I can install an infrared sensor outside your room. If anyone enters this zone besides you, an alarm will sound immediately. You can also activate it if you want someone to come in. But this isn't foolproof. If they bring jammers, they can easily interfere with the infrared signal. Chén Sìhǎi listened to Dana's explanation and had no objections.
He hadn't originally planned on installing such a system, but Zhao Guoxing had insisted. He'd insisted on bringing the person over, claiming it was to upgrade the estate's security.
Install it.
Use the best. Money's no object. Zhao Guoxing, who had spent money like water since childhood, declared with great generosity. Speaking of Zhao Guoxing, Chén Sìhǎi recalled the incident with those 10 bottles of potion last time. Zhao Guoxing claimed he'd contacted his family, and the next day they responded, suspecting Zhao Guoxing might have been scammed.
In this world, how could there possibly be a potion that improved physical fitness just by drinking it?
And now they were even coming to find him. Zhao Guoxing's recent affairs had also reached the ears of his family members. After much persuasion, they finally convinced the family that Zhao Guoxing was living quite well now. In the end, they bought 10 bottles of the potion, half believing, half doubting. It cost them 100 million. Zhao Guoxing was dissatisfied with this price, convinced each vial was worth far more. When discussing with Chén Sìhǎi told him, "This price is acceptable."
Zhao Guoxing didn't press the matter further. After the family members used the potions, they kept asking him daily, when would more of these potions be available for purchase? They'd buy them no matter the cost. Zhao Guoxing later inquired with Chén Sìhǎi, who replied that those were the last 10 bottles. If they wanted more, they'd have to wait a long time. This incident caused a small stir within the Zhao family. It became common knowledge among the Zhao family that Zhao Guoxing was now faring much better than before, having managed to bring back such valuable items. Consequently, during that period, Chén Sìhǎi's prestige soared rapidly. Zhao Guoxing was deeply concerned for Chén Sìhǎi's safety. Last night, he had been out handling matters elsewhere. Upon hearing the news, he immediately returned. "Give me 3 days. I need to prepare some things."
Dana Li tapped on her computer and swiftly sent a list of required items to Zhao Guoxing.
Chén Sìhǎi had little objection to these arrangements. Since his subordinates were acting out of concern for his safety, he let them handle it.
While Zhao Guoxing was talking with Chén Sìhǎi, he received a phone call. The voice on the other end sounded extremely urgent. Chén Sìhǎi, standing close by, overheard part of the conversation. "Boss, we finally secured a deal with another party, but during the handover, the contact suddenly changed his mind and demanded to see you. They won't release the goods unless they see you in person. Our guys are being held there too. We've no idea what's going on."
"I'm already on my way over. Boss, if you have time, could you come by?"
A sudden reversal after a deal was struck wasn't entirely unexpected.
Zhao Guoxing had influence over this deal since he'd brokered it.
Plus, the buyer had already been secured. If he backed out now, it would cause them a lot of trouble.
"I'll be right over." Zhao Guoxing hung up the phone. "Any trouble?" Chén Sìhǎi asked calmly.
He hadn't had much to do lately.
Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others had everything well organized.
All he needed to do was occasionally train his handful of men. "I can handle it, but it'd be best if you came with me, boss." With Chén Sìhǎi around, Zhao Guoxing didn't need to worry about much. When it came to a fight, with Chén Sìhǎi by his side, there was nothing to fear. "Then let's go take a look together." Chén Sìhǎi disliked people who changed plans at the last minute. It always caused them trouble.
When they arrived, Zhao Guoxing's men were already waiting there. Boss Chen, you're here."
Zhao Guoxing's men saw Chén Sìhǎi for the first time. They looked at him with some surprise, clearly not expecting the man they'd heard was so formidable and terrifying. Was this seemingly gentle man before them? What did they say? Zhao Guoxing asked first. "They haven't budged. They insist on meeting you before releasing the goods." Given the large quantity of goods involved, it wasn't impossible that the people behind the deal didn't trust Zhao Guoxing's men. "Then let's go over there," Zhao Guoxing proposed to Chén Sìhǎi. They headed over together. The other side was waiting for Zhao Guoxing to come personally. Someone at the entrance invited them in. "You must surrender your weapons and pass through this security gate." The attendant glanced at Chén Sìhǎi, fully aware of his dangerous reputation. "You're the ones wanting to do business with us. If I don't buy from you, I have plenty of other places to go," Chén Sìhǎi said coolly.
They wanted to disarm him? Didn't they know who he was? They're the ones who have every right to be arrogant. Chapter 29, I'm waiting for them.
Chao Guoxing, who had been about to draw his gun, paused. Such incidents were commonplace, but Chao Guoxing suddenly realized. They were so impolite, even disregarding the people who detained them. Having come this far, there was no need for politeness either.
If your boss doesn't want to discuss this deal, release my men. I'll negotiate with someone else.
Chao Guoxing suddenly recalled that Chén Sìhǎi and Yi Zhiye had a decent relationship.
Securing a small shipment would be remarkably straightforward. There was no need to rely solely on him. Well, these are our rules here, Mr. Chao. It wouldn't be right for you to be the first to break them, would it?
The visitor hadn't expected to encounter such a tricky individual. Rules are always made by the strong. Chén Sìhǎi's words ignited Chao Guoxing's passion.
Well said. What rules? My rules are the only rules.
Have your boss bring my men out to meet me?
Otherwise, when bullets pierce your skulls, I hope you're still this cocky. Chao Guoxing stood beside Chén Sìhǎi, borrowing his authority to intimidate.
Had he been alone, he would never have dared such a thing.
Just then, a bald man emerged from the security gate. I wondered who it could be. Why, it's Boss Chao and your big shot, Boss Chen. Don't you have any sense? Who do you think these two are? Get them inside immediately. Detaining your men was a complete misunderstanding. We'd never do such a thing. We're here to discuss cooperation, not cause trouble.
Chén Sìhǎi and his men were ushered inside, where their own people were already waiting. At first glance, there seemed to be no danger. You said you'd only hand over the goods if I came personally.
I'm here, where's my shipment?
Chao Guoxing scanned the small room.
This didn't look like a place that could hold any goods.
Mr. Chao, please don't worry. We've worked together many times before, we wouldn't let you come all this way for nothing.
The goods will arrive shortly. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't shake the feeling something was off. Sure enough, the bald man and his crew didn't have any goods at all. They were actually planning to have Chén Sìhǎi lead a crew to steal someone else's goods. Before the transaction, that cargo belongs to no one. Even after the deal, it's fair game to seize. I'll handle the main part.
You guys just need to step in and help me at the crucial moment. Bald Head stated matter-of-factly. Chao Guoxing's temper flared the moment he heard about their scheme. After all these years in this circle, this was the first time anyone had dared to scheme against him.
Make him offend the people behind the scenes? And hand over such a large sum of money? Chao Guoxing made a snap decision and prepared to leave with his men. If you're not interested in cooperation, we won't force it. We'll collaborate another time.
Chao Guoxing left with those words, but unfortunately, the other party didn't give them a chance to leave.
We've come this far. Leaving empty-handed would be too embarrassing. I'm a man of my word. Blackmailing blackmailers is the most normal thing in the world. If I get it, I'll give you half. I don't want your money. That big ship has plenty inside. Everything we discussed earlier is null and void. What do you say?
If only Chao Guoxing had come this time. Whether he agreed or not, he'd have to help him. But now with Chén Sìhǎi added to the mix, they were no match for him. They'd have to give up half the profits.
Better than getting nothing at all, right?
Besides, with them involved, they could shift all the trouble onto them later. They'd already offended so many people, one more wouldn't make a difference. Chao Guoxing hesitated. The fact that they'd gone to such lengths to invite him meant this shipment wouldn't be small. If they seized it, there was definitely money to be made.
Boss? Chao Guoxing sought Chén Sìhǎi's opinion. When Chén Sìhǎi said let's do it, they'd start preparing immediately.
When he said let's go, they wouldn't linger a second longer.
Let's see first. Chén Sìhǎi neither confirmed nor denied the plan.
Chao Guoxing understood Chén Sìhǎi's meaning. They needed to assess whether this was worth their effort.
Rest assured, you won't be disappointed. I've been watching them for ages but never dared to make a move.
This was already the third shipment arriving. He had gathered enough intelligence about the ship's situation to dare bring his men to attempt a hijack. Chén Sìhǎi watched from the deck as the fight erupted.
That looks like Yi Ziyi's ship. Chén Sìhǎi suddenly spotted a distinctive jade pendant and raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected anyone to set their sights on Yi Ziyi. It seemed he couldn't get involved in this mess today. After all, he owed Yi Ziyi some face.
Prepare to withdraw, Chén Sìhǎi ordered his men once he had confirmed the situation.
Boss Chen. We've already agreed on the partnership.
If you take your men away now, our boss will be under immense pressure up there. Just as Chén Sìhǎi was about to lead his men away, the man who had been watching them immediately stepped forward to block his path.
Chén Sìhǎi smiled faintly. When did I ever agree to cooperate with him? Chén Sìhǎi twisted the man's neck without waiting for an answer.
Not long after Chén Sìhǎi left the ship, things grew even more chaotic over there.
Yi Ziyi arrived with his men.
His men were swiftly dealt with.
Chén Sìhǎi and Yi Ziyi exchanged a distant glance.
Chén Sìhǎi was the first to avert his eyes, preparing to leave.
But unexpectedly, Yi Ziyi came looking for him. I hear you also want the cargo on my ship? Why didn't you make a move?
If it had been you, I might not have one so easily today.
Yi Jie knew Chén Sìhǎi's capabilities. Returning a favor. Chén Sìhǎi didn't elaborate, but both men understood.
I have no buyer for this cargo. I'll sell it to you. Neither mentioned the men who had been dealt with. In their eyes, the dead held no place in their conversation.
Fine. Chén Sìhǎi didn't hesitate, quickly agreeing on a price.
He instructed Zhào Jīnlóng to take men and retrieve the goods.
Incidents like today's happen constantly.
Sometimes you encounter too many, and dealing with them becomes tiresome. You end up being a bit too heavy-handed.
Yi Jie muttered under his breath.
He had slaughtered every last one of them, leaving not a single survivor. He didn't tell Chén Sìhǎi that before dying, those men had hurled a torrent of vile curses. Some claimed Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't help, predicting he'd be betrayed sooner or later.
Others cursed Chén Sìhǎi.
But most of all, they cursed him. If Chén Sìhǎi knew what those men were thinking, he would have had something to say in response. He never agreed to cooperate. If he had to take it by force, he'd take it all. Brother Chén, you need to be careful. If your influence grows too large and you encroach on others' turf, they won't let you off the hook. Recently, people from higher up had been probing for intelligence on Chén Sìhǎi.
He hadn't heard of Chén Sìhǎi having any powerful backers. I know. I'm waiting for them.
Chén Sìhǎi smiled gently, as if awaiting an old friend he hadn't seen in years.
Chapter 30, ranked by time. Chén Sìhǎi had long anticipated this. He wasn't afraid of them. One word, let's do this.
Yi Jie fell silent, staring at Chén Sìhǎi.
He'd seen bold men before.
But he'd never seen anyone actively waiting for trouble to come knocking.
Sure enough, one rumor turned out to be true. As long as you didn't cross Chén Sìhǎi, he wouldn't give you the time of day.
But once you crossed him, the empire you'd painstakingly built could be handed over to someone else.
Yi Jie found himself curious just how far could Chén Sìhǎi actually go?
After all, this is what the higher-ups have instructed: at critical moments, protect Chén Sìhǎi. I'll take my men back.
As for the rest, have your people hand over the details to mine?
Chén Sìhǎi saw no point in lingering outside.
Since the matter was resolved, he could depart.
Alright, I'll handle these matters promptly.
Yi Jie had no objections.
In the car, Zhào Jīnlóng pondered for a long time before finally speaking to Chén Sìhǎi. Boss, I think with our current influence, maybe we could start developing our own products. Otherwise, constantly relying on them is too much of a hassle. I've considered it before, but there's a severe shortage of talent in this field. Plus, the quality we produced wasn't up to their standards, and sales were poor.
But things are different now.
We control several estates and hold sufficient standing.
What do you think?
Having their own goods would give them more leverage in negotiations. Zhào Jīnlóng had dabbled in this before and knew it wasn't straightforward.
First, the location had to be extremely secluded, and sufficient skilled personnel were needed to run the operation. Go for it.
Chén Sìhǎi reasoned that since it had to be done anyway, it was better to take control than leave it in others' hands.
That way, it would be easier to make things happen later. Alright, I've been waiting for your go-ahead, boss.
I'll make arrangements as soon as I get back.
But there are a few things I might need your help with. There were certain matters Zhào Jīnlóng couldn't handle alone.
He gave Chén Sìhǎi a heads up in advance.
He'd heard that Chén Sìhǎi usually lived a leisurely life in his villa. Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others suspected Chén Sìhǎi actually enjoyed this lifestyle.
Zhào Jīnlóng feared disturbing him might incur his displeasure.
Alright, just reach out if you need anything.
Chén Sìhǎi believed this matter would take considerable time to resolve.
Otherwise, other estate owners wouldn't be scrambling to source supplies elsewhere.
Who would have guessed that Zhào Jīnlóng, leveraging his extensive connections, quickly found a highly suitable location? The only problem was that the location was within another estate. And that estate wasn't theirs. After much deliberation, Zhào Jīnlóng concluded this location was still the best option and discussed it with Chén Sìhǎi. I've scouted numerous locations, but that spot offers the greatest concealment. It's virtually guaranteed to draw no attention. Alternatively, we could prepare a large cruise ship and operate directly from aboard. That would be secure too. We could destroy everything immediately if trouble arose. The problem is, we can't control too many variables. We're just starting out, and there will inevitably be challenges with progress, which will make our initial stages harder. We could wait until we develop new cargo, then move operations to the sea. Zhào Jīnlóng placed the information he'd gathered in front of Chén Sìhǎi. He waited for Chén Sìhǎi to make a decision. Your location is within their estate. How could they possibly agree to let our people in? I think the sea is a bit more troublesome, but it's actually safer for us.
Wáng Lǎohǔ chimed in with his own opinion.
The group debated for a while, proposing several approaches as they awaited Chén Sìhǎi's final call.
Which one is the best plan? Chén Sìhǎi listened, his head aching.
There is no best option.
Each proposal we've put forward has its flaws. Chén Sìhǎi pondered the options in his mind and finally selected one. Contact the estate owner and see if he's willing to relocate.
Chén Sìhǎi thought that if the estate owner was sensible, it might spare them some trouble.
All right.
Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others didn't think much of it after all. They'd seen Chén Sìhǎi's capabilities firsthand. But after all, they were after someone else's territory, not just a simple shipment of goods. Even if it sounded effortless and straightforward from their mouths. But when the estate owner Wen Shuebwa heard the message relayed by his men, he nearly thought he'd misheard.
Chén Sìhǎi wanted to negotiate with him the ownership of their estate? Had Chén Sìhǎi already consolidated his existing holdings and now sought further expansion? But his estate was so remote, and he'd never had any grudges with the other landowners. Why would Chén Sìhǎi suddenly set his sights on him? That's what their messenger said.
They requested your presence, and their tone was quite respectful, no hint of hostility toward us.
Boss, they've got their sights set on us. It seems we have no other choice.
After all, Chén Sìhǎi is notorious for his ruthlessness.
If we don't comply with Chén Sìhǎi's demands, we won't be able to keep our estate either. Let's go check it out first. I don't know what his situation is exactly. If he really wants it, and if he offers me a way out, I'm not opposed to joining forces with them. Chén Sìhǎi's empire was expanding rapidly.
When Shuebwa had considered that if Chén Sìhǎi intended to seize all the estates as his own territory, he wouldn't be opposed to aligning himself directly with him.
He'd heard that Wáng Lǎohǔ and his crew were doing quite well under Chén Sìhǎi. Why couldn't he follow suit? On his way there, Wen Shuebwa pondered many things.
When he arrived, only Wáng Lǎohǔ was there to receive him, yet he still felt unexpectedly honored. After all, back in the day, Wáng Lǎohǔ hadn't exactly treated him with kindness when they crossed paths.
Big Boss Wang, could you quietly tell me what Boss Chén wants with me? I need to know what I'm getting into. When Shuebwa held his teacup, his composure completely gone. He was itching to know the details the very next second.
Well, let's wait until our boss arrives to discuss it with me. From now on, you'll address me as Brother Wang San. Recently, they'd assigned titles based on how long each had served under Chén Sìhǎi.
This made it easier for their subordinates to address them.
Since Ah San had been with Chén Sìhǎi the longest, he became second brother.
Wáng Lǎohǔ was third brother.
Chao Guishing was fourth brother.
Chén Sìhǎi observed this development and had no objections. They simply passed down the orders. Alright, third brother Wang. When Shuebwa waited nervously for Chén Sìhǎi, not daring to look around. He thought, since Wáng Lǎohǔ was being so respectful, surely he didn't intend to kill him outright? Chapter 31, Wanting to Join You. Chén Sìhǎi descended with Liayun, spotting the man so flustered he dared not sit. He likely understood that today's matter should be quite easy to discuss. Mr. Wen, I invited you here today because I actually have a favor to ask. Ha? Boss Chén needs my help. When Shuebwa thought he'd misheard. After all, he had nothing of value to offer. Yes. I want your estate. You may make any request as long as it's not unreasonable, I'll grant it. After Chén Sìhǎi finished speaking, Wáng Lǎohǔ immediately chimed in with an explanation.
What our boss means is, you can choose another estate.
We'll handle the negotiations for you.
Or whatever you desire as long as it's reasonable, we'll make it happen. If this had been said earlier, people would have dismissed Chén Sìhǎi as nothing but a braggart.
You want my estate? Then can I join your group and bring it with me? When Shuebwa laid out his demand directly.
His current place wasn't thriving anyway, and his men were constantly being bullied. He might as well find a stronger patron.
Maybe he could even rise up. Are you certain that's your demand? This outcome had not crossed Chén Sìhǎi's mind.
He had already prepared to attack other estates.
Yes, I'm certain.
As long as Boss Chén is willing to take us under your wing, you know how tough it is for us to make it in this world.
A bad location and no powerful backer, not everyone can be like you. Following you might just change my prospects. When Shuebwa had thought it through clearly.
Now it was just a matter of seeing what Chén Sìhǎi would decide.
Agreed. Wáng Lǎohǔ, go make the arrangements.
Also, tell Chao Guishing his project can proceed. Chén Sìhǎi was genuinely surprised at how smoothly things had resolved. He felt it was for the best, sparing him a lot of trouble.
Boss Chén, you're getting more and more formidable. Want someone else's estate? Just say the word and it's yours, plus you've gained another ally. Liayun stood beside Chén Sìhǎi, teasing him. Chén
Sìhǎi accepted her teasing without hesitation. We have no objection to you joining us, but we need to confirm whether you truly qualify to be part of our group. Boss Chén needs people who are absolutely loyal to him. I hope you're that kind of person. Here, betrayal means a fate worse than death.
I'll have someone guide you later. For now, just manage your estate as usual. We won't interfere. Should any unexpected trouble arise, contact me for assistance. I'll send people to handle it.
Also, there's a section of your estate we need to use. Others will negotiate the details with you later. In short, remember this, here, as long as you're loyal enough, our boss is your strongest backing.
Wáng Lǎohǔ declared with solemn conviction, now fully aligned with Chén Sìhǎi.
In his eyes, Chén Sìhǎi was a man capable of anything.
Chén Sìhǎi listened to Wáng Lǎohǔ's praise with a touch of novelty.
Liayun, meanwhile, watched him with a beaming smile.
They quickly went downstairs to make arrangements. It was unclear how Wen Shuebwa and the others had publicized this matter outside.
In the end, it became, Chén Sìhǎi was expanding his operations, and anyone wishing to join his circle could come talk to him.
Lately, more and more people had been seeking an audience with Chén Sìhǎi.
Finding it troublesome, Chén Sìhǎi handed all these matters over to Wáng Lǎohǔ and his crew. Wáng Lǎohǔ and the other two fully understood the saying, 3 heads are better than 1. They discussed everything together, only needing to bring Chén Sìhǎi in for the final decision.
Boss, we've scouted several estates.
They lack any real backing and have been severely squeezed in recent years. It's only natural they'd come to us.
We're expanding anyway. Since when Shuebwa and the others have joined, adding a few more won't hurt. It's all about developing downlines.
Chao Guixing and the others had already analyzed the situation and found it quite favorable.
You handle the arrangements. Chén Sìhǎi had no objections. Alright, I'll convene a meeting with them soon. Boss, you'll need to make an appearance then.
They'd also tentatively discussed that their future would depend on their performance. If they proved capable and delivered results, they could potentially become the 5th brother.
You handle it. Chén Sìhǎi had no objections. Wáng Lǎohǔ and his crew moved with remarkable speed.
Within 2 days, Chén Sìhǎi received their call, inviting him to join them for lunch that very day.
The time and location were sent directly to his phone.
Chén Sìhǎi simply replied with a got it and didn't give it another thought. His reputation points had been climbing rapidly these past 2 days. Yesterday alone saw a jump of 100,000 points. Breaking a major threshold, the system rewarded him with a retractable folding knife. This knife was exceptionally sharp and deadly. Chén Sìhǎi had tested it, a light flick across the throat would be enough to kill someone. Most crucially, it felt weightless and featured a special mechanism. It was only at Dana's place that Chén Sìhǎi learned his knife could bypass certain weapon detection devices. Later, Chén Sìhǎi discovered the price of this knife, and the prestige mallet required a staggering 300,000 prestige points to redeem. This only reinforced his belief that the knife in his possession was something truly special. Wáng Lǎohǔ and his crew had been waiting there from the start.
Besides Asan and his group, Wen Shuebwa and several other estate owners who had joined their faction were also present.
Since Wáng Lǎohǔ and his crew had been handling negotiations with these estate owners, they hadn't seen Chén Sìhǎi.
The estate owners sensed something was amiss. Not seeing Chén Sìhǎi made them uneasy. Why hasn't Boss Chén shown up yet?
10 minutes had already passed since their agreed meeting time. With Chén Sìhǎi's prolonged absence, they began to seriously doubt whether Chén Sìhǎi himself was aware of their decision to join the Hidden Tiger Manor. They had come for Chén Sìhǎi. Without him, joining the estate held no meaning.
He's on his way. The boss ran into some trouble and is dealing with it now.
Wang Tiger glanced at the message Chén Sìhǎi had sent, stating he'd run into some scumbags and told them to eat first. Meanwhile, Chén Sìhǎi had just stepped out when someone blocked his car. Not wanting to crash head-on, Chén Sìhǎi slammed on the brakes and came to a halt. By a hair's breadth, the man blocking his path was nearly run over. Seeing their hostile intent, Chén Sìhǎi sent Wáng Lǎohǔ another message. He opened the door and got out. This was Wáng Lǎohǔ's prized car. If it got damaged, he'd likely have to endure Wang's nagging for a while, a hassle he wanted to avoid. So instinctively, he moved the confrontation away from the station area.
Chén Sìhǎi. Prepare to die. Chapter 32, What a Disgrace.
Chén Sìhǎi heard his words and chuckled. Such half-baked skills.
Who gave them the nerve to intercept him here? And they actually threatened to kill him? Clearly, they didn't take Chén Sìhǎi seriously at all.
Perhaps these men were simply no match for him.
Chén Sìhǎi toyed with them like a cat playing with a mouse.
Finally finding it tedious, he swiftly disposed of them.
Leaving one alive, Chén Sìhǎi arrogantly stomped on his head.
Now you can tell me nicely who sent you here to die. Chén Sìhǎi pressed down harder, burying the man's face deep into the sand.
A muffled whimpering emerged from below.
Chén Sìhǎi suddenly realized he'd rendered the man completely unable to speak.
Oh, my apologies. Chén Sìhǎi eased the pressure on his foot, waiting for the man beneath him to speak.
Chén Sìhǎi, your joy won't last long. You'll die. You'll get. The word comeuppance remained unspoken.
Chén Sìhǎi kicked his neck clean off. I kept you alive, but not to hear your nonsense. Always sending this trash to bother me. What a waste of time. Chén Sìhǎi muttered under his breath. He must have encountered them tailing him after leaving. He recalled Wáng Lǎohǔ mentioning it recently.
Near their estate, some people had been watching them constantly.
But they hadn't taken any action. Wáng Lǎohǔ had sent men to follow them too, though it hadn't been very effective. He guessed it was this group targeting him. Chén Sìhǎi called the people still inside the estate to come handle the bodies here. He drove away quickly. When Chén Sìhǎi arrived, the estate owners were chatting animatedly with their own people. Boss, you're here. Wáng Lǎohǔ spotted Chén Sìhǎi immediately. He had previously texted Chén Sìhǎi asking if he should come over, to which Chén Sìhǎi replied with a photo. Many bodies lay on the ground. Chén Sìhǎi had already taken care of them. His help wasn't needed at all. Chén Sìhǎi scanned the unfamiliar faces. Under Chén Sìhǎi's gaze, they quickly stood up. Boss. Boss. At Wáng Lǎohǔ's signal, they introduced themselves. Chén Sìhǎi nodded. From now on, you can follow these three. If anything needs handling, contact them. Welcome to our big family. Chén Sìhǎi spoke casually. As long as the message got out, the others wouldn't bother them anymore.
It would also spare them a lot of trouble.
Chén Sìhǎi sipped his drink while listening to their discussions about future developments.
The estate owners each had their own ideas about the future, even getting into heated arguments.
Finally, they turned to Chén Sìhǎi for his opinion.
I think all your points are valid.
Go ahead and develop your own paths. We'll see what differences emerge later.
Chén Sìhǎi spoke casually, his glass in hand. He didn't have a clear grasp of these matters.
Exactly. You should try it. Remember that news story? That project everyone wrote off? He ended up making hundreds of millions. But I haven't heard anything about that guy since. No one knows where he went. Someone else took over the project, though.
Zhao Guixing had far more powerful connections than them and access to much more information.
Does the boss never interfere with what business we choose to do?
The other estate owners hadn't anticipated that joining Chén Sìhǎi's group would grant them such freedom.
Up until now, Chén Sìhǎi hadn't asked them to do anything. Why interfere with you? Just do what makes you happy. Chén Sìhǎi saw nothing wrong with this.
When he needed tasks done, he had plenty of people to assist him. There was no need to involve them.
Reputation plus 100. Reputation plus 1000. Chén Sìhǎi was satisfied.
It seemed these people had genuinely been tormented by others before.
Follow the boss, and you'll have a good life ahead. Our boss is great. Zhao Guixing and his crew were Chén Sìhǎi's #1 fans.
They had previously told these estate owners how wonderful Chén Sìhǎi was, but deep down, they hadn't really believed it either.
But now they believed. They drank until midnight before finally leaving. Zhao Guixing quickly secured the location, but staffing remained undecided.
The people they had found earlier could only assist with menial tasks.
They were completely inadequate for the initial RD phase.
Fourth brother. Latest news: someone secured several top-tier chemical experts from M country.
Chemical experts were precisely what they needed most right now. Such a coincidence? Zhao Guixing frowned. When you're nodding off and someone hands you a pillow, it's rarely a good sign.
They'd been operating with extreme caution lately. After all, if they sourced the goods themselves, their suppliers would lose significant business.
The suppliers would resent them and find ways to disrupt their operations. I've checked. It's no coincidence.
They've been planning to bring back a group of chemical experts for quite some time, but only now found the opportunity.
You know how difficult it is to bring people back from country M.
And these are experts officially registered in M country.
It's incredibly fortunate they managed to bring them back this time.
If we're going to act, the best time would be when they're smuggling them in.
Zhao Guixing's trusted aide immediately reported back to him.
Go investigate this thoroughly.
I'll go see the boss. This operation is beyond their capabilities.
Bringing people back from M country means the people behind this aren't simple. Moreover, Zhao Guixing suspected that if these individuals were truly important, someone from M country might well come to rescue them. There would be complications. Chén Sìhǎi listened to Zhao Guixing's report, his gaze fixed on him.
With them on board, can we finally begin development? Chén Sìhǎi currently had no desire to confront those from country M. But if their development demanded it, then there would be no hesitation.
After all, this was northern Myanmar, not their country.
Yes, with them we can begin development.
I'll do my best to thoroughly investigate their people to facilitate our future actions.
I'll also confirm whether this is even feasible. If they're connected to those warlords, we won't proceed this time. I'll spend a little more time searching. I'm sure I can find someone.
Zhao Guixing chuckled, looking remarkably relaxed.
Undertaking something like this was bound to take a long time anyway.
All right. Once you've verified it, if it's feasible, proceed.
No need to wait any longer.
Chén Sìhǎi had noticed that Zhao Guixing had been constantly on the move lately for this matter, rarely at the estate. He was the true leader here. Diligence in his work was only natural.
Chapter 33: The House's People.
Chén Sìhǎi now controlled 7 estates, making him the most powerful estate owner in the region.
If one were to rank them strictly, Chén Sìhǎi's position might even surpass that of a mere estate owner.
Others harbored grievances against him but dared not voice them. Those estate owners who had crossed him lived each day on edge. Zhang Fan felt none of this tension, as Chén Sìhǎi maintained a cordial relationship with him.
They even had several joint ventures under their respective holdings.
But Zhang Fan paid close attention to Chén Sìhǎi, so he was aware of their recent underhanded maneuvers. Lately, they'd set their sights on the incoming chemical experts, a dangerously risky move. He had to warn them. When Zhang Fan found Chén Sìhǎi, Zhao Guixing was briefing him on the feasibility of the plan.
There were risks, but Chén Sìhǎi believed the rewards outweighed them.
And risk was the last thing Chén Sìhǎi feared. He had already made up his mind this project would proceed. He had already instructed Zhao Guixing to make preparations.
When Zhang Fan came to discuss it with him, Chén Sìhǎi remained expressionless.
Seeing Chén Sìhǎi like this, Zhang Fan understood immediately and kept his mouth shut.
Seems you've made up your mind.
Jiang Fan wasn't particularly surprised. Chén Sìhǎi was a man of considerable boldness. He hadn't just realized this today.
Then be careful. I can't help you with this matter.
After all, the forces backing me won't assist me in such affairs.
Jiang Fan had conveyed his message, and Chén Sìhǎi was prepared. Still, I appreciate your warning. Chén Sìhǎi tossed over a weapon. I made some improvements. It should feel more comfortable in your hands. Jiang Fan took the weapon and thanked Chén Sìhǎi. He knew Chen wouldn't have brought it out if it were anything ordinary. 3 days later. Boss, everything's been arranged.
Zhao Guixing had contacted his family for this matter. Fortunately, the potion he'd brought back last time proved highly effective, allowing him to obtain the intelligence he sought at a moment's notice.
Alright, let's get moving.
The group smuggled across today would be reaching shore soon.
If they went now, they could catch them in the act. I've looked into it.
The people behind this are from the Zhu family.
You might not be familiar with this family, so let me put it this way, they're the most powerful clan in this region, second only to the Bai family.
The forces under his command are countless.
We've snatched his men, he'll definitely find a way to get them back.
When that happens, we'll likely face a lot of trouble. Zhao Guixing had intended to handle this quietly. But it was impossible. They placed immense importance on the person who had returned this time. They deployed massive protection, even fitting tracking devices on those individuals. Moreover, as the house, few dared to cross them.
A simple check would reveal everything. But there's a piece of news that's neither good nor bad, we've already crossed the bookmakers. Remember Jiang Gu?
His backer is connected to the bookmakers.
Further investigation into the bookmakers would alert them directly.
I'll wait for them to come.
Chén Sìhǎi showed no fear, eager to test his 50 men trained in his own methods against them.
Boss.
Zhao Guixing tried to warn Chén Sìhǎi. The bookies and these estate owners weren't even in the same league.
They operated with far greater ruthlessness and left no trace. Outside, some even believed the syndicate were the only decent people in this region.
This incident alone showed just how adept the bookmakers were at putting on a facade.
But Zhao Guixing held his tongue.
There were some things Chén Sìhǎi knew. After all, the boss was that formidable.
That ship I heard the Zhu family cleared out everyone in this entire time slot just for them.
Getting over there will be tricky for us too.
They stood atop a nearby tower, watching the lone steamship glide toward them. The dock area was packed with the bookmakers' men.
Through the binoculars, they appeared relaxed and at ease.
They were utterly confident in the house's power, certain no one would dare lay a finger on them. Or rather, even if someone tried to lay a finger on him, they'd be courting death.
We'll deal with them once they're ashore. Chén Sìhǎi beckoned, and Danari instantly materialized beside him.
When the time comes, do your best to jam their signals. At the very least, we need to be able to get our people out safely.
Once they're gone, the rest will be easy to handle.
If they came looking for trouble afterward, Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't hand the person over to them.
Leave that to me. As soon as you begin your operation, I'll handle it immediately. Lately, Danari had been living quite well.
Every day, he had access to the finest resources to pursue the research he'd always wanted to do.
Chén Sìhǎi rarely bothered him with tasks, much less ordered attacks on his team.
He knew many had come to respect Chén Sìhǎi from the bottom of their hearts.
Danari was certainly one of them. All right. Chén Sìhǎi nodded. Among the few Wáng Lǎohǔ had recruited, only Danali possessed any real skill.
The others had wasted so many resources without accomplishing anything. The chemist, Zhao Guixing, had been taken away by Wáng Lǎohǔ to work on the cargo. A few minutes later, the ship docked.
Chén Sìhǎi watched as a dozen men, blindfolded and bound, were led ashore. Weren't there supposed to be only 5? Chén Sìhǎi asked.
Zhao Guixing shook his head. They probably spread that rumor on purpose to cover up something deeper.
Look, their uniforms all come from the same place. We'll just take half the goods. Leaving them with the other half should prevent them from pursuing us relentlessly.
Zhao Guixing and his crew were determined to succeed in this operation.
If possible, take them all, that'd be more effective. Chén Sìhǎi considered that certain research projects might be divided into stages. Eliminating one step would save them from wasting effort on redundant work.
Chén Sìhǎi reasoned that since they were already here, they might as well see what the M country was researching.
Agreed.
Zhao Guixing had no objections.
They prepared to move. Hold on. Zhao Guixing called out from the window, halting Chén Sìhǎi's steps.
That guy on the ship seems to be the third brother of the Zhuang family. If he's involved, our success rate drops significantly.
Boss, you must be careful. If we can't succeed, just save your own skin.
Zhao Guixing, lacking combat prowess, was left behind by Chén Sìhǎi to provide backup. Don't forget, our boss is every bit as capable as anyone else. Just wait for our good news. A mere third brother Zhuang is nothing. Wang Tiger slung his rifle over his shoulder, his blood boiling. He just wanted to go up there and take them down.
That Zhuangjia? He's nothing. Our boss is the real deal. Chapter 34, Famous? Never heard of him. Chén Sìhǎi looked at them and smiled. Wait for our good news. Chén Sìhǎi's gentle face radiated confidence in his own strength. Pick up the pace. This isn't your country. If you don't follow my rules, you'll get beaten. Because those few were moving too slowly, the man who had been watching them closely lashed out, striking the laggards with a whip. You haven't fed us properly in 3 days. How are we supposed to have the strength to walk? Even if you did rescue us, you still need us to be strong enough to work, right? We're completely drained, we can't do anything. Some, stung by the pain of the blows, began to resist. Truthfully, they'd resisted many times along the way, but each time ended with a brutal beating. These men dared not kill them, but torturing them posed no problem at all. If this continued, they truly feared they wouldn't last much longer. Looking for death. After all this time, you still haven't learned to obey, but you've learned to talk back. Zhuang San's temper flared instantly at these useless chemical experts. Bringing them back had cost the lives of countless brothers. The very thought made Third Master Zhuang determined to make their lives miserable. One of his most trusted men had died just to retrieve them. Some experts fell silent. Back in M country, they'd enjoyed lavish treatment, everything they desired was theirs. But after being taken away, they had nothing and were even subjected to abuse. This life, who knew when it would ever end? They had heard rumors about northern Myanmar before, but it had never concerned them. After all, it seemed too distant from their lives. Little did they know that within a month, they would become part of the very situation they had ignored. Their only hope of escape now lies in waiting for personnel dispatched from Country M. After all, they were crucial scientific researchers for Country M. Their country would send someone. They would. The people from M country were their only hope of returning home. But they forgot one crucial thing: once in northern Myanmar, even M country's people couldn't pull strings at will anymore. Escorting people out would be incredibly difficult. Just as Third Master Zhuang's whip cracked down on them again, Chén Sìhǎi and his men arrived. Over 100 men silently disposed of the outsiders and appeared before them. Useless fools. Someone's here, and none of you bothered to report it? Zhuang San had seen too much to be fooled. While the Zhuang family's power was undeniable, few would dare come looking for trouble unless they wanted to die. But he couldn't guarantee everyone shared that mindset. Take the one standing before them now, for instance, this one who'd come looking for death. This particular fool had some skill. He'd managed to appear before them without a sound. Third young master, we can't get through to any of them. His men quickly pulled out their phones to try contacting them. The inability to reach them meant they had already been dealt with. They didn't notice that as they put their phones away, the signal began to fade slowly. You've crossed the Zhu family. Have you thought this through? Third Master Zhuang gripped the whip in his hand, utterly dismissive of the men before him. They had brought a large contingent. Chén Sìhǎi and his men stood no chance of snatching their people away. Bookies? Famous? Never heard of them. Chén Sìhǎi arrogantly flicked ash from his cigarette. Wáng Lǎohǔ watched from the sidelines, thinking that provoking anger was best left to the boss. One word from Boss Chen, and Master Zhuang's face turned pale. Around here, aside from those beneath their station, everyone knew the Zhuang family. For the man before them to claim ignorance was a direct slap in the face to the Zhuang family. Very well. State your name. Under my gun, Third Master Zhuang never kills nameless nobodies. Master Zhuang lowered his whip, his intent to kill the entire group now clear. Third Master Zhuang, these men are crucial to us. Shouldn't we protect them and let them retreat? Someone close to Master Zhuang San interjected. They'd invested so much it would be disastrous to fail here. Retreat? I wouldn't be worthy of the name Master Zhuang if I didn't finish them off. Kill them. Master Zhuang fired at Chén Sìhǎi without hesitation. But Chén Sìhǎi dodged it at the last second. Zhuang Sanji narrowed his eyes. This man had some skill after all. No wonder he dared to act this way. Move out. Chén Sìhǎi and his men had a different objective than Zhuang San. Once they had the person in custody, they were ready to retreat at any moment. A fight broke out, and Chén Sìhǎi's group clearly had the upper hand. Their weapons were particularly unpredictable. You never knew what they'd pull out next. Sometimes bullets, sometimes flour. They'd blind their enemy's vision, and in the blink of an eye, their foes would meet their maker. Even the seasoned Zhuang San had never witnessed combat like this. He'd never seen anything like it, a gun firing something as bizarre as flour. Who exactly were these people? Zhuang San's men, besides protecting the chemical experts, had to divert their attention to fighting Chén Sìhǎi and his crew, naturally diminishing their combat effectiveness. On the other hand, Chén Sìhǎi's team just got down to business. He didn't worry about harming the researchers. The house isn't all that impressive, Chén Sìhǎi remarked casually as he knocked someone down. He shook his head in the direction of Master Zhuang's seat, his meaning impossible to miss. You're asking for death. How dare this shameless brat spout such nonsense in front of me? Zhuang San's attacks grew increasingly vicious, and Chén Sìhǎi guarded against him. Had this happened before he took the system's potion, dealing with it would have been far more troublesome. But now he had consumed the potion. There was no way he could be harmed. You think you can kill me? You're not even worthy. In the end, Chén Sìhǎi dropped the desert eagle in his hand and drew a dagger, charging forward. Holy! Boss is so badass. Wang Tiger grew even more excited upon seeing Chén Sìhǎi's move. True to his reputation as the boss, he could still slaughter enemies left and right even without a gun. Is that even possible? Ah San was genuinely stunned. He'd only thought the boss was skilled with a gun. Chén Sìhǎi fought his way through. The system's constant notifications echoed in his mind. Prestige plus 100. Prestige plus 500. Third Master Zhuang found it utterly baffling. For some inexplicable reason, he just couldn't hit Chén Sìhǎi. Time and again, Chén Sìhǎi would dodge at the last second. Such extraordinary luck could only be explained by mystical forces. As Chén Sìhǎi closed in, Master Zhuang abandoned his gun and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Master Zhuang's fighting skills were no match for Chén Sìhǎi's. Within minutes, Master Zhuang found himself pinned down by Chén Sìhǎi. Just as Chén Sìhǎi was about to strike the fatal blow, Wáng Lǎohǔ stepped in to stop him. Boss! Wait! Show mercy! Chapter 35. Take him back as a hostage. Give me a reason not to kill him. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at Wáng Lǎohǔ, who had spoken up. This man would never submit to him. Keeping him alive served no purpose. Killing him was the safest option. Chén Sìhǎi disliked killing, but he would never tolerate a potential threat lurking in his midst. Boss! It's like this is third master from the Zhuang family. If we keep him, we'll have leverage when the Zhuang family comes looking for us. Though it depends on his standing within the Zhuang family. Still, keeping him around has its advantages. Wang Tiger deliberately spared several of the Zhuang family's underlings. Later, they could extract more information about the Zhuang family from them. As you wish. Bringing them back wasn't out of the question. Chén Sìhǎi eyed the chemical experts trying to slip away in the chaos. He gave Ah San a meaningful glance, and the latter swiftly apprehended them. Ah San flung them to the ground. Trying to run? They'd gone through all this trouble, even risking the bookmaker's wrath, just for them. If they let them escape, all their efforts would be for nothing. If you've got the guts, just kill us outright. The experts had witnessed their bloody struggle. The spurting blood had splattered onto their own bodies. It was only then that they fully grasped they were no longer in the United States, where someone would protect them no matter what they did. Here, anyone could kill them. But their skills would only make them prisoners here. In that case, death would be preferable. Provoking Chén Sìhǎi and letting these men kill them was their best fate. No, we're pretty useless. Take them away. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the bound Zhuang San, his face still defiant, as if he wanted to say something. After swiftly confiscating the weapons from the others, they prepared to leave. After reuniting with Chao Guoxing and the others, Danari informed Chén Sìhǎi. One of them risked his life to send out a message at the last moment. I intercepted it. I altered some of the data. They won't trace it back to us in the short term, but I can't guarantee that over time. Danari had done her utmost. That's sufficient. Take your men back. When Chén Sìhǎi and his group returned to the estate, Zhuang San and his group were taken to the underground prison. As for the chemical experts, they were kept behind. Boss, we found out. This team was researching a new type of drug. Word is, if they succeed, it'll be a truly groundbreaking invention. They hadn't had much schooling and couldn't decipher the highly technical terminology, but it was clear these people were exceptionally skilled. Someone from M country will likely come looking for them. Check if they have any tracking devices on them. Chén Sìhǎi believed the Zhu family's men had already searched them, but what if they'd found a new way along the way? Once those M country people arrive, you're as good as dead. Someone blared at Chén Sìhǎi. These people were truly disgusting, they deserved to die. Just as Chén Sìhǎi had suspected, these chemical experts were incredibly clever. They'd somehow obtained materials to build an extremely small transmitter. According to Danari, they'd already transmitted their location to M country. Looking for death. Wáng Lǎohǔ kicked the man hiding the communicator. The man crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The last trouble they wanted to stir up was with that side. Don't be so rash. If you kick him to death, our losses will be even greater. I hear the military in M country has incredibly advanced weapons. I think we could learn a thing or two. I've brought the man back, the rest is none of my concern. Chén Sìhǎi had no interest in letting them pursue their desired cargo. Judging by their expressions, Chao Guoxing would have to devise many more schemes to persuade them. If you play nice, I won't hurt you. I'll even treat you well. What research you conducted before has nothing to do with me. But understand this, if you can't provide what I want, you're all useless. Here, useless people have only one fate. At Chao Guoxing's imploring glance, Chén Sìhǎi delivered a few words to maintain control. Chén Sìhǎi quickly departed with his men, leaving the scene to Chao Guoxing. Know your place. A week later, Chén Sìhǎi received a message from Chao Guoxing. He was invited to tour the factory. He claimed development had already commenced. Those experts weren't his match at all. Without resorting to any tricks, they obediently followed his lead. But then again, they were just a bunch of narrow-minded fools. All right. Chén Sìhǎi had recently dispatched several men to assist Chao Guoxing, having heard from Wáng Lǎohǔ that Chao's own people had all been sent away. When Chén Sìhǎi, Wáng Lǎohǔ, and Ah San arrived, Chao Guoxing was waiting for them at the entrance. Inside the factory, the equipment provided to those chemists was top of the line. With their expertise, they should be able to develop new products. To break into the market, those are the best options. Some products currently on the market had been targeted by government campaigns, significantly reducing their business. They needed to keep researching to grow and strengthen their business. Alright, you handle the arrangements. Chén Sìhǎi had no objections. After all, these matters wouldn't come before him. Wáng Lǎohǔ and Chao Guoxing could handle it perfectly well. When Chén Sìhǎi and his group entered, they saw it was indeed a massive chemical plant. If fully operational, its daily output would reach figures none of them dared imagine. They toured the facility, observing the experts currently leading the research and development efforts. Chén Sìhǎi noticed that one of the experts had difficulty walking. It was clear this was an old injury. They won't listen unless you show them who's boss. Once they're here, they'll have to play nice. Even if the Americans showed up, eliminating this group would be a simple matter. Where did you get all this equipment? It's not cheap. One tiger examined the top of the line gear and finally asked out of curiosity. My family gave it to me as a gift for the boss. I accepted it. Chao Guoxing felt immense pride at the memory. The last batch of medicine he sent back had proven incredibly effective. They kept asking him if there was any more. Whatever Chao Guoxing requested, they would send over. The Chao family had played a major role in enabling the rapid establishment of this highly specialized factory. Chén Sìhǎi hadn't realized others were involved in this matter. Chao Guoxing explained the entire situation from start to finish, and Chén Sìhǎi had no further questions. After all, anything the system provided was bound to be top-notch. Chapter 36, Li Yun's Anomalies. It was only natural that the Chao family would want more from him. Boss, my father said he'd like to meet with you when you have time. He mentioned there might be opportunities for cooperation afterward. Chén Sìhǎi's reputation was growing steadily, and the Chao family could have approached him directly. Yet they chose to approach him through intermediaries with great courtesy. Chén Sìhǎi had no objections. After all, they were people who had helped him. Meeting them wouldn't hurt. I'll arrange it then, but we should keep them waiting a while longer. That way, they'll have to offer more. Chao Guoxing had long since mastered how to extract more valuables from the family home. He didn't see anything wrong with moving things out of his home and giving them to the boss. Coincidentally, no one here, including Chén Sìhǎi himself, seemed to think it was anything out of the ordinary. After touring the factory with its seemingly bright future, Chao Guoxing delivered some less favorable news. Boss, our raw materials are extremely difficult to obtain. It took Chao Guoxing a long time to secure some raw materials. If the operation truly scaled up, these supplies would be completely insufficient. The sources of these materials were controlled by the bigwigs. To secure the materials, negotiations with them were necessary. Chao Guoxing could reach those people, but only Chén Sìhǎi could handle the negotiations. The moment Chao Guoxing broached the subject this way, Chén Sìhǎi knew another task awaited him. You make the connections. I'll handle the negotiations. Chén Sìhǎi replied to the message on his phone. Li Yun had gone out shopping. Chén Sìhǎi arranged for a few men to follow her, just in case some clueless fool tried to mess with his people. Got it. I'll make the contact and schedule a time with you later, boss. Chao Guoxing enjoyed dealing with people like this, straightforward and efficient. Whatever he said, Chén Sìhǎi didn't ask many questions. One word was enough, you handle it. Earlier, when the pressure was overwhelming and he doubted he could pull this off, Chén Sìhǎi told him, if you can't handle it, I'll clean up the mess. As the boss, he was the one who shouldered all the responsibility. After that conversation, Chao Guoxing realized that by following Chén Sìhǎi, he could reach heights he could never achieve on his own. Don't be fooled by Chén Sìhǎi's seemingly idle days as long as he's on the estate. No one dared cause trouble. Because they feared Chén Sìhǎi. With the addition of these few men, the estate ran smoothly. Chén Sìhǎi chatted with them for a bit, then planned to take them out to a bar for some fun. He also wanted to get a feel for how their group handled transactions. As they walked past, they spotted a familiar figure entering a private room. Boss, wasn't that the big sister just now? Wáng Lǎohǔ asked uncertainly. This wasn't exactly a safe place. What was the boss's wife doing here? She didn't seem to have anyone from their group with her. That's her. Go find out who's in that private room. Chén Sìhǎi had long suspected that Li Yun's identity wasn't as straightforward as it appeared. As long as Li Yun hadn't done anything to betray him, he was willing to turn a blind eye. But he couldn't remain completely ignorant. He had to be accountable to his men. Got it. Ah San quickly went to make arrangements, and they secured a private room. His mind was no longer on the earlier incident. Boss, at our level now, we can have any woman we want. If Li Yun ever does anything to betray you, I'll kill her myself. Chao Guoxing was the first to speak up. He hadn't seen Li Yun much himself, but he'd heard the boss treated her well. If someone like her didn't know when to back off, killing her wouldn't be a loss. Yeah, boss, we can have any woman we want. I'll have a few sent over right now. Chén Sìhǎi didn't stop him. Lately, Li Yun had been on her period. He hadn't had an outlet in a while either. If any caught his eye, he wouldn't mind having a little fun with them. Seeing Chén Sìhǎi didn't object, Wáng Lǎohǔ instantly perked up. He figured the boss wouldn't be interested in that sort of thing, so he hadn't mentioned it earlier. After all, when they discussed business, women were the bare minimum. Wang Tiger made the arrangements, and the manager soon brought over the best women available here. Tall or short, plump or slim, gentle or aloof, whatever they desired could be found here. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Chén Sìhǎi selected two who caught his eye. Wang Tiger waved his hand, selecting a few to stay behind. Brother Wang-san, Boss Chen, enjoy yourselves. If you need anything, just give me a shout. The manager was delighted by Chén Sìhǎi's actions. These were all cash cows. You girls take good care of these gentlemen. Serve them well, and you'll get your share of the benefits, the manager thought to herself, knowing the tips wouldn't be skimped on for them. Sis, don't worry. We know what to do. After the manager left, the place instantly heated up. When Ah-san walked in, he thought he'd entered the wrong room. After all, whenever he accompanied Chén Sìhǎi to business meetings, things were always proper and serious. Ah-san. Had he not spotted Chén Sìhǎi sitting right in the middle, watching others tease him, he would have turned and left. Come over. I ordered a few for you too. See if there's anything you like. Wáng Lǎohǔ was having a blast, but with Chén Sìhǎi present, they reined themselves in a bit. Boss, I've got the intel. After giving the singing woman a quick rope, Ah-san walked straight over to Chén Sìhǎi. Boss, I found out. That private room was opened by the boss's wife herself. I checked too, no one went in. The boss's wife probably just wanted to come here for a drink. Ah-san hesitated over his last sentence. Something felt off. If she just wanted to drink here, why avoid Chén Sìhǎi's men? Let her be. Chén Sìhǎi grabbed the hand beside him that kept drifting downward. He pulled her into his embrace. After playing with her for a while, Chén Sìhǎi took her away. These guys are too much. Chén Sìhǎi feared he'd explode if he didn't vent soon. Big brother Chen, are you in such a hurry? The woman, tossed onto the bed by Chén Sìhǎi, watched his frantic movements and chuckled softly. When you were seducing me, why didn't you ask if I was in a hurry? Chén Sìhǎi didn't care about her thoughts at all, he just went for it. Sultry sounds soon filled their room. The sounds grew louder and louder. Beneath Chén Sìhǎi, the woman beneath him was utterly satisfied. Chén Sìhǎi was the first man she'd served since coming to the bar. It felt incredible. So good she'd pay to be with him again. This man was incredible. As dawn broke, the woman awoke. She had no idea when she'd fallen asleep last night. She gazed at Chén Sìhǎi, fast asleep beside her. Chapter 37, Intertwined. Aya got out of bed to freshen up. When she returned, Chén Sìhǎi had already sat up and was smoking in bed. You look so damn cool when you smoke, Boss Chun. Next time you come by, come find me, I'll give you a discount. Aya took the cigarette from Chén Sìhǎi's hand, took a puff with narrowed eyes. She then stubbed it out in the ashtray and held out her hand toward Chén Sìhǎi. It's in the bag. Help yourself. Chén Sìhǎi recalled there was only half a gold bar left inside. It was left by Tiger Wang during their last deal, meant for emergencies. Aya took the gold bar, left a contact number, and quickly departed. They had their own ways of dealing with bosses like this. If they kept relying on them, saying they wanted a longer-term relationship, it would only make them dislike them. Some might even suspect they had some hidden agenda for getting close. The best approach was exactly what she was doing now, waiting for them to come knocking again. Chén Sìhǎi picked up the phone on the table and called Wáng Lǎohǔ, instructing someone to bring the man back immediately. After all, he thought Aya was actually quite decent. With his current status, keeping a few women posed no problem whatsoever. Aya hadn't expected Chén Sìhǎi to be so straightforward. He'd redeemed her outright and brought her back to the estate. Wáng Lǎohǔ arranged for Aya to stay at a location neither too close nor too far from Chén Sìhǎi's villa. As long as no one stops you, you can go anywhere you please. Wáng Lǎohǔ left after giving just that one instruction. Aya thought to herself that having been rescued from that place, she ought to thank Chén Sìhǎi. It would be best to attract Chén Sìhǎi's attention and make him like her even more. As soon as she reached the villa entrance, she spotted a captivating figure standing by the door. It seemed like someone from inside, blocking her entry. So you're the one the boss slept with last night? Looks like you're pretty decent. Li Aiyun raised an eyebrow. Last night, she had ditched Chén Sìhǎi and gone to the bar alone, which had upset him. She came looking for Chén Sìhǎi today, but he refused to see her. Of course, Li Aiyun didn't believe Chén Sìhǎi was worried about her safety. He was probably afraid she'd contact someone else. Though that had been her original plan, Chén Sìhǎi's appearance had already derailed it. When she found Chén Sìhǎi last night, she only saw him taking someone to a room. Today, upon seeing this woman named Aya, she realized she certainly had assets. She had the curves in all the right places, a great figure, and coming from that kind of background, she was undoubtedly skilled in the ways of the world. Hello. Aya had just arrived and wasn't familiar with the people here. Better to be cautious, she thought. Under Li Aiyun's watchful gaze, Aya contacted Chén Sìhǎi. The door opened quickly. Aya stepped inside, noticing Li Ayan had no intention of following. You go ahead. He doesn't want to see me. Seeing him now would only upset him. Over recent times, Li Ayan had come to understand Chén Sìhǎi's temperament. If you went along with him, he'd treat you well. Whatever you asked for, he'd give. But if you cross him, you'll be treated like trash on the ground. It was precisely because Chén Sìhǎi hadn't sought out other women that Li Ayan had forgotten she was never irreplaceable. Chén Sìhǎi was drinking tea inside and made no mention of the person at the door. You don't need to be so stiff here, Chén Sìhǎi said, pouring her a cup of tea. You're the first man I've met since coming to the bar. Because of my looks, they trained me for a long time, always planning to pair me with someone influential. Seems my luck's pretty good landing a soft-hearted guy on my first try. Or perhaps, on my very first try, I captivated you with my body. Having been trained for so long, I have performed many tasks just as well as anyone else. I know. Last night, in bed, Chén Sìhǎi had noticed her tension. But at that moment, he couldn't care less. The next day, she put on a carefree front, but Chén Sìhǎi saw the unease in her eyes. I'll follow you faithfully. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you ever get tired of me, I can work for you. Please don't abandon me. Aya had heard stories of sisters taken in by big shots before, only to be discarded when they grew tired of them. Their fates afterward were never good. It depends on your behavior, Chén Sìhǎi replied deliberately. Seeing the panic in her eyes was rather amusing. If you need anything, go find Wang Tiger. Chén Sìhǎi had already made arrangements. All right. Perhaps Aya was too nervous when facing Chén Sìhǎi. They found little to talk about. Within minutes, Aya left. After she left, she didn't see Li Ayan standing by the door. Later, he learned that she was also one of Chén Sìhǎi's women. But because of her suspicious behavior, Chén Sìhǎi had put her on ice. Aya was Chén Sìhǎi's new favorite. Whatever good things he had, he sent to her first. The people within the estate grew increasingly respectful toward Aya. Aya was gradually accepting the fact that this place was better than other estates. Once, Chén Sìhǎi took her to select piglets to raise. Aya noticed these piglets had almost no injuries. Some even felt this place was a good spot to make money. All this stemmed from Chén Sìhǎi's directive, unless absolutely necessary, do not torment anyone. Initially, some of the men below had reservations, but later they found this approach worked surprisingly well. They reasoned that since they were earning money for themselves, they'd naturally make more. Aya expressed her desire to learn more about this aspect of the operation. She felt that since Chén Sìhǎi had been so kind to her, she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. So she cautiously broached the subject with Chén Sìhǎi. But she feared he might retort, "Who do you think you are? How dare you involve yourself in this?" To her surprise, Chén Sìhǎi readily agreed and even arranged for Wáng Lǎohǔ to mentor her. Aya had always heard Chén Sìhǎi's associates praise him endlessly, but she never paid it much mind. It wasn't until today that she realized. He truly was a good man. In this place where human life meant nothing, Chén Sìhǎi treated them with respect. No wonder those people trusted him so completely. But Aya had also seen Chén Sìhǎi kill without hesitation those who tried to escape. She felt no fear whatsoever. Chén Sìhǎi noticed Aya's change but said nothing. Boss, Aya's sharp. I reckon it won't be long before she can handle her own crew. Wáng Lǎohǔ reported to Chén Sìhǎi. You're doing well. Chén Sìhǎi had recently joined a group chat that included all the estate owners. But hardly anyone chatted in it. Chén Sìhǎi had no idea what purpose this hastily created group served. Later, Chén Sìhǎi would learn it was closely tied to all of them. Chapter 38, Kill Them If You Must. After the incident involving the American chemical expert, many national leaders felt the northern Myanmar faction had grown too arrogant and planned to send representatives to their territory. Though this plan hadn't been activated yet, influential figures in northern Myanmar were already well aware of it. Countries would send undercover agents to northern Myanmar, but they would also resort to another tactic. After all, they had money and few scruples. If money didn't work, they would resort to threats, targeting their families. Eventually, the infiltrators will become their own people. This is precisely why northern Myanmar has remained untouched for so long. Esteemed estate owners, I trust you are all well aware of recent developments. We must prepare in advance. At this critical juncture, our petty squabbles must cease. Let's deal with these people first. What do you all think? The silence inside was growing uncomfortable. Jiang Fan knew this stalemate couldn't last. Someone had to step forward and devise a plan to confront those who had appeared. Otherwise, they too would face significant trouble. Jiang Fan held some credibility among them, and when he spoke, many agreed. They all agreed that a solution must be found to deal with these matters. So, does anyone have a good idea? How about we hide our influence for now and pretend we're just ordinary citizens here? No way. That sounds nice, but we've got people depending on us for meals. If we stop doing business, where are we supposed to eat? Besides, pretending is impossible. Don't you think they'll investigate thoroughly before coming? My take is, the best solution is to keep them from coming at all. Stir up some trouble in their own country. If they're too busy dealing with their own mess, they won't bother us here. Here's my idea, when they send people over, we just kill them outright.
After all, this is northern Myanmar, killing someone here is no big deal. Over the years, they'd faced plenty of such incidents. But this was the first time they'd suggested uniting to fight back. That alone proved this wasn't a simple matter. We must devise the best solution to resolve this matter.
Otherwise, they'll face a lot of trouble. So many plans, yet few are viable.
Think it through carefully. They've sent a large force now, clearly aiming to thoroughly crack down on us.
This process will drag on too long. Our people simply can't sustain such heavy losses.
With customs authorities across the board tightening security, getting our goods in is even harder now, another headache.
But these are minor issues. The main concern is that they're sending agents. If anyone gets caught, that's where the real trouble begins.
People from various countries in northern Myanmar, if they're sent back, they won't have an easy life. Chén Sìhǎi watched the group discussion unfold, planning to check back once they reached a conclusion. Little did he know, someone tagged him directly in the group chat. "Brother Chén, you're the most influential and capable among our estate owners. This affects all of us, you need to speak up now. Whatever we decide to do about this, we'll back you up." Their words carried an implicit hint of flattery toward Chén Sìhǎi. "I think it's pretty straightforward. We'll never find the people behind this, but they could easily shut down the park. At worst, their national authorities will trace it back to us estate owners. We need to prevent that from happening." Seeing them call on him directly, Chén Sìhǎi voiced his thoughts immediately. Chén Sìhǎi understood clearly, the higher-ups had let them know about this matter. Was to prepare them for sacrifice when necessary. But Chén Sìhǎi refused to be treated as a pawn. If something needed to be said, he would say it. One estate owner made a valid point earlier: stir up trouble in their own country, forcing them to deal with their own mess. Even if they bring reinforcements, their numbers will be significantly reduced. Once their forces dwindle, we'll have no trouble dealing with them. Then, we'll just need to investigate whose estate it appears in, apprehend them, and deal with it. As soon as Chén Sìhǎi spoke, the other estate owners fell silent, waiting for him to finish. "Brother Chén, this plan is feasible. Northern Myanmar isn't just us, there are people from other regions too. If we unite, stirring up trouble won't be too difficult." "Right, I think this is the best approach too. Let's send a representative to spread the word. If they refuse to cooperate, we'll just do it ourselves. They dislike always relying on others to get things done. Then this matter is yours to handle. Finalize the plan, and contact Tiger Wang when the time comes." Chén Sìhǎi signed off. They'd surely debate this for ages, let them. Chén Sìhǎi even brazenly added Wáng Lǎohǔ to the group chat to negotiate with them. No one else dared to object. After all, Chén Sìhǎi's influence was undeniable. They debated for days, and Chén Sìhǎi learned some details from Wáng Lǎohǔ. Now they were arguing over who should go to M country. To be fair, M country was the most advanced militarily. To pull off something major there that would keep them occupied would be extremely difficult. The difficulty was immense, and one misstep could mean never returning. Most crucially, the current situation was entirely driven by M Nation, specifically because someone in northern Myanmar had snatched away one of their vital research experts. Going there now would be suicide. Everyone has been passing the buck, and today it landed squarely on Chén Sìhǎi. They claim that with Chén Sìhǎi's capabilities, he should be perfectly capable of completing this mission. Regarding this CPU, Chén Sìhǎi merely glanced through the profiles of other eligible estate owners. Wáng Lǎohǔ had a different perspective on the matter. "Boss, we can't go to M country now. Their people are already in our hands. If we go there and they find out, the men we brought along won't be able to come back. You know how difficult it is to cultivate a group of capable men. Most importantly, exposing ourselves would make our future development even harder. Given how ruthless those M country people are, they might just wipe them out completely. No matter how powerful they are, they can't compare to a nation. I think our country is a good option. With our capabilities, we can go there safely and return without any issues. Maybe we could even pick up a business opportunity while we're there." Wáng Lǎohǔ had already scouted it out. They'd chosen a location that wasn't too weak. The others dared not voice any objections. But Chén Sìhǎi remained silent. Chapter 39, Business in M country. "Boss, with our current capabilities, challenging an entire country is too much. We can't let pride get the better of us." Seeing Chén Sìhǎi remain silent for so long, Wáng Lǎohǔ had probably figured out what he was thinking. He wanted to take on this most dangerous mission. It was a hot potato everyone else considered too risky to handle. "Zhào Jīnlóng, what's your take?" Chén Sìhǎi ignored Wáng Lǎohǔ's question, wanting to hear a different perspective. "Boss, I think brother Wang San has a point. But going to M country isn't impossible either. After all, they'd assume whoever kidnapped their scientists wouldn't target their own country. Because that would be suicide. They won't focus too much on us, and besides, some things we've already done can't be undone." Zhào Jīnlóng sensed Chén Sìhǎi's hesitation and voiced his thoughts. Ding. System task. Cause disruption in country M, inflicting over 100 million in damages. Mission successful. Reward, 3 square meters of storage space to hold system-issued rewards.
Note, this space can only hold system items.
Placing other objects will cause them to vanish.
Task penalty, 30 days of deep sleep.
Chén Sìhǎi stared at the system task, realizing that the better the reward, the harsher the punishment. However, he was intrigued by that storage space restricted solely to system items. After all, he could store items purchased from the prestige mall inside it.
That meant he no longer had to worry about where to go. Let's proceed as Zhào Jīnlóng suggested. We'll head to M country and conduct business while we're there.
Chén Sìhǎi recently bought a lot of high-end goods from Yi and was worried about where to sell them.
Aren't the folks from M country supposed to be loaded?
Of course we'll give them a taste of their own top-tier goods.
Boss, you're heading over there to do business again? Wáng Lǎohǔ had underestimated Chén Sìhǎi's audacity. We're going anyway. What's the problem? Chén Sìhǎi asked in puzzlement, clearly baffled by his subordinate's question. They certainly couldn't go empty-handed and return empty-handed. Boss, you mean you're going yourself? Wáng Lǎohǔ grasped something.
He had always prepared to lead the men himself.
But if Chén Sìhǎi intended to go himself, that changed everything. The matters discussed earlier held no real mystery.
With the boss's abilities, there was nothing he couldn't handle.
You stay behind to hold down the fort. San and Zhào Jīnlóng will come with me.
Chén Sìhǎi calmly decided who would stay and who would go. Boss, I want to go with you too, Wáng Lǎohǔ protested, unwilling to be left behind alone. When the boss goes to stir things up over there, he'll definitely show off his skills.
How could he possibly miss out on such a high-stakes moment?
If we all go and leave no one to watch the home base, I won't be able to focus on the mission over there.
Among the people back home, I trust only you to handle things properly. You can also use this chance to see if there are any troublemakers among our people. Chén Sìhǎi's arrangement was the best.
San was growing fast, but he wasn't ready to handle things on his own yet. As for Zhào Jīnlóng, forget it. He might have the look of a leader, but he's mostly just focused on business deals.
He's clueless about managing things. Without Wáng Lǎohǔ, their growth wouldn't have been nearly as strong.
Wáng Lǎohǔ, upon whom Chén Sìhǎi pinned great hopes, understood his own importance and found this arrangement acceptable. Then I'll go prepare the items you need to take over.
Wáng Lǎohǔ quickly descended with his men.
You all go down too and get ready. At the latest, they would depart tomorrow night. We need to get there sooner rather than later. We've already wasted too much time.
Understood. After they left, Aya appeared and stepped out. She hadn't heard a thing. Even if she had, she wouldn't have blabbed. Boss.
Ever since Chén Sìhǎi had her follow Wáng Lǎohǔ to work, she started calling him that too. Chén Sìhǎi had told her several times not to, but she wouldn't listen.
In the end, he just let it go.
When they were in bed, calling him that gave her a peculiar sensation.
Finished your work?
Lately, Aya had been busier than her boss herself, often as elusive as a dragon seen only by its tail. At this hour, it was practically impossible to find her in the villa.
Not really. I just came back to grab something. I'll be heading over soon. Aya had dropped a USB drive here last night while sleeping with Chén Sìhǎi. Go find it.
Chén Sìhǎi sprawled on the sofa, giving her permission to go upstairs.
Got it, boss. Aya quickly found the item and left.
In the group chat, ever since Chén Sìhǎi stepped up and took the biggest headache the US off everyone's hands, the others visibly relaxed, shifting their conversations away from the earlier tense and fearful topics. I hope everyone will stick to what we agreed upon from the start. Chén Sìhǎi certainly didn't want to return after all his hard work only to find his incompetent teammates had botched everything.
Don't worry, Boss Chén. We've got this covered. Everything's ready. My people are already on the move.
When it came to stirring up trouble, they were experts.
They could easily take out a few high-ranking national leaders.
Or storm the highest-level government offices and slaughter a crowd. Or plant bombs on their turf, detonating them at different times.
They pulled stunts like this countless times.
Brother Chén, make sure you stay safe when you head out.
Zhang Fan called Chén Sìhǎi to offer a few words of caution.
Truthfully, he wasn't surprised at all that Chén had taken this mission. I've already sent you the maps of M country and the intel on key figures.
Zhang Fan had sent them over immediately upon learning of Chén Sìhǎi's destination. Chén Sìhǎi had seen them.
Thanks for your hard work. Though not his subordinate, Zhang Fan had indeed been a great help.
No problem. It's what I should do.
After all, many people know that part of the reason I'm doing so well among the estate owners now is because of you.
Zhang Fan said with a self-deprecating tone. Half a year ago,
Chén Sìhǎi had been someone he'd looked down on. Now he had risen to a height that was hard for Zhang Fan to reach.
Cut the modesty. You're pretty impressive yourself.
Zhang Fan had powerful connections behind him, making his rise far easier than Chén Sìhǎi's path.
Chén Sìhǎi finished counting the men and loaded the cargo. Hundreds of people boarded the ship together. Boss, I've already made arrangements with customs. They'll let you through. But I can't guarantee what happens on the other side. If they renege, you'll have to handle it yourself.
Wang Tiger had arranged numerous matters within a single day.
He'd been working non-stop for 48 hours straight, all to ensure Chén Sìhǎi faced fewer complications on his journey out. Chapter 40, Murder at the Ferry Crossing. Brother Wang San, rest easy. With me and second brother here, the boss won't be overworked. We'll bring the boss back safely. Trust him, there's no real danger. He's just going to give those idle hands something to do.
Chao Guoxing had his own agenda for this trip.
He wanted to scout out the local markets.
M Country was a place he'd always wanted to visit but never had the chance.
One tiger watched them depart before quickly returning to handle the remaining affairs.
News that Chén Sìhǎi had personally led his men away spread like wildfire.
Damn it, has Chén Sìhǎi lost his mind? Leading his men personally? Doesn't he fear he might not return? I don't think Chén Sìhǎi is scared at all.
He's been sailing smoothly here, probably thinking it's the same everywhere else. Good riddance, maybe this trip will show him he's not all that.
Yeah, maybe this will teach him to rein it in. Otherwise, sooner or later, I'd end up being his lackey too. Chén Sìhǎi does have some backbone. Leading the men out himself, his crew's decent too. I've dealt with his people before.
Chén Sìhǎi had no idea that his personal trip to M Country had already caused quite a stir.
But he wouldn't have cared anyway.
Boss, at our current pace, it'll still take 5 or 6 days to reach M Country.
Chao Guoxing received intelligence that various nations were finalizing their preparations. When did I say we'd travel by ship the whole way?
We'll switch ships at the next destination and fly in batches.
Once we're on the ground, we'll figure out how to get in.
Chén Sìhǎi wasn't about to waste too much time on airplanes.
That works. Leave getting the brothers in to me. Chao Guoxing had no objections to Chén Sìhǎi's plan and immediately sprang into action. Boss, the flights are all set. We can get everyone into M Country by tomorrow at the latest. The only question is whether we'll run into trouble at the border. After all, they'll be prepared for whatever we're planning. Chao Guoxing considered this the most troublesome part. No worries. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Chén Sìhǎi didn't foresee any problems. He has a passport and can enter country M without issue.
The others faced more complications.
After some twists and turns, Chén Sìhǎi and his group had reached the final port. We must enter country M separately.
I'll take 100 men with the cargo inside.
The rest is up to you.
By taking on the most difficult task himself, Chén Sìhǎi significantly reduced the risk for his subordinates.
He carried 5 suitcases, each stuffed to the brim with contraband. Understood, boss. Stay safe. We'll be right behind you. The contacts Wáng Lǎohǔ had arranged earlier were no longer needed.
But for them, it wasn't a problem at all.
Chén Sìhǎi quickly found someone willing to smuggle them across. Exactly 100 people per boat. We're setting off.
During the journey, Li Wu, the smuggler, eyed Chén Sìhǎi and his group several times. Chén Sìhǎi told him they were going to M Country for business. He knew full well that doing business in M Country after sneaking in couldn't possibly be legitimate. But Li Wu couldn't fathom what kind of business Chén Sìhǎi, with his gentle demeanor, could possibly be conducting. Stop staring at our boss, or I'll gouge your eyes out. The man standing beside Chén Sìhǎi had been specifically instructed by Chao Guoxing and the others to protect Chén Sìhǎi at all times. Li Wu had been eyeing them too often, so much so that they began to suspect he might have caught on to something.
Nothing at all.
I was just looking around casually. Only when he saw the man stop staring at Chén Sìhǎi did he lower his gun.
Li Wu, is this line of work dangerous?
Chén Sìhǎi, wanting to extract more information from him, actually walked over and initiated the conversation.
Dangerous?
Smuggling has always been the riskiest business since ancient times, especially with the crackdown getting so strict lately.
If it weren't for all the expenses piling up at home, I'm not even planning to do this kind of work anymore.
Normally, taking a truckload of people over only cost a little over 1,000,000 yuan, averaging about 10,000 per person. Now it's more than 10 times that.
Where there's money, people will risk their lives. It's just how it is.
When it came to these matters, Li Wu had plenty to say.
Everything's tough these days.
Chén Sìhǎi quietly gleaned valuable intelligence from him. The number of people attempting illegal crossings had dwindled significantly lately, as life in M Country proved harsh for those who made it.
Unless absolutely necessary, few venture there anymore.
Li Wu didn't mention that someone like Chén Sìhǎi, who smuggled groups of people across, would get arrested the moment they crossed the border.
If he warned them, what if they backed out and refused to pay? They were fortunate not to encounter any danger. They reached their destination quickly. This is where we part ways. If you need anything on your return, you can contact me. After everyone had disembarked, Li Wu quickly said this before immediately driving his boat away. Finally here. It was so crowded on the boat, we had to fight for every breath. Smuggling is such a hassle. Chén Sìhǎi listened to his men's complaints, smiling gently. That was indeed the case. Smuggling required caution.
A larger vessel would have drawn attention.
Chén Sìhǎi and his men were about to leave the area.
Before they could move, an unusual sound reached their ears. The next moment, personnel from the M Country military appeared.
Everyone, freeze. Hands on your heads, get down on the ground. Chén Sìhǎi's men instantly panicked. If they were caught here, they were as good as dead. After all, they were carrying several boxes of goods. Stay calm, hold your ground. Just follow my lead when the time comes. Chén Sìhǎi's single command calmed his panicked men.
Chén Sìhǎi quickly finished all preparations, then slowly raised his hands, calmly observing them.
Anyone caught attempting to illegally enter our country will be executed on the spot. The moment Chén Sìhǎi heard the gunfire, he knew things had gone wrong. They hadn't even been given a chance to speak. But it wasn't a big deal. Let the fighting begin.
They're here to cause trouble anyway, so no need to hold back.
Kill. Chén Sìhǎi's single word, uttered in a low voice, rang clearly in their ears.
They quickly charged out, guns drawn. Those who'd smuggled themselves in this way were no pushovers, and chaos erupted almost instantly. The military clearly hadn't anticipated such formidable opponents among this group. They soon realized their own group was no match for these attackers. They swiftly prepared to retreat.
Retreat. Cover my withdrawal. Go back and get reinforcements to deal with them. Upon hearing his order, Chén Sìhǎi immediately shouted back. We absolutely cannot let them return alive, otherwise it'll be us who die. Chapter 41, Smooth Entry. Right. We absolutely can't let them escape, or we'll face even more trouble. Kill. They quickly gave chase and finally resolved all the trouble.
After dealing with the people, the temporary alliance immediately fell apart, each watching the others warily.
Chén Sìhǎi stood amidst the luggage, surveying the chaotic scene.
He calmly snapped several photos of the corpses. He focused especially on the military markings, capturing them with particular clarity.
No one dared to challenge Chén Sìhǎi or his group.
After all, his men had played a crucial role in the operation.
Mess with Chén Sìhǎi's crew, and you wouldn't even know how you died. Let's go.
Chén Sìhǎi messaged Zhào Jīnlóng and the others, learning they were nearly here.
They should reach this location before reinforcements arrived. He led his men in retreat. Even in this critical moment, Chén Sìhǎi hadn't moved an inch from the crate.
Some instantly realized what was inside must be something valuable. One man, driven mad by greed for money, dared to attack Chén Sìhǎi, firing a shot at him.
Chén Sìhǎi dodged the bullet in an instant and instinctively fired back at the shooter.
The bullet struck the man squarely in the leg.
Looking for death? The sequence unfolded so rapidly that some hadn't even registered what happened before it was over. Chén Sìhǎi's men swiftly closed in on the shooter and seized him.
Boss, what should we do with this guy?
Chén Sìhǎi glanced over.
He had dodged in time and remained unharmed. But he noticed the man standing behind him had been hit by a stray bullet, piercing one arm. So Chén Sìhǎi shot the man through both arms and added 2 more bullets to his legs.
You can't kill me. If you kill me, my family won't let you off. He never imagined that a single moment of hesitation would seal his fate.
In his final moments, all he could manage were those 2 sentences. If they dare come, I'll send them down to join you.
No need to thank me. Chén Sìhǎi's gaze remained unyielding, his resolve unchanged from the start.
Send them to the sea to feed the fish.
Give them a special meal. Chén Sìhǎi's expression remained impassive, as if he were discarding trash into the sea, not a human being. Agreed.
They moved swiftly.
Not a single person nearby dared to speak. Not a single soul dared to move.
Terrified that the next moment, Chén Sìhǎi would open fire on them. Seeing that the men had no intention of attacking him, Chén Sìhǎi quickly led his men away. On the way, he bought a pill from Prestige Mall and slipped it into the mouth of his injured subordinate.
Once we reach our destination, I'll find someone to tend to your wounds. Chén Sìhǎi had his men carry him away.
Earlier, Zhào Jīnlóng had already made extensive arrangements. They would all stay together in a particularly chaotic area near the border, a place where even the local police rarely intervened.
After all, that area was a melting pot of all kinds of people. Once you entered, there was a high chance you wouldn't come out. Such incidents were not unheard of.
They arrived at the location quickly.
Go find someone to come over.
Chén Sìhǎi watched his subordinate, whose condition had stabilized somewhat after receiving medicine exchanged from the Prestige Mall, and felt relieved.
Boss, we've brought them back.
Given their sensitive status and the unfinished business at hand, they couldn't reveal too much. They could only call in a minor doctor like this. Fortunately, he had seen countless gunshot wounds in this line of work and handled them with remarkable speed.
This young man's healing speed is truly astonishing.
The doctor remarked with a sigh, saying nothing more. He knew full well that the more he understood certain matters, the more perilous his own situation would become.
You'll stay here for now.
Leave only after he's fully recovered.
Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the bandaged wound and spoke. Sir, I have other.
The word patience barely left his lips before he saw a gun raised at him. It seemed that if he refused, death was the only alternative. He had his own skills navigating this underworld, but faced with such overwhelming numbers, he knew when to be pragmatic.
Those others can wait.
I'll stay behind and guarantee I'll return a man as lively as ever. The doctor also stayed behind. Before long, Zhào Jīnlóng and his men arrived to join forces. Some of the others had already been relocated elsewhere. Boss, we heard about what you did on our way here.
If we hadn't arrived a few minutes earlier, we might have been caught.
Even so, several of our brothers were shot dead on the spot.
Boss, they might suspect we're planning something.
We'll have to be extra careful from now on.
Such trouble occurring right after entering M country was truly a headache. I know how to handle these matters.
After the incident at the crossing, Chén Sìhǎi knew how ruthless the people of M country were toward those who snuck in.
They didn't even give them a chance to react. Find a few people to enlarge this photo and spread it everywhere. Tell everyone that someone snuck in and is going to go on a killing spree here.
Get some troublemakers to stir up panic among the masses. As for those higher-ups, we'll deal with them after our goods are shipped out. They must already know about Chén Sìhǎi bringing 100 people into M country earlier. The police would undoubtedly be on high alert. And it had already achieved some effect.
The next day, the doctor went out to get medicine. Upon returning, he vented to Chén Sìhǎi. Lately, those police officers have been acting like mad dogs. If it's not urgent, it's best to stay put for now.
Even here, where no one usually comes, people are already keeping an eye on us.
This remark gave Chén Sìhǎi pause.
It seemed this place was no longer safe. After considering his options, Chén Sìhǎi decided to take some men out to conduct business.
Gathering intel locally was the fastest route.
Zhao Jīnlóng soon learned that a young delivery guy nicknamed Sanmao. He'd been in and out of prison 3 times, yet never learned his lesson. He had powerful connections, so he was always released quickly. Zhao Jīnlóng intended to approach the person behind him to discuss business. Through introductions, Zhao Jīnlóng soon located Sanmao. Sanmao was a middle-aged man with a shifty, thieving look about him.
I noticed you guys the moment you arrived yesterday. You said you wanted to do business with me. What kind of business?
Sanmao hadn't wanted to come, but he'd come for the money. These outsiders dared not challenge him on his turf.
I want to make a deal with your higher-ups. I have a lot of goods. You're not qualified to make the decision.
Zhao Jīnlóng cut straight to the chase.
A lot? I need to see the goods.
As soon as Sanmao uttered those words, Zhao Jīnlóng flung a package of goods onto the table. After checking it, he confirmed it was indeed high-quality stuff.
How much exactly? Let me see if I can make the call. Chapter 42, The Greedy Sanmao.
Sanmao thought if he could buy this stuff cheap from these guys and sell it at a premium, he'd make a killing. And all this money would be his alone, no need to share with anyone else.
That would be a good thing.
Having dealt with countless people over the years, Zhao Jīnlóng quickly grasped the other man's intentions, though he said little in response.
There's a lot of stuff here. I need to talk to your higher-ups. You're not qualified enough. Come back when you've figured it out. Zhao Jīnlóng promptly left with his men, intending to seek out other partners for collaboration.
He knew the goods he brought were too much for just one company to handle. Meanwhile, Chén Sìhǎi was rapidly gathering intelligence on the M country situation. Some of the information previously obtained by Wáng Lǎohǔ contained significant inaccuracies.
Got it.
San was also swiftly compiling the intelligence gathered from outside.
Boss, based on our latest intel, we can't stay here much longer. The M country police might be moving against them.
San believed that with outsiders watching them now, a retreat with so many people was simply impossible.
If they come, that's perfect. Didn't we say before that everyone here is a desperate criminal? Chén Sìhǎi could easily stir up trouble here with minimal effort.
They were here to cause trouble anyway. What was the point of hiding forever?
Spread this news. Let them prepare.
Not long after Chén Sìhǎi spread the word, he received new intelligence.
Someone had killed the police monitoring the area and issued a warning.
If you cops come here again to bother us and keep watch, it won't be as simple as just killing a few of you.
Chén Sìhǎi smiled upon hearing this. The people here were far more formidable than he had imagined. Excellent.
This was precisely the kind of person he needed now. Such provocative words quickly reached military headquarters. The military leadership slammed their fists on the table in fury.
How dare they? They're courting death. To act so brazenly on our turf.
They truly have no regard for their lives.
A suggestion came quickly from below.
I've said it before, just nuke their entire base to avoid greater losses. But you've always refused, claiming it would damage our prestige.
Do you all still believe our dignity remains intact when our men are slaughtered like this?
This happens just as we're about to move against northern Burma. While the military was debating, Chén Sìhǎi and his crew ran into a minor complication.
It was Sanmao.
He had actually brought men to try and seize their cargo for himself. At that moment, Zhao Jīnlóng and San had taken most of their men out on an operation. Chén Sìhǎi narrowed his eyes as he listened to his subordinate's report. He'd certainly picked the best possible moment to show up. His men had mostly been taken out, leaving only a dozen or so behind.
Clearly, this Sanmao had done his homework.
His men were all out, but the goods were still here. Therefore, he was determined to seize the goods from him.
Very well.
Just as expected of the M country got targeted the moment he arrived.
Get ready. Someone's coming to die. Chén Sìhǎi thought, perfect. He needed someone to help him establish his authority.
Afterward, he'd need to leverage their people to take action against the United States.
With him on board, things would be much easier. Boss, shouldn't we call back brother Chao Si who's out on a job? After all, the enemy has over 100 men. If it comes to a fight, we won't have the advantage.
Seeing Chén Sìhǎi had no intention of notifying Chao Guoxing, someone close to him whispered the reminder.
With just those men? A dozen of us can handle them easily. Let them come. Chén Sìhǎi ordered them to draw their weapons.
Seeing Chén Sìhǎi's resolve, his men stopped trying to persuade him. They'd heard tales of their boss's exploits before. A man that formidable surely wouldn't falter. Meanwhile, San Mao's men were also warning him. Boss, if we take their cargo, the others will come back for us. I've heard they're well trained. These guys aren't simple. Poof. Anyone capable of bringing such a large shipment here all at once can't be simple.
If you don't want to do this, you can leave. Wanting to make money but worrying too much isn't a good thing.
San Mao knew full well the opposition wasn't to be trifled with, but when money was on the line, nothing was off limits. If they could snatch the goods from these guys, he'd split the haul half for the higher-ups, half for himself and walk away rolling in cash.
San Mao's men fell silent.
True, once the goods were seized, their superiors couldn't touch him. After all, this was still country. They'd been in the game for so long, how could they possibly lose to a bunch of greenhorns who just arrived? Besides, their leader was gone now, and the rest were nothing but scattered sand. Chén Sìhǎi stood at the doorway with 15 and his brothers, waiting for them. Why not inside the room? The answer was simple. Chén Sìhǎi didn't want his place trashed and ruined his mood for resting. San Mao, those guys up ahead look like our targets this time. A dozen or so men stood there, clearly waiting for them. It seemed their plans had been exposed.
They're only a dozen men. We outnumber them 5 to 1. What's there to fear?
Even if we have to wear them down, we'll do it.
San Mao was unwavering. Today would be all or nothing.
Guys, we don't want to resort to bloodshed.
We only want the goods in your hands.
If you're willing to sell them to me, everything else is negotiable. Chén Sìhǎi stood at the center, listening to San Mao spout nonsense. If they truly intended to negotiate, why bring so many men at this hour?
You want the goods? Bring money to trade.
But it seems you brought weapons instead of cash.
Chén Sìhǎi spoke slowly.
Besides, you're not qualified to negotiate with me.
Chén Sìhǎi twirled the desert eagle in his hand, the muzzle occasionally pointing at himself. His companions feared Chén Sìhǎi might accidentally discharge the weapon.
But such a thing was impossible. So it seems you've appointed a local overseer here. If even I, San Mao, am deemed unworthy to do business with you in this region, then no one else would dare either. After all, what we do is punishable by death.
San Mao thought this new boss seemed more reasonable than the last one. Maybe he could actually talk things out with him.
If they could avoid bloodshed, that would be a good thing.
Is that so?
Chén Sìhǎi drew his desert eagle and fired a shot at San Mao with lightning speed.
But the bullet grazed San Mao's neck.
He could even distinctly smell the scent of his singed body hair.
Just a fraction off, and the bullet would have struck his neck. He had nearly died. What do you mean by that? San Mao glared at Chén Sìhǎi. He was afraid of those who had gone out, not Chén Sìhǎi. But he actually dared to shoot first. Chapter 43, I'm the boss. What do I mean? Didn't you see it? You want to come steal my stuff, all high and mighty about it? Maybe you don't know? Why, with all that cargo, did they only leave a handful of us here? Because I'm the real boss. Chén Sìhǎi said this with remarkable ease. But San Mao suddenly realized something. Right, with all this chaos, how could Chao Guoxing and his men dare take so many people away? He'd oversimplified the situation. But for now, the only way to avoid trouble was to kill them and take the goods. Do it! San Mao took a step back and shouted loudly. Kill! Chén Sìhǎi fired first, taking one of them down. Simultaneously, before they could react, he fired several more shots in rapid succession. The action was lightning fast. Chén Sìhǎi's men moved with equal speed, and with Chén Sìhǎi leading them, their combat prowess clearly outmatched their opponents. In less than 3 minutes, San Mao and his entire crew were taken down. On Chén Sìhǎi's side, they only lost 3 men. One was seriously injured, while the others sustained minor wounds that would heal with rest. The final shot fired by Chén Sìhǎi struck San Mao's hand. Acting without thoroughly investigating the situation is the most taboo thing you can do. Chén Sìhǎi stepped forward to confront San Mao. You can't kill me. If you want to negotiate with the people behind me, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the people behind me won't let you off the hook. Hearing these familiar words, Chén Sìhǎi fired another shot without hesitation. When had he ever feared them? Let's go. Chén Sìhǎi signaled his men to take the body back. When Chao Guoxing returned and saw San Mao's body outside, what else was there to understand? He really was asking for it. Boss. Are you okay? Chao Guoxing rushed inside, his eyes immediately drawn to the blood-stained floor. What could possibly be wrong with me? Find a way to get some medicine. Chén Sìhǎi pulled out a list. One man had suffered severe injuries and required a large quantity of medication. The drugs on this list are hard to come by in country. I'll need time to get them. Chao Guoxing took the list.
During his recent missions, he'd heard rumors about other things.
It wasn't that easy these days. I'll go. You stay here and watch over them. Chén Sìhǎi hadn't found any usable medicine in the mall.
But he refused to stand by and watch his men die before his eyes. Boss, it's not easy for you to get these drugs alone. Chao Guoxing wanted to say, he's just a low-level guy, it's not worth this. But seeing the looks on the other men's faces, he dared not voice such thoughts. They were afraid of the fate that awaited the man lying in bed today, afraid that they might be next. Chén Sìhǎi had made up his mind. He had his passport and a plan. He left alone, taking no one with him. Those left behind were filled with mixed emotions. Truly, none of these underlings had expected it. That their boss would go to such lengths for one subordinate. To venture into such a dangerous place just to find medicine. Chén Sìhǎi didn't know what the others were thinking. All he knew was that his prestige was skyrocketing. He found a passerby and learned that a large hospital had the medicine he needed. He hailed a taxi and headed straight there. At the entrance of the large hospital, Chén Sìhǎi entered and found a lone doctor in a corner. He glanced at the doctor's name tag before making his move. Don't move, or I'll kill you. Chén Sìhǎi sensed the man he'd kidnapped was about to make a move. He spoke up immediately. Get me all the drugs on this list, and I'll let you go. Chén Sìhǎi didn't want to waste time with her and pulled out the list directly. Don't kill me. These drugs are in my office. I'll take you to get them. The woman's voice trembled with fear. Chén Sìhǎi wasn't worried she'd pull any tricks, so he followed her to get the medicine. The woman moved swiftly, gathering the requested items in moments. I've given you what you wanted. Don't kill me. I swear I won't say I ever saw you. In truth, the doctor had never seen Chén Sìhǎi before. Do you think I'm afraid? Since you've been cooperative, I'll spare your life. Chén Sìhǎi took the medicine and left quickly. When the doctor turned around, she saw only his retreating figure. She collapsed to the floor on the spot. Damn it, someone actually dared to kidnap her at the largest hospital in their country. Those drugs weren't cheap. She couldn't afford to cover the loss, so she had no choice but to report it to her superiors. Such people must die. Chén Sìhǎi quickly retrieved the drugs and returned just in time. He saved his subordinate's life. The doctor said that had he arrived any later, the man would have died. Boss. You're the most badass. We'll follow you forever. Hearing their brother was out of danger, the others breathed a sigh of relief. They learned the value of these medicines from Chao Guoxing. In northern Myanmar, the lives of their 500 brothers were worth less than the medicine Chén Sìhǎi had just brought back. Yet Chén Sìhǎi had administered such medicine without hesitation, without a second thought. They'd followed many leaders before, but only Chén Sìhǎi cherished every single one of his men like this. Boss. We'll follow you forever. The subordinates knelt in a circle around him, and Chén Sìhǎi could see it. They submitted to him from the depths of their hearts. These men would never betray him lightly. Chén Sìhǎi hadn't anticipated that a single act done purely from the heart had earned such unwavering loyalty from so many. Rise, then. That loyalty is enough. Follow me, and I'll never let you down. Chén Sìhǎi motioned for them to rise, instructing the doctor to keep an eye on a few individuals. Then he led Asan and Chao Guoxing inside. I've already contacted several people, but it's difficult. They're hesitant to do business with strangers. Without established channels, the goods we brought might have to be returned the way they came. Chao Guoxing thought to himself. He knew breaking into the market would be tough, but he hadn't imagined it would be this difficult. Don't worry. When the time comes, people will come looking for us. Chén Sìhǎi had killed Sanmao, the people behind him would surely come looking for him. Then they could seize the opportunity to negotiate. Just as Chén Sìhǎi had said. Night had barely fallen when those seeking them arrived. They came in force. They intended to storm right in, even injuring several people along the way. If your boss doesn't come out soon, these dogs will die by my gun. Sanmao was someone he'd worked hard to train. If he were killed, he couldn't possibly swallow that humiliation. Looking for trouble. Do you think you can just demand to see our boss whenever you please? The others raised their guns to charge forward, but were stopped by Chén Sìhǎi, who had rushed over. Glancing at his fallen subordinate, he raised his hand and killed several of the attackers. Your old man's here. What do you want with me? The moment Chén Sìhǎi stepped forward, Mu Kuwei could sense the overwhelming aura radiating from his side. Chapter 44, Not Enough. All these years, no one has dared to lay a finger on my men on my turf. You're so cocky now, but it doesn't matter. I'll teach you a lesson in a new place, you'd better keep your tail between your legs. Mu Kuwei had no desire to waste words on this arrogant brat, Chén Sìhǎi. He waved his hand, signaling his men to kill them all. Hold on. Just as they were about to strike, Chén Sìhǎi called them off. I want to discuss business with you. Mu Kuwei laughed at Chén Sìhǎi's words. Are you kidding me? You killed my men, and now you want to talk business? Mu Kuwei wondered where such a naive youngster had come from. Guess why your men attacked us? If something hadn't drawn them in, why would they have done it? I suppose Sanmao didn't report to you. I have a valuable shipment in my possession.
If he got his hands on it, it would set him up for life. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't be bothered to negotiate. Zhào Jīnlóng immediately stepped forward. "We came here to negotiate with you from the start. But your men, well, they seem a bit too greedy." Zhào Jīnlóng swiftly pulled out a package of goods and tossed it over. Mu Kuwei didn't entirely trust Chén Sìhǎi's story, but he knew full well that Sanmao had been in this business for years. He wouldn't attack someone without a reason. Soon, his men confirmed the package contained genuine high-quality goods. "Sanmao has always pulled some underhanded tricks, and I've turned a blind eye. So, according to you, he tried to steal your goods but got killed in the process, right? Even if that's the case, you killed my men. You'll pay for it." Mu Kuwei felt this incident alone couldn't possibly quell the rage burning within him. Unless they voluntarily handed over everything. But Chén Sìhǎi's implication was that they wanted to make a deal. A damn deal. Kill them all, they're mine. Act rashly, and you'll die. Chén Sìhǎi snapped his fingers, and a red dot locked onto Mu Kuwei. A sniper in the distance had him in their sights. "Oh, maybe that's not enough." Chén Sìhǎi clapped his hands, and over a dozen more red dots appeared on Mu Kuwei's body. At Chén Sìhǎi's command, Mu Kuwei would be riddled with bullets in the next instant. "Before the bullets hit me, I'll definitely kill you." Being targeted by so many snipers, it would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid. He hadn't anticipated that Chén Sìhǎi had already anticipated his arrival. Everything had been prepared. No wonder he'd been so cocky. "Well, we'll see if you're willing to bet your life on it." Chén Sìhǎi could tell this man wasn't someone who feared death. Such a man wouldn't dare fight to the death. Under pressure, Mu Kuwei made his decision swiftly. "Fine. I agree to do business with you." "Excellent. You negotiate with him." Mu Kuwei was ushered inside by one person. Others attempted to follow but were blocked outside by Chén Sìhǎi's men. "If you don't want to die, you're welcome to come in. But I wonder if your speed will be faster than our snipers." Asan stood outside, watching them intently. Should they make any sudden moves, he would strike instantly and take them down. Mu Kuwei hadn't been disarmed, and Chén Sìhǎi's men seemed to have forgotten about it altogether. Here, there were no snipers. He could kill Chén Sìhǎi right here. He could coordinate with his men inside and outside. But he couldn't guarantee that when he killed Chén Sìhǎi, the men around him wouldn't kill him in return. Chén Sìhǎi was right, he wouldn't dare take that gamble. "This is our stuff, and we want this amount." Mu Kuwei watched as Zhào Jīnlóng and his men opened 5 suitcases. Inside were the goods they intended to trade, packed to the brim. Only then did he realize that Chén Sìhǎi and his crew were truly people you didn't want to cross. No matter where they were, anyone who could produce that much merchandise at once was definitely no ordinary figure. Before arriving, Mu Kuwei had investigated Chén Sìhǎi's group. They'd entered the country illegally, and their origin was unclear. Now it seemed likely they hailed from northern Burma. These men were incredibly bold, daring to come looking for trouble at a time like this. Chén Sìhǎi never got involved in these transactions himself, he merely observed from the sidelines. Mu Kuwei understood perfectly well that today, he too would have to comply with their demands. Thus, the transaction concluded swiftly. "I'll bring what you want tomorrow." Mu Kuwei reckoned collaborating with them wasn't entirely out of the question after all. He stood to profit handsomely. He'd almost forgotten how fiercely confrontational he'd been when he first came looking for Chén Sìhǎi. "If Mr. Mu Kuwei fails to keep his word, I won't hesitate to bring men to pay you a visit." As Mu Kuwei departed, he heard a warning. He knew this was no idle threat. The next day, Mu Kuwei arrived punctually with his men. The transaction proceeded smoothly. It wasn't until daylight that Mu Kuwei truly noticed Chén Sìhǎi's appearance. He didn't look like the leader of this group at all, more like a business owner. Their transaction concluded swiftly, leaving Zhào Jīnlóng thoroughly satisfied. He also obtained a great deal of information from him. Mu Kuwei said nothing to Chén Sìhǎi and departed immediately. "Although we let him make a decent profit, our methods were too extreme. He won't remember our kindness." Zhào Jīnlóng noticed the look in his eyes as he departed, but as long as he didn't dare take action, it was fine. "What does that matter to me? The goods are already sold. Now it's time for trouble." Chén Sìhǎi's reputation had long spread throughout the area. In their territory now, who didn't know about the formidable newcomer, Chén Sìhǎi? Even Mu Kuwei hadn't gained any advantage against him. Word was this man was formidable, but what business brought him to M country? After Chén Sìhǎi led his men on several raids, especially after the last incident where his crew killed police officers. The M country police had grown wary of this place and dared not return. His outings have been remarkably smooth, though he hasn't done much. He merely placed several bombs in crowded areas. He also arranged for countdown timers to appear on large screens. Some of these were Chén Sìhǎi's pranks. Once the countdown ended, some prank toys would appear. But in some locations, real explosions occurred. Such incidents sent the American public into a panic. You never knew when a bomb might appear beside you. And you'll never know if the bomb is real or not. If it's fake, you're lucky to escape unscathed. If it's real, you'll be blown to smithereens.
Suddenly, the military, police, and even high-ranking officials in the United States were inundated with complaints and petitions. They demanded that those orchestrating these acts be found swiftly and executed in public.
Chapter 45, It's Her Again. Damn it, those bastards are too cunning.
I've caught our own citizens aiding them on surveillance footage multiple times. But no matter how deep we dig, we can't pinpoint who's pulling the strings. If this keeps up, people will think we're incompetent and demand our heads. The country police and military held a joint meeting. Recent incidents had indeed become far too frequent.
It felt like someone was deliberately drawing their attention away. If this continued, their plans to deploy to northern Myanmar would be delayed. I've received intelligence from other nations indicating similar patterns. This strongly suggests the northern Myanmar factions are orchestrating this. They're determined to block our entry into their territory.
The more they resist, the more we must go.
Those bastards snatched away researchers vital to our mission.
I refuse to swallow this humiliation.
The problem is, our domestic issues remain unresolved. If we deploy troops now and something goes wrong, who among us will take responsibility?
Chén Sìhǎi had recently brought back several individuals, all experts in bomb making, tracked down by Chao Guoxing.
He now needed a super-sized bomb. One powerful enough to obliterate an entire building.
These were mere skirmishes.
The real grand gesture would be delivered before long.
Chén Sìhǎi has also arranged for others to harass them lately. Whether he'll find time to discuss how to resolve this depends on whether others are willing to grant him this favor. Perhaps aware that recent provocations against the military have drawn attention, certain troublemakers within the country are taking advantage of the chaos, stirring the pot and exaggerating the situation. Chén Sìhǎi needed precisely such individuals to provide cover for him, and his affairs were progressing ever more smoothly. But the leaders of country weren't complete incompetents. His men had suffered significant losses, with many seriously injured. The medicine Chén Sìhǎi had brought back earlier was now completely insufficient.
I'll go find medicine.
This time, Chén Sìhǎi planned to try a different hospital. But upon visiting other hospitals, he discovered their medicines weren't simply left out for the taking.
Stealing them would be far too troublesome.
He simply didn't have the time to waste on such efforts. So he returned to the original hospital. The moment he arrived, he noticed something had changed. Security guards had increased significantly, and patrol intervals had grown much longer. It seemed the previous incident had caught their attention. Chén Sìhǎi strode in with confidence, even greeting one of the guards when he saw him.
How could they have imagined that the same man would dare to strut in so brazenly again?
Chén Sìhǎi found the same doctor's appointment number, booked one, and waited in the lobby. That doctor surely still had what he needed. Chén Sìhǎi was in luck. It wasn't long before she arrived. After entering, he promptly closed the door behind him.
"Hello, how are you feeling today?"
The doctor politely inquired of the person sitting before her. Last time, she had only seen Chén Sìhǎi's back. Even if she saw him now, she would only find him vaguely familiar. Having worked as a doctor for so long, encountering a few familiar faces among her patients wasn't unusual. "Doctor, it seems you didn't take our agreements seriously last time."
Chén Sìhǎi drew his Desert Eagle and aimed it at the doctor across from him.
The moment Chén Sìhǎi spoke, the doctor quickly realized who he was. This was the man who had hijacked her last time and taken the medicine.
He had come back. "The moment I give the signal, the men below will storm in. When that happens, you're as good as dead."
To protect the safety of the personnel here, the police had dispatched a large number of officers to this location.
"If you can just speak up,"
Chén Sìhǎi said indifferently.
"Just give me the same list as last time. You know I can get these things even if I kill you. Don't try any tricks, they won't work on me." Chén Sìhǎi reminded her before she could make a move. Sun Yuexin felt she must have forgotten to consult the almanac before going out lately. Otherwise, how could this person have found her twice? Did he think she was easy to bully?
Once was forgivable, but a second time might make them suspicious of her identity.
But her identity couldn't be exposed.
"I can give you all the medicine here, but I have one condition: you must find a way to make some noise."
"I'll take you to get medicine from other doctors."
Sun Yuexin had her own plans. Negotiating with a tiger was difficult, but it was far better than having her identity questioned.
"Fine. As long as I get what I want, I'll go along with whatever you plan." Chén Sìhǎi signaled her to proceed. Under Sun Yuexin's guidance, Chén Sìhǎi obtained far more medicine than he had anticipated.
"Why didn't you kill him?" As Chén Sìhǎi prepared to leave, Sun Yuexin grabbed his arm. She pointed at the man she had knocked unconscious earlier.
"Why? Aren't you colleagues?"
Chén Sìhǎi understood perfectly well, but he refused to be used by others. Sun Yuexin had ordered him to kill, but he refused.
"That's your problem, not mine. You better pray these drugs last me for the next round. Otherwise, I'll come back for you."
The first time Chén Sìhǎi sought out Sun Yuexin had been a coincidence.
But the second time, Chén Sìhǎi noticed something off. For instance, this Sun Yuexin seemed to be deliberately hiding something. What exactly? Chén Sìhǎi didn't have the time to figure it out just yet.
After forcing her to give him her contact information, he quickly departed.
Song Yuexin, powerless to resist, understood she was now entangled with him and that she was no match for Chén Sìhǎi. Since he refused to help, she could only watch helplessly as he walked away. But this man had to die. Otherwise, her identity would be exposed. She had to find a way. Chén Sìhǎi emerged from the front gate with the medicine. Once outside, he swiftly handed the package to his waiting henchman. "Boss, you're amazing." Chén Sìhǎi had only been inside for an hour, yet he'd secured so many doses. Consider that Zhao Guoxing and his crew had struggled to obtain only a few vials despite their best efforts. No one could have imagined Chén Sìhǎi would be so bold as to directly raid the hospital. Get it back quickly. Chén Sìhǎi still had his own business to attend to. He thought about it. That doctor had helped him twice now. So, he'd send her a gift. Chén Sìhǎi pulled out the button in his hand. When he'd entered earlier, he'd brought a bomb. When no one was paying attention, he placed it in a corner of her examination room. Without hesitation, he pressed the switch. Now, all he had to do was wait 5 minutes. Chén Sìhǎi borrowed a nearby phone and sent Song Yuexin a text message. He urged her to evacuate the hospital immediately with her team. Afterward, he deleted the message and left the hospital. Boom! Song Yuexin, who had hurriedly left with her people, glanced back. She had narrowly escaped death in the explosion. Chapter 46, Be My Woman. Ding! 1/3 of the M Nation mission is complete. Host, keep up the good work. Chén Sìhǎi checked his progress. The various operations carried out recently had yielded satisfactory results overall. What's the status on the other bombs? Chén Sìhǎi had made numerous enemies in northern Myanmar. He feared they might target his men in his absence, compelling him to wrap things up quickly and return. But these matters were far from simple. Preparations are underway, but research continues. After all, the buildings we aim to destroy were constructed at great expense. If any bomb could take them down, countless structures would have fallen long before our time. Zhao Guoxing had been closely monitoring progress lately. Although Wáng Lǎohǔ reported daily that everything was under control, Zhao knew things in northern Myanmar wouldn't stay that smooth forever. Hurry it up. During his time here, Chén Sìhǎi had come to understand a few things. Compared to northern Myanmar, even the most chaotic parts of the US seemed like children playing house. Even the most ordinary underling under Chén Sìhǎi could be a boss here. No wonder people kept trying to escape northern Myanmar. After all, once they left, they could thrive anywhere. With nothing to occupy him these past 2 days, Chén Sìhǎi was just about to inquire about matters at Wáng Lǎohǔ's estate when one of his men came to report. "Boss, there's a stunningly beautiful woman outside looking for you. She says she knows you. She also told us to remind you the hospital." That should jog your memory. Chén Sìhǎi instantly recognized her, the unlucky woman he'd threatened twice before. What could she possibly want with him? That was something Chén Sìhǎi couldn't figure out. "Have her come in." Chén Sìhǎi instructed his subordinate. When Song Yuexin entered, she looked around curiously at everything. She was taking a gamble by coming here, betting that Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't kill her just yet. A gamble that Chén Sìhǎi might suspect something about her and feel a hint of curiosity. Fortunately, she had one. "Get to the point," Chén Sìhǎi said once she'd finished surveying the room. "Alright, I need your help with something." Despite handling the last incident well, it still traced back to her. This forced her to advance all her plans. None of her people had come over. So she had no choice but to turn to Chén Sìhǎi. She spent time tracking down Chén Sìhǎi and his group, reasoning they'd likely be interested in this matter too. "If you want my help, it depends on what you're offering." Chén Sìhǎi took the tablet from Zhao Guoxing's hands, glanced at it briefly, then handed it back. Zhao Guoxing quickly uncovered Song Yuexin's information. "I need to retrieve a crucial document from the hospital where I work. I require your assistance. The benefit for you is that with my help, you can quickly draw the attention of Country M. In the short term, they won't have time to focus on anything else." Chén Sìhǎi showed little interest upon hearing this. He already had plans in motion. Such matters held little benefit for him. And this man was trying to use him. "If that's all the benefit, you can take your leave." Chén Sìhǎi didn't even glance at Song Yuexin. Song Yuexin had some minor skills, but trying to scheme in front of them? She was far too green. "However, if you're willing to follow me back to northern Burma and become my woman, I might just consider helping you out." Chén Sìhǎi found her petite appearance rather pleasing. After all, from their first meeting, he'd recognized her bone-deep beauty. And her figure was exceptionally good. Chén Sìhǎi liked women like this. If he liked her, he had to have her. That had always been Chén Sìhǎi's principle. Since she was offering herself up, he wouldn't hold back. "I'm talking business here. What are you even saying?" Song Yuexin had heard these flirtatious lines countless times before. Yet under Chén Sìhǎi's earnest gaze, she found this feeling strangely unsettling. "I'm talking business too. Trading you for something your entire country desires, isn't that a good deal? I'm sure your country would shower you with praise and treat your family well from now on." From Zhao Guoxing's files, Chén Sìhǎi learned Song Yuexin hailed from Country C. It was a small country, and cultivating such an outstanding doctor was no easy feat.
They must have sent such a doctor here for a far more significant purpose. And it was impossible for her to accomplish it alone. Otherwise, why would Song Yuexin have been terrified both times she saw him? How could she have dared to come here? Besides this matter, what conditions do you have for helping me? Song Yuexin was now completely at a loss, leaving her no choice but to turn to Chén Sìhǎi. Without his help, she couldn't possibly manage this on her own. Then give me a copy of whatever you're taking. It must be something valuable. No way. Song Yuexin blurted out. That was precisely what they needed most. Handing it over to Chén Sìhǎi would mean her mission would fail. Before Chén Sìhǎi could speak, Zhào Jīnlóng grew displeased. Hold on, Miss Song. You refuse this, you refuse that. Did you come here to ask us for favors? Or is there anything you're willing to agree to? Zhào Jīnlóng's words silenced Song Yuexin. She had been too optimistic. Without sufficient incentive, why would Chén Sìhǎi and his crew lift a finger? They only acted on a whim. Unfortunately, both demands Chén Sìhǎi had made were beyond her ability to fulfill. Show her out. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't be bothered to waste any more time on her. Song Yuexin would come looking for him again. Just as Chén Sìhǎi had anticipated, Song Yuexin returned the very next day. I promise you, if you help me get what I need, I'll agree to go with you to northern Burma once my business is done and become your woman. The last two words were simply too difficult for Song Yuexin to utter. Fine. If you'd agreed yesterday, your task might already be done. So tell me, what do you want me to do? Chén Sìhǎi smiled, beckoning Song Yuexin closer. I want you to draw the attention of every security guard in this hospital and throw the doctors here into chaos. Only then can I seize the opportunity to get what I need. Originally, Song Yuexin only needed to lie low a little longer before she could gain legitimate access. Unfortunately, suspicions had already begun to arise. Alright, when do we move? Disrupting things was a minor matter. The sooner the better. The hospital I'm at is crucial to the US. Every day, they send more patrols than the day before. If this keeps up, the hospital will become a fortress. Soon not even a mosquito will be able to get through. Chapter 47, Getting the Goods. Chén Sìhǎi didn't care, he'd already agreed. He wasn't worried about Song Yuexin deceiving him. After all, northern Myanmar and Sea Country were really not far apart. Finding someone in Sea Country would be a breeze. Fine, I'll go with you now. Chén Sìhǎi instructed Zhào Jīnlóng to prepare some supplies. After all, they needed to draw the entire hospital's attention. All right. Song Yuexin and Chén Sìhǎi sat in the car. Zhào Jīnlóng was driving up front. Don't touch me like that. After getting into the car, Chén Sìhǎi grabbed Song Yuexin's hand and played with it. You're mine now. I can do whatever I want with you. At Chén Sìhǎi's words, Song Yuexin's face flushed instantly. Chén Sìhǎi watched her with amusement. Clearly, she was inexperienced with such matters, otherwise, she wouldn't be blushing so intensely. I'm not yours yet. You haven't taken care of my business. We agreed you'd handle it first. Chén Sìhǎi listened to Song Yuexin's words. Then, without warning, he pressed a kiss to her lips. Before she could react, he swiftly pulled away. Consider this interest. After saying that, Chén Sìhǎi turned to chat with Zhào Jīnlóng. Song Yuexin wiped her lips. At this point, saying anything else was pointless. Besides, she had indeed agreed to Chén Sìhǎi's request. But in truth, her agreement to go to northern Myanmar was merely a delaying tactic. She claimed she was a highly important figure in Country C. Once she returned there, even Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't dare touch her. That way, she would not only complete her mission but also escape Chén Sìhǎi. Boss, we're here. Zhào Jīnlóng pulled the car up to the entrance, and several people quickly got out. Others would arrive from different locations. Over the past period, Zhào Jīnlóng had arranged country identification documents for all his brothers. Alright, leave this place to you. Once the mission is complete, you may depart first. Chén Sìhǎi, of course, would accompany Song Yuexin. He was also deeply curious about what Song Yuexin was so desperate to obtain that she'd agreed to be with him. You're coming with me? Song Yuexin was surprised. She'd assumed Chén Sìhǎi would have his men clear the way for him, but not accompany her inside. What's the problem? If I don't come and someone catches you and kills you, where the hell am I supposed to find another woman to sleep with? At Chén Sìhǎi's final remark, Song Yuexin's face flushed crimson once more. This Chén Sìhǎi always spouting such lewd remarks and acting like a complete scoundrel. He was truly no good. Unfortunately, time was pressing now, and they couldn't afford to waste any more. If they continued investigating, they'd uncover the truth. Song Yuexin led Chén Sìhǎi inside. No sooner had they entered the lounge than commotion erupted outside. Your people work fast. Less than 3 minutes, and they're already moving. Where I come from, being slow gets you killed. But not you, you're my woman. No one dares make you wait. Being my woman is far better than staying in that tiny little country. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Chén Sìhǎi moved closer to Song Yuexin. But this time, Song Yuexin pushed him away with unwavering resolve. Country C is good. If not for them, I wouldn't have made it this far alive.
This is what I owe them. No matter the cost, I must return what belongs to them. Chén Sìhǎi fell silent for a moment, saying nothing more. Following behind Sun Yuexin, he occasionally disposed of anyone who spotted them. Knock them out. Training a doctor isn't easy. This hospital treats patients from all over the world. Sun Yuexin whispered a warning after seeing Chén Sìhǎi pull out his silenced pistol and kill several people.
She intended to cause a disturbance to retrieve her belongings.
But she never intended to harm anyone. Fine. Chén Sìhǎi didn't care. After that, he only knocked people unconscious, then tossed them aside like trash.
They soon arrived at an iron gate. This gate looked ordinary enough, but Chén Sìhǎi sensed vaguely that forcing it open might be dangerous.
Sun Yuexin's words confirmed Chén Sìhǎi's suspicion. This is the latest high-tech from M Nation.
If anyone tries to force their way in recklessly, the machine guns here will turn them into Swiss cheese in an instant.
I stole this from someone today.
Sun Yuexin fiddled with the door for a long time.
Chén Sìhǎi occasionally dealt with the minor threats that approached.
Without her here, Sun Yuexin would have been doomed if she'd come alone.
Is it ready? They might have noticed something's off. We have 10 minutes max to get what we need and get out of this hospital.
Chén Sìhǎi watched as more people approached and whispered.
There was nowhere to hide in this location. Once the snipers arrived, he wouldn't be able to escape either. Right away. Sun Yuexin fiddled with the door for another 3 minutes before finally opening it. Chén Sìhǎi quickly followed inside.
Sun Yuexin, who had intended to keep Chén Sìhǎi outside, quietly withdrew her hand.
Never mind. Chén Sìhǎi could wait outside.
Once she retrieved the item and left, if Chén Sìhǎi wanted it, there was nothing she could do about it.
Sun Yuexin's intelligence work was solid. She quickly found what she needed.
Chén Sìhǎi merely glanced at it briefly, some kind of medical documentation. Such matters had never concerned him.
Chén Sìhǎi had no intention of trying to take it.
Chén Sìhǎi browsed through the scattered papers. His intention was simple: take whatever he could find.
He did come across one particularly intriguing research document.
He also picked up a few other documents whose purpose he couldn't quite figure out.
He gained quite a bit.
Especially when he acquired a certain item, the system immediately alerted him.
Ding! Host has completed the task. The mission reward will be distributed in 1 hour. Please find a deserted location.
Chén Sìhǎi stared at the bead in his hand, roughly the size of an eye.
He promptly stowed it away. He'd examine it later. Let's go. Sun Yuexin paid no attention to what Chén Sìhǎi had taken.
All she cared about was completing her own mission. She had no intention of returning anyway. These were mere trifles.
Chén Sìhǎi pulled a bomb from his hand, intending to destroy the place. Wait. Don't be so ruthless. We've already taken their most crucial item. Blowing this place up would be going too far. Sun Yuexin's words clearly failed to sway Chén Sìhǎi.
After all, to him, nothing was too much. The crucial point is, there's a self-destruct mechanism here.
If we make too much noise, we won't be able to escape. Chén Sìhǎi finally put away the small bomb in his hand and followed the others out. Outside, dozens of people were waiting for them. Chapter 48, Multiple Gunshot Wounds. Got a gun? Give me one.
Sun Yuexin spoke up the moment she saw them.
Chén Sìhǎi tossed one over without hesitation. Hand over everything you got from inside, and I'll let you die quickly. The police chief addressed Chén Sìhǎi and his group. If the items here were taken out, the loss to their country would reach 80 billion.
He had been specifically assigned to guard this place. Upon hearing of the intrusion, he rushed over immediately. Only the explosions outside delayed him slightly. Fortunately, he still made it in time.
So that means if I don't hand it over, I won't die. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't possibly believe their words.
If you've got the guts, come and kill me.
Let's get this over with. Chén Sìhǎi fired the first shot and the battle erupted. At first, Chén Sìhǎi kept an eye on Sun Yuexin. But after realizing Sun Yuexin herself was no pushover, he finally relaxed. Chén Sìhǎi certainly didn't want his woman to die here before he'd even slept with her. With no more reservations, Chén Sìhǎi disposed of them at an accelerated pace. As he dealt with the last two men, Chén Sìhǎi suddenly turned and saw. Sun Yuexin had been hit by several bullets. He'd forgotten that not everyone could dodge bullets like he could, emerging unscathed. Are you okay? Chén Sìhǎi stared at the blood on her body, quickly thinking of a solution. If they didn't leave now, they would die. More and more police and military personnel would arrive here. By then, they wouldn't even be able to leave.
Sun Yuexin's identity had been exposed, and this place was no longer safe.
I can go. I know a place where we can get out of here quickly. Carry me. Sun Yuexin's face was deathly pale.
She had overestimated her own abilities. She had indeed learned to shoot, but it was only enough to defend herself against a few people. This time, if not for Chén Sìhǎi, she wouldn't have gotten away with just a few gunshot wounds. She might have lost her life.
All right. Sun Yuexin knew her limits. She couldn't move at all right now. Chén Sìhǎi was satisfied.
He detested people who insisted on putting on a brave front. When he hoisted Son Yuexin onto his back, he accidentally pressed against her wound.
Son Yuexin let out a cold snort.
The pain was excruciating. But at this moment, there was no time to dwell on it.
Take a painkiller. Chén Sìhǎi reached behind him and pulled out an unidentified pill.
He placed it in Son Yuexin's hand, not waiting to see if she took it, and swiftly departed as she had instructed. They encountered some trouble along the way, but Chén Sìhǎi resolved it swiftly.
In your current state, you probably can't deliver the intelligence, right?
Chén Sìhǎi placed her in a secure location and sent a message to Chao Guoxing and the others. Now that their cover was blown and their mission accomplished,
they could withdraw today. Son Yuexin was barely holding on, clinging to consciousness.
She had taken the medicine Chén Sìhǎi gave her along the way, otherwise, she would have collapsed long ago.
You plan to leave me here alone? Son Yuexin quickly grasped the implication in Chén Sìhǎi's words.
If you insist on delivering the intelligence now, I have no choice but to leave you here. Chén Sìhǎi had to be responsible for the brothers who followed him.
I'm going with you to northern Myanmar.
Intelligence could be relayed from anywhere, but if she died, there'd be no way to send the message back.
This isn't me forcing you, you're the one insisting on coming back with me.
Chén Sìhǎi wore a smile. He had long understood Son Yuexin's intentions. He simply couldn't be bothered to argue with her.
Please save me. Son Yuexin could barely hold on.
All she could do now was pray that Chén Sìhǎi felt strongly enough about her, that he would rescue her and take her back to northern Burma.
Chén Sìhǎi and his men retreated swiftly. Chao Guoxing, make the arrangements immediately. We need to evacuate as soon as possible. Chén Sìhǎi summoned the doctor to treat Son Yuexin. Boss Chen, I'm just an ordinary doctor.
She's been hit by so many bullets, there's nothing I can do to save her. Ever since Chén Sìhǎi and his men arrived here and summoned him, he hadn't left the compound once. Though Chén Sìhǎi and his men had given him enough money to live comfortably for the rest of his life, every time he saw them return wounded, all he wanted to say was, take it easy on the injuries, even he gets tired.
Save her. She won't die. Though Chén Sìhǎi knew nothing of medicine, he understood that Son Yuexin hadn't been hit in any vital areas.
The doctor quickly got to work.
Chén Sìhǎi's keen eye had been right. As a doctor, Son Yuexin would naturally avoid vital areas even when shot.
After treating her wounds, Chén Sìhǎi helped her change clothes. Only then did he notice that her figure was even more impressive than he'd imagined. Unfortunately, there was no time to admire it now. Chén Sìhǎi had already arranged for a steamship, and Li Si was waiting there.
At customs, several military personnel were also waiting.
However, this time they were traveling on a legitimate cruise ship and would transfer vessels later. When they arrived, there were 500 brothers. When they left, only 300 remained.
This trip had taken a heavy toll on Chén Sìhǎi and his men.
Fortunately, Chén Sìhǎi wasn't the type to send his men out to test everything, or else the casualties would have been even heavier. But there was one positive outcome: those who returned this time had all become fiercely loyal to Chén Sìhǎi. Afterward, to avoid drawing attention, they stayed aboard the cruise ship for a day. Only upon reaching Li Si's territory did they board their own vessel. Li Si saw Son Yuexin being carried aboard but said nothing. The boat was even more crowded than last time, as this was a full-scale evacuation. Once we leave these waters, you'll be safe. Li Si gestured toward the sea before them.
Chén Sìhǎi nodded once. Meanwhile, as Chén Sìhǎi and his group evacuated,
the high-ranking officials of M Nation were furious.
Did I spend a fortune to keep a bunch of useless fools? That high-tech door you developed? The one supposedly impossible to open? It was breached with ease. The data inside was stolen.
The damage this has caused us is no small matter.
And we still haven't found the people behind it.
The man seated at the head of the table was truly furious with his incompetent subordinates.
They couldn't handle a single thing properly.
If this keeps up, the entire country will become a laughingstock. This was the second time already. I believe it was those people from northern Myanmar again.
I've investigated recent troublemakers here. Some bear tattoos from northern Myanmar. An underling immediately reported back. So you're saying we've been screwed over twice in the gutter? Are you all useless pieces of trash?
Dispatch men to investigate immediately.
Under no circumstances can we let them leave M country with our goods.
Otherwise, our highest punishment hasn't been experienced by anyone in a very long time.
Chapter 49, Return to Northern Myanmar.
The M country team worked together and quickly uncovered the information. However, by the time they uncovered it, Chén Sìhǎi had already departed their jurisdictional waters and entered another nation's territorial sea. You useless fools! Contact your people immediately. Under no circumstances can we let the goods fall into other hands. After leaving M country, Chén Sìhǎi grew increasingly composed.
Son Yuexin had woken up briefly during the journey but soon lay back down.
Ultimately, Chén Sìhǎi successfully boarded a flight and returned to northern Myanmar within 2 days. Yet this operation still encountered some deviations. For instance, instead of keeping those from M country who were planning to come to northern Myanmar stuck in M country, instead, he had drawn their attention and they might now increase their troop deployment to northern Myanmar.
Still, Chén Sìhǎi believed this would only last for a limited time. Moreover, without cooperation from other nations, confronting them would be considerably easier. When Chén Sìhǎi returned, Wáng Lǎohǔ was waiting for them at the entrance. Call the doctor over to examine her. Chén Sìhǎi touched Sun Yuexin's body. She was burning up, likely running a fever. But she couldn't die. Got it. Wáng Lǎohǔ immediately left with his men, not even bothering to ask the boss about the details of this trip to M country. Lately, Wáng Lǎohǔ had been swamped with work in northern Myanmar. With Hassan and Chao Guoxing absent, every decision fell on his shoulders. Most crucially, there were too many matters to handle. Either his underlings lost turf wars, causing significant losses. Other times, it was dealing with problems arising from all sorts of goods. Now that they're back, Wáng Lǎohǔ can finally catch his breath. Most crucially, those who had been itching to make a move dared not act anymore. Chén Sìhǎi returned to the villa, where Li Ayun was waiting at the entrance. Recently, Li Ayun had sent messages to Chén Sìhǎi, but he hadn't replied with a single word. Li Ayun knew that the last incident had truly crossed Chén Sìhǎi's boundaries. If things continued like this, she would lose her standing completely. Especially since she'd heard Chén Sìhǎi had brought another woman back. I can explain what happened last time. I would never do anything to betray you. Li Ayun had her own matters to attend to. It was unavoidable. What I want to know is who exactly you're in contact with. Come see me once you've figured it out. Chén Sìhǎi didn't harbor any improper thoughts toward Li Ayun just because she was wearing a sexy spaghetti strap top. He was a man of principle. Chén Sìhǎi avoided Li Ayun and entered the villa. He left her standing outside. Li Ayun looked down at herself. She realized Chén Sìhǎi hadn't sent anyone to stop her from leaving. Not even a single person followed her as she walked out. Chén Sìhǎi had tacitly accepted it. She could leave any time. Should she leave? To be fair, of all the big brothers she'd followed, Chén Sìhǎi was the most approachable. He treated people well. If she were to do what she needed to do, who knew how long she'd have to wait if it were someone else? Most crucially, many knew she was Chén Sìhǎi's woman. They dared not oppose him, so they could only secretly keep her. She had to figure out a way. Chén Sìhǎi had no idea what Li Ayun was thinking. Sun Yuexin woke up at 3 in the afternoon. She glanced at the wounds on her body. Clearly they had been carefully tended to. Chén Sìhǎi hadn't abandoned her. But when she reached into her pocket, she couldn't find the most important thing to her. Pulling out the needle, she got out of bed and headed to find Chén Sìhǎi. The thing she'd risked her life to obtain, she absolutely couldn't lose it. I want to see your boss. With every step Sun Yuexin took, her wounds throbbed painfully. She could only instruct the guards stationed at the door to locate Chén Sìhǎi. Sorry, third brother ordered us to watch you. We'll report your awakening, but whether the boss will see you we can't say. They followed protocol strictly, showing no mercy simply because Sun Yuexin's current vulnerability made everyone want to protect her. Please help me. This is truly important to me. If you're willing to help me, I'll speak highly of you to your boss when the time comes. No matter what Sun Yuexin said, the men outside remained unmoved. When Chén Sìhǎi arrived, Sun Yuexin was still negotiating with the guards outside. New to the place and unfamiliar with its layout, she stepped outside only to turn back. Her wound had already reopened. The guard posted at the entrance saw Chén Sìhǎi arrive as if he were a savior. Boss, I've told her repeatedly that I've already contacted you, but she insists on finding you. Chén Sìhǎi nodded, acknowledging he understood. You guys can go downstairs now. After they left, Chén Sìhǎi scooped her up and carried her to the bed. What are you doing? You've just managed to heal a bit, and now the wound's torn open again. Seeing Chén Sìhǎi, Sun Yuexin clutched his hand tightly, her gaze fixed on him. Where are my things? Sun Yuexin feared her belongings were gone, which would mean all her efforts had been wasted. They're with me. Chén Sìhǎi didn't want to waste words with her and pulled them straight out of his pocket. Don't worry, I haven't looked at them. Chén Sìhǎi sensed Sun Yuexin's gaze and felt a bit speechless. But remembering how desperately she'd clutched them before losing consciousness, he understood just how important they were to her. Can I borrow your computer? I need to send this back. Sun Yuexin just wanted to get this done so she could focus on recovering. Everything else could wait until she was fully recovered. I need to remind you, this is northern Myanmar. Sun Yuexin couldn't understand why this topic kept coming up. Didn't she know this was northern Myanmar? What was the point of repeating it over and over? The internet here could be blocked at any moment, and sending messages abroad is even harder. So far, without specialized equipment, it's nearly impossible to get anything back to your country. Chén Sìhǎi had his men bring over a computer. Whether to use it or not was entirely up to her. Then I'll just have to wait until I'm better and deliver it back to see country myself. This is northern Myanmar. My territory. Why do you think I'd let you leave? Chén Sìhǎi thought Sun Yuexin was truly naive. Had he gone through all that trouble, even exchanging resources from the system for medicine to save her just so she could complete her mission? I've fulfilled my part of the bargain. Now it's your turn to honor your promise. Chén Sìhǎi stood up. Oh, and once your injuries heal, I'll give you a chance to leave. If you can make it out of northern Myanmar alive, I'll send you back to China.
As Song Yuexin pondered how she could possibly escape northern Myanmar and return home, Chén Sìhǎi offered her a chance.
Fine. You said it.
Song Yuexin thought to herself, I can do this.
Chapter 50, Song Yuexin's solo departure. Song Yuexin's injuries healed quickly.
As her health gradually improved, she personally prepared all her own medications. She even began treating the illnesses of those around her, winning their loyalty and extracting valuable information from their conversations.
But Song Yuexin didn't know that the rules here were extremely strict.
Without tacit approval from above, if information was leaked, it would be them who suffered the consequences.
If any of you feel unwell, you can come find me anytime.
In this field, I might be far more skilled than the doctors here. Song Yuexin was a medical prodigy, otherwise, she wouldn't have secured a position at the National Hospital in M country at such a young age. Her subordinates nodded in agreement, though they knew full well that once Song Yuexin left this place, they would rarely have another chance to interact with her.
After recuperating for half a month, Song Yuexin had essentially mastered the items in her possession.
Unfortunately, she also understood all too well how incredibly difficult it would be to get the items back to China.
Unless Chén Sìhǎi helped her.
From her subordinates' remarks, it was clear that Chén Sìhǎi was a formidable figure. He had left northern Myanmar for a trip to M country, caused such a huge stir, and still returned safely. A trip to C country should be a piece of cake. The biggest problem now was that Chén Sìhǎi refused to help her go to C country. According to Chén Sìhǎi, it was entirely her own business. The only concession he was willing to make was to provide her with an opportunity to leave northern Myanmar.
When Chén Sìhǎi came to visit, Song Yuexin was staring blankly at her computer screen.
Lately, Chén Sìhǎi had rarely come by.
Song Yuexin still had many unresolved questions, and Chén Sìhǎi couldn't be bothered to waste time with her.
You're here.
Song Yuexin shut down her computer.
She had already decided that in the coming days, she would prepare to send her belongings back.
I heard you're better now. Any plans? If you want to stay by my side, I'll arrange accommodations for you.
Chén Sìhǎi toyed with the lighter in his hand, unconcerned about her decision to stay or leave. I want to go back to C country and take my things with me. Song Yuexin glanced at Chén Sìhǎi before finally speaking up. She wanted Chén Sìhǎi's help, but she didn't know how to ask. Chén Sìhǎi was the kind of man who never changed his mind once he'd made up his mind.
Fine. Then I'll expect you to leave northern Myanmar safely. But remember what you promised me. Chén Sìhǎi offered no objection, keeping his instructions brief.
In northern Myanmar, there are only two rules. First, trust no one.
Second, be strong. Good luck. I hope you're still alive when we meet next.
Chén Sìhǎi departed with his men, leaving her nothing behind. It was as if the man who had wanted her as a woman had never been Chén Sìhǎi at all. Song Yuexin walked out, and no one greeted her anymore. When she spoke to people, they acted as if they hadn't seen her. This made it clear they were all following Chén Sìhǎi's orders. As long as Chén Sìhǎi didn't give the nod, these people wouldn't lift a finger for her.
In the end, Song Yuexin left. Boss, should we assign someone to keep an eye on her? Intervene to help the leader when the final danger arises? Chao Guisheng couldn't fathom what Chén Sìhǎi was thinking.
He clearly had feelings for that woman Song Yuexin, yet he still let her leave alone. For a woman trying to leave northern Myanmar, Chao Guisheng knew what she'd face. He didn't need to think about it.
Have someone keep an eye on her. Unless she dies, don't bother me with anything else. Chén Sìhǎi pondered.
If she really died, he'd kindly retrieve her body. After all, he was the one who brought her here.
Understood. Chao Guisheng understood Chén Sìhǎi's reasoning to some extent.
After Song Yuexin left, she was extremely cautious. But she couldn't guard against everything, and she was soon captured.
The moment she was seized, she blurted out Chén Sìhǎi's name.
Those men treated her with considerably more restraint.
If you're one of Boss Chen's people, how could you possibly be out here alone? Don't let her fool you with empty words. Exactly. A beauty like this, how could Boss Chen ever let her go out alone? Just take her. Worst case, we can just deny knowing anything about this.
Letting their sure thing slip away was a tough pill to swallow for them. They quickly made their decision.
Song Yuexin's struggles were useless in their eyes.
Such a beauty was a rare find in their world. Whether they kept her for themselves or offered her up as tribute, it would be a tremendous boon either way.
Truthfully, Chén Sìhǎi hadn't intended to concern himself with Song Yuexin's affairs. It was simply too coincidental. Song Yuexin just happened to fall into Jiang Fan's hands. Her luck was extraordinary. Jiang Fan had taken notice and brought her out smoothly. Now, she was locked away. Jiang Fan called Chén Sìhǎi to ask what exactly he was thinking. What a coincidence. Upon hearing the news, Chén Sìhǎi thought Song Yuexin's luck was off the charts.
Li Sìhǎi paused before finally speaking. Do as you see fit, but don't kill her. If she can't handle it, she can come to me for help.
Jiang Fan quickly understood what Chén Sìhǎi meant.
So the woman under his control was being uncooperative. Then he knew exactly what to do. Lately, a lot of piglets had arrived in northern Myanmar.
Everyone knew this batch contained plenty of fish. But this batch of piglets was snatched up quickly. Chén Sìhǎi's family, with its vast resources, secured 50% of the recruits. Now, these men were being handed over to Zhào Jīnlóng for training. Most importantly, Zhào Jīnlóng must identify the fish among them. Keeping the fish around would only cause trouble for them. Boss, Aya says she wants to take over this batch of piglets. She claims she's confident she can find those fish. Zhào Jīnlóng couldn't judge whether Aya's claim was feasible. After all, even he couldn't possibly uncover every fish. The operatives sent by various factions were exceptionally skilled. They moved with utter stealth. Layer upon layer of cover. Let her handle it. Even if we went looking ourselves, we might not find everyone either. Chén Sìhǎi thought to himself, Aya had truly made remarkable progress over the past fortnight. He recognized her potential and saw no harm in letting her try. Fine. Zhào Jīnlóng had no objections and promptly handed the group of recruits over to Aya. I don't expect them to make a fortune. Let them handle the dirty work. Your top priority is to identify capable individuals and confirm they're not on the other side. Got it? Zhào Jīnlóng instructed her in front of Chén Sìhǎi. Understood. I'll handle it well. Thanks for this chance, Brother Zhào. And thanks for trusting me, boss. Chapter 51, Boasting. Aya was overjoyed. She never imagined Chén Sìhǎi would trust her so deeply. He had actually entrusted her with such an important task. She would definitely see it through. Just focus on your task. If anything comes up, come straight to me. Chén Sìhǎi had always followed the principle of not trusting those he didn't use and not doubting those he used. Otherwise, he wouldn't have granted Zhào Jīnlóng and the others such extensive authority. Even Zhang Fan had warned Chén Sìhǎi multiple times that those around him held too much power and he'd eventually lose control. But Chén Sìhǎi was fixated on one thing: he insisted on handling everything himself. He really would work himself to death. Got it, boss. Aya quickly got to work, with Zhào Jīnlóng following close behind. Today, Chén Sìhǎi had an appointment to modify a vehicle at a certain location. The cars in his garage were expensive, but their flaws became apparent when driven. Zhang Fan had recommended a shop with decent modification skills. He planned to send his BMW for modification, hoping to achieve the desired results. Xiao Ma drove him there. Xiao Ma had been working closely with him lately, a man he had personally promoted. After his training, he was nearly a jack of all trades. Moreover, Zhang Fan needed someone nearby to handle troublesome matters, so he had Xiao Ma come forward early. Boss. Xiao Ma was highly perceptive. As soon as the car stopped, he immediately opened the door for Chén Sìhǎi. He respectfully let Chén Sìhǎi step out. Go talk to them. Chén Sìhǎi didn't get out of the car. He pulled out a business card, and Xiao Ma quickly understood. He went inside and came out shortly after. Their boss is out. The current queue for vehicle modifications is already booked up 5 months in advance. You can only schedule an appointment by contacting their boss directly. Xiao Ma hadn't expected that on his first outing to handle business, he wouldn't even get to see their boss. Wouldn't this make Chén Sìhǎi think he'd failed? I'll handle it. Chén Sìhǎi wasn't surprised after all. Modifications in northern Myanmar were notoriously difficult to arrange. Chén Sìhǎi made a call, and soon a manager came out to meet him. My sincerest apologies. My staff showed no consideration whatsoever. Had I known Lord Chén was coming, we wouldn't have taken any other business today. Who didn't know by now that Chén Sìhǎi was the big boss around here? Even those backed by immense power would step aside when encountering Chén Sìhǎi, let alone these small-time operators. Chén Sìhǎi placed the items in his hand into Xiao Ma's grasp. Boss Chén, what kind of vehicle modification are you looking for? What style do you have in mind? You can give me a rough idea for now. When our boss returns, I'll pass it along. One more thing, our turnaround time here is indeed longer than elsewhere. First, we get too many requests. Second, we take extra care to do it right, which takes more time. What the manager really wanted to say was, if Chén Sìhǎi felt the wait was too long, he could always go elsewhere. After all, bosses like him were the last people they wanted to cross. It would only cause trouble later. Right, Xiao Ma. Chén Sìhǎi had already briefly outlined his requirements to Xiao Ma earlier. He was just here to go through the motions, mainly to see the results of their work. Then please head over there and fill out the paperwork with our staff, okay? Xiao Ma was quickly ushered away. Mr. Chén, would you be interested in touring our little modification workshop? Seeing Chén Sìhǎi's interest in the place, the manager promptly offered the suggestion. Chén Sìhǎi gave a slight nod, signaling for the manager to lead the way. The manager led the way, chatting about topics that piqued Chén Sìhǎi's interest. In the dozen or so minutes they'd spent together, Chén Sìhǎi had indeed come across as very approachable. Your boss is quite the character. To survive in chaotic northern Myanmar with just his skills and his crew, a man like that must either be exceptionally capable, able to ensure safety among such people, or exceptionally adept at navigating human relationships. Yes, our boss founded this operation, giving us decent jobs. It was one of the few legitimate jobs available in northern Myanmar. Chén Sìhǎi found himself intrigued by this boss. Snap. Chén Sìhǎi heard the sound and looked over. Xiao Ma was over there. Boss Chen, please wait here a moment. I'll handle this. It won't take long.
Minor incidents like this were commonplace here, and the manager had long since grown accustomed to them. He hurried over only to discover this was far beyond his ability to resolve.
Xiao Ma had slapped their boss's sister. You dare hit me? I'll kill you.
Everyone who worked here knew that while their boss usually looked kind-hearted, there was a sore spot in his heart that no one could touch. That was his own sister. She was a force to be reckoned with in the shop. Now that Xiao Ma had slapped her, how could she possibly let it go? But Xiao Ma was no pushover either. Chén Sìhǎi was backing him. If it came to blows, they wouldn't stand a chance against Chén Sìhǎi. Chén Sìhǎi arrived just in time to witness the scene.
His voice was cold as he demanded, "What's going on here? Boss, this woman spoke insolently against you. We believe you're wise and mighty. She mustn't be allowed to slander you like this."
We stepped in to stop her. But she said even more offensive things.
Xiao Ma couldn't hold back either.
In his eyes, no one had the right to speak ill of his boss. After hearing this, Chén Sìhǎi turned his gaze to the woman who had been slapped, her face rapidly swelling and reddening.
Oh? What did she say about me? Chén Sìhǎi's intent was clear. He was backing his subordinate.
Ever since Chén Sìhǎi returned from M country, he'd gained a reputation for being overly protective of his own. I was talking about Chén Sìhǎi, not you.
Why are you getting so worked up? Are you his father or mother? The woman was incredibly arrogant. She simply couldn't stand Chén Sìhǎi.
If it weren't for Chén Sìhǎi, her most important friend wouldn't have died. Heaven truly has no eyes, letting such a person survive.
And thriving so well at that. Scum like Chén Sìhǎi belongs in the trash heap.
Fu Qingyan believed that as long as her brother was around, offending Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't matter much. Her brother was always by her side, telling her he'd protect her from anyone. Even though she knew full well the man before her was likely Chén Sìhǎi himself, she still spoke those words.
Looking for trouble. Xiao Ma instantly aimed his gun at Fu Qingyan's head.
The manager reacted in the next split second, pointing his gun at Xiao Ma.
You're asking for death too. This is our boss's most important sister.
If you dare lay a finger on her, whether you're Chen's man or not, you won't leave here alive today. The manager thought that if he didn't step in now, this young lady would go crying to her brother, and he'd be the one to suffer the consequences.
Chapter 52, Staging an Accident. This is the first time we've met, so why do you harbor such intense hostility toward me?
Chén Sìhǎi ignored the strange tension between the two men and turned his gaze to Fu Qingyan, who was staring intently at him. To an outsider, it would look like he'd slaughtered her entire family.
You forgot. You actually forgot.
The moment Chén Sìhǎi uttered these words, Fu Qingyan reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on.
In your eyes, is murder as simple as killing an ant?
She begged you to save her, but not only did you refuse to help, you killed her. Chén Sìhǎi listened to Fu Qingyan's description, trying desperately to recall the person she was talking about.
Unfortunately, he truly couldn't recall her. He had no memory of such a person.
I'll kill you to avenge her.
Fu Qingyan drew a gun, aiming it at Chén Sìhǎi. Stop. Do you want to die?
At that moment, a man rushed over. It was Fu Feiyu, the owner of the establishment.
Fu Feiyu was scared out of his wits, but thankfully, neither side suffered any casualties.
He had some skills, but against an estate owner like Chén Sìhǎi, he was utterly helpless.
Chén Sìhǎi could kill other estate owners on a whim.
Much less someone like him, a mere manager of a small modification shop. He had heard stories about her from his sister before. He had assumed that since his sister didn't come to the shop often, she wouldn't encounter Chén Sìhǎi. Yet, the very thing he dreaded most had happened.
Brother! You're just in time.
Kill him for me, avenge my friend. And him too, he slapped me. When Fu Qingyan saw Fu Feiyu, it was as if she had found her anchor.
Tears instantly streamed down his face.
She sobbed uncontrollably in his arms, her tears streaming down her face.
Chén Sìhǎi stared in disbelief.
It seemed those with acting talent could thrive anywhere. Take Fu Feiyu now, the pain in his eyes was almost impossible to contain.
Chén Sìhǎi thought, if not for his formidable reputation, Fu Feiyu might have killed him outright. What a show! You insult me, then try to kill me. I genuinely don't remember who your friend was. But even if I did, I'd have killed him anyway. Pointing a gun at me?
If your brother hadn't returned sooner, you'd be down there keeping your friend company right now. Chén Sìhǎi released his hand, which had already reached for the Desert Eagle. The system's storage space held the ultra-powerful rocket launcher he'd recently traded for at Prestige Mall.
Pulling it out could obliterate an entire building.
It also held various weapons Chén Sìhǎi had gradually exchanged for, ones he believed might prove extremely useful.
Weapons were the last thing he lacked now. Boss Chen, some things might have been misunderstandings. I'm here to apologize on behalf of my sister.
You came to me for modifications. From now on, any vehicle you send over, no matter when, I'll prioritize your modifications immediately. And I won't charge you a single penny. Consider it my apology for this incident.
My sister is still young.
I spoiled her since childhood and she doesn't understand many things, which is why she acted so rudely.
I'm truly sorry. Please spare us this once.
From now on, if you ever need anything from us, just ask.
I'll do whatever it takes. Fu Feiyu sensed the displeasure in Chén Sìhǎi's tone and quickly interjected. Fu Qingyan was deeply dissatisfied, but she wasn't some little angel either.
She rarely saw her brother like this, which meant this Chén Sìhǎi was someone they couldn't afford to offend.
I'm terribly sorry.
Everything I said earlier was nonsense.
I take it all back. Please spare me.
Fu Qingyan knew surviving in northern Myanmar was tough, and she rarely caused trouble. She just didn't want to burden her brother. But she never imagined she'd walk straight into the biggest trouble of all.
She paid little attention to outside affairs and didn't realize Chén Sìhǎi was no longer just a single estate owner. It's fine.
Chén Sìhǎi motioned for Xiao Ma to holster his gun. I want my car back within 5 days at the latest.
Otherwise, I'll have to settle accounts. Mr. Fu, this shouldn't be too much trouble for you, right? Chén Sìhǎi had no intention of waiting in line. 5 days was his absolute limit. Of course not. Even if there was a problem, he'd make sure there wasn't.
After confirming this, Chén Sìhǎi quickly departed with his men.
Only Fu Feiyu remained to deal with Fu Qingyan. Do you know what kind of man Chén Sìhǎi is now? He won't care about your status. He'll kill without hesitation. Even if I exhaust every resource, I might not be able to avenge you. Thankfully, Chén Sìhǎi showed no intention of confronting you today. Otherwise, Fu Feiyu dared not even think about the consequences. Boss, why didn't you let me kill that woman? She was so arrogant. Xiao Ma followed behind Chén Sìhǎi, seething with indignation. A few insults won't hurt me. Anyone who can run a business here alone is pretty capable.
Besides, he's shown restraint. I still need him for something.
Some things didn't need to be spelled out.
Xiao Ma quickly learned that their world wasn't all about violence and bloodshed.
There was also human connection and social grace. Boss, I'll have them send a car to pick you up. Seeing Chén Sìhǎi's movements, Xiao Ma followed behind. I'd like to walk.
Come to think of it, since arriving in northern Myanmar, he'd been constantly fighting and hadn't really taken the time to look around this place.
Truthfully, as long as you don't enter certain compounds or organizations,
their streets look no different from those in other countries.
People sell trinkets and snacks. But behind these transactions lies more than just those seemingly interesting trinkets.
There's also the most commonly traded item here.
The area bustles with people coming and going. Just a minute ago, Chén Sìhǎi witnessed someone being dragged away.
Others who witnessed the scene stood by coldly. Mind your own business and you won't live long. Chén Sìhǎi scanned the surrounding goods, considering which ones to buy as gifts for Aya. Then he was violently shoved. Before Chén Sìhǎi could speak, the man who had shoved him pointed a gun at him, his tone brimming with arrogance.
Damn it, don't you have eyes?
Twice in one day, he'd had a gun pointed at his head. He really was one accident-prone guy.
Seems today just wasn't an auspicious day for going out. Didn't you run into me yourself? Chén Sìhǎi's eyes were fixed elsewhere.
He certainly wouldn't have been so easily hit. His body had developed a conditioned reflex to dodge such dangers.
Which eye of yours saw me bump into you?
You wrecked my stuff. If you don't pay up, don't even think about leaving here today. A box had fallen at their feet, spilling fragments inside. But Chén Sìhǎi hadn't heard the sound of jade shattering. This guy was clearly trying to scam him.
Chapter 53, Prestige Mall Upgrade. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't fathom why these people kept picking fights with him. Did he really look that easy to bully? Ding! You cannot resolve this minor conflict through force.
You gain 50,000 prestige points here.
Just as Chén Sìhǎi pondered how to toy with these nobodies, the system prompt sounded. The first part of the message left Chén Sìhǎi momentarily stunned.
Having spent too long in northern Myanmar, he was momentarily at a loss for how to handle the situation without resorting to force. After all, in this place, force was the most effective tool.
Mission successful. Prestige Mall upgraded. Mission failed.
Prestige Mall closed for 30 days. Chén Sìhǎi wondered what the Prestige Mall would be like after the upgrade, given how much it already offered.
Would the goods be even better?
Unfortunately, with his current prestige points under 1 million, even if there were good items, it would be hard to afford them. Lately, his reputation points had been climbing at an increasingly sluggish pace. Chén Sìhǎi suspected it might be because his life had grown too peaceful recently. Maybe it was time to stir up trouble again, get those people to contribute more prestige points to him.
Oh? Preventing me from leaving? Chén Sìhǎi glanced at his wristwatch, pondering silently. How could he earn those 50,000 reputation points without resorting to force? I'm not an unreasonable man. If you're willing to compensate me for my losses, I'll let you go.
Chén Sìhǎi had excellent hearing and overheard the surrounding crowd murmuring.
That guy's got some bad luck. He's the third one today. I wonder when we can teach him a lesson.
He's such a bully, acting like he owns the place just because he's got powerful connections.
Chén Sìhǎi seemed to have found a way to get the 50,000 reputation points. Is this it? Chén Sìhǎi picked something up from the ground. Xiaoma stood nearby, hand on his gun, waiting for the boss's order. Take this guy's life right now. Doesn't he know he doesn't have the right to pull this stunt? Xiaoma couldn't quite grasp why the boss was wasting words with him. But he figured Chén Sìhǎi must have his reasons for doing this. These shards clearly aren't from today. You think you can scam me?
Chén Sìhǎi flung the shattered object directly at him.
You want to die?
The man facing Chén Sìhǎi hadn't expected him to stand there calmly examining the authenticity of the item while holding a gun to his head.
You're asking for it?
Xiaoma drew his pistol, swiftly closing in and knocking the extortionist's gun to the ground.
Our boss is also a con artist?
Xiaoma knocked the man to the ground in a few swift moves.
Looks like you've done your fair share of scams.
Just now when you bumped into me, I lost 80 million worth of diamonds. Hand them over today, or you'll learn how to spell death. Chén Sìhǎi watched his reputation points rise at an agonizingly slow pace.
This clearly wasn't enough. Boss Chen, this guy constantly extorts money from us.
The people backing him are incredibly powerful.
We had no choice but to pay up. You absolutely mustn't let him off the hook.
Someone who recognized Chén Sìhǎi shouted from the shadows.
Chén Sìhǎi glanced in that direction but saw no one. That person wanted to use him as a pawn.
But seeing his reputation soar instantly from that single remark, he shrugged it off.
An anonymous person doing a good deed simply couldn't match the impact of Chén Sìhǎi's reputation. Boss Chen, that fool dared to frame you. You absolutely must not let him off the hook.
Getting rid of such a cancer would be a huge relief for everyone in their neighborhood.
My boss is Wen Zhisheng. Chén Sìhǎi heard this unfamiliar name. He turned his head to look at Xiaoma. He's a newly promoted estate owner.
It's no surprise you haven't heard of him, boss.
He's not a big deal.
You don't need to concern yourself with him.
Chén Sìhǎi was very satisfied with Xiaoma's explanation. He nodded.
All he needed now was to reach 50,000 prestige points. Once the system announced the task was complete, he'd be done.
Boss, I'm currently. Xiaoma held someone down, unsure what Chén Sìhǎi had planned next. Ding. System task completed. Prestige Mall is upgrading.
The Prestige Mall is unavailable during the upgrade period. Seeing the system message, Chén Sìhǎi had no desire to play along with them any longer. Break his limbs and dump him at his big brother's doorstep.
Chén Sìhǎi gave the order and Xiaoma tore open his clothes.
They stuffed the cloth into his mouth and broke his limbs. They also sent someone to deliver the man to Wen Zhisheng's doorstep.
By then, Chén Sìhǎi had already arrived home.
He had intended to explore the area and familiarize himself with northern Myanmar. But now he was more eager to see the results of the Weipang Mall upgrade. He had no idea what the system was up to, especially with that upgrade progress bar. Over an hour had passed and it hadn't budged an inch.
At this rate, when would the upgrade ever be complete? Unfortunately, the system wouldn't give him a precise answer.
3 days passed before the progress bar seemed to finally wake up, moving slowly a few times. Chén Sìhǎi realized this upgrade would also take a long time.
Gradually, he stopped paying attention.
Fortunately, he had exchanged for many of the items he needed in advance. Meanwhile, on the third day since Jiang Fan had taken Song Yuexin away, she finally truly felt that this was northern Myanmar.
You're so slow. If you don't scam 50 grand today, you're gonna get beaten. I've only warned you repeatedly because you're pretty. Song Yuexin's body was covered in bruises. As long as she failed to complete the task, she would be beaten. She was in agony.
Only now did she understand why Chén Sìhǎi had been willing to give her a chance to try escaping northern Myanmar.
Because he knew full well she couldn't leave.
At least not without her own power. She had to go back and find Chén Sìhǎi. Only by finding Chén Sìhǎi could she hope for a decent life.
Crack! The whip lashed across Song Yuexin's body. If you don't work properly, tonight you'll be serving me. Truthfully, if not for Jiang Fan's specific instructions given Song Yuexin's beauty and figure, she would have been targeted and treated terribly on her very first night. I don't give a damn about sparing the fair sex. Hurry up and get it done. If you don't finish the task, I won't give you a break either. What are you staring at? Get to work. If the piglets disobeyed, a beating was the answer. Here, beating a piglet to death was perfectly normal. If the higher-ups hadn't specifically ordered them not to be too harsh on her, she probably wouldn't have been able to get out of bed by now. For new recruits who disobeyed, they beat them mercilessly, breaking legs or arms until they fell into line. Song Yuexin thought she had to find a way to contact Chén Sìhǎi today. Otherwise, she truly would die. Chapter 54, Retreat. The moment Chén Sìhǎi received Jiang Fan's call, he knew it must be about Song Yuexin. She couldn't hold out much longer alone in northern Myanmar. She wants to contact you now. That person you brought back is quite capable. I never thought she'd actually get her hands on the phone. But I've got her now. Should I let her off? Jiang Fan had gone to check on Song Yuexin while she was unconscious. Chén Sìhǎi really had good taste. Even someone brought back casually turned out to be so capable. He'd heard that the woman Chén Sìhǎi brought back from his last outing was gradually taking control of their business. Such things, Zhang Fan had only ever heard about from Chén Sìhǎi. Let her come back. With just those words from Chén Sìhǎi, Zhang Fan instantly understood. Rest assured, I'll handle it perfectly. To prevent Song Yuexin from discovering their connection later, Zhang Fan had never personally appeared before her. Truthfully, Chén Sìhǎi wasn't afraid of anything. If Song Yuexin couldn't figure out something like this, she had no business staying in the game. That day, she witnessed a woman being dragged into a room by them. She later heard horrifying sounds, and that woman never reappeared. Rumor had it they'd played her to death and dumped her body. If she hadn't been noticed, she would have met the same fate. If she didn't contact Chén Sìhǎi soon, Song Yuexin didn't know how much longer she could hold on. Later, Song Yuexin quickly got hold of a phone again and reached out to Chén Sìhǎi. He had only one sentence. Have you made up your mind? Be my woman. Chén Sìhǎi thought if she hadn't made up her mind yet, he could give her a little more time. I've made up my mind. I'm willing to agree. Coming out this time was me being utterly ignorant of my own limitations. Please take me away. If she stayed, Song Yuexin would die anyway. She couldn't die. Only by staying alive could she deliver the documents back to Country C. Wait. I'll send someone to get you. Chén Sìhǎi's men arrived swiftly. Wáng Lǎohǔ. Zhang Fan personally led the team to retrieve her. What's your boss been up to lately? Zhang Fan had been keeping a low profile recently, as various countries had begun taking action. Our boss has been holed up in the estate, not doing much, Wáng Lǎohǔ replied truthfully. Chén Sìhǎi rarely interfered with the estate's affairs. As long as they thought it was feasible, they went ahead and did it. Though he was only the third brother now, he was far better off than before. He now approached everything with confidence. Not everyone had such a powerful big brother backing them. There was one phrase Chén Sìhǎi loved to repeat. Go ahead and do it, I've got your back. Song Yuexin was quickly taken back. After being brought back, she was taken for treatment. You got back so easily this time because you were lucky you ran into one of our boss's friends here. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Our boss's patience has its limits. After your trip, you should understand clearly that our boss treats people exceptionally well. Following him, you'll never have any problems. Wáng Lǎohǔ knew there were some things the boss would never say. I understand. Song Yuexin spent 3 days recovering before she could see Chén Sìhǎi. The moment she saw Chén Sìhǎi, she seethed with hatred. For her, if it weren't for Chén Sìhǎi, she would never have ended up in this northern Myanmar region where every man was a killing machine. Nor would she be trapped here, unable to leave. But she forgot that it was her own choice to strike a deal with Chén Sìhǎi in the first place. In the end, it was she who begged Chén Sìhǎi to save her. Are your injuries healed? Chén Sìhǎi twirled the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. He'd grown fond of the trinket lately. Almost healed. Your medicine works wonders. Song Yuexin avoided Chén Sìhǎi's gaze. Wáng Lǎohǔ will appear and arrange a place for you to stay. Also, you'll be following Aya for now. She'll tell you the rules for working with me. You can't go back to Country C, but you can find a way to send your files back. Chén Sìhǎi left those words behind, along with Aya, before departing. Chao Guisheng had told him he had business to attend to today. After searching for a long time, Chao Guisheng had finally located the raw material supplier today. But Wáng Lǎohǔ disagreed with moving now. Boss, the military's already here. If we make a move now, we'll definitely get flagged. If what we did in Country M gets exposed, then we'll be in even deeper trouble. Negotiating with them for raw materials can wait, it doesn't matter when. Wáng Lǎohǔ felt this was the worst possible time to secure the raw materials. He had more factors to consider. Boss, what do you think? Chao Guisheng believed the sooner the better, since they were urgently awaiting the materials to develop their new project. But Wáng Lǎohǔ had a point too. Lately, everyone had been laying low. Some timid estate owners were even preparing to evacuate. Once we find them, we'll negotiate. Frankly, I think now is the best opportunity. Chén Sìhǎi had always believed that danger bred opportunity. Then we can depart immediately. Chao Guisheng had already arranged to meet today. He was just waiting for Chén Sìhǎi's word. Fortunately, Chén Sìhǎi's vehicle had been delivered just days prior. His people had inspected it repeatedly, confirming it hadn't been tampered with, before delivering it to Chén Sìhǎi. Let's go. Chén Sìhǎi looked at the car before him. While its exterior remained unchanged, its internal performance had undergone significant upgrades. For instance, it was faster and more stable. Driving this car was now safer, exactly what Chén Sìhǎi needed most. Upon arriving at their destination, the area was completely silent. They drove all the way to the villa without anyone coming out to stop them. Fourth brother, have you investigated thoroughly? This whole thing feels so off to me. Wáng Lǎohǔ had read a few books and knew about the empty city strategy. What? Could they be planning to move against the boss? The boss of this raw materials yard is a well-known figure around here, but he's also a moody and unpredictable guy. If he's not here now, it's highly likely he doesn't want to discuss this deal with us. Chao Guisheng frowned. They had clearly agreed on the terms earlier.
As the two were analyzing the situation, Chén Sìhǎi uttered a single word that sent their hearts racing.
Retreat. The boss said retreat.
Wang Tiger was the first to react, immediately turning the car around. Chao Guoxing immediately ordered the men who had come with him. Unfortunately, his men were too slow.
A bomb shattered them, leaving no trace of their bodies.
Chao Guoxing watched the scene unfold from inside the vehicle, his face turning ashen.
Boss. I just couldn't.
Chao Guoxing opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out.
What could he possibly say now? He hadn't done his homework. Chapter 55 Rocket Artillery Strikes. Retreat.
With those men already dead, lingering served no purpose. Wang Tiger slammed his foot on the accelerator, pushing the car to its absolute limit as he drove forward like a madman.
Boss, who's after us? Chao Guoxing finally caught on. Had someone targeted their leader, intent on eliminating him? Military personnel. Chén Sìhǎi glanced through the rearview mirror.
Though they wore the simplest clothes,
their bearing was undeniable.
Military personnel, arriving so swiftly.
We absolutely cannot let this kid escape. He's been running wild in our country.
Bring him back and torture him properly, we won't let him off. Yes, the men following Chén Sìhǎi were from M Nation.
After suffering such humiliation, how could they possibly let it go?
This time, their sole purpose in coming to northern Myanmar was to bring Chén Sìhǎi and their researchers back. Even if they hadn't located the researchers yet, capturing Chén Sìhǎi was a good start.
Open the window.
We'll never get out of here if we just keep running. In front of his two subordinates, Chén Sìhǎi silently drew a rocket launcher thicker than his entire body. Wáng Lǎohǔ and Chao Guoxing were both stunned.
But they said nothing, immediately clearing a path for their boss.
One man grabbed a machine gun, ready to clear the way for their leader. Chén Sìhǎi fired several rounds into the rear, slowing their pursuit. He examined the rocket launcher in his hands with satisfaction. The system-provided gear was truly reliable. But man, leveling up in this prestige mall is painfully slow.
It's been half a month, and I'm only at 40-something%.
Boss, this weapon, it packs a serious punch. Though they retreated swiftly, Chao Guoxing and the others witnessed those guys getting blown to smithereens, vehicles and all. Its attack range was on par with those super-powerful bombs.
No wonder it's the boss's weapon, it's that powerful. Most of the weapons they had now were provided by the boss.
They're even better than the finest arms we've acquired from other countries. When the time comes, we should get a few of these for our estate.
These people won't let this go easily. Chén Sìhǎi could tell these people from the US were targeting him. What a hassle.
They tracked him down so quickly. Within 10 minutes, they'd shaken off the pursuers. To be precise, Chén Sìhǎi had already taken care of most of them. Chao Guoxing finished off the last few with ease. Boss, if we're being targeted by the M country people, shouldn't we be more careful in our operations? Maybe we should go abroad to lie low? Chao Guoxing knew they stood no chance against the military might of an entire nation. For Chén Sìhǎi, leaving northern Myanmar was as simple as saying the word.
Why run? It's been ages since we stirred up trouble. This feels like an old friend. During the recent operation, Chén Sìhǎi's prestige had surged far faster than before.
Understood, boss. Chao Guoxing thought to himself that in the boss's eyes, they were all just small fry. The boss was all-powerful.
So what do we do next? Wáng Lǎohǔ drove back in silence.
This time, they'd lost over 50 brothers before even facing the enemy.
This was far from good news for them. Head back first.
Keep in touch with that raw material supplier. He must know about this, he deliberately set us up.
Chén Sìhǎi hadn't expected someone to betray them so quickly.
Though betrayal might be overstating it, they were simply trying to save their own skins. Willis was the commander dispatched this time from the M countryside. He was a highly intelligent man who swiftly seized control of a local raw material site. A major reason was that they had already targeted this raw material site beforehand. Moreover, they happened to spot the name of a reckless individual who had come to cause trouble in their country, and they seized the opportunity to scheme against them.
But this time, the outcome wasn't so favorable. They still got away.
Those sly bastards, now that they've slipped through his fingers this time, they'll be even harder to catch later.
Willis thought to himself. Bringing Chén Sìhǎi back would guarantee him a promotion and a windfall. Make preparations.
This man will likely come looking for trouble. Lately, they'd come to understand Chén Sìhǎi's style of doing business all too well. He would never let himself be wronged.
Boss, I can't get any more intel on their side.
Chao Guoxing looked deeply remorseful. If only he hadn't rushed the boss into this without fully understanding the situation.
They wouldn't have gotten into this mess.
Over 50 brothers had died like this.
If not for the boss's quick thinking, they might never have made it back. What's with that look?
I told you guys before, just handle whatever needs doing.
I've got your backs.
This time, I share the blame. Chén Sìhǎi's overconfidence in his own abilities had led to the deaths of those brothers. Go arrange for those brothers' families to be brought to our estate.
Assign men to protect them. They absolutely must not be harmed again.
Chén Sìhǎi thought this was the only thing he could do for his men now.
Chao Guoxing quickly went to make arrangements. Boss, what's our next move?
Those country operatives may be formidable, but this is northern Myanmar.
No matter how skilled they are, they can only go so far here. Our men are more than enough to wipe them out outright. Wang Tiger reasoned that country couldn't possibly station an entire nation's military force in northern Myanmar. Take your time. It's been ages since I found a worthy opponent. Go investigate how many of them came. Make sure you check thoroughly. Chén Sìhǎi believed that for them to seize control of the largest raw materials site here so swiftly, it couldn't possibly be just a few thousand men. Chén Sìhǎi twirled the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. When Song Yuexin arrived, she too had heard of Chén Sìhǎi's failed operation. He'd been ambushed. It was only then that she realized, despite her dislike for Chén Sìhǎi, she didn't want him dead. What's that look on your face? Those puny little things from the US couldn't possibly harm me.
Chén Sìhǎi noticed the figure standing by the door and smiled. He rose and pulled her into his embrace. At first, Song Yuexin struggled uncomfortably in his embrace, but soon she stopped moving. Aya had told her before. Chén Sìhǎi was a good man, especially kind to women. If she just went along with Chén Sìhǎi, she might just accomplish her mission. Holding the woman in his arms, Chén Sìhǎi's mind wandered elsewhere. I have some intelligence on country. I'll send it to you. To ensure smooth access to information in country, they in C country had made extensive preparations. Song Yuexin and her team had even considered having her seduce high-ranking officials here to obtain what they needed. Therefore, they also possessed intelligence on those high-ranking officials. And these were precisely the things Chén Sìhǎi needed most right now. Chapter 56, The Bait He Huaming. Truthfully, there are only a handful of generals country can deploy. If you have sufficient intelligence, I could analyze it for you. Perhaps noticing Chén Sìhǎi's contemplative gaze? Song Yuexin spoke again. They've tracked you down and won't let you go. If you want to avoid future trouble, you absolutely cannot let the person who came to northern Myanmar this time leave. Otherwise, endless trouble awaits you. Only by making them fear you will they hesitate to act. Remember what you told me before? You said northern Myanmar is your territory. So, can't you take them out up there? Song Yuexin also wanted to see how Chén Sìhǎi would handle the Congress. Looks like I've found myself another ally. Chén Sìhǎi's remark made no sense whatsoever, leaving Song Yuexin utterly baffled. Don't worry. Those American punks aren't my match. I share your view. They came to his northern Myanmar territory, injured his brothers, and now they want to leave? That depended entirely on whether they had the guts. While Chén Sìhǎi and the others waited for the countryside to make their move, a visitor arrived here. Yes, a very battered guest. It was clear he was barely hanging on by a thread. Chao Guoxing reported that this man was the very person they had sought to meet earlier. He had been captured by nation's forces, and it was only through the desperate efforts of his men that he was rescued. He had been on the brink of death. He came seeking Chén Sìhǎi because he understood that the enemy of one's enemy is a friend. Those country bastards destroyed the empire he'd worked so hard to build. If he didn't kill those country scum, he Huaming would never rest in peace. When you go find Boss Chén, could you send 2 guys over to check my wounds? I'm dying here. Those bastards hit me so damn hard. If I hadn't still been useful to them, I'd be dead for sure. He Huaming still had influence elsewhere. He figured Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't refuse him. That's why he remained so brazen here. Before Chén Sìhǎi arrived, he had gathered some information. He quickly realized this man was actually someone sent specifically to him by the country. Otherwise, how could he have escaped? Chén Sìhǎi ordered Wang Tiger to eliminate the tail following them, then summoned Danari over. Boss Chén. Finally got to meet you. He Huaming lay sprawled in his chair. Without Chén Sìhǎi's orders, his men were utterly unresponsive. Have him thoroughly examined, Chén Sìhǎi instructed those nearby. Restrain him. Darnali had no objections and gave the order to those accompanying him. Ever since Chén Sìhǎi witnessed his genuine capabilities, he had granted him substantial resources. Danari now held a fairly high position. Danari hadn't squandered the resources Chén Sìhǎi had given him, growing rapidly. The entire base's network is now far more sophisticated than before. If anyone attempts to hack into it, he'll detect it immediately and respond accordingly. What are you doing? He Huaming stood up, surprised that Chén Sìhǎi had made no attempt to speak before moving to attack him. You're the bait. There must be something on you that even you don't know about. Freeze. Let my people examine you. If Chén Sìhǎi truly wanted to eliminate him, it would be effortless. I was set up. That can't be right. Those people are my subordinates. They would never do this. Did you get the wrong person? He Huaming said this, but he stopped moving. At the very least, a thorough check wouldn't hurt. Chén Sìhǎi had no intention of killing him, so naturally, nothing would happen. Those people from country wouldn't just let you walk away. Chén Sìhǎi was utterly certain. Sure enough, Danari discovered over a dozen miniature devices on his person, large and small. Even his gun had 3 devices attached. 5 tracking locators, 2 listening devices, and several cameras too.
Everything happening here is being monitored over there. Danari didn't seem to care about these things at all. Boss, should we dispose of them? Danari presented the items to Chén Sìhǎi.
Their base could be found with a simple inquiry, no need for such elaborate measures.
Dispose of them. If we investigate further, they definitely won't have left just these.
Seeing all those miniature devices, He Huaming's face went pale. After all these years in the game, he'd been outmaneuvered without even realizing it. He'd nearly gotten Chén Sìhǎi killed.
Make sure you search him thoroughly. He Huaming was now extremely cooperative, doing whatever he was told. Take him down for treatment. Make absolutely sure there are no devices on his person. Chén Sìhǎi exchanged a glance with Danari.
Meanwhile, Willis watched it all unfold with a calm expression. He knew full well that Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't fall for such petty tricks so easily.
But the equipment from their country? They'd never detect it. So what if they were clever? He had the entire M nation backing him.
This time, he'd brought plenty of cutting-edge technology with him.
Chén Sìhǎi pulled out his phone. Dana had sent him a message.
He's got several more trackers on him, plus a listening device.
One of them is high-end gear. If we can remove it, can I study it? Danari thought that if they could figure it out, they could acquire this capability for themselves in the future. Is that high-end device a tracker or something else?
Chén Sìhǎi considered that perhaps they could make use of this high-end device. They dared to come like this, which proved they were extremely confident in their own capabilities.
But the M country people were still too arrogant.
This world wasn't just about their progress. A combined tracking and surveillance device came the swift reply to Chén Sìhǎi.
Keep this one. Destroy everything else.
With just one sentence, Dana understood. When the time comes, complete the mission and retrieve this for me.
Danari only wanted to study that high-end piece.
Once we take down the M country people, I'll give you all this stuff. Chén Sìhǎi thought to himself, they must have brought quite a lot this time.
Exactly what they needed most. Got it. The message came back, and right in front of He Huaming, they destroyed the items. No more doing others' bidding. Now, please treat him. Danari had already completed the task. Chén Sìhǎi assigned him anything beyond that wasn't his responsibility. Are you certain there are no other devices? Should we scan again with more advanced equipment?
He Huaming found it hard to believe. After all, from start to finish, Danari had only used one small device, scanning him over and over.
Danari is one of our most capable people here. If he says it's fine, then it's fine.
Wáng Lǎohǔ stood beside him, taking a drag on his cigarette.
Danari gave Wáng Lǎohǔ a slight nod before departing. Chapter 57, less than 3/10. When can I meet your boss? He Huaming now needed Chén Sìhǎi's help to contact his people. When our boss wants to see you, you'll see him. Wáng Lǎohǔ remained impassive.
He Huaming was now a captive. Had it not been for the United States wanting to use him for their purposes, he would never have been able to escape.
You know my influence in northern Myanmar.
With me backing your boss, he'll get things done much faster. He Huaming, remembering how he'd nearly betrayed Chén Sìhǎi, dared not make any more bold claims. Mr. He, after all these years in northern Myanmar, you never imagined you'd be the one being used, did you? If you want our cooperation, you'd better follow our instructions carefully.
Wáng Lǎohǔ summoned several men to keep a close watch on He Huaming.
Chén Sìhǎi had previously warned their group not to discuss too much with He Huaming, as he was wearing a listening device. Having been with Chén Sìhǎi for so long, they quickly understood the implication behind his words.
Boss, what use is keeping such a dangerous man around? Wang Tiger believed eliminating him was the best course.
No one knew if He Huaming had already been turned. He's a valuable tool for us. There were certain matters Chén Sìhǎi didn't need to spell out to them, it was enough for them to follow his orders.
That night, Chén Sìhǎi visited He Huaming again.
At that moment, He Huaming was attempting to use Chén Sìhǎi's equipment to contact his people. Unfortunately, without network access, the messages couldn't be sent.
Brother Chén, I'm truly sorry.
I never imagined the people from M country would be so cunning they nearly got you killed. He Huaming put away his phone and looked at Chén Sìhǎi with a guilty expression.
Chén Sìhǎi said nothing. Help me contact my men.
I'll join you in taking down those M country bastards.
Damn it.
It's my fault for not keeping a closer eye. I never even noticed there were M country dogs among my own people. He Huaming had been set up by their inside-outside collaboration.
Otherwise, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Those M country bastards are cunning. It's no wonder you didn't know. If you need to contact your men, I'll definitely help you. But I need to be sure, are your men truly loyal to you?
Chén Sìhǎi acted as if nothing had changed. He intended to use this kid to catch the turtle in the jar. This was a matter requiring careful timing.
My men, they wouldn't betray me.
He Huaming's voice faltered as he spoke these words.
He no longer knew whom he could trust. If you're certain, I'll have someone contact them for you.
Chén Sìhǎi had a plan taking shape in his mind.
All right. Once I'm certain, I'll contact you. Could you give me your contact information? Currently, he could only reach people through reports from Chén Sìhǎi's subordinates, far too cumbersome. Wáng Lǎohǔ.
Wáng Lǎohǔ promptly produced a phone capable of reaching Chén Sìhǎi and placed it before him.
Mr. He, have the materials already been secured by the American side? Chén Sìhǎi hadn't forgotten what he'd been trying to accomplish when they ambushed him. Yes, a large portion has been taken. Rest assured, Boss Chén, there's more than enough raw materials for your use.
Once we drive the country people out, I promise you this, whatever raw materials you need, I'll make sure you get them first.
And I'll guarantee you prices below market rates.
Chén Sìhǎi's people had approached him before, but back then, he had looked down on Chén Sìhǎi. He had dismissed him as a small-time player. He Huaming never imagined that within a month, he'd become a stray dog, forced to rely on Chén Sìhǎi. I do enjoy working with straightforward people like this. Zhào Jīnlóng, hand over the list of what we need to Boss He immediately. Mr. He, if you wish to partner with us, this is your token of respect to me.
Now, it's Chén Sìhǎi who holds the dominant position.
All right. He Huaming had no objections now. He could only rely on Chén Sìhǎi to make a comeback.
I'll get in touch with my people. Whatever you need, I'll have it delivered to you first thing.
He Huaming agreed readily, and Chén Sìhǎi preferred working with such straightforward individuals. So when He Huaming had recovered and was preparing to seek out his men,
Chén Sìhǎi followed with his men. Chén Sìhǎi claimed this would allow them to retrieve their goods immediately. But He Hua suspected Chén Sìhǎi was simply repaying his straightforwardness with a favor.
They soon arrived at He Huaming's other base.
This place is less than a third the size of the other one. Damn it, they've taken control of that one. I'll get it back sooner or later. That was the empire he'd painstakingly built, and it was all money. Whenever He Huaming thought of this, resentment toward the Americans gnawed at him, making his teeth itch with fury. It was his own fault. He'd been too careless. We'll definitely get that territory back. Chén Sìhǎi trailed off, leaving the unspoken truth hanging. Who would control it when it was reclaimed remained uncertain. For Chén Sìhǎi, sourcing raw materials from suppliers was far less advantageous than owning a production site outright. No money needed at all.
And this was something He Huaming had practically handed over himself.
This place belongs to you too? Zhào Jīnlóng followed suit.
This place was smaller in scale than He Huaming's other operation, yet its reputation was no less formidable.
No one ever knew who the real owners behind them were.
All was known was that they operated with utter whimsy. If they fancied befriending you, prices would be absurdly low. If they took a dislike to you, the price would be so high it would make you cry your eyes out. Their only response was always the same: take it or leave it. Zhào Jīnlóng hadn't understood before, but now what was there left to grasp? Because the people behind them were even more formidable, they naturally had the capital to be so arrogant.
Right. Seems you know your way around this. You were the one contacting my people earlier, weren't you?
He Huaming had grown his operation to the scale, clearly a shrewd operator himself.
I'll wait here for you. Can you handle it? Chén Sìhǎi kept his hands in his pockets, staring intently at He Huaming. Of course I can.
They all respect me. No matter how much the country investigators dug, they'd never know this was also his turf.
Just as he'd expected, this place still answered to him. But whether there were any disloyal elements here, Chén Sìhǎi couldn't guarantee.
After all, when He Huaming announced he'd sell most of the raw materials here to Chén Sìhǎi at rock-bottom prices,
some voiced strong objections, even uttering treasonous remarks.
Boss, you haven't managed this place for so long. Now you just hand over all that raw material to him at rock-bottom prices.
Have you thought about what the brothers will eat in the coming days? You can't just make the brothers suffer for your own sake, can you?
The speaker was the manager He Huaming had placed in charge here.
Chapter 58, Song Yuexin's Sacrifice.
This supervisor was named Chen Wu, once one of He Huaming's most trusted lieutenants.
He owed his current position entirely to He Huaming's promotion.
But after too long on his own, Chen Wu had forgotten who had given him that opportunity.
This is my turf. Did I give you permission to speak? I've been away too long, and you've forgotten what this place is called, haven't you?
He Huaming snatched a gun from one of his men and pointed it at Chen Wu's head.
These people were truly arrogant.
The moment He Huaming aimed his gun at Chen Wu, the men beside him raised their weapons at He Huaming.
Chén Sìhǎi stood nearby, raising an eyebrow. What a show!
He wanted to see just what kind of skills Boss He, the business genius, possessed.
Very well then. No wonder you've got the guts to go against me. He Huaming was furious. All these years, the people who had followed him, one by one, they betrayed him. They all deserved to die. Fortunately, He Huaming wasn't a pushover either. Brother Chén, I know you.
I don't know why you came with Brother He, but I just want to tell you this: if you stay out of today's business, I'll let you leave without incident.
And whatever Boss He promised you, I can promise you too.
Consider it making a new friend.
Chen Wu dared not oppose Chén Sìhǎi.
But now that he'd completely broken ties with He Huaming, he couldn't be sure he'd escape unscathed if he also defied Chén Sìhǎi.
Whoever wins here can partner with me.
Chén Sìhǎi saw everyone's eyes fixed on him, signaling his clear disinterest in getting involved.
If He Huaming couldn't even handle these people, then he wasn't worthy of partnering with him. He only cared about achieving his goal, everything else was irrelevant. Mr. He, surely you wouldn't expect me to handle such petty troubles?
Chén Sìhǎi retreated to a safe spot and called back over his shoulder.
Don't worry, brother Chén.
I've been in this game long enough they can't change my fate with a single word.
Let's get moving.
As soon as He Huaming finished speaking, some of the men who had been pointing guns at him moments before
instantly swung their guns away. He Huaming was still capable, he quickly took them all down. I treated you well, yet you betray me? Don't you realize that without me, you wouldn't be where you are today?
He Huaming pondered how to eliminate this man in a way that would solidify his authority. You merely handed this place over to me. Every step of its development since then was my doing. What gives you the right to demand it back just like that? Chen Wu refused to accept defeat. Over the years, he had quietly replaced many of the personnel with his own men, but he hadn't anticipated that He Huaming had already prepared for this. He believed this time, he could win. I've seen enough of this charade. When do I get my stuff? Chén Sìhǎi was growing bored. Whatever. Go get your people to move it now. Do your men even know how to handle this stuff? Chén Sìhǎi didn't look like someone who understood these things. I don't know. Chao Guoxing, you go. Chén Sìhǎi found a seat and settled down to drink tea. He waited for Chao Guoxing to handle the matter. Boss Chen, if you place too much trust in your men, you might well end up like me. He Huaming watched Chén Sìhǎi's actions and offered a well-meaning warning. After all, this was a critical moment in dealing with those Americans. If these men harbored disloyal intentions, trouble would erupt if they acted. Rest assured, my men are different from yours. Chén Sìhǎi knew his most trusted few, they would never cause any trouble. I used to be that confident too, but Boss Chen might be better at this than I am. For certain matters, a word or two of reminder was sufficient. Saying too much would defeat the purpose. Boss, it's all set. Chao Guoxing quickly ordered his men to bring out the goods. The warehouse was completely emptied. But He Huaming couldn't care less about any of this. As long as he could reclaim his base, this was a minor transaction. I'll send the money over later. Chén Sìhǎi nodded and led his men back first. When you have a plan, call me. Make sure to notify me. I'll be harassing them myself in the near future. I'll also reclaim my other territories. He Huaming hurried after him, afraid Chén Sìhǎi would act without bringing him along. He had a gut feeling that even if Chén Sìhǎi went after the country people alone, he might just stand a chance. Alright, I'll definitely get in touch with you. Of course he would. Chén Sìhǎi still needed to use him to achieve his own goals. Carrying the raw materials back, Chao Guoxing grinned so widely his eyes disappeared. This time we really hit the jackpot. We got so much raw material at such a low price, and we even got to know their boss. Getting materials will be much easier from now on. Back when Chao Guoxing was doing business, he never had access to big shots of this caliber. He could only connect with guys like Chen Wu. If you say it's a profit, then it must be a profit. Wáng Lǎohǔ knew Chao Guoxing's worth and agreed that if he said it was profitable, then it must be profitable. Wang Tiger, get the money ready and send someone to deliver it. Keep it low-key. Chén Sìhǎi had no intention of owing them anything. Understood. After they returned, Wáng Lǎohǔ's first move was to prepare the money and send it over. No one expected him to act so swiftly, and he encountered no trouble along the way. Let me give you something else. These are our latest developments, you might find them useful for reference. He Huaming also wanted to build a good relationship with Chén Sìhǎi. After visiting his estate, He Huaming knew Chén Sìhǎi's future prospects were bound to be bright. He might even need to rely on Chén Sìhǎi in the future. Alright, then I'll thank you, boss he. Wáng Lǎohǔ didn't say thank you on behalf of our boss, because in his eyes, only Chén Sìhǎi represented himself. Wáng Lǎohǔ handed the items over to Chao Guoxing, mentioning the matter only briefly to Chén Sìhǎi. That night, Sun Yuexin lay nervously on Chén Sìhǎi's bed, dressed in light clothing. She talked a lot with Aya and learned many things. Sun Yuexin thought to herself, some things must be done sooner or later. Better to face them sooner. That way, she wouldn't be constantly on edge. Originally, Chén Sìhǎi had called for Aya to come over today, but Aya had given her the opportunity instead. She was extremely nervous now. Aya had said Chén Sìhǎi would arrive by 10:30 at the latest. When Chén Sìhǎi returned, he saw Sun Yuexin lying on the bed wearing only light clothing so thin that the outline of her undergarments was visible. He paused for a moment. He disliked forcing women. So he waited for Sun Yuexin to consent on her own. Chén Sìhǎi thought he'd have to wait a while longer. He hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. When something came to him on its own, Chén Sìhǎi never refused. As they climbed into bed, he slipped off the clothes that Sun Yuexin had crumpled in her nervous grip. You, be gentle. Chapter 59, The Mole is Caught. Sun Yuexin had never experienced anything like this before, and she instinctively felt afraid. But Chén Sìhǎi was genuinely gentle in these matters. Fortunately, Chén Sìhǎi's villa was a stand-alone property. Otherwise, the intimate sounds would have carried, and Sun Yuexin wouldn't have had the face to show herself tomorrow morning. After it was over, Sun Yuexin was completely drained of energy. It was Chén Sìhǎi who carried her to take a shower.
Don't betray me, and I'll give you everything you desire.
Chén Sìhǎi murmured these words as Son Yuexin drifted into a hazy sleep.
Unfortunately, the sleeping Son Yuexin couldn't answer him.
Chén Sìhǎi, however, drifted off to sleep, thoroughly satisfied.
The next morning, Son Yuexin was awakened by Chén Sìhǎi's touch. What are you doing? You.
Son Yuexin tried to say something else, but quickly swallowed all her words, unable to utter a single syllable. Another half-hour passed before Chén Sìhǎi, fully satisfied, went to take a shower.
He left behind a disheveled Son Yuexin in the bed.
When Chén Sìhǎi emerged, he saw Son Yuexin moving slowly and spoke in a cheerful tone.
Need me to help you? No need. I can manage on my own. Son Yuexin flushed instantly. Last night, she'd been dazed and utterly exhausted, which was why she'd let Chén Sìhǎi help her. Asking him for help now, fully conscious, would make her die of embarrassment. All right.
Chén Sìhǎi swallowed the words, "There's not a single part of you I haven't seen," and walked away without another word.
Son Yuexin was different from the others. He'd have to tread more carefully around her from now on.
After Chén Sìhǎi left, he called over Aya to look after her.
I told you, the boss is great.
He knows you're shy and specifically sent me to keep you company.
But I can only help for a bit. I have tasks to complete today.
Aya was quite satisfied with how things had turned out lately. Taking on some new responsibilities, having Son Yuexin accompany the boss was the best possible arrangement. Especially when helping Son Yuexin bathe, he caught glimpses of her perfect figure that would bore many marks left by the boss. Son Yuexin blushed so deeply she couldn't lift her gaze.
Aya said nothing more. Some things were best left between them. Boss, agents from M country have arrived here.
That evening, Aya brought in a badly injured man.
According to him, there are others here.
I've already dispatched men to conduct a thorough investigation.
We must root out every single one of those M country agents.
Aya thought Chén Sìhǎi trusted her so deeply. She absolutely couldn't let him face trouble over these matters. She was now operating with extreme caution, ensuring they never gained access to any higher-level information.
How did this man get exposed?
Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the man, whose entire body was covered in wounds. He couldn't complete the mission, so our men beat him. When he was finally beaten into a daze, he blurted out that he was from country M. But when I beat him afterward, he stopped talking.
I suspect he wasn't the only one here.
Aya had heard before that those from M country favored overwhelming numbers. The more people they had, the more information they could gather.
And I found this on him. We might need to bring Dana over to check if there's any other equipment.
Chén Sìhǎi nodded. He sent Dana Lee a message, and she arrived quickly with her equipment.
They didn't find much equipment on him.
Only a tiny listening device was discovered in his teeth. Aya snapped the tooth right out of his mouth. These guys can hide things anywhere, boss. I'll take this guy down for further interrogation.
I don't believe he won't spill something.
Aya thought to herself that Chén Sìhǎi was too busy to keep a constant eye on this matter. She only needed to report the final outcome to him.
Confirm this for me, are only M country operatives here, or are there agents from other nations as well?
Chén Sìhǎi wanted to know just how widespread his opponent's network was.
Got it. I'll confirm as soon as possible. Aya quickly led the man away.
That evening, Chén Sìhǎi saw other estate owners in the group chat saying,
"Caught a few scumbags, not sure how to handle them." Others reported they'd already dealt with them. They're sending way too many people now. My suggestion is to find a way to get them out of here. They're showing real patience toward us in northern Myanmar. Honestly, I haven't done anything to their country, have I? Those things were what they wanted themselves.
Including that money they wanted to make it themselves.
What does that have to do with us? The estate owners see nothing wrong with their actions, it's their citizens who are the problem.
Now they're coming to cause trouble to them, it feels like a bolt from the blue.
Don't get sidetracked. What about those spies we captured? Damn it, I have no clue how many of these bastards are their agents. Boss Chen, didn't you catch any of those bastards on your end? When someone finally asked that question, the others fell silent.
This ensured that when Chén Sìhǎi saw the group chat, those words would be the first thing his eyes landed on.
Chén Sìhǎi quickly responded to them. We've got him. We're thoroughly investigating whether there are any others among the piglets. Everyone, stay vigilant lately. Chén Sìhǎi issued the warning before promptly heading off to train his troops.
This time, in dealing with the M nation, Chén Sìhǎi planned to send them out. To see what they were capable of. After all, his current adversary, the M nation, possessed only limited capabilities. The speed, marksmanship, and physical fitness of these subordinates had improved significantly since their arrival. These subordinates were also individuals Chén Sìhǎi had personally confirmed to be utterly loyal to him. Last time, Chén Sìhǎi purchased a small system from the prestige market that allowed him to check how much prestige value each person contributed to him. He later discovered that the greater the prestige points contributed, the more trust and loyalty the individual held toward him.
Thus, Chén Sìhǎi began using this system as a gauge for evaluating his subordinates.
For him, it proved remarkably effective.
Step up your training. Before long, I'll send you out to have some fun with the enemy.
Chén Sìhǎi was highly satisfied with their progress and wanted to see them push their limits.
To break through, one must challenge their limits. Boss, extra training again?
The moment Chén Sìhǎi spoke, the men below let out a chorus of groans.
This wasn't just any extra training. If they had it several times a month, they'd be completely worn out. Today's extra training ends now. Tomorrow is a day off.
But the bottom three still follow the old rule: no rest.
You'll continue extra training and clean up. I'm waiting for your good news. Chén Sìhǎi declared. Chapter 60, Shenyang. Guys, for tomorrow's rest, let's go. Damn it, let's give it our all. Getting that day off won't be easy. I haven't had a day off in 3 months.
The bottom 3 spots need to change hands. Some charged ahead to train, while Chén Sìhǎi stood on the elevated platform.
He occasionally jotted something down in his notebook. Chén Sìhǎi had invested considerable effort into these men. They were all assets for his future career and family.
Chén Sìhǎi had obtained many valuable items for them through the system and tailored distinct training regimens for each individual. But Chén Sìhǎi felt this still wasn't enough. They needed to become more well-rounded. He planned to seek out several more masters to instruct them. After all, there was only so much Chén Sìhǎi could do for them.
The rest depended on their own initiative.
At his place, those who didn't put in the effort were immediately replaced with those who did.
Among these trainees, Chén Sìhǎi had already replaced several slackers. Half an hour later, the first standout of the day's extra training emerged. Boss.
Chén Sìhǎi recognized this individual, an exceptionally talented and diligent trainee who kept training even when others rested. Chén Sìhǎi had initially harbored doubts, but after investigating the man's background, he gradually came to trust him. His situation was dire. His entire family had been deceived into coming to northern Myanmar and had perished.
Only he remained.
To survive, he joined the compound. He hadn't fared particularly well after all. Rising up in the compound was incredibly difficult. But this time, he seized the opportunity.
Boss, if I keep performing this well, could I ask you to do me a favor?
If you handle this for me, I'll do whatever you tell me to do from now on.
If you told me to die in the next second, I wouldn't hesitate for a moment.
Shenyang knew he had to avenge his family. Otherwise, even in death, he wouldn't be able to face them properly. All these years, he'd come close to death countless times. Only the single-minded desire for vengeance had kept him going until now.
Shenyang thought now was the best moment to bring this up with Chén Sìhǎi. He'd worked so hard just for this one chance. Don't you agree that some things feel more satisfying when you do them yourself? Tomorrow's a day off, right? With your current skills, couldn't you kill your enemies? Chén Sìhǎi didn't give a direct answer.
Such a minor figure wasn't worth his trouble.
Boss, can I go? Shenyang knew Chén Sìhǎi had investigated him.
He just wanted to make sure this wouldn't affect Boss Chén.
Of course you can. Chén Sìhǎi gave a slight nod. Shenyang instantly dropped to his knees before Chén Sìhǎi. Boss, I'll follow you for life. Even if it means death, I'll never betray you. From now on, I'm your dog.
Shenyang thought, tomorrow I must go kill that bastard who humiliated our family.
I don't need a dog. Just be a man.
Chén Sìhǎi helped him up, and they chatted for a while before the runner-up finally arrived.
I'm fed up.
Why did those guys only interfere with me, letting you get so far ahead and take first place? The runner-up was extremely displeased. Their abilities were clearly comparable.
Maybe it's because I'm generally well-liked. Shenyang had already dropped his earlier expression. Some things were better left unsaid.
The others gradually arrived one after another. The one who'd been shouting he didn't want to finish in the bottom 3 finally succeeded this time.
Chén Sìhǎi watched them panting and didn't say anything. After all, this extra training was genuinely tough. Continue your training. After reviewing the results, Chén Sìhǎi departed. The next day, Shenyang met with Wáng Lǎohǔ. I'll take you to that estate. As for the rest, it's up to you.
The boss said I can't help you.
Oh, and the boss said one thing: if you can't handle even that small matter,
whether you live or die, don't bother coming back to our estate.
Wáng Lǎohǔ handed him several weapons. During this meeting, Wáng Lǎohǔ could sense a profound change in Shenyang's demeanor.
Truth be told, this was the first time in ages that Wáng Lǎohǔ had seen these men secretly trained by Boss Chén. He wanted to see what they were capable of. Shenyang's opponent was the most trusted lieutenant of a certain estate owner.
All right, I'll return alive. Shenyang replied, gripping his weapon.
Zhào Jīnlóng, find me those with special abilities and the most skilled individuals across all disciplines.
I need them. Chén Sìhǎi no longer paid attention to Shenyang's affairs, for he believed he would return. Boss, why do you need so many special people? Didn't I already find some for you before?
Zhào Jīnlóng paused. The last time he'd found people for Chén Sìhǎi was just last month.
Why was he being asked to find more so soon?
The people Boss Chén wanted were incredibly hard to find.
The boss's standards were too high. Couldn't this task be handed over to Wang Tiger?
Unfortunately, Zhào Jīnlóng could only voice these thoughts silently within himself.
I need more. Chén Sìhǎi summed it all up in one sentence.
I'll find them for you as soon as possible, but these people are incredibly hard to track down. Those with real talent have mostly been snapped up by others. They're not the kind of people you can just easily find.
I believe you can. Chén Sìhǎi patted Chao Guoxing on the shoulder, leaving these troubles for him to deal with. After leaving, Chén Sìhǎi sought out Dan Ali and gave him another task.
He was to teach those young whippersnappers for a month.
Dan Ali wasn't too thrilled about it. Lately he's been working on something new, but the one who put him on it was Chén Sìhǎi, his boss. Got it. Dan Ali didn't forget they were in northern Myanmar.
If Chén Sìhǎi grew dissatisfied with him, ending him would be as easy as uttering a single command.
After handling these matters, Chén Sìhǎi returned to the villa. Song Yuexin was reading medical texts. Chén Sìhǎi had specifically arranged for people to retrieve these. Where did you find these books? They're all out of print. Upon seeing Chén Sìhǎi, Song Yuexin carefully put the books away. She wanted to call out to Chén Sìhǎi but didn't know what to say. With enough money, there's nothing you can't find. If there's anything else you need, just tell me directly. I'll have someone find it for you.
Chén Sìhǎi sat down beside Song Yuexin and glanced at the book.
This was sent by Zhang Fan as an apology.
She had no idea what he was apologizing for. Alright, these will keep me occupied for quite some time.
Song Yuexin looked at Chén Sìhǎi, hesitating to speak.
She actually wanted to talk to Chén Sìhǎi, but she feared he might think her actions yesterday were solely for the sake of discussing this matter with him today. It wouldn't be wrong to think that, but Song Yuexin simply didn't want Chén Sìhǎi to feel that way.
Just say what's on your mind. Chapter 61, The Distress Signal. Song Yuexin's gaze pierced through Chén Sìhǎi. What could she possibly be thinking? Didn't Chén Sìhǎi know?
But Chén Sìhǎi insisted she speak up herself. I need to return what I've obtained to Country C. They trained me for so many years, and I promised them I'd get it back safely. If I handle this properly, I'll stay by your side from now on.
I can assist you in many ways. Song Yuexin thought perhaps she didn't want to do the things Aya did.
But she had other skills.
My medical skills are exceptional, you know that. Plus, I know how to make certain healing medicines unique to Country M. Helping me won't be a loss for you, Mr. Chén.
Please help me. This is truly the only thing I wish to accomplish.
Song Yuexin grabbed hold of Chén Sìhǎi's clothes. Right now, he was her only hope. Of course, there was another option: follow Aya's path, take over Chén Sìhǎi's business, and build her own empire.
That way, she could control those people to do her bidding.
But Song Yuexin didn't want to do that.
It would take far too long. There's an opportunity. The Sea Country military has sent people to northern Myanmar.
But I haven't located them yet.
The Sea Country delegation was small, and Chén Sìhǎi couldn't guarantee they hadn't already been discovered and killed by others.
I have a way to contact them. Once I make contact and hand over the information, will you help me escort them back? Song Yuexin quickly grasped Chén Sìhǎi's meaning. Helping you would mean betraying northern Myanmar. But I can provide you with a route.
Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't admit that it was those tear-filled eyes that ultimately changed his mind. The saying "even heroes fall for beauty" held some truth after all.
Alright, I'll find a way to contact them now. Song Yuexin was suddenly filled with determination.
But as soon as she stood up, her legs gave way.
I forgot my body still isn't feeling well. Song Yuexin plopped down into Chén Sìhǎi's arms, too embarrassed to look up. Take your time. I'll find someone to look after you.
Chén Sìhǎi lifted her up and carried her to the bed to rest.
Rest well.
We'll handle this matter after you're up.
Evening. Chén Sìhǎi received a message from Wáng Lǎohǔ. Shenyang had already taken care of it. From Wáng Lǎohǔ's message, one could sense his astonishment. Wáng Lǎohǔ remarked that he saw a glimpse of the old boss in Shenyang.
He was formidable. He was the fastest and most responsive person Wáng Lǎohǔ had ever seen, aside from the boss himself.
But he wasn't always like this.
Precisely because he knew this, the change was all the more startling.
What had the boss done to them these past few months? No one but Chén Sìhǎi could provide an answer. Boss, Li Ayun seems to have been kidnapped.
Chén Sìhǎi was eating when he heard Wáng Lǎohǔ's uncertain report and glanced up.
Who took her? Chén Sìhǎi asked calmly.
It had been a while since he'd heard the name Li Ayun. He wondered how important she truly was to whoever was behind this. Up until now, she hadn't uttered a single word. Chao Guoxing had gathered her background information.
Chén Sìhǎi glanced at it briefly before tossing it aside. Not entirely sure. Since you said we didn't need to keep tailing her, our people have already withdrawn. We only heard rumors that Li Ayun was taken away. Boss, should I look into it?
Wáng Lǎohǔ had been swamped lately and didn't want to waste time on trivial matters.
No need. Chén Sìhǎi had given Li Ayun ample chances.
Since she remained silent, her abduction was now irrelevant to him.
Got it. Wáng Lǎohǔ and his crew didn't give the matter another thought.
Until one day, Aya received a letter delivered to her. Opening it, she found it was a distress call from Li Ayun. Unable to handle the matter herself, she handed the letter directly to Chén Sìhǎi. The letter contained only a simple address and a plea for Chén Sìhǎi to rescue her, nothing else.
Boss, should we go? Aya wondered aloud. If Li Ayan had truly betrayed the boss, she wouldn't have dared give this letter to Chén Sìhǎi. No. There was nothing written on it. Why would Chén Sìhǎi go? What did Li Ayan mean to him? Not informing him of the situation and expecting him to rescue someone? 2 words, no way. Chén Sìhǎi did indeed stop paying attention to the matter.
But a few days later, he received another text message.
It was from Li Ayan.
She said, for the sake of their past connection. Out of respect for the small favors she'd once done for him. Out of respect for the fact that she had never harmed him. She begged Chén Sìhǎi to come save her. Li Ayan also mentioned in the text that if he came, she would tell him everything. After sending so many distress signals, it seemed she truly faced a danger beyond her control.
Chén Sìhǎi dispatched Wáng Lǎohǔ to investigate the matter.
They soon discovered that Li Ayan had been taken away by a local estate owner from a neighboring city. As for why she was taken away,
no reason was found.
That estate owner came here specifically for her, without conducting any business transactions.
Landowners from different cities sometimes collaborate. That's rather interesting. Chén Sìhǎi thought to himself, those folks from M country have been laying low lately, utterly boring. Ding. System task, rescue Li Ayan.
Reward, exchange for an item worth 500,000 prestige points in the Prestige Mall. Mission failure, 500,000 prestige points deducted. Before Chén Sìhǎi could make up his mind, the system had already decided for him.
The system has issued the mission, what else can we do but get to work? Get ready, we're going to rescue them. Chén Sìhǎi gave the order, and Wáng Lǎohǔ's team sprang into action. Boss, I might not be able to go with you.
There's a lot going on at the estate lately.
After making arrangements, Wáng Lǎohǔ handed over the items to Chén Sìhǎi. Second brother will go with you. Wáng Lǎohǔ couldn't shake his concern for Chén Sìhǎi. All right. Chén Sìhǎi had no objections.
He gathered his men and prepared to depart.
On the road, Chén Sìhǎi spotted Shenyang. Boss, rescuing people in other cities is dangerous too. Let me come with you.
I'm already top ranked, a few days off training won't affect my performance. Due to the previous incident, Shenyang had been granted special permission by Chén Sìhǎi to come and go freely from their training base. Upon learning Chén Sìhǎi was heading to another city, he immediately came over.
Fortunately, he made it in time. Get in then. Chén Sìhǎi opened the door. They set off together. On the way, Wáng Lǎohǔ sent him the documents.
Li Ayan had offended that estate owner, though the documents didn't specify when or how she had done so. It had even driven him to travel all the way here to apprehend someone.
Chapter 62, Taking the Initiative. To call this a simple kidnapping case, Chén Sìhǎi didn't buy it. Li Ayan must possess something they coveted.
Despite everything, Li Ayan remained loyal to whoever was behind her, refusing to reveal more.
Boss, after we rescue Li Ayan this time, should we bring her back with us?
The longer Asan served under Chén Sìhǎi, the more he felt Li Ayan was beneath him. Given brother Chen's stature and capabilities, he clearly deserved someone far better. We'll see when the time comes. Chén Sìhǎi didn't harbor any particular feelings for Li Ayan either. It was simply that all decisions could only be made after meeting her in person.
Meanwhile, in a basement,
Li Ayan was bound and battered, her body covered in wounds.
You've got some nerve, hooking up with Chén Sìhǎi. What are you going to do to him? Li Ayan looked up at him.
This man had been her enemy for many years. Back then, however, Li Ayan had always stayed close to powerful people and remained highly vigilant, rarely venturing out alone. Yi Feihong had waited for this opportunity for a very long time.
What could I possibly do to him? Just borrow your identity to summon him over for a little fun.
Yi Feihong had received orders to kill Chén Sìhǎi. He had conveniently captured Chén Sìhǎi's lover. To get Chén Sìhǎi to make this move, he had mobilized quite a few people.
Play around? You say that so casually.
Once Chén Sìhǎi shows up, who knows who'll end up dead? Li Ayan believed Chén Sìhǎi had the capability, though she doubted he'd come looking for her.
I'm waiting for him. Back then, you left me to complete your mission. But now, I can't bring myself to hurt you. Rest assured, though I won't let you off easy either. Once I've finished off Chén Sìhǎi, I'll come back for you.
Yi Feihong left one of his men to keep an eye on Li Ayan.
Intelligence confirmed Chén Sìhǎi was already on his way with reinforcements.
With only about 100 men, this guy was seriously overconfident in his strength.
Upon arriving in the new city, Chén Sìhǎi's first move was to buy a house for his men to stay in. These arrangements were quickly finalized.
Once his men were settled, preparations began in earnest.
Show me the power structure of this area. Chén Sìhǎi was unfamiliar with the local landscape and knew he had much groundwork to lay. Got it.
Having shadowed Wáng Lǎohǔ and Xiao Guixing for some time, Asan had grown remarkably capable, now handling many tasks independently. The information Chén Sìhǎi requested was promptly delivered to him.
Arrange a meeting with this person.
Chén Sìhǎi swiftly selected one individual from among the city's numerous estate owners. This man was the enemy of his current adversary. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Understood. Though Asan hadn't yet arranged the meeting, the very person Chén Sìhǎi wished to see came knocking on his door.
The estate owners had many concerns to attend to. Though they weren't all in the same city, few had not heard of Chén Sìhǎi's exploits. Some looked down on his rise to prominence, while others believed Chén Sìhǎi couldn't sustain it for long. Yet not only did Chén Sìhǎi endure, he had even risen to a position of leadership among the estate owners in Old Street. His arrival in this city now had many speculating whether Chén Sìhǎi intended to expand his empire. For those who kept a close watch on Yi Feihong, Zhang Angtian knew more than most. Chén Sìhǎi had come looking for trouble with Yi Feihong to save someone. And he himself had reached a point of mutual destruction with Yi Feihong. Perhaps he could use Chén Sìhǎi's hand to eliminate Yi Feihong. Chén Sìhǎi wasn't from this city. If he tried to stir up trouble here, others wouldn't stand for it. Hold on, our boss will be here shortly. Zhang Angtian was ushered into Chén Sìhǎi's territory. It was clear they had only just arrived. The floor was strewn with weapons and their belongings. Boss Zhang, I was planning to pay you a visit, but it seems you beat me to it. Chén Sìhǎi understood one thing the moment Zhang Angtian came personally. Zhang Angtian desperately needed him now. Chén Sìhǎi's arrival could very well be an opportunity for him. As the host here, I must extend hospitality to you after your long journey. If you find this place uncomfortable, you're welcome to stay at my place. Accommodating a few brothers shouldn't be a problem. Zhang Angtian had come so early precisely to have Chén Sìhǎi and his men go directly to his place. That way, discussing matters would be more convenient. Most importantly, it would allow him to keep Chén Sìhǎi under closer control. We're here on business and don't want to impose too much. We don't want to cause trouble that might drag you into it. Chén Sìhǎi didn't want to complicate matters further. Some things they could handle on their own. But why not accept help when it was offered? Actually, I came to see you today because I believe we might find common ground on certain matters. I wonder if you'd be interested in having a proper discussion with me. Zhang Angtian had intended to wait for Chén Sìhǎi to speak first. But then he remembered that certain matters had already been laid out before him. Hesitating now would only make it seem like there was something to hide. Go ahead. Chén Sìhǎi waited for him to lay out his plan. You came here to rescue your woman while I aim to eliminate Yi Feihong. But as an outsider here, you'll face obstacles in your efforts. It'll be troublesome. With my help, we can handle this swiftly. Then you rescue your woman, and I get what I want. A win-win situation, isn't that the best outcome? Zhang Angtian was certain Chén Sìhǎi would agree. Because this was his best option. Boss Zhang, am I only allowed to rescue my woman? Chén Sìhǎi thought the man before him was asking for far too much. He planned to send him to the front lines to fight, only to reward him with a single person in the end? Did he really think he was that foolish? Though the others weren't enemies of Yi Feihong, Chén Sìhǎi believed that with the right incentives, they could help him achieve his goal. Besides, it was Zhang Angtian who needed him now, not the other way around. This man still didn't seem to grasp the gravity of the current situation. Brother Chén has built such a stronghold in his own territory. Does he still intend to meddle in ours? Sometimes, having too much isn't necessarily a good thing. Zhang Angtian hadn't expected Chén Sìhǎi to be so greedy. He wasn't just trying to rescue someone. I'm just taking what's rightfully mine. Is there a problem with that, Boss Zhang? Chén Sìhǎi's demand was perfectly reasonable. Zhang Angtian really couldn't say anything, but this meant he couldn't achieve the outcome he desired. He wanted to seize all of Yi Feihong's assets. Chapter 63, Midnight Raid. Big Brother Zhang can take his time thinking it over. Show him out. Chén Sìhǎi found collaborating with such a person utterly pointless. Too greedy and indecisive in his actions. If Chén Sìhǎi was going to choose a partner, he would choose the best one. Brother Chén, here, without help, you won't get anywhere. I'm your best partner. Because we face the same adversaries. You've built such a strong presence in other cities, yet you know nothing about our operations here. There's no need for you to get involved. Why not just rescue the person and leave? In the future, Boss Chén, if you come to our place, I'll definitely treat you as an honored guest. Zhang Angtian didn't want to make a special trip for nothing. Having failed to reach an agreement, he intended to try persuading him again. But he had underestimated the situation. Chén Sìhǎi had risen to his current position through sheer determination. He wouldn't be swayed by empty promises of hospitality. What he wanted, he would obtain even if it meant Zhang Angtian's death. I'll give Chief Zhang's proposal serious consideration, Chén Sìhǎi said, though his expression betrayed no intention of deliberation. His stance was clear: unless Zhang Angtian agreed to his demands, their partnership was off the table. Zhang Angtian refused to let such a golden opportunity slip away and steeled himself to stay. If Boss Chén wants Yi Feihong's territory, how much of it do you intend to take? Could it be that those people hadn't misjudged the situation? Was Chén Sìhǎi truly planning to expand his power? Zhang Angtian frowned. Parting with this asset felt deeply reluctant. But he forgot that he was no match for Yi Feihong now. Those lands weren't his to begin with. I'll take whatever territory I've earned through my efforts. Even if Chén Sìhǎi didn't develop this area later, he still wanted to get his hands on the goods.
Zhang Yongtian frowned and pondered for a long time, but ultimately refused Chén Sìhǎi's demand. He left only this parting remark: "I hope you'll give serious thought to what I discussed with you earlier, Boss Chén. After all, this isn't your territory. You can't just decide things with a single word. You brought only 100 men here. If any of us decide you shouldn't leave, you'll have no choice but to wait for death." Zhang Yongtian's well-intentioned warning was met with only 2 dismissive grunts from Chén Sìhǎi. Fuming, he stormed off. Perhaps there was only one way to make Chén Sìhǎi obey. That was to make Chén Sìhǎi completely trapped here. Yi Feihong soon learned of Chén Sìhǎi's arrival. "Have the men prepare. We'll make our move tonight." Yi Feihong was an extremely cautious man, always meticulous in his affairs. Having studied Chén Sìhǎi's background extensively, he knew the man disliked delays. Once Chén made a decision, he acted swiftly. Therefore, he would employ Chén Sìhǎi's own tactics to catch him off guard. Most importantly, they had been traveling non-stop and were undoubtedly exhausted now. Chén Sìhǎi had also already had his men prepare. He briefly reviewed the files, gaining a general understanding of Yi Feihong's character. "Tonight, if anyone shows up, open fire immediately and show them what we're capable of. We're formidable in every single location." Chén Sìhǎi had brought several rocket launchers specifically for this battle. No kidding, exchanging for these weapons. Chén Sìhǎi had spent a hefty chunk of his reputation points. "Alright. Let those little bastards see how formidable we are everywhere. Charge. Show them what we're made of. Kill. Boss Chén will prevail." Chén Sìhǎi watched their fighting spirit with satisfaction. "When we get back, I'll treat you all to a feast." Chén Sìhǎi gave the order tonight. Every single one of them had to be on high alert. They had been waiting. Some subordinates even muttered complaints under their breath. "Is Boss Chén deliberately wearing us out? It's so late, there's no way they'll attack us now. We should be allowed to rest. I'm exhausted." "I'm exhausted too, but I heard Boss Chén is incredibly capable. In a place like this, we should listen to him. Otherwise, we might not even know how we died. Stay alert." "Damn it, what nonsense are you spouting? The boss treats us brothers well. How can you say such ungrateful things?" Chén Sìhǎi closed his eyes to rest for a while. Feeling the time was right, he grabbed his desert eagle and headed out. "Boss." San kept watch outside, monitoring everything. This was their first battle since arriving here. They had to win. Only victory would allow them to establish a foothold here. They should be moving soon. This is when everyone is most vulnerable to fatigue. "I've already alerted the men below to stay awake and prepare for the enemy's arrival." San had waited all night, itching for those enemies to show up already. He longed to slaughter them mercilessly. Chén Sìhǎi nodded. Hearing the slightest sound, he led his men straight to the doorway to wait for them. "Prepare to strike." Chén Sìhǎi's command instantly roused the drowsy men. Someone was coming. Chén Sìhǎi gave a signal, and everyone opened fire simultaneously. The men across the way couldn't react in time, falling in wave after wave. "Damn it, they were prepared. Hold your ground, force our way in. We've got 500 men, they only have 100. Yi Feihong couldn't trust his men to act. He had to see Chén Sìhǎi dead with his own eyes. "Alright. Charge." Chén Sìhǎi's men stood behind the door, launching their assault. Over half of the opposing forces were dead or wounded, yet they hadn't even breached their defenses. "Boss, if we keep this up, we'll be wiped out." They were prepared today, but persisting would be pointless. "Retreat." Yi Feihong was reluctant, but there was no other choice. He couldn't afford to lose 500 men without even scratching Chén Sìhǎi's surface. Chén Sìhǎi proved far more formidable than he'd anticipated. As they prepared to retreat, Chén Sìhǎi pursued them with his men. "My turf, do you think you can come and go as you please? Stay right here." Chén Sìhǎi's Desert Eagle fired with blinding speed, capable of taking down several men in a single second. With Chén Sìhǎi leading the charge, his men grew increasingly frenzied, charging straight after them. Those who had already considered retreating were utterly routed under Chén Sìhǎi's relentless assault. In the end, only a few dozen managed to escape. San wanted to pursue them, but Chén Sìhǎi stopped him. "No need to pursue them. We'll cross paths again. Get the medics to treat our brothers. Clean up the aftermath, then let the brothers rest." From this operation, Chén Sìhǎi understood clearly that Yi Feihong had targeted him in large part. Why? He had never encountered this Yi Feihong before. Was it all because of a woman? Chapter 64, Business Upgrade Success. Chén Sìhǎi reckoned that if Yi Feihong was as shrewd as his records suggested, he absolutely couldn't have done something so outrageous over a woman. News of Chén Sìhǎi being ambushed on his very first night here quickly spread. "We should teach these outsiders a lesson, or else they'll really think we're pushovers." Some didn't find it particularly strange. Teaching them a lesson was a good thing. Especially after they heard that Chén Sìhǎi was likely planning to target their place next. Whether true or not, this news would affect them. But Yi Feihong was the one who lost. He lost over 400 brothers, while Chén Sìhǎi was fully prepared. He didn't suffer a single scratch. What?
Didn't Ji Fei-hong always boast about his cleverness? How did he end up tripping up over a minor setback with Chén Sìhǎi? Looks like Chén Sìhǎi is no pushover.
All I want to know is why Chén Sìhǎi came here in the first place and how he ended up clashing with Yi Fei-hong. Word of this incident spread rapidly.
Chén Sìhǎi's name suddenly became the most frequently mentioned name on everyone's lips.
Chén Sìhǎi was thoroughly pleased, his reputation soaring skyward. Today brought Chén Sìhǎi particular joy. The Prestige Mall, suspended for nearly a month, had finally upgraded and reopened for shopping.
Welcome to the upgraded Prestige Mall, host. We've added more items you might need: life-saving pills, critical attacks for crucial moments, super-powered weapons. Whatever you need, the Prestige Mall has it all. Welcome to the Prestige Mall.
Chén Sìhǎi opened the mall and saw that indeed, many new items had been added. He was dazzled by the sheer variety. Unfortunately, the reputation points required for those premium items displayed figures that were currently beyond Chén Sìhǎi's reach.
An upgraded AK-47 for 80 million, a life-saving potion for 153 million.
Even if Chén Sìhǎi sold everything he owned, he couldn't afford these items. It seemed he'd have to find another way to acquire more prestige points.
Of course, besides these items, there were also some reasonably priced goods.
After studying the options carefully for a while, Chén Sìhǎi discovered something else he wanted most right now. He could use prestige points to expand his personal storage space. Currently, his space was filled to capacity with just a few weapons, leaving no room for anything else.
For Chén Sìhǎi, this storage capacity was far too small.
Expanding the space cost 1 million prestige points per square meter. That price was truly exorbitant.
Chén Sìhǎi gasped.
But this item was indeed worth the price. He exchanged all 2 million prestige points he had left.
Looking at the slightly expanded space, Chén Sìhǎi felt quite satisfied.
System-friendly reminder: host, when using your portable pocket dimension, do not let others discover or suspect its existence. Should the system's existence be exposed, the host will face the most severe punishment.
Chén Sìhǎi wasn't surprised.
Even without the system's warning, he wouldn't reveal its existence. However powerful he was, he knew that revealing his possessions would invite endless pursuit.
Asan, spread the word, I'm not here to cause trouble.
As long as they don't come looking for it, I won't touch a hair on their heads.
Chén Sìhǎi reasoned that Ji Fei-hong's defeat would inevitably prompt others to draw certain conclusions.
If they united with the other estate owners here, it wouldn't bode well for him.
Understood.
San quickly had the message leaked out. This included why Chén Sìhǎi had come to their estate.
So he came to rescue someone. Fine, we'll give him a break. As long as he doesn't meddle in our affairs, anything else is acceptable. As long as it didn't touch their interests, these busy estate owners didn't even want to waste time on such matters.
Soon, far fewer people paid attention to these matters. When Yi Fei-hong heard the news, he nearly choked on his anger.
Damn it, this Chén Sìhǎi was a real pain in the ass.
He hadn't even started his plan, and already Chen had cut off one of his escape routes.
When Yi Fei-hong went to find Li Ayun, she was eating. What's wrong? You look upset. Did Chén Sìhǎi's people mess with you?
Since Yi Fei-hong was certain this operation would succeed, he'd sent word directly to Li Ayun.
Chén Sìhǎi was as good as dead. He would return with Chén Sìhǎi's head. But he returned alone, his expression grim. Li Ayun understood everything at once.
But Chén Sìhǎi had truly come.
Had he truly come for her sake? Damn it, did you tip off Chén Sìhǎi?
Yi Fei-hong grabbed Li Ayun's hair, yanking it so hard it hurt. But she didn't utter a single word.
Mark my words. You've crossed him, and he won't let you off.
Soon enough, you'll see exactly how Chén Sìhǎi climbed to his current position step by step. They all forgot one thing: how rapidly Chén Sìhǎi had risen.
Truthfully, if he wanted, every estate in their district could be his.
Even now, many estate owners lived in constant fear, dreading the day Chén Sìhǎi might take out his bad mood on them.
Very well.
I'll show you how I climbed to this position step by step. I'll make you witness firsthand that your choice this time was still a waste of time. Yi Fei-hong flung the woman to the ground and strode away.
Li Ayun lay on the ground, laughing with unbridled joy.
Some people's differences were plain for all to see, yet certain individuals remained utterly blind to their own shortcomings. As long as she could escape unscathed, she would make sure to destroy him.
After Chén Sìhǎi made his announcement, many extended olive branches to him.
After all, someone as exceptional as Chén Sìhǎi was far better to befriend than to antagonize.
What a hassle.
Chén Sìhǎi meticulously investigated Yi Fei-hong's forces and the location of his estate.
Breaking into their stronghold would be exceedingly difficult. And so far, no one had the guts to come forward and cooperate with him. We'll wait a bit longer.
If there's no other way, we'll have to have Chao Guoxing send more men to launch a direct assault.
Chén Sìhǎi didn't want to mobilize such a large force just to rescue a woman. He still hoped someone would recognize this opportunity. Boss, Zhang Hongtian contacted me again. He said he's been waiting for your instructions.
Asan thought this man held his boss in far too low an opinion. He was certain he could handle this matter.
Just tell him straight up, if he doesn't agree to my terms, there's no chance of cooperation between us.
If he gets too greedy, he'll end up with nothing.
Chén Sìhǎi declared. Chapter 65. Beware of empty promises. Did he really say that? Zhang Yongtian asked, holding a lit cigarette as he looked at the subordinate reporting back. Yes, his exact words. He said if you get too greedy, you'll end up with nothing to show for it. Zhang Yongtian listened to his subordinate's report, then slammed his fist down on the table, sending everything crashing to the floor. Good. Very good. That bastard Chén Sìhǎi thinks he's something special, huh? Even if Yi Fei Hong has me pinned down, killing you would be a piece of cake for me. Send Chen to kill that assistant of Chén Sìhǎi's, the one called Asan, I believe. Teach Chén Sìhǎi a lesson. No matter how down and out Zhang Yongtian was, he would never let an outsider challenge his dignity. Should we send Chen? Isn't that overkill? Chen was the sharpest blade at Zhang Yongtian's side. We need to teach him a lesson to get what I want. Chén Sìhǎi paid no heed to their scheming. Shen Yang discussed with Chén Sìhǎi that there were other ways to resolve this matter. The two of us could storm in directly. Let the others provide cover fire. We rescue the hostage and leave. They won't be able to touch us afterward. With their skills, they could escape unscathed no matter where they went. But Chén Sìhǎi had no intention of using such a method. That's the worst possible option. With no movement from the countryside, I see no urgency in rushing back. Chén Sìhǎi needed to build more prestige, which meant staying put and making a big splash. All right. Shen Yang thought it best not to speak again. When it came to offering advice, he truly couldn't match the others. Boss, I've confirmed that Li Ayan has indeed been detained by them, but we still haven't pinpointed the exact location. Asan reasoned that someone held captive like this was either a decoy or someone of vital importance to him. Considering how he went to such lengths to bring her back, Asan believed both possibilities were plausible. As they discussed, Chén Sìhǎi sensed movement outside. Boss, should I handle it? Shen Yang had also picked up the sound. Shen Yang thought it was a real shame he hadn't gotten to show off his skills yet after being here so long. Now, someone was practically walking right into his hands. Finish them quickly, but leave them breathing. At Chén Sìhǎi's command, Shen Yang instantly dashed outside. San didn't even know what they were talking about. Boss, sometimes when I'm around you, I feel like no matter how much I improve, I'll never catch up to you guys. San truly worked incredibly hard, yet sometimes certain matters still required Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others to tie up loose ends. That's not true. Just keep working hard. I can see your growth. Chén Sìhǎi offered Asan some reassurance, recognizing his loyalty. Plus, he was smart, he could handle many tasks on his own. Shen Yang remembered Chén Sìhǎi's order to end this quickly, and moved with lightning speed. But the opponent was no slouch either, and it still took a few minutes. If you want to kill our boss, you'd better prove you've got what it takes. Shen Yang truly left the enemy barely clinging to life just enough to speak. Boss, this guy's got some serious skills. He's after you. Several times, this man tried to break through Shen Yang's guard to kill Chén Sìhǎi inside the room. Who sent him? Chén Sìhǎi crushed his fingers underfoot. The others heard the sound of bones shattering. You. Before he could utter another word, he collapsed. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at him. Useless. Find out who sent him. Once he's finished, send him back to wherever he came from. Chén Sìhǎi instructed Shen Yang. After all, San had other matters to attend to. That same day, Chen's body was delivered before Zhang Yongtian. Chen, dead? Even one of Chén Sìhǎi's men is that formidable? Damn it. This Chén Sìhǎi is no easy opponent. Chen was someone he had painstakingly trained over the years, and now he was dead. He refused to accept it, yet deep down he knew. Chén Sìhǎi was a formidable opponent. To collaborate with him, there was only one way. Agree to his demands. But agreeing to Chén Sìhǎi meant he'd gain nothing from this deal. Was he truly willing to do it? This was a question Zhang Yongtian couldn't resolve just yet. Chén Sìhǎi had no desire to waste time on these petty troublemakers. But now that someone had dared to provoke him, he wouldn't bother with polite words anymore. Get ready. We're going to pay a visit to Boss Zhang's little brothers. Chén Sìhǎi thought, since he was already here, if someone wanted to hand over the territory he'd spent years building, he'd gladly accept it. Right away, we're moving out. San immediately ordered his men to prepare. Within 10 minutes, they were on their way. Boss, Chén Sìhǎi seems to be heading this way with his men. How many men? Zhang Yongtian was pondering how to proceed after losing a capable assistant. He still had numerous matters to handle. What was Chén Sìhǎi doing showing up at this moment? All of them. Boss, could it be that Chén Sìhǎi feels humiliated because our men killed his subordinates and now he's coming to settle the score? Zhang Yongtian didn't rule out that possibility, but if Chén Sìhǎi truly intended this, it would only worsen his already dire situation. A confrontation with Chén Sìhǎi was unthinkable. Prepare the finest hospitality to receive Chén Sìhǎi immediately. We cannot confront him, but simultaneously prepare for negotiations failing and their forces attacking us. Get yourselves ready. Zhang Yongtian had been too optimistic. Chén Sìhǎi had come intending to use force before diplomacy. He had killed the guards at the entrance outright and charged straight inside. Fortunately, Zhang Angtian had already withdrawn some men beforehand, minimizing their losses. Brother Chén, what brings you here with such murderous intent? I don't recall ever crossing you. With events unfolding this way, he had no choice but to play dumb. If he made a big fuss, he'd be the one in trouble. Well, just now, I suddenly thought your turf looked pretty nice. I figured I'd stick around for a few days. So here I am with my crew. We ran into some blind fools on the way who tried to shoot me, so I just took care of them. I trust you won't mind, right? Chén Sìhǎi twisted black into white, and at this point, Zhang Angtian dared not voice any objections. Of course not. Those who lack the sense to know their place deserve what they get. I'd already invited Brother Chén over earlier, so your arrival is most welcome. I'll arrange accommodations for you immediately. Zhang Angtian thought, since Chén Sìhǎi hadn't attacked him directly, it meant there was still room for negotiation. No need. I'll stay over there. Chén Sìhǎi pointed to the largest, most conspicuous villa in front of them. Chapter 66, I only want this one. Zhang Angtian's expression darkened. Chén Sìhǎi was pointing at his residence. May I arrange alternative accommodations for you? If Zhang Angtian relinquished this place, he would never be able to hold his head high again in front of those people. I only want this one. If Boss Zhang finds this unsuitable, he can have a proper conversation with my men using guns. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't care less about Zhang's thoughts. He'd sent men to kill him if he didn't teach them a lesson. Who knew what they'd think next? Having mobilized such a force, Chén Sìhǎi would never back down now. Then I'll find someone to clean it up for you to stay in. Zhang Angtian saw every man Chén Sìhǎi brought radiating menacing intent, as if they were ready to slaughter someone else at the drop of a hat if he refused. He couldn't afford to cross Chén Sìhǎi now, so he had no choice but to back down. Chén Sìhǎi smoothly moved into the house he wanted, then dispatched his men to sweep the place for any potential threats. Boss Zhang, I'll need your continued support going forward. I wonder if you've had a chance to consider what I discussed with you earlier. Spotting a security camera, Chén Sìhǎi shot it down with a single bullet. This was his territory now, and he disliked any traces of others lingering here. Boss Chén, you've already made it clear you have no interest in our people here. So what's the point of you wanting those territories? Why can't we both step back a little, get what we want, and achieve a win-win situation? Zhang Angtian dared not make rash promises to Chén Sìhǎi now. This incident alone made it clear that Chén Sìhǎi was no ordinary figure. If he agreed now, that territory would be divided whether he wanted it or not. What belongs to me, no one shall take. This is the last time I'll ask you. Chén Sìhǎi lowered his desert eagle, leaving Asan to negotiate with him. For everything else, contact me directly. We still need some supplies here. Boss Zhang, please arrange for someone to deliver them as soon as possible. You have no right. Zhang Angtian thought. Only Chén Sìhǎi had the authority to speak to him this way, no one else did. But before he could finish, he was cut off. Boss Zhang, our boss said he's handling this personally. If you try to contact him later, he might just shoot you on a whim. After all, killing someone is as easy as squashing an ant for him. Even you wouldn't be any different. Asan put on a show of bravado in front of the others, especially since this man had dared to send people to kill their boss. Had Boss Chén not ordered that this man be spared for now, Asan might have ordered his men to kill them all on the spot. Alright, if you need anything here, just let me know. I'll get it to you as soon as possible. As Boss Chén said, I'll give you an answer by tomorrow. Zhang Angtian quickly departed with his men. The moment he stepped outside the villa, his expression hardened. Find a way to contact our backers. Even if I suffer heavy losses this time, I'll make sure Chén Sìhǎi pays with his life. He really thinks he's something special. In all his years here, he'd never endured such humiliation. Assign one of your men to liaise with him. What a show of respect. Boss, are we just going to let them stay here? If word gets out about this, our estate will lose all credibility. Others will look down on us. Then it'll be tough for us brothers to get what we want. I'll play along with them for now. First, we'll deal with Yifei, then we'll move against Chén Sìhǎi. Zhang Angtian had already made up his mind. With powerful backers behind him, he feared nothing. Chén Sìhǎi was nothing, couldn't he be taken care of? That evening, Chén Sìhǎi accepted Zhang Angtian's invitation to dine at an enormous restaurant. Accompanied by several associates, he arrived at the restaurant only to come face to face with Yifei. In a good mood, Chén Sìhǎi greeted him. Mr. Yi, what's been going on lately? You don't look too good. How could Chén Sìhǎi not know what had happened? Last night alone, he'd lost over 400 men. Even as a powerful estate owner, he felt the sting of such losses. Big brother Chén, you're quite the character. Making enemies everywhere the moment you arrive. I'd advise you to watch your back. After all, your life is one I've long had my sights set on. Yifei's expression darkened momentarily before he snapped back at Chén Sìhǎi. Winning an argument with words wasn't going to be easy. I'll be right here, waiting for you to come claim my life. But coming for me will come at a price. Chén Sìhǎi's hand brushed against his desert eagle, the warning unmistakable. Oh, right, Boss Yi. You've been holding on to my men. Care to guess when I'll come collect my debt? Tonight? Tomorrow morning? Or perhaps right now? Guess where the other half of my men are, the ones I didn't bring with me. Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't make it that easy for him. Hadn't they investigated him?
Then they should know better. He never played by the rules. He had just reminded Yi Feihong, and indeed, he had already dispatched men to cause trouble for Yi Feihong's people. But he'd only sent one man. Shen Yang. Chén Sìhǎi believed Shen Yang alone would suffice. Without waiting for Yi Feihong to say another word, Chén Sìhǎi left with several of his men.
Damn it, this guy is way too cocky.
We need to teach him a lesson, make him understand this isn't his turf to run wild. Yi Feihong's men were particularly displeased.
Who did Chén Sìhǎi think he was? How dare he speak to their boss like that? Don't underestimate him.
To rise to the position he wanted in such a short time, he's no ordinary character.
Proceed with caution.
Yi Feihong believed Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't be bold enough to attack his men just yet, so he didn't send anyone back.
Meanwhile, Shen Yang had successfully infiltrated their main villa complex. He even discovered where Li Ayun was being held captive. However, that location required his fingerprint to gain entry.
Forcing entry would cause him significant trouble.
After scouting the area, Shen Yang even located their goods storage facility.
He also obtained crucial intelligence. Yi Feihong's group was preparing to deliver a shipment soon. Human trafficking was a common practice in their part of northern Myanmar. Shen Yang reasoned that perhaps he could strike here and teach them a lesson.
After confirming the exact timing, Shen Yang killed several men and seized their weapons. Chapter 67, Ningyu.
As Shen Yang departed, he flipped off the surveillance camera at the main gate.
The final shot took out the camera. These things were nothing but decorations. Who did they think they could stop? Having completed his mission, Shen Yang headed to meet up with Chén Sìhǎi.
By then, Chén Sìhǎi had already joined forces with Zhang Tian.
Boss Chen, the past misunderstandings are behind us. Now that you're staying with us, our future collaboration will be much smoother. Your people have been taken.
Every day they remain in Yi Feihong's hands increases their danger.
I imagine you'd like to resolve this as soon as possible? I promise you, we can cooperate. Just give the word. Zhang Tian pondered for a long while, having come to understand many things.
In his eyes, Chén Sìhǎi was already a dead man. When the time came, he would claim Chén Sìhǎi's worthless life.
And Yi Feihong's life? His territory? Zhang Tian would claim those too. Zhang Tian himself lacked the capability, but those behind him possessed it. Then I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Chén Sìhǎi took a few bites of food, but finding it unpalatable, he set his chopsticks aside. Zhang Tian kept toasting Chén Sìhǎi, and Chén Sìhǎi didn't refuse.
His tolerance had always been exceptional. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk.
By the time Zhang Tian was drunk, Chén Sìhǎi remained as composed as ever. Zhang Tian mentioned he'd arranged a special gift for Chén Sìhǎi at his villa, something he'd see as soon as he returned.
He added that Chén Sìhǎi would definitely like it.
Chén Sìhǎi didn't elaborate much on the subject. Some matters were best left unsaid.
By the time Shen Yang returned to report back, he already had a plan in mind. If he wanted to make a deal, it would depend on whether he agreed. Upon returning to the villa, his men were nowhere to be found. They had instinctively left the finest villa for Chén Sìhǎi to occupy alone, with no one staying behind to guard it. This was their unspoken rule, and precisely why Zhang Tian had been able to slip someone in so effortlessly. On the sofa, Chén Sìhǎi spotted a little girl clutching a pillow, watching everything unfold with terror in her eyes. Yes, a little girl.
At a glance, Chén Sìhǎi could tell she hadn't even reached adulthood yet. Who on earth told Zhang Tian he liked this sort of thing?
The sound of Chén Sìhǎi's return startled the girl on the sofa. She stared at him like a frightened rabbit, filled with fear. She knew that by being here, certain things were now irrevocably changed. She was still afraid. She had to suppress her fear and complete Zhang Tian's task.
Otherwise, her entire family would die. Brother Chen. Brother Chen.
I'm the woman, arranged for you by Brother Zhang. Ningyu released the only thing covering her body, the pillow she'd been clutching. In an instant, Chén Sìhǎi understood why Zhang Tian had spoken so mysteriously about this being a true beauty when he'd mentioned it to him. He would like her. The girl before him was very inexperienced, yet her figure was stunning. Nothing was lacking where it should be. She was indeed the type Chén Sìhǎi would like. However, Chén Sìhǎi saw the fear in her eyes. Moreover, he simply couldn't bring himself to lay a hand on someone who clearly hadn't reached adulthood. He still had a shred of conscience left. He grabbed the blanket nearby and covered the girl in front of him, head and all. Ningyu had already braced herself for rough treatment. Over the years, she had come to understand just how much her body attracted men. Not to mention, she was completely naked at that moment. To her surprise, Chén Sìhǎi did nothing but cover her with the blanket. At that very moment, another thought struck Ningyu. If she failed this mission, it wouldn't just be her life at stake. Her family would die too. So she pulled the blanket away, but as she was about to toss it aside, she caught Chén Sìhǎi's gaze and silently covered herself again.
Brother Chen, are you dissatisfied with me?
Perhaps fearing her family would suffer because of her death, Ningyu found herself speaking more fluently.
I don't lay a finger on little girls. Chén Sìhǎi pulled out his phone, intending to have Ah-san come take her away and find another woman to replace her. His desire had been ignited, and unless it was extinguished, he would be tormented. Ningyu froze for a long moment, clearly not expecting that Chén Sìhǎi's reason for not touching her was so simple. It was simply because she didn't appear to be an adult. In her eyes, these men in northern Myanmar were no different from beasts. Ningyu had witnessed even more brutal and terrifying acts. I'm already an adult. Just a few days ago. Ningyu looked at Chén Sìhǎi with pleading eyes. For a moment, Chén Sìhǎi understood the meaning behind her gaze. She wasn't lying, but Zhang Ongtian had arranged for her to be here for other reasons. If he hadn't touched her, she might well have died. Can you serve people? Chén Sìhǎi sent another message to Ah-san, telling him not to come over. Ah-san, already en route, immediately replied with a confirmation and turned to leave the villa he was about to reach. Yes. I've been trained since I was little, but I've never actually done it. Boss Zhang wanted to groom me to be offered up to the higher-ups. It was precisely because of this that Ningyu had managed to survive until now. And remained untouched. Very well, then come. Chén Sìhǎi hesitated no longer, unbuttoning his shirt. Ningyu felt shy, but she hesitated no longer. She thought, I'll give myself to this man. To this man who cared whether she was an adult. Ningyu had indeed been carefully groomed by Zhang Ongtian, destined to be handed over to the powerful figure behind him. Though inexperienced, her technique was remarkably skilled. Several times, he nearly lost control. But Chén Sìhǎi paused for a moment before deliberately slowing and softening his movements. It's okay. I'm fine. Ningyu sensed Chén Sìhǎi's change and grabbed his shoulders. Fearing he might hurt Ningyu, Chén Sìhǎi restrained himself and soon let go. By the time he emerged from the shower, Ningyu had tidied herself up and even changed the bedsheets. Brother Chén. Ningyu was extremely shy, unable to lift her gaze to meet Chén Sìhǎi's. This man was far gentler than she had imagined. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the strength to tidy herself in the bed. Since childhood, she had been taught too much of this knowledge. She had been told that only by pleasing the man she served would she have a chance to survive. Now it seemed Chén Sìhǎi might let her live. What task did Zhang Ongtian assign you? To monitor me? Chén Sìhǎi lit a cigarette and took a drag. He sat down on the bed, silently observing Ningyu across from him. Ningyu hesitated, unable to speak. If she told Chén Sìhǎi, how would Zhang Ongtian deal with her? After all, she was no match for Zhang Ongtian. Chapter 68, 500 Men Needed. Speak up. I'll find a way to help you. After finishing his cigarette, Chén Sìhǎi pulled out his phone and exchanged a few words with Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others. Truthfully, even if Ningyu hadn't spoken up, Chén Sìhǎi would likely have figured out her purpose anyway. She was simply trying to extract information from him at most in order to assassinate him. Yet earlier, Ningyu had had numerous chances to do so but hadn't. Chén Sìhǎi guessed it was either because of the former. Or perhaps the second order hadn't been issued yet. The only thing he could be certain of was that Ningyu would never submit to Zhang Ongtian. Boss Zhang, he's terrifying. If you help me, you'll be making him your enemy. Ningyu didn't know who the man before her was, but among all the people she'd encountered, Zhang Ongtian was the most formidable. I'm stronger than Zhang Ongtian. I'm giving you this chance only once. Tell me, or leave. Once you're gone, I won't care whether you live or die. Chén Sìhǎi had no time to waste arguing with her. He had other matters to attend to. I'll tell you. He sent me to spy on you, to report your every move to him. I don't know if I can complete the task, but he said if I fail, I die and my family dies too. Ningyu thought Chén Sìhǎi must be far better than Zhang Ongtian. She was willing to take the gamble. Because she knew full well that facing Chén Sìhǎi, she'd never be able to complete the task Zhang Ongtian had assigned her. All right. Do you know where your family is? I'll have my men rescue them. Ningyu listened to Chén Sìhǎi's words and shook her head. She knew too little. Forget it. I'll investigate myself. Consider this your 18th birthday present. I hope you'll learn to protect yourself from now on. Chén Sìhǎi left behind a compact pistol. If Ningyu was to stay by his side, she couldn't remain completely ignorant. Yes. I will, Mr. Chan. Ningyu's eyes lit up instantly. Someone will bring you clothes shortly. You stay here, I'll sleep outside. Chén Sìhǎi switched rooms, giving Ningyu space to think. Ningyu felt even more moved. She knew her initial decision had been the right one. Chén Sìhǎi was truly so much better than Zhang Ongtian. Meeting someone like Brother Chén was truly a blessing in her lifetime. The next morning, Chén Sìhǎi received a piece of intelligence. Ningyu had no family members still alive in this world. In the eyes of Zhang Ongtian and his kind, there was no need to use family members as leverage. Especially a little girl, kill her and be done with it. Chén Sìhǎi had intended to tell Ningyu this news directly, but then he recalled how happy she had looked last night when family was mentioned.
And then there was the fact that she had just turned 18 a few days ago, though in this place, 18-year-olds without parents were far too common.
Brother Chén, I've prepared some home-cooked dishes.
I made them myself, I hope they suit your taste. Ningyu had no idea what she could do for Chén Sìhǎi, so she had tossed and turned all night. In the end, she rose early to prepare breakfast for Chén Sìhǎi. Chén Sìhǎi stared at the breakfast spread on the table enough to feed 10 people and fell silent for a moment.
What on earth had given her the illusion that he could eat so much? I didn't know what you liked, so I made extra. If there's any left, I can bring it to those people. Ningyu suddenly remembered she couldn't see those friends anymore.
She had to stay here watching over Chén Sìhǎi.
If she left, Zhang Tian would come looking for her. Chén Sìhǎi had little appetite upon waking.
He ate a few bites before having Ah-san bring people over to finish it.
Watching Ah-san and the others wolf down their food made Chén Sìhǎi frown. If anyone saw you eating like that, they'd think I was skimping on your rations.
Chén Sìhǎi said this, but he felt quite content. I haven't tasted this flavor in ages, it's delicious. Ah-san smiled, finished his meal, and set down his chopsticks.
There's something I've been thinking about. I need to tell you the truth. Chén Sìhǎi didn't want to risk more trouble later by keeping it hidden.
He finally decided to be straightforward with Ningyu. Her family, they were all dead.
When I sent people to investigate, not a single one was left alive.
Chén Sìhǎi expected Ningyu to be so devastated she couldn't stand, even preparing to catch her if she collapsed.
But Ningyu didn't. Instead, she remained remarkably calm.
Noticing everyone in the room staring at her, a faint smile touched Ningyu's lips.
I know what kind of place this is.
I heard it from those people before, they'd never spare anyone who defied them.
My family was fiercely independent. They would never have worked for Zhang Tian.
Their deaths were only to be expected.
I'm not that kind of person.
I want to live, so I've been trying my best to please Zhang Tian.
I believe staying alive is what matters most. Now I have a chance to leave Zhang Tian, don't I? Brother Chén, I'm willing to follow you from now on.
I'll be your man forever.
Please don't turn me away. I'll be very obedient. I've learned all sorts of tricks to win your favor. I won't let you down. Please take me in.
With her family gone, she had finally let go of that obsession.
Whether you stay depends on your abilities.
Chén Sìhǎi looked at Ningyu, who had already made up her mind.
He could see within the system that Ningyu's contribution to his prestige points was skyrocketing. Rest assured. I can do it.
Ningyu had learned much, but she simply lacked experience in these matters.
Given time, she could grow.
Shen Yang, assign a few men to protect her. If anyone from Zhang Tian's faction approaches her, kill them on sight.
After giving the order, Chén Sìhǎi suddenly changed his mind. No. Capture those men. Let her kill them herself. Killing a few people shouldn't be a problem for you, right?
Working alongside him, she'd have to get used to such matters sooner or later.
I can do it. I can handle it.
Ningyu hadn't expected Chén Sìhǎi to test her so soon. She had studied marksmanship, but had never taken a life.
Let's go. Go greet Yifei Hong. Chén Sìhǎi needed to complete his mission swiftly and return to his city. With only Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others at home, Chén Sìhǎi felt uneasy. He found Zhang Tian drinking a hangover cure. Brother Chén, you came looking for me now. Is there something you need? Zhang Tian glanced at Chén Sìhǎi. Ningyu wasn't with him. Could that girl have failed? Impossible.
He wouldn't have handed her over unless it was to deal with Chén Sìhǎi.
We're launching an attack on Yifei Hong's men today. Get your people ready. I need 500 men. Chén Sìhǎi noticed Zhang Tian sizing him up, but dismissed it. He chose to get straight to the point. Chapter 69, Who is the hunter? If I provide 500 men, half of the territory we capture will be mine, right? Zhang Tian picked up the water beside him and took a sip.
Chén Sìhǎi's men were tied up by Yifei Hong and his crew, putting pressure on him.
If that man died, Chén Sìhǎi would suffer a loss. Agreed, provided you can command them to capture it. Chén Sìhǎi nodded. What do you mean? You're not going? Zhang Tian knew full well that if they went alone, their chances of success were slim. He simply couldn't handle Yifei Hong and his men. I have other matters to attend to. Rest assured, when I give the order, their estate will be empty. Can you guarantee that? If you can't, will you take responsibility for my losses? Zhang Tian needed to ensure Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't betray his men.
He intended to keep some forces in reserve to deal with Chén Sìhǎi himself.
Hesitating? I'm just informing you. Whether you act or not is up to you. Chén Sìhǎi left only the most basic information before departing.
He didn't know where Yifei Hong would be during today's transaction, nor how many of their men remained at the estate. Everything in life carries risk, it all boils down to a gamble.
If Zhang Tian lacked the guts to act, there was nothing he could do about it. Let's go. Chén Sìhǎi gathered 50 brothers and set off. Halfway there, Chén Sìhǎi turned to Shen Yang and reassigned duties.
Shen Yang, you stay behind with the rest of the brothers.
If Zhang Tian hasn't made his move, kill him outright.
There's no point in sparing someone like him.
If he does make a move, follow the original plan I laid out. Understood.
Shen Yang had no objections. He immediately got off the vehicle and returned to the villa to lead the other brothers in making preparations. Boss, we could actually bring the brothers over. After all, there are only 100 or so of them, and it's not very convenient for our operation. Asan had suggested this to Chén Sìhǎi several times. If the brothers were here, would Zhang Ongtian still dare to think he was anything special? But this suggestion was rejected every single time. The country folks are eyeing us like predators. They won't dare send men here directly. They haven't touched Wang Tiger and his crew yet because they fear we'll come here for reinforcements. Bringing more men would endanger our families. Drop it. We've got this covered. When Chén Sìhǎi and his men arrived at the location, Yi Feihong's men were conducting a transaction. One by one, individuals were loaded into Yi Feihong's vehicle. Boss, should we move now? Asan hadn't been able to gauge whether it was a good time to strike against Yi Feihong this time. After all, such a transaction could be handled smoothly even without the boss's direct involvement. Wait until the transaction concludes, then move in. Snipers, be ready. Clear the way for us. Chén Sìhǎi had already scouted the sniper positions before arriving. They waited half an hour before the transaction finally concluded. This was a major deal. Proceed with caution. Chén Sìhǎi gave a signal and the sniper instantly fired, clearing the way for them. Enemy attack. Secure your positions. Chén Sìhǎi heard the voices from across the way and shouted back. Kill. They fought their way through, facing numerous opponents. The two groups clashed fiercely, locked in a bitter struggle. Yi Feihong's men still faced significant danger as Chén Sìhǎi's snipers remained hidden in the shadows. They had no idea if they were being targeted by snipers. Perhaps death awaited them in the next instant. Once a person harbors such concerns, their actions inevitably slow to a crawl. Chén Sìhǎi charged ahead alone, already deep within the thickest of the enemy's fire. The snipers on the platform were sweating bullets for Chén Sìhǎi. He was completely surrounded by the enemy. They were too far away. The snipers couldn't help Chén Sìhǎi. They could only focus on clearing the path for the others behind him, allowing them to join up with Chén Sìhǎi. Did your boss not come? Chén Sìhǎi took out one enemy with a single shot, still finding the time to ask about Yi Feihong's whereabouts. Don't worry. Even without our boss, taking you down is a piece of cake. Kill him, and we'll be promoted to fifth brother when we get back. Today, these men were determined to succeed at all costs. They had sacrificed much for this mission. Chén Sìhǎi absolutely couldn't be allowed to ruin their plans. Ha! As if you have the right to say that? Chén Sìhǎi drew his blade, unleashing full fury. Wherever he went, rivers of blood flowed, leaving nothing standing. Before long, the seemingly impenetrable encirclement was shattered by Chén Sìhǎi. Yi Feihong, you're here anyway. Come out and play with me? Chén Sìhǎi walked to the car, opened the door, and saw Yi Feihong sitting inside, immovable as a mountain. He knew it all along. Yi Feihong was definitely here. Big brother Chén sure has some nerve. You're all alone here. Yi Feihong toyed with a firearm in his hand, not even bothering to look up at Chén Sìhǎi. The deal was real today, and dealing with Chén Sìhǎi was real too. Only the location of the deal wasn't here, it was somewhere else. The people who just got into the car were all his men. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't escape. Today, Chén Sìhǎi must die. Now, you can tell your men to stand down. Getting hit by a bullet hurts like hell. Yi Feihong was certain Chén Sìhǎi absolutely couldn't be allowed to live. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before he could no longer take action against him. So far, our casualties seemed disproportionate. The 50 men Chén Sìhǎi brought had already taken down at least 200 of their own. If this continued, victory was far from assured. Since you refuse the wine I offer and insist on drinking the punishment instead, I won't waste any more words with you. I look forward to seeing you kneel in disgrace, and when that day comes, I'll make sure Li Ayan gets a good view of it. Move out. Yi Feihong looked utterly confident. No matter how formidable Chén Sìhǎi was, his meager forces stood no chance against their 2,000 men. Hold on. Chén Sìhǎi called them back, his voice slow and deliberate. I knew you were here. How could I possibly come unprepared? Chén Sìhǎi gestured toward a certain spot, and instantly, over 1,000 men surged forth. The roles of hunter and prey shifted in an instant. Yi Feihong, the game has only just begun. Chén Sìhǎi swiftly pushed through the crowd to join Asan and the others. When did you contact Zhu Ziyan's people? Yi Feihong spotted another familiar face. If one were to name the most formidable estate owner in this city, Zhu Ziyan would undoubtedly be on the list. But he had a peculiar quirk: he disliked collaborating with others. Why would he come to aid Chén Sìhǎi? Zhu Ziyan, this has nothing to do with you. You shouldn't get involved. And helping people from other cities against me, don't you find that utterly shameful? With Zhu Ziyan's support, Yi Feihong's chances of victory were slim. He refused to accept defeat. If he failed this time, such a golden opportunity would never come again. He had no idea when Chén Sìhǎi had contacted Zhu Ziyan. They didn't know each other.
Chén Sìhǎi had been under his surveillance all along. How could he have been kept completely in the dark? Chapter 70, The Ally Chu Zian.
Ignoring Yi Feihong's words, Chu Zian walked over to Chén Sìhǎi and remarked with a smile, "I didn't misjudge you after all."
What a show that was.
Only Chén Sìhǎi would dare act so brazenly with 50 men in tow. "You're welcome," Chén Sìhǎi replied, long accustomed to such situations.
Not at all.
"From now on, my men are entirely under your command, myself included."
Chu Zian's presence here confirmed certain things. Just intimidate him a bit. He won't dare fight.
Chén Sìhǎi watched as their men gradually gathered together.
He might fight desperately, but Yi Feihong? That coward? No way. Oh. Chu Zian had expected this trip to bring his men would lead to a real fight. He hadn't expected Chén Sìhǎi to have no intention of letting them fight. Just wait and see.
As Chén Sìhǎi spoke, Yi Feihong approached with his men, clearly intending to negotiate. "Brother Chu, we have no grudges between us.
I see no reason to fall out with you.
If you step back now, I'll pretend today's events never happened.
Moreover, whatever Chén Sìhǎi promised you, I can promise you too as long as you back off now." With Chu Zian present, eliminating Chén Sìhǎi today was beyond his reach.
For him, it was also a tremendous hassle. "What he promised me, you can't give me."
What a joke.
Chén Sìhǎi only traded in valuable goods.
Could someone like Yi Feihong possibly offer anything comparable? What kind of joke was this? Besides, the fight just now clearly showed Chén Sìhǎi was far stronger than Yi Feihong. Chu Zian wasn't some pushover.
He'd definitely choose the most cooperative partner.
Are you really going to do this?
Yi Feihong hadn't expected Chu Zian to be so determined to partner with Chén Sìhǎi.
What do you think? Chu Zian shrugged. Chén Sìhǎi, you're formidable. I lost this time, but next time you won't be so lucky.
Yi Feihong didn't want to antagonize Chu Zian. This was no one he could afford to offend.
He could only retreat for now.
As long as Chén Sìhǎi remained here, Yi Feihong was confident he could find a way to eliminate him.
He refused to believe Chén Sìhǎi could become sworn brothers with Chu Zian in such a short time.
He could invite him over this time, but next time was another matter. Just as Yi Feihong was about to leave with his men, Chén Sìhǎi's people blocked his path. "Boss Yi, the situation has changed, and so have the roles.
If you don't want me to leave, why would you think I'd let you walk away so easily? I paid a hefty price to bring them here. Chén Sìhǎi would never let them leave without making Yi Feihong bleed. What do you want? Fighting on wouldn't gain them anything. Hand over the people I want, and don't lay a finger on me again. Or tell me who ordered you to kill me." Chén Sìhǎi had investigated.
He had no grudge against Yi Feihong. If no one had ordered it, spending such a huge sum just to kill him would be utterly irrational.
What are you talking about? I don't understand a word. Who are your people? Do I need a reason to kill you? I just don't like the look of you.
Yi Feihong's expression flickered, then quickly returned to normal.
He couldn't let Chén Sìhǎi know who was behind it. Otherwise, this madman might do something beyond anyone's imagination.
He couldn't afford the consequences.
Very well. If you won't talk, then everyone stays behind. Asan, move out. At Chén Sìhǎi's command, everyone sprang into action instantly.
He hated beating around the bush.
Wait. Hold your fire. I can release your men. Trading one Li Yun for all these people here was worth it.
Oh, too late. Even if I kill you, I can still rescue Li Yun.
Chén Sìhǎi wasn't buying it anymore.
He'd given him a chance, but if he didn't take it, there was nothing more he could do. San and his brothers were already killing like mad. It had been ages since they'd felt this exhilarated.
Chén Sìhǎi, I will never let you off the hook.
Yi Feihong had no choice but to retreat with his men in disarray. After all, his combat prowess now fell short of Chén Sìhǎi's.
Staying any longer would have been like walking into a slaughterhouse.
Yi Feihong lost many of his men before finally escaping the area.
Boss, should we pursue them?
San stood before Chén Sìhǎi, his weapon smoking from recent use.
No need. Contact Shenyang. How's the situation on his end? Chén Sìhǎi knew that whether they could rescue Li Yun depended entirely on Shenyang. Got it.
San tossed aside his gun. The junk he'd picked up off the ground couldn't compare to the quality weapons the boss had given them. Too bad he'd forgotten to bring it along this time.
Boss Chén, it seems you really aren't someone to cross. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I'd die. The person you wanted, I've already got him in my hands.
I'll get her back to your territory as soon as possible.
Chu Zian spoke the truth. Anyone who dared to cross Chén Sìhǎi was truly courting death. To deal with just one Yi Feihong, Chén Sìhǎi had made 3 arrangements.
First, he leveraged his connection with Chao Guoxing to reach out to Chu Zian and strike a deal. This time, Chu Zian's assistance wasn't limited to confronting Yi Feihong face to face here.
Moreover, all of Yi Feihong's trading locations had already been blocked by Chu Zian's men.
Yi Feihong's base likely suffered significant losses as well.
Thanks for your help. Without you, this wouldn't have gone so smoothly.
Had Chén Sìhǎi failed to secure this cooperation, arranging all these matters would have required considerably more time.
Just remember to deliver what you promised me on time.
I'm genuinely curious, how exactly are those weapons of yours manufactured? What Chén Sìhǎi traded with Chu Xian was the first improved version of his weapons. These were far superior to anything on the market and were crucial for their operations.
Chén Sìhǎi wasn't worried they'd refuse.
If I tell you that, I'll have nothing left to trade with others.
There was no way Chén Sìhǎi would reveal his manufacturing secrets. Alright, I'll take my men back now. If you need anything else from me later, you can contact me. Chu Xian and his men withdrew swiftly.
Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the corpses on the ground.
Grab any usable weapons. We're out of here.
Here, their weapons were too few, so they took whatever they could get.
When traveling, it's best to be frugal.
Got it.
San quickly gathered everything, bundling up the bags and preparing to leave.
Boss, if we send the guy back from here,
Wang Tiger and the others will be shot.
San was thoroughly pleased with their haul and cheerfully remarked to Chén Sìhǎi.
They won't be. Chapter 71, Failure in Shenyang.
Chén Sìhǎi was so certain because Wang Tiger and his crew knew exactly what he was capable of.
Even if he conquered the entire city, Wáng Lǎohǔ and his crew wouldn't bat an eye. When Chén Sìhǎi returned to the estate, Shenyang and the others still hadn't come back. Send someone to fetch Shenyang.
Chén Sìhǎi had tried contacting Shenyang himself, but there had been no reply.
Understood.
San led a group out and returned shortly. Shenyang returned with him, looking utterly disheveled. He was dragging a man by the collar. Zhang Tian.
Boss, this man betrayed me. I failed to complete the mission.
I'm sorry, boss. Shenyang had been charging ahead in the front lines, fighting well, when he suddenly broke out.
He nearly didn't make it back.
Back at the training base, his comrades had never betrayed him. So for a moment, he didn't notice what was happening.
It was because of Zhang Tian that they lost nearly 10 brothers. Furious, he confronted them head-on right in Yi Fei Hong's territory. In the end, they failed to complete the mission Chén Sìhǎi had assigned them, bringing Li Ayan back. Shenyang, how did you grow up so naive in northern Burma? When did I ever tell you Zhang Tian was our ally? Did I ever say we should kill him if he didn't cooperate? I was ready to pull out with my men, and now you tell me we failed to rescue her? Chén Sìhǎi's expression remained calm, though his mood was far from cheerful.
Originally, they could have left immediately after rescuing Li Ayan, avoiding all the subsequent complications. Now they were forced to stay. If they got bogged down here, his family back home would be in danger.
That one action had created such uncertainty.
It was only natural that Chén Sìhǎi felt agitated.
Boss, I'm sorry. I truly didn't expect it.
Just as I was about to rescue her, he suddenly attacked me.
Zhang Tian knelt on the ground, his face ashen.
He had intended to kill Shenyang when he wasn't paying attention, eliminating Chén Sìhǎi's right-hand man.
But the man's reflexes were too quick. He dodged the fatal shot.
In such a perilous location, he had dared to attack directly, binding him up. And when Yi Fei Hong returned with reinforcements, the man had managed to escape unscathed. Now that he was captured, he truly had nothing left to say.
Your apology means nothing to me, San.
Make arrangements. This estate is mine from now on. Destined to stay and face these troubles, he couldn't do it alone. With a ready-made solution at hand, Chén Sìhǎi naturally saw no need to look elsewhere.
Understood. I'll gather them immediately. At Chén Sìhǎi's signal, San grabbed Zhang Tian and dragged him off to summon the men.
Shenyang, I have faith in your abilities, but you haven't grown to the level I expect.
After this mission is complete, you'll undergo 2 months of intensive training. If you fail to come in first even once, I'll kill you. Now get out of here and tend to your injuries. Then come back and follow my orders. Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't give him much time.
He thought, if he hadn't invested so much effort in Shenyang, he might have shot him on the spot for failing at such a minor task. Meanwhile, Yi Fei Hong was furious. In a single day, he'd lost over 1,000 brothers, and their deal had fallen through.
Now he was left with a mess to clean up.
Worst of all, even their base had been compromised. Had he not returned sooner, he might have lost everything?
Chén Sìhǎi, good. Very clever indeed.
He'd assumed Chén Sìhǎi had only brought 100 men. No matter what, they couldn't possibly make waves. Turns out he'd underestimated the situation. If Chén Sìhǎi set his mind to it, he could make it happen.
No wonder so many people were powerless against him on Chén Sìhǎi's turf.
Seems Chén Sìhǎi is deeply devoted to you, making all these preparations just to rescue you. Though defeated, Yi Fei Hong could only devise other plans. Truth be told, he felt rather pleased.
Chén Sìhǎi was formidable, a worthy opponent.
It had been ages since Yi Fei Hong had found a worthy opponent.
You're still too green to take on Boss Chén. Give it up.
If you persist, you'll ruin everything you've worked so hard to build over the years.
Li Ayan didn't know why Chén Sìhǎi had insisted on rescuing her.
But she knew all too well that those who crossed Chén Sìhǎi never ended well.
So you're siding with him?
I suppose Chén Sìhǎi's only target now is you, Li Ayan.
What if I set a trap for you? With all his cunning, would he come or not?
Suddenly, Yi Fei Hong had an idea.
The simplest solution is life for life. The only question is what choice Chén Sìhǎi will make.
That's the most entertaining part. One relish this kind of game. Once Chén Sìhǎi fell into his hands, Yi Fei-hong vowed to ensure Chén Sìhǎi would die without a proper burial. Chén Sìhǎi had already gathered all the underlings from the entire estate, including those with some authority as estate managers.
They witnessed their former boss, Zhang Angtian, kneeling pitifully at Chén Sìhǎi's feet. Everyone, allow me to introduce myself. I am Chén Sìhǎi, your new boss.
Anyone who dares to defy me, step forward.
I'll make you submit. Chén Sìhǎi stepped on Zhang Angtian, feeling his prestige soar wildly.
He thought this wasn't so bad after all. At least he gained something.
Who do you think you are, daring to claim our boss's position?
Let go of our boss, and I'll spare your life.
One of the big shots in the compound, seeing Zhang Angtian like this, thought that if he rescued Zhang Angtian would surely trust him afterward and let him handle things.
His plan seemed sound, but before he could finish speaking,
Chén Sìhǎi shot him dead. Did I ask for your opinions? Those who refuse will meet the same fate. Your former boss ended up crawling like a dog at my feet. What makes you think you're any different?
Anyone who dares to defy me, step forward.
I'll deal with you all at once. Chén Sìhǎi surveyed the crowd below, waiting for someone to step forward. I'm a gentle soul myself, not fond of bloodshed. If you have no objections, this matter is settled. Chén Sìhǎi gripped his gun.
Those who wanted to live knew exactly what choice to make. Others understood that following one boss was the same as following another, and immediately shouted.
We pledge our allegiance to Brother Chén. Let's conquer the world together. We too pledge our allegiance to Brother Chén. Chén Sìhǎi watched them bow their heads in submission with satisfaction. In that case, Zhang Angtian, you've become useless.
Chén Sìhǎi twirled the gun in his hand. He seemed to be contemplating where to aim to kill him with a single shot. Zhang Angtian's face drained of color.
Chén Sìhǎi truly intended to kill him. Chapter 72, Successful Rescue. Chén Sìhǎi, if you dare kill me, the people behind me won't let you off the hook. My men aren't truly loyal to you either. Keeping me alive brings far more benefits than killing me. Zhang Angtian looked down at his men.
Not a single one of these useless subordinates dared to come to his rescue.
The people behind you? Are they that formidable?
Chén Sìhǎi leaned back in his chair, his expression calm. Of course. Killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant for him.
Zhang Angtian thought, just 3 more days, and Chén Sìhǎi's position would shift.
Then, it would be Chén Sìhǎi who would have to bow to him.
Is that so?
Chén Sìhǎi fired the gun the moment he finished speaking. Zhang Angtian never imagined, even in death, that Chén Sìhǎi would shoot him dead on the spot.
Threaten me? I hate it when people threaten me. If you want to live, you'd better follow my orders. Otherwise, he'll be next. Chén Sìhǎi holstered the Desert Eagle, leaving the rest to Asan.
He hadn't intended to complicate matters, but it seemed he'd have to leave someone behind to manage things. The empire he'd built, Chén Sìhǎi wasn't about to hand it over to others.
Latest intel, Chén Sìhǎi has seized Zhang Angtian's territory and killed him. What? Didn't Chén Sìhǎi say he had no interest in our territory? What's going on now? Zhang Angtian was useless anyway, so many of them couldn't even handle one Chén Sìhǎi. Exactly. Chén Sìhǎi's capabilities far exceed our expectations.
Even Yi Fei-hong couldn't gain any advantage against him and suffered heavy losses instead.
We should send someone to find out what Mr. Chén Sìhǎi is planning. If
the group debated among themselves, yet not a single one dared to act against Chén Sìhǎi without authorization.
They'd witnessed Chén Sìhǎi's capabilities firsthand. No one could stand against him. Then we'll wait and see. Didn't they say Chén Sìhǎi is the type who doesn't provoke unless provoked?
Besides, his faction faces its own problems.
He can't stay here long. It seems that's our only option now.
Unless they were looking for a sparring match, none of these estate owners stood a chance against Chén Sìhǎi.
But uniting them? That was impossible now. Chén Sìhǎi received Yi Fei-hong's invitation letter. You want to rescue someone, don't you? Come alone to the dock tonight at 8. I'll make a deal with you. Remember, alone. If you dare bring anyone, I guarantee that the moment you see Li Ayun will be the last time you ever see her alive. Chén Sìhǎi tossed the letter aside after reading it. What a childish ploy, how naive Yi Fei-hong was. Boss, if you don't go alone as he demands, what if he harms Miss Li Ayun? Our entire mission will fail. San disagreed with Chén Sìhǎi going alone. Who knew what traps Yi Fei-hong might have set?
No matter how skilled Chén Sìhǎi was, he couldn't go up against firearms. Not going would cause even more trouble. Chén Sìhǎi had no other way to complete this mission. He'd been here for some time without seeing Li Ayun. Going once wouldn't hurt. Whatever Yi Fei-hong had prepared, if he wanted to kill him, there were only 3 words: impossible. I know my limits. Tell him I'll be there on time. Chén Sìhǎi didn't even bring San along. San was deeply uneasy, but Chén Sìhǎi had assigned them new tasks, leaving them unable to accompany him. When Chén Sìhǎi arrived at the abandoned factory, a crowd was already waiting there. As soon as he arrived, he was escorted to meet Yi Fei-hong.
Big brother Chén, you've got guts showing up alone like this.
Yi Fei Hong clapped his hands. He had kept people watching Chén Sìhǎi the entire time. Every move he made was under his watchful eye.
With such a gracious invitation from you, brother Yi, how could I possibly refuse?
Chén Sìhǎi wore a broad smile, glancing around but not spotting Li Ayun. Yi Fei Hong signaled to his men, and soon someone stepped forward to search Chén Sìhǎi.
Don't touch me.
Chén Sìhǎi kicked away the man approaching him.
In that instant, hundreds of guns were trained on Chén Sìhǎi's head. You're looking for death? If you come here, you'd better listen to me. Otherwise, I'll kill you. I want to see Li Ayun, boss Yi.
Chén Sìhǎi ignored him and stated his demand directly.
Hand over the weapon in your hand, and I'll let you see her. Chén Sìhǎi complied immediately, tossing his gun onto the ground. Yi Fei Hong was delighted to see Chén Sìhǎi's compliance.
It seemed he had finally come to his senses and stopped resisting.
Soon, Yi Fei Hong's men brought Li Ayun upstairs.
Li Ayun was covered in wounds. The moment she saw Chén Sìhǎi, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Regardless of the reason, at this moment, Chén Sìhǎi was truly the only one who had come to rescue him.
Seeing Li Ayun, Chén Sìhǎi breathed a sigh of relief.
As long as she wasn't dead.
Li Ayun, this man could be your savior.
But it depends on whether Boss Chén is willing to trade your life for hers.
Chén Sìhǎi, I know you want to save her. It's simple, one life for another.
Cut off your own hands and feet, and I'll let Li Ayun go.
One Li Ayun isn't worth all that trouble.
Besides, you're in no position to negotiate with me.
Chén Sìhǎi laughed loudly at his words. You think sending me alone means I have no options? Do you really believe I'd dare come unprepared? Chén Sìhǎi wasn't stupid. He wouldn't have come alone without backup.
As it happened, this was a remarkable coincidence. During his last deal with Chu Zian, Chu had given him a crucial pawn.
Among Yi Fei Hong's entourage was one of Chu Zian's men.
And this person held a very high position, serving as Yi Fei Hong's right-hand man. Chu Zian had told him that when he sent this person out, he never imagined they would climb to such a high position. Now, that person was being handed over to Chén Sìhǎi. Upon learning of Yi Fei Hong's plans, Chén Sìhǎi contacted this man, instructing him to seize and eliminate Yi Fei Hong at the critical moment.
No more time to waste. Do it.
At Chén Sìhǎi's command, the man closest to Yi Fei Hong fired a bullet straight through his throat. Yi Fei Hong stared in shock at the person beside him.
You.
He collapsed. Even in death, Yi Fei Hong couldn't fathom why those closest to him would obey Chén Sìhǎi's command and kill him.
Are any of you going to move? Your leader is dead.
Chén Sìhǎi drew another gun from his pocket, aiming it at the remaining group.
If they didn't know when to quit, he wouldn't be held responsible for his actions. Wasn't his constant criticism enough? He's already dead. Do you want to join him in the grave? Chapter 73, The Manor as a Token of Gratitude. We surrender. Please don't kill us.
Once the first man surrendered, the rest immediately dropped their weapons. In their world of northern Burma, a leader's death was commonplace. They saw no reason to join him in death.
Chén Sìhǎi successfully rescued the hostages.
You. Chén Sìhǎi started to speak, but Li Ayun threw herself into his arms, clinging to him. With extraordinary force, Chén Sìhǎi felt as though she wanted to merge him into her very being. Li Ayun quickly regained control and released him. But the look in her eyes as she gazed at Chén Sìhǎi held a resoluteness even he couldn't fathom. I will tell you everything you want to know, and I will find a way to help you obtain everything you desire.
Thank you for traveling all this way to save me.
Li Ayun performed a subordinate salute to her superior.
It seems you've come to realize who the best choice is to follow. Go back now. Chén Sìhǎi seized Li Ayun's hand, intending to lead her away.
What happened here no longer concerned him.
Brother Chén, I want to follow you. Su Tai rushed to Chén Sìhǎi's side and spoke up immediately. This was his one chance. He had witnessed Chén Sìhǎi's capabilities. Following him was his chance. You're Chu Zian's man. Chén Sìhǎi only intended to use him as a pawn, planning to hand over Yi Fei Hong's territory as a gift to Chu Zian.
This time, without Chu Zian's assistance, things would never have gone so smoothly.
He's already ordered me to follow you. I won't contact him again. I prefer to follow the strong.
I have the ability to serve you. Please give me this chance.
Chén Sìhǎi fell silent as seconds ticked by.
Su Tai withdrew his gaze.
If Chén Sìhǎi refused, there was little he could do. Well then, let me see what you're made of.
Take care of these people, then hand over Yi Fei Hong's territory to your former boss.
You should know what to do. Chén Sìhǎi thought to himself he genuinely needed someone to assist him.
Su Tai was smart enough to know the consequences of betraying him.
I'll take care of it. I'll withdraw tomorrow morning.
If I haven't returned by then, you'll stay here, guard this territory for me, and assist my men.
No problem? Chén Sìhǎi gave him a choice. One was to stay by his side.
The other was to stay here and rule as king.
Understood. Su Tai was no fool either. He grasped everything instantly.
After Li Ayun was brought back, the doctor immediately came to examine her.
3 broken ribs and multiple wounds all over her body.
She didn't utter a sound during treatment, stronger than most men.
When the doctor emerged, he couldn't help but praise Li Aiyun.
Chén Sìhǎi grunted in acknowledgement and went inside.
Li Aiyun lay pale on the bed. I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable right now. Can I tell you what you want to know later?
Li Aiyun wanted to remind herself that this was the consequence of carelessness. This time, she'd been lucky to survive.
But what about next time?
Sure. Take this.
Chén Sìhǎi handed her a pill. No, thank you. I know your medicine is excellent, but I don't feel I deserve it.
Boss Chén, I'm sorry. I've caused you so much trouble.
Li Aiyun genuinely felt she was unworthy of such a precious thing.
Take it when I tell you to.
Chén Sìhǎi shoved it directly into her mouth.
Li Aiyun had no choice but to swallow it. I'm waiting for you to get better so you can take care of me.
Stop looking like you're about to die. Everyone makes mistakes in life.
Chén Sìhǎi stayed with her for a while before leaving, not wanting to disturb her rest any longer.
Boss, everything's ready. We can leave any time.
San thought to himself, this time's haul was truly substantial.
Still, it was best to stick with Boss Chén. San, you stay here with the brothers. This place will be your territory from now on.
Chén Sìhǎi pondered for a moment before finally making this decision. The moment those words left his mouth, San instantly dropped to his knees.
Boss, did I do something wrong?
Or did I fail at something? Please don't leave me here.
I want to stick with you, boss.
San had no desire to be stuck in this godforsaken place.
Who knew when he'd ever see the boss again? What kind of Thai territory was this they were leaving him? He didn't want it.
Managing such a vast area alone would be too much trouble.
Boss, I don't want to stay here. We have so many capable people back at the estate. Just send over a couple of guys, boss. San looked at Chén Sìhǎi, leaving him utterly helpless.
With such prime territory and his backing, practically no one dared cross San.
Yet he refused to hand it over to San.
If it were anyone else, they'd be fighting tooth and nail for it.
We must keep someone here. You stay and watch over things for now. Once I find the right person, they'll come replace you. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't help but chuckle as he spoke, helping the man to his feet. Boss, you're not abandoning me, are you? San relaxed.
The thought of staying here permanently would drive him mad. He wanted to stick with the boss.
Alright, I'll arrange for someone to take over as soon as possible. If anything here can't be handled, you can reach out to Chu Zian.
I'll brief him.
Chén Sìhǎi briefly covered a few key points. He trusted San's capabilities.
Alright, I trust you, boss. Rest assured, I'll manage this place perfectly.
By the time the next person takes over, everything will be running smoothly.
San instantly brimmed with determination. Chén Sìhǎi had kept him on because he believed in his abilities, and he was determined to prove himself to Chén Sìhǎi.
That very evening, Su Tai returned. Chu Zian followed him back.
He hadn't figured out why Chén Sìhǎi had entrusted Yi Fei Hong's territory to him. With Chén Sìhǎi's capabilities, taking over these two territories shouldn't have been much of a problem.
Can we talk privately? Chu Zian greeted Chén Sìhǎi politely before getting straight to the point.
He wasn't one for beating around the bush.
Sure. Chén Sìhǎi led him into a private room and poured him a cup of tea.
What are your thoughts?
I want to repay your favor. Besides, I don't have anyone to take over such a large territory.
You know I've got plenty of troubles on my end, can't spare the attention for much else.
Chén Sìhǎi figured taking this territory as a favor would save him a lot of headaches. This arrangement offered more benefits than drawbacks. Understood.
Your people can develop here without worry.
If anything arises, come to me.
Should Yi Fei Hong or Zhang Yingtian's backers make any moves, I'll notify you immediately.
Chu Zian accepted this favor.
Given his current capabilities, he could certainly expand further. When an opportunity presented itself, it wasn't in his nature to refuse.
All right. I like working with straightforward people. Chén Sìhǎi nodded.
Some matters were best left understood without words.
Chapter 74, Departure. When are you leaving? Chu Zian arrived just as they were packing their things.
Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't be staying here much longer.
Tomorrow morning.
San will stay behind. If you need anything, he'll contact you.
Give him your full support, it's his first time managing such a large estate.
Chén Sìhǎi was genuinely uneasy about San and offered a few extra words of caution.
No problem.
Rest assured.
With me here, no one will dare bully your people. Chu Zian stood up, not wanting to disturb Chén Sìhǎi further. He had taken over Yi Fei Hong's territory and still had much to attend to. All right. I'll have my people deliver what you need as soon as possible. Chén Sìhǎi pondered for a moment.
At their current production capacity, it would take at least half a year to reach the desired quantity.
All right, no rush.
Chu Zian had already agreed on a timeline with Chén Sìhǎi a year at the latest. He understood long ago that some things simply couldn't be rushed.
As Chén Sìhǎi and his men withdrew, the city's estate owners breathed a collective sigh of relief. Finally rid of that plague. If he hadn't left, I would have lost my mind. We never knew what his next target would be.
He's clever. We'd be wise not to cross someone like him. By handing over another territory to Chu Zian, he did him a favor while also keeping his own profile low.
Had Chén Sìhǎi secured control over 2 estates here, the other landowners including those further back would have moved against him.
They knew Chén Sìhǎi wasn't incapable of dealing with them, but Chén Sìhǎi had more than just this place to manage.
A man's energy is always limited. Boss.
Shen Yang stood beside Chén Sìhǎi, with Su Tai and Ning Yu following behind them.
Su Tai, I'll assign you a new position once we return. Frankly, I think it's best for you to stay there and follow us in. Finding someone capable of managing the entire estate was a troublesome task. Chén Sìhǎi believed that the intelligent Su Tai would certainly excel at this task.
He had discussed it with Su Tai yesterday, but Su Tai expressed his desire to stay close to Chén Sìhǎi.
He wanted to learn more.
I feel I'm completely unqualified to independently manage an estate right now. Besides, I've only just joined your side, boss. If I suddenly took on such a role, the people around you wouldn't respect me.
Please allow me to remain by your side for now. Su Tai knew full well that staying would bring him many benefits.
But he had other aspirations he desired to pursue.
Chén Sìhǎi glanced at Su Tai, suppressing certain thoughts. It's so late. Why come looking for me instead of resting? Chén Sìhǎi was already preparing to retire for the night.
After all, once he returned tomorrow, he'd need to figure out how to deal with those people from M country. When Wáng Lǎohǔ reported to him recently, he mentioned that those minor maneuvers from the US were becoming increasingly frequent.
They might be planning to take action against him.
Of course, it could also be that they're testing Wáng Lǎohǔ's depth. They wanted to see if they could take control of his territory while Chén Sìhǎi was away. So that when Chén Sìhǎi returns, he'll find himself isolated and without support. Boss, we seem to have encountered some robbers.
Shen Yang had already apprehended the suspect. Normally, such a minor incident wouldn't warrant alerting Chén Sìhǎi.
But just as Shen Yang was about to toss the man to the fishes, he suddenly shouted Chén Sìhǎi's name. Something about never seeing his brother again, never being able to avenge him. Having been with Chén Sìhǎi for some time, Shen Yang had no idea if he even had any relatives.
What if it was true? Wouldn't that mean he'd killed someone important to Boss Chen?
So he immediately rescued the man, interrogated him alongside the others, and concluded this person might genuinely know Big Brother Chen. Lying in such a perilous moment was hardly a wise choice. Chén Sìhǎi listened in silence, then retrieved the original Chén Sìhǎi's past from his own memories.
He did indeed have family. But they couldn't possibly have found their way here. Bring the man up. I want to see him. Unable to make sense of it, Chén Sìhǎi dismissed the matter after all. Seeing the person would clarify everything. A man was brought up shortly thereafter.
Chén Sìhǎi saw the man covered in wounds, his face etched with despair.
Memories suddenly flooded back. He did recognize him. Chén Sìhǎi had saved him back in China and spent some time with him.
Later, Chén Sìhǎi took on an undercover mission and left the area, so he hadn't kept tabs on him since.
Before leaving, Chén Sìhǎi, or rather, the original owner of this body, hadn't he told him to live a good life? How had this man ended up in northern Myanmar, resorting to robbery? Chén Sìhǎi, it really is you. It's Gu Di. Don't you remember me? Chén Sìhǎi, you saved my life back then. We spent a long time together.
The man kneeling on the ground looked up at Chén Sìhǎi, the delight in his eyes genuine. He had come here specifically to find Chén Sìhǎi, but along the way, he had lost all his money. It took countless schemes and narrow escapes from death to finally reach this place. He'd narrowly escaped death countless times, and had pondered endlessly why Chén Sìhǎi would come here. In moments of peril, he'd ponder how Chén Sìhǎi would have acted if he'd been there.
As Gu Di moved to embrace him, Chén Sìhǎi took a few steps back.
At this moment, this man's appearance felt like it had been calculated all along.
Chén Sìhǎi couldn't help but be suspicious. I remember you. What are you doing here? Chén Sìhǎi recalled Shen Yang's recent report. Hadn't he mentioned Chén Sìhǎi was here to rob him?
I came to find you, to seek refuge.
I've truly hit rock bottom.
Business has been terrible these past years.
After you left, I quickly lost everything.
Later, through someone's introduction, I took on a big deal. I thought I could finally break even, but in the end, I lost everything. My family destroyed, my home gone. Then someone suggested coming to northern Myanmar, saying the money flows fast here. I didn't think much about it at the time and just came straight over. Only after arriving did I realize how dangerous this place is.
By then, it was too late to leave. That's when I heard your name.
I figured it had to be you. You're a formidable person, after all. So I joined a group, traveled all the way here, and then met you guys.
They'd done all sorts of things along the way.
Chén Sìhǎi could tell from his eyes that what Gu Di was describing was only the lightest part of the story.
But Chén Sìhǎi had no intention of prying into others' affairs. What are you here to do? Chén Sìhǎi toyed with his gun.
If anything felt off, he'd kill this man on the spot.
Chapter 75, Cornered. Chén Sìhǎi's identity was compromised. He couldn't be exposed, nor could he afford any mishaps. I want to follow you, just like before. Is that okay? Gu Di had already found other ways to survive.
If he didn't secure a powerful backer soon, he truly wouldn't make it.
He couldn't endure this life of uncertainty, never knowing if his next meal was guaranteed.
It seemed heaven itself refused to let him die.
Look, hadn't he encountered Chén Sìhǎi again? Follow me? You're not asking me to send you back? Chén Sìhǎi's side wasn't a shelter he didn't take in just anyone. Send me back to China?
I owe a mountain of debt back home. I came here because I had nowhere else to turn.
Sending me back would be like sending me to my death. Gu Di didn't want to go back.
He knew that as long as he found a powerful patron, making it here could be a viable option.
Along the way, he'd heard plenty about Chén Sìhǎi's exploits. Moreover, he knew some of Chén Sìhǎi's secrets. Chén Sìhǎi had to keep him safe, or else. Staying by my side means death too. After a few brief exchanges, Chén Sìhǎi was certain the man before him wore an air of absolute confidence. He definitely knew something.
As for what exactly, Chén Sìhǎi needed time to uncover.
You'll protect me, won't you? Just like you've done so many times before. Chén Sìhǎi fell silent at the man's defiant words.
He wavered between killing him outright or keeping him alive to uncover the secrets he held.
Boss Chén, I'm quite capable myself. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it this far. I can handle many things for you. Gu Di immediately demonstrated his capabilities, ultimately earning Chén Sìhǎi's approval. Shen Yang, you handle him for now.
As Chén Sìhǎi departed, he took Ningyu, who stood nearby, seemingly insignificant, with him. Boss, that guy earlier didn't seem like someone who'd be loyal to you.
Why keep him?
Having seen countless people over the years, Ningyu could tell at a glance that the man Chén Sìhǎi had kept harbored ulterior motives.
Ningyu couldn't believe Chén Sìhǎi hadn't noticed. Because I want to know why he's so arrogant.
A mere Gu Di crushing him would be as easy as squashing an ant.
But he wanted to know how the hell did Gu Di end up here? Back at the estate, Li Aiyun was taken to recover. Chén Sìhǎi took Ningyu back to the villa.
The others were left in the care of Wáng Lǎohǔ and his men. I'm your boss's friend. Get me the best room to rest in, and get me a doctor, I'm injured. Seeing Chén Sìhǎi tacitly allow him to stay, Gu Di immediately began putting on airs. He knew full well that if he didn't intimidate them from the start, these people wouldn't show him much respect later on. This was his survival rule. Gu Di thought he should subtly hint at what he knew another day. Let Chén Sìhǎi know what he had uncovered. I'll take you there. Wáng Lǎohǔ, unsure of Chén Sìhǎi's stance, placed him at a distance neither too close nor too far from Chén Sìhǎi and arranged for a doctor to attend to him. If you need anything, just tell the guards at the entrance.
I've already briefed them. Wáng Lǎohǔ left after uttering a few words.
He'd seen plenty of people like this, those who bullied others by pretending to wield someone else's power. Everyone here was Chén Sìhǎi's brother, and Wáng Lǎohǔ knew full well that Chén Sìhǎi despised those who abused his name for their own schemes. At that moment, suggestive sounds drifted from Chén Sìhǎi's room. Ningyu could only endure it passively. It was only today that she realized Chén Sìhǎi had genuinely been looking out for her before this was the real him. After it ended, Chén Sìhǎi lay naked on the bed, smoking a cigarette. Looking at the weakened Ningyu, he felt quite satisfied. You'll stay here from now on. If you need anything, just ask me. You can do whatever you want here. If you want to go out shopping, my people will arrange it for you. Chén Sìhǎi thought to himself, this is probably what women like. Whether Li Aiyun was in a good mood or a bad one, she always enjoyed going shopping. Ningyu hadn't brought many clothes with her, so it might be a good idea to go shopping and buy some.
Alright, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Sìhǎi.
Ningyu felt shy and dared not look up at Chén Sìhǎi, but she knew deep down she'd met the best person possible.
Mr. Sìhǎi? Chén Sìhǎi chuckled at the title.
His woman sure had a lot of ways to address him.
Can't I call you that? Then I'll just call you boss like everyone else, okay?
Ningyu had thought that since she was Chén Sìhǎi's woman, calling him boss would feel odd.
It's fine. That's good.
Chén Sìhǎi stubbed out his cigarette and led his men to take a shower. Ningyu felt shy, but she stopped fussing. Her straightforwardness actually earned her Chén Sìhǎi's renewed respect. Boss, about the task you assigned me yesterday to look into Gu Di, I've already sent people to investigate. Since he's in another location, it might take longer. For the time being, I'll have someone keep tabs on him. Chao Guoxing thought to himself, thank goodness he had intelligence work experience before. Otherwise, with Chén Sìhǎi constantly assigning him investigations now, he'd never manage to handle this properly. Good. If he shows any suspicious behavior, just eliminate him. No need to waste too much time on him. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't care less about these minor players. Recently, you and Chao Guoxing should select a few capable individuals who are loyal to us to come and work closely with me. I need to choose someone to take over the position of receiving Asan. Chén Sìhǎi hadn't forgotten this matter. If too much time passed, Asan might start thinking he was abandoning him and come whining again. Second brother now commands an entire estate single-handedly, how impressive. This is something we could never hope to achieve, yet you don't even want it? Wang Tiger had always assumed Asan had voluntarily chosen to stay behind. He hadn't anticipated this layer to the situation. Asan doesn't want to be alone over there. He wants to stay by my side. Since you put it that way, how about I send you over? I believe you'll thrive there too.
Chén Sìhǎi ventured cautiously. He wanted to know what Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others planned to do next. Wáng Lǎohǔ and his crew couldn't leave just yet, otherwise, where would he find such reliable hands? I'm not going. I'm fine here. I'll find the people you need right away. Boss, we've already announced your return.
Sure enough, the moment you came back, those guys toned down their activities considerably. When you were gone, they'd pull petty stunts and retreat afterward.
It was incredibly annoying, and I couldn't pinpoint their location. Wáng Lǎohǔ complained. It's fine.
They're just clowns. Prepare for a proper confrontation with them.
Chapter 76, Needed List of Undercover Agents.
Boss, Goody, the guy you brought back, wants to take a few guys out for a spin.
Should we arrange it? Wáng Lǎohǔ glanced at the message on his phone. Goody really thought he was something special.
His men reported that Goody was acting incredibly arrogant.
Let him go if he wants to. Why should our people be at his disposal? Chén Sìhǎi found it laughable. Hadn't he been hustling in northern Myanmar for ages? Didn't he know that on someone else's turf, you play by their rules? Understood. Wáng Lǎohǔ quickly relayed the order.
After briefly reviewing the estate's recent business operations and profits with them, Chén Sìhǎi was quite satisfied. Incidentally, he handed over Su Tai, whom he had brought back, to Chao Guoxing to take care of.
After the meeting concluded, Song Yuexin rushed in. Mr. Chen.
I've made contact with the people in Country C, but they've encountered some danger.
Could you help me? Song Yuexin had been eager to rescue them, but without Chén Sìhǎi's support, she feared she'd face danger herself.
I'll send you a few brothers.
You take the people yourself.
Chén Sìhǎi didn't have time to get involved in these matters.
Couldn't you go personally? Or have Mr. Wang or Mr. Chao accompany me? With them there, I could handle this quickly. Song Yuexin was growing impatient. This was something she simply had to do.
You can talk to them, but whether they'll help is another matter.
They're very busy. Wáng Lǎohǔ and Chao Guoxing practically flew through the estate when they walked. They certainly didn't have time for such meaningless tasks now.
In truth, Chao Guoxing had reported Song Yuexin's matter to him immediately. He simply believed Song Yuexin could handle it alone.
Mr. Chen, please help me this once. I'm just one step away from completing my mission. Once I finish this task, I can follow you from now on. I've told you before, my value is immense. All it takes is an hour of your time to make this happen.
Song Yuexin had simplified the situation. The people from Country C had been captured. All she needed to do was find a way to rescue them.
Freeing someone was merely a matter of Chén Sìhǎi giving the order. But they're Sea country nationals. Can you imagine how all of northern Myanmar will perceive me, Chén Sìhǎi, for rescuing a soldier? How would I ever hold my head up again? We needn't discuss this further.
I'll send Shenyang with you. This matter will be resolved swiftly. You must also maintain discretion. But if my identity is exposed, there's a bullet in my gun meant as a gift for you.
After speaking, Chén Sìhǎi promptly summoned Shenyang.
Shenyang had been undergoing intensive training before returning, arriving breathless from his drills.
All right, thank you.
Song Yuexin was a sharp woman. She hadn't considered this angle before, but now that Chén Sìhǎi mentioned it, everything clicked into place.
Chén Sìhǎi was indeed capable, but he couldn't personally go to retrieve the person.
They would have to rescue him themselves. I'll be careful during the operation and won't expose your identity.
Song Yuexin planned to return and prepare for departure.
Here, take this. Chén Sìhǎi produced a Desert Eagle pistol, which he had exchanged for through the system. Though it didn't have infinite ammo, it could hold 100 rounds, still a decent weapon.
All right. Song Yuexin took the item from Chén Sìhǎi and departed. Ding. System mission: within 1 month, expel the M Nation forces from northern Myanmar. Including, but not limited to, the person currently fighting you. Mission successful. Reward: weapon bundle. Failure results in host unconsciousness for 1 week. Chén Sìhǎi pondered, including but not limited to, does that mean all M country nationals? Even undercover agents? No, if M Nation sends agents to infiltrate other estates, I have to find them too? If that's the case, the difficulty would be overwhelming. Unfortunately, Chén Sìhǎi's inquiry received no response from the system. Once issued, interpreting it was entirely the host's responsibility. Chén Sìhǎi had no choice but to prepare for both scenarios and summon Aya. Boss, you called for me. Aya had only one goal lately: to find and eliminate the troublemakers among the piglets.
He had indeed uncovered quite a few, but some of these piglets were exceptionally cunning. No matter how harsh the interrogation, they wouldn't utter a single word. Even if they did talk, it was nothing but false information. Aya had been led down countless dead ends, and the thought of it made him want to kill them all. Any progress on those people from M country? Chén Sìhǎi lit a cigarette. We've uncovered some leads, but they refuse to expose their accomplices. This is proving difficult. Did you summon me specifically to discuss this? Aya doubted Chén Sìhǎi would summon her over such a minor matter. Could it be that Country M had launched new operations recently? I've captured some suspects but haven't finished them off yet. I'll head back immediately to interrogate them.
Aya grew anxious. If her actions caused Chén Sìhǎi's operation to fail, she would be consumed by guilt. No need. When you make arrests in the coming days, focus on identifying M Nation's undercover operatives. I need precise details on their numbers and locations. Provide me with the most comprehensive list possible. Chén Sìhǎi knew obtaining this list wouldn't be easy.
Even Xiao Guoxing might not succeed after all. This represented years of M Nation's accumulated intelligence.
Their visit this time couldn't have been entirely fruitless. Understood. I'll focus on gathering that information moving forward. Aya responded promptly, determined to find a way to deliver what Chén Sìhǎi demanded. Aya promptly departed to carry out the task Chén Sìhǎi had assigned her. Just as Chén Sìhǎi was about to head out to check on his operations and see if any trouble had arisen, one of his men came to report. Boss. While we were accompanying Sister Ningyu out, someone took a fancy to her and tried to make a move. Our men weren't a match for them, boss. You need to handle this personally. If sister-in-law Ning was taken away under their watch, they might as well die, their careers would be over. All right. Chén Sìhǎi set out immediately. Excellent. It had been a while since he'd stirred up trouble, and now someone dared to mess with his woman. He was eager to see who was bold enough to do this. Ningyu had gone out shopping because she literally had nothing left to wear. She was still wearing Aya's clothes. She hadn't expected that after just a few minutes of browsing, someone would come looking for trouble. Ningyu didn't want to cause trouble for Chén Sìhǎi. She figured she'd just exchange a few words with him and send him on his way. But this guy wouldn't let it go, insisting she follow him from now on. Follow this young master from now on, and I'll treat you to the finest food and drink. Zhang Futu stroked his face with a lecherous grin. Chapter 77, Zhang Fan's Dilemma. Zhang Futu never imagined that just stepping out for a casual stroll would lead him to encounter such a rare gem. Truly a rare gem of beauty like this would be the perfect match for him. His father had ordered him to this backwater town for an inspection. He hadn't wanted to come, but he had no choice. He'd been expecting boredom, but right after stepping out, he encountered such a beauty. Sir, this is our sister-in-law. Our boss is Chén Sìhǎi. The man standing beside Ning Yu wouldn't let her suffer humiliation any longer. The moment he opened his mouth, he immediately declared their affiliation. In this city, Chén Sìhǎi still held considerable prestige. But that meant nothing to the man standing before them. What's this nonsense about Big Brother Chan or Big Brother Wang? It's worthless. One word from me, and you estate owners better replace your people immediately. You really think you're something special? Zhang Futu was an extremely arrogant man who hadn't bothered to inquire about local affairs before arriving. In his eyes, the estate owners were nothing but trash and useless scum. He wouldn't even deign to let someone polish his shoes unless he found them pleasing to the eye. Little beauty, come back with me. I promise I'll treat you well. Zhang Futu already considered Ningyu his prize, reaching out to grab her. Ningyu dodged him, and the person beside her shielded her. Don't make me force you. Zhang Futu was growing irritated. Wherever he went, he was fawned over. Who did these people think they were? Looking for trouble? If you lay a finger on our sister-in-law, our boss won't let you off the hook. They knew this man had powerful connections and dared not act rashly, choosing instead to wait for their boss to handle the situation. Just stall for time. What? Your boss is coming? Well, I'll make sure he joins you down there. Zhang Futu wasn't one for patience. After a few words, he'd had enough. He ordered his men to act immediately. Kill those others however you like, but don't you dare hurt my beauty. If she gets hurt, she won't look good anymore, and she won't be much fun to play with either. Zhang Futu was already imagining how he'd play with her in bed. Chén Sìhǎi's men assigned to follow Ningyu weren't pushovers either. They struck with ruthless efficiency. For a moment, neither side gained any advantage. What are you standing around for? Get up there and finish them off. Who dares touch me in this godforsaken place? With Zhang Futu's men joining the fray, Chén Sìhǎi's crew quickly crumbled. When Chén Sìhǎi arrived, Zhang Futu was teasing Ningyu. Ningyu kept dodging, but Zhang Futu saw it all as playful banter, thoroughly enjoying himself. Ningyu thought to herself that even if it meant her death, she would never be with someone like him. Chén Sìhǎi had no time to understand what was happening. He fired a shot directly. Zhang Futu reacted swiftly, shifting his stance at the critical moment. Chén Sìhǎi's bullet only grazed his arm. Wounded in the arm, Zhang Futu screamed in agony. Looking for death. Who dares lay a hand on me? Clutching his arm, Zhang Futu leaned on his men. His men were terrified. This was their boss's most important son. If anything happened to him here, none of them would escape punishment back home. Ningyu spotted Chén Sìhǎi. Taking advantage of the chaos, she slipped unnoticed through the crowd and rushed over. Mr. Sìhǎi. Ningyu breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wouldn't come to mutual destruction. It seemed she couldn't venture out carelessly anymore. Northern Myanmar was chaotic everywhere, after all. Are you okay? Chén Sìhǎi scanned her from head to toe. Seeing no injuries, he relaxed. But the men assigned to guard her were dead. Ningyu caught Chén Sìhǎi's gaze. They all died protecting me. If not for her, these men wouldn't have perished. It's fine. I'll avenge them. Chén Sìhǎi sneered coldly at the barking dogs nearby. Very well. Little did he know that a big shot had arrived here. How dare they lay a hand on his men? Xiao Ma stood beside Chén Sìhǎi, his hand gripping the gun behind his back, waiting only for Chén Sìhǎi's command. You dared touch my men? Chén Sìhǎi gripped his desert eagle, ready to fire again without giving them a chance to react. Zhang Futu wasn't one to back down either. He immediately ordered his men to prepare. Don't shoot him dead right now. Capture him. I'm going to make him suffer. Otherwise, I'd have taken that bullet for nothing. Zhang Futu acted so brazenly here because he believed that, given his status, no one here would dare touch him. That's why he wasn't prepared. Leave this to you lot. I'm off to see the doctor. And bring that little beauty back too. After all, I'm bored stiff here, just waiting for this little cutie to entertain me. Even now, Zhang Futu hadn't forgotten Ningyu. Chén Sìhǎi listened to his words and felt a surge of anger. Those who angered him usually met a grim fate. When did I give you permission to leave? Every shot Chén Sìhǎi fired was aimed at Zhang Futu. If Zhang Futu turned his back to leave, he'd be shot. Are you really looking to die? Do you even know who I am? Zhang Futu had never been shot at so many times in his entire life. Who the hell was this guy who'd suddenly appeared out of nowhere? What are you standing around for? Get him. Kill him. Chén Sìhǎi barked the order. Move. Xiao Ma and the others drew their guns, expecting a bloody fight. But before it began, a voice cut them off. Stop. Hold your fire. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhang Fan was scared out of his wits. In the blink of an eye, how the hell did this guy end up going head to head with Chén Sìhǎi? After all, Chén Sìhǎi didn't give a damn about his opponent's background. One word summed it up: fight. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at Zhang Fan, seeing no misunderstanding in the situation before him. He had already sorted out the details. But he was willing to give Zhang Fan some face depending on what he had to say. Zhang Fan, you're just in time. This bastard shot me. Help me catch him, I'm gonna torture him to death. And that woman by his side? I want her too. With every word Zhang Futu spoke, Zhang Fan's face grew paler. It's over. He's finished. This old man was injured. And this bastard had offended Chén Sìhǎi. Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't let him off the hook. Why the hell did he have to set his sights on Chén Sìhǎi's woman? Zhang Fan truly had no idea how to handle this situation. Chén Sìhǎi and Zhang Futu both were beyond his control. But he couldn't just ignore this matter. If either one caused trouble, it would spell trouble for him too. Having known Chén Sìhǎi for so long, Zhang Fan understood him all too well. Today's situation absolutely had to be resolved. But how? What should he do? His brain was overheating, yet no solution came to mind. Chapter 78, wrap it all up. Are you looking for trouble? Chén Sìhǎi listened to Zhang Futu's words and raised his gun again. Zhang Fan immediately stepped in to stop him. Brother Chén, hold your fire. Give me some face. This is the son of someone higher up. If anything happens to him here, I'll be dead meat. Zhang Fan thought that bastard must have lived long enough. He probably thought life was too good, so he came here to provoke this boss. If he crossed Chén Sìhǎi, he wouldn't care who backed Zhang Futu. Oh, so you're saying the son your backers raised is a useless piece of trash? Then you'd better find someone else to follow. Chén Sìhǎi knew that even with Zhang Fan mediating, Zhang Futu's petty nature meant he'd never let this slide. And the other party wouldn't let this matter slide so easily either. Earlier, Zhang Fan had indeed done Chén Sìhǎi many small favors, and Chén Sìhǎi remembered them well. That was why he remained silent now. Brother Chén. Zhang Fan sighed helplessly. Truthfully, the boss he followed wasn't a bad guy. It was just that his son was truly hopeless. But as subordinates, they had no say in such matters. You're looking for death? I can end you with a single word. You better wait for it. Zhang Futu pointed at Chén Sìhǎi. That bastard had injured his hand, and he wouldn't let it go. Young Master Zhang, perhaps we should return to tend to your hand first? Excessive blood loss could be problematic. What do you think? Zhang Fan thought, no matter what happens next, he had to get him out of here now. Zhang Fan made his case, backed by the other men's pleas. Zhang Futu himself was starting to feel the pain. He figured Chén Sìhǎi was just a local thug anyway. Killing him later would be as easy as saying the word. There was no need to rush these matters. He was about to lead his men away. You just wait, Zhang Futu spat. I'll make sure you remember this bullet today. Even as he prepared to leave, Zhang Futu couldn't depart without a parting shot, so he arrogantly spat out the threat. Unfortunately, Chén Sìhǎi wasn't one to fall for such threats. Only a cornered dog makes desperate threats. I'll be waiting right here for you to come find me, you wet behind the ears punk. You're nothing but a puppet with a powerful backer. This shot today is to make you understand you don't have the right to touch my woman. This time, I'll let you off for Zhang Fan's sake. But if there's a next time, guess where the bullet will go?
Chén Sìhǎi wasn't exactly in a good mood, so he might as well say a few more words.
Truthfully, he wanted to provoke Zhang Futu into firing at him again.
He wasn't about to wait for another chance to deal with such a minor nuisance. Young Master Zhang, Big Brother Zhang sent you here to gain experience. Before you came, he made it clear you must follow my orders.
Now, I'm telling you to go back for treatment.
Zhang Fan thought, between offending this big shot Chén Sìhǎi and that kid called Brother Chen who hadn't even grown any facial hair yet, well, the choice was obvious.
Everyone knew which way to go.
Zhang Futu glanced at Chén Sìhǎi, then at his still bleeding arm. Rest assured, when I crush you beneath my feet, I hope you'll beg for mercy with the same backbone you're showing now.
I'm out. Zhang Futu feared that delaying treatment any longer would render his arm useless. It was an unavoidable choice. Chén Sìhǎi watched them leave. Xiaoma and the others stood behind him, waiting for his orders. When Chén Sìhǎi said to go, they went. When he said to retreat, they retreated immediately.
Rest assured, I'll avenge this for you. Those clothes are ruined, let's go buy new ones. Chén Sìhǎi holstered his gun, glanced at the blood-spattered clothes lying on the ground, and spoke softly.
Ha!
Ningyu was confused why Chén Sìhǎi had changed the subject so abruptly.
Aren't we going clothes shopping? Come on. With me here, no one will dare bother you. You can browse freely. Chén Sìhǎi took Ningyu's hand and led her straight into the nearest store.
The shopkeepers had witnessed the fight outside but dared neither venture out nor intervene.
Getting involved in such matters would only bring them misfortune. I'm sorry for causing you trouble.
Ningyu stood before Chén Sìhǎi, feeling a pang of guilt. Chén Sìhǎi seemed to have offended a powerful figure on her behalf. Though he didn't seem to care in the slightest. Those types don't faze me. Forget about it. Just shop for clothes. When the time comes, I'll drag him over here to apologize to you. If Zhang Fan hadn't rushed over today, Zhang Futu would have been dead for sure.
No need.
I'll go try on clothes now. Seeing Chén Sìhǎi's serious expression, Ningyu suddenly understood why, whenever she chatted with Aya,
she becomes so happy whenever Chén Sìhǎi's name came up.
Because he truly was a good man who understood how to respect women. He was completely different from the other bosses around here.
No wonder so many underlings willingly followed him. Ningyu wasn't in the best mood. She tried on a few random outfits and didn't feel like continuing.
Of course, there was also the fact that having a busy boss accompany her shopping here felt surreal. Forget it. She'd just buy a few things at random. This, and that whole section over there, wrap it all up.
Chén Sìhǎi frowned.
Why be so stingy?
Making money is meant for spending.
If you don't want to go out, next time you can have them deliver everything straight to your home.
No need to come out again.
Chén Sìhǎi suddenly remembered he actually had the contact information for these shops.
All right. Ningyu nodded.
It seemed she'd have to get used to the side of Mr. Sìhǎi sooner rather than later.
He was domineering, a bit of a chauvinist, yet respectful toward women. Perhaps sensing Ningyu felt awkward about shopping, Chén Sìhǎi ended up doing the buying for her.
Chén Sìhǎi, a man whose mind was only on fighting and killing, was equally rough when it came to shopping.
This one, no, wrap up the rest.
In the end, Ningyu firmly grabbed Chén Sìhǎi's hand and insisted they stop.
Chén Sìhǎi studied Ningyu's expression carefully.
Considering he'd already bought quite a lot, it should be enough. Only then did he withdraw his hand.
Let's head back then.
Chén Sìhǎi pulled out his card and swiped it to pay.
Halfway home, Chén Sìhǎi received a call from Shenyang. Boss, Miss Song's been injured. We couldn't rescue the people from Country C. It was a trap. Shenyang couldn't elaborate over the phone. Chén Sìhǎi could even hear gunfire echoing through the line.
He hadn't intended to get involved in this matter, but now he had no choice. He had to go.
Get in the back car and take the people back. I've got something to handle.
Chén Sìhǎi gave instructions to Xiaoma. After they got out, he drove off without a second glance.
Chapter 79, Injured Again. Chén Sìhǎi activated the navigation system. It would take over 10 minutes to reach the location.
He hoped they could hold out. Meanwhile, Song Yuexin was retreating while taking out the pursuers who'd followed them. After arriving here, they had found the Sea Country agent without much trouble. What Song Yuexin hadn't anticipated was that the Sea Country operative had long since betrayed his nation, deliberately sending out signals to lure them here. Had Shenyang not reacted swiftly, they might have suffered total annihilation. Though, it was already too late.
I've already called the boss. He's on his way. We just need to hold out a little longer. Once the boss arrives, everything will be fine.
The real worry is whether we can hold out long enough for him to arrive.
Those pursuers behind us are relentless, desperate to kill us immediately. Song Yuexin frowned.
This time, it truly was her fault. She'd acted impulsively without thoroughly investigating certain matters. The people she'd dealt with in Country C were all utterly loyal, they'd never betray Country C. She never imagined anyone would turn against their own country. Find a way. As long as we don't die, that's all that matters. If Shenyang wanted to leave alone, it was possible. But his mission was to protect Song Yuexin. By the time Chén Sìhǎi arrived, Song Yuexin had been shot multiple times, her face deathly pale. Shenyang was in slightly better shape but not by much. To protect Song Yuexin, he faced numerous restrictions. Boss! You finally made it. Shenyang moved swiftly, bringing Song Yuexin to Chén Sìhǎi's side. Chén Sìhǎi stood opposite them with one hand in his pocket, not even drawing his weapon.
Stop! That man over there seems to be Boss Chén. Don't shoot anymore. A shout rang out from the distance. Gradually, the bullets flying wildly through the air ceased. Soon, a bald man approached Chén Sìhǎi. Boss Chén, why did you come here?
We were apprehending those who sought to find the undercover agents from Sea Country. Your people. The bald man rubbed his head.
Could it be that the rescue mission for the Sea Country agents was arranged by Boss Chén?
If so, this matter was beyond his authority. He'd have to contact higher-ups to determine how to handle it.
These are my men. There's been a misunderstanding. I'll contact your boss personally to explain everything.
Tell your boss I'll personally cover all losses incurred this time. He won't be shortchanged.
In front of these estate owners, Chén Sìhǎi still commanded considerable authority.
Understood, Boss Chén. My sincerest apologies. Had I known these were your men, I wouldn't have acted. But since it's just a Sea Country mole, Boss Chén, if you want him, he's yours. The bald man was adept at navigating these social dynamics, and his words left Chén Sìhǎi quite satisfied. Even after Chén Sìhǎi and his men departed, the bald man kept a smile plastered on his face. Boss, why are you still smiling? They killed so many of our brothers. If the boss finds out, he won't let us off the hook.
The bald man's subordinate couldn't understand what was wrong with his boss.
He'd been so furious earlier, yet now he seemed delighted after meeting Boss Chén.
That's obvious, isn't it? Boss Chén stepped in personally and took them away. What does that have to do with me? Don't you know what kind of man Boss Chén is?
If he wanted to, he could take over this entire estate. No one dares cross him, not even our own boss.
The bald man felt he'd done a good deed, maybe the estate owner would even thank him. In the car, Chén Sìhǎi pulled out a medical kit and gave Song Yuexin a quick bandage. Every time I see you, you're injured.
Chén Sìhǎi was stating a fact. In the few months they'd known each other, she'd spent half that time recovering from injuries. No sooner had she recovered than she got hurt again. Song Yuexin was too pained to speak, and now she felt deeply guilty.
Had she not misjudged the situation, Chén Sìhǎi's brothers wouldn't have died.
She watched helplessly as they died before her eyes, shielding their retreat. And she couldn't do anything about it.
At that moment, she finally understood just how formidable Chén Sìhǎi truly was.
Whenever he went out, he always managed to protect those around him.
I'm sorry. Before Song Yuexin lost consciousness, those were the only words she managed to utter. Chén Sìhǎi understood what she meant and glanced at Shenyang. You don't need me to apply medicine for you, do you?
Shenyang's injuries were minor, so he took the first aid kit. After applying some medicine casually, he prepared to drive back. Seeing that Chén Sìhǎi truly had no major issues, he let him go. After returning, the doctor came by again to check on him. Brother Chén, this woman of yours sure is prone to getting hurt. This time it's so severe the last injuries haven't even healed yet, have they? I wonder what Boss Chén has her doing that she keeps getting hurt like this. She has things she wants to do, Chén Sìhǎi replied tersely, saying no more. The doctor quickly examined her and removed the bullet. Boss Chén, you need to take her to the hospital for a thorough checkup. The bullet seems to have hit her uterus. I only performed basic treatment here, but with limited tools, I can't guarantee there won't be long-term effects. A bullet to the uterus is extremely dangerous for a woman. Especially for a woman who hasn't had children yet.
I understand. Chén Sìhǎi didn't dwell on the matter.
Whether she had children or not, he left it to fate. Once Song Yuexin regains consciousness, she can decide for herself. Medical technology in northern Myanmar might not even be as good as Song Yuexin herself. Song Yuexin woke up from a nightmare, haunted by the thought that many people had died because of her. She carried heavy guilt and sought redemption, yet her sins only multiplied. Then she woke up. Opening her eyes, she saw the familiar hospital room. Suddenly, Song Yuexin remembered that ever since meeting Chén Sìhǎi, she seemed to be constantly getting hurt. I'll get the information back to Country C for you. After that, you won't have to think about this anymore.
After these two incidents, Chén Sìhǎi finally understood that Song Yuexin was incapable of accomplishing anything.
Although she had managed to retrieve the documents alone in Country M, she remained someone who trusted others far too easily. If this continued, he had no idea how many brothers would lose their lives because of it.
Alright, thank you, Mr. Chén. Song Yuexin dared not say more. Without Chén Sìhǎi, her documents would never make it back. She didn't even dare ask how Chén Sìhǎi planned to get her documents back to China.
But as long as it could be delivered, her mission would be accomplished. Chén Sìhǎi relayed what the doctor had told him earlier to Song Yuexin.
I know. It didn't hit any vital organs. There shouldn't be any problems. Song Yuexin had known this the moment she was shot. She would recover fully afterward, it was just a minor issue. Chapter 80, Time to Move. Now, there was one thing Son Yuexin absolutely had to tell him right away. I want to open a small clinic on the estate. I want to do what I love, and it can help you too. My medical training in Country C is extensive. I'm more than capable of handling minor ailments here. Give me this chance, and I won't let you down. From now on, I'll be following you. I can't just sit around doing nothing, eating for free. Even Aya has her own career. Fearing Chén Sìhǎi might find the idea troublesome, Son Yuexin deliberately mentioned Aya. Do what you want to do. I'll connect you with Wáng Lǎohǔ and put this on the agenda. Tell him what you need. Chén Sìhǎi had no objections. With Son Yuexin's medical skills, she could undoubtedly help many people. As long as she wasn't afraid of the hard work, Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't stand in her way. Alright, I'll need some basic equipment. Better equipment would be ideal after all. The better the tools, the more thorough the examinations. She hadn't expected Chén Sìhǎi to agree so quickly, and Son Yuexin still felt a bit like she was living in a dream. I'll have Chao Guoxing do his best to get you what you need. Recalling the complex equipment he'd seen in Son Yuexin's clinic earlier, Chén Sìhǎi realized this task would undoubtedly be challenging. Alright, thank you for your trouble. And thank you for today, and for everything before this too. If it weren't for you, I might have died long ago. I'm truly sorry for how I thought of you before. She recalled how she had resented him back then for refusing to help. Later, she realized Chén Sìhǎi had never been obligated to help her. You're my woman, aren't you? I'll take your apology and thanks. Just help me out more around here from now on. Chén Sìhǎi said with a smile. After arranging for someone to look after her, he left. He went to resolve the trouble Son Yuexin had gotten into earlier. He called the estate owner, who immediately claimed it was all a misunderstanding. Chén Sìhǎi had intended to offer compensation, but the other party dared not accept it. Brother Chen, it was all a misunderstanding. You suffered personnel losses too. Let's just let this go. Compensation really isn't necessary. As if. Would he dare ask Chén Sìhǎi for compensation? He'd be lucky if Chén Sìhǎi didn't come after him for his woman getting hurt. With the other party persistently refusing, Chén Sìhǎi had no choice but to have his men send over some items they liked as a token of goodwill. The estate owners had already heard about Chén Sìhǎi's offense against Zhang Futu. Some believed Chén Sìhǎi would surely face retribution for this. Some people also believed that Chén Sìhǎi wasn't afraid at all. If those fools were foolish enough to walk right into his trap, Chén Sìhǎi's influence might just rise even higher. In truth, Chén Sìhǎi thought exactly the same. As long as they dared send men, Chén Sìhǎi dared to deal with them. Boss, that guy from M country hasn't made a peep lately. If I hadn't kept my men watching him, I'd suspect he'd packed up and left. Wáng Lǎohǔ despised such sneaky types. If you're going to act, do it early. What kind of nonsense is this dithering around? Call he Huaming. Now is the time to act. Have their people make a test move? Chén Sìhǎi couldn't let them lounge around forever. They needed to understand that northern Myanmar was their territory. Otherwise, they'd never learn their place. He Huaming had been waiting for Chén Sìhǎi's signal. The moment he learned Chén Sìhǎi wanted him to send men to probe the situation, he wasted no time, gathering several hundred brothers and charging straight in. He'd always harbored resentment toward those American bastards. If he could have taken them on alone, he would have moved against them long ago. Following Chén Sìhǎi's instructions, he Huaming avoided direct combat, instead focusing on harassing them. Midnight, dawn, noon, afternoon, whenever they prepared to rest, he'd strike immediately. They made sure the Americans couldn't get a moment's peace. He Huaming had wounded many of them, and this action brought him immense satisfaction. Until Chén Sìhǎi called him to call it quits. I'm really enjoying this. It won't be long before I break them completely. He Huaming didn't want to stop now. He'd finally gotten the chance to strike back. He was determined to see it through to satisfaction. You can keep going, but do you think the commander they sent is a pushover? Haven't you noticed more of your men getting injured in recent attacks? Follow my plan, and you'll have a chance to win. Chén Sìhǎi hung up after issuing his warning. But if he Huaming chose to ignore him and insist on being the one to deliver the final blow, he'd gladly let him have his way. Order the brothers to withdraw. This matter ends here. He Huaming agreed with Chén Sìhǎi. Some things lost their meaning when repeated too often, and they'd start to feel like a nuisance. Damn it! Chén Sìhǎi is too clever. Willis overheard Chén Sìhǎi and He Huaming's conversation through the listening device. He had indeed planned to strike against He Huaming's men the moment they dared repeat such actions. Willis was ready to make sure they never returned. He never imagined Chén Sìhǎi could so swiftly detect something amiss in such a minor maneuver. Such an opponent was truly troublesome. General, what should we do next? We've wasted too much time here. The generals back home are getting impatient with us. We brought a large contingent when we arrived, yet we haven't accomplished a single objective, and our numbers dwindle daily. In northern Burma, whenever they ventured out to gather intelligence, they inevitably suffered casualties. Especially with Chén Sìhǎi and his men lurking in the shadows, watching their every move. Make preparations. We'll strike against them soon. Willis had no choice.
He had originally wanted to wait for an opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop.
Moreover, he wanted to stir up chaos in northern Myanmar.
But with recent internal issues arising in M country, he couldn't stay here much longer. At the latest, he would be withdrawing with his main force within 5 days.
Some matters simply couldn't wait. Understood. Chén Sìhǎi was the first to receive intelligence about Willis's movements.
Chén Sìhǎi had some understanding of the situation in M country, which explained why Willis had been so unhurried before but was now in such a rush. Truth be told, with Song Yuexin around, he always got intelligence from M Nation a step ahead of everyone else.
Boss, what's our plan now?
Wáng Lǎohǔ also wanted to resolve this trouble sooner rather than later. Otherwise, the brothers would always be on edge during their transactions outside. If they want to come, then let's prepare to fight them. Unfortunately, I still wanted to set a trap for him.
Chén Sìhǎi still harbored some regret. Chapter 81, Interrogation.
Chén Sìhǎi had finally planned to outmaneuver them once, but fate denied him the chance. The men across from him intended to strike immediately.
Chén Sìhǎi wasn't about to back down. Fine, let's fight.
Everyone else was aware of Chén Sìhǎi's dealings with the M country. They just weren't quite sure why the M country people were so fixated on him. Still, they saw it as a blessing in disguise. It meant Chén Sìhǎi had no time to focus on them, and it helped dampen his arrogance. Many present had dealt with the M country faction before and knew they were no easy opponents. Chén Sìhǎi called a meeting with He Huaming and briefly outlined his plan to deal with him. When the time comes, my men will take the lead. You just handle any minor issues that come up behind the scenes. He Huaming was itching to clash with the M country people tomorrow. He hadn't been idle lately either, recruiting several friends who were willing to join him in confronting the M country forces. Now he felt more confident about taking on M Nation.
You want to go first?
Chén Sìhǎi hadn't planned it that way, considering He Huaming had already suffered significant losses in manpower.
But since He Huaming volunteered, Chén Sìhǎi had no objections.
Having someone absorb the initial pressure was advantageous for him.
Yes, I'm confident.
They've occupied my territory, after all.
I must reclaim it personally. However, I'll need your support at the critical moment. Agreed. Chén Sìhǎi consented. After He Huaming left, Chén Sìhǎi sought out Aya.
He listened as Aya reported significant progress in recent operations. They had uncovered the infiltrators hiding among their ranks. There was also an unexpected discovery. One of them turned out to be a high-ranking individual from M Nation. However, despite Aya interrogating him for days, he wouldn't utter a single word. It seemed clear they could kill him, but making him betray his country was utterly impossible. Chén Sìhǎi had initially no desire to get involved in such minor interrogations, but the system's mission demanded expelling all M country nationals from northern Myanmar.
He refused to let the mission remain half completed. He informed Aya he would personally conduct the interrogation today. Well, it's you again, you delicate little lady. Are there no men left in northern Myanmar? Do you really need to send a woman for this sort of work?
This man, bound and battered with not a single unblemished spot on his body, still found the energy to mock Aya upon seeing her. He was sharp, immediately sensing something off about this group. Usually, they would interrogate him the moment they arrived. This time, however, they stood silently behind a man. He struggled to lift his head and looked. It seemed their leader had arrived. No wonder they'd been so confident today. Having worked under Chén Sìhǎi before, he knew full well that this leader, who looked like a gentle scholar, was the most terrifying one among them.
Chief Chén, it's truly my good fortune that you've personally come to interrogate me today.
After all, I've heard you never get involved in such matters yourself.
What? Is someone outside threatening you? Is that why you're so eager to extract more information from me?
Not wanting to endure more beatings, he considered feeding them some false information to keep them occupied.
As long as they failed, his mission would be considered complete. Then even if he died, it would be worth it.
So it seems you know quite a lot. Chén Sìhǎi slowly sat down on the chair his men had brought over. You've already uncovered my identity through brutal interrogation.
There's no need to dwell on certain matters, is there?
The man remained remarkably composed.
Even Chén Sìhǎi shouldn't expect to extract more information from him. I'm well aware. And just before I arrived, my men uncovered some rather interesting details.
Show him our video footage. While in M country, Chén Sìhǎi had made a few connections who could handle minor tasks for him.
Zhào Jīnlóng's people were highly capable.
They quickly identified the man before them and, naturally, located his family.
Once his family was located, the American operatives immediately apprehended him and recorded the encounter.
Got it. Aya swiftly pulled out a tablet and played the short clip for them. The person in the video looked very familiar to William. They were his family.
You bastard, what are you going to do to them? If you have a problem, take it out on me. Don't lay a finger on them.
All along, no matter how much Aya tried to talk to him, he never showed the slightest emotion. Seeing him like this now, Aya finally understood.
She hadn't found his weakness. She hadn't even considered targeting his family before.
After all, they were far away in M country, and only the boss could pull that off. Watch carefully.
Aya held the tablet a bit further away. This was the latest model, ridiculously expensive. If he smashed it, she couldn't afford to replace it with her meager savings. The video ended with them beaten to a pulp, lying on the ground barely alive. William, I know you're a man of principle. You'd die before revealing anything about the military. I don't expect you to tell me anything.
But you've cost me so much, I need someone to take revenge on.
How about your family?
You're going down alone, all by yourself. I'll send your whole family down to reunite with you. Chén Sìhǎi thought, if only he had more time, he would have sent William's family straight here.
Playing with them right here would be far more entertaining. You dare?
He had fought tooth and nail just to give his family a better life. In that video, he'd even seen his 5-year-old son beaten so badly he couldn't even crawl. Now he finally understood why Chén Sìhǎi held such power.
Because his methods were far more ruthless than anyone else's. What's there to be afraid of? Fine, I'll have them kill one and film it for me. Who do you want dead? Just say the word. Chén Sìhǎi suddenly thought this was a brilliant idea and immediately made a call.
The person on the other end controls the lives of your entire family.
Tell me, who should be killed first? Or how about we kill everyone in your household and leave you alone? For Chén Sìhǎi, taking a life was easy. Keeping someone alive was just as simple.
Even if you harm my family, I won't compromise. After all the years of preparation and sacrifices made by country, he absolutely couldn't expose their plans.
Good. You have some backbone. Then let's start by killing your wife.
Oh wait, it seems they don't plan to kill her after all.
Chén Sìhǎi watched the video feed.
It seemed they intended to subject his wife to something even more unbearable for William. He had only ordered them to suffer. What exactly they would endure was beyond his control.
William, I'm giving you one chance.
Tell me what you know, and I'll ensure your family's safety.
Chapter 82, Obtaining the List. You. Don't think I don't know. Even if I told you, you'd never spare me or my family.
William's eyes burned with fury. He cursed his own carelessness for letting them capture him.
He regretted not protecting his family better. They'd been discovered far too quickly. Yet he didn't regret coming here as an undercover agent. I'm a man of my word.
I can have them delivered straight to your military forces. No sooner had Chén Sìhǎi finished speaking than the person on the other end of the line began screaming hysterically.
Boss Chén, don't push it too far. I'm a wanted criminal on their most wanted list. You expect me to deal with them just because you say so? Chén Sìhǎi chuckled but said nothing more over the phone. Have you made your decision?
Tell me what I want to know, and I'll let you and your family go.
I keep my word. William understood the hidden meaning behind Chén Sìhǎi's words.
If he didn't give Chén Sìhǎi the information he wanted, who knew what fate awaited him and his family? I can consider telling you, but you must transport my family and me to a safe location and guarantee you'll never come looking for trouble again.
William thought he'd seen too many people spill the beans one moment only to be killed the next.
He couldn't be certain Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't renege on his word. You have no right to negotiate terms with me.
What I can agree to, I already told you.
Chén Sìhǎi held his phone, thinking that if it weren't for the system's mission, he wouldn't have bothered coming here to haggle with him. After all, even if these infiltrators got close enough to uncover his evidence, they still couldn't touch him.
I'll give you 3 minutes to think it over. My patience is limited, but your woman might not last that long. Chén Sìhǎi placed an alarm clock before him.
As long as Chén Sìhǎi remained silent, the situation on the other end would continue. Seeing the person closest to him treated this way because of him was more agonizing than death itself.
Yet Chén Sìhǎi and his men refused to intervene. I agree. I'll give you the intelligence.
After William agreed, Chén Sìhǎi was equally straightforward.
You stop this immediately and send the person to northern Burma.
Oh, never mind.
Just send them to any safe location. Chén Sìhǎi knew northern Myanmar was no place for them to venture.
Alright, I'll arrange it as soon as possible. A voice came from the other end before the call ended abruptly.
Chén Sìhǎi took the intelligence from William's hands.
Seeing the names and identities on the list, he suddenly realized how formidable the Americans truly were.
Rest assured, I'll spare your life. What happens after that is your choice. Though Chén Sìhǎi despised traitors, he understood all too well that life demanded unwavering commitment to certain principles.
Truthfully, if he had been in their shoes, he might not have made a better choice either. Therefore, Chén Sìhǎi's goal was to become strong enough to avoid having to make such choices.
Fine. Then get me a doctor. My body is extremely weak.
Even if you let me go, I won't survive long. William now realized that things had reached this point and he had to find a way to stay alive.
Otherwise, those people would have sacrificed themselves in vain. He would find a way to avenge them. Agreed. Aya, make the arrangements. Chén Sìhǎi took the list and left. Boss, should we take direct action against those country operatives now? Wáng Lǎohǔ had intelligence that the country operatives would strike against them the day after tomorrow.
Chén Sìhǎi had previously messaged him, saying they would strike today.
Yes.
Catch them off guard, then figure out how to eliminate every last one of them for me.
Chén Sìhǎi placed the list in Wáng Lǎohǔ's hands. Eliminating these targets would complete his system quest, earning him the reward. All of them? That's going to be tricky. Some of these people aren't even on our estate. Wáng Lǎohǔ scanned the list.
Several names stood out. These individuals held significant status. If those estate owners placed particular trust in their subordinates, this task would be difficult to accomplish.
Naturally. For those under the estate owners, we'll simply notify them.
If they can't handle it, I'll take care of it for them.
That last sentence was a warning.
Chén Sìhǎi knew without thinking that some would inevitably suspect he was deliberately trying to weaken their strength by delaying action. But he had no intention of wasting time on that. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan watched Zhang Futu contact his estate's men to move against Chén Sìhǎi. Chén Sìhǎi had shot him, nearly severing his entire arm. After recuperating for a few days and barely recovering, he couldn't resist stirring up trouble again. Zhang Fan couldn't stop him and had tried to reason with him, but to Zhang Futu, Zhang Fan was already a traitor. Zhang Fan kept speaking up for Chén Sìhǎi, making him sound like a complete failure. Naturally, Zhang Futu resented this. In his eyes, the entire city belonged to his father. What gave these people the right to act so arrogant? One phone call to his father, and Zhang Fan held no sway whatsoever. So Zhang Fan had no choice but to obey him. Young Master Zhang, Chén Sìhǎi isn't so easily dealt with. It took me years of hard work to build what I have now. Please go easy on him. Truth be told, his boss had only one son. All this would inevitably fall into his hands someday. That part was manageable. The boss was formidable and knew exactly what needed to be done and how. But his son was different. Even though the boss had explicitly instructed him, just pull some minor tricks to teach Chén Sìhǎi a lesson. Zhang Futu refused to believe it. He insisted on mobilizing the entire force. Zhang Fan could already picture the look of regret that would later appear on Zhang Futu's face. Between offending the boss and offending Chén Sìhǎi, Zhang Fan thought he'd hesitate for a long time. But in reality, he made up his mind almost instantly. He chose Chén Sìhǎi. He believed Chén Sìhǎi's future would surpass even the most formidable figures he'd ever encountered. Shut up and just follow my orders. I'll handle the rest. Get ready to move out. If I don't take down Chén Sìhǎi, I'll change my surname. Zhang Fan said nothing more and followed him. He immediately sent Chén Sìhǎi a message. Chén Sìhǎi saw Zhang Fan's message and fell silent for a moment. He'd forgotten there was still one unresolved problem. Zhang Futu had chosen a convenient moment. He had other matters to attend to today. He didn't want to waste too much time on this matter. Shen Yang, take several hundred brothers and stay here to wait for Zhang Futu and his men. If they dare to come, just blast them to pieces. Lately, Chén Sìhǎi had been supplementing the estate's armory with weapons from the mall. Some of these weapons were even unfamiliar to them, and they didn't know how to operate them. Chapter 83, Miss Bai's Call. All these resources had been mobilized for the assault on M Nation. Shen Yang had already steeled himself for a major operation, only to receive an order to stay behind. He was not pleased about this, but he absolutely obeyed Chén Sìhǎi's orders. Chén Sìhǎi kept him behind precisely because he trusted his capabilities. Su Tai, you're coming with me. Chén Sìhǎi had originally intended to leave Su Tai behind to guard the base, but the situation had changed. Got it, boss. Su Tai immediately geared up and followed behind Chén Sìhǎi. Remember this: if I come back and find the place gone, I'll kill every last one of you. Chén Sìhǎi glanced over their gear, satisfied it should suffice, and departed with confidence. Meanwhile, He Huaming had already accounted for everyone. This time, he would reclaim everything they had lost. Brothers, whether we can reclaim our territory depends entirely on this operation. I believe every one of you can pull this off. He Huaming wasn't just reclaiming territory, he was going to slap those bastards from M country hard across the face. He would make sure those M country bastards never dared set foot in northern Myanmar again, never dared covet his territory. By the time Chén Sìhǎi arrived, they were ready. Just wait and see how formidable I'll be. But there are still some minor details you need to handle. Stay close to support me. If anything goes wrong, I'll need your help. Had he not feared they might fail to eliminate the M country operatives, He Huaming would have deployed them long ago. Alright, go ahead with confidence. Chén Sìhǎi nodded to several estate owners. He Huaming was indeed capable. He'd managed to recruit them. Just as they were about to depart, Chén Sìhǎi suddenly received a call from an unknown number. Chén Sìhǎi, after all this time, have you forgotten what your mission is? Having too much fun? Chén Sìhǎi listened to the woman's voice, still unsure of her purpose in calling. Who is this? Chén Sìhǎi pondered, unable to recall the owner of this number. Yet, the voice on the other end felt strangely familiar. He was certain he'd heard it somewhere before. Chén Sìhǎi, my esteemed estate owner, have you grown too complacent in your comfortable life that you've forgotten your true identity? You should know that with a single word from me, you could be left with nowhere to bury your remains. You'd better obey me obediently. Though the voice addressed him as esteemed estate owner, Chén Sìhǎi detected not a shred of respect, only a hint of mockery. Damn it, Chén Sìhǎi thought of two people. One was the Dragon Nation agent who had arranged his placement here. The other was Miss Bai. Very well.
He figured out who was on the other end of this call. Miss Bai, I understand what you're saying. Please hold on. I have more important matters to attend to right now. Once I'm done, I'll call you back. After realizing her identity, Chén Sìhǎi hung up immediately.
He couldn't care less about some Miss Bai from the Bai family right now. His own business was far more important. Besides, this certainly wasn't the place for a proper conversation. On the other end, the young miss was stunned after being hung up on.
What was this man playing at? Could Chén Sìhǎi really think that just because he was a minor estate owner with a bit of status in that small city, he could act so arrogantly? How dared he hang up on her? What a joke! All these years, no one had ever dared to hang up on her. Fine. Just you wait. Get ready. I need to step out. There's something I have to handle. Miss Bai quickly composed herself and began making arrangements for Chén Sìhǎi. Truthfully, at the outset, she had merely tossed out a pawn casually. She assumed this pawn would prove as useless as the others, but reality proved her wrong. Chén Sìhǎi's influence grew more formidable by the day. Rumor had it that if he so desired, even the grand estates of their entire city could fall into his hands. Indeed, only someone like him was worthy of being her pawn, serving her purposes. She waited a long time, but Chén Sìhǎi never reached out to her. Miss Bai surmised that Chén Sìhǎi had long forgotten he even had another identity. Therefore, she must call him to give him a proper reminder. This call did indeed remind Chén Sìhǎi of his other identity, yet he paid it no mind whatsoever. Well done. Therefore, she would show Chén Sìhǎi through her actions that becoming a minor leader in a small city was utterly useless. He still had a long way to go. And only she could help him navigate the path ahead. Chén Sìhǎi had no idea that Miss Bai had already thought things through so far ahead. Though he promised to contact Miss Bai, he promptly pushed her matter to the back of his mind. His immediate priority was dealing with those people from M country. Very well. He actually dares to move against us. Prepare for battle. Willis and his crew hadn't avoided Chén Sìhǎi. It was entirely possible that Chén Sìhǎi didn't want to sit idly by and wait for disaster, but coming to him proactively was hardly a good thing. Because he had prepared a special gift for these northern Myanmar operatives right here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have targeted this territory from the very start. Gentlemen, before we begin, I'd like to have a word with you. After all, we've been at each other's throats for so long without ever having a proper conversation. As the men prepared to storm the door, Willis instead ordered his men to open it and escort him outside. Standing alone at the doorway, he made it difficult for them to attack. Huaming hadn't expected this turn of events and instinctively glanced at Chén Sìhǎi. Should we go talk to them? Huaming feared that sending them to negotiate now would likely lead to trouble. Brother don't underestimate me. If I dared show up here alone, it's because I fear nothing. With all your men, you're afraid to have a proper talk with me? Willis stepped forward deliberately, buying his men time to install their prepared devices. Negotiate what? How you'll die in northern Burma? Or how I should ship your corpse back to the US? Chén Sìhǎi silently stepped forward under their gaze, mocking Willis. In his eyes, Willis was already a dead man. Good. Very good. As expected of Boss Chén, the master of this city, your words carry real weight. But how do you know I'm not here to discuss how you'll die? A defeated foe has no right to speak before me. Lately, Willis had heard quite a few interesting things. Chapter 84, I have a backup plan. Rumors swirled that Chén Sìhǎi's influence had grown too great, sparking discontent among higher-ups who were plotting to take him down. Willis had openly declared Chén Sìhǎi the master of this city. It wouldn't be long before that person heard about it. Even if Chén Sìhǎi managed to slip through the cracks this time, his smooth sailing was bound to end. Willis understood better than anyone how difficult it would be to survive after offending those above. Chén Sìhǎi paid no heed to his words. What was there to argue with a dead man? I bet you'll die from a bullet to the head. I'm a kind soul. Once you're dead, I'll send your body back to the States. Chén Sìhǎi mimed a headshot with his hand, grinning with unnatural glee. Big brother Chén is truly kind-hearted. So many have died in northern Myanmar, but not everyone earns the right to return home. Doing such good deeds will surely grant you a long life. The other estate owners immediately chimed in, echoing Chén Sìhǎi's words. Looks like Big Brother Chén doesn't want to chat with me anymore. Well then, I'll just have some fun with him. I hope you all enjoy this grand gift I'm presenting to you. Please, don't shoot at me after all, who knows how much explosives are buried behind you. At my command, there'll be a boom, and you'll all be reduced to dust. So I'm guessing, Brother Chén, you'll be reduced to nothing but bones. I'll spare you the trouble of sending you back home. Willis was exceptionally arrogant. In truth, he had intended to detonate this after leaving northern Burma. After all, he had no intention of going down with them. But if Chén Sìhǎi insisted on playing this game, Willis didn't mind letting him know what lay buried beneath. Now it was up to Chén Sìhǎi and his men to decide. If they continued fighting here, the dangers awaiting them would only multiply. Chén Sìhǎi finally understood why Willis had been so arrogant. It turned out he had made some utterly pointless preparations. Boss Chén, if there really are bombs, we're in a bind. How about we retreat for now and figure something out later?
He Huaming wanted revenge, but he didn't want to go down with these men.
No need, boss. You underestimate our boss. He's already prepared for this. Just sit back and enjoy the show.
Crossing our boss won't end well for you. Zhao Guoxing immediately stepped forward. He held the authority on explosives matters.
But since the boss hadn't mentioned it, he couldn't bring it up either.
Now, he finally understood the boss truly foresaw everything.
Chén Sìhǎi shot Wáng Lǎohǔ a glance. Wáng Lǎohǔ instantly grasped the boss's intent and stepped forward to shout loudly. Willis, life in M country must be tough, huh? With all those people above you. Why not stick around and join our boss?
He could at least make you a plantation owner.
Much better than your crappy M country.
Oh, right, I forgot you're fiercely loyal to your M country. You'd never even consider anything else. Chén Sìhǎi paid no mind to these threats. With his keen eye, he could tell Willis lacked the capability to take him down with him.
Of course, he couldn't rule out Willis going desperate.
But these bombs, he had arranged them himself.
When they bought explosives in northern Burma, did they ask Chén Sìhǎi?
Willis in his M country did have some influence in northern Myanmar, but now Chén Sìhǎi controlled the majority of power in this city. Chén Sìhǎi knew exactly what these people were up to.
So no matter how discreet their channels, they couldn't evade Zhao Guoxing.
If Chén Sìhǎi wanted to meddle in this matter, it would only take a word from him.
The bombs he delivered could at most cause a few seconds of tremors here.
It might not even budge this place an inch. After all, this was territory Chén Sìhǎi had set his sights on.
So, do you dare detonate these bombs? I'd like to see just how much explosives you've prepared. Have your men move now. Waiting any longer is a waste of time. Watching Willis's expression shift, Chén Sìhǎi suddenly remembered the trouble waiting for him back home.
The sooner he dealt with this, the sooner he could return home. After all, he still needed to have a proper talk with He Huaming.
Alright. Brothers, follow me. He Huaming couldn't explain why he trusted Chén Sìhǎi so completely. If he said it was fine, then it must be fine. They just had to charge in.
He Huaming fired the first shot. Following their initial plan, Chén Sìhǎi quietly stepped back, chatting casually with Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others. Boss, just imagine He Huaming's expression when he finds out you're going after him.
Wáng Lǎohǔ could tell He Huaming genuinely trusted Chén Sìhǎi.
After Willis mentioned the large amount of explosives beneath their feet, he still led his men forward. In northern Burma, there are no absolute friends.
Zhao Guoxing saw no issue with this. It was actually quite good.
After this, they wouldn't have to worry about raw materials anymore. However, since this place had been controlled by those American guys for a while, it would take them a long time to sort things out. The materials might have been destroyed by them, forcing them to start from scratch, a real hassle. He Huaming should understand he has no room left to speak. He Huaming was a smart man.
Chén Sìhǎi was confident he would make a wise decision. Chén Sìhǎi pulled out his phone, intending to call Shen Yang.
Seeing the previous call, he suddenly remembered there was still one troublesome matter left unresolved.
Miss Bai.
She was another problem. If the people here discovered he was related to the Bai family, they'd likely all turn their blades against him in an instant. After all, there were always plenty of people here who wanted to deal with him. He'd better play along with her for now, but he had other matters to attend to first. Once this was settled, he'd give Miss Bai a call to see what she wanted him to handle.
If it were just a minor issue, Chén Sìhǎi would have handled it casually. Boss, you seem to be in trouble? Chén Sìhǎi looked up. Wáng Lǎohǔ had actually been observant enough to notice. Just a minor issue.
Chén Sìhǎi didn't think it was particularly difficult to resolve.
Wáng Lǎohǔ nodded. If Chén Sìhǎi couldn't handle it, there wasn't much he could do either.
That's why he had to grow stronger at the very least. He needed to be able to lend a hand when Boss Chén couldn't handle things. Boss, He Huaming's men are really formidable.
They've already broken through.
He Huaming's crew has that sharp edge about them.
It's no surprise they're doing this. It'll be over in half an hour at most. Let's follow them in. Willis is about to counterattack. Chapter 85, 50%. Chén Sìhǎi tucked away his phone.
He should trust Shen Yan's ability to handle things. Besides, even if he knew the situation over there now, he had to wrap things up here before heading back.
He couldn't be bothered to contact Shen Yang and the others again. Meanwhile, Shen Yang and the others, following Chén Sìhǎi's orders, saw a group approaching and attacked them without a word. Zhang Fan, if I die here, do you think my father will let you off?
Zhang Futu had long noticed the shift in Zhang Fan's mindset compared to before. It had indeed been a long time since Zhang Fan had returned. Still, Zhang Fan was his father's man. I warned you from the start, Chén Sìhǎi is a madman.
What wouldn't he do? Look, he's had everything planned all along. Zhang Fan had only hinted at it briefly, yet Chén Sìhǎi had immediately ordered indiscriminate attacks. Zhang Fan could even imagine that if he ever stood against Chén Sìhǎi, their past friendship would vanish instantly. Chén Sìhǎi would find a way to eliminate him. Very well. It seems your influence won't be enough to deal with him. Then let's withdraw. I'll head back for a bit. Zhang Futu retreated under his men's cover, paying Zhang Fan no mind whatsoever.
Even if he died now, he'd only be dismissed as a useless piece of trash. His hand was injured, and Chén Sìhǎi did have some influence here. He'd return, gather reinforcements, and come back. He would show Chén Sìhǎi what it meant to be outmatched. Seeing young Master Zhang depart, Zhang Fan immediately followed suit. He had no intention of courting death here. Before leaving, Zhang Fan glanced at his fallen comrade lying on the ground, his heart filled with a new wave of resentment. If not for him, these 100 brothers wouldn't have died. All because of his stubbornness. Shen Yang watched them depart but did not pursue. The task Brother Chen had given him was to guard the house. Everything else was none of his concern. When Chén Sìhǎi led his men in, Willis and his crew were already aiming their cannons at He Huaming's group. The situation reached a stalemate. Chén Sìhǎi's arrival with his men shifted the situation slightly. It seems General Willis has more interesting things up his sleeve than I imagined. Those cannons were quite useful. They could be placed at the estate gates for defense. Chén Sìhǎi was quite satisfied. Big Brother Chen, don't get too cocky just yet. With all these weapons, I've got more than enough firepower to take you all down. Willis had also prepared several snipers. His plan was sound. Once the leaders were taken out, the rest would be easy to handle. I imagine General Willis is waiting for your men to make their move, which is why this standoff continues. But how can you be so sure I haven't made my own arrangements? Chén Sìhǎi genuinely had no idea snipers had been deployed. But when his men scouted for suitable sniper positions, they discovered them. After a skirmish, they had already taken care of them. Brother Chen, you're so capable. Why not come back to country with me? I promise to secure you a prominent position there. Willis showed no outward emotion, but deep down he knew he'd lost this time. The men he'd brought weren't enough to handle Chén Sìhǎi and his crew. But ensuring his safe withdrawal was a matter of mere minutes. Once he was out of here, he could press the switch. Chén Sìhǎi and his men would be left battered and bruised, if not dead. Willis thought he couldn't possibly return in such a humiliating state. Otherwise, his standing back home would plummet beyond measure. Or, why don't you stay behind? Get it over with. I've got other business to attend to. At Chén Sìhǎi's command, his men swiftly drew weapons and opened fire before the others could react. Retreat! Chén Sìhǎi, you just wait. I won't let this slide. Willis shouted threats as he ran. Chén Sìhǎi paid him no mind. Whether he could return after going back was another matter entirely. After all, he'd lost quite a bit in this operation. Go. Collect whatever they left behind. Before they could react, Chén Sìhǎi ordered Wáng Lǎohǔ to handle it. If he Manhwa and the others tried to get a piece of the action later, it would be a real hassle. Thanks, Boss Chen. If it weren't for you today, we'd be in real trouble. He Manhwa coveted those cannons too, but they were already in Chén Sìhǎi's hands. Plus, with today's events, Chén Sìhǎi had genuinely helped him a great deal. If Chén Sìhǎi wanted them, let him have them. After all, his stronghold was back in his hands. It was just that the mess those country people had caused, who knew how long it would take to restore things to how they were before. Is a verbal thank you all you can offer? Chén Sìhǎi's words made He Huaming's expression shift. Next, we should discuss another matter. I helped you. What do you have to thank me with? This place looks pretty good. Why don't you give it to me? Chén Sìhǎi dropped the bombshell with a flat tone. His attitude was as casual as haggling for a few extra scallions at the market. But the territory he demanded was the very ground He Huaming had painstakingly carved out over years of hard work. To reclaim this territory, He Huaming had sacrificed immeasurably. Should he just hand it over to Chén Sìhǎi? Reason told him he was no match for Chén Sìhǎi. He must yield it. Yet his heart screamed. He couldn't give it up. If he gave in, his future prospects on this path would be severely limited. Brother Chen, just moments ago we were partners. Now we're suddenly adversaries. It feels a bit strange. If you want another spot, we can talk it out. But you want my turf? You know what I sacrificed for this place? That's not fair. He Huaming smiled bitterly. If he could, he truly didn't want to be Chén Sìhǎi's rival. This man was too clever and too powerful. He was simply no match for him. Does decency put food on the table? Can it support all my brothers? I'll give you face, this place is yours. But I want 80% of your annual raw materials. In exchange, I'll protect you and your territory. Chén Sìhǎi had previously told Chao Guoxing and the others that the entire territory belonged to them. Now that he suddenly changed his mind, Chao Guoxing and the others were somewhat surprised. But they said nothing. Their boss had his reasons for this move. 80%? Why not just rob us outright? Brother Chen, you can't push your luck. 80% is too much for you to handle. 50% at most, in exchange for your protection of me and my territory. He Huaming was led inside by Chén Sìhǎi. Deal. 50%. Chén Sìhǎi reasoned that rather than exhausting himself managing the operation only to get a meager share of the raw materials, it was better to hand it over to someone who knew how to run things. He only wanted 50% anyway. Chapter 86, Zhang Fan's Wavering Resolve. Hearing Chén Sìhǎi's abrupt agreement, He Huaming felt like he'd been taken for a ride.
Hadn't he come for that 50%? Doing nothing and getting half their raw materials for free.
Mr. Chén Sìhǎi, sometimes being too clever really takes all the fun out of it. He humming sighed inwardly, though he knew voicing such thoughts would serve no purpose. Given Chén Sìhǎi's current influence, if he refused, there truly was nothing they could do. Getting what I want through simpler means is a good thing for me, isn't it? Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the estate owners standing nearby. They let out a wry smile. Fortunately, they held nothing Chén Sìhǎi desired.
Otherwise, he Huaming's fate would be theirs. Very well. I won't be signing the contract.
I'll send people over to inspect this place later. Also, if you have time, pay a visit to our estate. You still have that device left behind by those people from M country. My men have been keeping a close eye on it for quite some time.
Chén Sìhǎi certainly didn't want He Huaming to be under constant surveillance. What?
I still have their surveillance device on me? He Huaming's face paled at the words.
Why hadn't Chén Sìhǎi mentioned this earlier? Was it intentional? Was he trying to get him into trouble with the M country people? Yes, just come to our estate when you have time. Someone will remove it for you then. Wáng Lǎohǔ immediately stepped forward.
While they admitted this wasn't exactly ethical, they had had more pressing priorities from the start. Seeing He Huaming's sour expression but no response, Chén Sìhǎi dismissed him and led his men away. Now that the American general had departed, the remaining minions needed to be dealt with as well, otherwise, encountering them later would be troublesome.
I'll be going now. Contact me if you need anything. Spread the word you're under my protection from now on.
Your business might even improve significantly.
Chén Sìhǎi needed to return, and He Huaming dared not stop him.
Just as Chén Sìhǎi prepared to depart, the ground suddenly began to tremble. He Huaming's expression changed drastically as he realized something.
Retreat immediately. Get out of here. Now.
In the chaos, He Huaming realized that Chén Sìhǎi's earlier composure had led him to believe there were no explosives here. But there were. Damn it, he was so calm even with a bomb, truly fearless of death. Don't panic, Chén Sìhǎi said, standing right in the center, feeling only a faint tremor. If these were real bombs, they would have been dead already.
Ha!
As he led his men to safety, He Huaming glanced back at Chén Sìhǎi, who hadn't moved an inch.
What was that supposed to mean? Don't worry, boss.
We deliberately sold them these bombs.
We rigged them to be harmless. They're not powerful at all. Those fools from the US, they bring everything themselves, yet they don't have bombs.
They buy them from us, but here. Some things didn't need to be spelled out by Wang Tiger. As he spoke, the tremors gradually subsided. Chén Sìhǎi stared at the dust kicked up by Yang Qi, thinking, if Willis knew he'd shelled out big bucks for this junk, he'd probably spit blood in rage.
But what did that matter to him? Just a minor hiccup. I wouldn't be caught unprepared.
Seeing his men staring at him with admiration, Chén Sìhǎi waved his hand and led the main force away. The other estate owners collectively turned their gaze toward He Huaming.
Your best days are yet to come. Following Chén Sìhǎi certainly came with its perks. I'm offering you these good days, do you want them? Chén Sìhǎi demanded half of his raw materials without lifting a finger. If he could sell them, who knew how much he'd profit? Well, what was there to say? He couldn't beat them. On the way back, Chén Sìhǎi encountered Zhang Fan waiting for him halfway.
He looked troubled, head bowed in deep thought. Only when his men called out to him did he lift his head.
Boss Chen. Zhang Fan had seen Zhang Fudu off, though it was actually Zhang who insisted on leaving Zhang no choice.
He waited here for Chén Sìhǎi because there were still things he hadn't figured out. Was he truly prepared to betray the boss he had followed for so long? What kind of life would he have if he followed Chén Sìhǎi? Truthfully, he'd heard that Boss Chen treated his men well. He granted them considerable autonomy, rarely interfering with their actions. He would even step in to back them up when necessary. This was a privilege unheard of under other bosses. Before other estate owners, if you failed to complete an assigned task, it was deemed a failure of your own ability. For those deemed incompetent, death was the only fitting end.
What? Something to tell me?
Chén Sìhǎi stepped out of the car and stood before Zhang Fan.
Zhang Fan was fortunate.
Regardless of the reason for tipping him off, Chén Sìhǎi would acknowledge the favor.
Yes.
Zhang Fan nodded, though he still didn't know how to broach the subject.
Then come inside to discuss it. I have matters to attend to.
Chén Sìhǎi needed to return to handle some matters, and he also wanted to give Zhang Fan some time to think. Most importantly, he had more pressing matters to attend to.
Back at the estate, he found Dan Ari and gave him a brief update. Take your men and thoroughly inspect He Huaming's base. Leave absolutely nothing belonging to the Americans behind. Also, extract whatever's inside He Huaming's body. Isn't that what you've been after all along? At Chén Sìhǎi's words, Dan Ari grew excited.
Truth be told, his research had recently hit a dead end. The learning materials Chén Sìhǎi had provided him were no longer sufficient. With the most advanced equipment from M Nation, he believed it wouldn't be long before he could find a way to make further breakthroughs. Here, only the capable survive. As Chén Sìhǎi walked through the grounds, everyone bowed their heads in deep respect, showing not a hint of reluctance. Whatever the reason, it proved Chén Sìhǎi had managed the estate exceptionally well. Zhang Fan thought of his own estate. His subordinates were loyal to him. But more than that, they were loyal to those above him, believing only those in power could provide them with a better life. Some matters seemed no longer worth pondering. After all, he was the least conspicuous among the boss's men. With his son involved in such a major incident, trouble was bound to come his way. When that time came, he'd face plenty of trouble himself. Better to defect to Chén Sìhǎi now with his men. That way, he could gain even more power. Have you made up your mind? Chén Sìhǎi finished a cup of freshly brewed tea and, seeing Zhang Fan's resolved expression, spoke up. Truthfully, Chén Sìhǎi had a pretty good idea why Zhang Fan had come to him. Chapter 87, The Lu Family of the Four Great Clans. Yes, I've made up my mind. I want to bring my men and follow you. I also have several private gambling dens that bring in around 30 to 40 million a year. I'll hand those over to you as well. But the estate I currently manage isn't mine. Zhang Fan had considered pledging the estate as a token of loyalty, but for him, it was too difficult. Why do you wish to join us? Zhang Fan was a shrewd man, clever and capable. Chén Sìhǎi knew this well. But he was doing well for himself now, with powerful backers. Moreover, after serving the previous boss for so long, suddenly switching allegiances was no simple matter. Zhang Futu is our boss's son. You might not have heard his name, but the connections behind him are incredibly powerful. He's from the Lu family, one of the four great families. Anyone who crosses him won't end well. That's why, before you arrived, my influence ranked among the top estate owners. The Lu family's power exceeds your imagination. With our current strength, going up against them would be suicide. Zhang Fan paused, realizing that even the Chén Sìhǎi incident might not sway the Lu family's higher-ups. After all, those people always kept their eyes fixed on the heavens. Ordinary people and ordinary matters were beneath their notice. Zhang Fan continued, I crossed Zhang Futu and he came after you. I believed his pursuit of you was suicide and events proved me right. I merely gave you a gentle warning and you immediately prepared to ambush us at the estate. Had you not been occupied elsewhere today, I believe I'd be looking at Zhang Futu's corpse right now. Clearly, you weren't afraid of whoever backs Zhang Futu. But I was. And the four great families are far more terrifying than anyone imagines. A small city like this means nothing to them. In other words, even if Chén Sìhǎi became the city administrator, in the eyes of the four great families, it would merely grant him an invitation to attend their events. Not to mention, Chén Sìhǎi isn't even the city administrator now. He merely holds authority among the estate owners. That's precisely why you're seeking my protection, thinking I can shield you. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't care less about those so-called four great families. Coincidentally, he had connections within them too. Though he suspected that if that Miss Bai found out about his predicament, she wouldn't lift a finger to help. She'd probably just say, serves you right. But when push came to shove, Chén Sìhǎi had his ways to force her, or rather, the Bai family, to step in and help him. Right. I can't go back to how things were before. Besides, I actually enjoy working under you. I've seen how things are with Wáng Lǎohǔ and Chao Guoxing. You've trained them well. You give your men significant autonomy. That's exactly what I want. Zhang Fan had no worries that Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't take him in. After all, Chén Sìhǎi was partly responsible for him reaching this point. Regardless of his motives, Chén Sìhǎi would lend a hand. Alright, then pack your things and come over. If you need anything, go find Wáng Lǎohǔ. I'll find you a suitable position. There were many important positions within the estate, but for now, Chén Sìhǎi couldn't fully trust Zhang Fan and could only temporarily place him somewhere. Take it slow. Alright, I'll go pack my things and come find you later. The people I'm bringing over probably won't be too many. I'll keep the people here at the estate. Consider it a token of gratitude for the support my boss has given me over the years. Though Zhang Fan said this, his true intention was to take everyone with him. Yet some individuals simply refused to follow his orders. As you wish. Chén Sìhǎi had no objection to this matter. They were just people. If he wanted them, he could find them himself. Chén Sìhǎi stared at his phone, unsure what he could possibly say to Miss Bai. He tried dialing her number, but it was busy. Chén Sìhǎi hung up immediately, breathing a sigh of relief. He had called, she simply hadn't answered. The rest of it had nothing to do with him. Miss Bai would have no grounds to cause trouble for him later, since he genuinely had work to attend to at that moment. As he thought about this, Chén Sìhǎi began sifting through his memories. Shortly after being assigned to infiltrate northern Myanmar, he encountered Miss Bai. To be precise, Miss Bai needed a group of new faces to handle her affairs and had selected several individuals. He was merely one of them. His original self likely didn't want to draw attention, so few people noticed him. That was why, all these years, no one had come forward to contact him. They probably even assumed he was dead. After all, when the plan was first implemented, Miss Bai's face was etched with disbelief that this shoddy scheme could possibly succeed. Plan? Chén Sìhǎi thought for a moment but couldn't recall what the plan was. It seemed only Miss Bai and her group knew about it. If he got the chance, he'd need to learn more about the Bai family and those so-called four great families. Chén Sìhǎi had a gut feeling that one day, he would inevitably cross paths with those so-called four great families. But to him, whatever these families were, he'd just deal with them head-on. But at this moment, Chén Sìhǎi had no idea that the four great families represented an insurmountable chasm for him.
After all, these clans had thrived for generations.
If any random individual could challenge their authority, they wouldn't have survived this long and become entities that struck fear into others.
Chén Sìhǎi accepted the documents Zhào Jīnlóng handed him.
The autonomous region he was currently in belonged to the Lǔ family, one of the four great families.
The very same family backing Liaoyun. Ha! This is Lǔ family territory? What are they doing sending people here? Just to see how their subordinates live?
The thought barely crossed Chén Sìhǎi's mind when a report came in. Liaoyun wished to see him. In recent times, Liaoyun had come to a clear realization. A person makes many choices in life, and once made, one must walk that path with unwavering resolve. From the day Chén Sìhǎi appeared before her with his men, her choice had already been made. Having fully recovered, and with Chén Sìhǎi staying at the estate lately, Liaoyun decided to go see him directly. Let her come, Chén Sìhǎi agreed, as he too wished to speak with her.
For instance, why was she here, being a member of the Lǔ family?
And also, to learn more about those so-called four great families.
When Liaoyun arrived, Chén Sìhǎi was brewing tea.
She paused at the doorway, staring at Chén Sìhǎi. She couldn't shake the illusion that this wasn't northern Myanmar, but some high-end business venue.
And Chén Sìhǎi was a businessman. Chapter 88, City Administrator.
What are you standing there for?
Chén Sìhǎi glanced at Liaoyun before lowering his head to continue brewing tea.
Liaoyun was the first woman he'd been with since arriving here, and he did feel something for her.
Especially in bed.
But to him, there was nothing about a woman that couldn't be discarded.
Boss, thank you for saving me. And I'm sorry. You gave me many chances before, but I never revealed what you wanted to know.
Truthfully, I'm quite aware you must have already figured some things out.
But you wanted to hear it from me personally.
Or rather, boss, you probably didn't care where I came from at all. You only cared whether the people around you were problematic.
Of course, I understand.
After all, no one wants to face the possibility of betrayal from those closest to them.
But I can assure you I absolutely will not, and cannot, do anything to betray you. Chén Sìhǎi had no conflicting interests with the Lǔ family.
Given his current trajectory, he posed no threat to the Lǔ family's interests.
How could there be any conflict? Chén Sìhǎi remained silent, listening to Liaoyun's words. I don't like keeping secrets either.
There are certain things I must do. I am a member of the Lǔ family, one of the four great families.
But my role is insignificant.
The person behind me isn't a major figure within the four great families either.
Yet even someone like that can effortlessly control the lives of everyone here, including yours. But I digress. My task is simple, to understand you estate owners and find someone among you who can take the position of city administrator. My backer isn't satisfied with the current city administrator.
Or rather, my backer wants control of the city administration and is looking for someone to groom for the role.
As long as these underhanded maneuvers don't threaten the core interests of the four great families, those above won't interfere.
Liaoyun didn't know much about these matters either. When she looked at Chén Sìhǎi, she saw him frowning. She couldn't tell what his expression meant.
Was he finding it troublesome?
Truthfully, Chén Sìhǎi simply wanted to see for himself what capabilities these so-called four great families possessed. In recent days, people kept mentioning them to him, claiming they were formidable.
But Chén Sìhǎi remained genuinely unimpressed.
The last time you saw me in that private room was because I contacted them, wanting to recommend you for the city administrator position.
I believe you have the capability.
With the backing of the people behind me, you should be able to secure that position much faster. Liaoyun continued speaking without waiting for Chén Sìhǎi to respond. But as you saw later, they never showed up.
I don't know if something came up.
I kept trying to reach them afterward, but they never got back to me.
All I could do was wait.
I suspect the people backing me might have run into some trouble, but these matters have nothing to do with me. Liaoyun stated she was merely a minor player, unable to assist with certain matters.
So you're saying replacing a city administrator is also a very simple matter for the people backing you, right?
Chén Sìhǎi paused before speaking.
Exactly.
It's not just city administrators, there are many things you don't know about that are settled with a single word from them. Liaoyun, however, felt that Chén Sìhǎi's current position was already quite favorable. Not having to deal with the higher-ups, yet wielding such power within a single city that was already formidable.
I understand. If you ever get contacted by them, let me know immediately. I'll handle it for you.
Chén Sìhǎi composed his expression, leaving nothing for Liaoyun to read.
Liaoyun nodded, sensing that Chén Sìhǎi needed some time alone now.
Chén Sìhǎi truly needed time to think things through. Though he hadn't interacted with them directly, he sensed that the four great families were a force he couldn't possibly match at present. To put it bluntly, he wasn't even worthy of tying their shoelaces. Meanwhile, the people arranged by Miss Bai had already taken their positions. She recalled the missed call from days ago, a mere 3-second notification.
After that, it never rang again.
This Chén Sìhǎi really had it too easy. Word had it that Chén Sìhǎi was a tough nut to crack when dealing with other estate owners. He simply charged straight in. But she would soon show Chén Sìhǎi that in the face of absolute power and strength, stubbornness meant nothing. Having cultivated Chén Sìhǎi as a pawn to this stage, he was now but a single step away from becoming the city's administrator. With his capabilities, helping her execute that plan was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, Miss Bai knew from that disconnected call that Chén Sìhǎi was absolutely not someone who could be easily manipulated. Getting him to cooperate will not be easy. Therefore, he must be suppressed first. Such minor tasks could be left to the Liu family. With their arrogance, they were perfectly suited for such tasks. Miss Bai's finger hovered over Chén Sìhǎi's number for a long moment, as if she were debating whether to make the call. Finally, her finger accidentally touched the phone, and she no longer needed to ponder the matter. When Chén Sìhǎi received the young lady's call, he was reviewing materials Chao Guoxing had provided about the 4 great families. Chao Guoxing could uncover many secrets unknown to others within the city. But when it came to matters involving the 4 great families, even Chao Guoxing knew only so much. Only a few pages. After reading it, Chén Sìhǎi couldn't make head nor tail of it. Chén Sìhǎi, get ready. My people will come to take you to a small gathering. Over the phone, Miss Bai decided to get straight to the point. What do you need me to do at this gathering? Chén Sìhǎi figured Miss Bai had called specifically to assign him a task. No need. Just attend and don't cause trouble for my people. Given Chén Sìhǎi's knack for trouble, Miss Bai felt compelled to issue this warning. She didn't want Chén Sìhǎi to jeopardize everything she'd painstakingly built over there. Alright, I'll be ready. It was just a small gathering after all, nothing to worry about. Alright, I'll send someone to pick you up then. Just then, Miss Bai sensed Chén Sìhǎi was about to hang up. Wait, Chén Sìhǎi. Don't forget your position. Sometimes being too high profile isn't exactly a good thing. Even though I handled your identities when placing you within the Liu family's territory, there's no guarantee they won't be able to trace it back. Now that you're a big shot yourself, you should know full well how to handle it when you discover a mole among your own people. And their methods are worlds apart from yours. Miss Bai reminded him. Chapter 89, intercepted midway. Miss Bai thought to herself that if Chén Sìhǎi didn't have a shred of ability now, she wouldn't have bothered saying so much to him. Got it. As long as you don't expose my identity, they won't trace it back to me. Chén Sìhǎi didn't seem concerned. After all, this wasn't his most important or most difficult identity to manage. Very well. I hope you can still speak to me like this after attending that small gathering and returning. Miss Bai hung up in a huff. What kind of person was he? Just because he became an estate owner, he thinks he's something special? Even those city administrators bowed and scraped before her. Miss Bai, what's wrong? Are the dogs misbehaving again? I can handle any disobedient dogs for you, Miss Bai. They're just an eyesore, disturbing your peace. The person standing beside Miss Bai noticed her emotional fluctuation and immediately spoke up. No need. Just a minor issue. She tucked her phone away. Teaching Chén Sìhǎi a lesson was something she had to handle personally. Chén Sìhǎi put away his phone, pondering why Miss Bai had specifically instructed him to attend a small gathering. What kind of gathering was this, exactly? Chén Sìhǎi couldn't ask anyone else about it either, so he could only wait for the other party to contact him. Soon after, Chén Sìhǎi received a letter delivered by a courier. It instructed him to go to the designated location in 3 days. There were some things that needed to be made clear beforehand to prevent him from getting into trouble. It specifically stated that he should go alone. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the unsigned letter before feeding it into the shredder. Dana returned to report on the situation at He Huaming's base, expressing her desire to remain there and expedite the search for the items. He had discovered numerous signal sources at He Huaming's base and encountered various equipment brought over from the United States, which thrilled him immensely. Dana now needed these for research, but unfortunately, he lacked relevant experts nearby to consult. Handle it as you see fit, but ensure it's completely eliminated. Otherwise, it'll cause trouble later. Chén Sìhǎi instructed after hearing the report. Understood. I'll handle it. I might be staying over there for a while. If anything comes up, just give me a call and I'll be back immediately. Also, I'll perform a minor upgrade to the estate's systems before I leave today. The previously incomplete program now had a solution, and Duranli had rushed back specifically for this matter. Alright. When you go over, bring a few brothers along for your protection. After all, someone with Danari's talents was highly sought after anywhere. Understood. Danari didn't tell Chén Sìhǎi that he wasn't just skilled in technology, his combat abilities were also formidable, though they'd been suppressed until now. But this arrangement suited him just fine. All he needed to focus on was research. Why complain? After Danari left, Chao Guoxing came to find Chén Sìhǎi. Boss, the people you sent to Country C encountered trouble. They were intercepted midway. The goods are missing, too likely stolen. I'm investigating. Chao Guoxing's sphere of influence didn't extend to other cities or countries. Once matters crossed national borders, he could only grasp the broad outlines. The details proved too difficult to uncover. Can you trace who might be behind this? Chén Sìhǎi thought of Son Yuexin. Whenever the young lady saw him now, she always asked if her items had been delivered.
If she found out the items had been stolen, she might lose her mind.
Rumor has it the Zhang family is behind it, but we have no ties to them. I'm not entirely sure and need more time to investigate, boss.
Give me a little more time. Chao Guixing frowned.
As Chén Sìhǎi's influence grew stronger,
Chao Guixing quickly realized his old intelligence network was no longer sufficient. For many matters Chén Sìhǎi needed to investigate, Chao Guixing could provide very little information now.
He must expand his intelligence network urgently, or he would lose his greatest advantage.
The Zhang family?
Chén Sìhǎi pondered for a moment before suddenly recalling.
The man who had tried to harm his woman, his name was Zhang Futu, wasn't it? Bring Zhang Fan over, Chén Sìhǎi instructed Shen Yang. Boss, Zhang Fan has powerful backers. Are you sure it's safe to keep him working inside our estate? If his backers come after us, it'll bring trouble we don't deserve.
Chao Guixing and the others had heard that Zhang Fan had brought dozens of his own men to join them. He abandoned his own estate and left directly. This incident sparked heated discussion.
I've already crossed his backers. These are minor issues.
Chén Sìhǎi twirled the prayer beads in his hand. He thought to himself, Zhang Futu was truly courting death. He shouldn't have spared him out of respect for Zhang Fan in the first place.
Killing him outright would have been the simplest solution.
Zhang Fan arrived shortly after, and Chén Sìhǎi briefly explained the situation.
Your route crossed Zhang family territory, but it's managed not by Zhang Futu's father, but his rival. This incident likely stems from your goods entering their domain without permission.
Or maybe they were just in a foul mood and wanted to kill a few people for fun.
Given Zhang Fan's understanding of the Zhang family, this incident absolutely couldn't be connected to Zhang Futu. That little cutie. Probably scheming how to persuade his father to send men to deal with Chén Sìhǎi. Can we contact them? I want to talk to them. Chén Sìhǎi had promised Song Yuexin, so he had to follow through.
Otherwise, who knew what kind of fuss she'd kick up next?
It's possible, but dealing with those people means preparing for a major financial hit. It's best not to confront them head-on. Zhang Fan actually didn't recommend Chén Sìhǎi confronting them just yet.
Seeing Chén Sìhǎi's current state, he realized his words were falling on deaf ears.
Lately, he'd been overwhelmed dealing with Zhang Futu's father. You connect me with them. Arrange a meeting. I'll handle the rest. No matter the situation, only meeting them would reveal the truth.
The Zhang family is backed by the four great families.
Your current strength isn't enough to take them on. Be careful.
I'll help you contact them. Although Zhang Fan had announced his departure from the Zhang family, he still had connections who could grant him this small favor.
Soon, the arrangements were made. Upon learning of Chén Sìhǎi's purpose,
the other side agreed to meet him.
He says you must come today. After 12 o'clock, you won't be welcome.
Zhang Fan relayed the exact words. If I leave now, barring any delays, I should arrive just in time. Zhang Fan calculated the distance, the timing was perfect.
All right. Chén Sìhǎi selected a few brothers to accompany him. Zhang Fan was among them.
He knew the Zhang family well and would be needed for negotiations later.
Chapter 90, Money, Beauty, Status. The choice is yours.
On the way, Zhang Fan shared some insights about the Zhang family.
Families like theirs are actually the most troublesome.
Everyone looks down on each other, all vying for a better position.
They're constantly fighting.
This time, the head of the Zhang family is willing to meet with you because your influence could potentially become a valuable asset to him. Zhang Fan understood their dynamics, but he knew the higher-ups would never engage in genuine talks with those below them.
Observing Chén Sìhǎi's temperament, he suspected the man might erupt into open conflict with them. That wouldn't be a laughing matter.
He had no idea how many dangers awaited them over there, and he hoped such a thing wouldn't happen.
Rest assured, I know my limits. I won't act recklessly.
Chén Sìhǎi pulled out his phone, tapped it a few times, then put it away. Once I get the goods, I'll swing by Country C and deliver them myself.
Chén Sìhǎi thought to himself, handing it off to someone else would likely cause more trouble. Going himself was the best approach. Understood. I'll make the arrangements. Shen Yang immediately stepped forward.
Before leaving, Chao Guixing had instructed him that whatever arrangements Boss Chen made, as his subordinate, he must handle them promptly and efficiently. They arrived at the location quickly, where someone was already waiting for him. Chén Sìhǎi, our boss has been waiting for you for quite some time. The man who came to meet Chén Sìhǎi scrutinized him from head to toe, as if assessing whether this man was worthy of meeting their boss.
Finally, noticing something off about Chén Sìhǎi's expression, they withdrew their gaze.
Truthfully, had this man lingered a second longer, Chén Sìhǎi feared he might lose control and blow his brains out.
Boss, keep it together. These people aren't ones to mess with. Crossing them will bring a lot of trouble.
I don't think you're fond of trouble, are you? He knew exactly what kind of man Chén Sìhǎi was.
Oh? That depends on whether they know when to back down. Chén Sìhǎi didn't care.
If it came to a fight, they wouldn't gain anything. As Zhang Fan had told him, these men had many others lurking in the shadows, waiting for their chance.
Chén Sìhǎi could easily manipulate them by partnering with just anyone. Soon after, they met the so-called boss Zhang Yu. Boss Chen, I've been waiting for you for ages. My apologies, I had no idea that guy belonged to you. Had I known, I wouldn't have intercepted him. And I certainly wouldn't have invited you here personally, a simple message from my men would have sufficed. Zhang Yu spoke these words, but his thoughts were far from sincere. Had he not seen Chén Sìhǎi's background file before the latter arrived, he wouldn't have spoken to Chén Sìhǎi this way. He wanted to recruit Chén Sìhǎi to make him one of his own. That would significantly strengthen his influence. Zhang Yu valued capable individuals. Inviting Chén Sìhǎi today was also to test his abilities. He also wanted to see if Chén Sìhǎi was someone he could control. Big brother Zhang, you're joking. If you already know it's mine, why wouldn't you just hand it over? Chén Sìhǎi wasn't worried about them taking the device, they couldn't decrypt it anyway. It was originally American technology, and Chén Sìhǎi had instructed Danari to embed numerous interference programs within it. Anyone who used that USB drive probably had their computer infected by now. He wondered how skilled Zhang Yu's technicians were, whether they'd fix the problem or just destroy the computers outright. Otherwise, their entire network system would become a pile of junk. Brother Chen is straightforward. Naturally, I'll return your property. But since I went to great lengths to retrieve this, couldn't we make a decent deal out of it? Zhang Yu ordered his men to fetch the item Chén Sìhǎi mentioned, though his mood was hardly cheerful. What do you want? Chén Sìhǎi casually found a seat to rest, feeling somewhat weary from the journey. Zhang Yu was taken aback by Chén Sìhǎi's unabashedly at-home demeanor and studied him with a few extra glances. Over the years, Zhang Yu had encountered many estate owners, but few were as brazen as Chén Sìhǎi. At the very least, in his imagination, Chén Sìhǎi simply couldn't be this kind of person. Chén Sìhǎi was a smart man. Once he realized the vast gap between them, he would understand that compromise was his best way out. I want you to pledge allegiance to me and serve me from now on. Zhang Yu quickly regained his composure. He realized that Chén Sìhǎi had sailed through life without a single wave. Such arrogance was entirely plausible. Excellent. The more arrogant someone was, the easier they were to control. What can you offer me in return? Chén Sìhǎi toyed with the lighter in his hand as the room fell deathly silent. Zhang Fan stood nearby, his face drained of color. Before coming, he had clearly explained this man's background to Boss Chen. Why was he still speaking like this? Was he truly fearless of death? Before a true powerhouse, they were nothing but ants. I can give you money, status, beautiful women, take your pick. Or is there something else you desire? Zhang Yu had been brought in by Chén Sìhǎi. His original plan was to confront Chén Sìhǎi directly, pressure him into submission, and at the very least, force him to work for him in the future. I already possess everything you've mentioned. If that's all you offer, I cannot collaborate with you. Lord Zhang Yu, I hear you've been locked in fierce conflict with Zhang Futu's father, Zhang Tian. How convenient, I have a grudge against him too. So I might be able to lend you a hand. The condition is, you hand over the goods to me now and send men to escort me to Country C. Chén Sìhǎi laid his cards on the table. He genuinely could assist Zhang Yu. Your demands are acceptable. But I'm curious, what makes you think you can help me with this matter? With your current capabilities? Zhang Yu remained silent for an extended period, so long that Zhang Fan thought he might never speak again, before finally asking with a smile. Hearing this, Chén Sìhǎi remained utterly composed. He didn't answer the question. In the end, it was Chén Sìhǎi who secured his goods and, under Zhang Yu's protection, headed for Country C. They didn't discuss much. Sitting on the connecting flight, Zhang Fan still couldn't make sense of it. What had happened? How had things suddenly turned out this way? Why had Zhang Yu agreed to Chén Sìhǎi's demands? Boss, please tell me. I've been racking my brain and still can't figure it out. Zhang Fan pondered endlessly, yet something always felt missing. Chén Sìhǎi stared out the window, examining the small USB drive in front of him. Truth be told, since obtaining it, Chén Sìhǎi had never paid much attention to its contents. Now, however, he felt a twinge of curiosity. He wanted to know what exactly Country C was after that it was willing to pay such a huge price. Unfortunately, Song Yuexin wasn't there to answer his question. Chapter 91, Chance Encounter. Chén Sìhǎi snapped out of his thoughts upon hearing Zhang Fan's words. Nothing much. Zhang Yu is a smart man. He knows I'm hard to control. Rather than forcing me to be his lackey, it's better to cooperate. He also understands I can bring him substantial benefits. Naturally, he'll play along. Otherwise, the moment I decide to take a seat, he'll have me killed. When Chén Sìhǎi took his seat, he caught Zhang Yu's hand instinctively reaching for his gun, only to pull back. With these events unfolding, what else could Chén Sìhǎi possibly fail to grasp? A few words were all it took to secure his agreement to let them pass. The boss is truly the boss. Zhang Fan understood. While he instinctively felt fear when facing Zhang Yu, Chén Sìhǎi did not. This naturally allowed him to extract more information. Boss, your influence is already substantial. Once this matter concludes, should we seize the momentum to challenge the city administrator? Zhang Fan believed the position of city administrator would suit Chén Sìhǎi perfectly. Perhaps under his stewardship, the entire city would be transformed. Not for now. Chén Sìhǎi had his own plans. There were too few capable subordinates, they needed time to grow.
And Chén Sìhǎi intended to give them that time.
He would move up, but not yet. Jiang Fan, unaware of Chén Sìhǎi's reservations, nodded in agreement. Perhaps Chén Sìhǎi was content with his current life.
After all, even without a managerial role, few dared to disrespect him. When Chén Sìhǎi and his group arrived in Country C, Jiang Fan had no idea what to do. Since arriving in northern Myanmar, he hadn't left the area for years, let alone cross directly into Country C.
Wait here for me. I'll be back soon.
Chén Sìhǎi casually approached a passerby and inquired about the location of the local government offices.
Chén Sìhǎi's appearance was deceptively convincing, and he quickly got the answer.
Not far away, Chén Sìhǎi planned to walk over and hand the items to them, after which he could finally relax. Taking a shortcut, he entered an alleyway where a crowd had gathered around a woman. The moment Chén Sìhǎi laid eyes on her, he was stunned. She was unlike any woman he had ever seen before, bold, confident, and utterly captivating. Her figure was stunning, and her face was beautiful. In Wáng Lǎohǔ's words, it was the first time in his life he'd seen someone so stunningly beautiful. Trapped by so many petty thugs, this woman showed not a trace of worry or fear. Instead, she seemed eager to play along with these punks. Chén Sìhǎi, who had been about to step forward, pulled back. She didn't seem to need his help. This woman before him could handle these troubles on her own.
And sure enough, things unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated.
Hey, beauty, I've made it clear just spend one night with us, and we'll let you go. Plus, we'll give you enough cash to cover your expenses for a whole year. The leader of the thugs let his lecherous gaze roam over the woman's chest. This was the first time he'd seen such a prime specimen in all his years here. And she was alone. Passing up such a prime catch would be a disgrace to their reputation around here.
Is that so? But I never take clients. I only kill.
The woman standing before the thugs was none other than Miss Bai Yuer. Due to certain matters, Bai Yuer needed to handle some business in Country C. She had instructed her people to handle matters and was waiting here. Unexpectedly, she had caught the attention of these petty thugs. In northern Myanmar, no one had ever dared treat her this way. Whoever saw her greeted her with utmost respect, let alone dragged her into a narrow alleyway. Curious about what these men were capable of, she followed them. But these men seemed to have misunderstood something.
Ha ha, did you hear that, brothers? We've found ourselves a little firecracker this time. I bet she can't even kill a chicken, let alone a person. Ha ha ha, little beauty, sometimes you shouldn't speak your mind too much, or you'll regret it. Guys, get to work. After I've had my fun, I'll let the brothers have a good time with this woman.
The moment the gang leader finished speaking, the woman before him moved. The dagger in her hand pierced the thug leader's carotid artery with deadly precision.
I've never killed a chicken, but I've killed people. But you don't believe me, do you?
Bai Yuer hated being looked at like that. These thugs were asking for death.
Seems like these guys outside aren't worth much either. Not even as good as the people in northern Burma.
You! The thug clutched his carotid artery, eyes wide as he stared at Bai Yuer. He never imagined until his dying breath that the woman before him could be so formidable. She killed without hesitation.
Do you lot want to join your boss down there?
Bai Yuer hadn't forgotten they were in Country C. Killing too many people would attract unnecessary trouble, especially since she still had business to attend to. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spared a single one of them. Hearing this, the thugs seemed to snap out of their stupor. They immediately turned tail and fled in a panic.
If they didn't leave now, they might be the next ones to die.
Chén Sìhǎi stood concealed, thinking it better to avoid trouble. He planned to wait until the woman left before emerging. But Bai Yuer had already spotted Chén Sìhǎi.
How could she possibly let him have his way? Friend, since you're already here, why not come out and have a proper chat?
Whatever it is, let's talk it out properly. Bai Yuer stood there, waiting for the person who had been lurking nearby. She didn't care who it was, she simply disliked sneaky people. If you don't come out soon, I'll have to take matters into my own hands.
My patience has its limits.
After waiting 30 seconds, Bai Yuer was already growing impatient.
What good was hiding? Killing someone was child's play for her. Chén Sìhǎi gave a helpless smile.
It seemed this trouble was inescapable today. Well, it was his fault after all.
I was just passing by.
Bai Yuer looked at Chén Sìhǎi as he stepped forward. The moment she saw him, he struck her as strangely familiar. She just couldn't place where she'd seen him before. Bai Yuer had met so many people, forgetting was perfectly normal.
As for Chén Sìhǎi, he had never seen Bai Yuer's photo, so not recognizing her was perfectly understandable. Otherwise, upon seeing Bai Yuer just now, Chén Sìhǎi would have turned and left immediately. He absolutely wouldn't have stayed to watch the show. Is that so? Just passing by, hiding in the corner to watch the show? Bai Yuer walked step by step toward Chén Sìhǎi. This man was quite interesting, utterly straightforward. When he saw her, his eyes held nothing but admiration for her appearance, no trace of any other impure thoughts. Nor did they hold the fear she often saw in others' eyes. Yes, fear of her.
Ever since she could remember, Miss Bai had been killing people. It seemed to be an ingrained part of her very existence.
Chapter 92, The Army Commander Requests Your Presence.
Cruel beyond measure, killing without batting an eye. These were the words others used to describe her. But that's simply who she is. If she wasn't cruel, they would be cruel to her. This was something Bai Yuer could never accept. In northern Burma, it was survival of the fittest. Those who escaped from northern Burma struggled to adapt to the outside world. Even if they managed to flee, they would inevitably return before long. It was a world with completely different values. Seeing the gentle Chén Sìhǎi, Bai Yuer froze for a moment. But she quickly realized he might just be very good at hiding it.
I won't tell anyone what I've seen.
Believe it or not, I'm staying here not to watch the show, but because I thought if you couldn't handle it, I could step in and help.
Chén Sìhǎi's gaze was utterly sincere, for he spoke the truth.
He had stayed intending to help.
But if Bai Yuer couldn't handle it, this wouldn't be the situation now.
For this woman who had stunned him at first sight, Chén Sìhǎi's initial impulse was naturally to possess her and indulge himself. But witnessing Bai Yuer's swift and decisive actions made one thing clear to him. Bai Yuer was his kind of person interesting to be around, but also a lot of trouble.
But Chén Sìhǎi didn't want trouble while he was out there. He still had too many matters to attend to. Why did you help me?
Bai Yuer blurted out, clearly having taken Chén Sìhǎi at his word. Because you're beautiful. I don't think you deserve to be defiled by those thugs. It was the truth, so even as Bai Yuer stared into Chén Sìhǎi's eyes, she detected no deception.
If anyone else finds out about today's incident, I'll make sure you die a miserable death. Bai Yuer's dagger was pointed at Chén Sìhǎi. I have no interest in other people's gossip. The implication was clear, Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't breathe a word. You can go.
This was country C, killing someone meant there were matters to handle.
Otherwise, it would bring trouble. All right. Chén Sìhǎi didn't hesitate, lifting his foot and walking away.
He soon vanished from Bai Yuer's sight. I can't shake this feeling that I've seen this man somewhere before, but I just can't place it.
Bai Yuer pondered for a long time but still couldn't recall.
In the eyes of Bai Yuer, the young miss of the Bai family, Chén Sìhǎi was no different from the many other pawns except that he was stronger. He had climbed to a favorable position, which was why Bai Yuer had a faint impression of him.
But expecting her to remember the face of a pawn? That was impossible. I have this feeling we'll meet again.
As Bai Yuer finished speaking, the person accompanying her approached. Bai Yuer pulled a tissue from her pocket and wiped the dagger in her hand.
Take care of this one. Got it.
The figure standing in the shadows responded immediately. He actually wanted to remind Bai Yuer that this wasn't northern Myanmar, they couldn't just take action here. But then he thought, Miss Bai has her own way of handling things. Reminding her might be counterproductive. So he remained silent.
Chén Sìhǎi remained unaware of Bai Yuer's inner thoughts.
He quickly located the front desk and placed the items Song Yuexin had painstakingly retrieved inside. At the same time, he devised a plan to draw their attention. He stood in the shadows, watching until the men picked up the items before leaving. He stowed away the phone that had recorded the video and sent the footage to Song Yusin. It served as a fulfillment of his promise to her. With the matter settled, he could leave.
Chén Sìhǎi didn't want to waste time here.
Miss Bai had arranged for him to attend a small gathering in 3 days, and he needed to go back and prepare. After all, he didn't seem to have any presentable clothes. Sir, please wait a moment. Chén Sìhǎi looked at the man in front of him, dressed in the uniform of the People's Liberation Army.
What is it? Chén Sìhǎi looked innocent.
He had been extremely careful in his dealings logically, they shouldn't have discovered him so quickly.
You left something behind at our base. Our commander requests your presence.
The soldier standing before Chén Sìhǎi was also sizing him up. After all, their commander rarely requested to see anyone.
Especially someone they'd never met before. Chén Sìhǎi remained silent, unsure where things had gone wrong.
In his plan, he was supposed to quietly leave the item here and then depart.
How had he been discovered?
Beyond his operation being compromised, Chén Sìhǎi couldn't fathom any other reason that would warrant an invitation from a division commander.
Don't worry, our commander is easy to talk to. He won't give you a hard time. Judging by your demeanor, you're unlikely to have done anything wrong. You might just get lucky. If you can secure a position under the commander, things will be easier for you in the future. Seeing Chén Sìhǎi remain silent, the soldier assumed he was frightened.
After all, it was only natural for most people to feel intimidated when summoned by a division commander.
Listening to the soldier's words, Chén Sìhǎi thought to himself, how many people had he killed? What bad deeds could he possibly be accused of?
This was Sea country's territory, and Chén Sìhǎi didn't want to make a big deal out of it.
Besides, they didn't know him. Meeting them wouldn't hurt.
He had the means to leave country C without incident.
All right, lead the way.
The soldier in front of him hesitated, wanting to say more, but seeing Chén Sìhǎi agree, he momentarily froze. Only when Chén Sìhǎi spoke up did he finally lead the way ahead. On the way, Chén Sìhǎi kept pondering how the military commander had found out. The reason was simple enough. Several months prior, a highly talented individual whom their country had invested significant effort in cultivating had gone missing. Simultaneously, investigations revealed that country had lost some critically important documents.
China's high-level leadership speculated that Song Yuexin might have completed her mission.
They promptly dispatched personnel to rendezvous with Song Yuexin. They waited for a long time, but Song Yuexin never arrived. They received no news from her. Not even word of her death. But for them, no news was the best news. They believed that as soon as Song Yuexin had the chance, she would contact them. They had to trust Song Yuexin.
Song Yuexin was indeed thinking the same way as them, waiting for an opportunity to reach out.
But being in northern Myanmar, some matters were simply beyond her control. Only recently has Song Yuexin been able to send back bits and pieces of information.
Song Yuexin said she might not be able to return.
She added that she had entrusted someone else to bring the items over and asked them to keep an eye on them, making sure they didn't get lost. After receiving this news, they lost contact with Song Yuexin once more. Meanwhile, they were constantly monitoring the entire country of C.
Therefore, the moment Chén Sìhǎi and his team touched down, they sensed something was amiss. They kept watch until Chén Sìhǎi left something behind in their lobby. Chapter 93, Country C's Promise.
They quickly confirmed that this object was the very item Song Yuexin had brought back. Regardless of the reason, the person before them undoubtedly knew Song Yuexin. Even if not personally acquainted, they undoubtedly knew where Song Yuexin was. The military commander didn't want him to leave and immediately sent someone to invite him.
Yes, invited. Bringing back their belongings meant they owed him a favor. Naturally, they would treat Chén Sìhǎi with the utmost hospitality.
When Chén Sìhǎi arrived, he saw a man in military uniform standing by the window, his chest adorned with numerous medals. It was clear this man had earned his stripes through remarkable service. But that had nothing to do with him.
You may all leave now.
Sir, would you like something to drink? The commander noticed footsteps behind him, turned, and froze. He hadn't expected to see such a gentle-looking young man. At first, he had suspected that someone might have kidnapped Song Yuexin.
Could the man before him be capable of such a thing? No, thank you. I'm not thirsty.
Chén Sìhǎi thought they wouldn't have much to say anyway, so there was no point in engaging in such meaningless small talk.
It's just a cup of coffee. Though Chén Sìhǎi said this, the military commander couldn't arrive empty-handed. That wouldn't be proper hospitality. Please, have a seat, sir. I invited you here because I need to ask you something. Please tell me the truth, this matter is very important to me. The commander sat down on the sofa and gestured for him to take a seat on the other side. Chén Sìhǎi sat down as instructed. First, tell me what this is about. Chén Sìhǎi didn't respond immediately.
He wasn't exactly a kind-hearted man.
He certainly wouldn't just accept whatever the military commander said. I wish to ask you, who gave you the item you left in our lobby earlier, and who instructed you to bring it here? The military commander asked cautiously. This was their only remaining avenue to uncover information about Song Yuexin. Song Yuexin was an exceptional individual. She had to be brought back.
My woman, Chén Sìhǎi replied, raising an eyebrow as he dropped the bombshell. The commander froze, clearly not expecting that answer.
He hadn't even considered the possibility that Song Yuexin was Chén Sìhǎi's woman.
He assumed she likely knew one of his women, which was why Chén Sìhǎi had come to assist.
Then, may I ask if you've seen the person in this photograph?
The military commander produced a photograph. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at it. The figure inside looked extremely familiar.
It was Song Yuexin in a white lab coat. Only, the Song Yuexin in this photo looked far more inexperienced than she did now.
After traveling to country and spending time in northern Myanmar, she had completely transformed.
I saw her while I was in country, Chén Sìhǎi answered truthfully, though he omitted the rest. He wasn't stupid. How could he possibly tell him that Song Yuexin was right beside him? What happened next? Did she give you this information while in country? Did she ask you to bring it to C country?
We urge you to tell us the truth about this matter.
It is of utmost importance to us, and we will offer you significant benefits in return.
Or if there's anything you desire within my power, I can grant it. The division commander realized that without making any concessions, he might not get the information he wanted. He could tell that the young man before him definitely knew Song Yuexin's whereabouts. Now it all depended on whether he was willing to share it.
Sorry, I'm not that kind of person. Besides, I've already told you everything I can. I've fulfilled my promise to my woman and already discussed everything with you. May I leave now? Chén Sìhǎi was growing impatient and stood up to leave.
Sir, regardless, I thank you for delivering the goods to our country.
Should you change your mind and wish to share anything, you can contact me. Here's my number.
I can promise you one thing within my capabilities and principles. Tell me where Song Yuexin is. The military commander gritted his teeth, making up his mind.
He realized that ordinary favors wouldn't sway Chén Sìhǎi. His personal promise alone might carry little weight.
But with the backing of Country C, it would be an entirely different matter.
Chén Sìhǎi halted in his tracks.
He knew Song Yuexin possessed exceptional abilities, and Country C might want her back.
But he hadn't anticipated that Song Yuexin would be this crucial.
They were willing to grant him one request in exchange for information about Song Yuexin. This was a nation's pledge.
You can speak for Country C?
The military commander saw that this matter was still open for discussion and immediately nodded.
Yes, I can.
I hope you'll decide soon whether to tell us her location so we can make arrangements for what comes next. Knowing her whereabouts would allow them to proceed with the rescue.
Their urgency stemmed from the fear that Song Yuexin might be in danger. Otherwise, the messages wouldn't have come in sporadically.
It took days just to get one complete message. They'd already checked in M country and found no trace of Song Yuexin.
That was what worried them most. Write me an IOU and I'll tell you where she is.
Chén Sìhǎi thought it over. This deal seemed quite profitable.
Even if he told them Song Yuexin was in northern Myanmar, they couldn't investigate that quickly.
And it was absolutely impossible for them to come to northern Myanmar to bring Song Yuexin back. But with a promise from C country, Chén Sìhǎi would have a trump card for future dealings. I want a promissory note bearing your country's official seal.
Otherwise, forget it. I know you'll need time to handle this. I'll give you 1 day. I'll come find you at this time tomorrow. If you refuse, that's fine too. Your people are doing just fine right now. Chén Sìhǎi spoke the truth. He thought of Song Yuexin, who was likely tormenting Chao Guoxing in the estate right now. The equipment she demanded was too advanced. It would be incredibly difficult for Chao Guoxing to procure it. So Song Yuexin had been pestering him daily. The military commander didn't believe Chén Sìhǎi. If Song Yuexin was fine, why hadn't she contacted them?
Still, just as Chén Sìhǎi had anticipated, drafting the IOU would likely take some time.
Fine. I'll give you the IOU tomorrow at this time. No matter what, he had to get information about Song Yuexin. Very well.
As Chén Sìhǎi exited, the coffee he'd ordered had just been delivered. He carefully avoided the maid carrying it. After leaving, he found Jiang Fan and the others.
Did you handle it?
Jiang Fan and the others had no standing here and dared not wander about, so they waited in a corner for Chén Sìhǎi's return.
It's done, but there's one thing we need to discuss. We'll have to wait a day. You guys go back first.
Seeing them huddled in such a cramped space just to avoid the patrols, Chén Sìhǎi felt sorry for their predicament.
It's fine, boss. We'll wait for you. Chapter 94, Entering C Country's Black Market. Chén Sìhǎi hadn't left yet, so it wouldn't make sense for his underlings to depart first.
They didn't know what Chén Sìhǎi intended to do, but they all stayed behind to wait for him.
Wait here for me. Chén Sìhǎi stepped out for half an hour.
When he returned, he handed each of them a fake identity. At the very least, they wouldn't have to hide here anymore.
Hide the weapons here. Country C doesn't allow these items. Getting caught would be trouble.
That was also why, when she encountered Bayuer, she had only used a knife.
Understood.
They promptly set down their weapons and hid them, then followed their leader out of the area.
To them, the boss was absolute authority. If he said this was how to handle it, then that was how it would be handled. Boss, where do we go next? Jiang Fan stood beside Chén Sìhǎi, unsure of his thoughts.
In truth, even without prior experience in Country C, Jiang Fan understood that securing usable identities for them would be no simple task.
Especially for people like them, whose backgrounds were unknown. I'll take you out to spend some money. It's been a long time since you've experienced normal life, hasn't it? No fighting or killing, just days spent solely focused on how to make money.
Today, Chén Sìhǎi had no specific plans, but he wanted to browse around and buy some things unavailable in northern Myanmar to bring back.
Boss, that kind of life is long gone for us.
Just standing on the street, we stick out like sore thumbs among these people. Each of them bore the weight of several lives on their shoulders, setting them apart from everyone else here. When they stood on the street, others dared only to watch them from afar, even instinctively avoiding them, afraid of provoking trouble.
We need to experience different lives occasionally. Staying there forever is no fun.
Chén Sìhǎi first took them to the bank to exchange a sum of cash. He then handed it over to his men.
Don't cause trouble here. Go have fun on your own.
Chén Sìhǎi had brought too many people, which easily drew attention. He'd just received word from Song Yuexin about several drugs being extremely scarce in northern Myanmar. Since he was in C country anyway, he figured he might as well grab some to bring back. Perhaps in the future, these drugs could spare Chén Sìhǎi a lot of unnecessary trouble.
Boss, we've located them. Wherever they went, they could immediately locate those shady places. Chén Sìhǎi and his men stepped into an underground club.
On the surface, it was an underground club, but it also served as a cover for even more covert activities. You needed an introduction to get in, or else you'd have to leave tens of millions on the table for them. After that, someone would approach you, asking if you wanted to see a different world.
Chén Sìhǎi hadn't been here long enough to find someone to bring him in.
He had no choice but to resort to the second option. He had Shen Yang place the money on the table. He stood nearby, observing everything around him. The place was incredibly noisy and chaotic. Along the way, Chén Sìhǎi had spotted several tables where cheating was taking place. Some others had noticed too, but they kept quiet. Clearly, they were banding together to prey on the newcomers. Chén Sìhǎi naturally wouldn't step in after all, he hadn't even sorted out his own affairs yet.
Boss, are we really going to lose that much money? Shen Yang hadn't been living well before and was usually very frugal. This is the initiation fee.
We have no choice, it's just the way things are done around here.
Go ahead. We earned all that money to spend it.
Jiang Fan remained relatively composed.
He wasn't unfamiliar with such extravagant spending.
In their eyes, money wasn't even money anymore, just a string of numbers.
Chén Sìhǎi had hoped Shen Yang would lose the entry fee quickly. But he never imagined Shen Yang's luck would be this terrible.
After 10 rounds, he hadn't won a single one.
Chén Sìhǎi even noticed that, since Shen Yang kept losing, the dealer had stopped cheating altogether.
They clearly intended to let him win one round. Even so, Shen Yang still lost. Tisk. Chén Sìhǎi twirled the prayer beads in his hand, thinking to himself that Shen Yang absolutely couldn't be allowed near a card table, he'd lose everything he owned. Boss, this guy of yours has way too much luck.
Half an hour in, and he hadn't won a single hand. Gradually, more and more people gathered around them. Some even stood beside them. Whenever Shen Yang bet big, they bet small. They'd won quite a bit of money that way. Shen Yang felt utterly helpless. He had indeed followed Chén Sìhǎi's orders to lose money. But he hadn't expected to complete the task so quickly.
In just 40 minutes, he'd lost 30 million.
That's enough. Chén Sìhǎi raised his hand, signaling Shen Yang to stop. I'm done. What rotten luck. Today's been nothing but a money transfer to this club. This remark also served as their signal to exit the black market. After all, many wealthy individuals frequented this place, and some simply couldn't access that level of exclusivity. Shen Yang's words served as his admission fee to the others present. Sure enough, not long after Shen Yang spoke, someone came to escort him away.
Sir, your spending has reached our threshold.
You may now enter. Boss.
Shen Yang called out to Chén Sìhǎi in front of the attendant who had come to invite him.
My apologies for my oversight.
It seems you are the true host here.
Sir, are you heading that way? The attendant glanced at Chén Sìhǎi several times.
No matter how he looked at it, Chén Sìhǎi didn't seem like the kind of person who would enter the black market. He appeared refined and cultured, almost as if he had stumbled into this place by mistake. But after working here for so many years, he'd seen every kind of person imaginable. Soon, he led Chén Sìhǎi over to that area. Here, you can purchase anything you desire. Of course, you must have sufficient funds and wear this mask. This serves to conceal your identity for everyone's benefit. The attendant fetched several masks from nearby and handed them over. After leading them through a maze of corridors for over 10 minutes, he finally brought them to a specific location. This is the place.
You are free to go now.
But I must remind you all, no troublemaking here. If you cause any trouble, you will lose your access privileges. And you will be held liable for all damages incurred.
The attendant bowed to them and promptly vanished from sight.
Millions spent just for a chance to enter.
Boss, let's go check it out. Don't let us down.
In northern Myanmar, such transactions were conducted openly.
This was their first time experiencing such an arrangement. Go find the medicine and whatever else we need. Chén Sìhǎi wondered if they could secure some of their target goods here. All right. Shen Yang and the others split up.
Chén Sìhǎi surveyed the goods scattered around. But there was too little openly displayed.
Chapter 95, Delivery with a Surcharge.
These were the most commonplace items in their part of northern Myanmar. Chén Sìhǎi spotted a small stall whose wares actually held some interest. He stood there observing.
The vendor glanced up at Chén Sìhǎi, seemingly unconcerned whether he would buy anything.
The items displayed on the counter were all quality goods, but they needed someone who knew their worth before they could engage in further conversation. Others had lingered here before, but none could discern the true value of the wares.
How much of this stuff do you have? Expensive. Don't ask if you can't afford it.
These were the latest innovations from country C. Without the money, you couldn't get them.
Name your price. How much do you have? Chén Sìhǎi felt that bringing these items back would make the trip worthwhile. I have plenty. Do you have the money? The vendor finally put down his phone and looked up at Chén Sìhǎi.
He didn't judge by appearance, but Chén Sìhǎi's demeanor certainly didn't suggest someone who'd normally frequent this place. Besides, he held some standing in country C and had never seen this man before.
Of course I have money. How else would I get in? By saying this, Chén Sìhǎi was making it clear he'd paid his way in. In a way, it also demonstrated his financial standing. Most people wouldn't pay such a high price to gain entry this way.
Very well, then we can continue our discussion. These go for 300,000 each, these for 500,000, and these are pricier at 1 million. There are very few of these, only about 30 or so. I have about 80 million worth of stock on hand. If you're interested, I can give you a discount 73 million. The vendor was straightforward. If Chén Sìhǎi was genuinely interested, he could offer a significant discount.
Deal. How will delivery be arranged?
Chén Sìhǎi saw no point in haggling further.
He'd already spent 30 million just to gain access here. What more was there to discuss? But if Chao Guoxing found out, he'd be accused of squandering money.
Chao Guoxing was currently expanding his intelligence network, spending money like water, so Chén Sìhǎi was trying to live frugally.
Take it directly, or tell me where to deliver it. Within country C, it's the original price.
Delivery to other countries will incur extra charges.
Add 1 million. Exporting was a hassle.
If not for Chén Sìhǎi's straightforward nature, he'd never agree to deliver for just $1 million.
Fine.
Deliver it to northern Myanmar.
I'll give you an address when the time comes.
Chén Sìhǎi had been thinking it would be a hassle to take these things back himself.
He hadn't expected they offered this kind of service. The vendor glanced at Chén Sìhǎi.
He should have realized it sooner. Most of these big spenders who didn't bat an eye at the cost came from northern Myanmar.
Boss, delivering to northern Myanmar costs extra. You know that place is practically a one-way trip. It's dangerous for my guys to go there. If you deliver to northern Myanmar, someone will meet you there.
I'll ensure your people return safely.
Chén Sìhǎi thought, paying extra for delivery on his turf? No way. Fine. The vendor hadn't expected Chén Sìhǎi to respond this way.
So this man before him must wield considerable influence in northern Myanmar.
He was actually a bit curious about who this boss really was.
But he knew full well that asking too many questions about certain matters wouldn't be good for him.
Sir, how would you like to pay? Chén Sìhǎi pulled a bag of diamonds from his pocket. You can check it.
Chao Guoxing had given it to him before leaving, saying one should never be without money when traveling.
Sir, you really surprise me.
The vendor was genuinely astonished.
Chén Sìhǎi kept delivering one surprise after another. Carrying diamonds worth over 80 million yuan on him? That was impressive. Just confirm it. Chén Sìhǎi sidestepped the question and brought up the matter again. No problem. It might even be more. Then hand over your other stuff. I'll take it back to test it out. If it works well, I'll come back to buy more from you. Chén Sìhǎi believed these devices would definitely sell well in northern Myanmar. Alright, rest assured, boss. You won't lose a dime on this.
The vendor stood up cheerfully. This time he'd truly met a big-time buyer.
Chén Sìhǎi glanced at him and left his address.
He wasn't worried about the vendor reneging on the deal. After all, there were certain rules in the black market. If you take the money and don't deliver, you'll never be able to sell here again. It served as a safeguard for those who bought goods here.
Got it, Boss Chén, the vendor thought.
He'd need to contact his backers soon. This was no small matter.
How long will delivery take at the latest? Chén Sìhǎi needed to arrange for someone to be there waiting. Half a month at the latest. We need time to source these items. Here's our contact info. Reach out if you need anything. We're available 24/7. And boss, we don't just sell this one type. Need something more specialized? We also have. The vendor whispered the last part under his breath.
In country C, drugs were the scarcest commodity. Obtaining them was extremely difficult. Chén Sìhǎi had already started to leave when he halted in his tracks.
What's the catch? This seemed too easy to be true. We have everything available on the C country market and things you won't find there. But we don't release large quantities at once. If you need more, you'll have to negotiate privately with our boss. I can't make that call here. This matter was never meant to come to Chén Sìhǎi's attention.
In truth, many were unaware that their boss was actually the largest smuggler of drugs into country C.
Alright, please arrange an introduction for me.
Chén Sìhǎi left his contact information and prepared to leave, intending to inform Shenyang and the others that he had found what he was looking for. No need to search any further. Just then, he turned and spotted a familiar figure.
Though she wore a mask, Chén Sìhǎi recognized her instantly. This was the woman he had seen earlier that afternoon. What was she doing here? To shop?
Chén Sìhǎi pondered for a moment, exchanged a few words with the vendor, and hurried over. After Chén Sìhǎi left, the vendor tidied up the goods and prepared to depart. Everything was sold out. Why bother setting up? It was the first time he'd finished a task so quickly. Bai Yuer hadn't expected that the moment she entered, she'd already been spotted. Wearing her mask, Bai Yuer had felt particularly relaxed, convinced no one would recognize her. She wandered about, stopping occasionally. She had arranged to exchange an item here today. It was something they'd brought back from country M. Rumor had it that people from country C had paid a hefty price to obtain it. Bai Yuer herself had no interest in such things, but the clueless old fools back home insisted that anything M country was so desperate to obtain must be valuable. They insisted she come collect it. Chapter 96, Dampened Interest. Bai Yuer made numerous arrangements and sacrificed many people before finally finding someone willing to help her with this task. She had offered substantial compensation. Whether she could obtain what she sought would be decided today. If Chén Sìhǎi knew about all the arrangements Bai Yuer had made, he'd definitely have something to complain about. Those people from country C were truly foolish. After going to such lengths to retrieve something, they were now handing it over to someone else. Bai Yuer waited nearly half an hour, feeling persistently watched. But when she turned to look, no one was there.
She didn't believe it was her imagination.
When she turned around unexpectedly, she saw the man conversing with his subordinates.
This man, why did he feel so familiar? Strange. Why was she encountering so many familiar faces today? Chén Sìhǎi gave Shen Yang a brief order and they could withdraw.
Chén Sìhǎi remarked that the weapons here were nothing special, so there was no point wasting time and money here. When he turned back, he caught Bai Yuer staring straight at him.
Chén Sìhǎi gave her a smile.
Then he prepared to move to another spot to watch her. He was determined to see what she was doing here.
This time, Chén Sìhǎi didn't have to wait long before Bai Yuer's intended target appeared. After undergoing system enhancements, Chén Sìhǎi's vision was exceptionally sharp.
He clearly saw that the item handed over to Bai Yuer was precisely the one he had delivered to Country C.
Wow, Chén Sìhǎi couldn't help but exclaim.
This thing was in high demand. This unknown woman must have some skills to smuggle it out of such a heavily guarded place. But these matters had nothing to do with Chén Sìhǎi. He had already fulfilled Song Yuexin's plea. The fact that the Sea Country agents failed to secure the item, what did that have to do with him? Someone capable of operating within Country C's inner circles. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't help but wonder whose agent that stunningly beautiful woman was, to possess such formidable connections. When Bai Yuer turned to look after receiving the item, Chén Sìhǎi was already gone. That sense of being watched vanished as well. You did an excellent job. Bai Yuer stowed the items away and prepared to leave. That evening, Chén Sìhǎi took his brothers to a bar, ordering several girls to keep them company. Chén Sìhǎi also selected a few attractive ones, but he couldn't muster any interest. The image of that woman kept flashing through his mind.
Boss, what's wrong? Shen Yang pushed away a woman who was practically undressed and asked Chén Sìhǎi. Nothing. You guys go ahead and have fun. Chén Sìhǎi didn't want to force himself. If he didn't feel like playing, he wouldn't. The next morning, Chén Sìhǎi took Jiang Fan to a spot the stall owner had reserved for him. The stall owner told him their boss was waiting over there. MHM.
Chén Sìhǎi stared at the mask in his hand, thinking he might need to make another deal later. This one, however, was unnecessary. As soon as Chén Sìhǎi arrived, he was ushered inside with utmost respect. But before entering, he passed through a security checkpoint. My apologies, but this is for the safety of both you and me. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the stall owner. From their earlier conversation, he'd gathered that the stall owner was a highly capable assistant to their boss. He often acted on behalf of their boss. Our boss is very reasonable, the stall owner remarked, offering a final reminder before falling silent. Soon, Chén Sìhǎi was introduced to an elderly man. Gu He sat in a chair, puffing on a cigar, a black walking stick resting beside him. Gu Hua was also sizing up Chén Sìhǎi. Yesterday, his men had all reported back to him, so he wasn't particularly surprised to meet Chén Sìhǎi today. He was indeed a very young man. This man possessed both presence and audacity. In their line of work, lacking such spirit would make survival nearly impossible. He found it hard to imagine that beneath Chén Sìhǎi's refined, scholarly demeanor lay a man who had made a name for himself in northern Burma. Last night, he had stayed up late researching northern Myanmar and had roughly pieced together Chén Sìhǎi's background. Mr. Chen, please sit. Chén Sìhǎi sat down across from him, showing no surprise at how the man knew his name. For people like them, if they wanted to investigate, there was nothing they couldn't uncover. Besides, he had never intended to conceal his identity. These are the drugs I want. Name your price, but you must find a way to get them delivered to northern Myanmar. With China's strict drug controls, the chances of Chén Sìhǎi getting them out smoothly were slim. That's certainly no problem. We only have a few boxes left now, though. If you need a large quantity, you might have to wait a while. They couldn't conduct these operations constantly, it was too easy to get caught. Alright, give me what you have now. Chén Sìhǎi had no objections. Chén Sìhǎi was remarkably straightforward. He thought to himself, his subordinate was right, this was the most straightforward boss he'd ever encountered. But this time, I don't want diamonds. I want what you have in your hands. I'm bringing people to your northern Myanmar operation anyway. Will you give me a cut when the time comes? People eager to collaborate with northern Myanmar existed everywhere, including in their own country. Though their country was small, many matters were tightly controlled. Certain goods, especially, were scarce in quantity. And they lack reliable channels. But a small country means a limited market. Those in northern Myanmar generally have no interest in discussing such cooperation with them. The few contacts we've made are just small-time players with subpar goods. Tell me more. Chén Sìhǎi hadn't expected this could lead to a new partnership. I provide what you need, you give me what I want, a straight barter deal. How does that sound? No shipping required, we'll handle all logistics. If he secures this territory, his standing in Sea Country's black market will rise significantly. That's precisely why he insisted on meeting Chén Sìhǎi in person to discuss matters. Fine, but you'll need to discuss these matters with my subordinates. I'm not familiar with them. Chén Sìhǎi had learned from Chao Guoxing that they had indeed developed some new things recently. However, he had no idea how effective they were. Chao Guoxing had only mentioned that they were currently testing it. After handing over Chao Guoxing's contact information, Chén Sìhǎi got up and left, looking like he was washing his hands of the matter. Gu stared in astonishment at the contact information Chén Sìhǎi had left behind, wondering if he'd gotten out of bed on the wrong side. How could a boss hand everything over to his subordinates without lifting a finger? This wasn't some small-time operation. Mr. He, this has always been our boss's way of doing things. The person on the phone is Brother Chao, who holds considerable standing. Shenyang offered an awkward explanation before hurrying after Chén Sìhǎi. Chén Sìhǎi acted like a hands-off boss because he was confident Chao Guoxing could handle it perfectly. He saw no need to worry about it. Chapter 97, Picking Up a Beauty by the Trash Bin. Not long after stepping outside, Chén Sìhǎi noticed someone lying beside a trash bin. He could tell at a glance that the person had suffered severe injuries. Chén Sìhǎi had intended to walk right past them after all. Even if the person died, it wouldn't cost him a penny. Until the figure stirred unconsciously. Only then did Chén Sìhǎi recognize her. It was Bai Yuer, the woman he'd met twice yesterday. She had been perfectly fine yesterday, having obtained their belongings. Why was she lying here today? Chén Sìhǎi approached her. Her face was deathly pale, her brow furrowed. A quick glance revealed multiple gunshot wounds on her body. The bullet type was unique to the military of Country C. In short, she'd been caught stealing C Country's property, ambushed and wounded. If Bai Yuer were conscious, she'd surely praise Chén Sìhǎi. His guess was spot on. Last night, Bai Yuer had obtained the items and was preparing to leave Country C when she was discovered. The people she brought this time were simply no match for them. In the end, she tossed the items she was holding and escaped only with the cover provided by her men. But her injuries were too severe. She collapsed before finding a place to rest. That was the scene Chén Sìhǎi had witnessed. Chén Sìhǎi picked her up and carried her back. He now needed Gu Yu's people to treat her. After all, He Yu had the finest medicine available. It was the best choice. Brother Chen, why are you back? And carrying a sick beauty? Gu Yu was discussing matters with Chao Guoxing when he saw Chén Sìhǎi return, looking quite surprised. I need someone to help save her. Chén Sìhǎi didn't respond to Gu Yu's question. It's possible, but this person was clearly injured by military personnel. If the military finds out she's here, trouble is inevitable. Lately, they've been trying to take me down completely. Fortunately, I've been keeping a low profile, so even if they wanted to cause trouble, they couldn't. The very thought made Gu Yu want to rant, but he ordered his men to fetch someone to treat her. He wasn't the only one doing this kind of work in Country C. He couldn't figure out why they were singling him out. Even without him, there would be another Su Gu, another Zhang Gu. To be fair, he considered himself fairly decent. Chén Sìhǎi watched as Bai Yuer was escorted into a room she was going to have the bullet removed. Less than 50 minutes later, Bai Yuer was brought out. The bullet had been removed. She'll need proper rest. I'll arrange accommodations for you. He glanced at the woman who had been sedated, unsure when she might wake. He had to admit that the woman Chén Sìhǎi had picked up from who knows where was incredibly beautiful. He'd never seen a woman so stunning in his entire life. Taking such a woman out would be incredibly impressive. Alright, thanks for your trouble. Chén Sìhǎi thought to himself, she really owed him one. Had it been any later, she might have died. Or if the people from Country C had found her, she would have been as good as dead. As Chén Sìhǎi helped Bai Yuer change clothes, he once again marveled at her stunning figure. Exquisite curves, smooth skin. He didn't subscribe to those notions of strict separation between the sexes. He wasn't doing charity work, after all. Chén Sìhǎi admired her for a few seconds before hurriedly dressing her. He feared he wouldn't be able to control himself if he looked any longer. He had been keeping vigil at Bai Yuer's bedside for a long time, but she still showed no signs of waking. Chén Sìhǎi remembered the time he'd agreed upon with the military commander was approaching. He hadn't forgotten why he'd stayed behind. When he arrived at the location, he heard the military commander speaking in a furious tone. Are you all useless? With so many of you, how did she get away? She's injured, why aren't you searching for her? She absolutely cannot be allowed to leave. The commander was furious. Why were there so many problems lately? And now someone had set their sights on their supplies? Did they really think they were easy targets? Chén Sìhǎi pieced together what had happened and realized the person the commander was referring to was Bai Yuer. He thought to himself, the commander would never guess that Bai Yuer had been saved by him. Noticing Chén Sìhǎi approaching, the commander quickly ended the call. Mr. Chen, we agree to your terms. Just tell us where Song Yuexin is. Here is our written commitment. The commander didn't want to waste time. Knowing Song Yuexin's location a second sooner meant he could make arrangements a second sooner. And bring her back a second sooner. Chén Sìhǎi took the pledge document. Their official seal was indeed stamped on it. Very well. This trip was worth it. And yours, Commander? Chén Sìhǎi thought it was perfect to secure two favors from one deal. We already have Country C's pledge. You still want me to do something for you? The army commander frowned, thinking Chén Sìhǎi was being a bit too greedy. You promised me. Honoring commitments is part of doing business, isn't it?
Chén Sìhǎi smiled. With the commander's favor secured, he might be able to ask for favors in return later. Such a golden opportunity, he wasn't about to let it slip away. Fine.
The commander snatched paper and pen from nearby and scribbled a promise letter in sweeping strokes.
Seal it. Chén Sìhǎi took the 2 signed pledges with satisfaction and tucked them away. Now, can you tell me where Son Yuexin is?
The military commander was impatient. Last night, he had overcome tremendous obstacles just to get them to write this pledge.
Of course. That's also part of my agreement with you. Chén Sìhǎi made a gesture signifying his reliability. She's in northern Burma. I've seen her there. Hadn't he seen her?
If he wanted to, he could see her every day.
Northern Myanmar? Why would she go there? Doesn't she know how dangerous that place is? Did you mistake her for someone else?
The military commander was so startled he nearly knocked over the cup on the table.
Impossible. Son Yuexin would never go to northern Myanmar. Could there be some mistake?
The commander stared at Chén Sìhǎi, hoping he would admit it was all a mistake.
I did see her there.
You should have investigated my background.
I only go to a handful of places, how could I have seen her anywhere else? Chén Sìhǎi calmly dropped a bombshell. He was curious, though, would these sea country people go to rescue Son Yuexin? Can you provide a more specific location?
The commander's expression clearly soured.
That's northern Burma. That's extremely dangerous territory.
China has sent countless people there over the years, and not a single one has returned alive.
No matter how capable Son Yuexin is, entering the den of wolves would make it extremely difficult for her to return alive.
But he said he'd seen Son Yuexin, so she must be alive. Whether to go rescue her, they had to discuss it thoroughly.
I've told you everything I know. I'll be leaving now.
Chén Sìhǎi's mind was preoccupied with Bai Yuer. He didn't want to waste any more time here. The military commander wanted to ask more questions, but could only watch as Chén Sìhǎi departed.
Chapter 98, he'll come looking for him. The commander knew that even if he pressed further, Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't reveal anything.
Chén Sìhǎi hurried back only to be told that Bai Yuer had woken up.
She's awake? Is she still there? Chén Sìhǎi's gut told him Bai Yuer wouldn't be waiting for him.
Perhaps she feared that seeing her in such a pitiful state would make Chén Sìhǎi want to kill him. She's already left, but before she went, she said she'd settle the score with you for this.
Chén Sìhǎi stared at Gu, thinking he must have misheard. He had saved Bai Yuer, how could she possibly seek revenge on him?
Yes. The first thing she asked after waking up was who had changed her clothes.
Gu's ambiguous expression clearly revealed he knew something about their relationship. When Bai Yuer left, she was truly furious.
She wanted to kill the person who had seen her body the very next second. Gu remembered very clearly that he had offered to find someone to help Bai Yuer change her clothes, but Chén Sìhǎi had refused.
It seemed Chén Sìhǎi had anticipated this possibility all along. All right. Chén Sìhǎi scratched his nose. She really was different from others.
If she wanted to cause trouble for him, that was fine. After all, she'd have to get to know him first.
Right?
Chén Sìhǎi didn't know that while he was away, Gu had revealed a bit about his background to Bai Yuer. Standing in an inconspicuous corner where no one could spot her, Bai Yuer watched Chén Sìhǎi enter the house and emerge shortly after with others in tow. That was when she understood.
Very well.
It seems we're destined to cross paths lately. Bai Yuer pressed her hand over the wound. This matter, she would settle the score with him sooner or later. No one had ever seen her body and walked away unscathed. Had she not been injured now, Bai Yuer would never have let him live to see tomorrow's sun. As Chén Sìhǎi departed, he glanced toward the spot where Bai Yuer stood before quickly averting his gaze. Bai Yuer swiftly averted her gaze, thinking, thank goodness I dodged fast, otherwise he would have spotted me. Having obtained what he sought and reaped unexpected benefits, Chén Sìhǎi prepared to withdraw with his men. As for that woman he'd met only 3 times, Chén Sìhǎi pondered her even as he boarded the plane. If they met again, he would never let her go. After all, that woman truly captured his heart. As the plane took off, Chén Sìhǎi closed his eyes to rest until they returned. Less than half an hour into the flight, however, the plane was intercepted and forced to make an emergency landing. Frowning, Chén Sìhǎi listened to his subordinate's report.
What's going on?
Chén Sìhǎi had also traveled back via private jet, and all procedures had been followed properly.
We don't know yet. Zhang Yu's people are already negotiating. We should find out soon. Zhang Fan and his men stood by the door, ready to respond to any unexpected developments.
All right. Chén Sìhǎi didn't have to wait long before a familiar figure appeared before him. It was the army commander.
Commander, what do you mean by this?
Chén Sìhǎi set down the book in his hand in feigned confusion. Mr. Chen, you took such a significant commitment letter from our country, yet the information you shared with us is far too limited.
Searching for someone in northern Myanmar is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Could you provide us with more information?
This operation had been decided upon after careful deliberation by Sea Nation's high-ranking officials.
Chén Sìhǎi was from northern Myanmar.
Once he left Sea Country, tracking him down later would be difficult. Therefore, they must obtain more information before his departure.
I'm sorry, but I've already told you everything I can. Chén Sìhǎi wasn't stupid. Continuing would be tantamount to admitting that Son Yuexin was by his side as his mistress. Chén Sìhǎi had been so forthcoming precisely because he believed they couldn't possibly track him down in northern Myanmar so quickly. Mr. Chén, if this is your attitude, then I'm afraid I won't be able to let you leave our country for the time being. Rest assured, we'll treat you to the finest food and drink until you're willing to reveal Son Yuexin's more precise location. The military commander pursed his lips. With so many troubles piling up lately, handling them was proving extremely difficult. But Son Yuexin, they had to rescue her. Is this how people from country C always go back on their word? You won't let me leave? I'm a legal citizen, what right do you have to keep me here? Chén Sìhǎi produced his identification documents. It did indeed verify Chén Sìhǎi's identity. Sorry, General, I'm going home. People from northern Myanmar could travel freely with valid documentation, and the region wasn't entirely as foreigners imagined it. If you detain me any longer, I can't guarantee what my men might do to you. The moment Chén Sìhǎi spoke, Jiang Fan and his men had already moved their hands toward their weapons. They were poised to act the moment Chén Sìhǎi gave the order, taking control of everyone present. Even if the commander's forces outnumbered them 4-1, Jiang Fan and his men felt no fear. They were veterans who had walked through death itself a world apart from these trained soldiers. How dare you? Who the hell do you think you are? You're just trash from northern Burma. The commander coming here to see you is already giving you face. Don't push your luck. In our country, you do what you're told. The man standing beside the military commander was thoroughly disgusted with Chén Sìhǎi. A man crawling out of filth should be grateful for the commander's courtesy, not spouting such nonsense here. Oh? So you see country people are that powerful you can just kill a tourist visiting your country? And I'm even your benefactor. Facing the anger of his subordinates, Chén Sìhǎi paid it no mind. He'd dealt with this sort of thing countless times before. There were always those who thought themselves capable, looking down on everyone else. Shut up. You have no right to speak here. Mr. Chén, I sincerely apologize for my subordinates' lack of restraint. But I truly need to know the whereabouts of our people. I implore you, Mr. Chén, to share more information. Even just the general area would be invaluable. Northern Myanmar is so vast, searching inch by inch would be too difficult. And it's simply impossible to accomplish. They had to narrow the scope. Chén Sìhǎi watched as the military commander bowed his head before him. Chén Sìhǎi saw his sincerity and once again realized just how important Son Yuexin was to the people of their country. No wonder she had spoken to him that way back then. It was fortunate, he reflected, that Son Yuexin had been injured and forced to accompany him to northern Burma. If she had returned to sea country, there was no way she would have willingly come to northern Myanmar to suffer. Good heavens, not a single woman around him was simple. Chapter 99, Escort. Regarding the Liu family's territory, that's all I can tell you. But when I said she's living quite well now, I wasn't joking. You have to believe that capable people can thrive anywhere. The child is grown now. There's no need to micromanage her every move. Sometimes, the more you control, the more rebellious she becomes. Who knows? Maybe one day she'll come back on her own. Chén Sìhǎi hoped they wouldn't send people to find Son Yuexin. Otherwise, if he ended up capturing her, he'd be torn between whether to deal with her or not. Alright, I understand. Thank you for telling me all this. My forces will escort you back to northern Myanmar. If you no longer wish to operate there, you may come to my country, C. I will personally arrange an excellent position for you, far superior to anything you could find in northern Myanmar. Country C was a small nation with limited economic development. The bigwigs in northern Burma rarely paid them much attention, so they didn't face severe troubles either. If Chén Sìhǎi is willing to renounce his dark ways and embrace the light, they would be willing to take him in. Fine, if my superiors are willing to let me leave. Chén Sìhǎi was referring to his other identity, but to the army commander's ears, it carried a different implication that Chén Sìhǎi must be holding some leverage over those in northern Burma, forcing him to do their bidding. He didn't want it to be this way either. Truth be told, there were many people in northern Burma who had no choice. Refusing meant certain death. Chén Sìhǎi was escorted back to Zhangyu by sea country fighter jets. Zhangyu nearly drew his weapon upon seeing those fighter jets. Fortunately, his men had contacted Zhangyu beforehand when boarding the aircraft to inform him of the situation. As Chén Sìhǎi stepped off the plane, the sea country official in charge of the operation also descended. Mr. Chén, this is as far as we can take you. Any further, and they would enter northern Myanmar territory. Any aircraft crossing that line would be targeted by snipers no matter whose aircraft it was. Understood. Thank you for your assistance. Please convey to your division commander that should the opportunity arise again, I'd be honored to offer him tea. In a way, the military commander had done him a favor. After they departed, Zhangyu arrived with his men. Mr. Chén, I never imagined you could get the sea country military to escort you back. Zhangyu eyed Chén Sìhǎi with suspicion. Any nation encountering their northern Myanmar operatives would likely want them dead. But was Chén Sìhǎi's relationship with them really that good? Close enough to have someone escorted all the way to the border? He'd never heard of Chén Sìhǎi having such connections.
If Chén Sìhǎi had connections with high-level officials in other countries, then their collaboration would need serious reconsideration. After all, he would never collaborate with those people. I did them a small favor when I went to country C. One of their key figures went missing and I happened to have seen him. In exchange, they sent me back. Rest assured, I wouldn't get involved with them. Even if I had connections, I wouldn't let anyone know. Such unauthorized dealings were a capital offense in northern Myanmar. Chén Sìhǎi wasn't stupid, he kept his identity well hidden. True, I was overthinking it. Boss Chén is quite capable. Just going out on a trip and getting their escort, that's not an honor anyone can claim. Zhang Yu found Chén Sìhǎi's reasoning sound. If there were any real ties, they wouldn't be so open about it. There's a small gathering coming up. Would Boss Chén like to observe? I can arrange for you to attend. Zhang Yu intended to bring Chén Sìhǎi along to signal to those people that Chén Sìhǎi was now one of them.
When?
Chén Sìhǎi had a hunch that the gathering Zhang Yu mentioned was the same one Miss Bai had invited him to.
Ding! System task: at tomorrow's gathering, make sure everyone knows the name Chén Sìhǎi. Mission successful. Reward: 1 ultra high-grade bulletproof vest.
Failure to complete the mission will subject the host to the sensation of being burned by fire for a full day and night. While it won't cause actual physical harm, the pain will be excruciating.
Hearing this punishment, Chén Sìhǎi thought to himself, why did the system always dish out such bizarre punishments?
Lightning strikes, catatonic sleep, burning. But Chén Sìhǎi was quite fond of the super-strong bulletproof vest he'd received for completing the mission.
Everything produced by the system was top-notch.
With this vest, he felt much safer. Looks like tomorrow he'd be stirring up trouble right in front of those big shots.
It promised to be an interesting day. If you plan to attend tomorrow, I can make arrangements for you today.
Zhang Yu still had some clout. Arranging something like this was a breeze.
Not for now. I've got things to handle at home. If anything comes up later, you can reach out to me. I'll do my best to help you.
Chén Sìhǎi thought they would inevitably cross paths at the venue tomorrow.
Today he needed to go back and prepare. How could he stand out among so many people and catch their attention? Alright, but are you sure you don't want to consider that gathering? Making connections there could be incredibly beneficial for your future development. It's an event many people would kill to get into.
I heard the Liu family will be sending someone too, though I'm not sure who exactly.
Although the Zhang family had some connections with the Liu family, there were certain matters they weren't entirely privy to. No, thank you. It's too much trouble. Maybe next time. Chén Sìhǎi declined the invitation to stay for a few days and quickly headed back with his men.
No sooner had he returned than word reached him that a group was waiting for him.
Chén Sìhǎi immediately realized it must be Miss Bai's people.
Lately, he'd come to realize that Miss Bai must have other people stationed here. Perhaps she was merely calling to remind him not to get carried away. Or perhaps she now saw him as useful, someone who could handle tasks for her, which was why she'd contacted him.
Whatever the case, Chén Sìhǎi would deal with them. He hadn't expected them to show up today, though.
Chén Sìhǎi quickly tidied himself up before rushing over. They stood at the doorway as a group.
When Chén Sìhǎi opened the door, he immediately sensed their aura was different from his own people. You're Chén Sìhǎi?
The leader, a middle-aged man, gave him a dismissive glance. He curled his lip in a look of contempt. He couldn't understand why Miss Bai had insisted on bringing such a person to the gathering. After all, there were only so many spots available. Giving it to Chén Sìhǎi meant it couldn't go to someone else. Chén Sìhǎi was so young his work would surely lack the reliability of others. Most importantly, he'd investigated Chén Sìhǎi. The man was far too impulsive. Such a person was most likely to ruin everything. He made no effort to hide the contempt in his eyes.
Chapter 100: M Nation's undercover operatives eliminated. Chén Sìhǎi felt a bit off. He could sense this man looked down on him. It seemed he was dissatisfied with Miss Bai's arrangements. He thought that if it weren't for the system having issued the mission, he'd have to go himself. Chén Sìhǎi might have simply refused outright. If he didn't want to go, he wouldn't go. What gave this guy the right to act so arrogant in front of him? Right, what do you want? The other's attitude was poor, but Chén Sìhǎi's was even more arrogant. Ha? What's with the attitude? If you're working for me, you follow my orders. Where we're going tomorrow is nothing like your petty squabbles here. The man glared at Chén Sìhǎi, expecting him to grasp their disparity the moment he saw them. His men were armed with top-tier equipment, stuff Chén Sìhǎi couldn't even dream of getting his hands on right now. For Chén Sìhǎi, getting his hands on some of their discarded gear would be more than enough. Nothing but a bunch of useless trash. If it weren't for Miss Bai specifically instructing him to bring Chén Sìhǎi along, he wouldn't have bothered coming. I'll treat you the way you treat me. Just follow orders from the higher-ups. Chén Sìhǎi ignored them and sat down. Just follow my instructions tomorrow. Here's your weapon. I doubt your junk would be fit for the task. Zhao Feiyu had his subordinate bring over a box and open it in front of Chén Sìhǎi. Watching them open the case, he saw weapons identical to their own configuration inside. But Chén Sìhǎi didn't like the tone they used. Take back your junk. My gear is 100 times better than this crap. Chén Sìhǎi looked down on their gear.
Chén Sìhǎi's gear was all exchanged from the system, especially the Desert Eagle the system had rewarded him with.
That was a level of quality no amount of technological advancement could ever match. Don't push your luck. Those people over there aren't as simple as you think. We'll need to cooperate later. If you bring this junk and something goes wrong, who am I supposed to blame?
Zhao Feiyu despised people like this, all talk and no substance.
Relax. As long as you don't slow us down, it'll be fine. Chén Sìhǎi didn't even glance at their gear.
The conversation had run its course, there was no need to continue.
Good. Very good.
If you fail this mission, I guarantee you won't even know how you died.
Here's your invitation. Show up on time and keep a low profile. Zhao Feiyu truly didn't want to speak to Chén Sìhǎi anymore. Until orders came down from above, he couldn't touch Chén Sìhǎi. What a ing pain in the ass.
If it weren't for fear of Miss Bai's punishment, Chén Sìhǎi would already be a corpse.
Boss, Chén Sìhǎi just humiliated you like that. Are we just going to leave like this?
The things they'd specially prepared for Chén Sìhǎi, he hadn't even accepted. His look of contempt had rubbed them the wrong way, let alone their boss.
Boss, who is that guy? Why is he so arrogant? Wang Tiger stood by the whole time, wanting to speak up but holding back. He had to admit that man's aura was far more imposing than any of theirs.
It was clear he held considerable status.
Just a friend. Chén Sìhǎi clearly didn't want to waste time on this matter. He had plans to go out tomorrow.
He didn't know when he'd return, and perhaps other arrangements awaited him there. So matters here needed to be settled promptly. For the time being, just focus on steady development.
Keep your men alert.
Having just dealt with the country operatives, Chén Sìhǎi and his crew needed to keep a low profile.
Of course, this operation had earned Chén Sìhǎi nearly 500,000 reputation points.
He exchanged it for quite a few valuable items in the mall.
Got it. Boss, are you heading to some gathering? Need the brothers to prepare? Wáng Lǎohǔ had also spotted the invitation on the table.
The invitation was exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate gold foil detailing. This gathering was clearly important. The more crucial the occasion, the more they had to maintain appearances. They couldn't let others look down on them.
No need, Chén Sìhǎi shook his head.
Bringing them along wouldn't make a difference. He had his own plans for this matter.
Chén Sìhǎi instructed Chao Guoxing and Shenyang to accompany him. Everyone else remained behind. Aya came to report that night, all the agents sent by the country had been apprehended. William seemed to have given up on himself.
When they questioned him later, he answered every single question, saving them a lot of trouble.
Boss, there's something odd.
We clearly arranged for him to leave, but he said he couldn't go yet.
He hasn't contacted the outside world at all. I have no idea what he's waiting for. Boss, should we handle this?
William had lost his value, Aya thought.
He could be eliminated.
In northern Burma, if you don't kill your enemies, they'll kill you.
Not yet.
He's waiting for his family to be rescued. After that, he'll kill himself.
Chén Sìhǎi understood William's intentions from her few words.
He didn't know why William had suddenly come to this decision. But perhaps someone had contacted William behind their backs and struck some deal with him. Still, as long as it didn't affect him, Chén Sìhǎi didn't care.
He intends to take his own life? Didn't you already agree to let him leave?
Aya, born in northern Myanmar, simply couldn't comprehend the mindset of these soldiers who had come from other countries. She didn't harbor a strong sense of national pride either. Of course, that was mainly because their northern Myanmar had never had much national glory to begin with. She couldn't fathom why William had been so desperate to live before, yet now that Chén Sìhǎi had given him that chance, he'd chosen to give up. Because he feels he's failed his country.
This isn't your concern. Let him be.
Chén Sìhǎi had no desire to waste any more time or energy on someone who had betrayed his country. Though, to be fair, he had forced William into this situation. Those individuals from Nation had all been identified and dealt with.
Chén Sìhǎi's mission was complete. That was sufficient.
Military personnel from other nations were undoubtedly still deeply embedded and undiscovered. But there was no rush to deal with them now. His mission was complete.
Chén Sìhǎi and Aya worked late into the night before resting.
Aya lay beside him, her chest rising and falling steadily from their exertions.
Truthfully, Chén Sìhǎi had been with her for quite some time now.
Lately, she'd been too busy, wanting to quickly familiarize herself with her responsibilities so she could assist Chén Sìhǎi. She could also cultivate her own network, which would help her survive here. After they finished, seeing Aya showed no signs of sleepiness, Chén Sìhǎi brought up her recent projects, hoping to offer some guidance.
Chapter 101, The Stolen Invitation. Aya's body ached with exhaustion, yet as she listened to Chén Sìhǎi's advice, her spirits lifted. She found herself wanting to know more and more. Some solutions to problems had never even crossed her mind before. Chén Sìhǎi had assumed she'd soon drift off to sleep.
Instead, she grew more and more alert as he spoke.
Finally, he had no choice. We'll continue another day. I have matters to attend to tomorrow. For now, what I shared should give you plenty to digest.
Everything Chén Sìhǎi shared with her was immensely valuable for her current situation.
The next morning, when Chén Sìhǎi opened his eyes, Aya had already left. A note lay on the table beside him. Boss, what you said last night really made sense. I'm heading back now to make improvements.
Rest assured, I'll train this batch of piglets properly. I'll make sure they bring back a lot of money.
Aya woke up bright and early, full of energy.
Chén Sìhǎi picked up the note and tossed it into the trash can.
He was about to head out for the gathering, which was still hundreds of kilometers away.
The drive alone would take several hours. Chén Sìhǎi drove the most expensive car in his garage, a specially modified Porsche.
Its value was in the hundreds of millions.
He wore a custom-tailored suit and sported a luxury watch on his wrist. From their conversations, it was clear that the attendees at today's gathering were no ordinary crowd.
Chén Sìhǎi certainly couldn't afford to lose face. Shen Yang drove ahead as the chauffeur.
Chao Guoxing had a more formidable background than Wáng Lǎohǔ and his crew, and knew far more. When Chén Sìhǎi was heading to the gathering, he had his suspicions. It wasn't until Chén Sìhǎi revealed the destination that Chao Guoxing dared to confirm his suspicions. He hadn't expected Chén Sìhǎi to have an invitation to this place. Chao Guoxing had heard that the gathering's requirements were quite stringent.
You had to be wealthy, influential, and capable. Moreover, attendees must be at least city administrators. As merely an estate owner, Chén Sìhǎi shouldn't have received an invitation. But there was another possibility: someone behind Chén Sìhǎi had intervened. Anyone capable of cultivating someone as formidable as Chén Sìhǎi must be equally powerful themselves. Securing such an invitation would be a mere trifle for them. Chao Guoxing wanted to discuss this matter with Chén Sìhǎi, but Chén had already closed his eyes to rest, clearly unwilling to engage. Chao Guoxing understood immediately Chén Sìhǎi didn't want to discuss this topic with him.
Perhaps he himself had no desire to attend the gathering. Yesterday, Wáng Lǎohǔ had mentioned that the boss's meeting with that group hadn't gone particularly smoothly.
Chén Sìhǎi didn't open his eyes until they reached their destination.
The parking lot was already filled with numerous vehicles, each one clearly worth a fortune at a glance.
Several were even globally limited editions.
Chao Guoxing had never seen such a scene before and was quite astonished.
There are several models you couldn't get even with money, especially that license plate 5/8. Without the right connections, you wouldn't dare use it.
The bigwigs in northern Myanmar, if they set their sights on something, would usually just take it outright.
Using such an ostentatious license plate?
That depends entirely on whether others approve.
Wait for me outside. I'll go in first. Bringing people to gatherings wasn't allowed.
Chén Sìhǎi had brought them along hoping they could handle some minor issues for him. Boss, at gatherings like this, you need to keep a low profile.
Don't go pulling guns at the drop of a hat.
These people are either highly capable themselves or, like you, have powerful connections backing them.
If your connections are even stronger, boss, consider this never said. Those with powerful connections can walk tall anywhere. I know that. He didn't need to be reminded over and over. Chén Sìhǎi was actually getting a little annoyed. Was his strength really that lacking?
He was, after all, the boss of tens of thousands of men.
Why did these people make it sound like he was nothing?
He had to tread carefully everywhere. Even Chao Guoxing spoke that way.
Chén Sìhǎi wasn't the cautious type.
Even if he were facing the head of the Liu family, he wouldn't flinch. Hope the boss doesn't cause trouble here, Chao Guoxing said worriedly. He could tell Chén Sìhǎi was annoyed, but there were certain things he had to remind him of.
For those present, ending someone's life was as easy as blinking. Unaware of his subordinates' worries, Chén Sìhǎi strode into the venue.
At the doorway, he was bumped by someone.
Sorry. My apologies. I was rushing and didn't notice anyone here. The person who bumped into Chén Sìhǎi was polite. Since he hadn't been injured, Chén Sìhǎi let it go and let him leave. Chén Sìhǎi continued walking in, only to be stopped at the entrance. Please show your invitation. Chén Sìhǎi hummed in acknowledgement and reached into his pocket for the invitation.
He searched one pocket and found nothing. He switched to another pocket.
Still nothing. Lost? Impossible.
Though Chén Sìhǎi didn't care much about the invitation, he wasn't careless enough to lose it.
It was that man. Chén Sìhǎi quickly figured it out. Sir, without an invitation, you cannot enter.
As Chén Sìhǎi searched for the invitation at the entrance, the attendant standing there gave him a suspicious look.
Dressed up like a gentleman, but trying to sneak in? Today's gathering here was entirely different from the usual ones. Without an invitation, no one could enter. My apologies, I've lost my invitation. Chén Sìhǎi turned to chase after his invitation. No invitation, no entry, sir.
The attendant's tone was unusually sarcastic, clearly mistaking Chén Sìhǎi for someone trying to sneak in. Before Chén Sìhǎi could respond, a voice called out from behind him.
Anyone and everyone can come to this party now? Don't they know their own place? Chén Sìhǎi turned his head and saw a man with a dance partner. Move aside. Without an invitation, what are you blocking the way for?
Every year we host this gathering, and every year we get these people trying to sneak in.
Don't you know what kind of place this is? Do you really think you can just waltz in? The man shoved Chén Sìhǎi, trying to push him aside. Those with invitations naturally carried themselves with greater arrogance than others. Today's gathering would attract many important figures, so naturally, there would be plenty of people trying to get in. Some had even forged invitations to gain entry. Of course, once caught, there was only one word for them: death. His push failed to dislodge Chén Sìhǎi, who seized his wrist instead. Chén countered with a swift joint lock. You dare push me? Chén Sìhǎi narrowed his eyes, a flash of murderous intent in them. Ah! How dare you! Let go of me! With his arm pinned by Chén Sìhǎi, he had no choice but to lower his head. He refused to accept it. He'd only fallen into Chén Sìhǎi's trap because of a momentary lapse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up looking so pathetic. Chapter 102, Charge In. Let go of you? Fine. Chén Sìhǎi effortlessly snapped his arm.
Dare to touch him, and there would be consequences.
Ah! Ah! A blood-curdling scream pierced Chén Sìhǎi's ears. You! How dare you lay a hand on me? You're dead to me. I won't let this slide.
Chén Sìhǎi stared at the man clutching his arm and sneered coldly.
Come find me if you've got the guts. Right now, I've got other things to do. I don't want to waste my time on you. Chén Sìhǎi was going to retrieve his invitation.
The one who stole it had better be prepared to die. Sir, we have rules here. Assaulting others is strictly prohibited. Your actions violate our regulations.
The attendant blocked Chén Sìhǎi as he tried to leave. Chén Sìhǎi, an uninvited guest, had injured someone with an invitation.
If word got out, they had no idea how much trouble they'd be in.
Breaking your rules? Did I enter? Or did he? A rule against fighting outside?
Now that they were all armed, as long as they hadn't entered the venue, Chén Sìhǎi couldn't care less about any rules.
If you keep blocking my way, I'll have to take action against you.
Chén Sìhǎi's tone was sharp, Desert Eagle already in hand.
As they faced off, someone quickly ran out.
No disturbances allowed here.
Troublemakers won't be admitted to the venue. What's going on?
The supervisor eyed the gun in Chén Sìhǎi's hand, and the patrol officers beside him immediately aimed their weapons at him.
The manager quickly pieced together the sequence of events from bystanders.
To be honest, the boundaries of this incident were difficult to determine. The supervisor quickly summoned personnel to escort the man and Yuan Weian to receive medical treatment.
Before leaving, Yuan Weian had only one thing to say.
If you don't handle this properly, I'll come back and deal with it myself.
You better be ready. Yuan Weian knew full well that staying here served no purpose.
If he went after Chén Sìhǎi now, he might not be able to attend this gathering.
That would be a huge loss.
After all, he'd gone to tremendous lengths just to secure his place at this gathering.
You say your invitation was stolen? Where exactly was it stolen? The organizer didn't think Chén Sìhǎi looked like he was lying.
If someone had indeed stolen the invitation, it wouldn't be something they'd be proud of.
Right at the entrance. If you had surveillance cameras, you'd see it.
Chén Sìhǎi glanced over and spotted several cameras.
We'll investigate immediately. If the invitation was indeed stolen, we will certainly handle this matter. But your actions here assaulting someone were inappropriate. We'll need you to resolve this privately with that gentleman afterward. Is that acceptable?
The manager didn't want to offend either of them, he just wanted to resolve this quickly and smoothly.
Agreed. That man wouldn't let him off anyway. His top priority now was getting inside. We'll look into it now.
The manager quickly led Chén Sìhǎi to the surveillance room, where they indeed saw footage of Chén Sìhǎi's invitation being stolen. It was done by someone here who specializes in this sort of thing.
Their methods are highly sophisticated. It's not unusual for your invitation to be stolen.
I'll find the person responsible now, but whether you get it back depends on your own skills. The manager scrutinized the individual who had stolen Chén Sìhǎi's invitation, someone they didn't want to antagonize. They'd handled these matters internally. Investigating the culprit for him was a gesture of respect.
Alright, thank you for finding the person. Chén Sìhǎi thought to himself, once I find him, I'll make him pay dearly. The manager quickly tracked down the individual. Thanks for your help.
Chén Sìhǎi left behind a diamond as a token of appreciation. Though, this was something they should have done anyway. This man, though I've never met him, I sense his reputation will soon spread far and wide. The supervisor watched Chén Sìhǎi's retreating figure, thinking he must report this man to his superiors. After all, the primary purpose of this gathering was to help the higher-ups select talent they deemed useful.
Chén Sìhǎi was bold enough, capable enough, and unafraid of trouble. They needed someone like him.
The people around the organizer didn't respond to his words.
Some matters ended right here.
When Chén Sìhǎi returned to the car, Zhào Jīnlóng and the others were astonished.
Boss, weren't you going inside? Zhào Jīnlóng was remotely handling matters back home. The invitation was stolen. Head to this address, I need to retrieve it. Chén Sìhǎi sent the address to Shenyang. They arrived at their destination quickly. Boss, should we come with you? Zhào Jīnlóng stood beside Chén Sìhǎi, though Chén hadn't said anything.
But he sensed that Chén Sìhǎi was extremely unhappy right now.
Wait. Someone's about to get unlucky. No need. Chén Sìhǎi entered with his gun drawn.
He tied up a man right at the door and forced him to lead the way. To find that so-called master thief, Gu Fan. Lead the way, or die. Chén Sìhǎi fired, killing the man beside him before he could react.
They had some clout in this area, ordinary people wouldn't dare mess with them. Chén Sìhǎi's forceful approach caught them off guard.
The man bound by Chén Sìhǎi tried to protest, only to see Chén casually kill another person.
If you won't lead the way, I can find someone else.
Chén Sìhǎi intended to teach them a lesson. How dare they steal from him. Chén Sìhǎi slaughtered his way forward, his firepower growing stronger with each step. The guide in his grasp had long been riddled with bullets, but at least he served as a useful shield.
Chén Sìhǎi dodged the bullets, then tossed the body aside. Want to fight me to the death? You'll have to earn that right first. Chén Sìhǎi drew another Desert Eagle from his holster.
He had traded a hefty sum with the system for this one. Though not as powerful as the Golden Desert Eagle the system had initially rewarded him with, its performance was still exceptional.
One shot, one kill. Soon, the bodies piled up on the other side. And they couldn't even scratch a single hair on Chén Sìhǎi's head. Bring out your boss, or I'll slaughter every last one of you here today.
Chén Sìhǎi noticed the remaining men gradually losing their resolve, and he stopped firing at them.
Once fear took hold, many things became impossible to continue. Who are you? Chén Sìhǎi turned to the man who had spoken. Noticing the respect others showed this man, Chén Sìhǎi glanced at him and declared arrogantly, I want to see your boss. Chapter 103, Lucky Break. I'll give him 3 more minutes. If he doesn't come out, I won't be polite.
The person in charge had confirmed that Gu Fan was right here, yet he hadn't emerged for so long. Chén Sìhǎi had every reason to suspect he intended to abandon his men and flee alone. Brother, you want to see our boss, but with that attitude. The man who emerged tried to speak to Chén Sìhǎi. Their boss was in the middle of a deal and couldn't be disturbed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let Chén Sìhǎi run rampant here alone.
What's wrong with my attitude? Chén Sìhǎi fired a shot, hitting the man in the leg. I'll say this one last time, get your boss out here.
Chén Sìhǎi reasoned that since they had the invitation letter, they must be here to make a deal.
If he delayed any longer, his invitation might slip away. If he couldn't get in, who knew what would happen to Miss Bai?
He was genuinely furious now. Not even the bodies littering the ground could quell his rage.
Young man, I only took one of your invitations. Is it really necessary to tear my place apart? Gu Fan ended the transaction and stepped out. He'd been lurking at the entrance for ages, finally spotting a deep-pocketed target who seemed easy to pick on. He hadn't expected this seemingly easiest target to be the toughest nut to crack. If he didn't terminate the deal now, Chén Sìhǎi would destroy his entire operation. This was the culmination of years of his hard work. It absolutely couldn't be destroyed by Chén Sìhǎi. Finally willing to come out? Hand over my stuff.
Chén Sìhǎi extended one hand toward him while the other held a gun pressed against his temple.
Sir, I merely borrowed your invitation to take a look. I'll return it to you. There's no need for this. Gu Fan instructed his men to hold on to the invitation.
He had to reason with Chén Sìhǎi properly. Otherwise, this mad dog would truly kill him. He might have some skills in petty theft, but in a one-on-one fight, he was no match for Chén Sìhǎi.
The fact that he'd managed to sneak this far in alone was proof enough of his capabilities. Chén Sìhǎi eyed the invitation in his hand and gave him a cold sneer. A temple? Well, I'm in a foul mood and fancy killing a few people for fun. Why not use you as a test? I'm quite curious, how many bullets does it take to bleed someone dry? Without another word, Chén Sìhǎi moved to strike.
To him, killing someone was simply the means to obtain what he desired.
Moreover, his temper wouldn't settle until the man was dead. That gathering means everything to you. If you shoot me, I guarantee you'll never get your invitation back.
Before I die, I'll have more than enough time to destroy your stuff. As Gu Fan spoke these words, Chén Sìhǎi fired 2 shots at him. 1 shot to each hand.
Chén Sìhǎi moved with blinding speed.
No one could discern how he'd appeared beside Gu Fan and snatched the invitation from his grasp.
He raised the gun, aiming it at Gu Fan's head. You know, I hate it when people threaten me. You still don't understand how I got here.
It was through his extraordinary speed and accuracy that he had swiftly eliminated every attacker who charged at him. The moment he saw Gu Fan, Chén Sìhǎi knew this man's skills were nothing special.
You're strong, but I have powerful backers. If you dare kill me, I guarantee you won't leave this place alive.
In all his years on the streets, Gu Fan had never sensed the scent of death like this before. He had an instinctive feeling that even revealing who was backing him,
it wouldn't sway Chén Sìhǎi's resolve. Chén Sìhǎi wanted him dead. It seemed stealing the invitation had truly enraged Chén Sìhǎi. But then, a voice echoed within Chén Sìhǎi's mind. Ding! Subjugate Gu Fan as your subordinate. Reward, 100,000 prestige points.
Chén Sìhǎi glanced at Gu Fan, whose hands he had already punched through. He thought to himself, thankfully he hadn't crippled his hands. Otherwise, having to drag a useless back to base just to complete the system quest would be utterly pointless. You're lucky. I've killed too many people. I don't want to kill anymore.
I can spare you on one condition. From now on, you'll work for me.
Chén Sìhǎi reigned in the murderous intent in his eyes. Gu Fan had no idea why Chén Sìhǎi had changed his mind so quickly. Just moments ago, he'd been so close. He'd felt it clearly. Chén Sìhǎi was about to kill him.
Perhaps intimidated by Chén Sìhǎi's ruthless methods, Gu Fan had no objection to serving him.
As for the person behind him, if Chén Sìhǎi and that person came to blows, he'd simply align himself with the victor. After all, it was just a matter of following someone else and doing their bidding. It was just so frustrating. He'd spent so long picking the easiest target to bully. Turns out this one was the toughest nut to crack. Damn it, one guy took over his whole turf. Very well. I hope you remember today's lesson.
Chén Sìhǎi holstered his gun.
He'd wasted too much time here. He was running late for the gathering. Sir, are you leaving already? Gu Fan gritted his teeth against the pain.
Chén Sìhǎi told him to follow, but wasn't he going to make any arrangements? My men are outside. They'll handle what comes next. Just be obedient and follow me. It won't be too bad.
Chén Sìhǎi strode toward the exit, unconcerned about a surprise attack from behind.
They wouldn't dare.
His clothes were completely stained, splattered with the blood of those men.
The lingering scent of blood hung heavy in the air.
Chén Sìhǎi exchanged a few words with Chao Guoxing and the others before driving off alone. He left them to handle Gu Fan's affairs. When Gu Fan confronted Shen Yang, he got beaten up again.
You idiot, don't you know how important today's business is? Why the hell did you have to steal from our boss? The boss showed mercy by letting you live. If it were me, I'd have killed you. Shen Yang was actually puzzled. When Chén Sìhǎi first arrived, he looked like he was ready to kill.
But once he actually found Gu Fan, he spared his life. Old Boss Chen had plenty of capable men at his disposal. Shen Yang never imagined that Chén Sìhǎi was doing this to complete a system quest.
Sparing this man's life would earn him 100,000 reputation points. This deal was a surefire win.
Chén Sìhǎi sped all the way there, not even having time to change his clothes. Their gathering had one rule: anyone arriving past the designated entry time would be barred from entering. Fortunately, traffic was light, and Chén Sìhǎi managed to submit his invitation at the very last moment. The attendant who had seen Chén Sìhǎi covered in blood was standing close enough to smell the scent of blood. He couldn't tell if it was Chén Sìhǎi's or someone else's.
Sir, please wait a moment. There is blood on your invitation. We need to verify it. Chapter 104, A Frog in a Well. While Chén Sìhǎi waited, Zhao Feiyu searched the entire venue but couldn't find Chén Sìhǎi anywhere. Damn it, that idiot.
I told you so. Such a golden opportunity shouldn't have been given to that fool.
Zhao Feiyu stood by the window, seemingly talking to himself.
That was the young lady's decision.
You just need to obey.
By the other window, another figure stood. Some things were beyond their control. Such a golden opportunity. We could have cultivated a city administrator, but Chén Sìhǎi squandered it all.
The more Zhao Feiyu thought about it, the angrier he grew. Enough. The young lady instructed you to escort the person to the venue. You failed to accomplish even that, didn't you?
The voice on the other end remained calm. To them, a city administrator was nothing special, easily replaceable. What they needed were individuals of exceptional capability.
I never imagined he'd be so unreliable. If I'd known, I wouldn't have entrusted him with the items.
Replacing him now was still possible, but with the invitation gone, he couldn't get anyone inside.
Just fulfill the young lady's instructions. Everything else is none of your concern. The person by the other window departed quickly. After all, he needed to report to Miss Bai, so Chén Sìhǎi didn't come over. How to handle Chén Sìhǎi would depend on Miss Bai's report.
Chén Sìhǎi didn't wait long before being led inside.
The invitation was genuine, though stained with blood.
There was no stipulation that the invitation had to be spotless. After entering, Chén Sìhǎi first went to the restroom to clean the bloodstains from his hands before stepping into the venue.
Upon entering the venue, Chén Sìhǎi immediately sensed something different.
Every person here spoke and carried themselves differently from the estate owners he usually encountered.
Those people were quick to resort to violence, radiating a palpable aura of aggression. These individuals, however, engaged in deeds no less ruthless, yet they carried themselves with refined politeness. After staying for a few minutes, Chén Sìhǎi quickly grasped the difference between them.
Their casual business deals involved billions, and even their everyday purchases were bid on in the hundreds of millions. For Chén Sìhǎi's estate, earning a single 100 million required a considerable amount of time.
Not to mention, the high-end goods these people talked about were things Chén Sìhǎi had never even heard of from Li Yi and his crew. He didn't suspect Li Yi of withholding information, he simply recognized that the gap between himself and these individuals was undeniably vast. The things they dealt with were superior and of a higher caliber than anything he encountered. In that instant, Chén Sìhǎi understood why Miss Bai had invited him to this gathering. She wanted to show him that he, Chén Sìhǎi, was nothing but a frog in a well she needed to broaden his horizons. Was Chén Sìhǎi strong? Chén Sìhǎi was powerful. But only among the estate owners of that one city.
If Chén Sìhǎi were to truly face off against the city's administrators, no one could say who would win or lose.
Among these people, Chén Sìhǎi was utterly insignificant. Take now, for instance.
He'd been in the venue for over 10 minutes. Not a single person had come over to greet him. Even if someone's gaze had briefly swept over him, catching sight of his disheveled appearance, they'd instantly looked away. As if merely seeing Chén Sìhǎi would soil their eyes. They adopted an air of superiority. Chén Sìhǎi felt some resentment, but he knew full well this was no place to resort to violence. Everyone had passed through a security checkpoint upon entry, prohibited from carrying any weapons. Otherwise, these city administrators and those low-key, unidentifiable bigwigs wouldn't be appearing here so brazenly. Chén Sìhǎi understood the gulf between himself and these people, and he suppressed the emotion in his eyes. Sooner or later, he would make his name known to everyone here. But today, he had a mission to accomplish.
How exactly could he make the name Chén Sìhǎi known to everyone at this gathering? Chén Sìhǎi, what took you so long?
Just as Chén Sìhǎi was deep in thought, Zhao Feiyu rushed over.
In truth, Chén Sìhǎi had spotted Zhao Feiyu the moment he entered the venue.
After all, he stood out like a sore thumb among those big shots. The few times Chén Sìhǎi had noticed him, he seemed to be moving effortlessly among the bigwigs. But Chén Sìhǎi disliked that approach. Bowing and scraping before such people was beneath Chén Sìhǎi's dignity. But everyone had their own way of doing things, and Chén Sìhǎi wasn't one to pry.
Something unexpected came up. I'm handling it. Chén Sìhǎi sidestepped the topic. It's good you're here. Come with me. I'll introduce you to some influential figures. If you pledge your allegiance to them, your status will rise quickly. I've already picked out a target for you. His backer is an elder who oversees the Liu family's armory. If you can connect with him, who knows? Maybe your equipment could get upgraded.
I've been saying it all along, the weapons in your estate are junk.
Zhao Feiyu thought Ren Wendong despised those with an unyielding spirit most of all.
His favorite pastime was snapping people's pride bone by bone, forcing them to submit beneath his feet. Someone like Chén Sìhǎi was perfect material for his underlings.
He had to make Chén Sìhǎi understand the need for restraint. He couldn't go around acting like he was invincible everywhere he went. Was Chén Sìhǎi foolish? Or just plain stupid? Anyone here could make Chén Sìhǎi die without a sound. But Zhao Feiyu didn't know that Chén Sìhǎi wasn't eager to become someone else's lackey. That wasn't Chén Sìhǎi's style.
If he wanted to reach any position, he'd climb there step by step. For him, it was only a matter of time and opportunity.
What do you mean?
Zhao Feiyu took a few steps forward, then turned back to see Chén Sìhǎi hadn't budged. He shot Chén a displeased look. After all, this opportunity to introduce him had taken considerable effort to secure. This is an assignment from above. They told me to take you out and broaden your horizons.
What? Are you going to defy orders? Don't forget what you've got in their hands. Zhao Feiyu couldn't lay a finger on Chén Sìhǎi here.
Besides, standing here like this was bound to attract the attention of those above.
That would be disastrous for everyone involved. Mentioning Miss Bai was enough to make Chén Sìhǎi back down. It might be good to meet her. To see just how vast the chasm between them truly was. Sooner or later, he would crush them all beneath his feet. Zhao Feiyu did remind him of one thing. Did Chén Sìhǎi have something in Miss Bai's hands back then?
It seemed he'd need to confirm this with Miss Bai when the opportunity arose.
Though Zhao Feiyu looked down on Chén Sìhǎi, he still took Miss Bai's task seriously, guiding him through the introductions.
Chapter 105, The Young Master of the Liu Family Branch. Zhao Feiyu's obsequious demeanor toward these bigwigs did yield some benefits. When they met Chén Sìhǎi, they at least exchanged contact information and exchanged a few polite words. As for how much sincerity lay within those words, only they themselves knew.
Chén Sìhǎi, are you mute? Can't you speak properly to them? You need to make a good impression.
Otherwise, how could they possibly contact you later? How could they possibly help you?
You won't get anywhere if you don't build connections with them.
Drop that worthless pride of yours. This isn't your estate, it's not a place where you call the shots.
Zhao Feiyu was furious seeing Chén Sìhǎi's hopelessly useless state.
Why did fate send him such a useless person? Did it want to drive him to his grave? I don't need them to climb the ladder, Chén Sìhǎi insisted, convinced he could make it on his own. Besides, these people had no intention of having a serious conversation with him. Then there was no point. After introducing several others, Chén Sìhǎi noticed that the moment they mentioned he was merely an estate owner, their attitude changed instantly. Zhao Feiyu was about to say something else. A sudden commotion erupted at the entrance. By this time, the gathering entrance had long been closed. How could someone still be entering? At a time like this, only those with status can enter. In other words, everyone here is here to meet him, hoping to get his business card. Zhao Feiyu whispered as a reminder. From what I understand, this visitor is no ordinary guest, he's a young master from a branch of the Liu family. Connecting with him might just open doors to visit the Liu family estate, a dream shared by every single one of us here. Zhao Feiyu grew visibly excited as he spoke, his own desire to tour those prestigious families evident.
Chén Sìhǎi listened to their chatter with remarkable composure.
In his eyes, the Lu family was nothing special. As the door swung open, Chén Sìhǎi saw 4 bodyguards escorting someone inside, each carrying a gun. Why are they allowed to carry firearms? Someone asked curiously.
Chén Sìhǎi didn't need to ask to know the answer.
In this dog-eat-dog region, the strong didn't need to follow the rules. Therefore, he could bring bodyguards and even carry guns to the gathering.
No one else here would dare to object. Yeah, why should he be allowed to bring a gun? That's not fair.
Originally, this gathering was fair, at least everyone was unarmed. But once someone brought such a dangerous item inside, everything changed. It was as if they were placing their lives in the hands of the gun-toting individual.
Oh? Got a problem with me?
Then go underground and have a nice chat with the king of hell. The man standing in the center pointed his gun at the one who had just spoken. The next second, without hesitation, he fired. The bullet struck the man in the chest, painting a vivid crimson flower with his life for all present to see. This man was at least a plantation owner. He would never have imagined, even in death, that his life ended simply for asking a question.
This is northern Burma. Power speaks louder than words.
Here, Chén Sìhǎi could only follow others' lead, owing to the so-called big shots and currying favor with them to get what he wanted. Yet this young master from the Lu family branch could lead his men to kill anyone in the gathering without hesitation.
Those present would even praise him, saying, "Well done." That was the difference between them. Chén Sìhǎi truly realized it.
He had long been trapped in a misconception. While he was indeed formidable among the estate owners, there were far more powerful figures above him.
He must climb higher.
Sooner or later, the one who could lead his own men and wield special privileges, that person had to be him.
Chén Sìhǎi was itching to dive right in and make his move. To strengthen his position. Any objections?
Lu Hong holstered his pistol. His birthright had already sealed his destiny. He was different from this trash.
What right did they have to question him? How could we possibly object to young Master Lu?
It's those others who don't know their place. As they spoke, others swiftly moved to dispose of the bodies. Every trace was meticulously erased, as if nothing had ever happened here.
Chén Sìhǎi sensed the atmosphere had grown considerably heavier than before.
Clearly, the arrival of this man they called young Master Lu had brought pressure upon them.
Gentlemen, I'm merely here to attend the gathering. You may proceed as you wish. Please, make yourselves at home.
After giving them a taste of his authority, Lu Hong prepared to withdraw. He had come here today with a specific purpose. Recently, a group of his men had been killed in a bloody fight. He now needed more men to follow him and help him exact revenge. This gathering was the perfect opportunity. A crowd had gathered around the young master of the Lu family, and those of lower status couldn't even get close. Zhao Feiyu had intended to join the commotion, but finding it impossible to enter, he gave up. He decided to take Chén Sìhǎi to meet the person he had previously intended to introduce to Chén Sìhǎi. This man's status was only slightly lower than that of the Lu family's young master.
Feiyu, is this the friend you mentioned? Seems like a decent fellow? Ran Wendong looked at Chén Sìhǎi standing nearby. Zhao Feiyu hadn't been wrong. This youth radiated an unyielding pride.
Though everyone present held higher status than him, he stood there with unyielding pride.
As if telling everyone, so what if you're powerful now?
One day, I'll be just as formidable. And that was precisely what Chén Sìhǎi believed.
Yes, this is a friend of mine.
He's got the skills, became an estate owner within a year and is just one step away from becoming a city administrator. With his abilities, landing that position shouldn't be a problem.
With your recommendation, sir, it would be even better. Zhao Feiyu gave Chén Sìhǎi a gentle nudge. This forced Chén Sìhǎi to confront Ren Wending directly. I'm Chén Sìhǎi. But let me make one thing clear, my friend is wrong. I never rely on others to get what I want. Chén Sìhǎi's words made his stance clear. He would never be anyone's subordinate. Not even if the head of the Lu family came personally. Mr. Chén truly shows great promise at such a young age.
But I recall that gentleman earlier was also an estate owner, just as young as you.
What a pity.
Ran Wendong was reminding Chén Sìhǎi that here, their lives hung by a thread. A mere word from them could decide their fate. Mr. Ren, you're not young Master Lu, and I'm not that estate owner from earlier.
Different situations can't be compared.
Chén Sìhǎi thought to himself that if he were in that situation, he would have drawn his gun and killed the Lu family's young master without hesitation.
Chapter 106, Scum. You're right. The situations are different and can't be compared. I forgot about that matter. My apologies.
Ran Wendong smiled indifferently.
Chén Sìhǎi was indeed somewhat interesting.
It had been ages since he'd encountered someone this entertaining.
He'd have a good time playing with him.
He relished trampling people's pride underfoot, forcing them to submit to him.
Chén Sìhǎi accepted his apology. Have a seat. If you wish to advance further with your current abilities, you still have a long way to go. Do you need my help?
Ran Wendong gestured to the seat across from him, effectively agreeing to Zhao Feiyu's earlier proposal. He would guide Chén Sìhǎi to a bigger and better stage, but only on one condition: Chén Sìhǎi must submit to him.
No need. I can manage. Previously, Chén Sìhǎi had simply disdained getting involved in such matters. Otherwise, he would be the one acting cocky here today. Very well. Then I look forward to seeing what Big Brother Chén achieves. Should you ever need my assistance, don't hesitate to reach out. Here's my contact information. If Chén Sìhǎi had chosen to develop quietly on his own, it would have been possible. But now things were different. With him around, Chén Sìhǎi could forget about quietly advancing. He was determined to make Chén Sìhǎi understand one thing: without him, Chén Sìhǎi couldn't move forward even an inch. Chén Sìhǎi had no idea what Ren Wendong was thinking. Even if he did, he wouldn't say anything. You actually got in? Is the manager here out of his mind? Someone who attacks people at a gathering deserves to be let in? The moment Yuan Weian entered, his eyes immediately fell upon Chén Sìhǎi, who was conversing with Ren Wendong. Perfect. He'd been struggling to find an opportunity to meet Ren Wendong, and now Chén Sìhǎi had handed it to him on a silver platter. Today, Chén Sìhǎi would undoubtedly become his stepping stone. The moment Chén Sìhǎi spotted Yuan Weian, he knew his chance to complete the task had arrived. His loud outburst had already captured most people's attention. However, many glared at them with displeasure. In their eyes, this venue was an exclusive establishment where conflicts were resolved privately. Shouting like this and disturbing others was no trivial matter. How dare you? This is no place for your disruption. Guards, remove them. Before Chén Sìhǎi could say another word, someone stepped forward. Damn it. The business deal was going smoothly when this guy suddenly interrupted. Naturally, he was furious. My apologies, everyone. But I think your business talks have grown rather dull. Let me put on a little show for you. It won't take long. This man here, he didn't have an invitation. Who knows what trick he used to sneak in? But that's beside the point. The real issue is that he assaulted someone right here in the venue. I don't understand why the staff let someone like this in. Yuan Weian was extremely displeased. He'd been sent for treatment and had taken some time to return here. When he arrived, Chén Sìhǎi was actually talking to the very person he most wanted to speak with. How dare he? If not for Chén Sìhǎi, the one talking to Ren Wendong right now would be him. You're just a defeated opponent. You have no right to lecture me. How I got in is none of your business. Chén Sìhǎi noticed others' eyes fixed on him. He shot Yuan Weian a look of utter contempt. This guy really thought he was something special. Some things were simply a matter of his will. Very well, Chén Sìhǎi. I've looked into you. Don't think that because you've killed a few estate owners and wield a little power, you can lord it over everyone here and disregard young Master Lu. Young Master Lu, who had been seated drinking, was inexplicably called out. He looked up at the two of them. Chén Sìhǎi hadn't shown him any disrespect. Wasn't this entirely between the two of them? Did this man think that by speaking like this, he could easily turn him into a tool in his hands? Didn't he know whose identity he was dealing with? He had no right to speak like that. I won't interfere in your affairs. Do as you please. But you little piece of trash, you'll pay for the words you spoke today. Young Master Lu gave an order to his men beside him. Once this matter was settled, they were to kill Yuan Weian. I'm genuinely curious about what exactly happened here. After all, our gatherings strictly prohibit fighting and brawling. If such an incident occurred, it's only natural for someone to report it. The manager quickly explained the entire sequence of events. The organizer stated clearly, Mr. Chén arrived with an invitation. His invitation had indeed been stolen earlier. Later, Mr. Chén went alone to confront Gu Fan and retrieve the invitation. Some present had heard of Gu Fan's reputation. Rumor had it that if you crossed paths with him, whatever you desired, he could get it for you. He was a man with some influence, commanding a small faction that handled minor tasks. They were all men of standing, and the small fiefdom they spoke of was certainly not comparable to someone of Chén Sìhǎi's status. But Chén Sìhǎi's audacity in confronting Gu Fan alone did earn their respect. And now that he had successfully appeared here, they knew Chén Sìhǎi had retrieved his belongings. I want to know what became of Gu Fan and his crew in the end? Someone scrutinized Chén Sìhǎi closely, noticing clear signs of a struggle on his body, even bloodstains on his clothes. He killed most of Gu Fan's men. In the end, Gu Fan and his people submitted to him. From what I understand, Mr. Chen's men are now swiftly taking over the remaining assets. The manager's words drew gasps from several people. You mean Chén Sìhǎi single-handedly wiped out a small faction? Those present were all capable and influential individuals, yet they knew deep down they could never match Chén Sìhǎi's feat storming into a faction alone and slaughtering half their men. That's essentially correct. The leader reflected that he too had been astonished upon hearing the news. He knew Chén Sìhǎi had some skill, but he never imagined he could be this formidable. Mr. Chén, we truly underestimated you. Some people, even if they're just small estate owners, have a bright future ahead of them. Chén Sìhǎi possessed both skill and strength. If they could recruit someone like him, their forces would grow significantly stronger. Originally, only Ren Wendong had set his sights on Chén Sìhǎi from the start. After this incident, many others sought to make contact with Chén Sìhǎi. Ren Wendong felt a pang of resentment.
Even if he retrieves the invitation, it doesn't change the fact that he disrupted the gathering's plans.
We can't lay a finger on anyone here. Yuan Weian felt annoyed, as if he had unwittingly paved the way for Chén Sìhǎi's success. Chapter 107, Shooting to Kill. Yuan Weian had originally hoped Chén Sìhǎi would be driven out of the gathering in disgrace. Then, the men he had arranged outside would kill Chén Sìhǎi outright. That would settle his grudge. But he hadn't anticipated that none of his initial schemes would work. First, the Lu family scion, the one rumored to detest rule breaking in his presence, didn't side with him. Second, he hadn't anticipated that after Chén Sìhǎi wounded him, he would still be capable of such an act. This incident alone was enough to draw significant attention. In northern Burma, you lecture me about rules? I'm stronger than you, I can kill you. That's my rule. Chén Sìhǎi remained utterly unfazed by Yuan Weian's accusations. He thought that for now, he was merely drawing their attention to himself. To truly make them recognize him, he needed one final push. He knew this was his moment to complete the system task. Fine. Fine. I'm stronger than you, so I can kill you, that's very much my style. I'm short-handed lately. Want to come work for me? Just agree to me, and I'll take care of this trash for you. After Chén Sìhǎi finished speaking, the young master of the Lu family stood up and clapped his hands. The words carried a hint of arrogance, and when facing Yuan Weian, he certainly had the right to be arrogant. Thank you for your offer, young Master Lu. But if I needed your help to deal with scum like this, it would be rather pointless. Chén Sìhǎi suppressed the emotion in his eyes. His goal had been achieved. As long as the Lu family's young master noticed him, he would become the most prominent figure at the entire gathering, second only to the young master himself. This guy actually caught young Master Lu's eye? He's got it made from now on. No way. We've been trying to earn respect for so long, and now some kid steals it from us? Their higher status meant they understood young Master Lu had come seeking someone to handle matters for him. Such an opportunity was rare indeed. So they're scrambling to get in, giving it their all to stand out, only to have this guy who came out of nowhere beat them to it. Who the hell is this guy? You're right. If you can't even handle this scum, I doubt you'd be making such bold claims. So tell me, how do you plan to deal with him? Lu Hong hadn't encountered someone this interesting in quite some time. Originally, our feud was just petty squabbling. But he showed up at the gathering, caused such a commotion, and disrupted the business discussions of our distinguished guests. So let him pay with his life. Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't plead for such a man. Truthfully, the man knew it too. Even if he managed to slip away from the gathering unscathed, the moment he stepped outside, he'd be dead. This man had some brains, but not many. The Lu family scion was arrogant, but as a member of the Lu clan, how could he allow himself to be exploited so easily? Very well. Lu Hong snatched a gun from his subordinate and flung it directly toward Chén Sìhǎi. Chén Sìhǎi caught the gun and fired it at him. He hit Yuan Weian's arm, but in truth, his initial target had never been Yuan Weian's arm. Someone had used an invisible silver needle to deflect the bullet's trajectory the moment he fired. Chén Sìhǎi scanned the surroundings, trying to identify the culprit. These days, many used silver needles for healing, but no one would ever wield them as weapons. They were far too difficult to control. Yet if mastered, it could indeed kill silently and invisibly. They wouldn't even know when the silver needles flew. While Chén Sìhǎi was searching for the culprit, Lu Hong stepped forward directly. Who is it? Come out. This was someone he had agreed to let Chén Sìhǎi kill. To have someone obstruct him right before his eyes, did they think he was nothing? Young Master Lu, Yuan Weian is my man. Could you do me a favor and let him off this once? An elderly man stepped forward. The moment Yuan Weian saw him, his emotions surged. Boss, it's this guy. He tried to kill me. Yuan Weian felt wronged. Wasn't it said that this young master of the Lu family despised those even more arrogant than himself? Why was it different with Chén Sìhǎi? Had he missed some crucial information? You worthless piece of trash. Have you forgotten the orders I gave you? If he hadn't invested so much money and effort into cultivating Yuan Weian, he wouldn't have intervened today. I remember, but this man humiliated me. I can't just let it go. Yuan Weian now understood the gravity of the situation. It wasn't something a minor figure like him could decide. He'd grasped it just moments ago. If his boss hadn't intervened, he might be dead. Give you face? What's your face worth? Give me something useful instead. Who knows? I might change my mind. Lu Hong crossed his legs, speaking slowly and deliberately. He wasn't one to give face to just anyone. What were these people, anyway? Hearing Lu Hong's utter disregard for his face, Dong Hongyang's face drained of color. Chén Sìhǎi, you should know what happens when you cross me today. If I want you dead, it's just a matter of saying the word. Talk to young Master Lu. Let's settle this privately. Dong Hongyang stood close to Chén Sìhǎi, hoping to intimidate him into compliance. Little did he know that Chén Sìhǎi detested threats above all else. He raised his hand and fired. This time, even Dong Hongyang didn't have time to react. Yuan Weian had already collapsed to the ground. To humiliate me, demand my respect, and then attempt to kill me, keeping such a person alive would only be a curse to me.
Chén Sìhǎi cared not a whit for the occasion. He had said it before, he simply hadn't had the chance to develop properly yet, unlike them. Give him enough time, and his achievements would rival theirs.
Are you looking for death? Dong Hongyang turned to see Yuan Weian struck through the heart, collapsed on the ground.
He immediately lunged at Chén Sìhǎi, silver needles flying relentlessly toward him.
Chén Sìhǎi abandoned his gun at risk harming others.
He engaged in bare-handed combat, and even so, he showed no sign of being at a disadvantage.
This man's skills are formidable.
Lu Hong murmured in admiration.
He knew Dong Hongyang well.
A master of hidden weapons here, where he couldn't bring other tools, yet these silver needles were no less lethal.
Chén Sìhǎi handled these silver needles with ease. If the fight continued, Dong Hongyang would lose. Sure enough, just as Lu Hong had predicted, within a minute, Dong Hongyang was knocked down by Chén Sìhǎi. Chén Sìhǎi swiftly disabled both his hands, otherwise, Dong Hongyang would have used his hidden weapons again.
He detested people like this.
Chapter 108, Another Refusal. If you want to lay a finger on me, you'd better be sure you have what it takes.
Here, in a one-on-one fight, no one could stand against him.
Chén Sìhǎi arrogantly stomped on his head, looking down at him.
Chén Sìhǎi, if you've got the guts, kill me right here. Otherwise, when I get out, I swear I'll break every bone in your body until you're forever kneeling before me. Dong Hongyang, his eyes blazing with fury beneath the foot, had long forgotten how many years it had been since he'd endured such humiliation. Usually, he was the one trampling others. Chén Sìhǎi was truly courting death. He needed to understand that no matter how formidable a man might be, he was still just one man. His men alone were enough to crush everything Chén Sìhǎi possessed.
He would make Chén Sìhǎi regret every action taken today. That'll be if you can even get out of here alive. Chén Sìhǎi pressed down harder with his foot. With just a little more force, he could crush his neck.
Chén Sìhǎi, stop. If you kill him, you'll die.
Ran Wendong stepped forward.
He refused to let his prized pawn fall to someone else's hands.
Chén Sìhǎi, you can't kill me. Dong Hongyang felt utterly humiliated.
After all these years in the game, this was the first time he'd been so publicly disgraced by a mere upstart.
Cut the nonsense. Do me a favor and let this go. You already killed his men. Going after the boss would just make things messy.
Lu Hong, noticing everyone's eyes turning toward him, immediately spoke up.
He assumed the role of Chén Sìhǎi's boss.
After all, he had indeed set his sights on Chén Sìhǎi and intended to recruit him as his subordinate.
Lu Hong didn't believe anyone would be foolish enough to refuse him. Fine. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't afford to antagonize Lu Hong now.
He released his foot.
Even so, Dong Hongyang would be bedridden for months before he could walk again. He was quickly led away, and this farce.
With Lu Hong shielding Chén Sìhǎi, the spectacle gradually drew to a close.
For Chén Sìhǎi, he had merely completed the system's task.
He had ensured everyone at the gathering recognized him and knew the name Chén Sìhǎi. But for the others,
it was a different story. Some believed Chén Sìhǎi joining Lu Hong's faction would make his future endeavors smoother, with a bright path ahead.
Others thought Chén Sìhǎi was too arrogant, and such a person was unfit to remain.
But regardless of their opinions, not a single person dared to lay a finger on Chén Sìhǎi.
He was ruthless, evident from the fact that he'd personally killed someone.
The gathering ends here. You may disperse. Chén Sìhǎi, come with me.
Lu Hong felt that matters between him and Chén Sìhǎi required a private discussion.
Fine.
When Chén Sìhǎi uttered those words, he had already anticipated this outcome. It was his abilities that made Lu Hong believe Chén Sìhǎi was worthy of joining his ranks. Watch your words. If he offers you a position under him, accept it immediately. Don't waste any more time, this opportunity is too good to pass up.
Zhao Feiyu, standing beside Chén Sìhǎi, immediately chimed in.
He hadn't anticipated things turning around so quickly. In less than 10 minutes, Chén Sìhǎi had established a connection with Lu Hong, exactly what he'd been striving for. If they could establish a connection with the young master from the Lu family branch, it would bring them one step closer to completing the task assigned by the young lady.
I know my limits, Chén Sìhǎi remarked before following Lu Hong out.
Lu Hong instructed his men to wait outside, entering alone with Chén Sìhǎi. The moment Lu Hong stepped inside, he attacked Chén Sìhǎi, every move a lethal strike.
Chén Sìhǎi parried the blows while wondering, what exactly is this man up to? Does he intend to attack me?
After a minute of back and forth blows, Chén Sìhǎi realized Lu Hong was merely testing him.
He didn't want to continue. He seized the opportunity to twist Chén Sìhǎi's arm, though Chén Sìhǎi didn't apply full force. My apologies.
Had Chén Sìhǎi harbored murderous intent, Lu Hong would already be dead.
No problem. You're skilled. You could work for me as my subordinate.
Lu Hong flexed his wrist.
He needed men like this by his side. But I don't want to be anyone's subordinate.
I want to hold my own destiny in my hands. Lu Hong heard Chén Sìhǎi's words without surprise. After all, if Chén Sìhǎi were the type to agree so readily, Lu Hong would have wondered if Chén Sìhǎi wasn't as proud as he imagined. But you must understand, only the strong have the right to control their own destiny.
You are strong on your own. But you can't take on an entire faction. Some hold military might sufficient to attack a nation. If you clash with them head-on, you'll be the one who dies. Lu Hong had heard bits about Chén Sìhǎi before, just a manor owner, after all. No matter how powerful his influence, it was limited. Firepower was the ultimate truth. You're no match for them now. Dong Hongyang won't let you off. Join me, and I'll handle this for you. At the very least, Dong Hongyang won't dare to act recklessly against you. Lu Hong deliberately kept Dong Hongyang around to negotiate with Chén Sìhǎi. I appreciate your kindness, young Master Lu, but I'm not considering becoming anyone's subordinate at this time. The strong can control their own destiny. Chén Sìhǎi didn't consider himself weak, he just needed a little time. Very well. I won't force you, but I won't intervene to help either. If Dong Hongyang comes after you, whether you can handle it will depend entirely on your own abilities. Lu Hong was actually quite annoyed. He had finally found someone he admired. Yet this man kept rejecting him. He admired the arrogance Chén Sìhǎi displayed toward others, but that didn't mean he liked that arrogance directed at him. He thought Chén Sìhǎi was delusional, believing his few guns could take on Dong Hongyang's men. Well, he'd give Chén Sìhǎi time to try. He had all the patience in the world. Chén Sìhǎi's stubborn pride needed to be broken a few times before he could become a loyal subordinate, fully devoted to serving him. All right. Regardless, I still owe you my thanks for today's events, young Master Lu. Without Lu Hong, Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't have completed the system task so quickly. Nor would he have been able to kill so brazenly at the gathering. No need. You proved to me with your own skills that you truly deserve my help. Lu Hong knew Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't compromise now. Chén Sìhǎi, with your abilities, you shouldn't have remained obscure all this time. Lu Hong had heard that Chén Sìhǎi claimed he'd only risen to prominence within the past year. But abilities like his certainly hadn't appeared overnight. Rising to prominence requires opportunity, it's not just about being strong enough. Chén Sìhǎi stayed to exchange views with Lu Hong for a while, and Lu Hong became even more certain that he must recruit Chén Sìhǎi as his subordinate. Having someone like him by his side would undoubtedly make him even more formidable. He might even be able to handle those far more formidable than himself with ease. Chapter 109, Loyalty Until Death. Chén Sìhǎi's conversation with Lu Hong didn't last long. Lu Hong soon had to depart due to other commitments. Here's my contact information. If you ever need my help, you can reach out. Chén Sìhǎi understood without Lu Hong needing to say it, making that call meant committing. Then, Chén Sìhǎi would be agreeing to join Lu Hong's team and assist him in the future. After Lu Hong departed, Chén Sìhǎi sat in his chair, deep in thought. Then he sent a message to Wáng Lǎohǔ. Get your people and weapons in order. We're moving up. This wasn't just because Chén Sìhǎi had offended someone more powerful, it was also because his reputation points had been climbing far too slowly lately. He drove to meet Chao Guoxing and the others. Chao Guoxing and his crew were efficient as ever, having already organized Gu Fan's people. They followed behind Chén Sìhǎi, adopting his exact style of operation. As for those who refused to submit, they simply killed them off. Boss, how'd the gathering go? Meet any big shots? Chao Guoxing had been waiting, but he feared Chén Sìhǎi might have offended people they couldn't possibly handle. We stirred up some trouble. We'll discuss these matters when we get back. Shen Yang, you stay here. I'll arrange for someone to take over your position tomorrow. This place, though small, was still usable. Gu Fan, you're coming back with me. Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't feel secure unless this man was by his side. Gu Fan had long been prepared and followed Chén Sìhǎi. As their group prepared to depart, they were ambushed. Fortunately, Chén Sìhǎi had anticipated this and led the two of them through the breakout. Damn it! They moved so fast. It seemed Dong Hongyang was determined to prevent his escape at all costs, dispatching so many men to kill him. It felt like a fight to the death. Chén Sìhǎi frowned. Their numbers were too few. If the fight continued, his vehicle would be wrecked. By then, the three of them wouldn't stand a chance against these men. Hold on tight. Chén Sìhǎi quickly made his decision, flooring the accelerator and charging straight toward the weakest point in the enemy's formation. Those who couldn't dodge in time were sent flying. Chén Sìhǎi had no time to spare for them. Fire! Stop them! Chén Sìhǎi tossed two guns to his men, signaling them to act. Gu Fan hadn't expected that Chén Sìhǎi would get involved with such dangerous figures just by attending a gathering. The sheer number of men sent to kill him suggested a deep-seated grudge. But now wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. If he didn't fight back, he'd die in the car too. Chao Guoxing and Gu Fan's aim proved surprisingly accurate, reducing the vehicles behind them to scrap one by one. It was only then that they realized, no matter how much they fired, their guns never ran out of bullets. Chao Guoxing recalled that the gun in his hand had always been the one Chén Sìhǎi had studied closely. Some things were better left unsaid. Once spoken aloud, they might invite trouble. Both men were smart. They quickly returned Chén Sìhǎi's gun to his hands. Looks like I'll have to recall all my men. I'd intended to keep them here to gather intelligence for me. Chén Sìhǎi was certain Dong Hongyang wouldn't spare anyone close to him. Without a retreat, those men would only meet their end here. You've crossed Dong Hongyang. He won't let you off. Even if you return to your estate, you won't escape.
It's just a matter of dying sooner or later.
My advice is to start running now. Dong Hongyang has artillery and tanks at his disposal.
That's gear you estate owners could never get your hands on. With that kind of firepower, you're no match for him.
Gu Fan's tone was flat, revealing nothing to the others.
Even if the emperor himself came, I'd still want to have a good game with him. Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't concede defeat so easily.
Tanks? With enough prestige points. Chén Sìhǎi had as much as he needed. That was his confidence. With pursuers hot on his heels, Chén Sìhǎi didn't pause, driving straight back.
Throughout the journey, they remained on high alert.
Fortunately, they made it back to the estate without encountering any further attacks.
Clearly, after one failed attempt, those people had given up.
Dong Hongyang was certain he'd come looking for trouble with Chén Sìhǎi.
He hadn't killed him the first time because the kid was too cunning, but his turf was right there, he couldn't escape. If he didn't repay the humiliation he suffered today, he might as well give up on making it in northern Myanmar altogether. He might as well pack up and go be a crime boss in some small country.
Boss, are you saying you've crossed someone as powerful as a city administrator?
Wang Tiger and the others were huddled in a room discussing the situation.
After all, there were some things Chén Sìhǎi couldn't handle alone. Probably even more powerful than a city administrator. After all, we've never heard of any city administrator around here being that formidable.
Chén Sìhǎi hadn't investigated Dong Hongyang and didn't know the full extent of his power.
If we've crossed someone like that, how are we supposed to deal with him? With our current weapons, facing off against tanks means we're just waiting to die. Wáng Lǎohǔ's immediate thought was that a head-on fight would be too difficult.
They won't show up for at least a few months. If they do come, leave the tanks to me.
You focus on expanding our influence as quickly as possible. I want to have a chat with the city administrators. Chén Sìhǎi's chat clearly wouldn't be very gentle. Fine. Our influence here is already substantial.
If we want to advance further, becoming city administrators is inevitable.
After all, this is just a small city.
There was still plenty of room for them to grow.
Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others didn't see any issues with this plan.
They briefly discussed how to handle these matters.
Meanwhile, Wáng Lǎohǔ and his crew introduced quite a few people. As their influence expanded, their responsibilities multiplied.
They were already stretched too thin to handle everything.
Numerous areas required their personnel to function smoothly. Chén Sìhǎi had secured numerous high-level positions for them.
If you betray us, you know what your fate will be. After settling their appointments, Chén Sìhǎi delivered this warning in a matter-of-fact tone. Yet those words alone carried a weight that felt like death to many of them.
We are absolutely loyal to the boss. We will never betray him until our dying breath. We will never betray the boss until our dying breath. We will never betray the boss until our dying breath. Chén Sìhǎi nodded, wasting no more time. The next day, he personally selected quite a few men, preparing to have a talk with them. All those he had personally trained were among them. Even just standing there, those he had trained carried an aura distinctly different from the others. Though Chén Sìhǎi had trained them all this time, this was their first time seeing combat. He intended to lead them into battle and make a resounding impact. Chapter 110, Operation Cancelled. Chén Sìhǎi would make the city's inhabitants understand that he, Chén Sìhǎi, was the true ruler of this city. It was time for a change in city leadership. Just as Chén Sìhǎi was about to lead his men out, Zhào Jīnlóng and the others rushed over. Boss, I think we should discuss this again. The disparity in our strength is undeniable. Plus, I just discovered today that our city administrators have recently acquired a lot of top-notch gear. If we force a confrontation, our losses will be heavy. They're all equipped with top-tier weapons. Zhào Jīnlóng had just received this intelligence himself. If Chén Sìhǎi charged ahead like this, who knew what might happen? Chén Sìhǎi took the intelligence from Zhào Jīnlóng's hands. Damn it, that old bastard had been preparing for this all along. If he'd gone in with just these men, even if they'd won, the cost would have been steep. Thankfully, they'd uncovered it in time. Since they're prepared, we'll hold off for now. Take the other estates first, then go after him. Chén Sìhǎi saw that the city lord had ordered this shipment 5 months ago. It seemed he had anticipated this all along. Give the order, assemble all our people here. This city has been too quiet for too long. It's time for a change. Chén Sìhǎi wasn't reckless. He knew he'd have to confront the city's administrators eventually, but not now. Once he consolidated the other estates, he would seek them out. Besides the estate owners, there are other powerful figures within our city. We must speak with them too. If we can get them to join us directly, many matters would become far easier to handle. In this city, their leader was certainly a formidable figure. But he couldn't guarantee there weren't other low-key heavyweights lurking here. If those big shots had powerful backers, offending them would spell serious trouble. We'll address that later. Right now, we need to decide who to target first. Chén Sìhǎi ordered his men to return for training. Dealing with such minor estate owners didn't require them at all. Chén Sìhǎi intended to keep them as his trump card. While they were discussing and strategizing, the city administrator himself had also caught wind of some rumors.
During the gathering, Chén Sìhǎi had offended a major figure. If Chén Sìhǎi intended to challenge that big shot, expanding his influence was only natural. And who would be his first target? It would be him. After all, Chén Sìhǎi was that arrogant. He reasoned that after serving as city administrator for so many years, he couldn't let Chén Sìhǎi hold the upper hand. Thus, he had already prepared everything, waiting for Chén Sìhǎi's arrival. He needed to teach Chén Sìhǎi a lesson, to make him understand that his authority could not be challenged. Boss, Chén Sìhǎi and his crew seem to have gathered some people ready to come at us, but for some reason, they haven't shown up yet.
Did they back down? Someone asked upon hearing the report. How could that be? Don't you know Chén Sìhǎi's temperament by now?
Whatever he wants, he'll stop at nothing to get it. He probably caught wind of something and changed his mind. The city administrator breathed a sigh of relief. Better late than never. But now, he must deal with Chén Sìhǎi swiftly.
They couldn't give him another chance to grow.
A single misstep earlier had led to their current passive situation.
Are you sure about this? Chén Sìhǎi played with his phone, only occasionally chiming in with an opinion. Wáng Lǎohǔ and his crew debated at length over who to target first. Wáng Lǎohǔ believed their first strike should target the most troublesome opponent to intimidate the rest.
Zhào Jīnlóng, however, advocated for a methodical approach.
Taking down a weak target might also serve as a warning to those who were considering joining them. After all this debate, let's split into two groups. You take your men to deal with that estate owner you mentioned. You take your men to that place you mentioned.
I'll wait for your good news right here at the estate.
As long as he didn't have to confront the city administrators, Chén Sìhǎi had no intention of going. He needed to give his men opportunities to grow. Won't we be understaffed?
After all, the estate owner wasn't someone to be taken lightly.
With so many men under us, how could we possibly be short?
Chén Sìhǎi was puzzled. They controlled the majority of the forces. How could they possibly lack manpower?
Right, how could it be insufficient? We have more than enough. Let's move immediately, boss. If I can't handle it. Before Wáng Lǎohǔ could finish, Chén Sìhǎi cut him off.
If you can't handle even this minor issue, I'll hand your position over to someone else. Asan, you're in charge of getting them weapons. Oh, and when you take them down, make sure to seize their weapons.
Weapons are what we need most. Just moments ago, Chén Sìhǎi had contacted Li Yi and Yi Jie via his phone.
He needed to buy weapons. The prestige market could indeed exchange for what they needed. But that required massive amounts of prestige points. With the prestige points Chén Sìhǎi had saved up so far, it was nowhere near enough. Got it, boss. San had no objections. He wasn't particularly interested in the fighting and killing anyway. Handling these tasks for them suited him best.
Shen Yang, you'll accompany Wang Tiger. Su Tai, you'll accompany Zhào Jīnlóng. Ensure they secure their targets smoothly. Chén Sìhǎi had his own reasoning for these assignments.
Zhào Jīnlóng was never adept at this kind of fighting and killing, so he needed to be paired with a minor estate owner. Then taking it down would be a piece of cake for him. As for Wang Tiger, there was no need to worry about him at all. Having previously been a manor owner, his ambitions and schemes had grown considerably since joining him. They quickly set out with their men.
Chén Sìhǎi picked up his phone.
He needed to make a trip out. Li Yi had mentioned having a batch of items he required.
Chén Sìhǎi intended to go take a look. Boss, should I come with you?
San had been assigned by Chén Sìhǎi to stay behind and hold down the fort.
No need. I'm just going to take a look.
Chén Sìhǎi took Xiao Ma with him and soon arrived at the location Li Yi had mentioned. When you messaged me, I just got this shipment.
Take a look. What do you think?
At first, Li Yi had been wondering who he could find to buy his goods.
All right.
Chén Sìhǎi agreed, picking up a few to test in his hands.
These are the latest models, all top-notch quality.
I wouldn't dare show you anything subpar.
After all, I still need your support, Boss Chen. Whenever Li Yi looked at Chén Sìhǎi, he couldn't help but recall their first meeting.
Back then, he was just a small-time boss in the industrial park. Oh, on that very day they met, Chén Sìhǎi had taken Wang Tiger under his wing as a subordinate, elevating him to estate owner.
Chapter 111, Sharpening Weapons and Feeding Horses.
I'll take this shipment. When the time comes, you'll contact Zhào Jīnlóng for payment. Also, do you still have these weapons?
Or better yet, do you have anything even better?
Chén Sìhǎi had reached out to Yi Ziyi, but there had been no response.
Chén Sìhǎi realized he couldn't rely solely on him. I do have some, but what do you need them for? Didn't you already buy a bunch of weapons earlier? Li Yi wondered, could Chén Sìhǎi really be planning to take action against other estates?
I'm declaring war on other estate owners soon and need massive quantities of weapons. If you have these, contact me.
Chén Sìhǎi made no attempt to conceal his intentions. There was no point.
Sooner or later, his people would find out about this anyway.
Are you moving against them now? Haven't you already seized control of numerous estates? Taking further action will draw the attention of the city administrators. Dealing with them later will be far more difficult. Have you thought this through?
Li Yi believed that even if Chén Sìhǎi intended to expand his influence, he should wait a while longer.
At the very least, he should consolidate his territory first. Why was he in such a rush? No choice. I've made enemies. If I don't expand my influence quickly, trouble will come knocking. Chén Sìhǎi reasoned that Don Honyang wouldn't grant him time to develop either. He had to strike now, while Don Honyang was recuperating. Your talent for making enemies is truly remarkable. Li Yi had heard that Chén Sìhǎi had many adversaries. But lately, those people seem to have held back from targeting Chén Sìhǎi. They're the ones looking for trouble with me. I never went looking for it. Chén Sìhǎi had no intention of taking the fall for this. He had always been a law-abiding citizen, after all. Chén Sìhǎi had Li Yi's men return his weapons to the estate, but Li Yi didn't leave immediately. Instead, he intended to tour Chén Sìhǎi's estate. Word had it that many people at the estate managed by Chén Sìhǎi held absolute loyalty to him. If you wish to tour it, I'll have someone show you around. I have other matters to attend to and cannot entertain you further. After returning, Chén Sìhǎi had even more important matters to attend to. With Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others away on business, many matters had fallen into Chén Sìhǎi's hands. He could handle these matters, but he found them troublesome. Outside, people lined up at the entrance, each waiting to report matters to Chén Sìhǎi. The first one to enter was unusually tense. They were accustomed to reporting directly to Brother Wang San and the others. Now, facing the boss himself, the pressure was skyrocketing. They feared any misstep might provoke the boss to draw his gun and take action. Relax, the boss isn't as terrifying as you imagine. He's only ruthless toward his enemies. I've followed plenty of bosses in northern Myanmar. To be honest, Boss Chén is the best leader I've ever seen. He's gentle with his men and willing to give them a lot of freedom. Here, you can push your abilities to the absolute limit without worrying that you're performing too well and making the boss think he can't control us. With Chén Sìhǎi's capabilities, such concerns were unnecessary. In his eyes, there was no one he couldn't handle. Exactly. Why should we be nervous? The boss is brutal, but only to others. If we were scared of him, he'd be heartbroken. We should respect the boss. After all, a leader as good as him is hard to find anywhere else. Chén Sìhǎi had no idea what outsiders were thinking. To him, whether they were genuinely afraid or truly loyal didn't matter. As long as they did his bidding and didn't betray him, that was enough. The people he truly trusted? There were only a handful. The first person went in and came out quickly. How did it go? The waiting crowd immediately swarmed around him, demanding answers. The boss said just one thing: if you think this arrangement works, then go ahead with it. But you'll have to shoulder some of the responsibility. He had expected this discussion with the boss to take much longer. I told him, the boss is genuinely willing to give us this chance. We couldn't get this from second brother or third brother before. Now that we've finally met the boss, I have to seize this opportunity. Someone had said something like that, which meant that after Chén Sìhǎi had resolved matters for them, he would always hear different voices. He even overheard some complaints about Wáng Lǎohǔ and his crew. Chén Sìhǎi found it quite amusing to hear such things. He hadn't expected Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others to be like this behind closed doors. He understood that these men were willing to share such things with him because they genuinely regarded him as their leader now. Rest assured, I'll thoroughly investigate every matter you report and handle it properly for you. Chén Sìhǎi had been handling their reports since 3 in the afternoon. He worked straight through until midnight, without even time to eat. Finally wrapping up the tasks, Song Yuexin, seated on the sofa, set down the newspaper in her hands. Now that their matters are resolved, it's time to address mine. Song Yuexin had come specifically to discuss medical equipment matters with Chén Sìhǎi. Chao Guoxing had been diligently searching for her, but it still wasn't enough. She needed more advanced, higher quality equipment. What Chao Guoxing couldn't manage, she believed Chén Sìhǎi could handle. As soon as she arrived, she saw Chén Sìhǎi busy handling various matters with his staff. After waiting for over 10 minutes, she left for a while. When she returned, Chén Sìhǎi was nearly finished with his tasks, so she waited for him there. Though their discussion touched on fairly sensitive matters, Chén Sìhǎi didn't ask Song Yuexin to leave. She listened openly to several people's concerns. However, she soon found it rather dull. I'm starving. We'll talk about your business after I eat. What else could Song Yuexin possibly want from him? It wasn't that Chén Sìhǎi didn't want to help her find those things. Here in northern Myanmar, the equipment Chao Guoxing had helped her find, stored at their estate, was already more than sufficient. But Song Yuexin wasn't satisfied. She wanted even better equipment. I'll make you some noodles. Song Yuexin glanced around. Today, she absolutely had to have a serious talk with Chén Sìhǎi. While they fought battles outside, having a reliable doctor and a small hospital at home, they could handle anything that came up. Wouldn't that give them much more peace of mind? Besides, she only needed some equipment. It wasn't like she needed some super skilled doctor. All right. Half an hour later, Chén Sìhǎi sat down to enjoy the scallion oil noodles Song Yuexin had prepared. Staring at the familiar noodles, he paused in surprise. It had been ages since he'd seen this kind of noodle dish. I learned how to make these noodles during my internship in Longwa. Chapter 112, Scallion Oil Noodles. Seeing Chén Sìhǎi hadn't touched his chopsticks, Son Yuexin assumed he didn't like the dish and offered an explanation. You interned in Longwa before? Chén Sìhǎi picked up his chopsticks and looked at Son Yuexin. He had always assumed Son Yuexin was entirely cultivated by those people from Sea Country. Yeah, I went for training for a while. Life over there is pretty good. If we get the chance, we could go hang out together. I heard those big shots in northern Myanmar can go wherever they want. While treating the wounds of Chén Sìhǎi's men, Son Yuexin learned a great deal. Yeah, if the chance comes up, I'll take you back. Chén Sìhǎi hadn't forgotten that he, too, came from the Dragon Nation. Although life in northern Myanmar was exciting and he didn't have to worry much about getting into fights, he still cherished the Dragon Country. Lost in recollections of everything about the Dragon Kingdom, Son Yuexin failed to register Chén Sìhǎi's offer to take her back there. So, how's the taste? It was Son Yuexin's first time cooking for a man, and she was terrified it might not be good. Very good. I'll have another bowl. Chén Sìhǎi polished off a bowl in no time. It was indeed that familiar taste. It seemed whoever had taught Son Yuexin to make scallion oil noodles had done so with great skill. Chén Sìhǎi kept eating until he finished 4 bowls. He only stopped because Son Yuexin had run out of ingredients. When you start working, remember to eat properly and take care of your health. If you ever get into a real fight, you won't feel so drained. Seeing Chén Sìhǎi like this, Son Yuexin deduced his current physical condition. Got it. But I'll never reach that point of feeling powerless. Chén Sìhǎi's gaze swept over Son Yuexin's rising and falling chest. He hadn't intended to notice, but now that things had quieted down, the scent emanating from her kept drifting into his nose. The moment Chén Sìhǎi uttered those words, the previously calm atmosphere instantly turned charged with innuendo. Who knows? After all, everyone grows old eventually. Let's get back to business now. Son Yuexin avoided Chén Sìhǎi's predatory gaze. I don't feel like discussing business now. Let's talk tomorrow. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Chén Sìhǎi paid no heed to Son Yuexin's thoughts. He scooped her up in his arms. He carried her toward the bedroom. Perfect timing, I've eaten too much. Time for some exercise. Chén Sìhǎi hadn't had a taste of the good stuff in ages. With Son Yuexin's prime cuts of meat appearing before him at this moment, the outcome was predictable. At first, Son Yuexin could still put up a little fight or struggle a bit. But soon she was as limp as a dead fish, letting Chén Sìhǎi do whatever he wanted with her. She only occasionally reminded Chén Sìhǎi not to hurt her body. What happened in the end, Son Yuexin truly couldn't recall. All she knew was that the man who had grown tired and needed rest didn't let her go until dawn. The next day, when Son Yuexin awoke, it was already 11 o'clock. Chén Sìhǎi had long since departed. I'll do my best to get you what you need. This is northern Myanmar. You must learn to treat the most complicated illnesses with the fewest resources. It's something every doctor in northern Myanmar must learn. Chén Sìhǎi thought if Son Yuexin weren't in his hands, he wouldn't have spoiled her so much, practically giving her whatever she asked for. Those precious medicines? Chén Sìhǎi had people deliver them by the crate. For anyone else, he'd give only the most basic medicine. If it didn't work, he'd simply kill them. Glancing at the note, Son Yuexin lay back down. She didn't feel like getting up today. Even doctors had days off, and today, Son Yuexin wanted to rest. Wáng Lǎohǔ and his men had gone out with their crew and didn't return until noon. They had, of course, successfully seized the territory. Their estate owner would rather die than serve under us. I just killed him outright. Wáng Lǎohǔ had no intention of bringing back a troublesome ancestor. He'd killed him outright to avoid the hassle. Hasn't Zhào Jīnlóng returned yet? Chén Sìhǎi surveyed the goods Wáng Lǎohǔ and his men had brought back, their spoils of war. A whole crate of diamonds worth potentially billions. Why would they hoard so many diamonds? Chén Sìhǎi found it odd. Diamonds were always in high demand around here. How did he get so many? Seems they're trading something big and need a lot of cash. Pretty much all the money from their estate is here. Our timing was perfect. If we'd come any later, there might not have been any cash left. If they took it all for the deal, we'd come back empty-handed. Go find out what they're trading and why they need so many diamonds. Chén Sìhǎi sensed something was off, but these matters were already set in stone. He could only investigate further. Sometimes early preparation was better than anything else. Alright, I'll look into it immediately. After Wáng Lǎohǔ left, Zhào Jīnlóng returned with his men. His expression, however, was grim. Boss, I'm sorry. My poor judgment cost us 100 brothers. What truly shocked Zhào Jīnlóng, however, was that those brothers had sacrificed themselves to protect him, fighting to the death so he could escape. Zhào Jīnlóng had been in business for many years, never short of followers. Yet never before had anyone, in a moment of genuine life or death peril, willingly stepped in front of him to shield him from danger. The men trained by Chén Sìhǎi, however, would rather die than let him fall. Fourth brother, get out now. The boss needs you. Go. Zhào Jīnlóng was escorted out by brothers like these one by one. Otherwise, only a corpse would have returned now. He'd been too arrogant before, thinking it was just a small estate. He figured he could easily send a few men to take care of them. Little did he know he'd meet his downfall in the most unexpected place. His mood was far from cheerful. On one hand, he couldn't fathom why Chén Sìhǎi's men would go to such lengths to protect him. On the other hand, he didn't know how to face the fallen brothers. This feeling was entirely new to him. You shouldn't apologize to me. You know what needs to be done for those brothers' families, right? You won't have to handle matters like this anymore. Just focus on your business. That's your battlefield. You bear no guilt for this. I sent you out, I'm the one responsible. Chén Sìhǎi fell silent after hearing his words, noticing Chao Guoxing's emotional state and offering a few words of comfort. He truly hadn't expected Chao Guoxing to be unable to handle even this small estate. Honestly, he could have sent anyone else and they would have handled it smoothly. He'd been too arrogant. After this incident, he'd have much to learn. But the price for this lesson? Over 100 brothers' lives. Chapter 113, Preparations of the City Administrator. That afternoon, Chén Sìhǎi summoned the returning men to the main hall. You all handled this situation exceptionally well, Wáng Lǎohǔ and the rest. Each of you will receive a reward of 10,000 yuan. Furthermore, whenever high-quality weapons become available, you will be the first to receive them. Rewards for excellence, punishment for failure. Chao Guoxing, starting today, you will reflect within the estate on why you made such a basic mistake and why it led to the deaths of so many brothers. As for the fallen brothers' families, we will cover all their living expenses from now on. The rest of you each receive 5,000 yuan. You all performed admirably, it was the decision maker who erred. Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't blame Chao Guoxing's failures on them. I hope everyone will keep up the good work and take down the other estate owners. This operation made such a big splash the other estate owners will likely find out soon. Once they band together, dealing with them will become far more troublesome. Therefore, we must move swiftly. Is anyone willing to test the waters next? Chén Sìhǎi looked at Su Tai and the others. They would eventually need to branch out on their own. Of course we'll try. We'll be cautious and seize every opportunity we can. Jiang Fan was the first to step forward. Of course. This was an excellent opportunity. Others gradually stepped forward as well. They now understood Chén Sìhǎi's plan. He aimed to become the city administrator, and those estates would need managers. By performing well now, they could secure a better estate when the time came for distribution. Chén Sìhǎi reassigned their positions and sent them out to continue capturing estates. Within half an hour, news of Chén Sìhǎi's move on the estate spread throughout the entire city. Their initial reaction was whether the estate owner had offended Chén Sìhǎi to warrant such treatment. After all, Chén Sìhǎi rarely took action against them proactively. Not at all. Chén Sìhǎi and him were merely acquaintances. That estate owner absolutely couldn't have offended Chén Sìhǎi. Besides, we all know he's famously a good-natured guy. Moreover, at the same time, Chén Sìhǎi also took action against another small estate. It seems Chén Sìhǎi is no longer satisfied with what he currently possesses. If Chén Sìhǎi truly decides to move against us, what can we possibly do? Even before he became an estate owner, we were already no match for him. The manpower he commands now is beyond our ability to handle. Unless we unite our forces against him, including the city administrators, there's no way. Otherwise, none of us alone stands a chance against Chén Sìhǎi. They debated among themselves. But even if we unite, we might still be no match for Chén Sìhǎi. I hear he owns 2 more estates in other cities. Plus, he's on good terms with a powerful estate owner over there. If it comes to a fight, that person might come to his aid. Then we'd still be no match for Chén Sìhǎi. In my view, Chén Sìhǎi's current goal is already clear. Why not just let him become the city administrator? He's not the type to enjoy conflict anyway. Our lives might not be any worse off. Speaking of which, city administrators are usually appointed directly by higher-ups. It's extremely rare for someone like Chén Sìhǎi, who subdued all the estate owners in the city, then challenged the city administrator to seize their authority, to succeed. Of course, it's not unheard of. Regarding Chén Sìhǎi's situation, each estate owner harbored their own hidden motives. This is precisely why they cannot unite. They must not only contend with Chén Sìhǎi, who could come looking for trouble at any moment, but also guard against those close to them who might stab them in the back. Discussing this matter was pointless unless the city administrator personally stepped in to take charge. Chén Sìhǎi had a squadron of men constantly lurking near the city administrator's territory. The moment their men moved, Chén Sìhǎi's forces would immediately prepare to strike back. They must seize the moment. Chén Sìhǎi's prestige points were skyrocketing, but he dared not spend a single one. He needed to save it to exchange for the firearms he desired. He attended a gathering and understood that only by wielding superior weapons could one earn the right to speak. Under their actions, some small estate owners fell silent, or rather, they simply didn't want to get involved in these matters anymore. Thus, they chose to join Chén Sìhǎi's faction. This led to Chén Sìhǎi, who had already captured 8 estates. Not only had his forces suffered no losses, but his ranks had significantly expanded. City Administrator Jin Shiwu kept a close watch on Chén Sìhǎi. He knew that if this continued, Chén Sìhǎi would become increasingly formidable.
He immediately contacted the estate owners under his command, preparing a major assault against Chén Sìhǎi. It was at this very moment that someone reached out to him. Lately, Chén Sìhǎi has been acting so arrogantly, announcing to everyone that the city administrator is already in his pocket.
I imagine this situation is causing you quite a headache, right? I can help you. As long as you do things my way.
Jin Shiwu stared at the unfamiliar man before him, yet he understood clearly that this was no one he could afford to offend. The weapons carried by his men spoke volumes. He'd heard Chén Sìhǎi had no shortage of enemies. Perhaps this man before him was someone Chén Sìhǎi had crossed. Anyone capable of taking down Chén Sìhǎi was his friend.
I can do as you say, but you must tell me your plan. After taking down Chén Sìhǎi, do you intend to take his place?
Jin Shiwu had no desire to eliminate one problem only to face an even bigger one. Rest assured, I have no interest in petty positions like city administrator.
I simply can't stand Chén Sìhǎi. His downfall is what brings me joy.
I'll share my plan with you when the time comes.
My people will assist you, ensuring you can keep Chén Sìhǎi firmly under control. He'll never rise again.
The man chuckled softly.
Chén Sìhǎi took himself far too seriously. City administrator wasn't a position anyone could simply claim.
Very well, I'll be counting on you. Jin Shiwu felt a surge of renewed confidence.
Chén Sìhǎi probably never imagined all the people he'd offended would band together, did he? I've sent you a little gift. Go harass Chén Sìhǎi.
He's been living too comfortably lately.
After the man left, Jin Shiwu went to inspect the items they had brought.
The moment he opened the truck, he was stunned.
All top-quality AKs. Chén Sìhǎi, if you want my position, then I'll play along with you properly. Chapter 114, 10 Bullets. Chén Sìhǎi knew Jin Shiwu had already begun his move, for he distinctly sensed increased resistance in his men's operations.
This was only natural. If Jin Shiwu hadn't made his move by now, Chén Sìhǎi would have begun to suspect whether Jin Shiwu had died without his knowledge. Sometimes, charging ahead relentlessly was pointless. It only became interesting when the opposition made their move.
Boss, our operation hit a snag.
That estate we were supposed to take today with others getting involved, it might not happen.
Wang Tiger had tried every possible approach, but nothing worked.
This matter had to be reported to the boss for new instructions.
Boss, they're not just blocking our moves, they've even started targeting our smaller operations.
They raided several of our sites today.
Those guys didn't even have time to react.
If this keeps up, we'll suffer significant losses. Most importantly, the brothers will start to get scared. If the higher-ups keep sitting on their hands, the men below will inevitably start harboring doubts.
They won't be as dedicated to the cause.
Especially given the current situation, which Chén Sìhǎi had worked hard to stabilize.
If it gets disrupted, that won't be good. Dispatch reinforcements immediately. Also issue orders. If they encounter such incidents, tell them to take direct action. Kill one if they can. Chén Sìhǎi cherished his reputation dearly.
It had taken him considerable time and effort to build things up to their current state.
Ding. System task.
Within 6 months, ascend to the position of city administrator and build an armed force of 500,000. Successful completion reward. All weapons obtained from the system will be fully upgraded, including those acquired from the Prestige Mall.
An additional reward will enhance the host's physical capabilities.
Failure to complete the mission will result in the host receiving a penalty gift package. Chén Sìhǎi stared at the interface, which offered no explanation of what this punishment package entailed.
But he didn't need to ask the system to know this package couldn't be anything good.
Generally speaking, the better the reward, the more terrifying the punishment for failure. Chén Sìhǎi thought if he'd purchased numerous weapons from the Prestige Mall before completing the mission, all those weapons would have been upgraded.
That would have been a huge win. Suddenly, Chén Sìhǎi found his motivation.
He wasn't just going after the position of city administrator, he needed massive amounts of prestige points. Relying on Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others to handle matters at the estate wouldn't yield enough prestige points. It seemed he'd have to take matters into his own hands.
Find me the place causing the most trouble lately. I'm going to teach them a lesson.
Having made his decision, Chén Sìhǎi wasted no time in acting. Within 10 minutes, he was already on his way with his brothers.
Third brother, we're only dealing with a small park. Isn't it a bit much for the boss to go personally?
They could handle this sort of thing themselves. The boss has his own reasons for these matters. We just need to follow his lead.
Wang Tiger found it odd too, but the boss never did anything without purpose. They just followed orders.
Under Chén Sìhǎi's command, their team swept through the area like a whirlwind, swiftly capturing those who had come looking for trouble.
That's right, captured alive. That was also Boss Chen's order. Gentlemen, laying a hand on my men won't earn you an easy death. It's been a while since I've played a game. With over 300 of you here, what game shall we play?
Chén Sìhǎi sat in his chair, his feet resting on the corpses of several of them.
His thoughtful expression sent a chill down the spine.
Remember, he was contemplating the lives of over 300 people.
No matter how you treat us, we won't bow down to you. If you've got the guts, just kill us.
The people behind us will avenge us sooner or later.
Chén Sìhǎi looked at the defiant man and smiled.
You should know, this is northern Myanmar.
How many bosses would actually care about your lives? Since that's the case, then let's start with you for the first game. Chén Sìhǎi ordered Wang Tiger to tie the man up 20 meters away.
This gun holds 10 bullets. I'll fire 10 shots at you.
If you survive, I'll let you go. As everyone knows, I'm a decent man.
I'll find someone to treat your wounds and give you enough money to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Whether you get that money or not depends entirely on your luck. Chén Sìhǎi held the gun he'd exchanged for from the system. He'd been studying its mechanics lately, but progress was painfully slow. Cut the bull. No one can take 10 shots from you.
The man glared at Chén Sìhǎi with fierce intensity.
Chén Sìhǎi could see the reputation points he offered steadily climbing. It had already reached 10,000.
This man harbored intense hatred and fear toward him.
He stopped wasting words with this man and aimed a shot straight at his head. However, the bullet veered slightly off course, striking his ear instead. The bullet pierced through his ear.
Ah! Ah!
Blood streamed down from his ear.
Chén Sìhǎi frowned.
When he had disassembled and reassembled the gun earlier, a slight misstep in one step had caused the front sight to become misaligned. So, in front of everyone, Chén Sìhǎi disassembled the gun and reassembled it.
Is this the best you can do?
The man gritted his teeth through the ear pain, hoping to provoke Chén Sìhǎi into shooting him dead.
He couldn't endure this agony any longer. Yep, that's all I've got.
Chén Sìhǎi fired another shot, hitting the other ear.
Perfect symmetry, not a hair off. I have a thing for symmetry. Next target, your left hand. Bang!
A shot rang out, striking the man's left hand.
The pain was so intense he couldn't even speak. Now it's your right hand.
Each word felt like a death sentence. The remaining men watched Chén Sìhǎi play this game, their fear reaching its peak. Even if he didn't kill him, 10 shots were more than enough to make him pass out from the pain.
Even if not, he would bleed out to death. This sensation of hovering on the brink of death instilled far greater terror than a single, swift bullet ever could. Because you never knew what the next second would bring, whether Chén Sìhǎi would truly shoot him as he threatened, or if he'd end them with a single shot.
Chén Sìhǎi had no idea what was going through these men's minds. All he saw was his reputation soaring.
10,000. 50,000. 100,000. Sure enough, stirring up trouble was the only way to make this reputation meter climb fast. Next shot, aim for your finger. Chén Sìhǎi simply didn't want him to die.
This was already the 9th shot.
He couldn't find a spot to shoot anymore.
After Chén Sìhǎi spoke, he shot the man's middle finger. The pain knocked him unconscious.
Chapter 115, Call for Help.
With the final shot, Chén Sìhǎi granted him a swift end. In truth, he was already beyond saving. Chén Sìhǎi had deliberately studied pressure points. Sometimes, to kill someone, you had to strike their weak spots. He had targeted only his fatal points.
Survivors would be left as vegetative patients.
It's my excessive mercy that makes you think dealing with me is easy.
But I've simply been too lazy to deal with you, finding it bothersome and a waste of time. That doesn't mean I can't handle you. Chén Sìhǎi deliberately handled him this way. First, to gain more prestige points.
Second, to warn them that while he was usually mild-mannered, he wasn't the type to shy away from killing.
Showing no mercy to enemies was his way of navigating the world.
Additionally, with a surge of new blood recently arriving at the estate, Chén Sìhǎi needed to make his presence felt to intimidate them. I despise those who oppose me, and I despise those who betray me. I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve to play with you slowly.
Regardless of what his subordinates were thinking, Chén Sìhǎi continued to single people out. I'll give you a chance. 50 of you may live. If I take a liking to someone, they'll survive. But there are too many of you still alive. I don't know how to choose. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at Wáng Lǎohǔ, who instantly understood. He grabbed over 20 knives and tossed them into the arena.
He ordered his men to loosen the ropes binding the prisoners.
Some reckless souls, the moment their bonds were loosened, charged straight toward Chén Sìhǎi.
The guards shot them dead.
In an instant, the entire arena fell silent. Does that mean if I kill them, I can survive?
A voice echoed out, while on the other side, some had already begun to move.
Chén Sìhǎi found this rather amusing.
He followed the rules he had set. Continuously selecting those he deemed acceptable, Chén Sìhǎi would point at a person, and Wáng Lǎohǔ would immediately go down to bring them up. Midway through the game, Chén Sìhǎi was called away by a phone call, leaving the game in Wáng Lǎohǔ's hands.
45 down. If you don't step up, you'll be the next to die.
Wáng Lǎohǔ selected individuals known for their ruthless decisiveness, people suited for getting things done, though they were double-edged swords. Their effectiveness depended entirely on how their master wielded them. When Chén Sìhǎi returned, only 50 people stood there in perfect formation.
I'll give you one chance, follow me, or I'll let you leave. Chén Sìhǎi didn't want to waste any more time here, he had matters to attend to. Among these 50, some chose to stay and follow Chén Sìhǎi.
They believed that in northern Myanmar, one person alone could achieve little, and leaving might very well mean certain death. But others wanted to leave. Having been controlled for so long, having served as underlings for so long, they had to explore whether they could establish their own power base here. True to his word, Chén Sìhǎi released those who wished to depart. Leave this place to you. You and your men come with me. Chén Sìhǎi received a call something had gone wrong with He Huaming. The city administrators had arranged for several estate owners to join forces and block his path. He Huaming was a collaborator of his. If something happened to him, who would dare to cooperate with Chén Sìhǎi afterward? Chén Sìhǎi had also instructed Chén Yang to lead his men to their base. When they arrived, He Huaming was locked in a bloody fight with these men. Seeing Chén Sìhǎi, he instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. His arrival meant this matter could finally be resolved. He Huaming felt a mix of love and hate toward Chén Sìhǎi. Their partnership had indeed been a great help to him. Unlike other estate owners who haggled with him, Chén Sìhǎi rarely negotiated terms. And he paid promptly. But did he have too many enemies to contend with? Had he not received advance word that Chén Sìhǎi intended to declare war on the city administrators, allowing him ample time to prepare? He'd be in serious trouble now. He Huaming had initially thought that if it was just a minor issue, he could handle it himself. But damn it, the moment he arrived, there were over 20,000 people. And they were armed to the teeth. He had no choice but to call Chén Sìhǎi. Charge! Chén Sìhǎi waved his hand behind him, and they surged forward. Chén Sìhǎi hadn't brought many men with him. They could only relieve some of the pressure. You brought just this handful of men to their deaths? He Huaming stepped beside Chén Sìhǎi, shielded by his own guards. While the others were bringing people over, I was afraid you wouldn't hold out, so I came to help. This whole thing is my fault. I never imagined they'd turn on you. I'll compensate you for all your losses today. Chén Sìhǎi dealt with those who tried to attack him while conversing with He Huaming. Forget the compensation. Whatever I gain, I must pay for. He Huaming had gained Chén Sìhǎi's protection, and he agreed with Chen's plan to take over the city management. If Chén Sìhǎi truly secured that position, then he would bring his base and fully join Chén Sìhǎi's faction. After all, Chén Sìhǎi could genuinely offer him a better environment. He hadn't even considered the possibility of Chén Sìhǎi failing. In his memory, it seemed nothing Chén Sìhǎi set out to do ever failed. After Chén Sìhǎi's men arrived, the attackers gradually retreated. The skirmish concluded swiftly. Chén Sìhǎi didn't order his men to pursue them further. Be careful lately. They're planning to drag this out with me. No matter how they played their games, he would proceed according to his own plans. In the end, only those with true strength would command obedience. I'll have someone keep an eye on you. Seeing He Huaming silent, Chén Sìhǎi assumed he was still troubled by the matter and offered reassurance. I have some connections here too. To deal with me, they've sent 4 people from the estate over. I'm not as fragile as you imagine, but you really should assign some people to me. My raw materials were just processed not long ago. They can't withstand those people barging in. Those Americans had destroyed numerous sites before. That last incident cost him at least 50 billion yuan. Just thinking about it made him want to storm straight into M country. Rest assured, I'll station personnel here. Should I need to take action later, I hope you'll assist me when necessary. I might need more people. Chén Sìhǎi considered it and brought up the matter. I can supply you with weapons for 5,000 men. Beyond that, I can't assist. I'm desperately short-handed myself right now. Handing the men over to Chén Sìhǎi left his base empty. Those who had been watching him for so long would surely seize the opportunity to cause trouble. Chapter 116, The Fight. He Huaming's actions were quite understandable. 5,000 weapons were more than enough. Deal. When Chén Sìhǎi left, he left the men he'd brought with him behind with He Huaming. He drove back alone. On the road, a Hummer pulled up alongside him. Get out. I want to fight you. A man stepped out of the Hummer and sat arrogantly on the hood of Chén Sìhǎi's car. He uttered just one sentence. Seeing he was alone, Chén Sìhǎi got out of the car. You're not afraid? Don't you fear a sniper waiting to kill you the moment you step out? There are no sniper positions here. The location was ideal, a flat plain without even a single hillock. How could there possibly be snipers? You're smart. If it weren't for this mission, I think we could have been good friends. What a shame. You're going to die today. Mu shot Chén Sìhǎi a pitying glance, then wasted no time waiting for him to speak. He immediately moved to attack Chén Sìhǎi. Mu didn't use a gun on Chén Sìhǎi. Men of their caliber preferred to take down their opponents with bare hands. Besides, he'd heard of Chén Sìhǎi's formidable skills, that's why he'd traveled all this way to kill him. Simply ending it with a gun would be too easy. Chén Sìhǎi had no idea what was going through this man's mind. He just felt utterly bewildered. After exchanging a few blows, Chén Sìhǎi recognized this man possessed some skill. But to think he could kill him? Hadn't the man underestimated Chén Sìhǎi? You say you came to kill me. Care to tell me who sent you? We take jobs without caring who the client is. All we need is your head to collect 300 million. Trading your head for a year of peace? That's a bargain. The man's words carried a casual tone, yet his movements were no longer as agile as they had been at the start.
Not a single strike landed a meaningful blow on Chén Sìhǎi. In fact, Chén Sìhǎi could predict where his next strike would land and simply wait there like a hunter lying in ambush. Had enough of this game?
Chén Sìhǎi, having gained no useful information from him, saw no point in continuing to play along. He unleashed his full strength. In less than 30 seconds, the man who had sworn he could take down Chén Sìhǎi barehanded had both hands rendered useless.
Now you can talk, can't you? Earlier, when Mu Da's life wasn't threatened, it was understandable that he wouldn't speak.
But now the situation was different. His life was in Chén Sìhǎi's hands.
We never know who assigns the tasks. Knowing would break the rules. Questioning me won't help. You're more capable than I thought. I underestimated you and overestimated myself.
Had he used his gun from the start, he might not have lost so badly.
Now that I've lost, you can do with me as you please. But I want to know, how did you become so formidable? Mu Da couldn't fathom how Chén Sìhǎi anticipated every single one of his moves. There are countless things in this world you don't know. Don't be so curious about others' secrets. Chén Sìhǎi did possess some skill, but not to that extraordinary degree.
It was completing so many missions that had allowed the system to enhance his combat prowess. As for his ability to predict his opponent's next move, Chén Sìhǎi couldn't explain it either. He just knew. Perhaps the system had modified him in some way.
Then tell me something, anything you can share. Chén Sìhǎi looked down on Mu Da from above.
He favored those who cooperated like this.
I don't know much.
I took this mission because it mentioned your formidable combat skills, and I'm one who relishes a challenge. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been captured alive by you.
Mu Da felt a sense of resignation, calculating just how likely his escape might be. He finally understood why the bounty on his head was so high.
Even now, only a handful had accepted it. Mu Da rarely interacted with others, so he naturally knew nothing of the connection between Chén Sìhǎi and young master Lu Hong that others saw.
Although they hadn't seen Chén Sìhǎi around Lu Hong afterward, there was no guarantee Lu Hong wasn't biding his time, waiting for Chén Sìhǎi to grow stronger before bringing him into his inner circle.
No matter how much they craved money, they dared not provoke the Lu family. Otherwise, they'd earn it with their lives but wouldn't live to spend it.
You have 1 minute to convince me to release you.
Or rather, 1 minute to convince me to let you serve by my side. Chén Sìhǎi remained silent for an eternity, so long that Mu Da thought he was contemplating how to kill him.
Unexpectedly, Chén Sìhǎi was pondering this very matter.
Mu Da was capable, and besides, they had no grudge against each other.
He'd merely been blind enough to take on a reckless mission. Given time, Mu Da could be molded into a useful asset. You're not going to kill me? Mu Da blurted out the truth.
After losing, he hadn't expected to walk away alive. He'd always believed that a dying man's words carry weight, so whatever Chén Sìhǎi said, he answered earnestly.
You don't want to live? Chén Sìhǎi countered. Mu Da shook his head instantly. He was still young. He didn't want to die. I'm skilled. I could be your enforcer. Most importantly, you don't want me dead.
You recognize my abilities are decent even if I'm no match for you. But in combat, I rarely meet my match.
Mu Da was sharp. He instantly saw through Chén Sìhǎi's scheme. Fine.
Chén Sìhǎi took his arm back, and Mu Da endured it without a word.
Follow me in your car. Chén Sìhǎi got in and drove off immediately, not waiting to see if Mu Da had caught up.
He could have slipped away at that moment, but that wasn't his style, and besides, he had given Chén Sìhǎi his word.
This man really is reckless.
I'll have to have a serious talk with him later.
How could he trust a stranger so easily? After returning to the estate, Chén Sìhǎi handed Mu Da over to Wáng Lǎohǔ. He was quickly assigned a task.
The speed of it all left him reeling before he could even process it. He was already on his way.
Mu Da couldn't believe it. Just an hour ago, he'd been a hitman. An hour later, he'd become a thug. Anyone could give him orders now.
He could only humbly seek guidance. After all, he was new here. Before this, he'd only handled solo missions, operating entirely on his own.
He was clueless about these new dynamics.
Wáng Lǎohǔ had no patience for training, so he handed the guy straight over to Aya.
Chapter 117, Setting Sights on Weapons.
Teach him quickly what the rules are and give him a brief overview of the situation at our estate. The boss says this guy has some talent. Once he gets used to the rules here, we can see if we can find a good position for him. Wáng Lǎohǔ didn't know where the boss had brought this man from, but he wouldn't ask too many questions.
Understood.
I'll bring him out as soon as possible.
Aya glanced over at the man, who was curiously looking around everywhere.
This man carried a killing intent. And if he was this curious about the place, there was only one possibility. He was a lone wolf, and anyone the boss brought in had to be capable. When Mu Da saw Aya, he paused in silence.
Wait, why a woman? Can't you send a man instead? Mu Da didn't trust a woman's ability to handle the job. Aya is the boss's woman.
She's in this position because the boss put her there. If you have a problem with that, take it up with the boss.
Talking to me won't help. If you're not too busy lately, I could take you myself. Wáng Lǎohǔ also wanted to know how the boss selected his people. Don't underestimate Aya. She's quite capable.
She's more than qualified to explain the rules here.
Wang Tiger took a call, gave a few casual instructions, and left. Aya didn't have a good impression of him because of something he blurted out. Not all men were like the boss, after all.
He genuinely supported them in pursuing their goals.
Son Yuexin's small hospital was already in preparation. Ningyu, too, was gradually adjusting to life here.
It wouldn't be long before she too began taking on tasks within her capabilities. Truthfully, this kind of life was far better than being kept like a canary. But some big shots just feared that once their wings grew strong, they might betray them. But Chén Sìhǎi never harbored such worries. It took Mudo only half a day to grasp the rules of this place. Chén Sìhǎi was the emperor here. His orders had to be carried out immediately. No objections were permitted. Still, they all said Chén Sìhǎi was easy to talk to and granted them considerable freedom.
Freedom? Mu scoffed.
Once you entered northern Burma, there was no such thing as freedom.
Chao Guoxing came to report to Chén Sìhǎi. Someone is aiding Jin Shiwu.
I suspect there may be more than one backer. Within a single day, they've delivered 5 separate shipments of weapons. With these supplies, their combat strength will rise again. I haven't identified who's backing him, Chao Guoxing thought to himself.
Chén Sìhǎi had made plenty of enemies. It was only natural he didn't know the exact list. Keep investigating.
There's one person I'm certain of, Dong Hongyang. Chén Sìhǎi thought to himself. As for the others, they were likely the rest of the crowd at the gathering. They either wanted to watch the show unfold, or perhaps it was deliberate.
To see what he was made of.
Of course, there was another possibility. He'd replaced someone's estate manager, and the person behind that move had come looking for trouble. With Lu Hong standing before him, they dared not act openly against him, resorting instead to such underhanded tactics.
Chén Sìhǎi felt this possibility was quite high. Boss, if they're supporting them like this, should we make other arrangements?
Weapons were always the most critical resource during combat, and acquiring them had become significantly harder lately.
Once their supplies were depleted, they'd be left defenseless against the enemy's advance. It's fine. We'll find a way.
Besides, just because they're delivering weapons to us doesn't mean they're only meant for them.
Find out when the next delivery is scheduled. If we can't buy them, we'll just seize them. Since we've already broken ties, there's nothing holding us back.
Chén Sìhǎi pondered this for a moment and concluded it was the best solution.
Understood. I'll arrange personnel for you immediately.
Since the last incident, Chao Guoxing had become more cautious in his work, conducting investigations from multiple angles.
Chén Sìhǎi was pleased with this change in his approach. Chao Guoxing quickly uncovered the details.
The escorting force is exceptionally formidable.
No problem. Have your people harass them, seize their territory, disrupt their operations. As for the weapons, leave that to me. Chén Sìhǎi intended to deploy the men he had been training.
It was time to see how they handled themselves against enemies.
Moreover, Chén Sìhǎi intended to cultivate a new batch of recruits.
Alright, but boss, you still need to be careful. Right now, the entire estate can manage without anyone else, but not without you.
You're our backbone.
Chao Guoxing had guessed Chén Sìhǎi's plan and was deeply curious about the capabilities of that well-hidden squad Chen had kept under wraps. He'd heard Shen Yang was the most formidable among them, and Chao Guoxing had witnessed his skills firsthand. He was indeed formidable. After obtaining the intelligence, Chén Sìhǎi selected over 20 men and set out.
Too many people would attract attention. Nightfall was the perfect time for murder and robbery. Our objective isn't to fight them, just grab the goods and get out.
I'll provide covering fire from the rear.
Don't let all your relentless training go to waste.
Chén Sìhǎi had switched weapons today. He now held a sniper rifle. Today, he'd only be covering their backs. He trusted these men to handle the job. Boss, rest assured. We've waited a long time for this day. To make our name echo throughout northern Myanmar, we'll give every battle our all. Shen Yang had changed into the same attire as the others. Today's operation was under his command. Their vehicle was parked in a concealed corner. Chén Sìhǎi strode purposefully toward the sniper position. The others would also take up their respective ambush positions, awaiting further instructions.
Can you hear me?
The earpieces they wore were equipment Chén Sìhǎi had procured from Sea Country. They had only been delivered a couple of days ago.
That man was currently in northern Myanmar.
Surprisingly, he hadn't left immediately, claiming he intended to stay for a while.
Of course we can hear. This is top-of-the-line gear.
Our results better justify the investment, Shen Yang remarked with a sigh, well aware of the price tag on this equipment. Chén Sìhǎi was willing to spend generously on such matters. When Jin Shiwu was handing over the weapons to them, he genuinely feared Chén Sìhǎi might suddenly appear. After all, Chén Sìhǎi had pulled this kind of stunt more than once. He exercised extreme caution with every transaction, but Chén Sìhǎi never showed up. Jin Shiwu assumed Chén Sìhǎi was unaware of this deal. Though patrols were still in place, they weren't as stringent as before.
Chapter 118, Seizing the Weapons.
Jin Shiwu's arrangement was tantamount to delivering the weapons straight into Chén Sìhǎi's hands. Their ambush site was positioned along the exact route the weapons would have to take to be transported back. Chén Sìhǎi ran his fingers over the sniper rifle.
It had been ages since he last used one. Back in the day, he had been the king among military snipers. Shen Yang and his men stood ready for battle. This was the first time in a long while they truly taken action against someone. If they failed to complete this mission as the boss intended, he would certainly be furious. What consequences awaited them then was anyone's guess. Most crucially, Shen Yang believed the man the boss had trained absolutely couldn't be a failure. They're here. Prepare. Shen Yang heard the sound of the car and immediately spoke up. Go! Everyone charged out at once, with Chén Sìhǎi occasionally providing covering fire from the rear. He kept a close eye on their movements. Good. Such coordination, no wonder they'd lived and trained together all this time. Who are you? Do you even know who we are? Trying to steal from us? Our boss won't let you get away with it. The enemy had to protect their weapons, which severely limited their actions. Shen Yang and his men faced no such constraints, they simply killed. You'll pay for this. I won't let you get away with it. Then go wait for it in the underworld. Shen Yang killed him outright. These men? They'd be dealt with in minutes. Boss, it's all taken care of. The goods have been counted, we can head back. We've got over 8,000 weapons. This haul is no small feat. Just 8,000? You call that a success? My goal is their entire stockpile. This is only the beginning. Those who oppose me must prove they have the capability. Gather the goods and head back. Chén Sìhǎi ordered someone to fetch the vehicle and they departed swiftly. Jin Shiwu was roused from his sleep by his men's commotion. What's the commotion? Boss, our weapons are gone. What? Didn't I assign so many men to guard those weapons? They're crucial to defeating Chén Sìhǎi. Jin Shiwu snapped awake at his subordinate's words. Those weapons were their most crucial asset. You did assign many men, but this time the enemy was too formidable. Each of them was a master capable of taking on 100 opponents. With only a dozen or so men, they overwhelmed our forces completely. He was utterly shocked upon hearing the news. As far as he knew, defeating 100 men single-handedly required extraordinary skill. Have you identified who they belonged to? Jin Shiwu wondered. If they were Chén Sìhǎi's men, the situation would become far more complicated. This incident alone proved that Chén Sìhǎi undoubtedly had other hidden cards up his sleeve. No. It happened at night in a secluded corner. Everyone who saw them is already dead. But I've already dispatched investigators. Results should be forthcoming shortly. That group clearly didn't care about offending anyone, they were most likely Chén Sìhǎi's men. All they needed to do was follow the trail back to this incident. Chén Sìhǎi never intended to conceal anything from them. He'd even brazenly distributed the loot among his men. And this wasn't a one-time operation for Chén Sìhǎi. He'd been having people watch their transaction spots. Next time they came, he'd rob them again. He was determined to see just how much financial backing those people had to sustain Golden Lion martial arts. 3 days later, Chén Sìhǎi seized another shipment. He had the less than 5,000 weapons before him with dissatisfaction. Go find out where their armory is. If possible, figure out a way to raid it. Boss, isn't that too risky? They'll definitely be heavily guarding the armory. Shen Yang voiced his concerns. Even with their numbers, they only had 50 men. Don't worry. I'll handle it. Chén Sìhǎi ignored their objections and had already dispatched men to investigate. Jin Shiwu and Chén Sìhǎi's men had been sabotaging their rivals' operations, striking at their people anytime, anywhere. For a time, not a single soul in the entire city could sleep soundly. You never knew if you might be shot dead in your sleep. At the estate, Song Yuexin's hospital officially opened its doors today. As arranged by Chén Sìhǎi, this modest hospital charged lower fees to subordinates who contributed more. It served as a form of benefit for these individuals. Within this compact facility, Chén Sìhǎi had secured several doctors and nurses for her. The necessary equipment was also in place. Combined with the reputation Song Yuexin had built by personally treating her subordinates, having such a facility within the estate provided them with greater peace of mind. On opening day, Chén Sìhǎi sent dozens of bouquets that filled the entire hospital entrance. This was at Song Yuexin's request. Creating buzz was necessary. Even without such efforts, patients would still stream in continuously. Congratulations! Your little hospital is finally open. This will make it so much easier for us to get medical care. You know how hard it is to see a doctor in northern Myanmar. The boss really treats you well. All those precious medicinal herbs and medical equipment that are impossible to obtain easily are all here in your hospital. Aya, who had a good relationship with Song Yuexin, came specially to congratulate her. She brought a gift too. It was a small handgun she had specifically traded with Chén Sìhǎi. It was meant to protect Song Yuexin. I know. But what I'm doing is to save more people. More and more people are coming to the estate, and many are injured. Without a proper place to treat them, who knows how many would die from delayed care. No matter where we are, we must live well even if they are people from northern Myanmar. Truthfully, before arriving in northern Myanmar, Song Yuexin had always believed everyone there was evil. They deserved to die. Let them die. But when she actually interacted with them, Song Yuexin finally understood. Life truly holds so many helplessnesses. Not everyone can be the master of their own destiny.
Some were born here from childhood, others were deceived into coming here, and still others were trafficked here. Once they arrived, their fates were no longer in their own hands. Disobeying the orders of those above meant certain death for them. To survive, obedience was the only option. Moreover, the methods of torment here are endless, and they live in constant fear of reality beyond their control. Perhaps some committed heinous crimes, but truly, many were driven to this by sheer desperation. These circumstances weren't something she could change alone. All she could do was fulfill her duty as a doctor and treat them. Chapter 119, No Treasonous Intent. We were all incredibly lucky to encounter Brother Chén. Just the other day, I met the sisters who entered that entertainment venue with me. She's been tortured beyond recognition. So my situation now is actually quite fortunate. Alright, I can see you're busy today. Go ahead and get back to work. I should be going too. The boss has assigned me a task recently. While Aya was exchanging these few words with her, several people had already sought her out multiple times. Continuing the conversation would only waste her time. As Aya stepped outside, she spotted Chén Sìhǎi approaching. She waited for him at the doorway. Boss. Aya, did you handle the task I assigned you earlier? Chén Sìhǎi had asked Aya to find several hundred women with some basic skills, intending to train more operatives. Certain tasks would be more manageable with them. I've found them. When you have time, I can bring them over. Have them come to the main hall. I'll be there shortly. Chén Sìhǎi had only come to congratulate Song Yuexin and would leave after offering his congratulations. Understood. Aya hurried off to make the arrangements immediately. When Chén Sìhǎi arrived, Song Yuexin was examining a patient. Come to think of it, their estate was quite remarkable. It even had its own private hospital. Such a thing would be unheard of anywhere else. Mr. Chén, you're here. Song Yuexin looked up and asked Chén Sìhǎi to wait a moment, she'd be done shortly. No need. I just came to take a look. I spent a fortune getting this place set up. I hope you're not wasting my money. Manage it well. Also, that equipment you mentioned earlier, I've secured it. Plus some medications you might need. They'll be delivered within a month at the latest. Consider it a housewarming gift for your opening. Chén Sìhǎi placed his order in front of her and quickly departed. He didn't want to keep them waiting. Song Yuexin picked up the order form. Aya had been right about one thing. They should all count themselves lucky to have encountered Chén Sìhǎi. If it had been anyone else, forget about opening a small hospital to treat patients. She might not only have been beaten badly but also forced to treat her attackers under the worst possible conditions. Song Yuexin had experienced it firsthand and it was no pleasant feeling. Chén Sìhǎi walked into the lobby, surveying the women standing there, all stunningly beautiful with impeccable figures. This was precisely what he had instructed. Sometimes, women with striking looks and figures held an advantage over men when handling affairs. At the very least, employing the beauty tactic would be far more convenient. Is this all of them? Chén Sìhǎi frowned. He could tell at a glance that few among them possessed real capability. At their age, starting over and learning new skills would be too difficult. Following your instructions, I could only find these individuals within the estate. If you feel it's insufficient, I can expand the search. Aya didn't know what Chén Sìhǎi was truly aiming for, but she had strictly followed his instructions in finding candidates. No need. These will do. Chén Sìhǎi estimated that even if he searched further, he'd likely find only people similar to these. Now, help me find some boys and girls between the ages of 10 and 15. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't be certain how many of them could be trained effectively. He only knew that certain matters demanded swift action. Their future opponents would only grow stronger. Understood. Aya roughly grasped what Chén Sìhǎi intended. She'd heard rumors before about his formidable team. It seemed he was finally putting it to use. Boss, if you have time, could I train with them? My skills still aren't up to par. Right now, my men follow my orders largely because of your influence. But I hope that one day, I can command their obedience without relying on your reputation. After speaking, Aya felt uneasy. After all, her words implied dissatisfaction with the present and a desire to become even stronger. To anyone else, it would sound like she had ulterior motives. If you can handle it, you may join us. But you must complete your current tasks first. Once you start, you won't have much free time. Don't forget you're still my woman. I can't constantly face someone who... Chén Sìhǎi didn't need to finish the sentence. Aya understood perfectly. Boss, rest assured. I can handle all these matters. I just want to grow stronger so I can better assist you. I have absolutely no ill intentions toward you, boss. Aya was practically swearing. Chén Sìhǎi trusted her implicitly. After all, among all his women, Aya contributed the most prestige points to him. She truly trusted him. Alright, just make sure you manage your time well. Don't overwork yourself. My women don't need to push themselves so hard. Chén Sìhǎi looked at the women. At this point, he couldn't tell who would last until the end.
Then let them all try. I'm giving you all a chance to transform yourselves. Whether you seize it or not is entirely up to you. One training session. If you succeed, you'll work for me. If you fail, you might die, or you might return to your original positions. Shenyang, take them to your place. Begin training them and observe their progress. Chén Sìhǎi gave the order. Hundreds of beautiful women with stunning figures walked together through their estate, naturally drawing the attention of many. Some bold souls even attempted to grab one, hoping to relieve their boredom. After all, they were confined to the estate without the boss's orders, they couldn't just go out and cause trouble. Seeing those swaying waists and the breasts rising and falling with their movements. After enduring so long, how could they possibly feel nothing? Ah! Shenyang, leading the way, heard a shriek from behind and swiftly glanced back. Looking for death. Shenyang struck instantly, killing the intruder. Have you forgotten what the rules are here? Shenyang intimidated the others who dared approach. These were the boss's chosen ones. If they dared lay a finger on them, they'd be dead. Brother Shin, where are these people being taken? Our place hasn't seen new people in ages. The brothers need to relieve their physical needs too. Yeah, with so many beauties, just assign a few to us too. Shenyang watched them, their minds seemingly clouded by lust, and sneered. Don't worry, you'll get your chance later. Let's go. Shenyang led them to the place where they had been trained before. Brother Shun, can you tell us what the boss really wants with us? When Aya first contacted them, they'd assumed the boss was selecting women. Today they finally learned that wasn't the case. Chapter 120, I'm afraid I can't comply. Yeah, with so many of us here, could the boss have new plans for us? Usually, they were just decorative ornaments at the estate, accompanying those men. Didn't the boss already say it? Ladies, remember how those men looked at you on the way here? Those who fail to keep up with the training will be sent back. If you want a life like Aya's, you must prove yourselves. Now, begin training. Shenyang wouldn't explain much to them, they weren't little darlings, after all. Some things, they understood perfectly well in their hearts. By the time Chén Sìhǎi arrived, they were already running. But dressed up in their fancy outfits and towering heels, running was incredibly difficult. A few managed a few steps before passing out. I've already sent them to the hospital. Can I just hand them over to the guys? Shenyang was a man himself, so he understood exactly what they were thinking. Sure. Anyone eliminated here can be sent to them as wives. Those without ability? Let them continue being decorative ornaments. Agreed. There are a few genuinely promising prospects. They run steadily even in high heels, and their breathing is steady too. They should be worth cultivating. A simple test revealed so much. But there's no guarantee someone won't rise later and stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Chén Sìhǎi observed for over an hour, weeding out those with no chance of success. We've narrowed it down to 150 candidates. From here on out, it's intensive training. I'm handing this task over to you for now. Chén Sìhǎi looked at them. The opportunity was theirs now, whether they seized it was entirely up to them. As Chén Sìhǎi departed, he received a call. Miss Bai. She was calling him again. This time, he had no idea why. After the last gathering ended, Chén Sìhǎi had been waiting for her call, but it never came. Was she calling now because of what happened last time? Bai Yuer had been recuperating and naturally had no time to dwell on such trivial matters. Now that she was nearly recovered, she finally remembered this incident. Chén Sìhǎi let the phone ring halfway through before reluctantly answering. Big shot Chen, what an honor you even make me wait for your call. Bai Yuer opened with a complaint. Chén Sìhǎi truly had no sense of his own place. His subordinates had reported that Chén Sìhǎi had once had an excellent opportunity to infiltrate the Liu family. But Chén Sìhǎi had actually refused it, claiming he wanted to rely on himself? Had he forgotten his position? He didn't have the luxury of time to go it alone. Besides, did he really think those people were pushovers? She had also looked into it. Chén Sìhǎi's attempt to carve out his own kingdom wasn't going smoothly at all. With so many enemies, don't you know you should find a powerful ally? Chén Sìhǎi truly isn't afraid of death. But none of this concerns her. Her immediate task was to get Chén Sìhǎi to the Liu family compound swiftly. Soon, they would be moving. But there still weren't nearly enough people to spare. I have my own business to attend to. I can't just sit around doing nothing, waiting for Miss Bai to call me every day, can I? Chén Sìhǎi retorted sarcastically. Answering Miss Bai's calls was already giving her more than enough face. Smooth talker, Chén Sìhǎi. Don't forget your place. Lu Hong asked you to be his subordinate. Why didn't you agree? Miss Bai's call today made her intentions crystal clear. She wanted Chén Sìhǎi to put all his current plans on hold. To join Lu Hong's team directly. Why should I agree? Chén Sìhǎi asked in confusion. Miss Bai must have already investigated the reasons. What was the point of asking now? Are you being naive? That's northern Myanmar. Without backing, you won't get anywhere. You're just a small estate owner now. You might stand out among these useless people, but the challenges ahead aren't something you can handle alone. Bai Yuer was deeply frustrated with Chén Sìhǎi. How could he be so arrogant? Ridiculous. I have you backing me. After all these years, I haven't exactly flourished. Miss Bai, shouldn't you be the one reflecting on that? He had no backing? Wasn't Miss Bai his backing?
She hadn't given him any help, only brought him endless trouble.
That place you're in isn't my turf. If you have to rely on me for everything, what kind of useless piece of trash are you? You can't handle anything. Chén Sìhǎi's words didn't exactly lift Bai Yuer's spirits. So what gives you the right to boss me around now? What I choose to do is entirely my business.
If you're so capable, go suppress those Lu family people and buy me some time.
I won't disappoint you. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't afford to completely alienate Miss Bai just yet. I don't have time to spare. Halt all your current operations. Take your estate and join Lu Hong's forces. Help me obtain the intelligence I need. Bai Yuer commanded. Sorry, but I can't comply. Chén Sìhǎi flatly refused. You, Chén Sìhǎi, don't push your luck. If you cross Lu Hong, you won't get off lightly.
Bai Yuer thought if Chén Sìhǎi were right in front of her, she'd pull out her gun and kill him on the spot. If it weren't for her high-profile status drawing attention, she would have gone over there long ago.
I haven't offended him. I know my limits. Joining Lu Hong on a whim won't get you the information you want anytime soon. Whatever you want, I'll find a way to get it for you. Just tell me first, what do you need? Even now, Chén Sìhǎi still didn't know what their plan was.
If he knew even a little, he could dig up more information.
Then it wouldn't be just Miss Bai threatening him unilaterally. Poof.
As things stand, you're not qualified to know what I intend to obtain.
I'll give you two options.
Either join Lu Hong now, and as for your concern that he won't trust you, don't worry about that.
I'll handle it. The other option is this: I'll give you 3 months to become a city administrator. In that case, I'll reassign your tasks.
If Chén Sìhǎi could accomplish his mission within 3 months, it would prove his capabilities. I'll do my best to secure the city administrator position.
You know very well that reaching my current position has cost me many enemies. They're now banding together to target me. Miss Bai, if you want me to handle things for you, you'll have to give me something in return. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, right?
Chén Sìhǎi spoke indifferently. Truthfully, he didn't need her help with anything, he simply didn't want Bai Yuer to have things go too smoothly.
Chapter 121, Miss Bai's Supply Support. Don't forget who saved you when you first arrived in northern Myanmar.
You should heed my words and follow my orders.
Bai Yuer's expression stiffened. If she could rule with an iron fist on the Lu family's turf, why would she need any schemes?
Even if you did save me, I'm alone here, unfamiliar with the people and the land.
Taking over? It's not that easy. All I can say is I'll do my best. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't possibly agree to any of her terms. Fine. You'd better not fall into my hands, Chén Sìhǎi. Bai Yuer hung up in anger. He finally understood, Chén Sìhǎi was simply unreasonable. Stubborn to a fault. She had no choice.
After all, she couldn't afford to expend too much effort dealing with him. Someone, have our people at the Lu residence find a way to send some weapons and supplies to Chén Sìhǎi.
The memory of Chén Sìhǎi's words made Bai Yuer grind her teeth in fury. She wanted to see whether his arrogance was mere bravado or born of genuine confidence. After ending the call, Chén Sìhǎi put the matter aside.
After all, Miss Bai wouldn't come looking for him personally.
Even if she sent others, he wasn't afraid. 3 days later, he received a shipment of supplies delivered by Zhao Feiyu.
Chén Sìhǎi froze, puzzled by the unexpected gesture.
He didn't believe Zhao Feiyu would be that kind.
Standing over there, Zhao Feiyu's expression toward Chén Sìhǎi wasn't exactly friendly. It looked like he wanted to kill him.
And why wouldn't he?
He'd received a call from Miss Bai herself. Everything he was delivering to Chén Sìhǎi now belonged to him.
Miss Bai instructed me to deliver these to you.
She said that since she's provided you with supplies and weapons, if you fail to complete this task as she requested, you'll be in for a world of trouble.
You really are a pretty boy, aren't you?
Miss Bai takes such good care of you. When Zhao Feiyu first came here, he relied entirely on himself. With these weapons to aid him, Chén Sìhǎi might just succeed in taking down the city administrator.
By then, Zhao Feiyu wouldn't have the nerve to act cocky in front of Chén Sìhǎi. Miss Bai sure is generous, Chén Sìhǎi remarked, eyeing the supplies with satisfaction.
He'd only mentioned it casually, never expecting Miss Bai to actually send them over.
You haven't completed your mission yet. Just wait until you get what's coming to you. What's there to be so smug about? Zhao Feiyu seethed at the sight of Chén Sìhǎi's attitude.
If it weren't for the young lady's arrangements, he would never have let Chén Sìhǎi off the hook. The supplies are delivered.
You can leave now.
Zhao Feiyu looked down on Chén Sìhǎi, and Chén Sìhǎi felt the same way about him.
Poof.
Zhao Feiyu led his men away swiftly. Chao Guoxing hurried over.
Boss, who delivered all that supplies and weapons?
Chao Guoxing, who dealt in such goods, knew these items had become increasingly hard to come by lately. That much supply would sustain them for a very long time.
The people backing me, Chén Sìhǎi stated plainly. The people backing the boss must be quite powerful. They have such high-quality stuff, though the quantity is limited. Still, something is better than nothing.
Boss, with these weapons, our odds of taking them down just got a lot better. Despite Golden Lion martial arts' recent interference, Chén Sìhǎi's faction had seized control of most estates and scattered forces. Most crucially, several major estates had already agreed with Chén Sìhǎi that they would assist him when the critical moment arrived.
Right. Sort these things out first. Chén Sìhǎi pulled out his phone and called Miss Bai. The call finally connected just as it was about to disconnect.
With so many supplies at stake, Miss Bai felt entitled to indulge in a little petulance.
Chén Sìhǎi let her have her way. Miss Bai truly lives up to her aristocratic reputation. Such generosity. I must thank you. Chén Sìhǎi broke the silence on the line. I just don't want to hear certain people say I haven't helped you at all. If you need it, I can connect you with others to provide some manpower. I'm giving you 3 months. If you don't deliver, I'll help you find new work. Bai Yuer thought to herself that their plan wasn't fully developed yet, and Chén Sìhǎi had ample time to pursue his own agenda. But she just wanted to rein in Chén Sìhǎi's arrogance. Fine. With your supplies, expect good news from me in 3 months. Chén Sìhǎi agreed. This time, their exchange had been relatively cordial. As Bai Yuer hung up the phone, it suddenly dawned on her, with Chén Sìhǎi, you had to show goodwill first before he would reciprocate. What kind of person is he, demanding I show goodwill first? I hope he truly keeps his word. Becoming a manager in 3 months? That won't be easy. And once you become that manager, doing it well is no easy feat either. Get ready. We're taking this estate today. After that, I'll send people to seize their armory. In recent days, the location has been thoroughly investigated. Even if he can't seize it, Chén Sìhǎi intends to blow up their armory. Without weapons, they would be like lambs led to slaughter. Chén Sìhǎi gave the order, and they sprang into action. Take the good weapons, leave the junk behind. Got it? Chén Sìhǎi handed each of them a bag. These bags were exchanged by Chén Sìhǎi in the system space. They could hold larger items, and when carried, the weight would be halved. They were invaluable allies for their looting mission. Got it. Looting the city administrator's territory meant they couldn't afford to move slowly. They would take as much as they could carry. While the other team was in action, Chén Sìhǎi also set out with his men. With 3 fronts operating simultaneously, it was up to Jin Shiwu to decide how to allocate his forces. Boss, it looks like Chén Sìhǎi has mobilized his entire force. Which direction did they head? Jin Shiwu immediately stood up to study the map. Chén Sìhǎi was far too cunning. All these days, he hadn't managed to catch him even once. Chén Sìhǎi appears to be heading straight for us. The others are likely targeting our largest base. His men couldn't be certain if Chén Sìhǎi might change course midway. After all, it had happened before. Chén Sìhǎi had made everyone believe that the place he was heading to was his final destination, then led his main force to switch locations. He captured one of their territories. Give the order, have them prepare for battle. After this, I'll launch a full-scale assault on Chén Sìhǎi. Our weapons are sufficient now. He couldn't fathom how that particular unit managed to snatch nearly 15,000 weapons right from under his nose. If he didn't have someone backing him, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Chapter 122, Striking the Armory. Jin Shiwu knew he couldn't let Chén Sìhǎi grow any stronger. Every time he confronted Chén Sìhǎi, it felt like tickling him. But every time Chén Sìhǎi struck back, he severed one of Jin Shiwu's arms. If this continued, Chén Sìhǎi would wear him down to death. Boss, is that guy you offended at the party really that tough to deal with? Shen Yang, who had been following Chén Sìhǎi closely, noticed his boss's recent urgency was unlike him. It's not just about him. I realize my influence isn't strong enough yet. I want to take it to the next level. The reason behind Chén Sìhǎi's resolve was, in truth, quite simple. It was that Lu Hong had broken their rules. Only then did Chén Sìhǎi realize that rules were nothing more than mutual restraints among the weak. The strong simply ignored the rules you set. If you want others to obey, there's only one way: become powerful enough. I understand. Shen Yang fell silent afterward. Perhaps it was because the most formidable person he had ever encountered was the boss. In his eyes, no one could be stronger than the boss. Whatever the boss set out to do, he would undoubtedly succeed. It was merely a matter of time. We're here. Upon reaching their destination, Shen Yang swiftly led his men down to take cover. They waited for the boss's command. Have Wang Tiger's men make their move to draw their attention. Then we'll act. Chén Sìhǎi's group was primarily here to secure the weapons from the armory, not to engage in a fight. Understood. Wang Tiger's group quickly sprang into action, drawing the enemy's attention. The troop strength here hadn't diminished significantly, though Chén Sìhǎi noticed that orders had likely been issued from above. Each soldier was on higher alert than before. Jin Shiwu has proven himself capable enough to become city administrator. I wonder what you'll choose this time. The estate Chén Sìhǎi chose to attack belonged to a landowner who had long followed Jin Shiwu. If he abandoned this estate, it would deal a massive blow to their hastily formed alliance. If they couldn't even hold their territories under Jin Shiwu's protection, then continuing their cooperation would be meaningless. That was their greatest dilemma. Wait for me outside.
I'll go in first to assess the situation.
Chao Guoxing provided him with multiple versions of the armory's layout diagram.
He also warned him that he couldn't be certain which one was genuine. Perhaps all of them were fake. The truth would only be revealed once they entered. To maximize the chances of his men retrieving the goods and escaping, Chén Sìhǎi planned to enter alone first. By the time Shen Yang heard this, Chén Sìhǎi had already gone in alone. It was too late for him to follow. Given the boss's skills, following him would only slow them down. Better to wait outside. Stay put and ready. If anything looks off, we charge straight in. Shen Yang fixed his gaze on the entrance, ready to handle any trouble the moment it arose. Chén Sìhǎi slipped inside quickly, took out one person, swapped into their clothes, and began surveying the layout with reckless abandon. Suddenly, he spotted another figure acting just as suspicious as himself, moving furtively through the shadows. It was precisely this excessive caution that made Chén Sìhǎi suspicious. What are you doing? Chén Sìhǎi watched as the man ahead of him carefully avoided everyone until he reached the door of an unguarded room. Only after the man opened the door did Chén Sìhǎi speak. The man in front jumped in surprise, completely unaware that someone had been tailing him. He had been so careful coming over here, how had he still been caught? What was this man up to? His instinct was to attack Chén Sìhǎi, but he couldn't last 3 moves before Chen knocked him to the ground. Chén Sìhǎi, wary of drawing attention, struck with particular ferocity. Fortunately, both men were cautious enough not to cry out in pain, even when injured. I don't want to fight you here. Tell me what that place is. This man had sneaked in not for weapons, but for that inconspicuous room that seemed to hold nothing of value. To claim there was nothing unusual about it? Chén Sìhǎi would never believe it. Moreover, he had seen the man struggle to open the door earlier. Inside are the spoils golden lion was seized from enemies over the years. A friend of mine was killed by him, and he took those things. I've waited a long time for this chance. I've been here for ages, but I've never seen you before. Can we just mind our own business and go about our separate affairs? He couldn't linger here too long, or he'd miss his chance to slip away in the chaos. Killing you won't stop me from doing what I want. Don't think I'm easy to fool. Spill it, what exactly are you doing here? Chén Sìhǎi gripped his throat, slowly tightening his hold. If he kept spouting nonsense like this, then he really would have no choice but to get rough. I came here for my friend's belongings. I have no reason to lie to you. I know I'm no match for you. The man, choked by Chén Sìhǎi, clutched his throat desperately. But he was no match for Chén Sìhǎi. His life now hung in the balance, held firmly in Chén Sìhǎi's hands. Take me inside to see. Having come this far, Chén Sìhǎi refused to leave without seeing what lay within. Not long after stepping inside, Chén Sìhǎi understood what the man beside him was up to. Sure enough, the friend's belongings were just an excuse. Judging by the situation, there must be something they needed hidden among those belongings, right? Chén Sìhǎi saw through the scheme, but he had no intention of interfering. After all, it wasn't targeting him. What did it matter to him? Anything that gave Jin Shiwu headaches was fair game for them to pursue. Jin Shiwu really has a screw loose, bringing this kind of thing here. Chén Sìhǎi opened one of the boxes, only to find it filled with a box of fingers. Unbelievable. Everyone has their peculiar hobbies. Jin Shiwu just happens to collect the most important things from people. For those who lack such items, he keeps a bone instead. But tell me, who exactly are you? How did you end up here? Perhaps sensing that Chén Sìhǎi no longer harbored any intent to kill him, the other man gradually opened up more. I walked right in. Chén Sìhǎi spoke the truth. He'd simply avoided their blind spots and slipped in with superhuman speed. Could you at least draft your lies properly? Ever since the fight with Chén Sìhǎi, the number of people here has doubled. Chapter 123, 8 minutes. The man's implication was clear. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't have walked in under the watchful eyes of so many people. At least not him, not even his most capable men could manage it. Believe it or not. Chén Sìhǎi scanned the area, found nothing of interest, and prepared to leave. As for what this man intended to do, that was his own business. Chén Sìhǎi's decisive departure left Deng Qi momentarily puzzled. What exactly had this man come here for? Deng Qi didn't have time to ponder further. He located the brother mentioned earlier and, at the cost of his own life, preserved the information they had left behind. Afterward, he swiftly restored the place to its original state and departed. Once outside, he rejoined his squad. He thought he caught a glimpse of the man who had just flashed by. It was the man who had captured him. He'd heard that Chén Sìhǎi had an operation planned for tonight. Could this be one of his men? Some people really had incredible luck. A mere northern Myanmar leader could have such capable subordinates. Within 10 minutes, Chén Sìhǎi had pinpointed their location, swiftly sketching a map and sending it to Shen Yang and the others. He instructed them to follow this route when the time came. But now, Chén Sìhǎi faced another problem. Their weapons warehouse was clearly no ordinary structure. The exterior door alone was a costly piece of engineering. Most crucially, without the key, the passcode, or the fingerprint, opening it was nearly impossible. Where on earth could he find these 3 things in such a short time? Suddenly, Chén Sìhǎi remembered the man in that small room. He hadn't used any tools to open the door.
Having been here so long, perhaps he already knew how to open this armory. Finding him meant finding the solution. No time to waste. Just as Chén Sìhǎi was about to leave, he was suddenly called out. Hey, you up ahead. Stop right there. Didn't I tell you guys? This is a critical time. When you're on patrol, you have to be vigilant. Don't let anyone sneak in. Where do you think you're going? Don't you know you're not supposed to wander around freely?
The man behind him unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse.
Chén Sìhǎi's knife was already at the ready.
The moment this man drew near, he would strike. Then he'd signal Shenyang to move in and take everyone here down.
What are you still standing around for? Aren't you coming back to the squad?
Seeing Chén Sìhǎi's lack of response, the supervisor grew even angrier.
How could anyone be this stupid? He shoved Chén Sìhǎi. Chén Sìhǎi used the momentum to slip into the rear of their formation. Fortunately, they didn't notice. Truthfully, it was mainly because they never imagined anyone could sneak in right under their noses.
He had even changed into their uniforms and was openly searching for clues.
Chén Sìhǎi was assigned to patrol nearby until the main force departed.
He took out the few men who were with him and went to find the man from earlier.
Chén Sìhǎi's luck held out, and he found the man quickly.
Having secured what he needed, he naturally sought a way out.
This corner offered the optimal escape route.
Deng Qi collided directly with Chén Sìhǎi, who hadn't had time to react. He had planned this route meticulously. How could another mishap occur? He looked up and saw it was Chén Sìhǎi.
Damn it.
By the look on his face, he must have been waiting here for him on purpose.
What are you doing here?
Now is the best time to escape. Deng Qi had barely managed to knock the man unconscious, and he only had 5 minutes. He'd already wasted 3 minutes on the road. He couldn't afford to wait any longer.
Deng Qi tried to break free, but Chén Sìhǎi grabbed him by the arm. Do me a favor, and I'll get you out.
Chén Sìhǎi spoke as Deng Qi looked at him in confusion.
What do you need me to do? Aren't you supposed to be so powerful?
Chén Sìhǎi moved freely in and out of this place, forcing Deng Qi to believe the words he had spoken earlier.
He had walked in. Help me open the armory. This was something Chén Sìhǎi couldn't resolve by force. I don't know how to open the armory. I'm only here to find my friend's belongings. Deng Qi tried to tell Chén Sìhǎi he couldn't help with this. Before he could finish, Chén Sìhǎi cut him off.
I don't care what you're trying to do. If I don't complete my mission today, I'll kill you. Chén Sìhǎi spoke from the heart, and Deng Qi sensed the murderous intent in his voice. He immediately changed his mind.
But I could give it a shot. After all, I've been here for a long time. Opening a weapons locker shouldn't be too difficult. You must promise me that after I help you finish this, you'll get me out. I have to get out.
Deng Qi was determined to get his comrade's belongings out. He couldn't let him die in vain.
I can agree to that. Chén Sìhǎi led Deng Qi to a corner near the armory.
Your skills are better than I imagined, Deng Qi remarked with admiration.
Chén Sìhǎi could not only evade those men's gaze alone.
He could even lead him past their notice. Under normal circumstances, this couldn't have been done silently. I'll give you 3 minutes to open that door for me, Chén Sìhǎi whispered as he messaged Shenyang and the others.
It was time to move. Their business couldn't be delayed any longer. 3 minutes? You're overestimating me. It'll take at least 30. You must understand this lock is at least 10 levels harder than any I've cracked before.
Deng Qi was terrified by Chén Sìhǎi's demand. He had the skill to unlock that door, but he wasn't a god capable of anything.
I'm only giving you 3 minutes. If you can't handle it in that time, those people will storm in and kill you. It's up to you. But I can give you something that might help. Chén Sìhǎi pulled out the Darnari device, specifically designed to crack simple electronic locks.
Even with this, I'll need at least 8 minutes.
Not a single minute less.
Deng Qi finally understood this man had come prepared.
He wanted the weapons from the armory. Was he one of Chén Sìhǎi's men? Could they find a way to recruit this man into their ranks?
After all, they'd suffered too many losses over the years and desperately needed fresh blood.
Fine. You have 8 minutes. You can start preparing to go now.
The sounds of the attack outside were already reaching them.
Within a minute at most, Shenyang could arrive here. At that point, Chén Sìhǎi would make his move. Stay calm. Secure the armory. As long as it remains intact, they won't dare act recklessly.
Someone quickly stepped forward to stabilize the situation here.
Chén Sìhǎi gripped his Desert Eagle, ready to strike at any moment.
Deng Qi was getting used to the little gadget Chén Sìhǎi had given him for hacking electronic devices. Though not a professional, he knew this man was no ordinary individual.
Chapter 124, Demolition. Shenyang arrived swiftly.
The moment Chén Sìhǎi spotted him, he sprang into action.
Go unlock it.
Chén Sìhǎi led the man to the armory entrance and took out the guard.
After Shenyang arrived, the others trickled in one by one. Boss, we need to move fast. Otherwise, they'll be here soon.
They had taken out some guards, but the defenders stationed here now numbered over 5,000. Only someone as bold as Chén Sìhǎi would dare attempt such a thing. Deng Qi was already fully focused on dealing with the trouble in front of him, paying no attention to their words.
Only 8 minutes, otherwise he would die. More reinforcements are arriving. How much longer will this take? Gradually, Shen Yang and the others felt the pressure mounting. After all, they only had a little over 20 men. If it came to a fight, they wouldn't stand a chance against the enemy. Almost done. Don't worry. In the final seconds of the 8 minutes, the lock clicked open. Chén Sìhǎi immediately ordered them to rush in and grab the items. He stood at the doorway to cover their retreat. With dual pistols in hand, every shot he fired sent another body crashing to the ground. Deng Qi marveled at Chén Sìhǎi's incredible marksmanship, yet felt profound regret. Such a promising recruit, already tainted by corruption. Had he joined them, they would have gained another valuable asset. In less than 3 minutes, Shen Yang and the others emerged with their loot. Withdraw. Chén Sìhǎi said nothing more, planting a small explosive in the armory. He led his men to a swift departure. They fought their way out, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. No matter how many enemies confronted them, none dared to attack again. These men were ruthless, and their coordination was flawless. No one could scratch them. No sooner had they exited than the sound of explosions echoed from within. These were bombs specially exchanged by Chén Sìhǎi through the system, possessing far greater destructive power than ordinary explosives. How much of that warehouse's weapons they could salvage now depended entirely on luck. Boss, there's some serious gear in that warehouse. The bags their leader gave them were indeed spacious. But they weren't wasting anything, they were already carrying several weapons themselves. It was under these circumstances that they defeated their opponents. Deng Qi, who was mixed in with them, didn't know what to say. He'd long heard rumors that Chén Sìhǎi commanded a highly coordinated team. From their first move to now, they'd never tasted defeat. He hadn't believed it before, but now he had no choice but to accept it. This group had emerged unscathed from a heavily guarded location, inflicting massive losses on their enemies. Chén Sìhǎi and his men were tallying up the spoils from this operation. These are decent. Take them back to trade for the brothers. Chén Sìhǎi had always treated his men well, and this unit was his ultimate trump card. They deserved the best of everything. If it weren't for the exorbitant reputation points required to exchange weapons at the Prestige Mall, Chén Sìhǎi would have already made the move. Our business is done. Chén Sìhǎi found a spot to park. He motioned for Deng Qi to step out. He was giving him a chance to see how far he could go. Okay. Deng Qi didn't immediately grasp the situation. He should leave now. If he followed them back to the estate, he might not make it out alive. After he got out, Chén Sìhǎi and the others quickly drove away. Deng Qi immediately headed off in the opposite direction. He had to deliver the goods to the organization. Boss, why didn't we kill that guy just now? Shen Yang glanced back at the figure sprinting frantically. Killing isn't good, Chén Sìhǎi offered a casual excuse. Coming from Chén Sìhǎi, it didn't carry much weight, but Shen Yang dared not press further. If the boss didn't want to answer, it wasn't his place as a subordinate to pry. What? My weapons cache was blown up by Chén Sìhǎi and his men? Jin Shiwu and his men had barely managed to hold the estate when they received the devastating news. How the hell did you handle this? I assigned 5,000 men to guard it, not 50. Jin Shiwu leaned heavily against a nearby chair to steady himself. That arsenal was their confidence in attacking Chén Sìhǎi. If it was destroyed, he dared not imagine the consequences. Their unit's coordination was too flawless. Our men simply couldn't match them. The 5,000 men were still arriving in waves from other locations. By the time they arrived, Chén Sìhǎi would have already departed with the goods. Jin Shiwu rushed to the armory to investigate. What he saw left him speechless. One glance sent Jin Shiwu reeling into unconsciousness. The entire armory had been blown to smithereens. Under these circumstances, less than 1/10 of the weapons could be salvaged. Chén Sìhǎi was ruthless. Unable to take these items, he chose to destroy them outright. Jin Shiwu truly never imagined that Chén Sìhǎi could accomplish this feat with just over 20 men. And with such perfection. Chén Sìhǎi learned of Jin Shiwu's unconsciousness immediately. I shattered his confidence. It's only natural he'd end up like this. I'm more curious about what he'll do next. Or rather, what will those behind him who seek to take me down do? The weapons Chén Sìhǎi had blown up were worth a fortune. Some had even been painstakingly retrieved by Jin Shiwu himself. News of this incident had also reached many estate owners. Those estate owners who had been sitting on the fence immediately changed their minds. Chén Sìhǎi and his crew were already so powerful there was no point in futile resistance. Join him directly and avoid a lot of trouble. Most importantly, according to those who had already joined, Chén Sìhǎi actually granted them considerable autonomy, leaving many matters entirely unregulated. Reputation plus 300,000. Prestige plus 500,000. Chén Sìhǎi watched his reputation points climb with satisfaction. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could trade up for a tank. That tank cost 50 million prestige points. He had already saved up 1/5 of that amount. Keep an eye on them. See what moves they make next. Chén Sìhǎi and Wáng Lǎohǔ had been busy recruiting numerous new followers.
He needed to establish his authority, but equally important was his desire to accumulate more prestige points.
And to weed out those who might betray him. He scanned the new recruits joining their ranks.
Chén Sìhǎi spotted him immediately. The man from that day was among them.
Deng Qi instinctively lowered his head upon seeing Chén Sìhǎi.
After obtaining the items last time, he had delivered them to his superiors that very night. To stay and gather more evidence, he had casually joined a nearby estate. Little did he know he'd run into Chén Sìhǎi so soon.
Chapter 125, Driven to Madness. Chén Sìhǎi locked eyes with Deng Qi. Chén Sìhǎi chuckled and looked away. Chén Sìhǎi had already let him off once.
This time, he'd walked right into it.
Shen Yang, bring him over here. Chén Sìhǎi pointed at Deng Qi in front of everyone.
Deng Qi's face drained of color. Damn it, he had to find a way to survive. He had come here with a new objective.
Without achieving it, he couldn't die. Shen Yang quickly brought Deng Qi before Chén Sìhǎi. We meet again. But guess what? This time, I might just let you off the hook. Chén Sìhǎi idly toyed with his desert eagle.
For him, killing him would take but a moment.
But he was curious who was this man's backer?
Boss Chén, we have no grudge between us.
Last time, I even helped you out. Surely you wouldn't kill me over this?
The more perilous the situation, the calmer Deng Qi became. Without composure, he could only await his death.
You're right. I've never needed to do it myself. I could let you go. Just tell me, who did you hand over that thing you got last time? Chén Sìhǎi only needed to hear one distinguishing detail to pinpoint his origin. My brother's stuff? Of course I buried it. Who else would I give it to? Boss, you don't think there's any information in that stuff, do you?
As Deng Qi spoke, he kept his eyes locked on Chén Sìhǎi's.
He feared that if he looked away, the other man wouldn't believe him.
But the more he did this, the more suspicious Chén Sìhǎi became. And Chén Sìhǎi had already figured it out from the very beginning.
Not telling the truth? Chén Sìhǎi tapped the table. Shen Yang immediately drew his gun and pointed it at Chén Sìhǎi's head.
There's one bullet in this chamber, but 5 chambers are empty.
Your chances are running out. Chén Sìhǎi lowered his desert eagle, raising an eyebrow at Deng Qi. I genuinely don't know what you're talking about.
If you don't believe me, go check my brother's grave.
I left the stuff there.
Deng Qi's sweat dripped down his forehead.
He dared not move.
He knew all too well the torturous methods of these northern Myanmar bosses. If Chén Sìhǎi truly wanted to harm him, he had no means to resist.
And this was Chén Sìhǎi's turf. If he made a move, he'd be beaten to a pulp in an instant. Search him. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't be bothered with further talk.
Now that the man was here, letting him slip away was out of the question. Shen Yang conducted the search, but found nothing on him.
This is your last chance.
Tell the truth, and I'll spare your life.
Everything I just said was the truth, boss.
Deng Qi and the others had already arranged everything. Chén Sìhǎi and his men could investigate all they wanted, they wouldn't find a thing. The information they obtained was decipherable only to them.
Chén Sìhǎi remained unaware of this.
He believed the other party was merely speculating.
Little did he know it was an imprinted memory etched into the original host's very bones. Take him away. Keep him until he tells the truth.
Chén Sìhǎi had other matters to attend to and didn't want to waste time on this.
Deng Ping was quickly led away. Ironically, his removal brought him a sense of relief. Damn it, he was no match for Chén Sìhǎi.
A man like this required someone even more formidable, sent by higher-ups, to handle him. But he didn't know if he'd even survive to relay the message back. Everyone at the estate was swamped lately. They had no time for interrogations, so they simply tossed Deng Qi into a pitch-black dungeon. For the first 3 days, he received nothing, not even a sip of water. Lately, Chén Sìhǎi's affairs had become overwhelming. Jin Shiwu, enraged over the armory incident, was practically itching to kill Chén Sìhǎi. He had gone mad, gathering all his men to launch relentless attacks against Chén Sìhǎi's forces. Those seeking to take him down were also going all out, sending an endless stream of weapons his way. Chén Sìhǎi was embroiled in a full-scale war, leaving him no time to think about anything else. Every day, more bad news kept pouring in.
Song Yueshin's hospital had to add more beds daily. Now they were even being arranged in other locations. Chén Sìhǎi frowned. This couldn't go on.
He had to devise another plan to destroy Jin Shiwu's tanks.
With the tanks present, no matter how powerful their weapons were, Chén Sìhǎi and his men couldn't break through. Tanks are indeed hard to destroy from the outside, but it's not impossible from within.
I'll infiltrate their base, sabotage the equipment, and then you guys prepare to attack from the outside.
Chén Sìhǎi refused to wait any longer.
Prolonging the standoff was merely wasting precious time.
Boss, their entire force is focused on protecting the tank right now.
And this time, their surveillance is truly 360 degrees, there's not a single blind spot.
If you go in, unless you can turn invisible, there's no way you'll get out of there unscathed. Boss, you're our backbone. We can all take risks, but you can't. This plan won't work. We need to find another way.
Chao Guisheng was the first to object.
This was far too risky. Bombs won't do much damage to their tanks and we can't get close enough. If we keep going like this, we'll lose the advantage we had before. Chén Sìhǎi could only think of this approach for now. Tanks may be invincible, but the men driving them aren't. Operating them requires training and expertise. From what I know, only a dozen or so of them know how to handle them. In that case, if we take out those operators, their tanks become nothing more than scrap metal to us. Maybe we can even get a few tanks for free. Once Jin Shiwu is taken down, won't everything else be theirs to do with as they please? Wáng Lǎohǔ wasn't wrong. This plan isn't bad. Go find out where these people live immediately. I'll send someone over later.
Before Chén Sìhǎi could reach a conclusion with them, his phone rang. It was Lu Hong calling.
Chén Sìhǎi, I hear you're in trouble. Need my help? You guys aren't a match for tanks right now.
Lu Hong had just heard about the situation Chén Sìhǎi was facing and naturally called to check in. This was precisely the moment when Chén Sìhǎi was most likely to turn to someone for help. What Lu Hong hadn't anticipated was that the city administrators where Chén Sìhǎi was located would be so extravagant. They even had tanks at their disposal. After all, within this autonomous region, most tanks were under the control of the Lu family. Only a small number were being fiercely scrambled for elsewhere.
Thank you for your concern, young Master Lu, but I don't need your help just yet. Chén Sìhǎi declined immediately, fully aware of the conditions Lu Hong would attach to his assistance. Chapter 126, Drawing Young Master Lu's Attention. Chén Sìhǎi could never agree to that.
Receiving this answer, Lu Hong couldn't say he was pleased, though he had long anticipated Chén Sìhǎi's refusal.
If he were willing to compromise, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Old Chén remained steadfast in his original stance, as always. But I'm curious, what exactly do you plan to do next? Taking down those people wouldn't be easy. If Chén Sìhǎi couldn't come up with a solution, things would get complicated. Lu Hong was genuinely curious too. Given the difficulty, did Chén Sìhǎi truly not need his help? Was he just putting on a brave front, or was he simply reckless? I have my own methods. Young Master Lu needn't concern himself with the details. All you need to know is that I have a solution. I won't let you down. Chén Sìhǎi said with a smile. Alright, then I'll await your good news. If it proves unsolvable, feel free to come find me anytime.
After all, I still need you by my side.
The two hung up.
This was precisely the time when he needed capable people, and Lu Hong was overwhelmed by this matter. The more he investigated Chén Sìhǎi, the more certain he became, if Chén were under his command, he would be a razor-sharp blade. But Chén Sìhǎi was too proud. He had to find a way to get a grip on him. You go assist Jin Shiwu. Tell him to ramp up the pressure and take down Chén Sìhǎi. I can't wait much longer.
Lu Hong commanded his men. He needed Chén Sìhǎi to come begging for mercy.
Even while attending that meeting earlier, Lu Hong had been wrestling with this decision whether to proceed. After all, he knew Chén Sìhǎi well enough to realize that once he pulled this trigger, any semblance of a good relationship between them would be irrevocably shattered.
What's wrong?
Lu Hong's eldest brother, who was very close to him, noticed his brother's distracted state and assumed something had happened.
This young master of the Lu family is the true heir apparent of the Lu clan, one of the four great families.
I've recently met someone who's somewhat intriguing, though he's difficult to gauge.
I've been pondering how to win his genuine allegiance and get him to work for me.
Lu Hong didn't hold back, quickly bringing up the matter. The best way to make someone truly loyal to you is to break their spirit, then appear when they need you most.
Lu Hong understood this principle well. This man is different from those I've encountered before. Once you meet him, you'll understand. The methods I've used in the past might not necessarily make him follow me. You know, capable people tend to be proud. Lu Hong didn't want to dwell on Chén Sìhǎi's affairs at such a crucial moment.
After a few more words, he changed his mind. Little did he know that this casual mention had piqued the eldest son of the Lu family's interest in that man. He took particular delight in encountering truly intriguing individuals. After all, with immense power came countless followers and admirers. Occasionally encountering a few intriguing mice. He couldn't resist toying with them thoroughly before finally dispatching them. Meanwhile, Chén Sìhǎi remained unaware that even before meeting the Lu family's eldest son, he had already caught his attention. Had he known, he would likely have accelerated his plans to deal with the city administrators. Prepare to depart. This mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. This operation was destined to claim sacrifices, all to ensure another group could fulfill their mission.
Shen Yang would handle this alone with his own team, while Chén Sìhǎi would cover the less capable subordinates.
Boss, rest assured. I'll complete the mission and return as quickly as possible. No matter how perilous the location, they would find a way to fulfill any mission Chén Sìhǎi assigned. Then I'll await your good news. Chén Sìhǎi led his men out. Sending these men to confront tanks was nothing short of suicide.
Even Chén Sìhǎi couldn't confront them head-on.
Without tying down the tanks, dealing with those men would be difficult. This plan had to succeed. Failure would alert Jin Shiwu, making future attempts even harder. Has Chén Sìhǎi lost his mind? Sending men to their deaths? Jin Shiwu stood atop the city walls, unable to shake the feeling that Chén Sìhǎi must have another plan.
That man was the most cunning of them all. He absolutely wouldn't do something so pointless.
Among the men he brought, some are exceptional marksmen.
Yet the damage they inflicted on us is negligible. He must have other motives. But what exactly was Chén Sìhǎi trying to achieve? Jin Shiwu couldn't fathom it just yet. Tell them to hold fire. After battling old Chén for so long, we've never had a proper conversation. Let's talk.
Now that he held the upper hand, Jin Shiwu naturally had the leisure to engage Chén Sìhǎi in conversation.
Gaining more information would reveal Chén Sìhǎi's true intentions.
The offensive across from him abruptly halted.
Chén Sìhǎi turned his gaze toward the man who had only emerged under the protection of numerous bodyguards.
It seemed Jin Shiwu feared Chén Sìhǎi might suddenly attack him. Little did he know that if Jin Shiwu chose to strike, the sheer number of guards around him would be utterly meaningless. But he didn't resort to such underhanded tactics. He simply believed they deserved a fair and honorable fight.
Brother Chén, I've long heard of your reputation but never met you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jin Shiwu, the city administrator. And the opponent who's been giving you quite a headache lately.
Jin Shiwu smiled.
Chén Sìhǎi had actually come over.
Today, he would not let Chén Sìhǎi leave this place. Otherwise, it would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. You've certainly been a headache, but the real trouble isn't you, it's that weapon you've been hoarding all these years.
The big thing right here in front of me.
No need to send his men to their deaths.
This arrangement suited Chén Sìhǎi perfectly. This method of stalling for time couldn't be more perfect.
Chén Sìhǎi, you made a mistake from the very beginning.
I didn't become the city administrator without preparation. Killing you would be as easy as saying the word.
Golden Lionwu waved his hand, and instantly, over a dozen crimson dots appeared on Chén Sìhǎi's body. I don't know what else you've arranged, but none of it matters now. As long as you, the estate owner, remain here, the others are nothing but scattered sand.
Then, I'll be able to leave with ease.
Jin Shiwu had to tread carefully with Chén Sìhǎi.
Knowing you were here, how could I possibly come unprepared? Are you challenging me, City Lord Jin, to see whose men are sharper and faster with their guns? Though Chén Sìhǎi wasn't afraid of those sniper rifles, he needed his own countermeasures. Jin Shiwu was soon informed by his men that among Chén Sìhǎi's group were 5 snipers.
They were positioned at different locations.
Then why aren't you finding them and taking them out? What are you waiting for here?
Jin Shiwu whispered to his men.
Leaving one's life in others' hands was no easy feeling. Chapter 127, 3 days later. Boss, it's not that we don't want to find them and take them out. We just can't find them. Their skills are far beyond ours. Keep searching. If this continues, our hidden snipers will be exposed too. Chén Sìhǎi could tell from Jin Shiwu's expression that he probably knew everything. Trying to use this to threaten him? He was still a bit too green. Very well. Excellent. I truly underestimated you, Boss Chén.
After all, someone who can seize control of half a city in such a short time and stand against me must possess both courage and cunning. But even so, you won't be leaving here unscathed today.
I can offer you a chance. Submit to me and work for me. Anyone who had witnessed Chén Sìhǎi's capabilities would inevitably want him working for them.
Golden Lionwu couldn't even begin to imagine how many troubles such a figure under his command could resolve, or how much easier his life would become.
I even turned down young Master Lu's invitation. I'm curious, just how capable are you that you'd be more formidable than him?
Chén Sìhǎi had been waiting for Shenyang and the others to send word.
Those who grow too arrogant never meet a good end. Today, I'll teach you that lesson. Fire away.
Just leave him breathing so I can torture him properly. Jin Shiwu dared not gamble any longer.
Who knew when this madman Chén Sìhǎi would signal his hidden snipers to strike?
His life was worth far more than Chén Sìhǎi's.
I'll return those exact words to you. Move. He's already out in the open. If we don't finish him off now, wouldn't that be a shame? Chén Sìhǎi charged forward first. He went to deal with those blocking the path.
At the same time, the sniper hidden in the shadows also made his move. They killed Jin Shiwu's hidden snipers outright.
These snipers were trained at great expense by Chén Sìhǎi.
If they couldn't handle this, they'd truly be unworthy of his investment. Their presence significantly eased the pressure on Chén Sìhǎi and his men. Jin Shiwu, however, had no desire to engage Chén Sìhǎi in battle here. He had prepared certain matters, but he would absolutely not act now.
If you want to leave, you'll have to ask my permission first. Chén Sìhǎi moved with blinding speed.
So swift that those around Jin Shiwu had no time to react before being taken out by Chén Sìhǎi's men.
Your skills are far more formidable than I realized. But do you really think I came here unprepared? Trying to stop me? Dream on.
Jin Shiwu gave Chén Sìhǎi a defiant smirk, then lifted his foot and walked away. He showed no intention of defending himself. Chén Sìhǎi frowned as 2 figures suddenly materialized before him.
The moment they appeared, Chén Sìhǎi understood the source of Jin Shiwu's confidence.
They were, in fact, rigorously trained veterans. Or perhaps not veterans at all, but deserters of some sort.
Chén Sìhǎi recognized the movements of such men instantly. Even from different countries, soldiers shared many common traits. You're actually working for someone like Jin Shirwu? Does the country that worked so hard to train you even know about this? Heroes who once defended their homeland now kill relentlessly here, even serving former adversaries. The very thought of it was laughable. What a joke. Even if they knew, so what? We no longer belong to our countries. Cut the nonsense and face your death. They both lunged simultaneously. From their frantic movements, Chén Sìhǎi could tell their actions were far more impatient than before. It seemed his earlier provocation had indeed had some effect. Ha! Who told you that as long as you're here, I have no way to deal with you? Honestly, they were just two former soldiers. No matter how skilled they were, they could only hold him off for a minute. However, a minute was enough for Jin Shirwu to retreat. It seemed some matters would have to wait until next time. It was said that before becoming the city administrator, Jin Shirwu had been unmatched in martial arts. He was eager to know whether Jin Shirwu's skills had diminished over the years. Chén Sìhǎi reached out to stop their actions. This back-and-forth brawling was getting utterly tedious. Chén Sìhǎi's two opponents had thought victory was assured, but they hadn't anticipated Chén Sìhǎi being so formidable. The two of them were no match for Chén Sìhǎi at all. They could sense every move Chén Sìhǎi made. He was toying with them, clearly capable of finishing them off instantly. Yet he deliberately left openings, luring them into thinking they could overpower him before striking. Your country has trained you well indeed, but some things must end here. Chén Sìhǎi tested them, finding their response unsatisfactory. He disposed of both of them. If your country won't send you to meet the king of hell, I'll do it myself. I detest betrayal above all else. Chén Sìhǎi narrowed his eyes, but Jin Shirwu was already nowhere to be seen. That kid sure could run fast. The tank was already moving, and Chén Sìhǎi didn't want to cause any more damage. Besides, Shen Yang and the others had already succeeded in their mission. There was no need to continue. Jin Shirwu, our war will soon be over. I hope you won't hide like a cowardly turtle then, just like you are now. Chén Sìhǎi shouted toward Jin Shirwu's location, bursting into loud laughter. Soon, he and his men withdrew with a flourish. The losses this time were far less than Chén Sìhǎi had initially anticipated. Most importantly, they had inflicted significant casualties on the enemy. Their snipers were all dead. You did a fine job, Chén Sìhǎi patted their shoulders. It's all thanks to the boss's training that we're capable of taking out multiple targets in such a short time. All the hardships they'd endured before suddenly seemed insignificant. Let's head back. If we don't withdraw soon, Golden Lion will figure out what we've done. Eliminating their tank operators meant the remaining forces posed little threat, even if they still had tanks. After all, Chén Sìhǎi had already figured out a way to deal with the tanks. Chén Sìhǎi is getting too cocky. Give the order in 3 days, we're heading straight for their lair. If I don't take him down, I'll change my name. Jin Shirwu was furious beyond measure. Chén Sìhǎi had actually managed to escape unscathed. A loud boom startled Jin Shirwu. What's going on? That bastard Chén Sìhǎi had planted a bomb as he left. Boss, it's bad. All our tank operators are dead. That explosion just now? The rest of us tried to take control of the tanks, but we realized it's impossible to learn how to operate them in such a short time. Chapter 128, Another Mysterious Ally. What are you saying? Those tank operators are dead? They weren't ordinary soldiers. How could they all be killed? Jin Shirwu's eyes flashed red. He'd known all along that Chén Sìhǎi's appearance here must have other motives. He had already ordered reinforcements to be deployed across all fronts. He never imagined Chén Sìhǎi's target this time would be their tank crew. Unable to devise a strategy against the tanks, Chén Sìhǎi resorted to this despicable tactic. Disgusting. A tank without its crew was nothing but scrap metal. Even if they forced their tanks forward, they wouldn't stand a chance against Chén Sìhǎi. You must learn immediately. Aren't there some technical diagrams? You must master this within 3 days. Jin Shirwu didn't stay angry for long. The most important thing now was to find a solution. There's no way we can learn it in 3 days. Boss, some things are just too difficult for us. Those who had previously trained to operate tanks underwent extensive instruction. Now, every last one of them had been taken out by Chén Sìhǎi's men. This is a pain in the ass. I'll drive it myself then, but you lot will have to handle the command. Jin Shirwu frowned. He knew Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't be aware of this. When the tank first arrived, Jin Shirwu had been curious and deliberately learned how to operate it. He was confident he could handle it with just a few men. Chén Sìhǎi's plans were about to fall apart. Intelligence reports that Jin Shirwu plans to attack our estate in 3 days. Boss, should we strike first or wait for them to come to us? Wáng Lǎohǔ was itching for action. It had been ages since he joined the boss on a raid. No need. Jin Shirwu was furious right now. Attacking him now would be suicide. Better to wait for him to come to us. Have the brothers prepare thoroughly. Whether we become city administrators hinges on today's battle. Chén Sìhǎi harbored a lingering worry. Dealing with Jin Shirwu himself was manageable. The real trouble lay with the people backing Chén Sìhǎi. Would they intervene again to aid him?
If those backers provided too much support, it would make things extremely difficult for him.
Then I'll congratulate you in advance, boss. Whatever you set your mind to, you'll see it through. We just need to pack up and prepare to move to a new place. The territory controlled by the city administrators was far superior to this small estate. Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others had already decided, once they secured the location, they'd move in immediately and declare victory to everyone. Go tell them to get ready. Chén Sìhǎi sensed something was off, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Time passed quickly. Execute the ambush as planned. Especially you 30-odd men, do not show yourselves until enemy reinforcements arrive. You take your men to block the roads. Double-check all routes leading to our position. Have you planted all the booby traps and explosives? Chén Sìhǎi intended to inflict heavy casualties, if not outright deaths, on those hastily dispatched reinforcements. Otherwise, how could he fight Chén Sìhǎi with peace of mind? Leaving crucial matters unprepared was simply not Chén Sìhǎi's style. Boss, rest assured. We've got everything covered. Those traps and the men heading over there were all your own arrangements. There won't be any problems. Chén Sìhǎi gave a low hum of acknowledgement.
Now, all that remained was to wait for Chén Sìhǎi's arrival.
This day was the one everyone had been waiting for.
The prolonged battle raging through their city was finally nearing its end. This time, the victors and their followers would reap immense rewards. For the losers, the price to pay could be summed up in one word: death. Therefore, they would fight with everything they had in this final battle. Somewhere else, several powerful figures, individuals neither side dared or wished to offend, sat together, watching the spectacle unfold.
What do you think? Can Chén Sìhǎi win?
They discussed the outcome of this clash.
I think Chén Sìhǎi has a better chance than Chén Sìhǎi.
Don't be fooled by their nearly simultaneous actions. It only makes Chén Sìhǎi appear unscathed. But I know that every time they strike, Chén Sìhǎi's men suffer losses at least 3 times greater than Chén Sìhǎi's.
That statistic astonishes me. I'm genuinely curious, how did Chén Sìhǎi train his men to be so formidable? They knew Chén Sìhǎi commanded a team that moved with ghostly agility and formidable skill. But even his most ordinary operatives were formidable.
They'd seen grainy video clips where Chén Sìhǎi's men truly fought without fear of life or death.
What kind of power did Chén Sìhǎi possess that made so many people submit to him? If Chén Sìhǎi wins, I'll honor my promise and join him.
Chén Sìhǎi hadn't attacked them because he'd already communicated with them.
Truthfully, if Chén Sìhǎi wins, we'd have no choice but to join him.
But if Chén Sìhǎi wins, we could keep living freely.
So honestly, I can't say who I want to win right now. Chén Sìhǎi was ruthless. He would never tolerate uncontrolled entities on his turf.
Chén Sìhǎi, however, was different. As long as those people posed no threat to him, he wouldn't intervene. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Chén Sìhǎi to grow to a point where even he couldn't handle him now. As they set out, Chén Sìhǎi was also contacting those who had pledged to aid him.
Are they ready?
Chén Sìhǎi had received a mysterious call 3 days prior.
They said that as long as he keeps fighting Chén Sìhǎi, they'll find a way to send over the people they need. Now, delivering personnel or weapons was far more difficult than before. Chén Sìhǎi might be dissatisfied with the support from his backers and has directly blocked those transport routes. Getting supplies through was now far more difficult than before. Every time they secured a shipment, they had to fight their way through a major battle. Just go ahead with confidence. My people are already on their way. They will absolutely assist you. Remember our deal. Everyone else can die, but I need Chén Sìhǎi alive. You must deliver him to me unharmed. That's certainly no problem, as long as you need it.
Golden Lion Wu hung up the phone and snorted.
Want Chén Sìhǎi alive? Dream on.
The battlefield is where death comes easiest.
Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't rest until Chén Sìhǎi was dead.
From the moment he agreed to that man's request, his mind was made up.
Boss, those mysterious figures aren't ordinary. If they find out we're paying lip service while acting behind their backs, might they come after us?
Chén Sìhǎi's subordinate voiced his concern.
Chapter 129, The Rewardless Mission. Even if they come after us, so what? Do you think I'm afraid of them? Once Chén Sìhǎi is dead, the entire city will be mine again.
If war breaks out, then there'll be nothing left to fear. Chén Sìhǎi had already made up his mind. He immediately set out with his men.
Today, we have only one objective: kill Chén Sìhǎi.
The minor henchmen were utterly irrelevant to Chén Sìhǎi's plans.
Kill Chén Sìhǎi. Kill Chén Sìhǎi. His men echoed the command immediately.
Chén Sìhǎi was pleased with their response, and the group quickly set off.
Chén Sìhǎi's men were already waiting at the entrance.
Chén Sìhǎi sat on a chair brought out by Wáng Lǎohǔ and his crew, quietly reading the news on his phone. Seeing reports of military casualties, he suddenly recalled the man they had imprisoned.
That Deng Qi, have you gotten anything out of him during interrogation?
Chén Sìhǎi wanted to know which country he came from.
Nothing. He's too stubborn. He'd rather die than say a word.
But we're already investigating his background and how he got here.
We'll have results soon enough. When that happens, it won't be up to him anymore. At least he had some backbone. Chén Sìhǎi knew full well how skilled Zhào Jīnlóng and his men were at torturing people. Notify me when you have information. Chén Sìhǎi put down his phone and calculated the time the other party was about to arrive. The moment he hung up, commotion erupted on the other side. This time, there were no polite greetings. They went straight for the kill. Jin Shiwu and Chén Sìhǎi stared at each other across the room. Chén Sìhǎi gestured toward the chair beneath him. The implication was clear: none of your men were worthy of making him move an inch. Chén Sìhǎi stood unprotected, starkly contrasting Jin Shiwu, who was surrounded by numerous bodyguards. Boss, watch your back, Wang Tiger warned before leading his men into the fray. Kill. Once Jin Shiwu is dead, the city administrator will be ours. Then, the rewards for our brothers will be huge. Wang Tiger attacked with brutal ferocity. Chén Sìhǎi surveyed the squad sent against him, knowing more must be coming. But there was no need to rush. First, he had to deal with these men. Chén Sìhǎi drew a machine gun from behind his back. Though the Desert Eagle didn't require reloading, this weapon proved far more effective in such a situation. This machine gun, acquired at great expense from the Prestige Mall, boasted a longer range and faster rate of fire than standard models. Let's begin, Golden Lion Wu. Chén Sìhǎi sprang into action. His men dared not approach him. Any enemy who came near would meet an instant end. Chén Sìhǎi needed do nothing but sit there. His men would fight fiercely to eliminate the threats. Song Yuexin stood behind the door, waiting anxiously. Aya, eager to charge out and engage the enemy, led her men. Don't worry, the boss is formidable. He won't get hurt. Aya had been here for some time now, yet she had never once seen Chén Sìhǎi injured. He always seemed invincible, capable of anything. No matter how skilled he is, he's still just a human. I heard this is their final battle. It's bound to be fierce. To protect the estate behind him, Chén Sìhǎi led his men to intercept Jin Shiwu midway. Moreover, to safeguard those within the estate, Chén Sìhǎi left a significant number of men behind. Zhào Jīnlóng was among them. His primary duty was to protect them, while his secondary task was to arrange for the wounded who had been sent back. Song Yuexin stood with her arms crossed. She had been telling Chén Sìhǎi all day yesterday that she wanted to go with him. She possessed the ability to protect herself and might even be able to assist him. But Chén Sìhǎi refused. He said that while men were out conquering the world, their role was to wait for him at home. Song Yuexin had been tossed about all night and had barely managed to drag herself out of bed today. Relax, there's no need to be so tense. The boss won't have any problems. Zhào Jīnlóng was the most relaxed among them. He knew the boss's capabilities. If he wasn't confident about something, he'd never attempt it. On the battlefield, Jin Shiwu realized that if things continued this way, their men simply couldn't overcome Chén Sìhǎi's forces. Fortunately, their tanks finally arrived at that moment. Finally here? Chén Sìhǎi lowered his machine gun. Once the tanks were neutralized, the rest of them were useless. Chén Sìhǎi, you went to great lengths to kill the tank crew we trained. But what you don't know is that those men were trained by me personally, long before this. This time, I hope you don't die with one shot. That would be too boring. Golden Lion Wu shouted loudly, and Chén Sìhǎi heard him clearly. Knowing this, he showed no sign of fear. Instead, he smiled at Jin Shiwu. That smile gave Jin Shiwu a bad feeling. Guys, we've waited long enough. Let's get moving. Chén Sìhǎi stood up, and a group of men swiftly charged forward to harass those standing beside the tank. Meanwhile, Wáng Lǎohǔ led his men in a swift retreat, minimizing casualties as much as possible. Under their cover, Chén Sìhǎi swiftly closed in on the assailant, relentlessly attacking their men. Tank? It could only attack from a distance. Chén Sìhǎi leapt onto the tank and ripped off its top hatch. His body had undergone systemic modifications. A mere door was no obstacle. Jin Shiwu, we meet again. Chén Sìhǎi leapt down and began fighting Jin Shiwu and his men inside the cramped tank. The confined space inside the tank left little room for them to maneuver. Chén Sìhǎi swiftly subdued his opponents. Just as he was about to kill them, the system's voice sounded. Ding! System task: investigate the identity of the person behind Jin Shiwu. This mission carries no reward. Failure will result in 300 lightning strikes. Chén Sìhǎi choked Jin Shiwu unconscious. Could you issue tasks a bit earlier next time? Every single time it happens at such a critical moment. I'm seriously fed up. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have killed Jin Shiwu. System tasks are random. The system has no way of knowing when the host will trigger a mission. The system's cold voice echoed, leaving Chén Sìhǎi utterly helpless. And what's with no rewards? You make the horse pull the cart but won't let it eat grass? Plus, isn't this punishment a bit excessive? 300 lightning strikes? Even if he didn't die, he'd be tortured beyond recognition. This was nothing short of coercion through punishment. Host, tasks are random, as are rewards and punishments. Perhaps next time, your task reward will be exceptionally generous. The system, seemingly sensing Chén Sìhǎi's discontent, hastily offered an explanation. I'll settle the score with you then. Chén Sìhǎi had no time to waste on this matter now. He needed to eliminate those people as quickly as possible and become the administrator. Chapter 130, Take them down. Your boss is already in my hands. Are you sure you still want to defy me? Chén Sìhǎi dragged Jin Shiwu out of the tank like he was hauling a corpse. Let go of our boss.
Jin Shiwu's men instantly grew frantic, itching to charge forward.
They were immediately blocked by Chén Sìhǎi's men. If you want to lay a finger on our boss, you'll have to get past us first. Wáng Lǎohǔ and his men immediately rushed forward. Chén Sìhǎi taking down the tank was a good thing for them, they could handle the rest. Very well. Once I've disposed of you lot, we'll naturally be able to rescue our boss.
No need to waste time with words. They moved swiftly. I said, stop. Your boss isn't dead yet, but I can't guarantee how long he'll last in my hands.
Chén Sìhǎi grabbed Jin Shiwu by the throat and hoisted him up.
Even unconscious, Jin Shiwu felt the pain, his hand clenching tightly.
Stop. Let's make a deal. Return our boss, and I'll withdraw my men immediately.
The man facing him immediately ordered his men to halt their actions. You have no standing to negotiate terms with me.
Get your men out of here, or you'll all join your boss in the grave. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't let Jin Shiwu leave, doing so would only invite more trouble.
Besides, he still had a mission concerning Jin Shiwu to complete.
Keep killing. The boss ordered us, no retreat, no matter what happens.
But for Jin Shiwu's men, retreating now was tantamount to suicide.
Where could they possibly go after leaving this place? This territory was already firmly under Chén Sìhǎi's control.
They could only leave and try to make it in other cities, but starting over from scratch again would be incredibly difficult.
Not retreating is suicide too. Leaving here to survive elsewhere is better than dying together. Can't you see that?
One of Jin Shiwu's men glanced at another, someone who only knew how to obey orders to the death.
Once you're dead, you have nothing left. Chén Sìhǎi watched the amusing scene unfold before him. So, they still had unresolved conflicts within their own ranks. Well, have you decided? Die here pointlessly, or retreat immediately with your men and leave this city?
I don't like leaving no survivors.
If any of you wish to join our estate, you're welcome to do so. Of course, my estate isn't open to just anyone. You must possess some skill, and once you enter, you must pledge absolute loyalty to me.
Chén Sìhǎi pondered the situation. With over 10,000 people still here, a fight would inevitably result in significant losses for his own forces.
He didn't want to see that happen.
If you choose to retreat and leave this city, I'll give you half a day to pack your belongings and depart. Chén Sìhǎi let them go because he knew they were a rabble. Given just a little time to consolidate control over the city, anyone who returned afterward would be courting death.
He wouldn't let them off the hook. What do you intend to do? The small-time leader, desperate to save Jin Shiwu, watched as those around him gradually laid down their weapons and surrendered to Chén Sìhǎi. He was utterly dumbfounded.
Jin Shiwu had always treated them well.
How could they betray him at this critical moment?
Ha 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 ha. I wonder if the boss would be sad to learn he'd been raising such a pack of ingrate dogs.
But then again, the boss probably wouldn't care about useless trash like you anyway.
Following him would only mean dying a little later.
Do you really think Chén Sìhǎi would tolerate a bunch of traitors staying by his side? Ridiculous. He wouldn't give up. Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't move against the boss just yet.
Then he'd retreat first. Once he figured out a plan, he'd come back for Chén Sìhǎi.
You seem to have a bone to pick with me. To avoid trouble, you won't be leaving here.
Chén Sìhǎi drew his tactical knife and flicked it, embedding it cleanly in the man's leg.
Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others knew Chén Sìhǎi well and immediately bound him. The boss didn't kill him outright, he intended to keep him alive.
Of the two influential figures, one lay unconscious in Chén Sìhǎi's grasp, while the other was wounded and bound.
The remaining men below naturally wouldn't seek death. Some fled, while others stayed behind, intending to submit to Chén Sìhǎi.
Moving to another city to survive wouldn't necessarily be better than staying here.
Besides, they still had important people here.
Chén Sìhǎi surveyed the scene with satisfaction. From this day forward, he was the ruler of this city. This gave him the confidence to deal with the others later. He now had tanks at his disposal.
Leave the rest to you.
Chén Sìhǎi grabbed the man and hurried back, determined to complete the system-assigned mission as quickly as possible. As soon as Chén Sìhǎi reached the base entrance, a deafening roar echoed from the sky. Boss, propeller-driven fighter planes are approaching.
I don't think they mean us any good. Wáng Lǎohǔ knew Chén Sìhǎi hadn't called for backup, so these arrivals could only be their adversaries. Finally here. I thought they weren't coming.
Propeller fighters a bit outdated, but still solid stuff. The very thing Chén Sìhǎi needed most, and just as he was thinking about it, someone delivered it right to his doorstep. How incredibly helpful.
Prepare for battle. Without Jin Shiwu, these guys aren't all that. Bombs began dropping from the aircraft overhead. Chén Sìhǎi quickly ordered his men to take cover.
He had chosen this location precisely because its scattered pits and craters offered ideal cover. These planes were old, and their weaponry was limited.
Once they exhausted their ammunition, the enemy would be finished.
Chén Sìhǎi didn't wait long before the noise above died down.
Listen up, you people down there. Surrender peacefully, and I might spare your lives. Otherwise, you'll all die. Chén Sìhǎi narrowed his eyes and smiled upon hearing this. Fire! Shoot down those fighters. The more you take down with minimal damage to our own aircraft, the greater your rewards will be. Chén Sìhǎi was giving orders to Shenyang and the others.
After his command, numerous guns emerged from the shadows. Each shot struck the most critical spot.
Boss, something's wrong.
Jin Shiwu and the others seem to have failed. On the fighter jet, the person in charge of this operation contacted the man behind him.
Lu Hong. To secure Chén Sìhǎi's loyalty, he had spared no expense.
These fighter jets were top-of-the-line equipment.
Already failed? That fast?
He had dispatched his men on schedule.
Within half an hour, Jin Shiwu had been defeated. What a useless piece of trash. Yes, they've vanished without a trace. Chapter 131, Warplanes.
They couldn't fathom how Jin Shiwu, a commander with tanks and 20,000 troops, could be defeated so swiftly. Then withdraw immediately.
Lu Hong realized Chén Sìhǎi was far more formidable than he'd anticipated.
These men had to leave immediately, or else his entire force would be wiped out over there. He could spare the men, but those fighter planes, even the outdated propeller models, had cost him a fortune to acquire.
Boss, it's too late. Chén Sìhǎi seems to have been prepared.
He had his men waiting for us over there. Some of our fighters have already been shot down and crashed.
Boss, what should we do next?
Before the man could finish his report, the fighter crashed, and he too would be captured. Shenyang ripped the communicator right off his body.
Thinking of calling for backup? Dream on.
Without ammunition, their fighter was like a fish out of water in their hands. Anyway, everything's taken care of. The other group has been completely subdued. Take them back for thorough interrogation. The person behind them must be someone important. Chén Sìhǎi's gut told him this guy was most likely that young master Lu Hong. Among everyone he knew, only that guy had the kind of clout to pull off something this big.
Got it, boss. You're the city's new enforcer now. We've got our hands full ahead. Just thinking about what lay ahead gave one tiger a headache.
Fortunately, he had already arranged for several people to assist him. Get our people organized as quickly as possible. Assign the individuals we've already selected to their designated positions.
We'll move into the city administrator's residence the day after tomorrow. Before that, Dana needs to go there and check if there are any issues.
Chén Sìhǎi had already made arrangements for certain matters long before the plan to attack the city administrator was set in motion. Things wouldn't appear particularly chaotic now.
Don't worry, boss. I've got it covered.
Chén Sìhǎi handed the upcoming tasks over to Wáng Lǎohǔ, who was waiting to handle them.
He brought Jin Shiwu back to his own room.
He tossed him carelessly onto the floor.
Son Yuexin and the others followed them back. You're covered in blood. Are you sure you're not injured?
Chén Sìhǎi was covered in too much blood.
Though Chén Sìhǎi insisted he was unharmed, Son Yuexin remained skeptical. How about I strip down for you to check? See if I'm really hurt or not?
Chén Sìhǎi blurted it out casually, not expecting Son Yuexin to nod seriously.
All right.
Chén Sìhǎi scratched his nose. He'd forgotten that in front of Son Yuexin, a doctor, certain things simply didn't register.
No need. I really am uninjured. All that blood belongs to them. Scum like that couldn't possibly hurt me. Trust me. Go back to work. The hospital must be busy right now.
Seeing the awkward expression on his face, Son Yuexin finally realized the teasing undertone in Chén Sìhǎi's earlier words.
I was worried about you. If you can still say things like that at a time like this, it seems you're fine. I'll leave now. Her face flushed as she walked away. With so many people around, how could Chén Sìhǎi have spoken to her like that? Chén Sìhǎi smiled at her reaction.
Boss, you seem in a great mood.
I rarely saw this side of the boss. The boss in bed was different from the one now. Son Yuexin is quite interesting, isn't she? Chén Sìhǎi didn't deny it. Having just won a battle, he was in a celebratory mood. Boss, what are you planning to do with Jin Shiwu now that you've brought him back?
I guessed that Chén Sìhǎi hadn't dismissed her yet because he might still need her. Help me interrogate him.
Find out who's backing him. Is there someone behind Jin Shiwu?
From what I know, he built his empire from scratch. At least up until now, I haven't heard of him having any connections. After speaking, I sensed something was off. If Jin Shiwu were truly above suspicion, Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't have sent her to investigate.
There were some questions she simply couldn't ask.
Take him down and interrogate him.
Chén Sìhǎi said no more.
He'd wait until Aya made him feel uncomfortable before stepping in himself.
Got it, boss. Aya quickly left with her men.
Boss, we've inspected the 15 propeller fighters.
Most are in decent shape, just need repairs to get them operational.
Shenyang and his team had downed the fighters, sustaining some damage in the process. Alright, leave that matter to Chao Guoxing to handle. What Chén Sìhǎi wanted to know was who exactly had sent the fighter jets.
After Shenyang and his men departed, Chén Sìhǎi received a call.
Chén Sìhǎi, I arranged for that batch of fighters.
You can have the planes, but give me back my men.
Lu Hong had deliberated for a long time before making this call. To deliver a fatal blow to Chén Sìhǎi, he had sent his most trusted men. Just as he was arranging their withdrawal, he lost contact. He could afford to lose others, but his men absolutely could not die at Chén Sìhǎi's hands like this. He sent men to investigate and learn Chén Sìhǎi hadn't yet harmed the pilots. He still had a chance. Chén Sìhǎi assumed Lu Hong would swallow his pride this time. But he hadn't anticipated that Lu Hong would specifically call to inquire about his men. It seemed certain that among those he had captured, there was someone crucial to Lu Hong. Now that was interesting. While Lu Hong claimed he wanted to make him his subordinate, he was secretly arranging for people to take action against him. Those old fighter jets were his spoils of war, there was no way he'd give them back. As for taking his men away, that depended entirely on Lu Hong's offer. Young Master Lu, I never imagined you'd pull such a stunt behind the scenes. If I hadn't been prepared today, your fighter jets would have blown me to smithereens. Do you think a single word from you can sweep all this under the rug? Chén Sìhǎi sat down and spoke to him slowly. After all, he wasn't the one in a hurry. You're fine now, aren't you? Since you're going to be my subordinate, I naturally had to test your capabilities. You know, if I truly intended to take you down, I wouldn't have used such an old relic. Lu Hong immediately spoke up. He knew negotiating with Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't be easy. Then I should thank young Master Lu for showing me mercy. Otherwise, I'd be nothing but a corpse right now, unable to have this conversation with you. Chén Sìhǎi's tone remained calm, leaving Lu Hong unsure of his true meaning. Cut the nonsense. I know exactly what it'll cost to get my man back from you. Name your price. If I deem it appropriate, we can strike a deal. Lu Hong was warning him not to ask for the moon. Chapter 132, Suspicion of Identity. But the upper hand is mine now. I don't have any particular demands. It all depends on how much your men are worth to you. While conversing with him, Chén Sìhǎi sent a message to Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others. No further interrogation was needed for these men. Those meant for bargaining must be treated well. What you need most right now is weapons. I'm giving you a chance to acquire 3 tanks, the best thing you could possibly want. You hand over 3 tanks outright, or forget it. Paying for them? Wasting time negotiating? That was the last thing Chén Sìhǎi wanted. You're dreaming. Do you have any idea how much 3 tanks are worth? 3 tanks? That's at least a decade's worth of revenue for their entire city. The entire income. These were heavy weapons, purchasing them required special channels. Otherwise, if the local military authorities discovered them, there would be no end to the trouble. The fact that he was offering this opportunity already showed considerable respect for Chén Sìhǎi. In that case, there's no need to discuss this further. Lu Shaoxian initiated the attack against me, and I wouldn't mind playing a little game with him myself. No sooner had he dealt with one adversary than a bigger problem arose. I've said it before, I don't want to be your enemy. At most, I'll give you 1 tank and 15 fully operational propeller fighters. If you can, release them. If not, then wait for my men to come find you personally. By then, who knows how many days you'll remain in charge of this city. The last sentence was a threat. At this point, Chén Sìhǎi knew exactly how to choose. Then I'll accept the gifts young Master Lu has sent. When the items you promised me arrive, that's when you can take your people away. I'll treat them well. Chén Sìhǎi was satisfied. This price was better than he had anticipated. It seemed those men held some standing in Lu Hong's eyes. If any of them get hurt, you'd better be prepared to die. Lu Hong hung up quickly. Such a loss of weapons was no small matter for them. He would have to report this up the chain. However, he had always intended to treat Chén Sìhǎi as his subordinate, so giving him these things early on wouldn't hurt. The stronger Chén Sìhǎi became, the more excited he felt. He needed people like that by his side. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any advantage over the other brothers. Chén Sìhǎi went to check on those who had been isolated. But Wang Tiger moved swiftly, already subjecting them to torture. Apply medicine to their wounds and untie them. As long as they don't leave this room, provide whatever they need. To Chén Sìhǎi, these men were now nothing less than walking money trees. The gear Lu Hong had agreed to trade him for, even with money, it might not be possible to get hold of it. This time, he truly struck gold. Of course, Chén Sìhǎi knew these men weren't truly worth the value of those items. Half the reason Lu Hong had agreed was because of Chén Sìhǎi himself. He believed Chén Sìhǎi would inevitably join his side in the future. Lu Hong believed Chén Sìhǎi's current refusal stemmed from his lack of understanding of Lu Hong's influence. Once Chén Sìhǎi truly understood, he wouldn't speak that way anymore. What new tricks are you up to? We won't compromise. The man whose bonds had been loosened stared at Chén Sìhǎi warily, unsure of his intentions. For your sake, your boss struck a deal with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't let you off easy even if I didn't kill you. Stay right here and wait for your boss to send someone over. Chén Sìhǎi glanced into each room and quickly located the person Lu Hong intended to rescue. He remained calm, acting as if he'd known all along about Chén Sìhǎi's deal with Lu Hong. This was somewhat interesting. But right now, Chén Sìhǎi didn't have time to play games with him. Miss Bai had been monitoring Chén Sìhǎi's movements the entire time.
Naturally, she was the first to learn of Chén Sìhǎi's success.
He was no longer a manor owner but a city administrator. In just 1 year, Chén Sìhǎi's growth had been too rapid. So rapid it sent a chill down her spine. Several years had passed since she had placed that group of pawns into motion. If Chén Sìhǎi had always possessed such extraordinary talent, why had he hidden it for so many years? And now, why was he suddenly making such a huge splash? Could it be a sudden awakening? She refused to believe that someone like Chén Sìhǎi would conceal his true self all this time. There must be something she didn't know about this. Perhaps Chén Sìhǎi was no longer the same man he once was. Someone killed the original Chén Sìhǎi and assumed his identity. If Chén Sìhǎi knew what Bai Yuera was thinking, he'd be shocked. He had indeed become a different person, just not in the way she imagined. So no matter how much he investigated, he'd never uncover any shady dealings. He was Chén Sìhǎi. Bai Yuera was too clever. She quickly realized what was amiss about these events. Immediately investigate every single detail of Chén Sìhǎi's whereabouts over the past few years. I need to know everything you can uncover. Bai Yuera thought she might need to find a way to get Chén Sìhǎi to come to them. Only then could she get to know him. But for now, the most important thing was to call and congratulate him. It wouldn't be a waste of the weapons she'd sent him. When Chén Sìhǎi received Bai Yuera's call, he had just hung up after another congratulatory call. Miss Bai, I've lived up to your expectations. I'm now the city administrator. I owe a debt of gratitude to your weapons, they've been invaluable. Chén Sìhǎi was genuinely sincere. This made him realize he wanted to do something within his power to assist Miss Bai. No need to thank me. It's my duty. Lu Hong has his eye on you. You must handle matters on that front carefully. Don't ruin your relationship with him. Otherwise, gaining entry into the Lu family will become exceedingly difficult. I'm giving you this friendly warning because Lu Hong has a very good relationship with the current young master of the Lu family. That's precisely why I wanted you to agree to Lu Hong's request in the first place. With him on your side, gaining access to that young master will be much easier. This opportunity was squandered by Chén Sìhǎi. Had she not been unable to find a replacement for him, she would have made other arrangements long ago. You want me to approach the Lu family's young master? What information are you after? Isn't one of the 4 great families enough for you, Miss Bai? Chén Sìhǎi didn't believe that the mediocre pawns Bai Yuera had arranged could kill the Lu family's young master. Just getting close to Lu Hong was already a struggle. Chén Sìhǎi guessed that among all these pawns, he was currently one of the higher-ranking ones. But whether he was useful or not depended entirely on Bai Yuera's attitude. For him, who to follow and whose orders to serve depended entirely on what they offered. Chapter 133, Restructuring the City. With your current abilities, forget about getting the documents. Just getting close to them would get you killed. You'd be better off focusing on developing yourself. To obtain the information we seek, you must at least rise to be Lu Hong's equal. You still have a long way to go. Bai Yuera had made a last-minute decision. Certain mission objectives absolutely must not be revealed to Chén Sìhǎi. They weren't even sure if this man was truly one of their own. Remember, the Lu family isn't exactly pushovers. They might have uncovered this plan long ago and simply played along with it. Just give me time, and I'll make it happen. Chén Sìhǎi's target wasn't Lu Hong, nor was it the Lu family's eldest son. He had only one target. That was to become the one who dictated the rules. He wanted to be the sole entity who could break the rules, a presence no one dared to challenge. If standing alongside Lu Hong wasn't enough, he would keep climbing higher. He believed that with his abilities, this was not an impossible feat. Alright, you're quite confident. I'll be waiting for your good news. If you need anything, come find me. I'll do my best to help. Bai Yuera would wait for Chén Sìhǎi's background check to come back before arranging a meeting. She needed to confirm whether this man was trustworthy. Chén Sìhǎi remained unaware of Bai Yuera's inner thoughts. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have seen anything wrong with it. Lately, the city had grown quieter, with only Chén Sìhǎi's people moving about. Some areas they'd damaged needed rebuilding, which was quite troublesome. Most crucially, Chén Sìhǎi needed to find new assignments for his men. Though they were all his subordinates, competition among them was inevitable. But who and where was something Chén Sìhǎi had to consider. If not handled properly, trouble could erupt in that sector. Lately, everyone in the entire estate has been performing exceptionally well every single day. Chén Sìhǎi often wandered about, observing people casually. Sometimes, upon spotting a newly recruited piglet by the roadside, he would casually assign them a position. In such cases, the piglet who was destined for hardship would suddenly become the master of those people. Chén Sìhǎi never revealed his selection criteria to anyone. Others who once held high positions would suddenly find themselves reassigned to lower-ranking roles. When they questioned him, Chén Sìhǎi had only one response. I think you need more tempering. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Replacing them was because they hadn't performed well in their positions. Keeping such people around would only create trouble. Others were simply too greedy. Once they gained power, they forgot their original intentions. Seizing this chance, Chén Sìhǎi filled numerous positions. Only a small fraction of these positions went to his own people. The majority were filled with Wáng Lǎohǔ and Zhào Jīnlóng's people. Both Wáng Lǎohǔ and Zhào Jīnlóng had advised Brother Chén against this move. Now, in the early stages, he should have chosen more of his own people for those crucial positions. Chén Sìhǎi dismissed their advice with a single sentence.
Your people are my people. What difference does it make? Would you betray me?
The latter sentence scared Wang Tiger and his men so badly that they immediately dropped to their knees.
They repeatedly pledged their loyalty. Boss, even if we die, we'll never betray you.
The longer Wáng Lǎohǔ served under Chén Sìhǎi, the more he realized that following him would undoubtedly lead to greater success in the future. On the other hand, he dared not betray Chén Sìhǎi. Though Chén Sìhǎi had never punished those who betrayed him, Wáng Lǎohǔ knew that if he ever crossed Chén, his own fate would be far from pleasant.
Where did you pick up this habit of kneeling at the drop of a hat? What era do you think this is? Get up.
Chén Sìhǎi knew full well whether these men were loyal to him. The system had it all laid out clearly. By the time all these matters were settled, a full month had passed. They had already moved into the grand villa of the city administrator. Now the entire city operated under Chén Sìhǎi's administration, a position held by only a handful of individuals throughout northern Myanmar. Some city administrators held their positions through hereditary succession, while others were directly appointed by higher authorities. Those like Chén Sìhǎi who had fought their way to this position were exceedingly rare. The city had now regained its former bustle and resumed trade with outsiders.
The day after Chén Sìhǎi became city administrator, Li Yi brought his men to join him.
Chén Sìhǎi had already assigned him to handle matters for Zhào Jīnlóng.
Li Yi felt utterly helpless.
He recalled how long ago, when Zhào Jīnlóng wanted to discuss business with him, it took endless scheduling. Now, it was Zhào Jīnlóng assigning him tasks.
He had no choice but to comply.
All of this had changed so drastically because of Chén Sìhǎi.
If Zhào Jīnlóng hadn't seized that opportunity, who knew what the situation would be like now?
As Li Yi voiced this reflection, Zhào Jīnlóng scratched the back of his head and laughed heartily.
I feel incredibly fortunate too, Zhào Jīnlóng replied. I owe it all to the boss sparing my life back then.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be enjoying this kind of success now. Now wherever Zhào Jīnlóng went, people would call him Brother Zhào Si, quite the imposing figure.
Keep up the good work. The boss never shortchanges those with real talent.
Before long, he might just assign you to a new post. While that was the promise, Li Yi knew it would undoubtedly take a long time.
The boss needed to be certain he was truly loyal before. Only then would he make arrangements for them. Ding. Host, system task completed. Reward received, upgrade the weapon you currently possess, obtained from the system. Chén Sìhǎi instantly grew excited.
He had waited a long time for this day. He had specifically exchanged numerous weapons from the Prestige Mall.
He'd spent every last bit of his reputation points.
To buy more, he'd have to start saving again. A white glow enveloped the weapons piled inside Chén Sìhǎi's room.
There were at least tens of thousands of weapons here. Chén Sìhǎi had also bought many inexpensive weapons, thinking the system's rewards wouldn't be stingy.
Perhaps there would be additional perks.
Ding. Rewards have been distributed. Please check them promptly.
If any issues arise, contact the system immediately.
As soon as the white light faded, Chén Sìhǎi picked up his Desert Eagle.
He could see clearly that the white light enveloping this weapon was the brightest. This weapon had undergone numerous modifications and was now the finest firearm in his possession. As soon as he picked up the Desert Eagle, Chén Sìhǎi noticed it had become significantly lighter. Holding it in his hand, it felt almost weightless. Firing a shot at the wall, he discovered its range had also increased.
Chapter 134, Undercover.
Judging by its current state, this Desert Eagle's range was at least on par with a standard sniper rifle. Yet no handgun had ever possessed such range.
As expected, anything produced by the system was top-notch. Chén Sìhǎi was thoroughly satisfied with this reward. Hopefully next time, I'll get more missions like this.
Chén Sìhǎi was deeply curious about what the Desert Eagle would become once upgraded to its highest tier.
Host, all system tasks are random. Specific requests cannot be accommodated.
Even the system itself didn't know when or what kind of tasks would appear.
Chén Sìhǎi didn't dwell on it too much.
As long as the system remained, he knew this goal would be achieved someday. One day, Aya rushed over to report to Chén Sìhǎi that they'd found a note on Jin Shirwu's body and discovered a small box in his room. Boss, we found a small box under the bed in Jin Shirwu's room.
We haven't opened the box yet, so we don't know what's inside. Chén Sìhǎi first took the written note.
It appeared to be Jin Shirwu's vow to himself. It read, I swear never to forget everything I have experienced.
Had Jin Shirwu encountered something earlier? Chén Sìhǎi opened the small box and saw a familiar badge inside. In an instant, memories surged back like a tidal wave. You say this thing was found under his bed?
Taking advantage of his subordinate's inattention, Chén Sìhǎi swapped the contents inside the small box.
Yes. We believe it's something very important.
Not only was it well protected, but the marks on the box showed Jin Shirwu handled it frequently. If it weren't something important, there wouldn't be such marks.
Did you ask him if he knew these items had been taken?
Chén Sìhǎi thought if Jin Shiwu was truly the kind of person he suspected, he might have made a mistake.
Not yet. We'll bring it to you as soon as we find it, boss. Is it something important?
Aya leaned in to peek at the contents of the box, puzzled by what could be so significant about it.
It was just a bullet. Trusting Chén Sìhǎi, Aya didn't notice that this bullet was brand new.
I don't want to wait any longer.
I need to know more. Take me there now. Chén Sìhǎi didn't hesitate for long.
His instincts told him that his other mission was about to succeed as well.
Aya led Chén Sìhǎi over. As soon as they arrived, they saw Jin Shiwu covered in wounds. Gone was his former arrogance, he had even lost weight. Boss, do you need me to assist you? Aya dismissed his men, standing at a distance to await Chén Sìhǎi's instructions. No need. You can go too.
I'll call you if anything comes up. Once everyone had left, Chén Sìhǎi scrutinized Jin Shiwu closely. Jin Shiwu opened his eyes to find someone he'd hoped never to see.
Honestly, he'd rather endure brutal torture than have any further dealings with Chén Sìhǎi.
The moment he saw Chén Sìhǎi, he knew this man was no ordinary figure. He was cunning and sharp. Every word he spoke required careful consideration.
One careless slip could reveal a great deal.
Jin Shiwu didn't want to speak, but he knew clearly that if he remained silent, Chén Sìhǎi's piercing gaze would bore right through him.
How did you find the time to come? You've already got the entire city under your control.
Jin Shiwu's question sounded as if he'd never been imprisoned, more like a polite inquiry between old friends.
Right.
Lord Jin managed the city well before I just picked up the slack.
Chén Sìhǎi offered a casual excuse.
Unable to discern anything from his appearance, he decided to get straight to the point.
We saw what you hid under the bed. You endured torture without revealing your identity or the person behind this. It's because you're a foreign soldier. You know full well that if you speak of this matter, death is all that awaits you. You think I'm right, don't you?
As Chén Sìhǎi spoke these words, Jin Shiwu's expression shifted for a moment.
But he quickly concealed it.
That single flicker was all Chén Sìhǎi needed to confirm. Jin Shiwu was a soldier from the Dragon Nation.
Damn, Dragon Nation soldiers sure climbed the ranks fast. This man was already in such a prime position, yet they hadn't even assigned him a task? To rush through the job and then retreat immediately? I don't know what you're talking about, Chen. What military personnel? What are you referring to? I'm already in your hands. Kill me or torture me, it's up to you.
But if you think you'll get anything out of me, I've got 2 words for you, forget it. He would never betray them, even at the cost of his life.
Perhaps Chén Sìhǎi hadn't found anything at all.
Seeing that he hadn't revealed anything, he was deliberately trying to bluff him.
Care to guess what I actually found? Or perhaps you'd like to speculate why I had everyone else removed from the room? If the goal was interrogation, there was no need to send everyone away. This clearly had a purpose. I can't guess. Boss Chun, why don't you just tell me what it's about?
With every word Jin Shiwu spoke, his body endured excruciating pain.
Aya and the others showed no mercy in their attacks.
As long as he wasn't dead, they beat him mercilessly. Once, their assault was so brutal it nearly killed him. He was rushed to the hospital, where he underwent emergency treatment for a day before being sent back to recover. That time, Jin Shiwu truly believed he was going to die. Little did he know he'd be forced to endure this torment while still alive.
Falling into Chén Sìhǎi's hands was worse than death itself. He'd rather have ended it all.
You're such a bore. I took your badge, and I should have executed you on the spot.
But I'm curious about the people behind you. So I'll keep you alive and play with you slowly. After all, once I take over the city, I'll get bored. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't risk exposing his true identity. He was indeed an agent sent by the Dragon Nation. But since entering northern Myanmar, he hadn't received a single mission to complete.
This explained why the original host, Chén Sìhǎi, had remained in a position neither high nor low since his arrival. When Chén Sìhǎi first arrived, he had tried to contact them, only to discover he had no means of communication with their side.
He could only wait for them to come find him.
Yet, up until now, he had received no word whatsoever. If not for suddenly seeing that familiar insignia, Chén Sìhǎi would have almost forgotten he was one of them. You're a real freak, but you've made plenty of enemies.
If you want to mess with me, I doubt you'll have the time, Mr. Chen. Chapter 135, The Mysterious Call. Golden Lion Wu sneered. He knew exactly how many enemies Chén Sìhǎi had made.
After all, when he went to war with Chén Sìhǎi, weapons and supplies had poured in endlessly. If he weren't genuinely desperate to take Chén Sìhǎi's life, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Don't worry, I've got plenty of time to play with you.
They're being so cruel to you.
Chén Sìhǎi spoke these words while lifting the saltwater solution and dabbing it onto his wounds. He couldn't reveal his identity now, so he had to play the part to the fullest. Jin Shiwu's veins bulged with pain, yet he didn't utter a single groan.
You're a real man, you know.
The kind I admire most, those who stand by their convictions.
I hope you can hold out a little longer. Having extracted the information he needed, Chén Sìhǎi departed swiftly. As he departed, he specifically instructed Aya. His vital signs are extremely weak. Suspend the torture for now. If he dies, I won't be able to get the information I need. Understood. Chén Sìhǎi's words didn't raise any suspicion in Aya.
In her eyes, Chén Sìhǎi was a god. Any arrangement he made was undoubtedly sound. Chén Sìhǎi had been contemplating finding another opportunity to learn more from Jin Shiwu. For instance, how he communicated with his superiors, or what his actual mission here entailed. But before that could happen, Chén Sìhǎi received a mysterious phone call. Even before answering, Chén Sìhǎi had a premonition that this might very well be the call he'd been waiting for. Hello, this is Chén Sìhǎi. Chén Sìhǎi, codename Flying Eagle, hello. I am your superior. You may call me Viper. You are to complete the mission. I imagine you've been waiting for my call. Hearing the voice on the other end, Chén Sìhǎi knew for certain that this was indeed the call he had been waiting for.
I have been waiting for someone's call, but how can I be certain you are the one I've been waiting for? Better safe than sorry. Who knew if someone from the Bai family was testing him? After all, that Miss Bai wasn't someone to be underestimated. What if she'd uncovered something and was deliberately trying to draw him out here?
I know your codename in Dragon Country, and I know you're hiding your identity to fulfill the highest level directive we issued. The person on the other end was pleased with Chén Sìhǎi's vigilance. They revealed Chén Sìhǎi's code number. He was indeed one of their own. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known this information. After so long without contact, I thought you'd forgotten about me. I've been waiting for your message all this time. Truthfully, if not for the matter concerning Jin Shiwu, Chén Sìhǎi would have forgotten about this entirely. Why were they contacting him now? What did they want? Sorry to keep you waiting, but we had our own arrangements. You've surpassed our expectations in your development. In their original plan, Chén Sìhǎi was destined to become no more than an estate manager. Who knew he'd exceed expectations? Not only did he become an estate owner, but he also took down another ally to become the city administrator. Originally, they wouldn't have contacted Chén Sìhǎi so soon. But if they didn't reach out soon, Jin Shiwu might die. He was their most reliable mole. If he died, obtaining intelligence afterward would become far more difficult. Jin Shiwu had to survive. How does the saying go? 3 years pass, then another 3. If you don't come for me soon, the next time we meet, who knows if we'll be enemies or comrades? After spending so much time in northern Burma, assimilation was inevitable. Though Chén Sìhǎi disliked killing, in this environment, if you didn't kill, they would come to kill you. To survive, you must be prepared for anything. We trust our soldiers won't waver in their convictions so easily. This matter sparked considerable debate within the Dragon Nation. Some high-ranking officials believed that sending their best personnel to northern Myanmar was merely bolstering Myanmar's ranks with elite talent. If they become trapped by something, only we would suffer the consequences. Others argue there's no need to send their hard-trained elite personnel there to their deaths. After all, cultivating such talent is no easy feat. Of course, there are also those who support this deployment strategy. Northern Myanmar annually lures away numerous young children and women from the Dragon Kingdom, even including some adult men. Regardless of their status or financial means. Once they go, they never return. Even if they did return, most were not in one piece. Instead, they are sent back piece by piece. Such incidents naturally sparked widespread panic among the populace. To prevent these atrocities from continuing, they had no choice but to send forces to intervene repeatedly. One of their plans was to completely transform the current environment in northern Burma. However, such a plan would likely take an extremely long time to complete. What they needed to do now was lay the groundwork for those who would follow. After so long without contact, you suddenly reach out. Is there something you need? Chén Sìhǎi's instincts told him. This call was related to Jin Shiwu. It was highly likely they were here to protect Jin Shiwu. The man you took down to become city administrator, Jin Shiwu, he's one of us too. His codename is White Tiger. You must protect him and find a way to get him in contact with us. After that, I'll arrange your next move. This single phone call alone required immense financial and logistical resources. The call lasted no more than 3 minutes. Any longer and it would be intercepted. Understood. Any other instructions? The moment Chén Sìhǎi learned Jin Shiwu's identity, he had already resolved to protect him. He just needed to devise a suitable plan. This phone call made things considerably easier. Nothing else for now. After you secure him, keep him close to you. Given your previous military ranks, you'll follow White Tiger's orders. He's been in northern Myanmar for a long time and knows more than you do. He can help you establish yourself more quickly. That's all. Without a moment's hesitation, the other end hung up. The moment the call ended, the number vanished completely. Not a single trace of the call remained on his phone. Only they could pull off something like this. On the other end, Viper stared at the man who ordered him to sever contact immediately. Logically, there should have been another 30 seconds. He still had so much left unsaid. Someone at Flying Eagle's estate detected our signal. Continuing risks exposing us all. Chén Sìhǎi has replaced Jin Shiwu. Can you all guarantee he'll perform better than Jin Shiwu?
These people had been overseeing affairs in northern Myanmar. From the very beginning, their actions had drawn the attention of those in power. They've held countless meetings to discuss this matter. Chapter 136, Our Own People. Some believed Chén Sìhǎi should not engage in internecine conflict with his own people. They argued he should cease hostilities immediately and pursue mutual cooperation. Do you think cooperation is possible at this stage? They don't even know each other's identities. What we know about this matter has already caused a huge stir. With things escalating to this point, we have only two choices. First, align with Chén Sìhǎi. His rise has been remarkable, far more impressive than we anticipated. Word is he's even made contact with the Liu family. You must understand how difficult it is to gain access to the four great families. Seizing this opportunity could potentially advance our plans by a significant margin. The other option is to abandon Chén Sìhǎi and protect Jin Shirwu, who's provided us with crucial intelligence. But once this matter concludes, Chén Sìhǎi will be finished. He'll have to return to China immediately. They analyzed thousands of possible outcomes for both choices. Whichever path they chose would mean immense losses for them. Damn it, how could two such outstanding individuals end up pitted against each other? Later, unable to reach a conclusive decision, they let events unfold. The victor would be the one they chose to protect. Now that the outcome was clear, they faced a new problem. A new mole was available, meaning every step of their plan needed to be rearranged and reworked. But most crucially, after all this time, is Chén Sìhǎi still one of us? Chén Sìhǎi remained unaware of the thoughts swirling within those above him, but having been assigned this mission, he was determined to see it through. However, to make another solo trip to meet Jin Shirwu, he must secure the other party's cooperation. Otherwise, both their identities would be easily exposed. Boss. Did you get a call today? Dana rushed over in a panic. He happened to be calibrating electronic equipment today when he detected a radio signal not originating from their city. This signal was extremely stealthy. Had Chén Sìhǎi not procured advanced instruments for him, it would have gone undetected. Upon detection, he immediately attempted to intercept it, hoping to pinpoint their location. But they had set up multiple firewalls, making it extremely difficult to access the information inside. Moreover, they hung up after only a few minutes. Finally, after exhausting every possible method, Dana Lee managed to obtain some information, revealing that the call had been intended for Chén Sìhǎi. Yes, it was the Liu family making the call. Chén Sìhǎi understood the reason for the abrupt disconnection the moment he saw Danari. Had it been any later, Dana Lee might have uncovered the truth. Come to think of it, Dana Lee's skills were getting stronger by the day. That's only to be expected. If you notice anything unusual lately, contact me immediately. I'll handle it as soon as possible. Want me to look into the caller's details for you? Danari stood at the doorway. Chén Sìhǎi had truly poured his heart into training him, providing him with equipment and materials seized from other countries. With these resources, his skills had advanced by leaps and bounds. Chén Sìhǎi had been genuinely sincere with him, and he, in turn, would diligently carry out his tasks. Sometimes, Danari found himself thinking that if Chén Sìhǎi had always been the boss, he wouldn't have cared about freedom at all. After all, he was truly free now. When going out, he only needed to report to them, no need to wait for higher-ups to respond. No need for now. I know who made the call. There's no need to make a big deal out of this. Chén Sìhǎi's final words were a warning: don't investigate this matter any further. Danari understood and said no more. If the boss wasn't worried, there was no point wasting his time fretting over it. But the fact that someone could bypass him and call here directly left him deeply dissatisfied. It seemed he'd have to step up his game. He couldn't let his reputation be tarnished. Chén Sìhǎi had uncovered Jin Shirwu's identity, and the system quest was naturally completed. He thought to himself, thank goodness the system had stopped him. Otherwise, the grass on Jin Shirwu's grave might already be 3 zhang tall by now. That same night, Chén Sìhǎi paid another visit to the prison. Big brother Chen, it's not often I get to see you twice in one day. Jin Shirwu couldn't figure it out. A man who had shown him no interest before was now visiting twice in one day. If there wasn't something going on, he wouldn't believe it. But no matter how many times he came, it wouldn't matter, he wouldn't reveal a single bit of information. Don't be surprised. Something even more astonishing is coming your way. Chén Sìhǎi produced a key and unlocked the door. Jin Shirwu watched Chén Sìhǎi's actions with utter astonishment. He'd assumed Chén Sìhǎi had captured him just to torment him. What was he doing now? Not only was he being untied, but he was being given medicine? Fearing it might be poison, Jin Shirwu resisted briefly, but it was futile. Chén Sìhǎi shoved it straight into his mouth. Don't worry. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't need to waste expensive poison. The medicine was a hemostatic wound treatment. Aya hadn't continued attacking him, but the old wounds on his body still bled uncontrollably. What exactly do you want? Jin Shirwu couldn't fathom what Chén Sìhǎi was thinking. That single pill worked remarkably well, he could no longer feel any pain. This was definitely no ordinary medicine. I told you I know your true identity. Chén Sìhǎi deliberately gave only a hint, wanting to see if Jin Shirwu was as others had described him. He could very well become a crucial ally. You're saving me? Are you one of us too? Jin Shiwu suddenly understood. Everything now made perfect sense. Why had those who had been tormenting him withdrawn after Chén Sìhǎi arrived? Because Chén Sìhǎi was helping him. Wait, if we're allies, why did you attack me?
They were essentially fighting amongst themselves.
My answer to that question is this: I didn't know at first that you were on my side. To be honest, I only found out when I got a call just now.
White Tiger, get yourself together.
Prepare to team up with me for something big.
This man was clever, but whether he could stay by his side was something Chén Sìhǎi needed to think about.
He dislikes blindly loyal people. You know my code name. You really are one of us.
Jin Shiwu's eyes reddened. He had been fighting alone in northern Myanmar for far too long. This was the first time he'd seen a living comrade. Though the circumstances of their reunion were far from pleasant.
I have no reason to deceive you. I apologize for what happened before.
Chén Sìhǎi returned the badge he had taken earlier. Next time, keep something that dangerous safely hidden.
You won't always be so lucky.
Some things are meant to be kept in the heart, not in the hands.
Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. Chapter 137, Who Leads, Who Follows? Sometimes, hiding things only makes them easier to find.
If he wanted to hide a badge like this, he'd display it openly on his desk. Of course, Chén Sìhǎi would never allow himself to sink so low as to have his home searched by others. I understand many things, but it's been far too long since I last returned home.
Were you only recently contacted? Jin Shiwu quickly sensed something was amiss.
He was under constant surveillance. Logically, news of him engaging in combat should have been relayed back swiftly. The silence meant those above considered both of them valuable assets, unsure how to choose between them.
Just this afternoon, Chén Sìhǎi replied honestly. I'll keep you by my side. To the outside world, I'll say you've pledged your loyalty to me. They won't question it.
Even if they had objections, they'd have to keep them bottled up inside.
Fine. But once I'm out, I need to contact the higher-ups.
Jin Shiwu could operate freely outside naturally. He didn't want to be stuck here in such a predicament.
Besides, now he could serve the nation again. I can't reach them. If you can, go ahead and contact them.
The call had ended abruptly earlier, and Chén Sìhǎi hadn't had time to ask about this matter.
I can't contact them directly either.
There are many steps involved, and they're extremely cautious about these matters.
Jin Shiwu was equally helpless, and they didn't discuss further matters here.
They both understood that certain matters became more vulnerable to exposure the more they discussed them.
Afterward, Chén Sìhǎi helped Jin Shiwu out.
Aya, upon seeing this, immediately ordered her men to assist Jin Shiwu.
Boss. Aya asked no questions.
There were matters the boss would share with her if he chose to.
I've already verified his background. There are no issues. He'll be working under me from now on. What happened before is water under the bridge. None of you should hold it against him. Chén Sìhǎi gripped Aya's hand as he addressed them both.
Yes, boss. Since I'm not the one who suffered in this matter, I naturally have no hard feelings.
After all, she wasn't the one suffering. Why should she care? Jin Shiwu wouldn't dwell on such trifles either. She'd simply follow orders.
The matter was thus settled, never to be mentioned again. Those who followed Chén Sìhǎi had all, to varying degrees, crossed him at some point. Yet here they were, thriving by his side. Given the boss's abilities, it was only natural that Jin Shiwu came to respect him. When Chén Sìhǎi delivered Jin Shiwu to Song Yuexin, he once again earned her scathing remarks.
You beat him up like that, and now you want to save him? Do you really think getting medicine in northern Myanmar is easy?
The drugs we're using on him now could have saved 2 people. Song Yuexin knew how hard it was to get these drugs, so she was always careful with the dosage.
Have him get some for you later?
He used to be a city administrator. Getting a little medicine would be a piece of cake for him.
Chén Sìhǎi promptly passed the buck since he needed to restock his supplies anyway. Right, I'll handle it for you then.
Jin Shiwu glanced at Chén Sìhǎi and agreed immediately.
Learning Jin Shiwu would help procure the medicines, Song Yuexin's expression finally relaxed. Jin Shiwu remained at the hospital while Chén Sìhǎi took Aya away.
After 5 days of recuperation, Jin Shiwu was back to his lively self. Meanwhile, the message he had sent out received a response. While staying with Chén Sìhǎi, he received a call from higher-ups.
Your equipment here has advanced again. It'll be even trickier to contact you from now on.
Venomous Snake muttered a complaint. Last time, they had come so close to discovering the truth.
Chén Sìhǎi had actually found someone this capable. If only they could bring him back to their country.
Their country needed talent like this. White Tiger, you'll remain by Flying Eagle's side to help him infiltrate the Liu family swiftly.
We have no other assignments for you at this time. Put the previous assignment on hold. They would assign that matter to someone else. Their top priority now was to support Chén Sìhǎi in advancing further. Only then could they obtain more intelligence. Understood. But between us, there must be a primary and a secondary role. Who takes the lead and who supports?
Jin Shiwu was most concerned about this matter. He hoped to be placed in the lead role, for he did not respect Chén Sìhǎi. The other had only defeated him through sheer brute force. You lost our duel. If you refuse to follow my orders, you can leave my territory and seek opportunities elsewhere. My territory tolerates no one who defies my arrangements. Chén Sìhǎi sneered coldly. Daring to give him orders? This was northern Myanmar, his territory. Disobedience meant getting the hell out. He didn't need any helpers anyway. White Tiger, you've already lost. We've decided you'll serve as support. Assist Flying Eagle properly. I expect you both to achieve excellent results. Oh, and make sure to brief Flying Eagle on your usual responsibilities. Standard procedures still apply. To contact me in the future, use the same method as before. They hung up almost immediately. Damn it, where did Flying Eagle find such a skilled hacker? At this rate, I won't even be his match. Before Viper could vent his frustration, he heard his partner beside him sigh in exasperation. This makes contacting them even more troublesome. Thankfully, we've already arranged everything today, so we won't need to reach out to them again anytime soon. Our enemies are growing stronger. We can't afford to fall behind. Tomorrow, you'll go train. Snake certainly didn't want to reach a point where he couldn't even contact them. Don't worry, I will. Golden Lionwu stared at Chén Sìhǎi, outwardly complying with Viper's arrangements. In truth, he disagreed with every bit of it. Keep your dissatisfaction bottled up. This is my turf. You lost to me, didn't you? Oh, and that loyal subordinate of yours, he's been gathering your old brothers lately. You handle that. You can bring them back and use them yourself. A few lowly minions? No matter how many showed up, Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't bat an eyelid. With this matter settled, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. From the way they sounded, they wouldn't be contacting him for assignments anytime soon. They simply instructed him to continue expanding his operations, thereby consolidating his loyalty. Killing two birds with one stone couldn't be better. Alright, I'll handle it. Jin Shiwu quickly departed, relieved to finally have someone he could rely on. Chén Sìhǎi must have understood this very well, which is why he entrusted the matter to him. From Jin Shiwu, Chén Sìhǎi learned about the routine tasks he handled. His duties involved waiting for people to request his aid, and sometimes, it meant going out to collect bodies. That was the true purpose of that room. To return a hero's soul to its homeland, this task seems simple, yet proved exceedingly difficult. Chapter 138, Their Mission. Some heroes left behind not even their remains. So Jin Shiwu must seek out their relics. The most perilous scenario was when someone discovered their hero was an undercover agent, killed them, and then used their corpse as bait, luring others to rescue them, only to face certain doom once they stepped in. Jin Shiwu had narrowly escaped death many times himself. This is my sole mission. Occasionally they contact me for rescues, but you know how it is in northern Myanmar, saving people isn't easy. To date, I've saved fewer than 10 brothers. It's been a tremendous blow to me. Every year, they send many capable individuals to northern Myanmar to complete their missions. Those discovered aren't entirely abandoned, someone will be dispatched to rescue them. When operating in northern Myanmar, they naturally have to be cautious. To survive, they can only rely on themselves. In other words, to survive, they must blend in completely with the locals. Like Chén Sìhǎi and Jin Shiwu, they climb over others' corpses to rise. Sacrifices are inevitable on the path to achieving great deeds. Not everyone can do it, because some people are truly innocent. They are clean and pure. Late at night, when all is quiet, I keep wondering if what we're doing is right. There's a question worth pondering: save the masses or save one person? This question has never had a definitive answer, from ancient times to the present. Chén Sìhǎi observed them, finding Jin Shiwu rather intriguing. But on some matters, haven't they already reached their own conclusions? I hope they don't involve me in their affairs. My position is far more perilous than you can imagine. Chén Sìhǎi didn't know whether the Dragon Nation knew about Miss by arranging him as a spy, or whether it was intentional. Perhaps he could ask them next time they made contact. If they need you, they'll definitely reach out. When they don't, your job is to find ways to climb higher. They assign me to assist you because they clearly see great potential in you. They believe you can reach heights none of us have ever attained. I hear you have some connection to that Lu family scion, Lu Hong. Have you considered pursuing that avenue? Opportunities like this are rare indeed. Jin Shiwu waited all those years and never got a chance like this. Chén Sìhǎi got it so easily. They were truly at a loss for words. He offered me a chance to join his side, but on one condition: that I become his subordinate. Would you take it? If you need it, I can put in a good word for you. I doubt Lu Hong would refuse you either. Chén Sìhǎi scoffed coldly. He would never serve as anyone's underling. My role is to support you, not to serve under someone else. Jin Shiwu no longer wished to undertake such matters alone. Staying by Chén Sìhǎi's side was a perfectly acceptable arrangement. Seeing Jin Shiwu's choice, he said no more. That concluded their discussion on the matter. As for the routine tasks that needed doing, Chén Sìhǎi still handed them over to Jin Shiwu, under the pretext that if they were ever discovered later,
Chén Sìhǎi's non-involvement could be entirely attributed to Chén Sìhǎi. This would protect him. But Chén Sìhǎi knew it was all nonsense. Only one thing was true: Chén Sìhǎi simply didn't want to do it himself. Chén Sìhǎi found these tasks easy enough, so he didn't waste much time on the talk. Boss, one of my men has been excelling lately. He's still green, but I believe he's got real talent. Should I bring him over for you to see? Wáng Lǎohǔ had been busy lately, and they rarely crossed paths anymore. For someone to come looking for him specifically, it seemed this person wasn't just capable, they must have something special to have Wáng Lǎohǔ so intrigued. He was genuinely curious just who was this person? Arrange it, Chén Sìhǎi replied. He's outside the villa now. I'll have him come in, Wáng Lǎohǔ texted, then immediately added to Chén Sìhǎi. This person he'd brought back this time was incredibly formidable. Exceptional marksmanship, formidable martial arts skills, and a sharp mind. Chén Sìhǎi needed someone like this in his circle, and Wáng Lǎohǔ had thought of him first. All right. Have you vetted his background? Those around Chén Sìhǎi had to have spotless records. Checked. No issues. Wáng Lǎohǔ would never bring someone with issues to Chén Sìhǎi. This is the man I wanted to introduce to you. His name is Liu Ji. Hello, boss. Liu Ji knew how to play the game and immediately greeted him respectfully. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at Liu Ji as he was brought in. It took only a moment for him to notice that Liu Ji was different from the others. Though he tried to restrain himself, the posture of someone accustomed to a position of power for years wasn't something that could change overnight. His words and actions showed respect, but it was all a facade. Why would someone of his stature come here to be a low-level operative? What could his purpose be? Chén Sìhǎi was intrigued. Since he was already here, he might as well see what game they wanted to play. I hear you're quite capable. Perfect. I have a task for you to handle. There's a shipment coming from the Liu family. Take your men and help me intercept it. Chén Sìhǎi pondered. There was only one task he needed to handle recently. You're assigning me such an important task right away? Liu Ji looked at Chén Sìhǎi. Didn't they need to test him first? Did they handle things this casually? What? Can't you handle it? Around here, there's no such thing as a big or small matter. Anything concerning the city was a major matter. Only when Chén Sìhǎi took charge of the entire city did he realize how challenging it was to be a city administrator. He was fortunate that most of the estate owners had been his allies before. They obeyed his commands, a single word from him was enough to keep them in line. If those estate owners had been like he used to be, that would have been a real headache. I can handle it, boss. You can count on me. Liu Ji glanced at Chén Sìhǎi, then lowered his head without saying another word. Liu Ji quickly departed, leaving Wáng Lǎohǔ to gaze at Chén Sìhǎi with concern. Wasn't this arranged too hastily? I did investigate him, but that shipment from the Liu family is crucial for us. With those arms, we'll have a much better chance when we go to war with others in the future. Wáng Lǎohǔ believed that even if the boss didn't handle it personally, he should assign someone trustworthy like them to carry it out. Otherwise, it would be too risky. Chapter 139, The Liu family's young master. But we have our people there. No matter how capable they are, they can't control our men. Besides, this isn't a dangerous operation. Chén Sìhǎi was confident that other city managers had heard his name. Knowing these goods belonged to him, no one would dare to act against him. As Liu Ji returned to his room to prepare, he pulled out a black phone and dialed a number. Have Lu Hong send over better goods. Also, arrange for a few more people to come over. We don't want any more accidents happening. Liu Ji knew he couldn't command Chén Sìhǎi's men just yet, but he wasn't about to court trouble either. Therefore, it was better to contact Lu Hong directly. Liu Ji, whose real name was Liu Ziyong. He was the sharpest and most capable among the younger generation of the Liu family, widely regarded as the most qualified heir to the Liu legacy after his father. However, Liu Ziyong was quite the prankster. Upon learning from Lu Hong that there was such an intriguing individual down here, he had come alone without hesitation. Those around him tried to dissuade him, but none could sway his decision. In his eyes, no one could match him. Even if his identity were exposed in the end, Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't dare do anything to him. He had plenty of ways to get out unscathed. Since arriving here, he'd devised numerous strategies just to see Chén Sìhǎi. To be honest, the moment he first laid eyes on Chén Sìhǎi, he knew this man was far more astute than he had anticipated. In his presence, every word, action, and gesture had to be handled with extreme caution. Otherwise, he might uncover numerous issues. He didn't know what Chén Sìhǎi's purpose was in assigning him such a task during their first meeting. But he had to see it through. Only by succeeding could he remain by Chén Sìhǎi's side. To understand what kind of man he truly was. If he proved sufficiently capable and outstanding, then promoting him would be as easy as him saying the word. Of course, the most crucial thing was to confirm whether Chén Sìhǎi was actually an undercover agent. Northern Myanmar was a land where danger and opportunity coexisted. Lately, he'd heard plenty of intelligence. Undercover agents from various nations were constantly on the move, and the three major families were eyeing them greedily. Their people wouldn't be far behind. It seemed as though his own family had also assigned someone to this matter. Young master, it's dangerous over there. Let me protect you. If I go alone, I won't draw their attention. Lu Zhiyong was the future hope of their family.
If anything happened to him, they would suffer the consequences.
Don't worry, I'll be fine.
He'd finally managed to sneak out of the Lu household for some fun.
Bringing them along would ruin the whole point. All right. If anything happens, contact us immediately.
I've already arranged for people to be doing business over there. If you need anything, just reach out to them directly.
If anything happened to Lu Zhiyong, they wouldn't survive. Unfortunately, these matters weren't something they could use to change their young master's mind. Alright, I trust you to handle things. Have Lu Hong make the arrangements.
He hung up quickly, unaware that his call had been intercepted by Chén Sìhǎi's men.
Why were there so many unknown signals here these past 2 days? The boss knew about the last one. But this one?
Dana Li didn't know, but he traced this signal to the Lu family headquarters.
He couldn't afford to ignore it. He immediately relayed the information to Chén Sìhǎi. You mean, just an hour ago, you traced an encrypted call originating from our location to the Lu family headquarters? Chén Sìhǎi's first thought was of that man named Lu Ji. He had just issued that order when Danari received this signal.
Anyone capable of reaching headquarters must possess significant standing.
This meant Lu Ji's standing was far greater than he had imagined. Damn it! Did those big shots find their own turf boring? Did they come here just to mess with us?
Chén Sìhǎi hadn't figured out the answer to that question, but he was determined to investigate Lu Ji's background. Next time they call, keep an eye on them for me.
Ideally, find out what they're discussing, got it?
Don't worry, I'll keep a close eye on this matter.
And that call from last time. Chén Sìhǎi knew Dana was referring to the call from Longhua. Next time they call from there, you don't need to handle it.
If necessary, have them call directly. Otherwise, Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't be able to properly learn more from them each time.
Understood. Danari gave Chén Sìhǎi a deep look.
It seemed this man harbored many secrets of his own, though none of them concerned her. His task was simply to handle his own responsibilities.
If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. It wasn't just Wáng Lǎohǔ and his crew who were swamped lately, he was swamped too. Managing the entire city's network system alone was too daunting a task,
so he needed to find others. Finding helpers proved equally difficult. First, such people had to exist, and then they needed to pass rigorous screening. In the end, he had no choice but to personally train a new team. It was a bit troublesome, but at least he could skip all those preliminary steps. Chén Sìhǎi was aware of this situation.
He entrusted the entire matter to Danari. Danari greatly appreciated such a decisive leader. Chén Sìhǎi located Chao Guisheng and sent him Lu Ji's files.
Look into this man's background, then check if any young masters in the Lu family branch share this name.
Chén Sìhǎi gave the order and waited for the final results.
The next day, Lu Hong's men arrived to deliver the goods.
Chén Sìhǎi didn't go himself, leaving the matter entirely to Lu Ji. Boss, are we really not going? What if he's up to something? Our stuff. Obtaining these goods had cost Chén Sìhǎi considerable effort.
If he wanted our goods, he wouldn't have made such a big show of it. Chén Sìhǎi had recently researched the Lu family among the 4 great families. With the strength of any single branch of their family, they could level the entire city within half an hour. The half-hour estimate was only possible because he was here. With his system and his own courage and cunning, it was only natural he could hold out for a while.
But for anyone else, 5 minutes would be the absolute limit.
The Lu family saw no need to expend effort on such outdated matters. If those were modern fighter jets, Lu Hong wouldn't have agreed so readily.
Alright, I've looked into the information you requested. This Lu Ji is indeed above board, his background is frighteningly clean. Chao Guisheng stated. Chapter 140, the first. There's no young master named Lu Ji in the Lu family either, at least not that I've uncovered so far. Much of the Lu family's information is tightly guarded. With our current capabilities, there's very little we can actually find out.
Chao Guisheng reflected. He'd only recently made some progress, having sent word back to his own people to obtain this intelligence. Relying solely on his own connections might take months, perhaps even longer.
Completely clean? Chén Sìhǎi frowned.
Sometimes, a background that clean was the problem.
Yes, as clean as can be. Chao Guisheng hummed in agreement. He didn't see any issues with that. Then dropped the investigation into Lu Ji's background.
With the Lu family's resources, if they'd tampered with this case, they'd never uncover it. For now, keep him close at hand, watch him constantly, and see what he's really up to. The Lu family's arrival here was also an opportunity for him.
Wasn't he about to visit the Lu family anyway?
This was practically them walking right into his hands. According to their reports, Lu Hong had arranged for a large contingent to come this time.
The transaction went smoothly, with no one pulling any tricks.
Chén Sìhǎi had inquired, such outdated items weren't truly needed by many important figures, and those who desired them wouldn't dare lay a finger on him. It was only natural that no one would come to harm him. But the fact that Lu Hong had sent so many people meant something was amiss. Lu Hong couldn't possibly be after him. After Lu Ji supervised the transaction on site, someone brought word from the Lu family. The head of the family says the young master can cause trouble or play around as he pleases, but if you neglect even one of your important duties, he'll make sure you have a good time when you return. Additionally, the head of the family says that if he truly is talented, he can be cultivated. Lu Ziyong curled his lip. His father always threatened him like this, and he hated being threatened more than anything. But he was his father after all. He could hate it, but there was nothing he could do about it. Tell them I'll handle all the work that needs doing. I'm just here to have some fun. I won't be long before I head back. In Lu Ziyong's eyes, no matter how interesting Chén Sìhǎi might be, spending just a month by his side, he could figure this man out completely. He'd handled this matter for Chén Sìhǎi. Surely, Chén Sìhǎi would assign him some proper work now, right? He had even prepared an excuse to stay by Chén Sìhǎi's side. When he returned to report, he waited in the hall for a long time. Lu Ziyong wasn't particularly patient. Had his status not changed from before, he would have stormed off long ago. You completed your mission well. Speak up with so many options, what do you wish to do? Chén Sìhǎi couldn't be bothered to make arrangements. He was certain the man had his own plans anyway. Boss Chen, I came here with one purpose, to stay by your side, protect you, and learn from you. A city administrator like you, who climbed to this position in just 1 year, is the first in many years. It wasn't that there hadn't been parachuted in city administrators before, but their status was fundamentally different from Chén Sìhǎi's. In this city, Chén Sìhǎi was the absolute ruler. Put another way, even if someone from the Lu family were to arrive here, they wouldn't necessarily be able to command the people in this place. This starkly contrasts with Chén Sìhǎi's territory, built step by step through relentless effort. Lu Ziyong understood his father permitted his recklessness precisely because of this reality. The Lu family would never tolerate such a place existing. Beyond understanding Chén Sìhǎi, he must also cultivate his own network here. That way, he could be the first to know of any moves Chén Sìhǎi made. You won't learn anything by staying by my side. Lately, Chén Sìhǎi had found himself with plenty of free time, delegating most matters to his subordinates. Boss, you've got some nerve saying that. You've completely washed your hands of the empire you built. We're the ones doing all the hard work. We solemnly declare that the next time we go out to conquer territory, it better be at least a year from now. The glory and thrill of conquering territory had been one thing, but cleaning up the mess afterward was pure misery. Under his subordinate's watchful eyes, Chén Sìhǎi nervously rubbed his nose. It wasn't intentional. Truthfully, some things just weren't his forte compared to Wang Tiger and the others. Don't be so resentful. I had find each of you a few beauties. Judging by the timing, they should have arrived at your locations by now. Thanks for your hard work. Enjoy yourselves. Chén Sìhǎi tried to placate them. Lu Shi stood nearby, his eyes brimming with astonishment he could barely contain. He had always assumed that Chén Sìhǎi, having taken this place so swiftly, must be stern and ruthless with his men. But now it seemed things weren't quite like that. At least in the Lu family, no subordinate would dare speak to him like that. If it were him and his subordinate complained like that, he'd simply leave them with one sentence: if you can handle it, do it. If not, get out. In the Lu family, every position was fiercely contested. If you want to stay by my side, then stay. You've chosen a very easy job. Chén Sìhǎi wasn't joking. Lu Ji truly had little to do. With Lu Ji now by his side, Chén Sìhǎi had reassigned Xiao Mai elsewhere. Shen Yang had been sent to train the people he'd selected, and he wouldn't be returning anytime soon. Lu Ji had very little contact with Chén Sìhǎi, spending most of his time confined to the villa. No one entered the villa without Chén Sìhǎi's permission. One day, he discovered something quite intriguing. The guns they issued were peculiar. How to put it? They certainly didn't measure up to their high-end gear. At first, he wasn't very comfortable using them, but he eventually got used to them. Then he realized something: these guns performed just as well as their high-end models. But no matter how thoroughly he inspected them, the guns remained outwardly identical, yet something inside seemed fundamentally different. Lu Ji kept this matter in mind. He also noticed that not everyone's guns were like this. The weapons in Wáng Lǎohǔ's hands, for instance, appeared entirely different from theirs. Word had it that Wáng Lǎohǔ and his crew had been rewarded with these after completing an exceptionally difficult mission. Ever since Wáng Lǎohǔ and his crew got their hands on these guns, they cherished them dearly, never letting them out of their sight. To avoid arousing suspicion, Lu Ji couldn't bring himself to confront Wáng Lǎohǔ. Otherwise, he would have definitely taken it to examine. With Chén Sìhǎi's side relatively quiet, he had more time to handle the minor affairs on that end. He was unaware that a signal had been persistently attempting to intercept their phone conversations. Each time, it managed to crack more of the encryption than before, extracting greater amounts of information. Chapter 141, Wáng Lǎohǔ's defeat. That day, after resolving a research issue, Chén Sìhǎi recalled something and decided to go take a look. As soon as he stepped outside, he spotted Wang Tiger and his crew sparring nearby. Rarely witnessing such a lively scene, Chén Sìhǎi walked straight over. Boss. Hello, boss. Chén Sìhǎi gave them a nod. With so many people greeting him from behind, he simply walked straight inside.
Wáng Lǎohǔ's opponent was none other than Liu Ji. Do they still take bets on the ring matches?
Chén Sìhǎi had sharp eyesight and spotted something written on the platform over there.
Yes. Anyone can challenge, but you must leave your wager. Once both parties agree, it begins. Winners take home their winnings, losers pay up.
This was somewhat interesting. Just a few days ago, Wáng Lǎohǔ had been complaining to him about how exhausted he'd been lately and how he wanted to find an activity to distract himself.
Looks like he found it. Thanks to Chén Sìhǎi's training, Wáng Lǎohǔ's physical condition had improved significantly.
He could certainly handle playing these little games with them.
But his opponent is Liu Ji. A man trained from childhood by the Liu family, he wouldn't be easy to beat.
He could tell that Liu Ji hadn't exerted himself fully from start to finish.
It was like a bored cat suddenly spotting a mouse.
He wanted to toy with the mouse, letting it think it could escape, only to reappear suddenly and remind it, "You're nowhere near getting away." When Liu Ji first faced off against Wáng Lǎohǔ on the stage, he had indeed been at a disadvantage. He hadn't anticipated that Wáng Lǎohǔ possessed some combat skills, despite his intelligence files stating otherwise.
It seems some intelligence was indeed flawed. However, he quickly adapted to Wáng Lǎohǔ's rhythm and could easily have knocked him down.
But he remembered that he would need to cooperate with Wáng Lǎohǔ in the future, so he couldn't let the other man look too bad. He had to give him an edge now and then, or else working alongside Chén Sìhǎi would become even more difficult than before.
That was until he spotted Chén Sìhǎi standing below the stage.
Chén Sìhǎi's gaze held a hint of scrutiny, making him tense up. It seemed Chén Sìhǎi had seen through him. With his limited skills, it was only natural that someone like Chén Sìhǎi would notice. He couldn't keep playing games. The longer he delayed, the more he risked exposure. After Chén Sìhǎi noticed Liu Ji had spotted him, his attacks grew far more aggressive. Clearly, he had no intention of continuing to toy with Wáng Lǎohǔ. How could Wáng Lǎohǔ be his match? He lost quickly. "Brother Wang San, you've been too kind." After defeating Wáng Lǎohǔ, he immediately released his grip, showing perfect restraint. "My skills just aren't up to par," Wáng Lǎohǔ said with a resigned look. Under the boss's training, he'd believed his abilities were formidable. That's why he'd come up with this scheme for amusement. He'd intended to bully his subordinates, but who knew that right at the start he'd been bullied himself.
What a letdown.
Just as Wang Tiger was about to settle the wager, he spotted Chén Sìhǎi and rushed straight over.
"Boss, you're out? Have you finished analyzing those things yet?" Wáng Lǎohǔ knew what Chén Sìhǎi had been up to lately. "It's taken care of.
You still need to hone your skills.
After today, make time to find Shen Yang. He'll train you."
In other areas, Shen Yang might not match Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others, but when it came to martial prowess, his skills were second only to Chén Sìhǎi's.
Chén Sìhǎi had invested considerable resources in cultivating them. Got it. Wáng Lǎohǔ nodded earnestly.
If Chén Sìhǎi was willing to mentor him, he'd definitely make time.
"What's the wager?" Chén Sìhǎi looked at Liu Ji as he approached.
"If I win, I get something he considers extremely important. If I lose, I have to hand over my gun for him to use for 12 hours.
The moment Wáng Lǎohǔ spoke, Chén Sìhǎi understood why Liu Ji had joined this tournament, because he discovered something. He discovered that some people here possessed weapons superior to those of others. He'd only been here a week and already uncovered this fact clearly. He had some skill. "Boss, you won't blame me for putting my gun up for stakes, right?" Wáng Lǎohǔ cautiously studied Chén Sìhǎi's expression. After all, these weapons were incredibly valuable. They were the result of countless sleepless nights for Chén Sìhǎi. "You win some, you lose some. Just don't use these things as stakes again next time."
Chén Sìhǎi didn't blame Wáng Lǎohǔ, knowing that if Liu Ji truly wanted them, he'd have 1,000 ways to get them. By choosing such an open and honest method, Chén Sìhǎi had actually given him more credit than he deserved.
12 hours was barely enough time.
Even if he tore the place apart, he wouldn't find anything. The gun Wáng Lǎohǔ held was one Chén Sìhǎi had later exchanged at the Prestige Mall.
There was no way to detect anything wrong with it. Wáng Lǎohǔ wasn't held accountable, but he felt terrible inside.
After all, he had truly let down Chén Sìhǎi's trust in him.
Ding! Wáng Lǎohǔ's contribution to the host's reputation points has increased to 750,000.
Chén Sìhǎi raised an eyebrow, glancing at Wáng Lǎohǔ. Those who contributed over 600,000 prestige points to him were people willing to sacrifice their lives for him.
Wáng Lǎohǔ's contribution to his prestige points hadn't budged in nearly half a year. "Boss."
Liu Ji stood beside him, making no mention of the wager. He knew whatever Wáng Lǎohǔ had in his hands was no ordinary thing. If Chén Sìhǎi found any excuse to alter the wager, there was nothing he could do about it. But this matter would cause Chén Sìhǎi's prestige points to drop. It wasn't exactly a losing deal.
"You really are impressive, Liu Ji." Chén Sìhǎi deliberately emphasized the syllable Liu with his tone.
Liu Ji's heart skipped a beat as he listened.
He had interacted so little with Chén Sìhǎi. Don't tell him Chén Sìhǎi had discovered something? Impossible. You win. Give him the goods. After Chén Sìhǎi spoke, Wáng Lǎohǔ reluctantly handed the item over.
Liu Ji stared at Chén Sìhǎi for over 10 seconds, finding nothing amiss before finally accepting the gun.
Maybe Chén Sìhǎi had his suspicions, but so what? They'd never be able to trace his identity. They were just a bunch of superficial people. Chén Sìhǎi had no idea what Lu Ji was thinking, nor did he care. The stage was set. Seeing others eager to step forward, Chén Sìhǎi saw his chance. It was a chance to gauge his men's strength. Chén Sìhǎi announced loudly. Carry on. For every victor, I'll add to the stakes. The more formidable the opponent, the greater the reward. Boss, you rock. Boss, you're the man. Those close to Chén Sìhǎi knew he possessed many rare and valuable items. Getting their hands on them would certainly benefit them. Chapter 142, One Move. Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others immediately fetched a chair for Chén Sìhǎi. The others stood guard nearby, protecting Chén Sìhǎi's safety. Though Chén Sìhǎi didn't need it. The battle had already begun on the stage. Chén Sìhǎi watched Lu Ji, who had been secretly sizing him up. He pretended not to notice. The longer he stayed here, the more Lu Ji would realize there were many things he simply couldn't comprehend. Even if he sensed something amiss with the items exchanged through the system, he could study them for a lifetime and never uncover any flaws. To conceal the system, Chén Sìhǎi had established a front organization from the very beginning, one that ostensibly specialized in researching and manufacturing weapons and various other items. Everyone knew Chén Sìhǎi had invested heavily in this organization. A substantial portion of their monthly earnings flowed into that research facility. Of course, the results they produced were also outstanding. Some of their finest firearms had come directly from that research facility. Thus, the items Chén Sìhǎi brought forth were never questioned. Such an organization truly exists and is actively conducting research. However, their focus lies in developing methods for mass-producing weapons. For a very long time, there had been no progress whatsoever. But Chén Sìhǎi knew full well that if the system's technology were that easy to replicate, it wouldn't be so formidable. If you win 10 consecutive matches and then exchange 3 moves with me, I'll grant you one wish no matter what it is, Chén Sìhǎi suddenly declared to the crowd below. Almost immediately, a cold gasp rippled through the crowd below. This was an incredible opportunity. Victory could mean climbing the ranks. If I win, what if I want your position, boss? Would you give it to me? Someone boldly posed the question. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the speaker. Of course, provided you can survive 3 moves against me. Chén Sìhǎi nodded earnestly. He had said he'd grant any request. He dared to say it precisely because no one could survive 3 moves against him. Besides, even if someone took his position, Wang Tiger and the others wouldn't obey them. Everyone, I'm really looking forward to seeing the boss in action. Wáng Lǎohǔ's eyes lit up. After all, it had been ages since Chén Sìhǎi last engaged in hand-to-hand combat. He was especially curious to see just how strong Chén Sìhǎi was now. Brother Wang-san, you're really putting us in a tough spot. We have to win 10 consecutive matches just to see the boss fight. Most importantly, the boss said that if anyone can last 3 moves against him, he'll agree to all our demands. 3 moves? You can tell how confident the boss is in his own strength. It's impossible. Someone immediately countered his words. Everyone in the estate knew Chén Sìhǎi's abilities far exceeded what anyone imagined. People still need hope. Word had spread, and the crowd around them was growing thicker by the minute. Chao Guoxing, Shen Yang, and others had all come to watch the spectacle. If it were just Wáng Lǎohǔ causing trouble, they wouldn't have bothered coming. But with Chén Sìhǎi present, it was a different story. Boss, if I end up facing you, you'd better go easy on me. Shen Yang was determined to seize this opportunity. After all, he'd wanted to fight the boss for a long time. He just never found the right moment. Now the chance had arrived. Fine. But only if you can win 10 straight matches. Since those guys always thought winning 10 in a row was impossible, Shen Yang would show them how it's done. Chén Sìhǎi sat there, thinking that with Shen Yang's skills, winning 10 consecutive matches would be a breeze. Soon enough, he earned the right to challenge Chén Sìhǎi. Challenging me means you must also stake your own wager. Chén Sìhǎi said casually. Shen Yang placed the jade pendant in his hand, along with everything he'd won previously, directly onto the table. Boss, please. These items represented everything he owned. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the jade pendant. If he remembered correctly, that pendant held great significance to him. Yet he'd brought it forward as a wager without hesitation. Seems like he's pretty determined to fight him. I'll let you take the first move. Chén Sìhǎi stepped into the circle they had formed. No need. Boss, please strike. Shen Yang knew he wasn't a match for the boss. He just wanted to understand where his current shortcomings lay. All right. Chén Sìhǎi responded with a nod and launched his attack without hesitation. No one could make out how Chén Sìhǎi had moved. By the time they focused, they saw Shen Yang's neck already gripped firmly in Chén Sìhǎi's hand. Shen Yang's face was deathly pale, though others might not have noticed. But standing directly opposite Chén Sìhǎi, he sensed the scent of death the instant Chén made his move. He hadn't even had the chance to resist before Chén Sìhǎi defeated him. He was truly convinced. Shen Yang knew the boss was formidable. Shen Yang had always believed that with his current abilities, he could at least exchange one blow with the boss. Who knew he'd be utterly defenseless? He truly felt he needed to go back to the drawing board. Lu Zhiyong, watching from below, was utterly astonished. He never imagined Chén Sìhǎi possessed such formidable skills. He couldn't even see what the other guy had done. I lost. Shen Yang bowed his head in defeat, and Chén Sìhǎi released his hand. Your problem now is that you give your enemy time. The moment I step up here, you should strike. 3 moves, but they were swift. Shen Yang hadn't seized the opportunity.
Boss, it has nothing to do with whether I strike first or not.
The gap between us is just too great. I'll step up my training when I get back. Shen Yang looked helpless, but the boss was right.
When facing a true enemy, you must never give them any opening.
Giving an enemy a chance is like walking yourself into a trap. Boss, you rock. Boss, you rock. Indeed. Wang Tiger and the others all knew Shen Yang's capabilities. Chén Sìhǎi dispatched Shen Yang with a single move, proof enough of his prowess. For the next challengers, I'll lower the bar. After 10 consecutive wins, if you can last 30 moves against Shen Yang, you win. After that, you may come forward with your demands, but keep the outrageous ones to a minimum. With that, Chén Sìhǎi prepared to leave. No one here was his match. There was no point wasting any more time. Boss, wait. I want to challenge you too. Lu Zhi immediately spoke up. If he didn't seize this chance now, there might never be another opportunity. He too wanted to test Chén Sìhǎi's abilities. Then come challenge me after you defeat Shen Yang.
Chén Sìhǎi shot a cold glance at the scheming man and sneered. He had too much on his plate to waste time with this guy now. He had to go receive the medical supplies.
Chapter 143. An impatient Lu Zhi.
Jin Shiwu had procured a large quantity of medicinal herbs from outside, all requested by Song Yuexin.
He intended to go personally. Song Yuexin was waiting for him right at the door. I'll go with you.
Song Yuexin was capable and knew how to protect herself. Bringing her along posed no problem.
Aren't you bringing anyone with you? Song Yuexin looked at the empty space behind Chén Sìhǎi, surprised to see no one. My men control the entire city. They've already delivered the goods here. I'm just bringing you to pick them up.
On his turf, anyone who dared to lay a finger on him was truly courting death.
I almost forgot you're no longer that estate owner from before.
You're now the esteemed city administrator. Perhaps because Chén Sìhǎi hadn't changed much since becoming city administrator, she didn't truly feel that way about him.
That sounds oddly off.
But Chén Sìhǎi didn't waste time on this, leading her over. Seeing all those medicines, Song Yuexin's eyes lit up instantly. Among them were even some she had previously asked Chén Sìhǎi to find for her, but he hadn't been able to locate.
Chén Sìhǎi could tell these medicines made Song Yuexin incredibly happy. Boss, I brought them all back for you.
Jin Shiwu looked utterly exhausted. He'd gone to great lengths to obtain these medicines. If these items weren't genuinely capable of helping their people, he wouldn't have rushed to obtain them so urgently. You've been a city administrator for so many years, you've got some real skills.
Good work. Chén Sìhǎi nodded with satisfaction. Though Jin Shiwu didn't always follow his orders.
Most of the time, Jin Shiwu still handled matters for him, sparing Chao Guoxing from having to intervene in every single issue. Chao Guoxing had been extremely busy lately, and he mentioned his father's upcoming birthday, insisting he must return home.
He had repeatedly invited Chén Sìhǎi to accompany him. Only now did Chén Sìhǎi realize that the person backing Chao Guoxing was also a city administrator. That is, his father.
He certainly had some clout.
No wonder he could handle so many things so well.
With his father backing him, it was indeed possible.
The Chaos had certainly helped Chén Sìhǎi tremendously. If possible, it wouldn't hurt for Chén Sìhǎi to pay them a visit and say hello.
After bringing the medicine back, Song Yuexin immediately led the hospital staff into a new flurry of activity.
Chén Sìhǎi, unfamiliar with these matters, watched for a while before leaving.
Truthfully, with Song Yuexin here, their mortality rates had dropped significantly. Chén Sìhǎi returned to the previous arena, where many people were still competing. With Chén Sìhǎi's approval and such generous rewards on the line, it was impossible for them not to take it seriously.
Shen Yang looked extremely embarrassed when he saw Chén Sìhǎi approaching.
He had lost his fight against Lu Zhi.
Boss, Lu Zhi beat me.
He's earned the right to challenge you now. You really need to go back and train hard.
Otherwise, anyone could walk all over you. Chén Sìhǎi knew Lu Zhi must have a strategy to defeat Shen Yang.
He said this because he saw the marks on Shen Yang's neck. Clearly, Lu Zhi had gone all out.
Yes. I'll start extra training as soon as I get back.
Shen Yang would never again let being number one go to his head.
There were still far too many formidable opponents out there.
As Chén Sìhǎi departed, he instructed someone to keep watch over who won and who lost.
Rewards would be given to them afterward. Come with me. Chén Sìhǎi led the man away. Lu Zhi followed behind Chén Sìhǎi.
He thought he was being a bit impatient this time, but if he didn't seize this opportunity, he'd never be able to gauge just how capable Chén Sìhǎi truly was. Boss, I hope you'll show some mercy when the time comes. The atmosphere between them was too heavy, and Lu Zhi felt somewhat uncomfortable. At the Lu residence, it was usually the subordinates who tried to find topics to break the ice.
Showing mercy would be disrespectful to you. Besides, I don't think you can last 3 moves against me. Chén Sìhǎi's body had undergone continuous enhancement through the system. He was certain that in all of northern Burma, there was no one who could survive 3 moves against him in a one-on-one fight. Especially after the last mission, the system had further enhanced his physical capabilities. To put it confidently, even if 5,000 men surrounded him, none of them could prevail. No matter how much training the Liu family's young masters had received since childhood, they could never achieve such feats. Boss, you're very confident in your abilities. I'm curious if you're that formidable, why didn't you show it before? After all, had Chén Sìhǎi revealed his abilities earlier, he wouldn't have remained just a minor city administrator. The Liu family would have cultivated him. Because I didn't want to before. Now I do. The excuse was selfish, but quintessentially Chén Sìhǎi. Liu Ji said nothing more. Liu Ji, if you're so capable, why did it take you this long to show up before Wang Tiger? Chén Sìhǎi threw his words right back at him, trying to pry information out of him. It wasn't easy. Because I was only brought to northern Myanmar recently and I didn't want to be here. I tried to escape many times but couldn't leave. It wasn't until I killed my first person that I knew I could never go back. Back home, he'd be nothing but a murderer. Is that so? Chén Sìhǎi countered, though he didn't dwell on the topic for long. He led Liu Ji to a secluded spot and the two began their duel. Liu Ji didn't give Chén Sìhǎi a chance to strike first. His opening move was a lethal strike. Chén Sìhǎi stepped back, unleashing a powerful palm strike toward Liu Ji. He had said it, no one could last 3 moves against him. Not even those trained by the Liu family. 2 moves were Liu Ji's limit. But for Chén Sìhǎi, it wasn't even a warm-up. You've lost. What's your wager? Chén Sìhǎi brushed imaginary dust off his clothes and looked at Liu Ji. Getting a little something from the Liu family's young master was good enough. I'll do one thing for you unconditionally later, Liu Ji said, meaning that once his status was restored, he would help Chén Sìhǎi with one matter. Chén Sìhǎi understood, and could probably guess as much. The young master of the Liu family before him might hold a higher status than he had imagined. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to make such a promise. Fine. I'll wait for the day you fulfill your promise. Chén Sìhǎi withdrew his hand. He rarely resorted to such force, for in this age of rampant weaponry, going in unarmed always put you at a disadvantage. Boss, how did you get so skilled? Liu Ji was genuinely curious. He had endured immense hardship to achieve his current level of martial arts. Chapter 144, Heading to the Chow family. It just happened through practice, Chén Sìhǎi replied honestly. Yet Liu Ji sensed this was merely an excuse Chén Sìhǎi offered when unwilling to answer. Over the next few days, Chén Sìhǎi distributed numerous items, yet no one dared challenge him. Seizing this opportunity, Chén Sìhǎi identified dozens of skilled fighters who could serve as promising candidates for the next generation of disciples. He summoned them directly. However, the responsibility for training them shifted from Chén Sìhǎi to Jin Shiwu. You're a top talent cultivated by the state, surely you can manage to train a few people? With the matter already spoken of in such terms, he had to see it through even if it seemed impossible. Jin Shiwu took the group to begin their training. Chén Sìhǎi observed several times but remained dissatisfied. I need them to charge into battle, not play around. They don't need time to adjust. I'll say it again, those who stay will change their lives forever. Those who can't stay wherever you came from, go back there. Such gentle training methods weren't incapable of producing results, but they took far too long. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't afford to wait that long. That bastard Dong Hongyang had been eyeing him like a predator. Even now, their arsenal remained woefully inadequate. He'd reached out to Yi Ziyi and Li Yi, but they hadn't come up with a single lead. Chén Sìhǎi felt utterly helpless. He knew tanks were hard to come by, but he hadn't imagined it would be this difficult. 2 months had passed since Chén Sìhǎi first contacted them, yet not a single lead had surfaced. Jin Shiwu was dissatisfied with how Chén Sìhǎi was training these people. In his eyes, many here were misguided souls. They should be properly cultivated. You've managed to evade detection for so long. I'm not sure whether to call you clever or those northern Myanmar guys complete idiots. Every boss in northern Myanmar treated their men with cruelty. A man as mild-mannered as Jin Shiwu was truly rare. Even Chén Sìhǎi showed no mercy when execution was warranted. Otherwise, it would be easy for others to uncover problems. I'm the boss. You follow my orders. I'll come back in a while to check on the results. If it's not done, you can leave this place. I'll contact the country and arrange a new mission for you. Chén Sìhǎi wasn't asking for his opinion, he was informing him. Oof. I really don't know what those people are thinking, making me cooperate with someone like this. By the time our people take over, many lives might already be lost. Jin Shiwu certainly didn't know that to climb the ranks in northern Myanmar, one had to help them complete that grand, monumental plan. What they needed were men like Chén Sìhǎi. Decisive in killing and conquering. And knowing exactly what needs to be done. Boss, come home with me. My father genuinely wants me to bring you back. He said if I don't bring you, I'm not coming back either. Chao Guoxing felt utterly helpless. Sometimes he couldn't figure out who was really his father's son. His father adored the boss even before meeting him. Once he met the boss, he'd likely be captivated by his charisma. Who knows? Maybe afterward, the two cities could forge a strong cooperative relationship. That must be what his father had in mind. Chao Guoxing had asked Chén Sìhǎi several times before, but never got a clear answer. His father's birthday was in 2 days. He absolutely had to get a clear answer. Ding! Attend Chao Guoxing's father's birthday banquet. Task reward: 10 doses of standard health-enhancing medicine. Mission failed. Lost voice for 1 month. Another one of those bizarre punishments. But wasn't this task a bit too simple? Boss, if you go, you'll definitely be a guest of honor. Come with me, I swear. Chao Guoxing pleaded with Chén Sìhǎi. If I go with you, you'd better prepare a gift for me. He had no idea what Chao Guoxing's father would like. No gift is needed at all. Just your presence will make him happy. I'll go back and tell my father. Chao Guoxing quickly departed. Chao's father had been waiting for his son's call. Now that he'd received it and gotten a definite answer, he breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately mobilized everyone to clean and prepare the necessary items. They absolutely couldn't let Chén Sìhǎi feel they were shortchanging him. Their enthusiasm toward Chén Sìhǎi stemmed from one reason alone. Chén Sìhǎi had provided them with many valuable items recently. Some were upgraded weapons, others were health-enhancing medicines. Chén Sìhǎi's prices were steep, but the goods were top-notch. There was no shortage of buyers. Father Chao understood that every time Chén Sìhǎi gave them these things, it was solely because of his son. Truthfully, when Chao Guoxing first declared he would venture out into the world, Chao's father only hoped his son wouldn't die out there. He hadn't expected him to achieve anything. Who would have thought that upon his return, his son would be a completely different person? Heading to the Chao residence, Chén Sìhǎi brought along Wáng Lǎohǔ and Shen Yang, leaving the others behind at home. If anyone tried to stir trouble during this visit, Chén Sìhǎi could only say they were courting death. The Chao family had arranged a helicopter to pick up Chén Sìhǎi and his group directly. My father truly holds you in high regard. In past years when I returned, he never sent a plane to pick me up. Seeing this difference, Chao Guoxing doubted once more. Had he misjudged his relationship with Chén Sìhǎi? Because I'm a guest and a very important one to your family. I'll retire for the night now. Chén Sìhǎi didn't want to say anything more. He'd stayed up late last night working on something and was still exhausted. The helicopter arrived at the Chao residence, where they were waiting at the entrance to greet Chén Sìhǎi. To the uninitiated, it might seem as though some important dignitary was arriving. After all, the entire Chao family stood assembled at the entrance to greet him. Seeing this scene, Chén Sìhǎi thought, no wonder Chao Guoxing had said he always felt his father held him in high regard. Such treatment was proof enough that this family genuinely respected him. That's fine. You must be Chén Sìhǎi, the big boss? I've heard so much about you. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I'm Chao Bin, Chao Guoxing's father. Chao Bin was extremely courteous, taking the initiative to speak. This startled many present, given that the Chao family held the position of city administrators here. He saw no reason to be so courteous to anyone. Wow, father really treats this Chén Sìhǎi differently. This time, that kid Chao Guoxing is going to make a name for himself. To be honest, there were reasons why Chao Guoxing had wanted to strike out on his own earlier. Hello, you're being far too gracious, even sending a private jet to pick me up. Chén Sìhǎi smiled faintly. After exchanging a few words at the entrance, they were escorted to the Chao residence. The banquet wouldn't begin until the day after tomorrow. Chapter 145, Too Greedy. Chao Bin had invited Chén Sìhǎi over so early precisely because he had matters he wished to discuss with him. Besides, it was only natural for his son to be away for so long. Chén Sìhǎi was treated as the honored guest, with everyone else showing him utmost respect. Mr. Chén Sìhǎi, may we discuss our future collaboration in the study? Chao Bin didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the purpose of his visit. Chén Sìhǎi nodded. You come with us too. Chao Bin glanced at his son, who was now completely different from before. In the past, Chao Guoxing pursued everything based on his interests. Whatever he set his mind to, he would see through to completion no matter what. Now he seemed changed. He understood there were many things he could no longer control at will. Consequently, he had become much more low-key. It seemed Chén Sìhǎi had truly shaped Chao Guoxing in many ways. Chao Guoxing was fortunate indeed to have encountered someone like old Chen. In the study, Chao Bin produced some gold. This is the payment from our last transaction. We were going to give you diamonds, but you said you didn't need them anymore. Such a large sum couldn't possibly go through the banks. This was the only way to handle it. All right. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the large suitcases. His vault was about to get another addition. Diamonds were small and easy to carry, but Chén Sìhǎi and his crew had yet to find a market to sell them. Thus, they couldn't continue using diamonds for transactions. What I mean is, if you ever want to sell weapons in the future, including those pills you had before, whenever you need to sell them to me first. No matter the quantity, I'll take it all. Chao Bin's opening words radiated sheer financial might. Father, you really shouldn't push it. We only have so much stock each year. If we give it all to you, we won't be able to attract other customers. We've already given you the maximum.
Chao Guixing sighed helplessly, knowing his father was fixated on this issue.
I'm discussing this with your boss, not you. You don't have the authority to decide, do you?
Seeing his son immediately step forward to defend Chén Sìhǎi, he felt deeply satisfied inside, though he didn't show it. He hadn't understood before why Chén Sìhǎi held such high regard for his son.
Now it all made sense. Chao Guixing was simply loyal enough.
I can't make the decision, but I know a lot about these matters.
The boss won't agree to your request. Chao Guixing wore a look of pride.
The boss had already informed him of the annual production quota for their organization.
Just as the young master said, I can't give you everything. I've already given you a significant portion, it's more than enough.
Some things Chén Sìhǎi needed to keep for himself to cultivate his own men. Unless his prestige reached a level even he deemed sufficient. But unfortunately, when they attacked the city administrator, Chén Sìhǎi's prestige had soared to 8 million.
Yet he had gradually depleted it all.
In other words, Chén Sìhǎi was now a penniless young man with little prestige left. Part of his reason for coming to the Chao family was to gain some prestige points here. I was too greedy, but I still want to thank you.
Your items are truly useful. Those weapons unleash tremendous power, and some unusual ones could repel enemies at critical moments. Thank you.
Chén Sìhǎi's polite tone carried a hint of pride.
If there's nothing else, I won't disturb your conversation.
Seeing that father and son seemed to have much to discuss,
he stepped out of the room.
Shortly after he found Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others, Chao Guixing followed suit.
Boss, I've got nothing to talk about with that old man.
He actually told me to just follow you from now on and stop coming back to fight over that measly inheritance with the others.
Put. Does he even know when I'd ever want that worthless property?
If I wanted it, I wouldn't have left in the first place.
Chao Guixing was utterly speechless. What on earth was his father thinking? He really wasn't his biological son, was he? Because your father knows that following the boss will give you a brighter future than staying with the Chaos. He fears you're fixated on petty gains right now. Do you understand? Wáng Lǎohǔ patted Chao Guixing on the shoulder.
His father had meant well.
I get it.
But it still pisses me off how he talks to me like that.
Never mind. Since you're finally back, boss, let me show you around. Each city operated differently. Here, the Chao family enforced strict control over every estate owner. Large-scale conflicts were strictly forbidden. If two estate owners engaged in a major battle without permission, their family would intervene and beat both estate owners senseless,
until both were thoroughly subdued. Many have tried to emulate our management style, but you don't need to learn it, boss. Those estate owners are essentially our own people. We only need to present a united front against external threats. No matter how much trouble the estate owners under Chén Sìhǎi caused, those assets would still belong to him.
Truthfully, Chén Sìhǎi approved of their conflicts.
Only through such trials would his people grow stronger step by step.
Pressure breeds motivation.
But his men had misunderstood his intentions. Therefore, Chén Sìhǎi felt this temporary arrangement was quite satisfactory. He was well aware that over time, numerous issues would inevitably arise among these estate owners.
Minor skirmishes were only natural, and they could indeed learn from his family's management model.
But if things got too out of hand, he'd crush them outright.
Well, who's back?
It's the one who worked like a dog for others. Left with his tail between his legs back then, but now he's returned looking like a proper gentleman. A mocking voice rang out, and Chén Sìhǎi and his companions instinctively turned to look.
Oof. No matter how disgracefully I left, I'm still my father's legitimate child, unlike certain people who only now claim their ancestral roots. I've always been curious about whether you're really my father's bastard son. Did you ever get a paternity test done?
Chao Guixing only kept a low profile around Chén Sìhǎi. In front of others, he was as arrogant as could be. And after spending so much time with Chén Sìhǎi, he'd picked up a lot from him. What Chao Guixing was saying touched on the very thing he feared most. But certain things simply couldn't be done once done, they'd become truly problematic. This is my father's child from outside the marriage.
His mother's identity remains unclear to this day.
He always felt that if he had grown up in the family home, he should have been as spirited and ambitious as me.
So he's jealous of me and picks fights with me every chance he gets. Chapter 146, The Empire Built by Generations of Ancestors.
Chao Guixing had long grown accustomed to Chao Xian's constant mockery.
Oof. You're so happy being someone else's lackey. You'd better never come back.
Chao Xian watched Chao Guixing groveling before Chén Sìhǎi and felt nothing but disgust.
Even if I never return, you'll never inherit my father's assets.
Chao Guixing looked at Chao Xian.
Who did he think he was? How dare he speak to him like that? In father's eyes, I'll always be more important than you. You'd better get lost.
Chao Guixing now wanted to take the boss out for a look around and didn't want to waste too much time on this guy. But they only had this one path, and it just so happened that Chao Xian was blocking it.
Move aside? You can go around me.
I brought my people here first, Chao Guixing. This road isn't just for you lot to use. Chao Xian sneered coldly, refusing to give Chao Guisheng and his crew any face.
Just returning once, and they've got a helicopter and so many people coming out to greet them? They really think there's something special, huh? Chao Guisheng, why waste your breath on him? Just kill him.
Wáng Lǎohǔ knew killing someone here would be easy for the man before him.
Alright, little brother. Care to try my new method? I'll give you one last chance.
Seeing Chén Sìhǎi had no objections, Chao Guisheng immediately spoke up. If Chén Sìhǎi agreed, he couldn't kill the man outright, but he could make him wish for death. Chao Guisheng had never been one to show mercy. Seeing the look in Chao Xian's eyes, he instinctively took a step back. Previously, Chao Guisheng hadn't taken him seriously, but this time he sensed that if he didn't move out of the way, they would truly turn their hands on him.
Why didn't you just say so earlier?
Chao Guisheng said as he led his men over.
If you want to secure your father's position as heir, I can help you. Chén Sìhǎi casually dropped this remark during their journey.
He had his own calculations behind these words. If Chao Guisheng truly seized control of this city, then he would have a stronger edge against those rivals.
It's impossible. Father has already chosen his successor.
Besides, my brother is truly exceptional.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have left this place.
Besides, my brother treats me well. He just happened to be busy recently, which is why he didn't come to pick me up. After Chao Guisheng left the city, his brother treated him even better. Clearly, he felt there was no longer any competitive tension between them. Chao Guisheng felt this current life was already quite good, there was no need to waste each other's time anymore. Then introduce me to your brother when the time comes.
My opponent is formidable and I need more allies.
Sure.
Just a word from you is all it takes. My father holds you in high regard and will definitely agree. They looked around.
Only upon returning this time did Chao Guisheng realize how different their family environment was compared to Chén Sìhǎi's. Chén Sìhǎi commanded respect, yet the servants at his place seemed more cheerful after all, they were free to pursue their own interests. Granted the freedom to act independently, they seemed to work with renewed vigor.
To date, there had been no reports of anyone attempting to flee. Except for the newly arrived recruits, that is. Chao Guisheng preferred that kind of environment.
Chén Sìhǎi glanced around, finding it rather dull.
Let's head back to rest. Better to get some sleep early than wander around aimlessly. As he turned away, Chén Sìhǎi caught a fleeting glimpse of someone.
That person seemed to be Lu Ji, the guy by his side. Damn it, not only was he not at the base, but he actually dared to show up here. But with his Lu family connections, getting into an event like this was a piece of cake. Back in his room, Chén Sìhǎi immediately contacted Asan. Asan actually told him that Lu Ji was inside the base, he'd seen him just half an hour ago. This was strange. He couldn't believe he had seen him wrong. He relayed this to Chao Guisheng, who promptly questioned his father. None of the Lu family's young masters would come. They only attend banquets they deem worthy of their attention. People like us have no chance of catching the Lu family's young master's attention. I also heard that Brother Chen caught the eye of one of the Lu family's young masters, who wants to take him back as a subordinate.
Is that true? Rumors about this had been circulating outside. At first, everyone thought the Lu young master was just messing around.
But later, everyone learned that young master Lu Hong had gifted Chén Sìhǎi numerous vintage fighter jets. Though outdated, they were still valuable assets.
If he hadn't intended to cultivate Chén Sìhǎi, it wouldn't have happened.
Yet to this day, no one has heard that Chén Sìhǎi has joined his ranks to work for him. This matter had Chao been thoroughly intrigued. Our boss wants to be the master himself.
How could he possibly work under someone else?
Chao Guisheng stated matter-of-factly.
Chén Sìhǎi was so powerful that no one was qualified to be his boss.
In Chao Guisheng's eyes, even the Lu family members were no exception.
Son, you truly believe in your boss. But Chén Sìhǎi does possess that kind of ability. Chao Bin hadn't met Chén Sìhǎi before, but he knew this man's future prospects were boundless.
And that was before he'd even met him.
Chén Sìhǎi stood at the doorway as the family greeted him, his expression utterly unreadable.
Chao Bin couldn't tell whether Chén Sìhǎi had anticipated this arrangement all along, or simply felt no need to be surprised by it.
It was likely the latter. Chén Sìhǎi enjoyed an emperor's treatment here, getting whatever he desired.
He truly lived a life of having food brought to his mouth and clothes handed to him. But Chén Sìhǎi deeply disliked this kind of life.
He even took the initiative to ask about visiting their armory.
Every city administrator's armory was a highly concealed facility. If someone casually mentioned it, they'd assume the person had lost their mind.
But when Chén Sìhǎi brought it up, he didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with it.
Naturally, Chao Bin could never agree to such an outrageous request.
But since it was Chén Sìhǎi who brought it up,
there was no need for further discussion.
Take him there immediately.
Along the way, they encountered numerous members of Chao's household staff.
They couldn't fathom why Chén Sìhǎi deserved such treatment from their boss. Chén Sìhǎi took a look inside and saw that the Chao family did indeed have some substance. Our family has been in northern Burma for generations. We've built up quite a kingdom here. What do you think?
Chao Bin spoke with palpable pride, for this legacy had been forged by generations of his ancestors. Now that it had been passed down to him, he simply hoped no one would destroy it. After all, he faced no shortage of challengers.
Chapter 147, The Manor Owners Gathering. Chén Sìhǎi took a look and immediately spotted a major problem.
Many of these weapons are severely deteriorated. You should seek out specialists for maintenance.
Chén Sìhǎi picked up a weapon and, without applying much force, dislodged a crucial component. What?
These rough and tumble types had no idea weapons even needed maintenance.
They simply discarded anything that broke during daily use.
Have your son teach you when the time comes?
Chén Sìhǎi didn't dwell on the matter.
Chao Guoxing knew exactly how to handle these matters. Truth be told, this was Chao Guoxing's first visit here, and he was genuinely stunned.
His family actually owned 5 tanks.
Consider this, the boss had fought tooth and nail just to acquire 1 tank so far.
And that one belonged to the former city administrator. My son is somewhat useful after all. Have you seen our armory? Compare it to yours, what do you think?
Xiao Bin had never seen another person's armory either, so he could only guess what it might look like.
Ours can't hold a candle to yours. Chén Sìhǎi spoke the truth.
Though he'd equipped his men with all manner of bizarre weapons, they simply weren't as effective as these weapons. He'd considered upgrading the entire arsenal, but procuring military-grade arms wasn't that simple.
Even money couldn't buy them. That was Chén Sìhǎi's biggest headache. Brother Chén, you jest. You've only just established your position.
Give it time, and soon we might not even measure up to you. Tonight, there's a gathering hosted by one of the local landowners.
Would Boss Chén care to attend?
Xiao Bin standing here meant people had long used his birthday as an excuse to invite him to all sorts of gatherings.
I'll stop by. Chén Sìhǎi genuinely didn't want to stay here forever.
So they set out together that evening, though Xiao Bin had to attend to something urgent at the last minute. Chao Guoxing took him along.
Boss, do you think Dong Hongyang will come after us once we're gone? Chao Guoxing asked, bored out of his mind on the road.
Now that Chén Sìhǎi had left their city, those left behind lacked a leader. This was the perfect time to strike. There will definitely be some minor skirmishes, but no major moves for now.
Dong Hongyang won't recover that quickly. His hatred for me will make him want to take me down personally.
Chén Sìhǎi was quite perceptive when it came to judging people and predicting their actions.
San was indeed dealing with a series of minor troubles at home. This time, Chén Sìhǎi had deliberately left San behind. He needed someone capable of handling everything independently.
He couldn't remain confined to that small estate forever.
Chén Sìhǎi intended to venture out into the wider world.
Before departing, he had to ensure these arrangements were in place. At the very least, while he was away, the people he trusted needed to be capable of handling matters independently.
Otherwise, returning to find the household in disarray would be utterly pointless. Boss, I've looked into Dong Hongyang. With our current weapons and manpower, we need more resources to take him down.
Chao Guoxing believed that given enough time, this matter could be resolved swiftly.
We won't reach that level in the short term, but it's fine. I can find partners to collaborate with.
For instance, the Chao family who had come this time.
Or take Lu Hong, the young master of the Lu family.
Chao Guoxing didn't press for details. The boss had his plans, he didn't need to know more than that.
The estate owners had all arrived and were waiting for Xiao Bin.
When Chén Sìhǎi pushed open the door, he noticed the confusion in their eyes. Clearly, they hadn't recognized which figure Chén Sìhǎi was. However, some recognized Chao Guoxing, who stood beside Chén Sìhǎi.
Young Master Chao, you've arrived. Why hasn't your father come yet? Uncle Chi, my father might be a bit late.
He suddenly received a call and had to attend to something. On my way over, father instructed me to ensure all the estate owners eat well and enjoy themselves. He's covering the bill. Disappointment flashed across many faces. It wasn't about who was picking up the tab. Not a single person here was short on money. Normally, catching a glimpse of Xiao Bin was no easy feat. They hoped to use today's gathering to curry favor with him, so that when the time came to distribute goods, he might give them something worthwhile, or better yet, let them choose first. If Xiao Bin didn't show up, all their meticulous preparations for today would be wasted. But these were shrewd operators.
With Xiao Bin absent, they quickly composed themselves.
Instead, they turned their attention to Chén Sìhǎi, who stood beside Chao Guoxing. From the moment they laid eyes on Chén Sìhǎi, they knew this man was no ordinary figure.
Excuse me, who is the gentleman accompanying you?
He is my boss, Chén Sìhǎi, and also an honored guest of my father. Chao Guoxing immediately stepped back, introducing Chén Sìhǎi to the others with great respect.
Chén Sìhǎi? That name sounds unfamiliar. Seriously? You guys haven't heard? There was that recent high-profile city administrator replacement scandal. The main figure in that was Chén Sìhǎi.
I've heard Mr. Chén Sìhǎi is quite formidable, but I never imagined he'd appear so gentle. If not for those who had heard of Chén Sìhǎi's deeds, they truly would have mistaken him for a scholarly intellectual. For Chén the boss to come here alone as a city administrator, that takes some serious guts. It's common knowledge that city administrators never make grand public appearances. If others found out, it would cause a lot of trouble. Being a city administrator is my starting point toward greater heights, not the end that confines me.
If becoming a city administrator meant he couldn't go out freely anymore, then what's the point of holding that position?
Brother Chén has a completely different perspective on this matter. But if one is truly formidable, it wouldn't be a problem.
Few like Chén Sìhǎi command an entire city under their control.
Facing their praise, Chén Sìhǎi offered only a mysterious smile, saying nothing. He came here today to see if he could stir up some trouble and gain a bit of prestige. Otherwise, his visit would be utterly wasted. Though they hadn't waited for Cháo Bin, Chén Sìhǎi was also a city administrator. Instantly, they shifted their focus to him.
They had many questions for Chén Sìhǎi.
For instance, how he had risen step by step to his current position. Or, for instance, they wanted to know what procedures were required if they wished to join Chén Sìhǎi city. The one who spoke this sentence cautiously glanced at Cháo Guishing beside Chén Sìhǎi. After all, he was a member of the Cháo family. Who knew Cháo Guishing couldn't care less?
Chapter 148, Assassination.
I'd be delighted to welcome you to our city for development, but I fear you might not find better opportunities here. Their city had numerous problems and was quite small.
Not like the city managed by the Cháo family. I was just joking. I've been developing here for many years.
If I were suddenly asked to leave, honestly, I wouldn't know what to do with myself for a while. They learned a great deal from Chén Sìhǎi.
Chén Sìhǎi's prestige was growing at a very slow pace.
It seemed this approach just wasn't working.
Chén Sìhǎi pondered, what kind of opportunity could he use to stir things up?
No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than someone handed him the perfect opportunity. A landowner who had been sitting silently nearby suddenly began moving toward Chén Sìhǎi. Suddenly, he slowly approached Chén Sìhǎi, drew a gun, and fired at him.
Everyone froze in shock except Chén Sìhǎi.
Originally, everyone present was under Chén Sìhǎi's control. But this man had been staring at him constantly, so Chén Sìhǎi had kept his guard up. The instant the shot rang out, he dodged the bullet.
Die! Scum like you have no right to be a city administrator.
Chén Sìhǎi listened to the man's words, unable to fathom how he had offended him so soon after arriving.
They couldn't have had any prior contact. Looking for death.
Cháo Guishing snapped out of his daze at the words, instantly raising his foot. He engaged in a fight with the man who had attacked Chén Sìhǎi.
Gong Zhishui was single-minded in his desire to kill Chén Sìhǎi. Even after taking 2 bullets himself, he charged toward Chén Sìhǎi. He fired countless shots until his weapon ran dry.
With the threat neutralized, Cháo Guishing swiftly subdued the man.
Boss! Cháo Guishing pinned Gong Zhishui to the ground and called out to Chén Sìhǎi. Gong Zhishui lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. He'd been shot twice in vital areas and wouldn't survive. Why did you attack me? Chén Sìhǎi cut straight to the point, unwilling to waste time. Why did I attack you? Probably because I couldn't stand the sight of you.
A piece of scum like you has no business being a city administrator. Gong Zhishui's mouth was filled with blood. He had narrowly escaped death many times before, but he knew this time he was truly finished. The man before him wouldn't let him live. He was so close to completing the task assigned by his superiors.
Let me guess who sent you. I have too many enemies. But who could make an estate owner obey them completely, even if it meant dying to complete the task? It can only be Dong Hongyang, right?
Lately, Dong Hongyang had become Chén Sìhǎi's greatest enemy. The moment that name was uttered, the expression on the man lying on the ground shifted for an instant.
In that split second, Chén Sìhǎi understood everything.
It was him, after all. To see him dead, Dong Hongyang would stop at nothing.
So that's how it is. Then I won't let you die so easily.
After all, no one around Chén Sìhǎi possessed more intelligence on Dong Hongyang. Capture him, and Chén Sìhǎi would find out.
Keep him alive. Chén Sìhǎi ordered calmly.
Cháo Guishing immediately set to work.
Soon, doctors arrived and cordoned off the area with several pieces of cloth to perform emergency treatment.
The events unfolded too rapidly for the estate owners to grasp what was happening. Someone had intended to kill Chén Sìhǎi, only to be punished by him instead.
Then, for reasons unknown, Chén Sìhǎi chose to save the man.
Yet this incident cast a shadow over their minds. They had a rule: whenever they attended a gathering together, even if there was a blood feud, no one was allowed to attack anyone at that time. If anyone broke that rule in such a setting, the other estate owners would collectively take action against the offender. For a long time now, no one had dared to attack anyone at their banquets. That's why they froze in shock, especially when the victim turned out to be Chén Sìhǎi, who had only been here for a single day.
Brother Chén, now that you know who's behind this, surely you don't need to waste time saving him?
The room was filled with the pungent stench of blood and the sharp smell of disinfectant from the ongoing rescue efforts. The two odors mingled together, creating a far from pleasant smell.
He tried to assassinate me.
Letting him die like this would be letting him off too easily. If I let him go lightly, others will target me in the future.
I hate having to be on guard every time I go out.
Might as well settle this once and for all. Chén Sìhǎi intended to show those who dared to target him what the price would be.
Even if death awaited them, as long as Chén Sìhǎi hadn't spoken, they wouldn't die. For a moment, no one spoke. Each of them waited in silence for the results of Gong Zhishui's emergency treatment.
Some sought to curry favor with the Chao family through Chén Sìhǎi, volunteering information about Gong Jishue's background. They said Gong Jishue was exceptionally low-key among their circle. If one didn't seek him out specifically, they might not even find any trace of him. It seemed as though he had suddenly become an estate owner one day. After that, it seemed no one paid him any mind at all. At gatherings, if he chose not to attend, his absence went unnoticed. Gong Jishue's prolonged presence here clearly indicated someone was orchestrating his actions behind the scenes. Others curiously asked Chén Sìhǎi just who was Dong Hongyang to casually dispatch an estate owner to kill him? Chén Sìhǎi didn't respond to a single one of these questions. When Chao Bin arrived, he witnessed that peculiar scene. "Brother Chén, what's going on?" The thick stench of blood meant something serious had happened. Chao Guisheng immediately relayed the incident to his father. "This happened? Don't worry, Brother Chén. Once he's healed, I won't let him off the hook." Chao Bin knew that within the city he governed, many estate owners did not actually obey his commands. But this was a common phenomenon in every city, something even he couldn't change. This time, perhaps he could leverage the Chén Sìhǎi incident to make some moves. At the very least, he needed to rein in those behind the scenes who constantly meddled in his arrangements. "No need. I'll handle this personally." Chén Sìhǎi intended to use Gong Jishue to warn Dong Hongyang petty skirmishes held no meaning for him, and anyone daring to act against him would pay a heavy price. "Fine. If you need manpower, you can come to me. If you don't trust my people, you can bring your own." Chao Bin trusted Chén Sìhǎi, unaware how deeply this statement would unsettle the other estate owners below. Bringing other city lords and their forces into their territory was an extremely dangerous proposition. Ordinary city administrators would never agree to such a request. Chapter 149, Show of Force. Ding. Prestige plus 5,000. Prestige plus 10,000. Excellent. Prestige points should grow at this pace. Once word of this spread, Chén Sìhǎi's reputation points even saw a slight acceleration in their growth rate. "No need. My people can handle this." Chén Sìhǎi's men were still waiting at home for those who came looking for trouble they simply couldn't come over. Besides, what could a mere estate owner possibly do? We saved his life, but he must avoid strenuous activity for the foreseeable future. Otherwise, he could easily die. The doctor glanced at Chén Sìhǎi. Having served many masters, he could instantly discern who truly held the reins here. How could he engage in strenuous activity in his current state? "I'll borrow your city wall for a moment." After receiving Chao Bin's affirmative response, Chén Sìhǎi ordered Chao Guisheng to hoist the man onto the city wall. "Keep him alive. Don't let him die." Chén Sìhǎi issued a final order before Chao Guisheng departed. "Boss Chén, might this be unwise? This is our city after all. If your actions provoke those who seek to harm you, they might extend their hostility to us as well." Once battles between city rulers began, it was the lower-ranking personnel like them who suffered the most. They couldn't flee, nor could they fight back. "If he dares send men, I'll make sure they never return. Thank you for your hospitality today." Chén Sìhǎi didn't want to waste any more time here. These people were all up to no good. Upon hearing this, Chao Bin immediately assured them. "If anyone comes for trouble, they'll have to deal with me first. You needn't worry so much. I trust Brother Chén can handle it." Chao Bin had heard this from Chao Guisheng before. Chén Sìhǎi wasn't one to seek trouble, but if trouble came knocking, they'd be the ones in trouble. They'd just be adding bricks to Chén Sìhǎi's empire. If Chén Sìhǎi needed their help here, they might just get a taste of the spoils when he feasted. Chao Bin's understanding of Chén Sìhǎi naturally far surpassed that of these estate owners. With his assurance, the others dared not say another word. Truthfully, witnessing Chén Sìhǎi's style of handling matters, they dared not speak another word. Who knew if they might be the next ones hanging from the city walls? After all, for Chén Sìhǎi, the city's administrator, dealing with an estate owner was as easy as uttering a single command. No sooner had Chén Sìhǎi returned to the Chao residence than he saw the photo Chao Guisheng had sent. He had stripped Gong Jishue naked and hung him up, a white flag tied to his head. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at his lower body and found the sight truly indecent. He sent a message to Chao Guisheng. Soon, another photo arrived. This time, Gong Jishue wore only underwear. "Boss, is this acceptable?" Chén Sìhǎi argued that leaving him naked and hanging there was unsightly. He thought about it and realized he had a point. Just one pair would suffice. After all, this guy had no shame. All right. The more commotion, the better. Chén Sìhǎi wanted Dong Hongyang to know. Dong Hongyang did indeed find out immediately. Word spread that the men Dong Hongyang had sent were no match for Chén Sìhǎi's men, and Dong Hongyang himself was a complete failure. He was no match for Chén Sìhǎi at all. That's why he'd been acting like a scared turtle, constantly sending men out to test Chén Sìhǎi, hoping his men would kill him. Damn it, if he hadn't been injured last time, Chén Sìhǎi's corpse would be overgrown with 3 feet of grass by now. What a useless piece of trash, incapable of getting anything done. Find a way to kill him. Hanging his men from high buildings was a direct slap in the face. He didn't have the mental fortitude to simply ignore it.
Chén Sìhǎi and his crew had been keeping a close eye on the people here too. He knew full well that once Dong Hongyang found out, he'd come here to kill. If Dong Hongyang wants to kill, he'll make sure he can't. When we see them, just kill them outright.
Since it was a minor incident, Dong Hongyang believed Chén Sìhǎi had already achieved his goal of humiliating him.
He was certain Chen wouldn't keep people watching Gong Jishui anymore, so he only sent 4 men.
The moment these 4 men reached the ground floor, they were taken out by Wáng Lǎohǔ and his partner.
You saw it yourself.
The boss you respect and work for upon learning of this insult didn't rush to save you.
His first thought was to kill you.
Chén Sìhǎi stood beside Gong Jishui, who had regained consciousness. When he realized he was being hung on the wall, he kept shouting at Chén Sìhǎi. He hurled every curse word imaginable. Finally, someone close to Chén Sìhǎi silenced him with a single sentence. You won't get a single drop of water for 3 days.
If you want to keep wasting your breath, that's your choice.
Now he truly felt parched, wanting to beg them for water. But all he got in return was a cold sneer.
You humiliated our boss like that and still want water? If you weren't still somewhat useful, you'd be dead already. Now Chén Sìhǎi stood beside him, controlling the entire situation.
In that instant, he knew that even if Dong Hongyang himself came over, he wouldn't stand a chance against Chén Sìhǎi.
Because he could easily predict Dong Hongyang's next move. But Dong Hongyang would never know what Chén Sìhǎi intended to do next. This only deepens the hatred between you. It won't change anything. Gong Jishui looked down. He knew Dong Hongyang somewhat.
He couldn't defeat Chén Sìhǎi, but in the end, he would surely go down fighting.
By then, neither of them would gain anything.
Our relationship is beyond repair. I just hope this time he gets the message and calms down. Chén Sìhǎi stood there, exposed to the wind for a long time, saying nothing. Only as he was about to leave did he speak.
Selling your life for someone unworthy is no good. Your parents are long dead.
He had someone investigate Gong Jishui and quickly discovered the reason he was willing to die to kill Chén Sìhǎi.
What are you talking about? That's impossible. We had a video call just days ago, they're alive and well. Absolutely impossible. You're lying to me. You just want me to tell you about Dong Hongyang. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. But you know how advanced technology is now. Faking a video call isn't difficult, is it? And how long has it been since you last saw them? Dong Hongyang and his men weren't like Chén Sìhǎi.
Chén Sìhǎi supported the families of his fallen brothers. They wouldn't waste time or money on such meaningless gestures.
Killing them was the end of it. Chapter 150, can't afford to gamble. Impossible. You must be lying. They're definitely still alive.
Gong Jishui instantly grew frantic, and as he struggled, the wounds on his body burst open again. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at him and delivered the brutal truth.
They're dead. Their bodies are already rotting. I can avenge them for you. If you come to your senses, you can find me anytime.
All you have to do is shout, Dong Hongyang is the biggest piece of trash in the entire world. Chén Sìhǎi intended to mock Dong Hongyang relentlessly, making him feel humiliated and furious.
I want proof.
I need proof that my parents are truly dead. Gong Jishui feared that if his parents were still alive and he chose Chén Sìhǎi's side, Dong Hongyang might find a way to kill both him and his parents. He couldn't afford to take that risk. He had to be certain his parents were truly dead.
Believe it or not.
Why would Chén Sìhǎi spend enormous resources to help him find his parents' remains? He wasn't exactly a saint.
Your brain was meant to be used.
Don't end up opening it after death only to find it brand new.
Chén Sìhǎi sneered. If he couldn't figure it out, Chén Sìhǎi couldn't help him.
Boss, we have ways to make him talk. For someone who's resolved to die, forcing him out would just waste too much time.
Chén Sìhǎi felt it wasn't worth expending so much effort over someone like Dong Hongyang. My brother's back. Want to see him?
Zhào Jīnlóng dropped the subject. He quickly recalled what Brother Chen had instructed him earlier, to contact him the moment his brother returned. Building a good relationship with a city administrator would be highly beneficial for his brother. How could he possibly refuse?
Sure.
Zhào Jīnlóng promptly arranged for the two of them to meet. The initial exchange was a routine exchange of pleasantries. Neither man was particularly comfortable with such formalities, so it concluded quickly.
I have a troublesome opponent. A confrontation may be inevitable. Should the need arise, I hope you'll assist me. Chén Sìhǎi got straight to the point, unwilling to waste any more time. Why come to me? My father is the city administrator now, not me. I can't make decisions on this matter. Zhào Jīnlóng looked at Chén Sìhǎi. Had this man figured something out? Otherwise, why would he come to him? You know exactly what I mean, don't you? I'm looking for someone capable. I believe you're qualified to work with me. At first, Chén Sìhǎi had been skeptical too, until he witnessed how Zhào Jīnlóng interacted with his subordinates. Something felt off. Chén Sìhǎi soon realized the truth. Perhaps Zhào Jīnlóng remained the city's nominal administrator. But much of the city's real power had long since been handed over to his son. That is, Zhào Jīnlóng's older brother, Zhào Jīnlóng. Chén Sìhǎi sought to collaborate with those holding power, but he also chose to partner with the intelligent.
My brother found a very clever boss. You're right, I've indeed taken control of a significant portion of the real power. Father says he's getting old and doesn't want to handle certain matters anymore, so he's handed them directly to me. Partnering with you isn't out of the question, but you should tell me what exactly do I stand to gain from this collaboration? Chao Guoyan studied Chén Sìhǎi. The fact that he was going to such lengths to find a partner meant his opponent was no ordinary figure. Otherwise, given Chén Sìhǎi's arrogant nature as revealed in his investigations, he would never stoop to such tactics. What you stand to gain? That depends entirely on what you desire. If they assisted him at the most critical moment, they could take whatever he possessed. Chao Guoyan studied the man before him. Few possessed the confidence to make such a statement. Or rather, few had the standing to negotiate terms with him. Our two cities should naturally foster strong ties. Brother, haven't you forgotten I still work under the boss? If anyone comes looking for trouble with the boss, no matter what, I'll stand by him to the very end. If you don't help me, you might lose your little brother. Seeing their expressions, Chao Guoxing immediately stepped forward. Shut your mouth. I'll settle your affairs later. How dare you speak up? He seemed to relish being someone's lackey, truly the foolhardy little brother he was. He probably doesn't even understand what he's doing. Hold on, that's a weird thing to say. Why should I be embarrassed? I'm the one who's the underling, and I've brought you guys all kinds of good stuff. Besides, our boss doesn't treat me like a lackey. He treats me like a brother. That's a whole different ballgame. When Chao Guoxing worked under Chén Sìhǎi, he enjoyed considerable freedom. Chén Sìhǎi would discuss matters with him and consult him on decisions. If Chén Sìhǎi had treated him like a subordinate, none of the later events would have unfolded. Chao Guoxing shot his foolish younger brother a look of displeasure. Now he was siding with outsiders to screw him over. Truthfully, he'd hoped to extract more benefits from Chén Sìhǎi. With this brother in the picture, the whole thing was probably doomed. We'll discuss terms when you need my help. They'll depend on what you ask me to do. But I hope you'll look out for my brother. He can learn a lot by staying by your side. But I also hope that if my brother ever wants to come back one day, Boss Chen, you'll let him return. No matter what, Chao Guoxing is still family to us Chaos. Chao Guoyan was laying the groundwork for his brother's retreat, but Chao Guoxing showed no gratitude. No matter what, I won't abandon our boss. Come back? Come back to fight you for the inheritance? I have no desire whatsoever to do that. Chao Guoxing felt his brother shouldn't have brought this up. What if Chén Sìhǎi now suspected him of harboring treacherous thoughts and began distancing himself? What then? Chao Guoyan pressed his temples. This brother had truly been brainwashed by Chén Sìhǎi. Now he thought the boss was perfect in every way. Fine. Up until now, Chén Sìhǎi had indeed treated his brother decently. Some things could wait for later. His words were also meant to signal to Chén Sìhǎi that Chao Guoxing had their backing. Don't bully him. How could Chén Sìhǎi not understand? He gave a faint smile and said nothing in reply. Once things develop further, Chao Guoxing will definitely break away on his own. By then, they'll realize how unnecessary their words to us today truly were. Then thank you. When the time comes, I'll send you a shipment. I'll contact you once it arrives. After settling matters, it was only natural to offer them some benefits. Alright, thanks for your hard work. They never turned down anything sent over from Chén Sìhǎi's group. After all, those items were genuinely excellent. Chapter 151, Official Takeover. After finalizing the arrangements with Chao Guoyan, Chén Sìhǎi prepared to leave. Chao Guoxing instinctively moved to follow, but his older brother called out to him. Little brother, it's been so long since we last met. Stay and let's have a proper chat. Chao Guoxing felt goosebumps rise at his brother's unusually polite tone. This wasn't the man who usually spoke so courteously. Big bro, you go ahead. I'll be back shortly. He did have matters to discuss with his brother, but he had originally planned to come find him tonight. Now that Chao Guoyan had spoken up, having a chat wasn't out of the question. Chén Sìhǎi nodded and quickly departed. You really are something. You've been gone so long without coming back. If you didn't keep needing us to run errands for you, I'd have thought you were dead. Chao Guoyan harbored considerable resentment toward this younger brother. He'd kept him here specifically to give him a good scolding. Brother, I'm an adult now. Besides, I'm back, aren't I? Chao Guoxing didn't see anything wrong with his actions. If he returned home every day, how could he possibly run his business? Besides, all these years I've been away, I've brought in so much business for the family. This time, I even brought our boss over. Chao Guoxing was immensely proud, convinced the boss had come to the Chao family specifically because of him. Fine. Now you can't stop talking about your boss, can you? Looks like he really treats you well. Chao Guoyan sighed in resignation. There was simply no point in continuing this conversation with the young man. Whenever Chén Sìhǎi came up, Chao Guoxing suddenly had endless things to say. He'd gush about how Chén Sìhǎi treated him, about how outstanding Chén Sìhǎi was as a person. To be honest, I used to think my brother was the most formidable person in the world. But after meeting the boss, I realized I was just a frog in a well, clueless about how vast the outside world truly is. Chén Sìhǎi wasn't just incredibly strong, he was also incredibly smart. To this day, Zhao Guoxing had never seen Chén Sìhǎi get outmaneuvered. Take the current situation, for instance.
Before Dong Hongyang even made his move, Chén Sìhǎi had already prepared countermeasures. If it came to an actual fight, they might not necessarily lose. Chao Bin's birthday banquet commenced shortly thereafter, though some city administrators were absent.
They had each sent representatives bearing gifts, a customary annual gesture.
Only 2 city administrators were present at the entire banquet.
One was Chao Bin, and the other was Chén Sìhǎi. Those who recognized Chén Sìhǎi approached him proactively, hoping to establish a cooperative relationship. Those unfamiliar with him simply ignored him. Chao Bin had organized this banquet with particular extravagance and grandeur, for he intended to use this occasion to announce a major development. He was stepping down. After working tirelessly for half his life, it was time to rest. He had tested his son for a long time, and each time he felt that Chao Guoyan would be a better city administrator than he ever was. With this settled, he had nothing left to worry about. He could travel and explore freely. It had been ages since he'd seen sights beyond northern Myanmar.
When Chao Bin announced this decision on stage, it sent shockwaves through the crowd.
After all, Chao Bin was not particularly old, only in his 60s this year.
Some city administrators were in their 70s yet still worked tirelessly every day.
Aware that many shared this confusion, Chao Bin didn't hide his thoughts.
Truthfully, I want to see the world.
I've grown weary of life here, and fortunately, I have an excellent son who can take over our family's legacy.
Today marks both my birthday celebration and my son's inauguration as city administrator. I hope everyone enjoys themselves.
As my son, Chao Guoyan, is new to this role, I ask for your understanding if he makes any missteps.
Give him time to grow. Chao Bin bowed sincerely to the crowd below. The crowd before him included not only representatives of city administrators, potential future collaborators. Among them were also the estate owners.
Being a city administrator required paying close attention to many details.
Chén Sìhǎi stood at the back of the crowd, observing everything.
His gaze inadvertently fell upon Zhao Guoxing, and he was startled to see tears streaming down his face.
Chén Sìhǎi couldn't fathom what there was to cry about. Hadn't Zhao Guoxing voluntarily relinquished this opportunity? What? Regretting my initial proposal now?
Zhao Guoxing, his eyes still red, froze upon hearing the boss's words. Only later did it dawn on him the boss was referring to his earlier offer to help secure the position of city administrator. Chén Sìhǎi suspected that part of the reason Zhao Guoxing was crying now stemmed from this.
No, it's because I think this is good for them. Now, father can finally travel and see the world. That's always been his dream and mine too. But I do think people should strive to make their fortune when they're young.
Otherwise, when they're old, they won't have the means to roam freely. For people from northern Myanmar to leave, they had to go through many complicated procedures. Especially for those like them, whose families have lived in northern Myanmar for generations, leaving this place could take an eternity of hassle.
What's there to cry about? Chén Sìhǎi was speechless, unable to comprehend their mindset.
For him, what needed to be done was done then and there. His current focus was fulfilling the mission assigned by higher-ups.
Zhao Guoxing didn't respond to the boss's words.
Wiping away his tears, he stood beside the boss. From now on, he truly lost his claim to succession and could focus on working diligently by the boss's side. At the banquet, Chao Bin and his men had enforced strict security, so this time, no one came to cause trouble. Most crucially, all weapons had been confiscated upon entry. After the banquet concluded, invitations for the next gathering began circulating.
Naturally, someone invited Chén Sìhǎi out for a night on the town, but he declined.
They were scheduled to depart the following morning.
Knowing their rivals were watching them like hawks, even the most reckless Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't dare linger outside too long. Then you absolutely must come visit our city next time, Boss Chén.
Our boss has wanted to meet you for ages.
Chén Sìhǎi, if the opportunity arises, I will.
Back at their resting place, Zhao Guoxing called him.
Dong Zhishue was about to speak. Good. Chén Sìhǎi had feared he might not make it back in time.
The other party was still quite sensible. It saved him a lot of trouble. Chén Sìhǎi threw on a random shirt and walked over.
Dong Zhishue was still hanging there.
He hadn't had a drop of water in days, and his condition was dire. Compounded by his existing injuries, he appeared to be gasping for air, struggling to breathe. Zhao Guoxing stood guard nearby. Without orders from the boss, he couldn't give him anything to eat.
Chapter 152, Obtaining Information. Our boss is exceptional.
If you have the ability and genuinely wish to follow him, this place will be an excellent destination for you.
But since the boss didn't say to bring you back with us, I'm not sure how to handle you.
If it were Zhao Guoxing, he might have ordered his men to kill him outright.
Chén Sìhǎi might kill him, but he might just as well keep him alive. Give him some water.
Don't let him die mid-sentence. When Chén Sìhǎi arrived, he saw Dong Zhishue looking pitiful. He would come to understand why, because he'd been tied up here for 3 days and witnessed Dong Hongyang's men. Not only did they refuse to rescue him, they sought to kill him. Had Chén Sìhǎi not made prior arrangements, he would likely be dead already. You're a worthless piece of trash.
Trash has no right to live. Those were Dong Hongyang's exact words. He probably guessed it too, that the parents he'd always believed were still alive had actually been dead for years. How tragic, all those disgusting deeds done for the sake of parents who never even existed. If his parents knew what he'd done, they'd surely condemn him. Now he had nothing left but his worthless life, nothing to fear. Before he died, making Dong Hongyang suffer would be a fitting end. He knew far more about Dong Hongyang than the latter realized. He could definitely help Chén Sìhǎi. Gong Jishui drank a lot of water, feeling as though he was finally coming back to life.
I can tell you everything I know, but afterward, I hope you'll help me find out from Dong Hongyang where my parents died. I want to retrieve their remains.
Gong Jishui spoke these words with an expression of profound grief and indignation. You handle that yourself. Tell me what you know, and then I'll decide whether to trust you. Chén Sìhǎi would never personally handle such a troublesome matter. Most importantly, could what Gong Jishui was saying even be true? If it was false, wouldn't he be in trouble? Gong Jishui fell silent for a long while. If you don't trust me, then why seek information from me? Given his current state, what reason did he have to deceive Chén Sìhǎi? Who knows?
Chén Sìhǎi adopted an attitude suggesting he wasn't entirely sure about certain matters, but caution never hurt anyone.
After that, Gong Jishui kept talking about Dong Hongyang. From what I know, his sphere of influence is limited to that extent. But there are other areas where his hand is definitely at work. He even qualifies to attend the Liu family's annual gathering. That alone tells you how powerful he is. Chén Sìhǎi had learned about this annual gathering while investigating the four great families. Essentially, it was where the Liu family selected promising individuals for intensive cultivation while simultaneously dealing with those who showed them disrespect. Some attendees rose from rags to riches at this gathering, while others plummeted from the clouds to the mud. Everything hinged on the decisions made by the Liu family elders. This event marked the most tense period of the year in their autonomous region. Of course, someone with Chén Sìhǎi's current level of influence was still far from qualifying for an invitation. I understand. Chén Sìhǎi had previously lacked a concrete grasp of Dong Hongyang's influence, but now he understood far more. Gong Jishui had indeed revealed everything he knew. If you're not lying to me, I'll contact you within 2 months at most. Then you can go find your parents. Chén Sìhǎi mentally calculated the timeline. Within these 2 months, both sides would be mobilizing. The only question was who would emerge victorious? You won't kill me? Gong Jishui's eyes widened. As one of Dong Hongyang's men, he'd assumed revealing this information would mean certain death. When did I say you'd die? If the information you provide is faulty, who do you think I'll come after? Chén Sìhǎi looked utterly unperturbed. The information I provided is definitely accurate, but I fear even what I know might be flawed. I know there's another person like me working alongside Dong Hongyang. His parents are also under Dong Hongyang's control, but since he works directly for Dong, he must know more than I do. I should try to contact him. Knowing he wouldn't die, Gong Jishui suddenly became far more invested in the matter. Chén Sìhǎi had kept him around precisely for this effect. His investigation revealed that Gong Jishui had worked alongside Dong Hongyang for many years and must have known quite a few people. Chén Sìhǎi knew exactly which information was reliable and which was not. He wouldn't trust anyone lightly. He had to be accountable to his men. If possible, reach out to them as much as you can and help me obtain more hard-to-get information. Chén Sìhǎi was dead serious, which caught Gong Jishui off guard. He'd expected Chén to address him with that haughty, condescending air. But no, Chén Sìhǎi seemed to be consulting him. Alright, I'll do my best to connect with them. Consider it my way of thanking you for helping me find my parents' remains. Gong Jishui's sincerity was palpable. Chén Sìhǎi nodded. Gong Jishui was scheduled for treatment and would be returning with them tomorrow. The next morning, the same helicopter arrived. Chén Sìhǎi and the others stood nearby, talking. To be precise, Chén Sìhǎi was talking to Chao Guoxing and the others, while Chao Bin stood by like an old father. He kept murmuring, as if afraid their son might slip and die at any moment. This scene was actually quite touching. Chén Sìhǎi didn't interrupt their emotional exchange. Half an hour later, it was Chao Guoxing himself who grew impatient. When I left alone before, none of you cared this much. Now that I have the boss protecting me, you don't need to worry anymore. The boss will handle everything for me. Alright, you two should head back. I'm going too. Chao Guoxing was thoroughly satisfied to see the momentary stiffness on their faces. Last night, he had secretly sought out his older brother for a thorough discussion about Chén Sìhǎi. Primarily, he wanted to secure his family's backing, which would make future investigations much easier. When his brother refused, he stood there making a scene. He refused to believe his brother, who had always been so kind to him, would still refuse his request. Chao Bin and the others stood at the gate, watching them board the plane. At the last moment, Chén Sìhǎi politely bid them farewell. Even before we met Chao Guoxing, he was already growing. Being around Chén Sìhǎi truly helped him mature a lot. He was no longer the hot-headed man who threatened murder at the slightest provocation. He had restrained himself considerably. It was a change they were satisfied with, yet they still couldn't help but feel uneasy. Chao Guoxing remained constantly by Chén Sìhǎi's side. Chén Sìhǎi had made too many enemies, and Chao Guoxing's danger level would inevitably rise. Still, danger followed Chao Guoxing wherever he went. Staying by Chén Sìhǎi's side might offer him a sliver of protection. Chapter 153, Special Mission.
Chén Sìhǎi understood the mindset of those from the Chao family, but he said nothing. Had it not been for the system's mission, Chao Guoxing would have been dead long ago. At worst, he'd gain another enemy. Yet in that moment, Chén Sìhǎi had genuinely wanted to kill Chao Guoxing. Looking back now, the system had indeed done him a great favor. After returning, Chén Sìhǎi swiftly reorganized his forces.
He intended to take the offensive.
Waiting for others to make the first move had never been his style.
Moreover, he knew several territories where it would be easiest to strike. If he seized that opportunity, even Dong Hongyang wouldn't stand a chance against him. To take down Dong Hongyang, he had to first strip him of his support network. Boss, headcount complete.
Awaiting your orders. Chén Sìhǎi surveyed the dense rows of men standing before him, about to speak, when a call came in. It was a special call.
From Longhua. Chén Sìhǎi's expression changed. Earlier, the Dragon Nation's leader had told him they would only contact him by phone if absolutely necessary.
That they were calling now meant something serious had happened.
Chén Sìhǎi couldn't take this call in front of so many subordinates. Take them downstairs first. I have other arrangements for this matter. Understood.
Shen Yang and Asan responded immediately.
Chén Sìhǎi took the phone and walked to a secure, secluded spot.
After connecting, he heard static and background noise on the other end, but no voices.
Confused, Chén Sìhǎi wondered why they weren't speaking. He took the initiative and said, "What do you need from me?"
Chén Sìhǎi, we have a critically important mission for you.
This could potentially expose your identity.
They hadn't been without other candidates for this mission, but its critical importance demanded flawless execution.
No matter the cost, they had to see it through.
And so far, Chén Sìhǎi, who had shown the most promising development, was their top choice for this mission.
What kind of mission? Chén Sìhǎi quickly sensed the cautious tone in their voices, though it was unnecessary.
Whatever mission they assigned, he would find a way to accomplish it. After all, he was a man of the Dragon Nation. We have research findings in personnel who were intercepted by northern Myanmar forces while en route to Y country. This set of documents is of critical importance to our nation and must not fall into enemy hands. Therefore, your mission is to retrieve this material. According to our intelligence, this batch of documents is precisely within your sphere of influence. However, successfully retrieving it while maintaining your cover poses an immense challenge. The people on the other side hoped Chén Sìhǎi could accomplish this without revealing his identity. But they were well aware it was too difficult. Should the enemy acquire these documents, they would undoubtedly deploy heavy security. The moment Chén Sìhǎi made his move, he would be under intense surveillance. Once Chén Sìhǎi initiated the operation, he must be prepared to never return to the country. In other words, it would mean sacrifice. Who took the documents? If it were just an ordinary estate owner, Chén Sìhǎi believed it would be a minor inconvenience at most, but still manageable. But if it was someone he couldn't handle right now, then the Viper's words were indeed true. Any move he made would expose him to the risk of being exposed. Most crucially, he already had one enemy lying in wait. With his current capabilities, dealing with Dong Hongyang alone was already a struggle. Adding another foe would make it even harder. The person who took our files is the head of your sector, the Liu family. A long silence followed over the phone. Chén Sìhǎi truly didn't know what to say. He had just been thinking that if the opponent was someone with influence like Dong Hongyang, he could figure out a way to handle it. But if the opponent was the Liu family, even the proud and confident Chén Sìhǎi could only admit this mission was impossible. He was no match for the Liu family. Even if I sacrifice myself, there's no way to retrieve what you need. You should consider other options like destroying the documents? Chén Sìhǎi would rather destroy the research than let it fall into others' hands. If that were the case, he wasn't incapable of doing it. But that researcher is crucial to us. We can't make that decision. Are you truly without any other options? We could send reinforcements to assist you, guaranteed top-tier experts. Because of individuals like Chén Sìhǎi, they hadn't sent anyone into northern Myanmar for a long time. But this matter concerned the nation's vital interests. They must spare no expense. It's, as you said, extremely difficult. Venom expressed his strong desire to rescue the person, and Chén Sìhǎi immediately scanned through his options in his mind. It seemed there might not be a complete dead end after all. As long as he didn't offend the Liu family and brought the person back, there shouldn't be any issues. Or, rescue the person, retrieve the item, and ensure the Liu family never discovered who was responsible. That would require a large-scale event where he could seize the opportunity to act. Chén Sìhǎi quickly identified one such occasion, their annual banquet. Only those with influence attended that gathering, the perfect place to stir up trouble. But that banquet was 2 months away. 2 months was far too long, it simply wouldn't work. Is there another way? Regardless, we still hope you'll attempt this mission. Tomorrow, we'll send a small team to assist you. Once they arrive, all actions will be under your command.
We're counting on you, Flying Eagle. If all else fails, destroy the item outright. It absolutely must not fall into their hands. Viper clenched his teeth as he made the announcement, but Chén Sìhǎi knew how agonizing this decision was for them. Research was never easy. Destroying this portion of the data would mean years of their work went to waste. I'll consider this matter carefully. Can you confirm which faction of the Liu family took the person? The main branch or a splinter group? Chén Sìhǎi clung to a last shred of hope a branch family member would be easier to deal with. The main family took him away. Venom shattered Chén Sìhǎi's last hope. He had been avoiding confronting the Liu family before his own faction was fully established. It seemed he'd have to find another way. Understood. I'll do my utmost to complete this mission. But its success hinges on my cover not being blown. If exposed, I'll resort to extreme measures to protect myself. If discovered by the Liu family, not only would he fail to rescue the researchers, but he'd also have to sacrifice himself. Chén Sìhǎi deemed this trade-off unacceptable. All right. I'll discuss this with them. Chapter 154, Attacking a Rock with an Egg. When Viper mentioned discussing, it was because the orders from above demanded retrieving the item at any cost. At the same time, they all understood that if they truly carried out this plan, years of meticulous preparation would be utterly wasted. Losing this exceptional talent might force them to alter their entire strategy. Chén Sìhǎi remained unaware of Viper's concerns. After hanging up the phone, he had been pondering this matter. This matter could not wait any longer. Otherwise, by the time he found it, the documents would already be in the Liu family's hands, rendering his actions meaningless. Chén Sìhǎi sought out Jin Shiwu and briefed him on his new mission. Jin Shiwu's immediate reaction was, "They're sending you to your death." This is the Liu family of the four great clans. Every member of that family possesses unfathomable cunning and power. Over the years, many have thought themselves strong enough to challenge their territory. The Liu family always lets them run wild until they think they're on the verge of success, then delivers a fatal blow. Their power is beyond our wildest imagination. Jin Shiwu, once recklessly eager to complete his mission swiftly, had relentlessly investigated these matters. Once he uncovered the truth, he realized just how laughable his previous notions had been. The Liu family's dominance in northern Burma was unshakable. If this was the mission, Jin Shiwu could only say they had no chance of success and might even lose their own lives in the attempt. It wasn't that he feared death. If they could fight their way out, he'd go through with it even if it meant dying. The problem was, even sacrificing everything, this mission was nearly impossible to accomplish. I'll contact them and have them find another solution. If we're exposed, all these years of effort will be wasted. Jin Shiwu pulled out his phone, ready to contact them. Chén Sìhǎi stopped him. The issues we're considering, they've naturally considered as well. They must have deliberated extensively before making their decision. Right now, in their minds, the data and the lives of the researchers are far more important than ours. That's the reality. Our job is to figure out how to get the materials back. Chén Sìhǎi had already come to terms with it and saw no need to question them further. Easy for you to say. Getting those things back is utterly impossible. Facing any member of the Liu family means only one outcome for us: death. Taking them on is like hitting a stone with an egg. Jin Shiwu paused his movements and spoke earnestly to Chén Sìhǎi. He still opposed this mission. He knew Chén Sìhǎi's reasoning was sound, and those above had assigned this task precisely because they were prepared to sacrifice them. We need to find a way. There must be a solution. Chén Sìhǎi was equally troubled now. Had this incident occurred later, he wouldn't be facing such distress now. He had already prepared personnel to deal with Dong Hongyang. Now, with this unexpected development, Dong Hongyang was no longer a priority. If he were to move now, Dong Hongyang's side would also pose a significant problem. Don't panic yet. Didn't they say they'd send a team to assist us? You know how exceptional Longwa's special forces are, they're practically all-around experts. Maybe we could just go steal it. Jin Shiwu thought it through, but as soon as he voiced the idea, he knew he was being unrealistic again. If the Liu family's items could be stolen, there wouldn't be so many complications. Steal? That's a good idea. As long as we're careful, it's not without a chance of success. But all that would only be known once they arrived. This operation demanded utmost caution, so Chén Sìhǎi could not bring any additional helpers. It would be solely those who came from Longwa, while also keeping a wary eye on the locals in northern Myanmar. Jin Shiwu had stayed by Chén Sìhǎi's side, brainstorming solutions, but every idea sounded like a suicide mission. Finally, Chén Sìhǎi grew so exasperated he dismissed him outright. All right, go outside and think this through properly. I'll handle this matter too. Once the special forces arrived tomorrow, they would move immediately. But even now, he hadn't come up with a solid solution. The team sent by the Dragon Nation had breached the compound outright. When Chén Sìhǎi spotted them from inside his villa, he was stunned. Not only were there so many guards outside his villa, but there were also numerous security mechanisms. Yet they had managed to get in so easily. Surprised how we got in? This stuff is child's play for us. Want us to upgrade it for you when we leave? The entire team stood in perfect formation before Chén Sìhǎi. Ever since receiving this mission, they had imagined the moment they would meet Chén Sìhǎi. Having studied Chén Sìhǎi's background, they held him in profound respect.
To venture alone into northern Myanmar meant complete isolation once inside. Whatever he did there had nothing to do with their dragon nation anymore. His name, Chén Sìhǎi, had already been erased from their military records. This status would remain unchanged until Chén Sìhǎi completed his mission. Should he meet an untimely death during the mission, he would permanently lose this identity. They held deep respect for every undercover operative sent to northern Myanmar. This time, they would also assist in completing a mission. No need. If I encounter any issues, I'll handle them myself. Chén Sìhǎi didn't rely on these people for protection anyway. Their movements were discreet, yet he could still detect them immediately. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I'll contact White Tiger. In their presence, Chén Sìhǎi only used code names. Understood. This must be expedited. If the researchers succumb to torture and die, all our efforts will be for naught. Within 3 to 5 days, their researcher should be fine. But if it dragged on, who knew if the other side would have the patience to keep interrogating him? Regarding the Liu family's information, even I've only uncovered this much. Even if we want to act, we'll have to wait until I pinpoint their exact location. Their family's holdings are too vast, it's like searching for a needle in a haystack. Most importantly, these men would never gain unimpeded access to the Liu family compound. Chén Sìhǎi would certainly need to make further preparations. Perhaps Liu Ji, the man by his side, presented a valuable opening. All right. Viper has confirmed it. All operations here will follow your commands and arrangements. We'll wait for your investigation before moving. Their squad leader, codenamed Windwolf, addressed Chén Sìhǎi with utmost seriousness. Stay here for now. It'll be more convenient for us to discuss matters. Chén Sìhǎi had already sent a message to Jin Shiwu, who arrived shortly thereafter. A squad of 10, plus Chén Sìhǎi and Jin Shiwu, their entire mission force numbered just 12, give or take. Chapter 155, Reinforcements arrive. 12 men taking on the Liu family? It looked hopeless no matter how you looked at it. White Tiger, it's time to team up again. Windwolf had worked with White Tiger before. That mission had also been about rescuing someone, though ultimately, they had failed. Their squad lost a brother, and White Tiger nearly exposed his identity. Windwolf was far from pleased, for he knew this was the strongest team they could muster in northern Myanmar. It also underscored the mission's critical importance. I won't beat around the bush. Before you arrived, we explored every possible solution. But ultimately, there's only one outcome. That outcome was the complete annihilation of our entire force, and we couldn't save the researcher. And as luck would have it, he was taken away by the Liu family. What now? We can't let the mission fail right at the start. We have to try, no matter what. Some felt that since arriving here, they'd been warned how difficult this mission would be. But no matter how difficult it was, they had to do it. It was their responsibility. I never said we shouldn't do this, but we need to pinpoint where the person and the item are. After all, we only have 12 people. Isn't there anyone among your people who can be of use? Windwolf frowned at the question. This number was far too small. Chén Sìhǎi controlled an entire city. How could he not have a single trusted confidant? I do, but if I involve them in this mission, it could expose my identity and hinder my future operations. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't guarantee how Wáng Lǎohǔ and his crew would react if they suspected he was an undercover agent. Given his circumstances, he couldn't risk it. Besides, my current situation isn't much better. I've been the city administrator for less than a month, and many things haven't stabilized yet. Most crucially, I have a rival who's been eyeing me like a predator. I have no idea when he might strike. Chén Sìhǎi wanted this matter resolved faster than anyone else. Only then would he have more time to deal with Dong Hongyang. Phong Lang and the others remained unaware of these complexities, believing Chén Sìhǎi had everything firmly under control. I'll handle my own problems. You guys need to use your methods to gather more intelligence as quickly as possible. I have a rough plan in mind. With our small numbers, we can't go ahead on that, it'd be suicide. We have to operate covertly and steal it. Our mission is to bring back the person and the goods. Chén Sìhǎi laid out his plan. This is indeed the only approach that currently seems to hold any chance of success. After some discussion, Phong Lang and the others quickly decided to adopt this approach. What followed was straightforward. They needed to know where the hostages and goods were being held, how many guards were stationed there, and whether they could handle it. We came out without weapons, only these. You'll need to get us new weapons first. Windwolf pulled out the most basic pistol he had. These were weapons they had seized along the way. I'll provide them shortly. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at them, forming a plan for each individual's role. The higher-ups had indeed assigned him an exceptionally capable team. Every member was top tier. Chén Sìhǎi needed to investigate this matter personally. He couldn't trouble Chao-guishing with it anymore. By evening, Chén Sìhǎi had uncovered some information. The researchers were now in the hands of a faction, but the documents remained with the main family. The difficulty had increased once more.
Every face wore a solemn expression.
Especially Chén Sìhǎi and his team, who possess deeper insights into the Liu family. This mission is just too difficult to complete, Jin Shiwu sighed, seeing no glimmer of hope.
Ding. System task. Host successfully rescued the Dragon Nation researcher and obtained the documents. Task completed.
Rewarding the host with 1 fighter jet and 1 tank.
Mission failed. Double punishment package. Chén Sìhǎi fell silent for a moment.
He had assumed that given the mission's extreme difficulty, they could only choose one location to act upon.
Once they launched an operation, the other location would instantly heighten its vigilance.
Further action would become difficult. Chén Sìhǎi had intended to report back and recommend abandoning the documents to prioritize the rescue. With the researchers still present, retrieving the data was only a matter of time.
But the system's mission completely blocked Chén Sìhǎi's thoughts.
Never mind the system's mysterious penalty package, every single one of those mission rewards was something he desperately wanted.
He truly wanted them.
Therefore, he had to complete this mission.
A fighter jet and a tank if he were to trade for them using prestige points. Chén Sìhǎi would have to save up for years. No one spoke again.
They all felt the pressure.
Once I finished my investigation, hand over that file to me. As for the rescue mission, I'll be counting on the 11 of you.
Chén Sìhǎi made his decision swiftly. Obtaining the files himself was the optimal choice.
His body had undergone systemic enhancements, reaching a pinnacle of performance utterly unattainable by ordinary humans. With the system's support, even the worst situations could be mitigated. Moreover, they had never worked with Chén Sìhǎi before. Rushing into a collaboration could easily reduce efficiency. It was better for him to handle it alone. Are you out of your mind? That's the Liu family's heartland. Every single person there is one of theirs. Going in alone is no different from walking into a death trap. I refuse to agree. Golden Lion Wu was the first to object.
While Chén Sìhǎi was undeniably capable, this mission was far from straightforward.
This is the best approach. With all 11 of you united, you might manage to extract someone. But if you split off a portion to assist me, the mission becomes impossible. Chén Sìhǎi didn't see this decision as particularly alarming. But you can't possibly accomplish this mission alone.
Jin Shiwu disagreed, and so did the others. Going to the branch to rescue people was dangerous enough for them.
Sending Chén Sìhǎi in alone would be trading his life for their chance. They couldn't do it. Fine. Do you have a better plan?
Chén Sìhǎi spread his hands. He knew this was already the best solution, which was why he said it.
A long silence followed. They couldn't think of a better solution.
Even so, that's no reason for you to throw yourself to the wolves. Jin Shiwu disapproved of some of Chén Sìhǎi's methods. But he was undeniably the most suitable person for their undercover mission. If sacrifice was required, it should be him.
With Chén Sìhǎi in place, their future operations would be significantly easier.
If someone must go, I'll take it. Over the next couple days, get to know every member of my team and coordinate with them. Phong Lang, having considered the situation, volunteered to take the mission.
Chapter 156, Going Alone. Phong Lang's confidence was entirely different from Chén Sìhǎi's.
He understood clearly that if he accepted this mission,
death awaited him. No way. Boss, if you go, we'll all go with you. We're one team, you're our backbone. Boss, anyone else can take this mission, but not you.
You've forgotten you have a daughter who just turned 1 month old.
She's waiting for you at home. Let me go instead. I'll go.
My stealth skills are the best among us all. Every single one of them scrambled to volunteer as the one to walk into certain death.
Chén Sìhǎi knew each of them was terrified, yet they all wanted to protect their brothers. Nonsense. This isn't the time for such talk. Completing the mission swiftly is what matters most. Phong Lang looked at his brothers, deeply moved.
But sometimes, emotion meant nothing. As the leader, the responsibility inevitably fell on him. His overall strength was the greatest among them. If even he couldn't handle it, no one else was more suited for the job. Moreover, before they had come here, he had been given another mission. At the critical moment, he must protect Chén Sìhǎi.
He must not expose his identity. What are you arguing about? I've already said I'll handle this. I have my own methods.
None of you know this place well enough to manage it effectively.
Chén Sìhǎi watched their debate, finding it all pointless.
He was the strongest among them all. He was the one most certain of returning unscathed. If they insisted on courting death, frankly, he didn't know what else he could do. Going alone, you'll never complete this mission properly.
Chén Sìhǎi's plan to go alone met with unanimous opposition, particularly fierce resistance from Phong Lang. We won't discuss this further for now. I'll send people to find out the exact location of the item.
As for how many guards are there and how we'll get in, we'll discuss that once I've gathered the information.
Chén Sìhǎi declared this before rising to leave.
Jin Shiwu and the others wanted to continue the discussion, but with the key figure already gone, there was nothing they could do.
Chén Sìhǎi departed immediately to seek out Liu Ji.
Liu Ji, I had Chao Guixing investigate the Liu family for me, but I'm not satisfied with the information he gathered.
I'm handing this matter over to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji instantly grew tense. Lately, Chén Sìhǎi had been acting strangely secretive and no one knew what he was up to. They had already prepared their forces and were about to move against Dong Hongyang, yet suddenly it seemed as if something had come up. With everything put on hold, Lu Ji could only follow behind others, handling minor tasks. Lu Ji assumed that this time, Chén Sìhǎi had come to discuss strategies for dealing with Dong Hongyang. Instead, it was to probe into the Lu family's affairs? What exactly did Chén Sìhǎi want to know? Boss, you suddenly want to learn about the Lu family, is something up? Lu Ji quickly suppressed the flicker of unease in his eyes. He wondered if Chén Sìhǎi had discovered his true identity and was deliberately testing him. Should he reveal himself immediately? Or should he stay put? I've always been curious about the four great families. Given my current trajectory, understanding the Lu family will allow me to act more effectively. Chén Sìhǎi wore a calm expression, giving no hint whether he had already discerned the other's intentions. I'll do my best to investigate for you, but boss, my abilities aren't as sharp as Zhao Guoxing's. If Chén Sìhǎi wanted to know anything about the Lu family, even minor details, he could tell him everything without issue. I know. I just wanted to gauge your capabilities in this area. Chén Sìhǎi offered a casual excuse. Somehow, word of this matter reached Zhao Guoxing's ears. Zhao Guoxing came looking for him, visibly displeased. Usually, when Zhao Guoxing came to see him, he was cheerful, as if he had much to discuss. Today, however, an hour had passed and he'd barely uttered a single sentence. Chén Sìhǎi frowned, puzzled by Zhao Guoxing's behavior. If you're going to keep this up, why don't you just leave? I've got a lot on my plate here and really don't have time for this nonsense. Chén Sìhǎi's words seemed to detonate a bomb. Zhao Guoxing immediately launched into a loud accusation. Boss, ever since you returned from the Chao family, you haven't assigned me to handle many tasks. I know you sent people to investigate the Lu family. Not only that, but you even had Lu Ji look into it. These are things I could handle myself. Why won't you let me do them? Do you think I'm no longer worthy of these tasks? Zhao Guoxing suspected Chén Sìhǎi was likely resentful over his brother's earlier remarks. So before coming over, he'd already called his brother and given him a thorough dressing down. After being yelled at, Zhao Guoan looked utterly bewildered. He genuinely didn't know what he'd done wrong. Before he could even speak, Zhao Guoxing hung up. I don't feel that way. I have my own plans for this matter. Chén Sìhǎi wanted to keep this matter from Zhao Guoxing because the Chao family had generations of ties to northern Myanmar. They undoubtedly held unique sentiments toward northern Burma. If he told him, it would immediately cause major problems. Leave all this to me. I've made up my mind from now on, I'll stay by your side. Whatever you decide, I'll support you. Chén Sìhǎi smiled faintly, thinking to himself, if he knew my true identity, he might not have uttered those words. This matter would have to wait. However, his investigation into the Lu family had already come to Zhao Guoxing's attention, so there was no point in hiding it anymore. Moreover, the people he'd personally recruited were slow to investigate and provided only fragmented information. It was better to hand the matter directly to Zhao Guoxing. Zhao Guoxing, having received a new assignment, didn't bother to question what Chén Sìhǎi was up to. He happily got to work. In his eyes, being needed by the boss meant his worth was recognized. If he were left idle, he'd feel ashamed to bear the title of fourth brother. Zhao Guoxing proved remarkably efficient, quickly pinpointing a specific location. Boss, why are you digging into this? Could it be you've set your sights on that researcher in those files? Boss, maybe you should reconsider. After all, it's the Lu family. Going up against them might not be worth it. It'd probably be faster to just go to Longhua and snatch a copy ourselves. Zhao Guoxing felt the Lu family was simply too dangerous. It won't be any quicker. Do you think Longhua is easy to deal with? Besides, I'm just gathering information. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at Zhao Guoxing. Chapter 157, Departure. From Zhao Guoxing's tone, it was clear he considered the Lu family far more dangerous than Longhua. I'm just saying. If you insist on going, I really suggest reconsidering other options. This kind of data and research personnel are useless to small fry like us. Breaking into national-level files was incredibly difficult. Chén Sìhǎi suddenly remembered something. Speaking of materials, he still had numerous documents from M country in his possession. They remained undeciphered to this day. Perhaps his current subordinates lacked the capability to decode them, or maybe other factors were at play. He considered exchanging these files with the Lu family or their associates. However, Chén Sìhǎi quickly dismissed the idea. Better not to pursue it. I understand. I won't take action against the Lu family at this stage. You may return and rest. Chén Sìhǎi returned to the villa with the materials Zhao Guoxing had given him. At the entrance, he encountered Lu Ji, who had been waiting for him there. Did you find anything? Chén Sìhǎi assumed Lu Ji would need at least a few days to gather this information for him. I found some things. Not sure if they'll be of any use to you. When it came to the Lu family affairs, he was the person who knew the most besides his father. Chén Sìhǎi had truly made the right choice in seeking him out.
But he had also tampered with the materials, and Chén Sìhǎi would never discover it unless he went to the Liu family himself. He couldn't shake the feeling that Chén Sìhǎi's motives for seeking help, including asking him to investigate the Liu family, were far from simple.
He wouldn't help Chén Sìhǎi take on the Liu family.
Alright, thank you for your trouble. Chén Sìhǎi appraised Liu Ji briefly before accepting the documents he offered. He opened the door and stepped inside. Liu Ji stood at the doorway for a long time before finally leaving. The more he interacted with Chén Sìhǎi, the more mysterious the man seemed. There was a peculiar charm about him that drew Liu Ji in, compelling him to uncover the secrets hidden within Chén Sìhǎi. He had originally planned to resolve this matter within a month, but now it seemed impossible. These are all the materials I've obtained.
We'll finalize the plan tonight and depart covertly tomorrow morning. Complete the mission as quickly as possible and return. After Chén Sìhǎi returned, he still had to deal with that troublesome Don Hongyang. Fei Ying, headquarters has assigned you a new mission. Your task is to protect your identity at all costs. You're the only one among us who's managed to infiltrate the Liu family over the years. You could potentially bring back crucial intelligence later. You must stay. These are the exact words from the top brass. While Chén Sìhǎi was away, Phong Lang contacted headquarters domestically. He relayed Chén Sìhǎi's plan to them, and unsurprisingly, they unanimously opposed it. After lengthy deliberation, they ultimately decided that if necessary, Chén Sìhǎi must abandon the mission to ensure his own safety. I know my limits. There are certain things I'll make perfectly clear to them. Chén Sìhǎi knew this mission still required reporting to higher-ups. He was confident he could persuade them. For now, he chose to ignore these objections entirely. Once they obtained the intelligence, they swiftly analyzed the optimal entry point, the best retreat route, and the most advantageous timing for action. We'll need to observe the situation once we're over there. There are some minor discrepancies between these two sets of intel that don't align. There could be deviations. Often, the most inconspicuous discrepancies prove the most troublesome. Chén Sìhǎi had no objections. They had already reached a consensus, so there was no need for further hesitation. Chén Sìhǎi had originally planned to wait until tomorrow to act, but Phong Lang insisted this matter couldn't be delayed any longer. Let's head over early to observe the situation. They set out that very night, with few paying attention to their departure. Still, as the city administrator, news of Chén Sìhǎi's departure inevitably reached many. Zhào Jīnlóng, Wáng Lǎohǔ, and the others had no clue where Chén Sìhǎi had gone, let alone Liu Ji. Yet Liu Ji had a gut feeling that Chén Sìhǎi might have gone to the Liu family. Damn, that kid's got some nerve. He'd have to go back and arrest the kid right in front of everyone. That way, even if Chén Sìhǎi didn't want to tell him, he'd have no choice. Otherwise, he'd find any excuse to eliminate him. Chén Sìhǎi had no idea Liu Ji had already guessed he'd gone straight to the Liu family. Right now, they were on their way. If they're going to make a move, it'll definitely be a two-pronged operation. Once you rescue the person, we'll never find that file afterward. The documents were so small they'd spend ages searching any random place. We'll act together, but that person absolutely cannot be you. That had been the initial plan, but Chén Sìhǎi had stepped into another vehicle to make a call. By the time he returned, Snake's opposition had vanished. Follow Fei Ying's orders completely. Do exactly as he says. Everyone must proceed with caution. I'll be waiting for your return. After saying this, Viper hung up. Golden Lion Wu shot Chén Sìhǎi a displeased look. Snake must be out of his mind to agree to Chén Sìhǎi's terms. This man's temperament was anything but low-key. If things really kicked off, it wouldn't be pretty. Did you hear that? All actions are to follow my arrangements. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't care less about their thoughts. He'd achieved his goal, and that was all that mattered. The focus of their discussion now shifted to how the remaining 11 men would safely extract the researchers and execute their retreat. After the withdrawal, Jin Shiwu, you return to base. You and your team head straight back to the country. Having these dangerous individuals travel with them would increase the risk of exposure. What about you? Chén Sìhǎi had been making arrangements and analyzing the situation for them all along. But what about himself? He had to infiltrate the Liu family alone and retrieve the items. I have my own plan. Once I get the items, I'll send them back to the country as soon as possible. Such a small item could be sent back any time. Chén Sìhǎi had no intention of sharing his plan with these people. Because, frankly, he hadn't formulated any specific plan. Once he got there, he'd just improvise as he went. After observing for a while, they finally agreed unanimously. The longer they delayed, the more trouble they would encounter. It was time to move. As they moved forward, Chén Sìhǎi sensed something was amiss. It seemed the guards here had become much stricter. But they didn't know the full details of the guard situation here, so they didn't dwell on it. Proceed with caution. When it matters most, your lives come first. Leave the rest to me. Chén Sìhǎi took a completely different route from them. After watching them enter, Chén Sìhǎi bypassed them and headed to another location. He effortlessly evaded the patrols and slipped inside. Chapter 158, Walking in Openly. After entering, a map of the Liu residence instantly formed in Chén Sìhǎi's mind.
He had studied this map during his journey, pinpointing problematic areas within the compound. After several reconnaissance runs, he pinpointed the flaws and made adjustments. Thus, the most complete map of the Lu residence now resided in his mind. Lu Shi could never have imagined that Chén Sìhǎi had not only uncovered flaws in the blueprints but also successfully pinpointed the most critical information.
In truth, Chén Sìhǎi had deceived them. He hadn't obtained precise details about the exact location where the documents were stored. He didn't even know how many guards were stationed there. He simply felt that even if he told them these details, it wouldn't serve any purpose. It would only cause unnecessary trouble. Choosing a random path, Chén Sìhǎi strode along with confidence, and the others didn't even notice anything amiss. First, they believed no one would be bold enough to come to the Lu family compound looking for trouble. Second, they'd never seen anyone walk through their Lu family grounds with such brazen arrogance.
It was as if he belonged there all along. The most absurd part came when Chén Sìhǎi was stopped.
"Where are you from, and what business brings you here?"
He was stopped, yet he merely smiled faintly, utterly composed.
"The young master instructed me to handle some business."
Perhaps Chén Sìhǎi's expression was too calm, for the person who stopped him simply let him pass.
He knew these guards wouldn't ask any further questions. Even if they pressed further, Chén Sìhǎi had ways to handle it.
The most basic information Lu Ji had provided him was sufficient to handle most of the underlings here.
Once inside, Chén Sìhǎi noticed the guards were even more lax.
They couldn't have imagined that someone had already navigated through layer upon layer of security to reach this inner sanctum.
"I'm exhausted lately. So much to do. Sometimes I really think just going to some city to be a city manager would be way easier than working here."
"You're telling me? Too bad I didn't go for city manager this year.
Missed out on a golden opportunity. If I had gone, I'd be a big shot somewhere by now. What's so great about being a city manager? All those people to boss around. If you ask me, leading a few dozen brothers on patrols is pretty damn fun.
Wherever our Lu family men go, everyone treats them with respect."
Chén Sìhǎi stood nearby, listening to their casual conversation.
In their eyes, being a city administrator was nothing special.
It seemed like anyone could become one if they wanted to.
Not the slightest bit challenging. This made Chén Sìhǎi, who had worked so hard to reach his position as a city administrator, wonder if he needed a different approach.
Lu Ji and Lu Hon showed considerable interest in him.
Perhaps he could leverage their influence to swiftly achieve his goals. And Dong Hongyang was practically begging for it over there.
He kept sending people to jump around in front of him every day.
Thinking about it this way, Chén Sìhǎi felt this matter wasn't impossible to handle. Not as their underling, but through cooperation or exploitation. Chén Sìhǎi saw no problem with that.
"Which boss are you under? I don't recall seeing you before."
In every neighborhood, people inevitably recognize those around them to some extent.
Chén Sìhǎi suddenly appearing before them left them thoroughly perplexed. "My boss is the second young master." Within the Lu family's inner circle, every young master was addressed identically.
"You're with the second young master?
He hasn't sent anyone our way in years. Aren't all his men under his direct command?"
The second young master had a notoriously bad temper and rarely involved himself in such matters, never sending anyone here.
Why would he suddenly send someone over now? "The second young master sent me to observe and report back to him on matters here." Chén Sìhǎi's expression betrayed no hint of unease.
Though others found it peculiar, they harbored no further suspicions. The affairs of the young masters were long beyond their purview. As long as they did their jobs well, that was all that mattered.
Recognizing Chén Sìhǎi as the second young master, they reined in their audacity and quietly went about their tasks. Chén Sìhǎi, who had hoped to glean information from them.
Alright, it seemed he'd have to wait a little longer.
Perhaps something would happen that might yield him a bit of information.
Standing there, Chén Sìhǎi soon spotted someone crouched in a corner. This man hadn't mingled with the others earlier, and Chén Sìhǎi saw an opportunity. He approached him proactively. As soon as he approached, he noticed the others watching him with strange looks, though they remained silent.
Chén Sìhǎi kept his guard up, unsure why they were acting this way.
Only when Chén Sìhǎi reached the man did the latter seem startled, suddenly lunging at him. To avoid arousing suspicion among the others, Chén Sìhǎi deliberately exchanged blows with him, punch for kick for punch, even though he could have subdued him with a single move.
All eyes were fixed on the two of them. Avoiding their gaze, Chén Sìhǎi landed a punch where they couldn't see. "You lose." Chén Sìhǎi seized the man by the throat.
Had he not been dealing with someone from the Lu family here, he would have killed him on the spot.
Daring to attack him so directly would bring no good outcome.
"You're not one of us," the man whispered low in Chén Sìhǎi's ear. At that volume, Chén Sìhǎi was certain no one else could possibly hear what this man was saying.
The words sent a chill down Chén Sìhǎi's spine.
After just a few exchanges, the man knew he didn't belong here.
"Let go of me. I won't tell them." He felt Chén Sìhǎi's grip tighten around his throat, instantly making it harder to breathe.
"Let go of me, or else I'll tell them everything even if it kills me." If he didn't let go now, the man would die.
Chén Sìhǎi noticed the others watching him.
With no other choice, he had to release his grip. The moment he released his grip, he spoke.
If you dare say a word, I guarantee you won't have an easy life from now on. You should worry about yourself. This isn't a place just anyone can come to. You'd better head back before it's too late. The man glanced at Chén Sìhǎi before returning his gaze downward, crouching in the corner. If not for the table they'd accidentally knocked over during their struggles still lying on the floor, Chén Sìhǎi would have thought none of this had ever been noticed. You actually beat that monster? You're pretty impressive. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the man before turning to leave. Just as he turned, he heard someone say those words. What do you mean? Chapter 159, Discovered. Chén Sìhǎi had no idea what the identity of that person was. He's been here for a long time. I heard he lost his memory in a battle and can't recall many things. That can't be right. He always seemed to remember what happened to him. As far as I recall, he was already here when I arrived. When I first got here, I didn't know and actually went looking for him. Same as this young man, he beat me up. Only our outcomes were different. I lost. He's been here for a long time. It's as if none of the bigwigs remember he exists anymore. Or perhaps he's just tacitly allowed to stay. No one knows his true identity. Listening to these people speak, Chén Sìhǎi grew intensely curious about this man who could instantly discern he wasn't a member of the Liu family. He was definitely no ordinary figure. But he certainly wasn't loyal to the Liu family either. Otherwise, why would he conceal the outsider's presence instead of alerting them? From these people's words, Chén Sìhǎi still couldn't discern the other man's identity. But since someone already knew his identity, he couldn't stay here any longer. He needed to leave as soon as possible and search for clues elsewhere. Watching them chat animatedly, Chén Sìhǎi slipped away silently. Some noticed his departure, but no one paid it any mind. Except for the man in the corner. He looked up, staring intently at the direction Chén Sìhǎi had departed for a long time. How many years had it been since strangers had set foot in the Liu household? This youth possessed remarkable audacity. Most wouldn't dare act this way, yet he appeared here so openly. After a moment's thought, he decided to follow. It had been ages since he'd encountered someone so intriguing. He wanted to see what this youth was after. Not long after Chén Sìhǎi stepped outside, he noticed someone following him. He casually entered a room, and the person behind him immediately followed. Chén Sìhǎi grabbed the person trailing him and pulled him into the room. It's you! What are you following me for? Shouldn't I be asking you that? What exactly are you doing here at the Liu residence? You should know this place is extremely dangerous. If you're discovered, you're as good as dead. The man, his clothes gripped tightly, showed little reaction. Instead, he warned Chén Sìhǎi. Mind your own business. Answer my question, why are you following me? Chén Sìhǎi had been struggling to find a way to deal with this man who knew his true identity. Now that the man had followed him out, he wouldn't hold it against him. I want to see what you're really after. What's your true purpose? Maybe I can help you. The man, whose eyes had been completely lifeless moments ago, suddenly perked up at the mention of helping Chén Sìhǎi. Before Chén Sìhǎi could respond, he pressed on eagerly, helping you would bring me great benefits. I've been with the Liu family for years and know this place inside out. What's more, I know a way out. I can guarantee your safe retreat. Most importantly, if we're discovered, I can cover for your identity. What do you say? This deal is incredibly advantageous. The man narrowed his eyes, like a hunter waiting for his prey to step into the trap. Chén Sìhǎi fell silent. This man seemed genuinely intent on helping him, not joking. But why? Chén Sìhǎi asked directly. Some of what those people said earlier was true. I really have lost my memory. There are many things I simply can't recall. All I know is I don't like it here. You're here to cause trouble, to take things away. If it makes them unhappy, it makes me happy. The man was sincere, and in the end, Chén Sìhǎi trusted him. Alright, then I'll trouble you to help me. Chén Sìhǎi agreed immediately. Having someone lead the way would indeed be better. You're straightforward and bold just like I used to be. Chén Sìhǎi's swift agreement surprised him after all. Trusting a stranger in such a dangerous place was hardly a wise decision. You pose no threat to me. If you intended to expose my identity, you could have done so just now. There's no need for such actions. Chén Sìhǎi felt that by cooperating with him, there was no need to hide anymore. I need to get my hands on the Dragon Nation intelligence they recently retrieved. I don't know the exact location. Could you find someone to inquire and pinpoint it? Once the location was confirmed, Chén Sìhǎi could plan his next move. Materials retrieved from other countries? They decrypt all that stuff in one central location, probably the data vault. Not just anyone can get in there. Honestly, even if you had 5,000 people with your exact skills, they still couldn't break in. Without special personnel leading the way, entry is utterly impossible. Numerous traps and infrared sensors make it impossible for even a mosquito to fly in, let alone anything else. So you need to help me figure this out. Didn't you say you wanted to help me? Think about it carefully. What would happen if I took their stuff from the most unlikely place, the database? Then your goal would be achieved, and mine too. A win-win collaboration. Chén Sìhǎi coaxed him. If someone within the Liu family was willing to help, this task would be easily accomplished. You don't need to push me. I understand these matters better than you do.
But getting inside is incredibly difficult.
Wait here for me.
I'll go investigate. The man slipped out swiftly, his footsteps so light they were nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye.
Throughout the entire Liu family, Chén Sìhǎi had only seen this level of stealth in him.
This man was definitely not a member of the Liu family.
But why had he lost his memory? Why did the Liu family keep him? Chén Sìhǎi had no clue.
Judging by the conversations he overheard, the Liu family showed remarkable tolerance toward this amnesiac who harbored hatred toward them.
What could possibly be the reason? Unable to fathom it, Chén Sìhǎi simply stopped thinking about it. Having someone to help him made things much easier.
He just didn't know how things were going on their end. The situation for Finglong's men after entering the Liu family compound was 100 times worse than Chén Sìhǎi's.
They lacked Chén Sìhǎi's audacity to walk openly in public. Moreover, with so many of them, they were far more likely to attract attention.
They could only send people to distract the Liu family members while swiftly moving toward the location where the researchers were being held. They had only half an hour to complete their mission. Once the time was up, they had to retreat immediately. Not a single minute could be wasted, or all 11 of them including the researchers would die. They were accustomed to this environment, moving with lightning speed.
Chapter 160, Help him. I've found the place. I'll go in first. You cover me from outside. Windwolf moved with lightning speed.
His plan was simple: complete these tasks as quickly as possible so he could hurry to help Chén Sìhǎi. Otherwise, completing these tasks alone would be far too difficult.
Boss, be extremely careful. Many are closing in. We'll need to prepare to retreat in no more than 8 minutes.
Otherwise, once the rest of the Liu family arrived, they wouldn't stand a chance of escaping. Sacrificing all of them for one researcher simply wasn't worth it. Most crucially, they hadn't even managed to rescue anyone.
Got it. Fonlang thought of his family waiting for him at home and knew he absolutely couldn't afford to make a mistake.
When he found the researcher, he was lying on the ground like discarded trash.
Wake up!
Fonlang leaped in, but the figure on the ground showed no response. Only upon approaching did he realize the man was running a high fever from his injuries. His temperature was now dangerously high. The Liu family likely realized they couldn't extract any information from him, so they'd simply dumped him here to die. He hoisted the man onto his back and prepared to retreat.
Rescue complete. Preparing to withdraw. Got it, boss. Hurry out, more people are gathering here.
If not for Chén Sìhǎi anticipating this situation during their approach and stocking them with ample ammunition, they likely wouldn't have run out of supplies by now. As they retreated, they clearly sensed that even more people were arriving. Upon returning, Liu Zhiyong learned of the incident at the branch and immediately dispatched reinforcements. His gut told him this was connected to Chén Sìhǎi. Yet when he arrived here, the men were all unfamiliar faces, no sign of Chén Sìhǎi.
So he wasn't here? After confirming Chén Sìhǎi's absence, Liu Zhiyong found the situation pointless. He left his men behind and departed himself.
Before leaving, he left one final warning. If you let these troublemakers leave unscathed, you can kiss your positions goodbye.
Too many factions were scrambling to climb the ranks, but not everyone possessed the qualifications to seize such opportunities. As far as Liu Zhiyong was concerned, those without capability had to go. Didn't he come here? If Chén Sìhǎi wasn't here, then where else could he be? After Liu Zhiyong left, he sent people to investigate Chén Sìhǎi's affairs.
Chén Sìhǎi remained waiting in that room, even finding time to handle matters sent by Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others on his phone.
Boss, where'd you go? Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others received Chén Sìhǎi's message and immediately asked.
After all, no matter where Chén Sìhǎi went to handle business, he always came to find them.
Why wasn't he coming to find them this time? Just handling some business outside. What's up? Chén Sìhǎi replied briefly. Hearing movement outside, he tucked his phone away.
He didn't see the concerned messages Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others sent him.
Did you find it? There's a good opportunity now. I can take you inside, but... Never mind. Get ready and come with me. What happens to you if you take me in? Chén Sìhǎi immediately caught the unfinished sentence.
If I take you in, they'll surely torture me again.
What else can I do? But if you're capable enough to retrieve the item without alerting them, then I won't have any problems. Let's go. This is our best chance. Any more hesitation, and this opportunity would vanish. Chén Sìhǎi didn't hesitate any longer and followed the amnesiac man directly. I'll be as careful as I can. If I get caught, just pin all the blame on me. After all, by then he'd already begun, nothing to fear. He'd come prepared today. Putting it on you? If we're caught, you'll be the first to die. Honestly, I don't know why, but it seems like they don't want me dead. He'd searched for the reason for a long time but never found it. In fact, he had access to many restricted areas here. Even the restricted archives, off limits to ordinary people, were accessible to him. It's not that easy to get caught. I've made it this far without anyone noticing me, but those surveillance cameras are the real problem.
Chén Sìhǎi feared the cameras would capture him, allowing the Liu family to pinpoint his distinctive features. If they decided to investigate, it wouldn't take long for them to uncover everything. His identity would be impossible to conceal.
You really came here alone?
The man stopped in surprise, having assumed Chén Sìhǎi was merely pretending to be alone.
Someone must have been waiting to pick him up.
Although their surveillance had been specifically assigned personnel to monitor it. But as long as the person behind him had any skill, briefly manipulating the system would be possible. But judging by Chén Sìhǎi's words, no one had cleared the way for him.
If his face was seen, it would indeed be troublesome. And it would be troublesome for me too. I came here alone. This matter must not be known to others. Chén Sìhǎi wanted help too, but where had it been all along? Honestly, I don't want to say much else. All I can say is you're quite skilled. I'll handle this matter. You just focus on stealing the items, if possible. Make a big scene out of it.
I love seeing them cornered like cornered dogs. The man smiled faintly.
Chén Sìhǎi dared to come here alone because he had prepared for many contingencies.
For instance, they had no idea he wore a human skin mask over his face. Even if he were discovered, they wouldn't be able to track him down anytime soon. But over time, that might change.
Alright, I can still handle this for you.
He'd already accessed the database. Leaving without taking a few extra things wouldn't be his style.
Inside, no one is allowed to carry weapons, so you can leverage your advantage there.
But they have a patrol team inside.
You'll need to act quickly, otherwise, not even a god could save you.
Chén Sìhǎi realized that without having been inside, it would be impossible to know these details so precisely.
How do you know so much about what goes on inside? I used to be one of them.
Then one day, I suddenly realized I seemed to have forgotten something. Lots of things from before just vanished from my memory.
That's when I knew something was wrong. If there's a problem, I have to fix it. So I left.
Those guys were pretty upset with me at first, but let's be honest, they weren't exactly saints themselves. When the man with amnesia brought up these matters, he had much to say. Truthfully, it had been ages since he'd spoken to anyone like this.
Chapter 161, Getting the Item. You're quite capable, that's why they kept you around. Maybe you should explore a bit, talk to the elders here. You might just find the answers you're looking for.
Chén Sìhǎi didn't know the other man's true identity, but he sensed it was far from simple.
Let's discuss it after this matter is settled. I can't just abandon you midway, can I?
The amnesiac man, Wang Yang, led Chén Sìhǎi straight inside. The others who saw the two of them were utterly astonished. After all, Wang Yang hadn't been here in ages. Anyone who brought him here would face his unhesitating attack. After forcibly bringing someone in, he would deliberately sabotage the equipment here.
Sometimes, he'd even deliberately provide a flawed solution, rendering months of their hard work useless. If this mission succeeds, I owe you one. Whenever you need my help in the future, just give me a call.
Chén Sìhǎi said with great solemnity. Without Wang Yang this time, the difficulty of this mission would have increased significantly.
All right.
Wang Yang had wanted to point out that Chén Sìhǎi still needed his help to pull this off. Here he was, brazenly claiming he could help, but that was simply impossible. However, he saw the sincerity in Chén Sìhǎi's eyes. Plus, the fact that he dared to come here alone meant his capabilities were certainly not low. After they entered, Wang Yang pointed out a seat for him, and they parted ways.
Wang Yang still had other matters to attend to for Chén Sìhǎi. The rest, Chén Sìhǎi could handle alone. He swiftly located the area.
The people here showed no guardedness toward newcomers, allowing Chén Sìhǎi to find what he sought without difficulty.
What are you doing?
A voice stopped him just as he was about to reach out.
What am I doing? Taking things.
Chén Sìhǎi glanced back, paused for a moment, then continued his action.
He secured the item in his grasp.
Put down what you're holding, or I'll call for help. The man fixed his gaze on Chén Sìhǎi.
He actually dared to try robbing someone here? Who the hell was this guy? Want to call for help? Too bad you've already missed your best chance.
Chén Sìhǎi reached out and took care of the man. The others noticed the scene and instantly let out shrieks.
Shut up. Can you all just be quiet? Chén Sìhǎi frowned.
Their voices would attract others. Most people here rarely encountered such situations. Many researchers were completely defenseless.
Dealing with them was as easy as slicing fruit for Chén Sìhǎi.
And he'd casually take whatever he deemed valuable along the way.
I'm done playing with you lot. See you next time. As Chén Sìhǎi exited, he noticed personnel rushing over, alerted by the commotion.
He drew his gun immediately.
Earlier, when they entered, they had passed through a weapons checkpoint.
But Chén Sìhǎi's weapon had always been stored in the space provided by the system. The Desert Eagle fired several shots in rapid succession.
The men didn't react in time.
Here, they were practically invincible. But when Chén Sìhǎi suddenly drew his gun, they were momentarily frozen. By the time they snapped out of it, Chén Sìhǎi was already gone.
He even had time to blow out the surveillance cameras. Destroy one, destroy them all. Help! Someone, help! There's been an incident. After securing his objective, Chén Sìhǎi made a signal toward the surveillance feed. Wang Yang, who had been monitoring the feed and handling these troubles for him, sprang into action the moment he saw it. He bellowed loudly, drawing the attention of others. Wang Yang was covering his own back. That was the deal they'd struck from the start. Wang Yang still had work to do. He couldn't sacrifice himself here. But now he faced a bigger headache. Chén Sìhǎi still had weapons and was fighting his way out. The men outside reacted swiftly, but against Chén Sìhǎi, they were like lambs to the slaughter. You think a few of you can stop me? You underestimate me. Chén Sìhǎi swiftly disposed of the guards and was about to leave the Liu family compound. Once he reached the branch estates, escape would be possible. Attack! Kill him! When Liu Zhiyong arrived upon hearing the news, he saw only bodies lying on the ground. And a figure sprinting away into the distance. Damn it! They'd actually coordinated their attacks from both sides. Worst of all, he was alone here, yet they'd suffered such heavy losses. If he hadn't held them back, he'd be in trouble himself. Chén Sìhǎi heard the furious shouts behind him, flipped them off, and picked up his pace. He ran through a hail of bullets. Whether it was Chén Sìhǎi's incredible luck or his men's utter incompetence, not a single shot hit him. Useless. Liu Zhiyong snatched a weapon from their hands and fired at Chén Sìhǎi's leg. He'd been studying the man's movement patterns all along, and now he'd found his opening. Bang! Chén Sìhǎi was hit. In that instant, the pain shot through his entire body, causing Chén Sìhǎi to tear up from the sheer agony. Ha! Keep acting tough, you fool. The next second, Liu Zhiyong fired another shot, this time aiming for Chén Sìhǎi's left hand. Missed. But it didn't matter. While dodging his bullets, others had hit him. Within 5 seconds, Chén Sìhǎi's body bore several new bullet holes. Fortunately, he had already reached the final retreat perimeter. Chén Sìhǎi leapt down swiftly. Go find him immediately. Bring back the body if he's dead, or bring him back alive. No one who dared to cause trouble at the Liu family estate could ever retreat alive. Beyond the wall lay a massive river. The current was fierce and treacherous. Anyone falling in would have no chance of survival. Especially if shot, the chances of survival were minuscule. But Liu Zhiyong believed that man might not be dead. When he was wounded, the man had turned to look back, and that man was not Chén Sìhǎi. Moreover, the weapon in his hand wasn't the desert eagle Chén Sìhǎi usually carried. It was just a standard desert eagle. This man was quite skilled, but as opponents, his fate was already sealed. After jumping into the river, Chén Sìhǎi swiftly exchanged points at the prestige mall for a special hemostatic agent. Otherwise, he would have bled to death. He had to tend to his wounds immediately and shake off the pursuers on his tail. As he drifted downstream, Chén Sìhǎi found himself reflecting. His objective had been achieved. He wondered what had become of that man named Wang Yang. He hoped that by helping him, he hadn't brought trouble upon himself. After swimming for about 10 minutes, Chén Sìhǎi climbed ashore. Chapter 162, Searching for Someone. After climbing ashore, Chén Sìhǎi meticulously covered his tracks. The human skin mask on his face was also washed away in the waterway. Damn it, injured like this, even swimming that short distance felt exhausting. Chén Sìhǎi needed to get the items back as soon as possible. But there was another matter. He had already retrieved the items, yet the system still hadn't marked his mission as complete. That meant the mission on the Windwolf side had likely failed. Chén Sìhǎi had devised an extremely detailed plan for them. It should have succeeded. If they failed under these circumstances, Chén Sìhǎi could only conclude they were truly incompetent, constantly causing him headaches. He could have retreated swiftly once he secured the items, but with the other mission unfinished, he couldn't leave. And with his injury now, he couldn't seek medical help either. Chén Sìhǎi had no choice but to endure the pain and extract the bullet himself. After taking the medicine he'd traded for at Prestige Mall, he wasn't exactly bouncing around, but he felt much better. His pallor had faded. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been worth the price. 1 million reputation points per pill, capable of rapidly healing wounds and reducing pain. He swiftly covered up any traces here before heading to find Fenglang and the others. Even from outside, it was clear they'd been through a fierce battle. No sooner had Chén Sìhǎi arrived than Lu Hong appeared behind him, before Chén could even ask around. Chén Sìhǎi? What are you doing here? Hearing that voice, Chén Sìhǎi panicked for a moment. Fortunately, he had anticipated this possibility and prepared an excuse beforehand. I came looking for you. Chén Sìhǎi counted himself lucky that he'd tidied himself up before coming over. Now, anyone looking at him would never guess that just an hour ago, he'd been shot multiple times and was in so much pain he could barely stand. You came looking for me? Why didn't you call ahead? Lu Hong wasn't so easily convinced by Chén Sìhǎi, especially with the major incident that had just occurred in the Liu family. Chén Sìhǎi's sudden appearance couldn't possibly be without suspicion. Most crucially, Chén Sìhǎi had arrived here alone. Because I felt this needed to be discussed in person. If our conversation were leaked, it would be a fatal blow to me. You know, I just took over a city. I can't afford any slip-ups now. It'd be my downfall. Chén Sìhǎi seemed genuinely sincere, and besides, he didn't look injured or like he'd just been through a battle. Moreover, he showed no signs of panic upon seeing Lu Hong. This made Lu Hong believe him a little more. He was aware of some of the issues Chén Sìhǎi had been facing lately.
At first, he'd assumed Chén Sìhǎi intended to handle these matters alone this time. Unexpectedly, he'd come to seek him out after all. Things look pretty chaotic around here, and there are bullet holes. Did something happen? People kept emerging from the building, rushing off in all directions. Anyone would be curious. A minor incident occurred. Some scum tried to take someone away from our Lu family. They didn't think it through. How could they possibly pull that off? We caught 4 of them, but a few got away. There's also one who's barely alive. He won't be escaping. Lu Hong only knew the basics of the incident. After all, it hadn't happened at his branch, so it wasn't his concern. He'd merely heard about it secondhand. Is that so? Then those fools were truly courting death, daring to provoke the Lu family of the 4 great clans. Once caught, they must not be spared. Otherwise, they'll all start thinking the Lu family is easy prey. Chén Sìhǎi remarked. Lu Hong studied Chén Sìhǎi for a few extra seconds. If he remembered correctly, the last time they'd met, Chén Sìhǎi had been strutting around like he owned the world. Now, judging by his words, it seemed he'd been through a lot. He must finally understand that some things require a powerful backer to get done, right? Coming to seek him out proactively showed he had some sense. If he'd kept stubbornly pushing forward, Chén Sìhǎi could only conclude the man was truly out of his mind. I don't know how it'll play out, but their end won't be pretty. Heard the main house ran into some trouble too, though the details are still unclear. Probably these same people orchestrated it, trying to create a diversion. Too bad they miscalculated. The main family and the branch families are largely separate entities. They have more than enough people to deal with him. Lu Hong sighed. Truth be told, his Lu family had many members too, yet they'd never encountered such suicidal fools. Perhaps they intended to use these men to establish their authority. Chén Sìhǎi fell silent. Damn fools. He'd planned everything down to the last detail, yet it still failed. And they'd even been captured. From the tone of Lu Hong's words, the researcher's condition didn't seem good. The same went for the team members who had left. Their situations couldn't be much better. He had to find them quickly. The researcher had to be alive. His mission must be completed, or else his injuries and the prestige points spent would have been for nothing. Follow me inside. I need to make a trip here. Then you'll come back with me. We'll discuss everything once we're back. Lu Hong was accompanied by over a dozen people as they marched in force. Chén Sìhǎi followed close behind, scanning the surroundings for any clues. Where chaos had reigned moments before, order now prevailed. Every person stood at their post, carrying out their duties. Lu Hong's purpose here was straightforward. He was to deliver a document to them. What exactly it was, Chén Sìhǎi didn't see. Lu Hong couldn't show it to him either. You'd better be careful lately, or you'll end up like me. If this matter isn't handled properly, I'll probably get scolded to death by the young master. The most frustrating part was that the young master had come by earlier with a group of men. With so many people, he still couldn't stop them all from escaping. If the young master didn't scold them, that would be a miracle. All I can say is, you're on your own now. I warned you before, those kids from Longhua aren't simple. I told you to be careful, but you wouldn't listen. Lu Hong felt utterly helpless. Among the things he detested dealing with, the Dragon Nation ranked high. Their military strength remains an enigma to this day. And every team they sent out was formidable. Lu Hong was tempted to say they should give up searching for those who'd escaped. They'd never find them. Overconfidence in their own strength had led to massive losses. And it was highly likely they'd be forced to abandon their branch. After this, I really need to steer clear of them. It's best to stay out of their way, just like you do. That's the most comfortable approach. The man sighed. Chapter 163, The Exchange. How does the Lu family usually handle troublemakers who come looking for trouble? Chén Sìhǎi asked earnestly. The moment he spoke, all eyes turned to him. And who might this gentleman be? Lu Man had never seen this man by Lu Hong's side before. This was his first time. Had Lu Hong acquired another capable ally? My man. Their relationship was cordial, but they were also competitors. Some things didn't need to be spelled out. Receiving the affirmative answer, Lu Man said no more. With people like this, we torture them for a while. When it gets boring, we just finish them off. We all know they're stubborn bastards. They won't spill a single clue. But for us, the real kick is watching them suffer. Seeing them writhing in agony yet forcing themselves to act like it's nothing, that's the best part. Speaking of which, you've never experienced it yourself. Care to stick around and try it out? Chén Sìhǎi's eyes lit up. He'd been struggling to find an excuse to stay. Just as he was nodding off, someone handed him a pillow. This Lu Man sure knew how to read the room. Is that okay? The people I've captured lately are so boring. You just have to press them a little, and they spill everything. It's really dull. Chén Sìhǎi quickly concealed his emotions and continued along with them. Didn't you have something else to tell me? If you like it, next time you run into them, just grab a few to play with. Lu Hong felt Chén Sìhǎi shouldn't be allowed to interact with those people. He still harbored some doubts in his heart. Especially since Chén Sìhǎi seemed unusually preoccupied with these matters today. We have them right here now.
Why wait for next time? You've got nothing else to do anyway. Just stay and play for a day. You can go back tomorrow. It's settled. Who knows? Maybe the people around you can get them to talk and we'll finally track down those scumbags who got away. Lu Man kept Chén Sìhǎi around to use this opportunity to get to know him better. After all, the next time they met, they might very well be adversaries. With Lu Man speaking on his behalf, Chén Sìhǎi deliberately adopted a look of being caught between two people, appearing quite troubled. Fine. If you want to watch, then stay. Lu Hong didn't think twice. He figured even if Chén Sìhǎi had ulterior motives, they couldn't be carried out here. Besides, this would allow him to see how his previous suspicions would play out. After Lu Man arranged lodging for them, he led them to the underground dungeon. This seems to be your first time here too, right? Take a good look around and give me some feedback. After all, you're the young master's right-hand man. At this mention, Chén Sìhǎi turned to Lu Hong. He hadn't heard about this before. It seemed that only by coming to the Lu family could one gain more information. The young master treats everyone this way. I'm just around his age and can chat with him a bit, that's all. I can't compare to you two. Thus, they exchanged mutual flattery all the way, and Chén Sìhǎi seized the opportunity to glean a great deal of information from within. We're here. I've locked them up in separate places. You can pick one to go play with. My main goal is to find out where the others went. The researchers had also been taken away by those people, though they knew full well they couldn't get any useful information from them. Lu Man couldn't let them take the researchers away either. Killing them wasn't necessary. It was one thing to not need them, but quite another to have them snatched away by others. I can only say I tried my best. Chén Sìhǎi walked in without hesitation. The bound individual was a member of the team. Chén Sìhǎi had reviewed their files. This man's codename seemed to be Smoke. He was specifically responsible for their retreat. His capture was hardly surprising. Now barely clinging to life with his eyes closed, he sensed movement and opened them to glance at the figure before him. It was Chén Sìhǎi. He had completed his mission. What was he doing here? In an instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Staring at Chén Sìhǎi too long would arouse suspicion, and he needed to relay a message. What? Didn't you say you'd keep sending replacements? I hear the Lu family's young master is formidable. Could you send him next? Before I die, I want to see that legendary man. He wanted to tell Chén Sìhǎi not to concern himself with those of them who had been captured. When they chose this line of work, they had long ceased to care about life or death. As long as they completed their mission, it would be a glorious sacrifice. It was just a pity their remains couldn't return home. So they would remain here, guiding fellow countrymen back to their homeland. Chén Sìhǎi understood his meaning. He had been observing the entire journey and finally reached a conclusion. Getting them out was utterly impossible for him alone. Even with the entire city's resources, it was an impossible feat. Whether they could escape depended entirely on whether they could find an opportunity to save themselves. Or wait for another rescue mission to be sent from the mainland. Without revealing his identity, Chén Sìhǎi couldn't save them. Don't you know your own place? You want to see the Lu family's young master? I've never even met him, and you want to see him? You're dreaming. But if you tell me what you know, I might intercede with the higher-ups and arrange for you to meet them. Out of sight of others, Yen tremblingly relayed all the information he possessed. He relayed the retreat routes of the others to Chén Sìhǎi and informed him that they urgently needed large quantities of medicine. At the same time, he instructed Chén Sìhǎi to deliver the news of their deaths directly back to their base. That way, the other brothers wouldn't come here to die. Most crucially, he urged Chén Sìhǎi to protect his identity. Smoke had an intuition that Chén Sìhǎi could change everything here. Yen had never heard of such a way to meet with one's own people. Put. A murderer like you will never get any information from me. It's his honor if I let your master Lu come see me, you understand? Even as he prepared to die, he was still adding to Chén Sìhǎi's leverage, making these people trust him even more. For a moment, Chén Sìhǎi's mood couldn't be described as particularly good. Was there truly no way to save them? System. Is there any way to get them back to the mainland quickly? Chén Sìhǎi silently queried the system. There is, but host, you'll have to pay a heavy price. Are you sure? The system responded swiftly. Hearing the affirmative answer, Chén Sìhǎi instantly perked up. There was a way to save them after all. Still acting tough? You'll get yours. Chapter 164, Formation. Chén Sìhǎi gave him a thumbs-up gesture, signaling he had a way to get them out. Then he picked up the whip nearby, dipped it in salt water, and lashed him furiously. It was as if his earlier words had enraged him. As he lashed out, Chén Sìhǎi demanded, "Are you going to tell us where the rest of them are? Do you think we can't find the others without your help? You underestimate us." Lu Man, watching from another room, grew anxious. At this rate, Chén Sìhǎi would beat the man to death. Lu Hong had been harboring doubts about Chén Sìhǎi's relationship with them, but judging by their demeanor, it didn't seem like an act. Besides, without evidence, it was all just his speculation. Perhaps he really was overthinking things. Your subordinate here seems to have a rather short fuse. He barely said a few words. Without getting any answers, he went straight for him. Chén Sìhǎi knocked the man unconscious. Oh, he's knocked out. But it doesn't matter, they wouldn't have revealed anything anyway. See? This is nothing like the others you've encountered before. Before you arrived, we'd already tortured him. It was useless. He simply won't listen to you. No matter what methods they used, the man refused to speak, only mocking them relentlessly. They begged for death, but Lu Man wouldn't grant it. Death was possible, but only after revealing everything he demanded. Sorry, we went a bit too hard. Might take a while before we can interrogate him again. Chén Sìhǎi had struck so viciously for one reason only. To prevent anyone else from touching Yin again. If they were sent back and died from lack of timely medical care, what then? As for what happened next, he couldn't care less. Host, if you plan to send them back to the mainland directly, it's best if they're all in one place. That way, the cost to you would be lower. Honestly, you don't really need to. The system's words were cut off by Chén Sìhǎi. They all fought for the nation. I can't just stand by and watch them die here, especially when they risked their lives to protect me in the end. Using their deaths to prove he had no connection to the dragon nation. This was pointless. Chén Sìhǎi had his own plans and arrangements. Why not interrogate them together? We might get more information that way. Chén Sìhǎi and the Lu family members walked out. I hadn't considered that approach. True, they might endure their own suffering, but what if they saw their brothers injured? I'll arrange it immediately. Lu Man pondered for a moment. Chén Sìhǎi's suggestion wasn't entirely unreasonable. Seeing the expressions on those people's faces, expressions that practically begged to kill him, Lu Man found it quite amusing. They returned to the room, where Chén Sìhǎi inquired about the system. What price must I pay? Chén Sìhǎi thought. No matter the cost, he would rescue them. First, all your current prestige points will be deducted. Second, you must unconditionally complete 10 tasks for me. As for what they are, you won't know until the tasks are assigned. Third, you'll enter a month-long period of weakness. Simply put, your martial prowess remains intact, but you'll feel utterly miserable, every part of your body will ache. Chén Sìhǎi considered it. Compared to those 4 lives, this price was nothing. 10 tasks without rewards? Fine, I accept. I'll go find Lu Hong now. When the 4 of them are together, you take action. Once Chén Sìhǎi made up his mind, he didn't need to hesitate for long. As for why he waited until returning to his room to speak with the system, it was mainly because Chén Sìhǎi feared that if he discussed it while still out, his facial expressions might betray his thoughts too obviously, giving others a hint of something fishy. Alright, please sign here on this paper. A sheet of paper suddenly appeared before Chén Sìhǎi, listing the terms the system had previously communicated to him. Only one additional line appeared at the bottom. Host has reviewed all terms and conditions and voluntarily signs. Chén Sìhǎi was speechless. Do you have to distrust me so much? I said I agree, so I agree. Was signing this meant to prevent him from running away? This is just a standard procedure. If you refuse to sign, I can't process it for you. You should know how much effort it takes to send 4 people directly back to Longhua from northern Myanmar. The system's words stopped there, and Chén Sìhǎi understood. Without the system's miraculous existence, this mission would be utterly impossible. It was precisely because of the system's existence that Chén Sìhǎi could even negotiate this deal. He signed his name on the paper. The transaction begins. I'll set the pickup point at the Dragon Nation border. Contact your people there to prepare for the handover. After Chén Sìhǎi signed and sealed the agreement, the system retrieved the paper. Just get them back to the country. They don't need to know I was the one who did this. Chén Sìhǎi opened the door and went out to find Lu Hong. His visit this time was indeed to discuss business with Lu Hong. Once that was settled, he could return. Young Master Lu, I wish to collaborate with you. Chén Sìhǎi got straight to the point upon entering. Oh? I thought you came here having already decided to follow me. Do you really think you, Chén Sìhǎi, are worthy of discussing a partnership with me? A city manager so insignificant he only had one tank, the worst kind. What right did he have to stand before him and discuss partnerships? Was Chén Sìhǎi overestimating himself? He wanted Chén Sìhǎi by his side to handle affairs, but that didn't mean he couldn't eliminate him if necessary. Hold your horses. Hear me out before you decide. Chén Sìhǎi knew this would be his reaction. Perhaps in his eyes, the current Chén Sìhǎi truly lacked the qualifications to partner with him. But that day would come. I've looked into it. Your branch faces numerous challenges every year. I hear the people backing Dong Honyang have been provoking you for years now. For some reason, you've never taken action against them. But I imagine, young Master Lu, you've long since reached your limit with them, haven't you? So why not cooperate? My target is Dong Honyang too. Taking him down will severely cripple his backers. After all, Dong Hongyang's influence isn't insignificant. As Chén Sìhǎi spoke, he noticed Lu Hong's expression softening from its earlier resistance. He pressed on. You won't have to do much. Once I take their territory, I'll give you half. Half? Are you sure you're willing to part with that much? You're in the midst of expanding, don't you realize how desperately you need those resources? It wasn't that he coveted that half of the territory, he simply hadn't expected Chén Sìhǎi to offer half outright as a gesture of goodwill. Without your cooperation, taking down Dong Hongyang will cost me dearly. Chapter 165, Sudden Disappearance. You're sharp and you're willing to part with it. In that case, we can indeed cooperate. What do you need me to do? Lu Hong assumed Chén Sìhǎi would demand personnel, weapons, and ammunition. Otherwise, how could he possibly take down Dong Hongyang with just those scraps and junk he had? Taking down Dong Hongyang would severely cripple his rival, who had grown far too arrogant over the years. It would be good to teach him a lesson. Even if Chén Sìhǎi couldn't bring Dong Hongyang down, it would at least dampen his spirit. He wouldn't dare act like he owned the place anymore. Then, when the time came, he would gain an exceptionally capable ally. No matter how you looked at it, he stood to gain. You just need to block the people behind him. Dong Hongyang is mine to handle. Once Dong Hongyang realized he was no match for Chén Sìhǎi, he would inevitably turn to his backers. And if Chén Sìhǎi has no one to back him up, they would certainly eliminate him. Chén Sìhǎi, are you overestimating your own strength? Could it be that you still haven't fully investigated Dong Hongyang's true capabilities? Lu Hong was perplexed. What gave Chén Sìhǎi the right to say that? Wasn't this asking for trouble? I know what I'm doing. You just need to stop him when Dong Hongyang calls his backers to attack me. This simple act could reveal our alliance to them, deterring any further attacks. It'll be effortless for you. In other words, Lu Hong might gain what they have without lifting a finger. Fine. I'll see just where you get the nerve to pull this off. Lu Hong said no more. As he'd stated before, this arrangement held no downside for him whatsoever. The consequences, good or bad, would fall entirely on Chén Sìhǎi. Chén Sìhǎi had his own reasons for handing half over to Lu Hong. First, if they took it all, they'd struggle to control it in the short term. Second, the Lu family branch would certainly not let him off the hook. The Lu family's affairs were naturally their responsibility to handle. You're truly clever. You've been in northern Burma for years, why did it take you this long to make your mark? Lu Hong recalled the records he'd seen. Chén Sìhǎi seemed to have awakened overnight, becoming an estate owner within 3 days. Within a year, he had secured the position of city administrator. Most people couldn't achieve that. Because I used to find all that meaningless. Being a small-time boss is actually pretty fun. If I had to pinpoint a reason for all this, it's the woman by my side, now Li Ayun. Seduced by beauty, sleeping with the boss's woman. If you don't rise up, the boss will kill you. What would you choose? As Chén Sìhǎi spoke these words, he suddenly seemed more down to earth. Lu Hong had indeed seen this incident documented in Chén Sìhǎi's file. No issues. I'd definitely choose to let him die. In their world, aside from the women belonging to the Lu family head and his inner circle, those were off limits. Or fair game if he desired. Come to think of it, after securing positions like estate manager, I didn't handle much myself. Most tasks were delegated to my brothers under me. Before coming to see you, I actually spoke with other city administrators, but they refused. They believed I stood no chance against Dong Hongyang. Chén Sìhǎi conveyed the information without a flicker of emotion. Before coming here, he had made other preparations. To outsiders, it appeared that after leaving his city, Chén Sìhǎi had visited several others. He sought cooperation with other city leaders, but all refused. He had no choice but to come find him in the end. Host, it's done. The transaction is now active. You need to find a safe place immediately. Otherwise, if someone notices something's off with you, you'll be in trouble. Though Chén Sìhǎi had taken the system's medication, the wounds on his body remained. Occasionally, when he moved too abruptly, it would tug at the wounds, causing him intense discomfort. The matter is settled. I'll return to prepare. Within a month at the latest, I'll declare war on them. He had originally planned to act immediately upon returning. But right now, his body can't handle doing these things. It's best to wait until he recovers. Alright, you handle it. After Chén Sìhǎi returned to his room, Lu Hong took out his phone and called Lu Zhiyong. Young master, there's nothing wrong with him. Your assumptions are off. If you want to keep gathering intel from him, you need to return immediately. Frankly, I don't see why you need to stay by his side as a lackey. You could just tell him to come to you directly. As the eldest son of the Lu family, Chén Sìhǎi had no right to refuse unless he wanted to be kicked out of the organization. Refusal would only invite relentless harassment until Chén Sìhǎi met his end. Joining me would be boring. I've found so many entertaining things here. Besides, it's been ages since I've had any fun. I'll just enjoy myself with Chén Sìhǎi for a while. What deal did he strike with you? Lu Zhiyong fiddled with the small doll in front of him. At first, he genuinely believed Chén Sìhǎi had come to cause trouble. But after investigating, it seemed unlikely. Besides, he wasn't injured. That man had been shot, his gait couldn't possibly be that steady. But they searched for a long time and still couldn't find the body. Lu Zhiyong suspected he might have escaped. Damn it. Those people from Longhua are truly challenging my authority. When the time comes, I'll show them what I'm made of.
Have Lu Man send those captured individuals over to us. He intended to torture them to death before tossing their corpses back to Longhua, humiliating them thoroughly.
There shouldn't have been any complications. Until Lu Man rushed over to find Lu Hong. They vanished.
Lu Man used the word vanished. They weren't rescued, they vanished into thin air. He had no idea what had happened. His subordinates reported that all the interrogators who had been questioning the prisoners had collapsed unconscious on the ground. Those individuals had vanished without a trace. There were no signs of disturbance at the scene, no one was injured, and no strangers had been seen coming here. Those 4 men had simply vanished. They must have been rescued by their other comrades.
How else could they have vanished? Investigate this thoroughly. Lu Hong's expression turned grave. If the enemy could rescue people even under their tight security,
they would need to be even more cautious and vigilant with these people going forward.
I've already checked.
They truly vanished without a trace. I reviewed the surveillance footage too, nothing unusual. I had them check too, those who fainted weren't drugged.
Chapter 166, Too Powerful.
The prisoner locked in the underground dungeon vanished without a trace.
Those who collapsed did so suddenly and inexplicably.
This was truly bizarre.
Not a single person suspected Chén Sìhǎi in connection with this incident. During the exact time the prisoners vanished, Chén Sìhǎi was discussing matters with Lu Hong. Chén Sìhǎi opened the door and saw them standing at the entrance discussing matters. What's going on? Did something happen?
The footsteps downstairs sound chaotic.
Chén Sìhǎi's last remark explained why he was so puzzled. Yes, something very strange happened. We don't know how, but the people we were interrogating suddenly vanished. How could that be? Did you miscount? Maybe they're still in the basement, but you just didn't see them. Chén Sìhǎi's face was filled with confusion.
He had never heard of such a thing happening before.
I don't know either. We searched everywhere, inside and out. We didn't catch the ones who escaped, and now these people are gone too. I'm screwed. Lu Man's expression was agonized.
If young Master Lu and the others found out, he'd be finished. The young master ordered you to deliver these 4 people.
What the hell are you standing around for? Get moving. Don't tell me you don't want this position anymore.
You should know the young master has a temper. There must be something wrong with this case, but they just haven't discovered it yet. They searched over and over again, but no matter how they investigated or examined, they found absolutely nothing wrong.
To them, those 4 men had vanished into thin air. This is absurd. Absurdity beckons absurdity, utterly absurd. How could such a thing happen? Lu Man couldn't wrap his head around it.
If he'd known, he never would have taken this case. Now look, no benefits at all, and all the trouble landed squarely on his shoulders.
How was he supposed to explain this to the young master? Was he supposed to tell him these people vanished on their own?
They'd been beaten half to death by their own people, each bound with iron chains. There was no way they could have escaped.
Yet they vanished. Lu Hong didn't know what to say about this either.
It seemed they had simply vanished into thin air. After searching for a long time, no other issues were found.
How can such bizarre things happen in this world?
They just vanished like that. All signs pointed to one thing: they vanished without a trace, utterly inexplicably. No matter how much they resisted acknowledging it, they had to accept the truth. Chén Sìhǎi, who had done it himself but now pretended ignorance, said, "I can't make sense of it either.
Things like this shouldn't happen in this world. Someone must have done it, but we just haven't found them yet."
After searching for ages with no leads, Lu Hong had other business to attend to, so Chén Sìhǎi followed him out.
Keep searching thoroughly. If you can't find anything wrong, the young master will definitely come after you. I'll put in a good word for you on this matter.
It was truly absurd, something he'd never encountered before.
Wait a bit longer. Just wait a little longer.
At the entrance, they parted ways.
Chén Sìhǎi immediately set off to find the other 7.
Along the way, Chén Sìhǎi casually helped them cover up any lingering traces, especially the messages they'd left for each other. Meanwhile, Jin Shiwu led the others in a swift retreat. Among the 8 of them, he was the only one unharmed.
As a member of Chén Sìhǎi's inner circle, Feng Lang and the others had deliberately kept him separate to protect Chén Sìhǎi's identity. "I'm going out to find medicine for you. If I don't go now, you'll all die." Without treatment, the wounds wouldn't heal. The researchers' fevers kept recurring, showing no signs of improvement. A group of invalids couldn't possibly leave this place. Finding medicine to help them recover a bit was the best option. "You can't go out. Even if you do, you mustn't be connected to us. We don't know what's happening with Flying Eagle right now. We'll wait a bit longer." Windwolf hadn't forgotten his other role. He too wanted to recover sooner.
Several of his brothers were still in their hands. The mere thought of it filled him with sorrow. But these were trials they had to endure.
Wait longer? They'll die waiting. I can't wait. I'll be careful. Even if I'm discovered, I'll bite the bullet and never talk. I won't drag Flying Eagle down with me.
Golden Lion Wu stood up abruptly, and the others couldn't stop him. "You must be careful. Just bring back whatever medicine you can find for us.
None of them were in particularly good shape right now. Boss, once this mission is done, I want to go back and rest properly. I'm too exhausted.
The words came from the man lying on the ground, a bullet wound gaping in his chest.
He was barely clinging to life.
Without immediate medical attention, he wouldn't last much longer.
All right. When you get back, rest as long as you need. Just don't fall asleep. He's already gone out to find medicine.
It won't be long before we're all saved. At the very least, our mission is accomplished. They watched the researcher over there, who had given up all the medicine he carried. But he remained in this state. Our pursuers are everywhere outside. Escaping this place is nearly impossible. Our only hope now rests with Flying Eagle.
Fei Ying is undertaking the most perilous mission alone.
Even if he succeeds, he won't be able to return to help us. We'll wait here until our bodies recover somewhat, until their guards are down. Then we'll make our escape immediately.
Golden Lion will quickly return with the medicine. They're all the simplest medicines, so the effects are just average. But if we seek more expensive ones, they're easier to detect, so this will have to do for now. Enough. We'll break out tonight. We can't wait any longer. Windwolf issued the order swiftly.
Lingering here indefinitely was not an option. The patrols outside have thinned considerably.
Tonight truly presents a prime opportunity.
Additionally, I've heard rumors of a major incident occurring on their side. Details remain unclear, but it's highly likely Operation Flying Eagle succeeded. Golden Lion Wu let out a sigh of relief, unaware that Chén Sìhǎi had been discovered.
You lot are useless. Go back and train harder.
Chén Sìhǎi quickly located their position and overheard Jin Wu's final remark. His voice startled the others. Just as they prepared to go on high alert, they saw Chén Sìhǎi standing there, his clothes neatly pressed. He seemed unharmed, just as before. He had actually completed the mission all by himself.
He was incredibly strong. No wonder Viper ordered Windwolf to protect Chén Sìhǎi at all costs. A man like this will surely have a smooth path ahead.
You truly completed the mission far beyond what we imagined.
Chapter 167, Retreat. Phong Lang had to admit it, no matter how much he didn't want to.
Now is not the time for praise.
Follow me, it's time for your retreat.
Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the researcher lying on the ground. He handed over all the medicine he'd brought with him to them.
You have half an hour.
White Tiger, brief me on the specifics.
Chén Sìhǎi's tone was far from pleasant.
Frankly, he could accomplish this mission better on his own than these people could.
Golden Lion Wu quickly relayed the entire situation to Chén Sìhǎi.
It was a standard response to the circumstances. Surrounded by so many enemies, they'd managed to escape. It was nothing short of a miracle. They'd truly run out of ammunition, resorting to picking up whatever guns they found on the ground to fire. Though they were wounded and some brothers captured, the enemy's losses weren't insignificant either.
That was sufficient. You guys are really clueless. Get back and train properly. Sometimes I just don't understand what you're doing. Chén Sìhǎi was deeply dissatisfied with them. Had Shen Yang been here instead, they might not have gotten into trouble. After applying bandages, Phong Lang approached Chén Sìhǎi alone. I need your help. Can I stay behind?
I want to rescue my brothers.
He couldn't retreat.
They'd come together, and they'd return together.
I'm going to rescue them too. I can't abandon those four. Without them, we never would have made it out alive.
Chén Sìhǎi stared coldly at the wounded and crippled soldiers gathered here.
They wanted to go? To their deaths? You can stay. White Tiger, escort the others back to the country and remain there afterward. As for the rest of you, if you wish to seek death, go ahead. I won't be joining you. Chén Sìhǎi's tone was serious, he wasn't joking. He even ordered Golden Lion Wu to rouse the professor. They would depart first. Returning now is suicide. I advise against it.
Besides, Flying Eagle still has much work to do.
Many in northern Myanmar are eyeing him greedily. He can't delay any longer, he must return immediately.
Jin Wu didn't know how Chén Sìhǎi had obtained the items, but Chén Sìhǎi had his own business to attend to.
If he didn't return soon, suspicions would arise, severely hindering his future operations. But are we supposed to just stand by and watch them get captured and tortured to death? You can go back to rescue them. You have 3 minutes.
Those who wish to stay and save them, stay.
Chén Sìhǎi didn't want to tell them that the others had already been rescued.
This matter must remain confidential, no one could be told.
Nonsense. Everyone retreat immediately. Any decisions must wait until we return to the country and discuss them. Phong Lang surveyed their situation here. Indeed, they couldn't entertain such fanciful notions any longer.
Withdraw immediately.
Leave this place. The best course was to return, find reinforcements, and bring them back for the rescue.
Here, take this. Oh, and I grabbed a few other things too, bring those back with you.
Chén Sìhǎi pulled out a stack of USB drives from his pocket.
The sheer number startled them all.
Did you take everything from them? Phong Lang thought Chén Sìhǎi had snatched so much from them, yet the Lu family people had actually let him escape.
He wasn't sure whether to say their people weren't very capable or that Chén Sìhǎi was just too strong.
No, I only took what was in one room. I didn't have time to search the other rooms. Tell them to be more careful next time. Luck won't always be on their side. That goes for you guys too.
You won't always have someone covering your backs, preparing an escape route for you.
After delivering this warning, Chén Sìhǎi swiftly led his men away.
The disappearance of the other four had temporarily shifted the Liu family's focus entirely onto them.
Now was their best chance to leave. They were smoothly escorted onto the departing ship. Remember what I told you, don't come back looking for trouble. I can't be bothered with your mess anymore. After they departed, Chén Sìhǎi found a vehicle.
The moment he climbed inside, pain made cold sweat break out on his forehead. He too had been injured and faced a month of convalescence. Honestly, even walking hurt now. It felt like stepping on 1,000 needles. But he had no choice. He had to see these matters through. You're injured? Jin Shiwu immediately grew tense. Since Chén Sìhǎi's arrival, he hadn't noticed any wounds on him. Nor had he noticed anything amiss, assuming Chén Sìhǎi was fine. Taking so much from them without paying a price, it's impossible.
Chén Sìhǎi confessed. He hadn't mentioned it earlier because he hadn't thought it necessary.
Jin Shiwu would be accompanying him on all future operations, so it was fine to let him know.
We're heading back immediately.
Jin Shiwu got behind the wheel. His driving was steady yet swift. They could reach home in a day at most.
Fei Ying, should we stop at a hospital for treatment?
They had already passed through several cities. No one would suspect anything was wrong.
No need. Just head back. My condition isn't solely due to injury. Using force during his weakened state had severe consequences. He was truly suffering now. Worse than being shot.
Most crucially, he'd consulted the system. He'd been denied the option to exchange reputation points for medicine at the Prestige Mall.
This is your transaction. No medicine will be effective.
Additionally, the system reminds you that such punishments are also included in those penalty gift packs. Therefore, the host is advised to take tasks seriously.
Do not blame the system for not warning you. Every punishment in those penalty gift packs would be far more agonizing than what he was enduring now. Chén Sìhǎi would understand that later. I understand.
I'll take my tasks more seriously from now on.
Indeed. This is precisely the consequence of neglecting tasks. To resort to violence again would be like walking barefoot on razor blades. He never wanted to experience that feeling again. Back on his own turf, Chén Sìhǎi instantly relaxed. Go fetch Sun Yuexin. Chén Sìhǎi descended the stairs and gave the order his wounds needed tending. All right. Shall I carry you? You look terrible.
Jin Shiwu had never seen him look so battered before.
I'm not that bad yet. Hurry up and find her. Chén Sìhǎi had returned. Upon receiving the news, Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others rushed over immediately. The moment they arrived, they saw Chén Sìhǎi's wounded state.
Rage surged through him. That bastard hurt our boss.
I'm going to kill them. Zhao Guoxing stopped the impulsive Wáng Lǎohǔ. Let's see what the boss says. Going there won't do any good. Chapter 168, back to square one. Honestly, if even Chén Sìhǎi couldn't handle them, they'd be even tougher for us. This was the first time they'd ever seen the boss injured. What exactly had the boss gone to do? He took only Jin Shiwu with him across the entire city. When did Jin Shiwu earn such trust from the boss? Boss, are you okay? Let me help you up. Wáng Lǎohǔ rushed to Chén Sìhǎi's side and spoke cautiously. I'm fine. You guys handle your business. Watch out for Dong Hongyang coming to cause trouble. He truly needed to rest. Back at the villa, Chén Sìhǎi lay on the bed. Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others stood nearby, reluctant to leave. They needed to know exactly what was wrong with the boss before they could leave. Otherwise, they'd be worried sick. Boss, what exactly did you go do? You could have taken us with you, at least you wouldn't have gotten hurt.
If they'd been by his side, they would have shielded him immediately.
Chén Sìhǎi was their pillar of strength and indispensable presence who absolutely couldn't be harmed.
This time was an accident.
My body just acted up with some old issues. I'm truly fine now. If Dong Hongyang and his people find out about this, they'll attack us immediately.
But as you've seen, in my current state, I'm no match for them.
If anything comes up, I'll contact you. Chén Sìhǎi sighed inwardly. Having subordinates so fiercely loyal to him wasn't always a blessing.
In the end, they were persuaded by Chén Sìhǎi to leave.
Sun Yuexin had rushed over. She brought medicine and medical equipment.
When Chén Sìhǎi was injured, it felt like the sky had fallen for her. In her memory, Chén Sìhǎi had never been hurt.
You didn't need to come all this way. It's just a minor issue. More than anything, my body feels incredibly numb and uncomfortable right now. The bullet wounds didn't hurt nearly as much as this. Shut up. I'll examine you. Sun Yuexin promptly stripped off his clothes.
Chén Sìhǎi lay on the bed, looking completely resigned to her actions.
Sun Yuexin was speechless. What kind of mood was he in, trying to tease her at a time like this?
Once his clothes were off, Chén Sìhǎi's wounds were exposed.
With years of medical experience, Sun Yuexin could tell at a glance.
The wound on Chén Sìhǎi was the mark left from when he used a knife to dig out the bullet. There were 5 of them. Though the bleeding had been stopped, many areas had already begun to rot and become infected. If left untreated, it would become serious. You really don't care about your own body, enduring all this pain.
Son Yuexin didn't even mention taking Chén Sìhǎi to the hospital.
Chén Sìhǎi hadn't gone over on his own initiative upon returning. He must have his reasons.
It hurts. Chén Sìhǎi didn't actually feel much pain. He was just saying it on purpose, seeing Son Yuexin frown. You still feel pain? I thought you were immune to it. Just bear with it, it'll be over soon. With Chén Sìhǎi's words, Son Yuexin's movements grew much gentler. She kept coming over to ask if it hurt. It's already better. I'll come by later to change your dressing. Son Yuexin looked up and saw Chén Sìhǎi covered in cold sweat. She had given him painkillers. This shouldn't be happening. Any other issues? Son Yuexin immediately spotted the problem.
My old ailment flared up, my whole body feels numb. Another factor was that during his weakened state, the medication's effectiveness was significantly reduced. He could even detect the faint sensation of the scalpel cutting through his flesh.
What old ailment causes total numbness?
Tell me, and I'll prepare medicine for you.
Son Yuexin asked with concern.
It's beyond your control.
Don't worry about it. Just rest for a while. Once this phase passes, it won't be so unbearable. Alright, I'll head back then. Son Yuexin left a pile of medicine and hurried back to the hospital.
One of her patients was preparing for surgery, a procedure only she could perform. Once she handled this matter, she could come back to see Chén Sìhǎi. Then she could properly address the issues he'd raised. Lu Zhiyong arrived before Chén Sìhǎi returned and saw him looking disheveled. His heart skipped a beat.
Hadn't they said Chén Sìhǎi wasn't injured?
His current state certainly didn't look like someone who was unharmed.
Was there something he hadn't seen? Boss, are you hurt? Lu Zhiyong feigned deep concern, asking earnestly. No, he's just got his old ailment flaring up.
It's a bit painful, but you know what level our boss is at.
Who could possibly hurt him now? Wáng Lǎohǔ said calmly. Our boss has an old injury?
He looks like he's in real pain.
Just do what you're supposed to do. As for the rest, I suggest you keep your mouth shut. Chao Buishing was in a foul mood and didn't want to talk to anyone. The boss went out for a bit and came back like this. Who wouldn't be upset?
Lu Zhiyong, who'd been inexplicably snapped at, didn't know how to respond for a moment. Back at the Lu household, anyone who spoke to him like that would be dead. Chén Sìhǎi lay in bed, his condition gradually improving. He opened the prestige mall, but every single item listed there was now a distant dream for him. His prestige points had vanished during the transaction with the system. Oh, right, he had 3,000 now. People would gradually contribute some prestige points to him over time. It truly felt like decades of hard work had been wiped out in an instant.
Host, you can keep striving.
With your abilities, regaining those prestige points is only a matter of time. Noticing Chén Sìhǎi's low spirits over the reputation points, the system promptly offered comfort. Mainly because the system knew full well that Chén Sìhǎi had been striving to accumulate enough prestige points to exchange for that one thing he desired.
I know. By the way, I've already completed that quest. When will you give me the reward? Chén Sìhǎi rubbed his hands together nervously.
After all that commotion, if he didn't get what he wanted most, he'd truly go mad. Once the item is safely returned to the Dragon Nation and its security is confirmed, the reward will be issued automatically. Please be patient, host.
Chén Sìhǎi fell silent.
This sounded like if they encountered any danger along the way, it would count as mission failure. So he immediately contacted Viper. He wanted to know if they had returned yet.
Not yet. Are they already on their way back? I'll send someone to meet them immediately. Also,
I don't know what happened, but a few team members returned early and are still unconscious. We'll need to wait until they regain consciousness to understand the situation.
Do you have any insight into what might have happened? I don't know.
Once they return, contact me immediately.
Please be extra vigilant. Chapter 169, Reward Secured.
After Chén Sìhǎi hung up, Viper immediately dispatched his men to intercept them at the intersection. From his tone, it seemed the mission had succeeded. The only question was whether there had been any casualties. Chén Sìhǎi waited 3 days, growing increasingly anxious each day. Logically, returning from northern Myanmar should take no more than a day, yet 3 days had already passed.
I wonder if something happened to them.
It wasn't until noon 3 days later, while Chén Sìhǎi was eating.
Ding. Mission completed.
Reward distribution in progress.
Host, please find an unoccupied location.
Chén Sìhǎi set down his chopsticks and headed to his base, the most suitable location for the system to distribute such a reward. A fighter jet and a tank materialized before him.
The latest models of both. Exactly what Chén Sìhǎi needed right now.
Seeing these, Chén Sìhǎi felt all his previous efforts had been worth it.
Awesome, this is exactly what I needed. Host, mission rewards have been distributed. Chén Sìhǎi climbed up to inspect them and confirmed everything was in order. As for any special benefits from the system's gifts, he hadn't discovered any yet. There must be something, he just didn't know what it was yet. Looks like he'd have to learn how to operate a tank when he had the time. Chén Sìhǎi ran his hand over the tank. With these new tools, his odds against Dong Hongyang were looking even better than before. Just as he was about to leave, he received a call from the Dragon Nation. Fei Ying, you handled this mission exceptionally well. All personnel returned safely, and the goods were recovered without incident. You even brought us something extra. I'll report all of this up the chain. Once you're back in the country, these will all count toward your military merits. This single achievement alone was enough to earn Chén Sìhǎi a major promotion. From Fenglang and the others, Venom learned just how perilous this operation had truly been. Most crucially, Chén Sìhǎi had infiltrated the Liu family compound alone, emerged unscathed, retrieved their assets. He even had the strength left to assist his teammates. But Flying Eagle, what about the other 4 members? Weren't they captured? How did they end up at our border? If Chén Sìhǎi rescued them too, how did they manage to return to the country so quickly? And how exactly did Chén Sìhǎi manage to rescue them from the Liu family's grasp? All answers would have to wait until they regained consciousness. Windwolf had been by Viper's side the entire journey, his mind constantly fixated on returning to rescue them. After much deliberation, upon his return, he learned his brothers had already come back. The first person who came to mind was undoubtedly Chén Sìhǎi. At the very end, Flying Eagle had warned them not to return and throw away their lives. Clearly, he had known all along that the others had already returned home. Fei Ying, I really owe you this time. Without you, we might have been wiped out completely. Remember my words, cut back on the fun and focus on training when you can. Luck won't always be on our side. Chén Sìhǎi exchanged a few brief words with them before ending the call, using the excuse that he couldn't talk for too long. He couldn't keep talking to these people forever. Viper, from now on, no matter what mission we undertake, protecting Flying Eagle must be our top priority. I have a gut feeling that the success of whatever you're planning hinges entirely on him. Windwolf now held Eagle in awe. He was truly formidable. Though he still didn't understand how Flying Eagle managed to pull everything off. Fei Ying is far more formidable than any of us imagined. I thought this mission would only end with the destruction of the item and the sacrifice of some of you. Thankfully, you all returned safely. Snake mused that perhaps they needed to rethink their plans regarding Flying Eagle's side as well. Chén Sìhǎi also learned from Windwolf why their return journey took 3 days. They had avoided several dangerous zones, a decision that proved sound, at least ensuring the cargo remained intact. When Chén Sìhǎi returned to the villa, Song Yuexin was already waiting there with supplies. Change the dressing. Song Yuexin had been extremely busy lately, poring over medical texts and archives. She refused to believe Chén Sìhǎi's chronic condition couldn't be alleviated. If this condition persisted and it flared up during future confrontations with others, he wouldn't stand a chance and would become another man's victim. All right. You've been working hard lately. Chén Sìhǎi obediently removed his clothes. The wound had nearly healed completely. Song Yuexin used only the finest medicines, combined with Chén Sìhǎi's exceptional physical constitution. The wound healed faster than even Chén Sìhǎi himself had anticipated. You really are a freak. The fastest physical recovery I've ever seen. It had only been 3 days, yet the stitched wounds were already beginning to fill with new flesh. In a few more days, they would be completely healed. Song Yuexin thought if every patient possessed such remarkable healing power, far fewer lives would be lost each year. I'm different from others. Indeed, not everyone had a system like his to assist them. After Song Yuexin applied the medicine and left, Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others arrived. They brought news that wasn't good for Chén Sìhǎi. Boss Dong Hongyang and his crew are regrouping. They're probably planning to move against us. This was indeed bad news. After all, the current Chén Sìhǎi simply didn't have the strength to deal with them. You're injured now. If they come for us, what are we supposed to do? Wáng Lǎohǔ frowned. Had Chén Sìhǎi not suddenly left, they might already be in the thick of battle. But now, the initiative was no longer in their hands. What can we do? If they come, we'll just play alone. Start with a diversionary tactic. We still need to stall them for a while. Once I'm back on my feet, that'll be the start of their misfortune. Chén Sìhǎi swiftly devised a solution, opting for a delaying tactic first. He was still weak, and forcing himself to use force would be unbearable. All right. Wang Tiger said no more. If Brother Chen had spoken, he surely had his reasons. When the time comes, I'll give you a plan. You, Ah-san, and Golden Lion Wu will follow it exactly. Understood. Wang Tiger nodded. He looked at Chén Sìhǎi, hesitating to speak. Is there anything we can't discuss between us? Ask whatever you want to ask. Chén Sìhǎi, a straightforward man, couldn't stand being looked at like that. Boss, what exactly is wrong with your health? Song Yuexin had kept the boss's condition strictly confidential. He'd asked her several times but hadn't gotten any answers. The more she remained silent, the more anxious he grew. Chapter 170, The Liu Family's Plans. I'm really fine. I just need some rest for a while. Don't worry about me.
Chén Sìhǎi had repeated this line to them countless times. But each time, they looked at him with disbelief, leaving him at a loss for words.
After 3 days of investigation, the Liu family had reached their conclusion. This time around, the Liu family was the complete loser. The goods were taken, and the culprits weren't caught.
The hostages were rescued, yet the perpetrators remained at large. When they did capture someone, that person mysteriously escaped.
In an instant, the entire Liu family was plunged into a deep gloom.
The lower ranks never knew when they might offend the leaders, or rather, their leaders themselves now walked on eggshells. Such a life was unbearably difficult. As long as the troublemaker who had come to disrupt the Liu household remained at large, they could find no peace. Or rather, it would take a very long time for this matter to blow over. I'm truly fed up. If that bastard had done this to me, I'd have killed him sooner or later. Now, not only had each of their daily training loads doubled, but they had no time left for anything else. As for Wang Yang's situation, it was better than he'd anticipated. He had preemptively tampered with surveillance footage, ensuring others could never trace his movements no matter how hard they searched. Especially after realizing the Liu family might know him well, he switched to a completely opposite approach. This way, they'd never suspect he was the one behind it.
He knew someone in the Liu family suspected him.
Several times when he returned to his room, he found his belongings had been tampered with. Though they acted cautiously, he remained aware. Why the Liu family treated him with such courtesy, Wang Yang did not know. But this time he had narrowly escaped, and the entire Liu family had been tormented day and night because of it. He felt it was worth it even if he were discovered. If you want to know your true identity, I suggest you seek out those elders.
They might know something. Chén Sìhǎi's words echoed in his mind. Truth be told, that kid Chén Sìhǎi was far more formidable than he'd ever imagined.
He had actually pulled it off. Though wounded, he'd still managed to escape. Once he got away, the others simply couldn't catch him. Wang Yang had faith in him.
Who knew when they'd meet again? Perhaps soon, perhaps never again.
In the Liu family's council chamber, had Liu Zhiyong been present, he would have seen that the hall was filled. Every single member of the Liu family of noble standing was present, including the current head of the Liu family, who now held sway over them all. Everyone, please share your thoughts on this matter. After all, it's no small affair. Recent events had spread like wildfire. It was impossible not to have heard about them. My stance is clear: find that man and tear him limb from limb. Otherwise, at the next triennial meeting of the four great families, we won't be able to hold our heads high before the other clans.
Someone immediately voiced their opinion. Finding them? You make it sound so simple. Do you know how many people we've sent out searching since they vanished? Not a single trace. This whole thing is truly bizarre. Our Liu family hasn't experienced anything like this in ages. What's going on? 2 incidents happening at once?
The most important thing now is whether those who came to our data center are in cahoots with the outsiders.
Or rather, how much has our Liu family truly lost this time?
We are a collective. We must speak openly about matters so we know how to resolve them. The Liu family patriarch, seated at the head of the table, listened to their words and found these scheming individuals quite amusing.
Let them debate it thoroughly. After a long discussion, someone suddenly brought up a proposal.
I propose we hold this year's annual banquet earlier than usual. And we should invite some minor estate owners with a bit of renown, or those with real talent. In past years, it was always the same faces.
The banquet was utterly dull. Our Liu family needs fresh blood now. Oh? That does sound intriguing. Elaborate. The Liu family head finally looked up. He was curious, why would the other party propose this? Was it truly for the Liu family? Or was it for the person he had cultivated? Head of the family, this is unthinkable.
The annual banquet has always had strict rules. One must reach a certain position to qualify for participation.
Moreover, the timing is fixed. If we rashly alter it now, this rule will lose its standing going forward. Once this precedent is set, what about the other rules?
Where there are those who agree, there will be those who oppose.
Rules? On Liu family territory, what we say is law. Who are others to question? Do you dare challenge what I propose?
By the time Liu Zhiyong received the message, they had already reached a decision. The decision was to advance the banquet date. All city administrators, estate owners recommended by city administrators, or anyone with a sponsor could attend. This decision caught him off guard, yet somehow felt inevitable.
After such a major incident, the Liu family had to make some kind of response.
Originally, their banquet had nothing to do with Chén Sìhǎi. Now, with this change, it had become deeply connected to him. Given Chén Sìhǎi's modest fame, his name might well have already been on the guest list. With the Liu family handling most of the preparations and spreading the word, others would naturally help promote it. Thus, Chén Sìhǎi received word swiftly.
Boss, it looks like we've got some breathing room again.
If the Liu family really goes ahead with this banquet, Dong Hongyang probably won't have time to come looking for trouble anytime soon. Dong Hongyang was on the Liu family's side, and for events like this, he had to prepare well in advance.
Chén Sìhǎi immediately recognized the significance of this. Indeed, the timing of this banquet was perfect.
However, if he attended, he'd inevitably encounter unexpected situations.
Should he need to resort to force, he wouldn't have the stamina to sustain it.
If any of them came looking for trouble, his situation wouldn't be much better either. Especially since the banquet would undoubtedly be filled with wolves and tigers. One misstep, and they'd devour him down to the last bone.
For Chén Sìhǎi, this banquet was both an opportunity and a headache. We absolutely must attend this banquet, boss. We should start thinking about when to depart. Chapter 171, Bringing Men to the Banquet. The banquet was scheduled for a week later. The timing was incredibly tight.
The others in his group seemed eager to meet these people.
Xiao Guixing told me it's because the Lu family ran into some trouble. They desperately need new blood. If we make a good impression at this banquet, if we catch the Lu family's eye, we could rise to the top in one fell swoop. With the Lu family's backing, what could Dong Hongyang possibly do to us?
Wáng Lǎohǔ believed that with Chén Sìhǎi's abilities, it was only a matter of time before the Lu family took notice.
Thinking about the life ahead, he couldn't help but feel elated. Wáng Lǎohǔ, relying on others will never get you far. Chén Sìhǎi had never considered relying on anyone. Only by becoming truly powerful could one truly reign supreme. Boss, I know that. I just think that if we had someone backing us up, things would be much easier for you.
You wouldn't have to work so hard on so many things.
If Chén Sìhǎi didn't like the idea, then he wouldn't bring it up again. You may go now.
I'll consider this matter and inform you of the departure time as soon as possible.
Wáng Lǎohǔ was right. They absolutely had to attend the banquet. Everyone was scrambling to get in. If Chén Sìhǎi didn't attend, it would draw too much attention.
Besides, the Lu family affairs were still tangled up with him. Facing such matters, he had to be extra cautious.
Chén Sìhǎi sought out Jin Shi-wu and asked, "Can you find a retired elite soldier with a clean background?
I need someone to protect me when I go to the Lu family."
Chén Sìhǎi had to ensure his safety and avoid using force whenever possible. Not exactly. Ah, there is one, but he has a temper.
He usually wouldn't take on such a job lightly, but I can talk to him. Jin Shi-wu suddenly changed his tone as if remembering something, though his expression darkened at the mention.
But Chén Sìhǎi couldn't be bothered with his mood right now.
He only wanted to think through and arrange his own affairs. Get in touch with him as soon as possible.
I need his help.
Jin Shi-wu promptly went to contact the man. Chén Sìhǎi trusted him to handle the matter.
With everyone focused on the banquet, this presented a tremendous opportunity for Chén Sìhǎi.
Especially against Dong Hongyang, he planned to leave some men behind to ambush them, inflicting heavy losses.
Lu Zhiyong appeared beside Chén Sìhǎi, observing him preparing to head to the Lu residence. Are you coming with me to the Lu residence? I can recommend you. Didn't the Lu family say anyone could attend with a sponsor? Chén Sìhǎi was being deliberate. Lu Ji was a member of the Lu family. He would certainly return to attend. He wanted to test Lu Ji. Alright, I'll take you up on that. Lu Ji agreed without hesitation. He was going back anyway.
At the banquet, when Chén Sìhǎi saw him, he would still recognize his identity. At this point, whether he found out a day earlier or a day later made no difference to him.
Chén Sìhǎi looked at him. He was straightforward enough. Knowing Lu Ji would return anyway, he planned to hitch a ride with him. Fine. He'd see for himself what Lu Ji's status would be then. What exactly was he coming to his side for? I never asked you before what brought you to northern Myanmar. Lu Ji's file made it clear he'd been tricked into coming here.
Tricked by a so-called good friend. This story teaches us not to trust people lightly, or else I'd be the one suffering the consequences. If not for him, I'd probably still be sipping coffee and eating cake in an air-conditioned room. Lu Ji knew his background well and followed Chén Sìhǎi's lead. You're right, we shouldn't trust people lightly. We're heading to the Lu family's place soon. Could you look into their affairs for me? The information you gave me last time was incredibly helpful. I really appreciate it. Chén Sìhǎi's thanks were sincere. Without that fake map, this mission wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Lu Zhiyong remained unaware of this development, assuming Chén Sìhǎi had gone to seek out Lu Hong. He gladly accepted Chén Sìhǎi's thanks. Chén Sìhǎi had everything arranged and was just about to go find Wáng Lǎohǔ to discuss his plans when Miss Bai called. Oh, she must need something. Miss Bai hadn't contacted him in quite some time. He wondered what could possibly be the purpose of Miss Bai's call this time. It must be about the banquet hosted by the Lu family. Chén Sìhǎi was right. Bai Yuer's purpose was indeed the banquet hosted by the Lu family. The banquet was attended solely by members of the Lu family. She intended to send someone inside to observe. He didn't believe a word Chén Sìhǎi said. You know people on the Lu family's side now. Taking someone to the banquet venue shouldn't be a problem, right? Miss Bai had already made her way to the Lu family's territory. This time, she would personally intervene. She wasn't afraid of being discovered, because the Lu family had no idea what the Bai family's eldest daughter looked like. Just as the Bai family didn't know the appearance of the Lu family's heirs. This was precisely to prevent them from sending assassins. This actually worked in her favor. Bai Yuer had to persuade the elders at length before they finally agreed to let her handle this matter.
In their eyes, their heirs absolutely could not take such risks. They could send anyone they wanted. Bringing someone along is fine, but you must tell me what that person is supposed to do inside. If it involves assassination or something, won't I get dragged into trouble by your people too?
Chén Sìhǎi casually made up an excuse. He simply wanted to probe Miss Bai's plan.
Are you stupid, or am I not clever enough? The Liu family banquet is swarming with their people. I'd be insane to send someone to assassinate him. I'm only sending someone to gather some information. It won't affect you in any way. I helped you last time. It wouldn't hurt for you to return the favor, right?
Bai Yuer thought to herself that if it weren't for her useless subordinates who weren't even qualified to lead a team inside, she wouldn't have had to come looking for Chén Sìhǎi. Truthfully, she didn't know why, but she wasn't eager to have much contact with Chén Sìhǎi.
Chén Sìhǎi gave her the feeling that she couldn't see through him.
She genuinely had no clue what was going on inside his head.
Of course it's fine.
As long as it doesn't interfere with my plans, you're not just bringing one person. Even if your entire Bai family comes, I'll arrange for them to get in. If Chén Sìhǎi wanted to, he certainly had the power to make it happen. But each city administrator only had one recommendation slot. Chén Sìhǎi had already stated he would bring Liu Ji, and now he'd agreed to Miss Bai's request.
Chapter 172, it'll be quite the scene. That meant Chén Sìhǎi's own people couldn't go.
But from the very beginning, Chén Sìhǎi never intended for his people to go.
It wasn't exactly a desirable place, and going there wouldn't accomplish much anyway.
As for Liu Ji, Chén Sìhǎi didn't believe anyone would dare stop him. After all, he was a young master of the Liu family. So there was no need to waste one of his spots.
Fine. At least you know when to be practical. My help wasn't wasted. Once my people arrive, I'll contact you. Goodbye. Bai Yuer thought she'd use this opportunity to test Chén Sìhǎi. See if he was truly working for the Bai family.
Chén Sìhǎi stared at the disconnected call. He mused, this annual banquet of the Liu family was indeed lively. This time the Bai family had sent someone over.
How could the other two major families not send representatives?
In previous years, they might not have been able to gain entry, but this year, they could send anyone they wanted to take a look. The once mysterious banquet was suddenly laying bare its entire spectacle before them. No one could help but be curious.
Chén Sìhǎi knew them all too well. No way. Last time you went alone and came back injured.
This time, you absolutely must take someone with you.
Wáng Lǎohǔ was the first to object.
They weren't exactly eager to attend this banquet either.
But they had to ensure Chén Sìhǎi's safety. Besides, he hadn't even fully recovered yet. When Chén Sìhǎi declared he'd go alone again without even bringing Jin Shiwu, how could they possibly agree? You know I've always had someone backing me.
I only have one recommendation slot, and I've already promised her I'd get someone else in.
You have more important matters to attend to. Don't worry about me, that person will protect me.
Rest assured.
Chén Sìhǎi was blatantly lying through his teeth.
He knew the person Miss Bai had sent over wouldn't even spare his life, let alone protect him. But to convince them, he had to say it.
We're all attending the banquet. You won't be able to reach us then. That's our best chance to take action against Dong Honyang.
Even if you can't completely destroy his operation, you must shatter his forces into pieces.
I've prepared a plan for you upstairs.
I'll attend the banquet, but the family business is in your hands. If anything comes up, discuss it among yourselves.
Shenyang, you're coming with me. Chén Sìhǎi needed protection outside the banquet.
But be cautious, Dong Honyang is cunning. He might have made similar arrangements as us. That would complicate things, but it shouldn't be a major issue. Large-scale weapons are prohibited during the banquet, which presents us with an excellent opportunity.
Chén Sìhǎi's arrangements met with little dissent from the others. We'll definitely handle things back home.
But boss, are you sure it's safe for you to go alone?
The Liu family's people aren't like the folks around here. Old Chow, why don't you go home and have your brother recommend you? That way, you could protect the boss too. Chao Guoxing wouldn't be much help in attacking Dong Honyang.
Leaving to protect Chén Sìhǎi was his best option.
Absolutely not. Chao Guoxing needs to seize their territory while he has the chance. If he leaves, I won't be able to proceed with peace of mind. Alright, I'll be careful. Last time was truly an accident.
After settling these matters, Chén Sìhǎi decided to depart in 3 days. This time, he planned to bring Song Yuexin along and had already discussed it with her.
This device can temporarily jam all signals.
I developed it using technology from M country.
Use it to contact us if necessary. I'll receive your signals the moment they're transmitted.
Chén Sìhǎi examined the device in his hand, no bigger than a small ant.
Will this thing pass through security?
Chén Sìhǎi knew Dana Li had been working on new projects lately, and he'd sent her a fair amount of money. He hadn't expected her to actually come up with something.
Of course not. Just stash it in any heavy metal container. It's so tiny you don't need me to tell you that, do you, boss?
Dana Li, who was adjusting the data, looked up at Chén Sìhǎi upon hearing this.
Only one?
If there were many of these, Chén Sìhǎi could contact them freely to learn about their situation. It would change their battle plans.
Boss, this one in your hand took me months to make. So far, it's the only successful prototype.
But Brother Wang San said you were heading to the Liu family's place and asked me to give you something to protect yourself.
Danari thought if Chén Sìhǎi died, his next boss might not be as lenient as the current one.
That's why he'd rushed this one out.
Many components are crude. Use it sparingly, the signal could vanish at any moment. I need more time to refine this device. Next time, we'll be able to deploy it on a larger scale. Chén Sìhǎi listened to his explanation and nodded silently.
It seemed he'd been overthinking things after all. He gathered a few other items and prepared to leave.
Boss, make sure you come back safe.
I've no plans to replace you anytime soon,
Danari said before quickly diving back into work. Ding.
Reputation plus 10,000.
Chén Sìhǎi looked at the person contributing to his reputation points, finding him rather endearing just by his appearance. Got it. I won't let you replace the boss. Keep up the good work.
Everything he needed to prepare was already in place.
Now he just had to wait for Jin Shirwo to return.
He had gone to speak with that elite soldier and hadn't returned yet.
If the veteran refused, it wouldn't matter, it would just be a bit disappointing.
So Chén Sìhǎi remained utterly relaxed, even finding time to instruct the snipers on how to conceal themselves without being detected. For those with specialized training, even your smallest movements including your breathing can become clues that give you away.
Alright, hide yourselves completely. I guarantee I can find every single one of you within 30 minutes.
Chén Sìhǎi had initially intended to say 3 minutes, but then remembered that his current physical condition still lagged behind his former self.
Boss, did you say all of us?
Someone dared to ask, knowing Chén Sìhǎi's formidable strength. But with over 100 snipers hiding here, finding them all would take time.
Chapter 173, Playing with People. Yes, all of them. Chén Sìhǎi was confident.
He'd done this before and knew he could find them.
I'll give you half an hour to hide.
If I don't find you within that time, you won't have to train today.
You can go out and enjoy yourselves. Boss, don't regret this later. Guys, hide up.
Let the boss send us out to enjoy ourselves, we've been training hard for ages. Chén Sìhǎi watched their cheerful expressions while Shen Yang shook his head behind him.
These kids really don't understand their boss.
When he made a promise, he meant it. If I find it, starting today, training doubles.
Chén Sìhǎi wasn't about to play around with them, he had to get something in return. Agreed.
Confident in their abilities, they agreed without hesitation. Only after the others had gone to hide did Shen Yang speak up.
Boss, you always love pulling this trick on us.
Back in the day, they'd been tricked countless times, and their training load had steadily increased day by day.
Everyone has their naive youth. Only when they understand the gap between themselves and the elite will they train with true dedication. I'm saving their lives.
By being strict with them now, it won't be them dying when they face the enemy later.
Shen Yang couldn't argue with that. It was undeniably true. Half an hour later, they were hidden. Chén Sìhǎi made his way over. Come out. Chén Sìhǎi stamped his foot.
The mere pressure of his boot made their breathing grow heavy. If enemies were present, they would have been dead already.
Stop hiding. Your hat's sticking out. Standing there like that, are you trying to fly? This spot's decent, but how do you plan to attack the enemy? Are you planning to hand your own life over to the enemy's guns?
In less than 10 minutes, Chén Sìhǎi had already located most of them. Wherever he went, he found everyone. The ones at the back still pose a bit of a challenge.
As for you lot, I really don't want to say anything more.
No matter how well they hid, in his eyes, they were as visible as if they were dancing right under his nose. His hearing and eyesight far surpassed those of ordinary people. Trying to hide from him was nothing short of courting death. By the 30-minute mark, Chén Sìhǎi had located the last person.
Impressed? At first, some still refused to concede.
But as Chén Sìhǎi rounded up every last one of them,
the voices of dissent gradually fell silent.
Chén Sìhǎi was undeniably formidable, and they had no grounds to argue further.
Extra training it is.
But I'll be generous, 2 extra chicken drumsticks at every meal. With the increased workload, their stamina would need to keep pace. Chén Sìhǎi handed over the next phase of training to the specialist he'd brought along specifically for their instruction. Whether they could graduate successfully now depended entirely on themselves. Ultimately, they would need to pass Chén Sìhǎi's assessment to become the sniper squad he required. When Jin Shirwo returned, he was accompanied by another man.
Chén Sìhǎi recognized the man's formidable skill at a glance.
Having this man accompany him to the Liu family would significantly enhance his security.
You got to be kidding me, right? You want me to protect him? He doesn't look like he needs any protection.
That guy looks like he could take down 10 bulls in one go. Those who practiced martial arts could instantly discern who was genuinely strong and who was merely putting on a show. Though Chén Sìhǎi looked like a scholar and appeared untrained in martial arts, Chén Sìhǎi could sense from his breathing that this man was no ordinary person. Chén Sìhǎi, who'd just been described as capable of killing 10 oxen in one breath, was instantly speechless. He didn't know what to say to the man. No wonder Golden Lion Wu had looked so strange earlier. Uncle Fu, our boss has been experiencing minor health issues lately, which is why we need your protection.
Besides, you already agreed to it. What business is it of yours what condition our boss is in? Boss, this is Uncle Fu.
In his youth, he was a formidable soldier. But due to certain circumstances, he left long ago.
Most people couldn't even get him to come.
He's only here because he owes me a favor.
Oof. Once this matter is settled, our ties are severed. Don't bother me again. Fu Bo shot Jin Sìhǎi a glare.
He never had to owe this favor in the first place. He'd acted on his own initiative.
Never mind.
It was just escorting this guy to the Lu family, no big deal.
Once it was done, there'd be no further entanglement between them. That was fine too. Understood.
I'll stay hidden, protecting you until you depart.
Unless you face insurmountable trouble, I won't intervene. Fu Bo exchanged a glance with Chén Sìhǎi before preparing to leave.
He saw no need to waste more time on this matter.
After Fu Bo departed, Jin Sìhǎi introduced his identity to Chén Sìhǎi.
Uncle Fu was a mercenary now, but his standing is so high that ordinary people can scarcely afford to hire him for anything.
Truthfully, this whole affair is our nation's debt to Uncle Fu.
Had it not been for those events back then, Uncle Fu could have lived a comfortable life.
He wouldn't have needed to come here and become a mercenary.
No matter how skilled a mercenary might be, they were still seen as such, especially in the eyes of others. Mercenaries are a bunch of reckless desperados who only care about money, not their lives. They never seem to grasp that without life, money becomes utterly meaningless.
Everyone has their own choices. Chén Sìhǎi didn't want to get too involved in other people's affairs.
He wasn't curious about these matters either. All he needed to confirm was that Uncle Fu truly wouldn't harm him, and that was enough. Rest assured, Uncle Fu will deliver on his promises. He's a man of his word. You can discuss things with him properly along the way. Oh, right, I almost forgot the most important thing.
Fu Bo doesn't know our identities. Don't give us away. Chén Sìhǎi nodded.
When the 3 days were up, Chén Sìhǎi prepared to depart. The others had already left long ago and were likely already there. Lu Ji sat in the car. His family had urged him several times to return home sooner to take charge of the situation. He'd made excuses each time, but now he could finally go back. He wondered what expression Chén Sìhǎi would wear when he saw him as young Master Lu.
Would he regret having made him do so many things?
Chén Sìhǎi showed no mercy toward those around him, forcing them to handle every task. Lu Ji was no exception. Now, he found himself anticipating the moment when this would happen.
Chapter 174, Revealing His Identity. Similarly, Lu Ziyang was also filled with anticipation for what would unfold next.
Despite having uncovered nothing during this entire period.
After all, Chén Sìhǎi's base must still hold many secrets.
There were still numerous areas where no one could enter without Chén Sìhǎi's orders. Lu Ziyang had long wanted to explore those areas, but unfortunately, he had never found the opportunity. Had this banquet not been arranged so abruptly, he might have slipped in for a reconnaissance mission. But he wasn't about to let this chance slip away. If Chén Sìhǎi discovered he was the Lu family's eldest son, the look on Chén Sìhǎi's face would be priceless. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the man beside him, whose mood had visibly lifted. He'd be thrilled to be heading home. Chén Sìhǎi knew his status was exalted, but he'd never managed to uncover the specifics. He was too well hidden. Lu Ji's willingness to return with him signaled that he had already decided to reveal his identity. Rather than waiting until they met to discover his true identity, it was better to ask directly now. Young Master Lu, what brings you all the way to this remote place? Chén Sìhǎi's tone was casual, as if chatting among friends. Lu Ji's heart skipped a beat. How did Chén Sìhǎi know? Logically, he shouldn't have. What, young Master Lu? I'm just someone working under you. Lu Ji glanced out the window. If Chén Sìhǎi found out now, the upcoming plans would be ruined. He didn't like it. Fine. You work under me. Then let me ask you this, Lu Ji, what exactly is your status? Stop pretending. Tell me now, or tell me when we get to the Lu residence. It won't make much difference either way. Chén Sìhǎi changed direction. After driving this stretch, he let Lu Ji take the wheel. I am indeed a young master of the Lu family. Lu Ji remained silent for a long time. He had no idea how Chén Sìhǎi had discovered this. In his plan, Chén Sìhǎi should never have suspected he might be connected to the main family. In fact, Chén Sìhǎi shouldn't have even considered that possibility. He had taken extensive measures to conceal his identity. How did Chén Sìhǎi find out? Could he have even investigated matters concerning the Lu family? Impossible. If Chén Sìhǎi could investigate, he would have uncovered Lu Ji's true identity long ago. There was no way he would have kept him around for so long. Chén Sìhǎi showed no surprise at Lu Ji's revelation. He had known all along. There were only a handful of young masters from the Lu family with such status. The only question was which branch Lu Ji belonged to. Chén Sìhǎi had never imagined Lu Ji could be the young master of the main family. First, the main family's young master would be too busy to ever come here. Second, the main family's young master would absolutely never leave the Lu family grounds casually. Take Miss Bai, for instance. It was said that Miss Bai had gone to great lengths just to leave the Bai household to handle some business.
Which branch's young master is he? Chén Sìhǎi glanced at Lu Ji, waiting for his answer. The fact that you asked that question clearly shows you know more about our Lu family than others. The information I gave you didn't include that much detail about the Lu family. Then where did you get this information? Lu Zhiyong was truly speechless. He hadn't received any information from Chén Sìhǎi, yet here he was, seemingly holding no secrets from Chén. Chén Sìhǎi had even managed to extract a great deal of information from him. I have my channels. As a city administrator, isn't it perfectly normal for me to be able to investigate certain matters? Chén Sìhǎi didn't tell the truth. He couldn't bring himself to reveal to Lu Zhiyong that the vast majority of the information about the Lu family had come from him. Right, you make a good point. My real name is Lu Zhiyong. After all the digging Chén Sìhǎi had done, the main family had surely investigated him too. There was no need to reveal his full identity. Giving him a name was sufficient. Lu Zhiyong? The moment that name surfaced, Chén Sìhǎi slammed on the brakes. He pulled over to the side of the road. This development was quite surprising to him. It really was the young master of the main family. Young master of the main family, what brings you to our humble town? Is there something here that caught your interest? Chén Sìhǎi looked at Lu Zhiyong. The moment Lu Zhiyong met his gaze, he clearly sensed the murderous intent in Chén Sìhǎi's eyes. If he gave the wrong answer, Chén Sìhǎi might very well kill him right here. This realization startled Lu Zhiyong. Chén Sìhǎi actually intended to kill him after learning his identity? How audacious. However, having spent time with Chén Sìhǎi and his group, Lu Zhiyong understood all too well that Chén Sìhǎi had achieved his position precisely by doing things others dared not do, things they never imagined he would do. That was precisely how he had risen to his current position. I'm here to investigate why you rose so quickly from a lowly lackey to become the city's administrator. Lu Zhiyong paid no mind to the shock his identity caused Chén Sìhǎi. He was solely focused on the murderous intent burning in Chén Sìhǎi's eyes. If they failed to reach an agreement here, would Chén Sìhǎi truly kill him? There was no one else around. If Chén Sìhǎi wanted to do it, he could certainly pull it off. But he would have to bear enormous consequences. For your Lu family, a city administrator isn't anything special, right? There are plenty of people far more powerful than that. Why waste so much effort on the city administrators? Hearing Chén Sìhǎi's matter-of-fact words, Lu Zhiyong fell silent. Chén Sìhǎi hadn't realized just how far-reaching his influence was. Throughout the Lu family's rise to its current position, the succession of city administrators was a perfectly normal occurrence. What was unusual was a city administrator like Chén Sìhǎi. The entire city was Chén Sìhǎi's domain. Everyone obeyed his commands. If Chén Sìhǎi ever sought to take action against the Lu family, as long as their military strength remained sufficient, this city would become an impregnable fortress. This alone was enough to warrant serious attention. Because I'm quite curious about you. Lu Zhiyong thought. If Chén Sìhǎi didn't know, it was best not to tell him. That was that. I believe that answer. I imagine you're also quite curious about what lies within our base. Chén Sìhǎi had people keeping tabs on Lu Zhiyong, knowing full well that Lu had long sought access to certain areas within their base. But he'd never gotten any help getting in. The security there rivals that of our database. The guards there carry top-tier weapons. Sometimes, Lu Zhiyong couldn't fathom how Chén Sìhǎi, operating in such a remote area, had managed to acquire such high-quality arms. Their database? Chén Sìhǎi's expression shifted as if he'd recalled something. Truthfully, their database was nothing special. Chapter 175, Reunion with an Old Acquaintance. Alright, I haven't treated you badly here. Soon I'll be stepping into your territory, so you'd better not shortchange me either. Having an acquaintance made things easier. And judging by Lu Zhiyong's apparent interest in his goods, helping him seemed only natural. Rest assured, Boss Chén, I'll treat you well. Since you already know my identity, I won't beat around the bush anymore. I want to know if you're willing to handle things for me in the future. Lu Zhiyong wasn't confident Chén Sìhǎi would agree. After all, the longer he'd been around Chén Sìhǎi and his crew, the clearer it became what kind of man he was. Chén Sìhǎi was ambitious and refused to be subordinate to anyone. Working for you is out of the question, but a partnership is possible. Occasionally, if you want me to handle something for you, bring me what I want and I might help. The Lu family couldn't be offended, and Lu Zhiyong seemed like a reasonable man. Chén Sìhǎi thought that if they could cooperate, it might work out. Alright. Seems my time by your side hasn't been entirely useless. Lu Zhiyong was quite satisfied with Chén Sìhǎi's response. What did you uncover while you were with me? Chén Sìhǎi started the car. Once they were away from here, he'd have someone else drive. Nothing much. If it weren't for the annual banquet being moved up, I might have uncovered everything. Chén Sìhǎi knew exactly what he wanted. If you ever want to come back here to investigate, you're welcome. I promise not to expose your information. But whether you uncover what you're looking for depends entirely on your own skills. Chén Sìhǎi's words left Lu Zhiyong stunned. You want me to stay? Chén Sìhǎi remained silent, but his meaning was clear. He did indeed agree to let the man stay. It's a pity, though. Now that my identity is exposed, I can't stay here. Even if I remain at your place, it won't be the same as it is now. Once he arrives at Chén Sìhǎi's base, he might assume a different identity. For instance, he too would have led several hundred men there. After learning certain things, Chén Sìhǎi said no more. Halfway through the journey, someone came to take his place. Originally, Chén Sìhǎi had intended for the Liu family's young master to drive. Now that he knew the young master's true identity, it was indeed inappropriate to have him drive. On the road, Liu Zhiyong struck up a conversation with Chén Sìhǎi, touching on various matters. You really don't seem like someone who started out as a low-level henchman. This was the first time Liu Zhiyong had spoken to Chén Sìhǎi like this. The more they talked, the more unsettled he felt. Chén Sìhǎi was utterly unpredictable. No matter what topic they touched on, he could seamlessly pick up the thread and articulate his own perspective. If I didn't know what kind of person you are, I'd seriously consider recruiting you to work for me. Having someone as sharp as Chén Sìhǎi working for him would save him countless hours dealing with trivial matters. Once I secure a prominent position, opportunities for collaboration will naturally arise. The position Chén Sìhǎi coveted was one where no one from the four major families would ever dare break the rules in his presence again. Of course, the road ahead was still long. Just drive me part of the way. I've called a plane to pick me up. Having revealed his identity, Liu Zhiyong no longer had to hold back. Driving there would take over a dozen hours. He simply didn't have that kind of time to wait. He needed to return sooner to handle matters. Otherwise, his father and the others would have something to say about it. All right. Chén Sìhǎi agreed that getting there faster was preferable. The plane landed directly on the street, with people clearing the area all around. During the few minutes it took to drive over, Chén Sìhǎi didn't see a single pedestrian. Young Master Liu. As soon as they spotted the aircraft, a burly man sprinted over. Everything's been arranged. We've just been waiting for you to return. A lot of people have already arrived. The speaker glanced at Chén Sìhǎi standing behind Liu Zhiyong and promptly stopped talking. Certain matters were not meant for outsiders to know. It's fine, just minor details, Liu Zhiyong noticed and immediately interjected. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't care less about these matters anyway. Besides, Liu Zhiyong genuinely wanted to bring Chén Sìhǎi into his inner circle to assist him. It was better for Chén Sìhǎi to know what was happening here in advance. Right. Quite a few people have been sending invitations to young Master Liu, hoping for an audience with you. But the family head instructed me to decline them all. The head of the family said that once you return, you must go see him immediately. On the plane, Chén Sìhǎi witnessed the true nature of the Liu family's eldest son. He was decisive and efficient in his actions. No one dared to oppose him when he spoke. Chén Sìhǎi compared the people surrounding him. To extract even a shred of information from him, Liu Zhiyong had indeed paid a heavy price. A message appeared on Chén Sìhǎi's phone. My people are in position. Go retrieve her and bring her to you. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the address, unsure of its location. So he asked Liu Zhiyong directly. This place? I'm not entirely sure either. I'll have someone guide you there when the time comes. Liu Zhiyong dealt with major affairs. Their Liu family's territory was vast and complex. The place Chén Sìhǎi mentioned was an inconspicuous little spot, so it was only natural that he didn't know it. All right. Soon after landing, Liu Zhiyong was picked up by his own people. Before departing, Liu asked Chén Sìhǎi if he wanted to accompany him and take a look first. It might also give you a chance to learn about our Liu family. Who knows? You might even change your mind about working for someone else. Liu Zhiyong intended to lure Chén Sìhǎi back with him. Having such a man by his side would truly be like adding wings to a tiger. I have another friend to pick up. There'll be plenty of chances to visit the Liu family later. Chén Sìhǎi's advancement depended on the Liu family, so he naturally wouldn't antagonize them at this juncture. You're right. If anything comes up, just contact me. I'll come handle it. I'll head back now. His father was waiting for him. He couldn't delay any longer. All right, take care. Still, Chén Sìhǎi knew he'd never initiate contact with young Master Liu. Taking the initiative would mean owing him a favor, and that wouldn't be good. When Chén Sìhǎi arrived at the address Miss Bai had sent, there was only one person there. A woman. She had her back turned to Chén Sìhǎi. Miss Bai sent me to escort you. But when the figure turned around, Chén Sìhǎi's words caught in his throat. No way, it was someone he knew. This person, she had saved him when he was injured before. Such a coincidence they'd met again here. It's you? Bai Yuer was equally astonished. She had previously investigated Chén Sìhǎi's background but had obtained very little information. Due to regional restrictions, she hadn't been able to learn what Chén Sìhǎi looked like. Chapter 176, Taking Action Against Chén Sìhǎi. Bai Yuer never imagined Chén Sìhǎi would be him. That scoundrel. Without another word, Bai Yuer charged straight at Chén Sìhǎi and attacked him. What happened before had to be settled once and for all. Hey, wait, why are you attacking me right off the bat? Chén Sìhǎi was taken aback. Things had seemed perfectly normal when they last met. Why was she trying to kill him the moment they met this time? Chén Sìhǎi couldn't figure it out, nor did he want to. Have you forgotten what you did last time? If I don't finish you off today, I'll change my surname. Bai Yuer was truly enraged. Chén Sìhǎi acted as if he didn't even recognize her. How ridiculous, he actually didn't remember her. You're surnamed Bai? Chén Sìhǎi sensed the woman before him was no ordinary person. Every move she made seemed trained and deliberate. Truthfully, if this had been before, dealing with her would have taken mere seconds. But things were different now. His strength had greatly diminished. Moving even a little felt painful, and he didn't want to keep fighting. In a moment of inattention, Chén Sìhǎi was seized by her. What my last name is none of your damn business. And you haven't paid for that last time you saw me naked. She'd never been looked at like that before in her life, especially not by a stranger. Even though there were women available to help her change, Chén Sìhǎi had insisted on changing her clothes himself. Whatever the reason, Chén Sìhǎi must die. You can kill me right now, but make sure you can still attend the Liu family banquet after you do. Chén Sìhǎi had already prepared everything, never expecting to encounter someone he knew. Actually, it was better that it was someone familiar. Familiar faces made things easier. Killing you won't stop me from going. Bai Yuer's grip loosened slightly. Killing Chén Sìhǎi would complicate her plans for attending afterward. She had investigated and discovered Chén Sìhǎi had connections to the Liu family. With some maneuvering, she could quickly resolve the matter. But if she went through someone else, her identity would be a real hurdle. We report to the same superior. If you kill me, who will handle matters for your boss afterward? Think about it. Chén Sìhǎi was released, and Bai Yuer's murderous intent diminished considerably. When he'd initiated this scheme, he never imagined today's setback due to system restrictions. Otherwise, Bai Yuer would be pinned beneath him right now. After all, he was quite fond of Bai Yuer. The score between us will be settled sooner or later. You'd better watch your back and not get yourself killed here. Once their plan succeeded, Chén Sìhǎi intended to return to the Bai family's side. Then, she could naturally bring Chén Sìhǎi to her own territory to play. At that point, whatever she wanted him to do would be at her command. Relax. Even if you die, I won't. Could you please get off me first? Bai Yuer's body pressed down on him completely, and he was a normal man. Chén Sìhǎi felt extremely frustrated. He was no match for Bai Yuer right now. Even if he forced himself to fight her off, he'd have to attend the banquet afterward, which would be troublesome. He had to endure it now. Oomph. If we weren't still on a mission, I'd never let you off the hook. Bai Yuer sprang to her feet, the weight pressing down on Chén Sìhǎi vanishing instantly. Chén Sìhǎi felt an immediate sense of relief. I'll be waiting for you to come after me. He'd heard that line too many times to care. What mattered most was that he'd declared his interest in Bai Yuer long ago. He had plenty of ways to tame this fiery little pepper. Oof. She never imagined it would be Chén Sìhǎi. She had figured it out long ago. After all, they were both equally arrogant. But it wasn't too late to find out now. She'd have plenty of time to play with Chén Sìhǎi later. What's your relationship to the Bai family? Chén Sìhǎi brushed imaginary dust off his clothes. Bai Yuer had just mentioned her surname was Bai. Of course. For such a major matter, how could the Bai family just send anyone? Having someone with status handle matters made things much easier. But who would they send to take the risk? If I say I'm the Bai family's eldest daughter, would you believe me? Bai Yuer wanted to know if Chén Sìhǎi was worthy enough to enter the next phase of her plan. I believe you. Chén Sìhǎi replied without hesitation. As the eldest daughter of the Bai family, she must possess undisclosed means to access other clan territories. It was only natural for high-ranking members to handle important matters personally, or to grow bored staying in their own territory and seek a change of scenery, much like a certain young master from the Liu family. The eldest daughter of the Bai family was named Bai Yuer. Her appearance was classified information, unavailable in Chén Sìhǎi's files. However, it was said that over the years, the eldest daughter had proven to be the most capable leader the Bai family had produced. Such praise isn't bestowed lightly. Do you think the Bai family's eldest daughter would show up on the Liu family's turf? That'd be suicide. Bai Yuer hadn't expected Chén Sìhǎi to blurt out the word trust so readily. If the eldest Miss Bai truly came here, it wouldn't be a trivial matter. I trust you won't deceive me. Chén Sìhǎi lied through his teeth, knowing Bai Yuer was no ordinary person. Even if she wasn't the Bai family's eldest daughter, her background was certainly no ordinary one. Over the past few days, Chén Sìhǎi had gained a rough understanding of the entire military structure in northern Burma. Within those clans, the higher one's martial arts prowess, the greater their status. And her martial arts skills were certainly not lacking. I'm not the Bai family's eldest daughter. I'm her most capable assistant, Bai Xin. I'm here on a mission. Your task is straightforward: assist me in completing my mission. Upon our return, I will personally commend your performance to the young Miss Bai. Bai Yuer's final words carried a sinister edge. Chén Sìhǎi's gut told him Bai Xin would never say anything good about him to Miss Bai. So what exactly is your mission? Even without Miss Bai's orders, Chén Sìhǎi would see this through. Because the person standing before him was the girl he wanted to pursue. You don't need to know my mission. Just cover for me and don't expose my identity.
Bai Yuer had come to investigate why the Lu family's banquet had been moved up so early and scaled up so grandly. She also wanted to observe their progress here. Of course, there was no need to share these details with Chén Sìhǎi. After all, who knew whose man Chén Sìhǎi really was? If he turned out to be connected to the Lu family, she'd be in trouble. Fine, but you know very well that to survive here, you need someone backing you. I could recommend you, but you have no connections. I have a way to not only get you into the banquet, but also arrange a tour of the Lu family estate. You definitely want to see that, right? Chén Sìhǎi narrowed his eyes, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Now, only the two of them remained here. Chapter 177, The Great Temptation. Here, Bai Yuer could hold sway over him. He had to do as she said. But once they left this place, the situation would be entirely different. He held the leverage over Bai Yuer. No matter what, Bai Yuer couldn't turn the tables on him. Ultimately, whether Bai Yuer could leave this place and return home depended entirely on Chén Sìhǎi's approval. After all, a few days after this banquet concluded, Chén Sìhǎi's 1-month deadline would expire. His health would recover by then, and Bai Yuer would be trapped. What plan? Previously, Chén Sìhǎi had been reluctant to assist her. Now that he's bringing it up himself, it can't be anything good. Bai Yuer didn't quite trust Chén Sìhǎi. Be my date. I can get you inside. You're dreaming. If you're trying to take advantage of me, why don't you just die? The mere mention of it made Bai Yuer want to strangle Chén Sìhǎi. Chén Sìhǎi kept dancing on her landmines. Did he really think she wouldn't get angry? Take advantage of you? Think about it like I need you of all women? Chén Sìhǎi wore an expression that seemed to say, what are you thinking? If it weren't for helping you, why would I make such a sacrifice? Bai Yuer fell silent. It was true, just as Chén Sìhǎi said. With his current status and connections, there wasn't a woman he couldn't have. Previously, Chén Sìhǎi hadn't shown much enthusiasm either. Accompanying him to the Lu family compound was what she desired most. That was her primary purpose for coming this time. Even if she couldn't access every area, gaining entry to the Lu family's inner circle alone would be worthwhile. What exactly does being your female companion entail? Bai Yuer was exceptionally cautious about such matters. After all, her life and death affected the safety of too many people. Just don't let them find out. As for the Lu family members, how to prevent them from suspecting Bai Yuer's identity was entirely up to Chén Sìhǎi. Bai Yuer couldn't outmaneuver him in this matter. If that's the case, I can agree to it. Chén Sìhǎi's demand held an irresistible allure. If that's the case, you'll need to change your clothes. Go prepare yourself. I'll be waiting here in half an hour. Chén Sìhǎi turned and left immediately, needing to arrange matters with Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others. Bai Yuer quickly retrieved a more feminine outfit from her trunk. Since she was here on business, the clothes she brought were all practical for her tasks. No sooner had Chén Sìhǎi made his call than Bai Yuer emerged. She wore a crisp white suit and a lady's watch adorned with a red diamond. She looked like a high-level executive heading out for business negotiations. Is this all you have to wear? If we go out like this, people might mistake you for my subordinate instead of my companion. Chén Sìhǎi frowned. This was exactly how Bai Yuer had dressed when they first met. It was stylish, but it just didn't feel like the kind of outfit his woman should wear. I came here thinking only of convenience. I didn't bring any dresses. Should I go buy one now? Bai Yuer searched through her suitcase but couldn't find a single dress. She really had no other choice. Forget it. Just stay as you are. Keep your presence in check, stay close behind me, and speak as little as possible. Chén Sìhǎi was taking Bai Yuer to the banquet, and that came with its own risks. Don't worry. I know better than you when it's time to act. Bai Yuer shot Chén Sìhǎi a glance before flirtatiously twirling a lock of her hair. Chén Sìhǎi stared, utterly captivated. This was precisely the type of woman he adored. After this meeting, his admiration only deepened. Chén Sìhǎi resolved to win Bai Yuer over. Even if it means going against Miss Bai, so be it. Keep your eyes to yourself. I hate it when people stare at me like that. Do it again, and I'll gouge out your eyeballs to use as marbles. Bai Yuer's face twisted with displeasure. Chén Sìhǎi's gaze was far too obvious, showing no restraint whatsoever. You are quite beautiful, it seems. Looks like there'll be plenty more to handle at this gathering. Chén Sìhǎi was certain Bai Yuer would attract plenty of male attention. But those were minor troubles. I can handle these nobodies. Just introduce me to more high-ranking Lu family members or influential figures around here. Bai Yuer needed to gather their information. It would make things easier when it came time to stir up trouble. Fine. If I get the chance to meet them, you'll get the chance to meet them. But I need to warn you, the moment my identity here is exposed, I'll immediately tell them everything I know to earn their trust. As for what happens to you, that's not my concern. Chén Sìhǎi was warning her, if she deliberately exposed her identity through any means, he would absolutely ensure that no one from the Lu family, nor Bai Yuer herself, would leave alive. You sure are confident in yourself. Rest assured, I understand perfectly well that right now, we're in the same boat. Bai Yuer understood better than Chén Sìhǎi that if the people here discovered she had come, she'd never make it back safely. After confirming with Bai Yuer, Chén Sìhǎi led her directly to the location. Young Master Lu instructed me to wait here for you. I can take you straight to him. Would you like to see young Master Lu now, or rest first? The attendant showed Chén Sìhǎi great respect. After all, their young master had personally instructed them to take good care of him. After all, their young master never bothered with such trivial matters. It wouldn't be long before Chén Sìhǎi could be seen at their young master's side. Anyone close to their young master deserved their utmost hospitality. I'll rest first. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at Bai Yuer. When he mentioned meeting young Master Lu, her eyes lit up. However, he had his own plans. Alright, please get in the car. And who might this gentleman be, he asked, turning his gaze to the man standing behind Chén Sìhǎi. Chén Sìhǎi had entered alone. My woman. Chén Sìhǎi immediately wrapped his arm around Bai Yuer's waist. Bai Yuer instinctively tried to strike Chén Sìhǎi. No one dared lay a hand on her like this. But her struggle was futile. Chén Sìhǎi held her firmly in place. If you move again, I can't guarantee what might happen. Have you forgotten what you promised me? They had to put on a show for the people outside. They couldn't let these people discover their identities. But Chén Sìhǎi hadn't mentioned this kind of intimate contact. She hated it. But no matter how much she disliked it, Bai Yuer couldn't possibly show it. She offered a faint smile to the man before her, then pinched Chén Sìhǎi's waist lightly. My apologies for the spectacle. Chén Sìhǎi flinched in pain but managed to control himself, not letting anyone else notice. Chapter 178, Investigation. Alright, please get in the car. The man sensed something peculiar about the pair before him. They seemed different from the other couples, yet their bond appeared undeniably strong. After Bai Yuer got in the car, she leaned close to Chén Sìhǎi and whispered to him. You're doing better than I imagined. The Lu family had personally sent a car to pick them up. As a member of one of the four great families herself, Bai Yuer knew full well that ordinary people would never receive such treatment. If I didn't do better for myself, how could I give you a better life? Chén Sìhǎi's voice was lazy, loud enough for everyone in the car to hear. Bai Yuer's expression instantly darkened. Chén Sìhǎi was doing this on purpose. Yet she couldn't do anything about it. She even had to put on a coy expression. Chén Sìhǎi relished watching Bai Yuer's expression, the clear reluctance she felt about doing something, yet the necessity that forced her to comply. Bai Yuer was truly fascinating. He found himself increasingly reluctant to let her go. He needed to devise a plan, find a way to keep her here. Once his strength returned, it would be far harder for Bai Yuer to leave. The car arrived at the hotel where they would be staying. This was specially arranged for you by young Master Lu. Here are my contact details. Should anything arise, you may reach out to me directly or call the number at the hotel. They will dispatch someone immediately to handle it. Alright, thank you for your trouble. Chén Sìhǎi surveyed the surroundings and found them quite satisfactory. Lu Zhiyong hadn't made a careless arrangement. The Lu family's people quickly withdrew. Bai Yuer's first move upon entering the hotel was to search for cameras and surveillance systems. Chén Sìhǎi sat on the sofa, watching her bustle about. To him, these things posed no real threat. Come help me look. I absolutely hate those things. Wherever Bai Yuer was, absolute security was non-negotiable. She had actually arranged a resting place for herself. But now her plans had changed, forcing her to follow Chén Sìhǎi here. She didn't particularly like this place. There won't be any surveillance or listening devices. This room was personally arranged for me by the Lu family's young master. Even if there were, they definitely wouldn't be active now. Bai Yuer didn't trust Chén Sìhǎi and continued searching the room. She searched every corner and found no cameras or listening devices. Chén Sìhǎi was right. Very well. Since there were no listening devices or cameras, she could finally settle her score with Chén Sìhǎi. What was that all about in the car? And in front of those people? Trying to take advantage of me? Bai Yuer's gaze was dangerous. If Chén Sìhǎi said yes to any of it, she'd attack him immediately. What exactly did I take advantage of? I had to make a show of it for them to believe me. Especially since you didn't come here with me. Chén Sìhǎi offered a brief explanation. He had someone with him, a trusted confidant of the Lu family's young master. Without this arrangement, her identities simply wouldn't pass muster. Even so, the Lu family young master might still not trust him. Fine. But next time, you'd better not touch me again. Otherwise, watch your hands. When this mission is over, I'll cripple them. Bai Yuer sat on the other side of the sofa, her aura overwhelming. Overwhelming, even. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at Bai Yuer's deliberate show of dominance but remained lazily sprawled on the opposite side of the sofa. Meanwhile, Lu Zhiyong received a report from his subordinate. Chén Sìhǎi had gone somewhere and brought back a woman. What woman wouldn't be traveling with Chén Sìhǎi? Why had she arrived ahead of time? As far as he knew, Chén Sìhǎi preferred to keep women by his side, and he'd never heard of any of them arriving here ahead of time. Find out the identity and background of that woman currently with Chén Sìhǎi. We absolutely must confirm it. Lu Zhiyong had expected Chén Sìhǎi to visit the Lu family today. It seemed Chén Sìhǎi's interest in their family was truly pitifully low. Understood, young Master Lu. Liu Zhiyong had met with his father, but this time, the meeting ended on a sour note. Their differing opinions made further discussion impossible, forcing him to leave for the time being. If they kept arguing, they might very well come to blows. At such a critical juncture, a fight between them would only make them a laughingstock. Take care of their affairs over there. As long as it doesn't violate our principles, give them whatever they want. After concluding his conversation with his father, Liu Zhiyong felt more strongly than ever that he needed someone loyal to him by his side. And it had to be someone sharp and capable. Looking around, only Chén Sìhǎi met his criteria. The problem was, Chén Sìhǎi had no intention of agreeing. As Chén Sìhǎi and his companion prepared to rest, they encountered another significant problem.
With only one bedroom available, Bai Yuer declared matter-of-factly, "Of course I'll sleep in the room.
You can take the couch or sleep on the floor, your choice."
As the esteemed young miss of the Bai family, how could she possibly sleep on the couch? "This room is mine. You can go out and book another one. Just say we had a fight." Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the pitifully small sofa. Sleeping on that thing would leave his back aching by morning. Sleeping on the floor? That's absolutely out of the question. Then let's fight it out. Whoever wins gets the bed.
Seeing Chén Sìhǎi wasn't backing down, Bai Yuer proposed what seemed like a fair solution.
She'd tested him before in a fight. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't beat her. "Why would I fight you? That'd be embarrassing. The bed's big enough, we can just sleep on opposite sides. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you." Yeah, right. With such a golden opportunity, how could Chén Sìhǎi let it slip through his fingers?
He was determined to use it to achieve his own ends.
"No way. You sleep on the floor."
Bai Yuer couldn't stand having someone so close.
"I'm here on Miss Bai's orders. You can't just ignore me, can you? And don't forget, you have a mission too." Seeing she couldn't persuade Chén Sìhǎi, Bai Yuer invoked Miss Bai's orders.
"If you're so close to Miss Bai, you should know I don't take orders from her.
I'm sleeping in the bed anyway. Do whatever you want. If you try to fight me for it, I'll just leave. It's not like I'm the one going to the Liu family."
Bai Yuer could only rely on Chén Sìhǎi to get to the Liu family. If Chén Sìhǎi left, their identities would surely be exposed.
Observing Chén Sìhǎi's expression, Bai Yuer knew he wasn't joking. He insisted on sleeping in the bed. "Fine, you sleep in the bed.
I'll take the couch. When you're away from home, you can't expect the same comforts as at home."
A little inconvenience was nothing.
Bai Yuer consoled herself with this thought and went to pack her things.
Chapter 179, temporarily cancelled.
Chén Sìhǎi, who had secured the bed, was in a foul mood.
How to put it?
He'd assumed Bai Yuer would find a way to fight him for the bed, but who knew she'd choose to compromise just to go to the Liu family? It seemed the Liu family held an irresistible pull for her.
All the better.
He could leverage the Liu family to obtain everything he desired.
Lying comfortably on the bed, Chén Sìhǎi texted Liu Zhiyong. "I'd like to bring my woman to your banquet. Could you recommend her a spot?" Liu Zhiyong was taken aback upon receiving the message. How to put it?
An opportunity like this, if Chén Sìhǎi recommended someone else close to him, they could learn a lot from it. They could even meet more accomplished and influential people to further their own advancement.
But Chén Sìhǎi actually wanted to bring his woman along? Just a trophy wife? What on earth was Chén Sìhǎi thinking? It's possible, but our banquet doesn't admit city administrators every year.
Nor do we have recommendation slots available annually.
Are you certain you want to bring your woman in?
This year, they desperately needed all kinds of outstanding talent because their base had even been challenged by others.
For the Liu family, this was extremely fatal. They'd been keeping this under wraps.
If other clans found out, the Liu family would become the biggest laughingstock in at least 30 years.
Absolutely. Chén Sìhǎi sent a voice message back immediately, his tone implying, "What's there to be uncertain about? It's not like it's anything critically important. Once you're certain, we'll handle everything here according to protocol. You can just bring your woman in directly when the time comes. Are you coming to the Liu residence? I'll have someone arrange it for you." Liu Zhiyong extended the invitation once more, eager to demonstrate their capabilities to Chén Sìhǎi. Little did he know, Chén Sìhǎi had already visited the Liu family long ago.
In fact, the reason this banquet was held earlier than planned was also connected to him.
"Alright, I'll come take a look then." Chén Sìhǎi had other business to attend to here first.
He would come over after handling those matters.
Liu Zhiyong said nothing more, only that Chén Sìhǎi should contact him whenever he was ready to go.
Bai Yuer stayed close to Chén Sìhǎi the entire time.
Her most frequent question was, "When are you going to the Liu residence?
It's quite large, and I'll need some time to gather information there. If they waited any longer, the banquet would begin and they would have to leave. Then she wouldn't be able to get the information she wanted."
"Why are you rushing me? I need to finish my business before going over there. Besides, your original task was only at the banquet hall. This is an extra assignment. Whether I complete it or not makes no difference." Chén Sìhǎi's fingers never stopped typing as they had a transaction to complete here.
But now, the other party had abruptly cancelled the deal.
Chén Sìhǎi had already brought the goods over and they simply refused them. He was inquiring about their reasons. We cannot conduct any transactions during the annual banquet. We sincerely apologize for failing to inform you earlier. However, since you're coming to the banquet anyway, we can conduct the transaction after it concludes. Would that be acceptable? The person on the other end clearly knew his status, and their tone and attitude were perfectly acceptable. There was no hint of arrogance. Agreed. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the person beside him who had been persistently trying to reason with him.
Chén Sìhǎi could sense Bai Yuer's growing impatience. If she had other means to infiltrate the Lu family, she would have already taken action against him and found alternative ways in. Chén Sìhǎi sent Xiao Guoxing a message cancelling the deal for now, then contacted Lu Ziyang to request access to the Lu residence.
Someone will come for me shortly. Mind your tone when speaking to me.
The Lu family's young master knows exactly how I treat the women around me. Chén Sìhǎi did indeed indulge the women around him, but he would never let them walk all over him.
Especially after Bai Yuer's attitude just now. Rest assured, I know my limits.
I'll play the part perfectly, a woman devoted solely to you.
Acting?
Nothing was beyond her.
Chén Sìhǎi snorted derisively but said nothing more. Lu Ziyang's man arrived promptly, the same one as before. Young Master Lu is too busy to greet you personally. I'll escort you inside.
He stepped out to open the door for Chén Sìhǎi, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. If his deference during their first meeting had been merely a professional obligation, this time, however, his respect for Chén Sìhǎi came from the bottom of his heart. Working alongside young Master Lu, he had come to understand Chén Sìhǎi's importance to him.
Chén Sìhǎi was someone you absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Chén Sìhǎi took Bai Yuer's hand and got into the car.
Bai Yuer struggled briefly at first, but she quickly regained her composure, clasped Chén Sìhǎi's hand in return, and offered a faint smile. Once seated, Bai Yuer tried to pull away from Chén Sìhǎi's grasp, only to find he had no intention of letting her go.
Now Bai Yuer understood Chén Sìhǎi was doing this on purpose. What a lecher. She knew a Chén Sìhǎi bringing this up couldn't mean anything good. With someone driving up ahead, they couldn't make their movements too obvious.
Bai Yuer had no choice but to let Chén Sìhǎi hold her hand. She resolved that once this investigation concluded, she would teach Chén Sìhǎi a lesson he wouldn't soon forget, so he'd never dare act so presumptuous toward her again. Most importantly, she wanted Chén Sìhǎi to obey her orders from now on. After all, Chén Sìhǎi's current position could directly benefit her. Bai Yuer didn't even realize that if any man dared treat her like this normally, her first thought wouldn't be to teach him a lesson. She would have killed him outright and tortured him relentlessly. But with Chén Sìhǎi, she suddenly only wanted to teach him a lesson. In truth, she didn't even feel that averse to physical contact with Chén Sìhǎi.
Chén Sìhǎi, unaware of Bai Yuer's inner thoughts, instructed her. Once we arrive, don't wander off or look around. Just stay close to me. The Lu family isn't my turf. If something happens to you, not even the emperor himself could save you. Chén Sìhǎi's words were both a reminder and a warning.
His status was still too low, he needed to leverage others' influence to get things done. That's why he would keep climbing upward. Until the day came when no one dared question him or challenge his rules.
Don't worry. I'll stick to you like glue.
Bai Yuer knew Chén Sìhǎi spoke the truth and tacitly agreed to his offer of constant protection.
Chapter 180, Second Young Master Lu. The Lu family.
When Bai Yuer arrived, her gaze immediately fell upon the tallest structure within the complex.
That was the Lu family's ancestral hall.
It could also be said to be the repository of the identities of every member of the Lu family. Once she entered that place, within 20 minutes, she could obtain the identities of every member of the Lu family.
Unfortunately, even members of the Lu family's main branch weren't guaranteed access to that place.
Bai Yuer could only gather information slowly. Being able to enter the Lu residence this time was an unexpected delight for her.
Young Master Lu is busy with work. He instructed me to show you around first.
Once he finishes his tasks, he'll personally come to entertain you.
The servant led Chén Sìhǎi around the estate, also inquiring if there were any specific places Chén Sìhǎi wished to visit. Just take me wherever, Chén Sìhǎi replied, strolling aimlessly with apparent boredom. In truth, he was frantically memorizing the layout. Which direction is that? Chén Sìhǎi had previously walked past the left side.
The other direction appeared to have significantly more guards than the left.
That area is off limits here. No one is allowed to enter, especially outsiders like you. Even if you merely think about approaching it, they'll take action against you immediately. So you absolutely must not go over there. Chén Sìhǎi looked over and noticed that the Lu family's guards were indeed more stern and vigilant than before.
Every passerby was scrutinized, their eyes fixed on each person. They were assessing whether anyone harbored ulterior motives.
Are the weapons you're carrying now the most basic models? Chén Sìhǎi had observed many people's weapons along the way.
At their base, these were top of the line.
Here, it seemed like even the most ordinary person carried such weapons. This was the gap between them and the Lu family.
Yes. Because of your arrival, headquarters specifically instructed us to standardize all weaponry configurations.
That's why we're using these. He stopped just short of telling Chén Sìhǎi that their usual weapons were far superior to these.
But since they were here, and to make the Lu family look better, he really had no choice. They'd pulled these presentable ones from storage instead.
Chén Sìhǎi nodded.
As one of the 4 great families, it was only natural for the Lu family to possess such depth and resources.
Chén Sìhǎi wandered around, finding it all rather ordinary and uninspiring.
Only by entering the restricted areas of the Lu family estate could they find what they truly sought.
Is young Master Lu still busy?
There wasn't much worth seeing here.
He'll come over once he's finished.
Unable to pry into young Master Lu's whereabouts, he sent Lu Zhiyong a location.
Then I won't bother looking around. Find us a place to rest. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at Bai Yuer, who didn't seem to mind.
Just as they were about to leave, a man stepped before them, his demeanor unusually arrogant.
What? Did Lu Zhiyong tell you to bring these people around for a tour? You're the one Lu Zhiyong mentioned, the one he wants to bring into the Lu family?
The man scrutinized Chén Sìhǎi from head to toe, his gaze making Chén Sìhǎi extremely uncomfortable. He felt an urge to kill the man on the spot. Second young Master Lu, please show some respect to young Master Lu's honored guest.
The subordinate standing beside Chén Sìhǎi immediately stepped forward. Chén Sìhǎi wasn't someone just anyone could speak to. What are you talking about? When did it become your place to speak when the master is addressing someone?
Second young Master Lu, also of the master's household, held a position of great prestige, though his abilities were lacking. He was exceptionally skilled at picking fights with others.
Most people couldn't control him. He didn't even fear Lu Zhiyong. He even took pleasure in constantly challenging Lu Zhiyong's authority. He'd long sought to drive Lu Zhiyong out of the Lu household and take his place. This was no secret within the Lu household. The family's servants detested nothing more than encountering second young Master Lu while carrying out their duties.
Sorry, but this is our most important guest. If you need anything, you can go directly to young Master Lu.
The subordinate tried to lead Chén Sìhǎi away to avoid them.
After all, the second young master of the Lu family was truly a scoundrel.
Leave? Where do you think you're going?
I can let you go, but this little beauty is coming with me. Little beauty, come with me, and you'll live in luxury. Lu Ershao reached out to touch Bai Yuer's face.
Bai Yuer frowned.
Her first instinct was to dodge, then prepare to strike the man before her.
Chén Sìhǎi sensed Bai Yuer's movement and stepped in to stop her. This is the Lu residence.
From their conversation, Chén Sìhǎi deduced that the man before them held considerable status. If Bai Yuer attacked him here, resolving the matter afterward would likely prove difficult.
You handle this. It's a hassle, Bai Yuer said, glaring at Chén Sìhǎi with obvious displeasure.
Even within the Lu family, she was still the eldest daughter of the Bai family. How dare he treat her like this?
Did he want his head? Fine.
Chén Sìhǎi was equally displeased. Bai Yuer was his charge. How dare this man speak as if she were his subordinate?
Even Lu Zhiyong wouldn't dare say that. Who did he think he was? Little beauty, you're quite the feisty one, just my type. Come with me.
I'm the second young master of the Lu family.
Before long, the entire Lu family will be mine. Follow me, and whatever you want, I can give you. What good is following this guy?
He's just average looking, and his influence is nothing special. In the eyes of the Lu family, no one could ever measure up to him.
Second young Master Lu, aren't you showing a lack of respect to young Master Lu?
You should know that messing with young Master Lu's people comes at a price.
Xiao Qin, one of Chén Sìhǎi's men, immediately spoke up.
If they angered Lu Zhiyong and caused trouble at such a critical moment, neither of them would gain anything.
So what if I did? What do you think father will do to me? At most, he'll scold me a bit. Today, I've set my sights on this little beauty. Either you leave this little beauty with me and go on without her, or you all stay and watch me get intimate with her. That works too. Lu Shihong, the second young master of the Lu family, stroked his chin.
He had many women by his side, but none were as beautiful as Bai Yuer. The moment he saw Bai Yuer, he knew she was his. He would get her. This was no joke. When Lu Shihong wanted something, he never failed to get it. You'd better watch your mouth. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to dispose of you right here. Chén Sìhǎi's tone was calm, but Lu Shihong's gut told him Chén Sìhǎi was the kind of man who could actually do such a thing.
Chapter 181, Knocked Down. Chén Sìhǎi never considered consequences when acting. He always found solutions afterward. Hearing those words from Chén Sìhǎi, Lu Shihong felt as if he'd heard some kind of joke. He doubled over laughing beside him. Brother, do you have any idea where you are right now? If you dare lay a finger on me, you can try and see if you still want to keep your worthless life? Lu Shihong laughed for a long time. He felt that this man brought over by Lu Zhiyong was nothing but a fool. Keeping such a person by Lu Zhiyong's side to handle affairs would surely lead to all sorts of entertaining incidents. He relished such fools. Whether I live to leave is none of your concern. But if you ever look at my woman like that again, I'll gouge out your eyeballs and feed them to the dogs. Chén Sìhǎi had already toned himself down considerably. In a different place, with a different person, he might have already disposed of the man. Fine. Very fine. I've changed my mind. I want this little beauty, and I'm taking this man with me. I'm going to kill him.
No matter how incompetent Lu Shihong was, he was still the second young master of the Lu family. From the day he was born until now, no one had ever dared speak to him like this.
Chén Sìhǎi was the first.
So he would give this first one a gift he'd find most satisfying.
Sorry, he's young Master Lu's honored guest. If you want to take them away, you need to ask young Master Lu first.
Xiao Qin had already sent a message to Lu Zhiyong, but he didn't know when Lu Zhiyong would see it or arrive. If second young Master Lu insisted on taking them away by force, Xiao Qin doubted he could restrain him. Truthfully, he wanted to tell Chén Sìhǎi to stop provoking him at this moment, even if that was exactly what he was thinking inside. But he certainly wouldn't say it out loud.
What if I don't ask? Just get them out of here.
With Lu Shihong's command, plenty of men were ready to eliminate these troubles for him. Immediately, dozens of men surrounded him, ready to move against Chén Sìhǎi.
Forget it, I'll handle this. Bai Yuer frowned.
She knew full well that with Chén Sìhǎi's half-baked skills, he stood no chance against so many of them. She'd have to reveal her own methods.
No need. I'll just go with them. With so many people here, Chén Sìhǎi couldn't lay a finger on them. But once they reached their place, what would happen? That would be entirely up to him. Agreed.
Bai Yuer suddenly remembered something and immediately lowered her raised hand.
Young Master Chen. You can't go back with him.
Xiao Qin tried to warn Chén Sìhǎi that this man was no ordinary threat. If he took him back, even if young Master Lu came looking personally, he might not be able to get him back.
Ha 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 ha. So you know too I'm someone you can't afford to offend. Why didn't you realize this sooner? You insisted on delivering yourself right to my doorstep, asking for death. Take him away. Don't hurt my little beauty. Lu Shihong wore a lecherous grin.
Today, he could have his fill of fun with this little beauty. That figure, that face, that aura, truly the most stunning woman he'd ever encountered. Only someone like her was worthy of him, second young Master Lu. The only pity was that this beauty already belonged to that man.
But no matter.
Eliminate him, and no one would ever know about this connection. Chén Sìhǎi followed Lu Shihong out, leaving Xiao Qin frantic with worry. After all, young Master Lu had specifically instructed him to look after Chén Sìhǎi. Now that Chén Sìhǎi had been taken away outright, it certainly didn't look like anything good. By the time Lu Zhiyong finished handling matters and arrived, Chén Sìhǎi had already been taken away half an hour earlier.
Why did you let him take him away?
If you'd been more assertive, he wouldn't have dared to take him.
Lu Zhiyong frowned, not out of concern for Chén Sìhǎi.
His worry was for his foolish younger brother. That spoiled brat was no match for Chén Sìhǎi. If Chén Sìhǎi wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. And that fool Lu Shihong had actually brought Chén Sìhǎi back with him. Young Master Chen insisted on leaving with them.
There was nothing I could do. Trying to stop them would be pointless anyway. Forget it. I'll go find them directly. Hope everything wasn't too late. Chén Sìhǎi and Bai Yuer were taken to Lu Ershao's territory. Lock this man up. Send this little beauty to my room.
I'll be there shortly to attend to you, little beauty. Lu Shihong extended his filthy hands, about to grope Bai Yuer. Bai Yuer hadn't attacked him earlier because Chén Sìhǎi had blocked her. Now that Chén Sìhǎi was being held by their men, Bai Yuer no longer held back. At worst, she wouldn't go to the Lu family banquet, she'd just head straight home. She would deal with this man first.
Serve me?
I'll serve you properly. Bai Yuer struck swiftly.
The uneducated Lu Shihong was no match for her. He was swiftly knocked to the ground. Damn it! Are you all useless? Can't you see I can't beat this woman? Get him under control immediately. Lu Shihong was in agony.
He never imagined this fiery little thing could hurt him.
But her fierceness didn't matter now.
Once she was beneath him, she wouldn't dare be so bold. Then he'd make Bai Yuer crawl on the ground like a dog, begging for his forgiveness.
If any of you come near me again, I'll kill him.
I've already beaten him here, and your Lu family won't let me off anyway. Bai Yuer smashed a nearby bowl, pulled out a sharp shard, and pressed it against Lu Shihong's carotid artery. You dare! Lu Shihong hadn't expected Bai Yuer to be so ruthless, ready to kill him on the spot.
If you don't want me alive, what can I not do? Having second young Master Lu scout ahead for me is quite convenient. Bai Yuer pressed harder, drawing blood.
One more inch and he'd be meeting the king of hell.
Back off. Get away from me. Lu Shihong had never been so utterly defeated. This wasn't how he'd imagined it. Bring my men here.
Bai Yuer had no idea where they'd taken Chén Sìhǎi. She had intended to act midway, but Chén Sìhǎi had stopped her with a glance.
She had no idea what Chén Sìhǎi was up to. You lot, go fetch him back here.
Hey, sweetheart, let me tell you, following me would be so much better than sticking with that nobody.
I've got everything you could want.
Bai Yuer couldn't stand his nonsense any longer. She grabbed a scrap of cloth nearby and stuffed it into his mouth.
Did she, Bai Yuer, need to follow anyone? Aren't you going? If your young master dies, the Lu family won't let you off, will they? Bai Yuer knew full well how these families operated.
The life and death of Lu Shihong's men were entirely tied to Lu Shihong himself.
Hurry up. Chapter 182, Securing the Evidence.
After parting ways with Bai Yuer, Chén Sìhǎi immediately disposed of the remaining men.
Liu Shihong was so overconfident he hadn't even restrained his hands and feet.
He'd handed the opportunity right to him, so he wouldn't hold back.
Changing into the man's clothes, Chén Sìhǎi moved freely through his territory. He gathered substantial intelligence, even mapping out their entire defense system. The only constraint was that he couldn't act against Liu Shihong just yet.
But what he held in his hands was more than enough to give Liu Shihong a taste of his own medicine. Chén Sìhǎi had previously investigated and discovered that there was a not-so-impressive second young master Liu here. He'd seen plenty of files and understood exactly what kind of person Liu Shihong was. Bringing someone like him back was nothing short of suicide. He gladly accepted these gifts delivered right to his doorstep. Chén Sìhǎi didn't even bother having the other guy lead the way. He went straight to find Bai Yuer.
You'd be wise not to attack me unless you're certain you can kill me in one strike.
Chén Sìhǎi heard the sound of a gun being cocked. He turned toward the direction of the noise and flashed a devilish grin. The man dropped his gun in sheer terror. Behave yourself if you want to live longer.
Chén Sìhǎi quickly located Bai Yuer.
Seeing the person she was threatening, he felt no surprise. He knew Bai Yuer wouldn't let herself be humiliated like this. She was asking for trouble.
You got here much faster than I expected. Did you get anything?
Bai Yuer didn't ease her grip. She said it deliberately. She wanted to make it clear to the second young master of the Liu family lying on the ground that if he dared make any other move, they would both go down together.
Of course. I got something.
If he dares to spread word about what we did here today, I'll make sure to expose enough to kick him out of the Liu family. When Chén Sìhǎi had first seen this thing, he'd been astonished. This guy really plays dirty.
Whoa.
Liu Shihong kept his eyes wide open, staring at the two of them as if he had something to say. Seeing Liu Shihong like this, Bai Yuer removed the cloth from his mouth.
I promise I won't harm you anymore. Give me back what you took. Liu Shihong grew frantic.
He didn't know what Chén Sìhǎi had obtained, but this place held plenty that could ensure his own death without a trace.
Why should I give it back? I'll keep it and enjoy it properly. If anything happens to me, my people will send this out immediately. I think you should know what to do now, right? Chén Sìhǎi stood beside Bai Yuer.
Working with her felt remarkably smooth and comfortable. A single glance from him was all Bai Yuer needed to understand exactly how to proceed and handle the situation.
Most people couldn't achieve such seamless coordination. I won't say a word. Hand it over to me.
Liu Shihong was truly panicking. If even a fraction of those items were seen by others, forget about his position as second young master Liu. Surviving would be a miracle. He never imagined these two could be so ruthless. With so many people on his turf, none could control them. They were running wild. At this point, Liu Shihong had no other choice but to figure out a way to get his things back.
We've kept to our own corners.
Your stuff will stay locked away forever.
But if you come looking for trouble, I won't mind showing it to others. And that level of exposure would be far more thrilling than any blockbuster movie.
Chén Sìhǎi's words made Liu Shihong's face go pale. If he had initially suspected Chén Sìhǎi might be bluffing and knew little,
now he was certain Chén Sìhǎi had truly uncovered his deepest, most hidden secrets. Damn it.
He'd set up so many passwords on that thing. How the hell did Chén Sìhǎi crack them so fast? Liu Shihong had no idea that when Chén Sìhǎi arrived, Dana had given him a device capable of forcibly hacking electronic devices. It was perfect for this situation. I promise you, I won't tell anyone else about what you've done here.
Once you've left the Liu family, just hand over the items. After all, they're useless to you now.
Liu Shihong adopted an extremely submissive attitude, a stark contrast to his previous spoiled brat demeanor. But he didn't realize that sometimes, the lower one stooped before Chén Sìhǎi, the higher Chén Sìhǎi would climb the pole. Only to end up trampling him in the end.
We'll see about that. You know how to explain what happened here to the outside world, right? Handing over such hard-won leverage so easily? That wasn't Chén Sìhǎi's style.
Besides, Liu Ershao was so arrogant there was no way he'd bow to him so easily.
The moment he agreed to what second young master Liu demanded, Liu would turn around and eliminate him.
He'd seen this kind of thing too many times.
I know. I won't implicate you guys. Just give me back my stuff or name your price. What do you want? Second young master Liu's thinking was simple. Once he got his hands on the goods, if he didn't kill that bastard Chén Sìhǎi, he'd change his surname to Chun. Liu Shihong, how many times have I told you not to provoke people recklessly? When Liu Ziyang entered, he saw Chén Sìhǎi and his men holding absolute dominance. He knew Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't be taken away so easily. And now it was clear. That stupid little brother was probably still scheming in his head about how he'd finish off Chén Sìhǎi later. But who knows, by then, it might be Chén Sìhǎi who kills him, or he who kills Chén Sìhǎi. Chén Sìhǎi, let's talk this out calmly.
Have your woman release my brother first? After all, he is the second young master of the Liu family. What you're doing is completely disrespecting our Liu family. The mention of the Liu family, coupled with Liu Ziyang speaking personally, made Chén Sìhǎi glance at Bai Yuer. Bai Yuer shot Chén Sìhǎi a withering look before reluctantly releasing her grip. In any other place, Lu Shihong would have already met his end.
The problem here is your brother, not me.
Chén Sìhǎi spread his hands helplessly. They probably wouldn't believe him if he explained. But he truly hadn't intended to cause trouble from the start. The other party had practically walked right into it.
He hadn't much choice. I understand.
I'll handle matters with the second young master.
You may leave now. I need to speak with him.
Lu Zhiyong glared at his brother with disappointment, frustrated that this stubborn fool insisted on opposing him without a shred of sense.
All right, as you wish.
Chén Sìhǎi strode out, escorting Bai Yuer with an air of superiority. Xiao Qin, waiting outside, was stunned. He had expected Chén Sìhǎi to be covered in wounds by now.
Chapter 183, a reminder to second young master Lu.
But to his surprise, Chén Sìhǎi wasn't just unharmed, he didn't have a single scratch on him. There were bloodstains on his clothes, but they clearly weren't his.
In other words, Chén Sìhǎi had walked away unscathed from Lu Erxiao's territory and might even have humiliated Lu Erxiao.
This was a rare occurrence within the Lu family. After all, young Master Lu, relying on his father's favor, had always acted with impunity within the Lu family. Even their young master had suffered numerous setbacks at his hands. As Chén Sìhǎi walked out, he could feel his strength failing him. Damn it, back inside, he'd strained every muscle to intimidate those men. The pain had been unbearable before, and now that he'd stopped moving, it only intensified. With his body in agony, Chén Sìhǎi simply didn't have the energy left to deal with anyone else. I need to head back first. Chén Sìhǎi didn't even bother to check on Lu Zhiyong, who was still handling matters inside. He simply turned and left. Xiao Qin stood there, momentarily unsure whether to try and stop Chén Sìhǎi.
Chén Sìhǎi's sudden departure startled Bai Yuer.
Standing close by, she could see the pain etched on his face, his expression twisted in agony.
She couldn't understand what was wrong with him.
Bai Yuer stepped forward to support his arm.
What's wrong? Did you get hurt during the fight with those guys just now? Bai Yuer asked uncertainly, since she couldn't see any visible wounds on Chén Sìhǎi.
No, those guys couldn't possibly hurt me.
It's just my old condition acting up.
Chén Sìhǎi quickened his pace, wanting to get back to bed and rest as soon as possible. He absolutely couldn't let anyone here notice there was something wrong with his body. Otherwise, it would spell trouble.
Hold on to me. Lean your weight on me.
I'll take you back. With your old injury, you shouldn't have been moving around like that in the first place.
Look at the mess you're in. I should have come to rescue you. A guy like second young Master Lu? I could take on 100 of them single-handedly.
Bai Yuer had risen to her current position as a woman, proof of her capabilities. Her words carried no hint of boastfulness.
If you come looking for me, you'll lose those things. We shouldn't make too many enemies here. Don't you still have a mission?
Chén Sìhǎi couldn't possibly let a woman rescue him, especially when he was trying to impress her.
Chén Sìhǎi longed to showcase his prowess to Bai Yuer at every opportunity, but that damnable flaw held him back. Just wait a little longer. Once time passes, everything will be fine. You're right. No more talking. Let's go back.
Bai Yuer was so worried about Chén Sìhǎi she'd even forgotten to pay attention to the Lu family's eldest son who'd arrived earlier. After all, Bai Yuer had come here specifically for the Lu family's eldest son.
Did you bring the medicine?
Bai Yuer looked at Chén Sìhǎi lying on the bed, cold sweat pouring down his face. He had only just managed to recover now, and it looked like he was in bad shape.
This medicine won't help. You should leave first. I'll be fine once I rest a bit.
This was the price he paid for forcing himself to save someone, but Chén Sìhǎi had no regrets.
He had to protect them. All right, I'll step out then.
Bai Yuer had intended to offer to stay and help. But when she saw the resolute look in Chén Sìhǎi's eyes, she sensed he didn't want her to stay. So she decided to leave. As Bai Yuer sat alone outside, it suddenly dawned on her, why did she care so much about Chén Sìhǎi's thoughts? What he did had nothing to do with her. As she reached to push the door open, she lowered her hand at the last moment. Forget it. They still had days of collaboration ahead.
Offending Chén Sìhǎi now wouldn't be a wise move.
Chén Sìhǎi grew accustomed to the pain as it lingered.
Meanwhile, Lu Zhiyong gave Lu Shihong a stern talking to.
He warned him repeatedly, Chén Sìhǎi isn't someone you can afford to offend. You'd better stay away from him. If this happens again, who knows what he might do? I'll kill him.
What do you mean none of us know what he might do? Isn't he your man? You're trying to protect him, aren't you? Let me tell you, you can forget it. The wound on Lu Erxiao's neck throbbed faintly.
Damn it, if it weren't for Chén Sìhǎi, he wouldn't be in such a mess at this critical moment.
Look at that wound on your neck. It's because you crossed them. I wasn't joking when I warned you can't outplay Chén Sìhǎi.
As this fool's older brother, he'd done his duty by warning him this far. Ha, look at the trash you brought back. Lu Erxiao wasn't grateful. He believed none of this would have happened today if Lu Zhiyong hadn't dragged that guy along. Besides, Lu Zhiyong was just afraid he'd go after Chén Sìhǎi, leaving him without anyone to use. Oof. He was determined to finish off Chén Sìhǎi. He'd been humiliated so badly. Even that little beauty by Chén Sìhǎi's side, he had to get his hands on her and play with her. Now, however this little beauty hurts him, he'll make sure she bears the same wounds in return. The thought of that fiery beauty kneeling at his side to serve him filled him with satisfaction. Lu Zhiyong had nothing more to say. This little cutie. If she wanted to court death, then let her go ahead. From another perspective, if Chén Sìhǎi took care of second young Master Lu, his path to becoming the head of the Lu family would be smoother. After all, that would eliminate one less competitor. When Lu Zhiyong stepped outside, he found Chén Sìhǎi and Bai Yuer had vanished. He froze in place. What was going on? Young Master Lu, they've left. Mr. Chen suddenly insisted on returning without explanation. Could he be upset? That doesn't seem like him. Chén Sìhǎi isn't that kind of person. Besides, he was the one who got people into this mess. Why would he just leave? I don't know either. Xiao Qin stood beside Lu Zhiyong, head bowed. Could he be injured? That shouldn't be possible. Chén Sìhǎi is so formidable. Confused, Lu Zhiyong was about to call Chén Sìhǎi to ask what happened. Then he saw Chén Sìhǎi's message. He just felt a bit unwell and was heading back to rest. Lu Zhiyong replied with a simple okay, then immediately called for a doctor to examine Chén Sìhǎi. However, half an hour later, Lu Zhiyong received a reply from the doctor. Mr. Chen refused my examination. When I arrived, he appeared perfectly fine. He was, well, getting intimate with his woman. The doctor paused to recall what he'd witnessed before choosing the most appropriate words to reply to Lu Zhiyong. Lu Zhiyong surmised that Chén Sìhǎi probably felt awkward about having struck Lu Ershao himself and didn't know how to explain it, so he'd left. Alright, then head back for now. He'll contact you if he needs anything. Chapter 184, Deal turned into dinner. What exactly had the doctor witnessed? Chén Sìhǎi was resting in his room when Bai Yuer came to find him, wanting to take him out for a look. He couldn't stay in such discomfort forever. Chén Sìhǎi was changing clothes when Bai Yuer walked right in. Did you know I was changing and deliberately come in? Chén Sìhǎi still had white bandages wrapped around his body, the result of his last injury and subsequent dressing change. He wasn't fully recovered. From Bai Yuer's perspective, his physique was impressive, the kind that looked solid even when undressed. Seeing Chén Sìhǎi's lecherous expression, Bai Yuer said expressionlessly, even if you stripped naked and stood before me, I wouldn't find anything appealing about you. What the hell are you doing here? With a sharp slam, Bai Yuer shut the door. Chén Sìhǎi shook his head. Women like this were a real pain to get under his skin. He changed his clothes and stepped outside, only for Bai Yuer to immediately attack him. He hadn't even grasped what was happening. What are you doing? Chén Sìhǎi offered no resistance, letting Bai Yuer have her way. He needed rest now. After all, Bai Yuer wouldn't kill him, would she? He'd just treat it as a little playful banter between lovers. If Bai Yuer knew what Chén Sìhǎi was thinking, she'd be even more inclined to just kill him outright. I want to test your skill. Based on the intel I gathered, you shouldn't possess this level of combat prowess. Bai Yuer suspected something was off about Chén Sìhǎi. He'd managed to walk away unscathed from Lu Ershao. Clearly, he had skills. Yet when he faced her, it seemed she could crush him effortlessly. Look, the moment she moved, Chén Sìhǎi didn't even resist, letting her have her way. Strike. I want to see what you're made of. It's not that I don't want to fight. I'm genuinely in pain and exhausted right now. Once I've rested properly, you'll see my true strength. Her grip held his arm firmly, a position that should have made him look helpless. Yet Chén Sìhǎi showed no trace of helplessness. His eyes even held a hint of resignation toward Bai Yuer's actions. You'd better be careful. If I get my hands on any leverage against you, you won't even know when you'll die. Bai Yuer released Chén Sìhǎi. If he refused to fight, defeating him would hold no meaning. Miss Bai is truly formidable. When the doctor arrived, he witnessed the tense standoff between the two, though they were still pretending to be on good terms. That was why the doctor had spoken to Lu Zhiyong in that manner. Tomorrow I'll meet with young Master Lu. If possible, arrange for me to meet other members of the Lu family's inner circle as soon as you can. I need to investigate their background information. Bai Yuer had intended to insist on going today. But remembering Chén Sìhǎi's earlier distress, she ultimately held back those words. I'll take you when I have time. Right now I'm busy and need to run an errand. You can wander around here or just stay in your room. They had initially called off the deal, but suddenly their side said it could proceed after all. Chén Sìhǎi decided to trust them one more time. If they kept pulling this kind of stunt, he wouldn't be so polite or let them off so easily. I'll go with you. How am I supposed to handle things here alone? Bai Yuer hadn't expected Chén Sìhǎi to be heading out again today. He still had business here? What kind of business? I'm going to discuss business. Why would you need to come along? Chén Sìhǎi sensed potential danger this time and saw no need for Bai Yuer to accompany him. I can help you. You don't have anyone here to assist you, do you? It's settled then. I'm coming with you. I'll pretend we have a good relationship so others won't suspect us. Bai Yuer finished the sentence Chén Sìhǎi was about to say. Fine. Chén Sìhǎi sighed in resignation, dragging a box out of the room.
Inside were all the goods he'd brought for the deal. You just left the goods in your suitcase? Out in the open like that? Isn't that a bit too brazen?
Bai Yuer knew Chén Sìhǎi was a reckless man, but no one had warned her he could be this brazen.
What's the big deal? It's not like it's illegal. I'd trade right in front of those officials upstairs if I had to. I'd be more worried about scaring them off. We've changed the time and location of this deal time and time again. If you change it again, I'm canceling this transaction.
Chén Sìhǎi rarely handled these matters himself, but this one had been specifically assigned to him by Wáng Lǎohǔ. Originally, someone else was supposed to handle it, but since Chén Sìhǎi was here anyway, he figured he might as well take care of the transaction himself.
Tisk. After Bai Yuer spoke, she said nothing more. She picked up the box and tossed it into Chén Sìhǎi's hands. Chén Sìhǎi had Zhào Jīnlóng escort him out. Mr. Chén, where are you headed? Could it be that Mr. Chén was genuinely upset about this matter? He'd even brought his luggage down. If that was the case, should he contact young Master Lu immediately? Otherwise, he wouldn't dare escort him out. I'm going out to make a deal. Head to this address. Chén Sìhǎi pulled out a piece of paper and placed it on the front desk. But during our banquet, no transactions are permitted, especially on Lu family property. Zhào Jīnlóng was even more reluctant to send Chén Sìhǎi over.
Damn it, if something went wrong, the Lu family would come after him.
I'm going out to eat, not to trade. Chén Sìhǎi's expression didn't waver as he immediately changed his story.
At a loss for words, Zhào Jīnlóng had already grabbed his phone.
Just moments ago, Chén Sìhǎi had said he was going to conduct a transaction, and now he claimed he was going out to eat? He wasn't some little kid. When the time comes, just tell them I went out to eat. Don't worry about anything else.
Besides, just because they say the deal's off doesn't mean we can't do it.
Do you even know how many people pay lip service but act behind your back? Chén Sìhǎi got into the car.
No matter what, he had to go check out the trading site.
Zhào Jīnlóng had no choice but to escort Chén Sìhǎi to his dinner. Zhào Jīnlóng, you go back first. I'll call you later to pick me up. And one more thing, don't report everything to him. Chén Sìhǎi's low whisper sent a chill down Zhào Jīnlóng's spine. It was terrifying. I understand, sir. You're here for dinner.
Zhào Jīnlóng dared not report this to Lu Zhiyang either. He knew he'd be the one to suffer the consequences.
Zhào Jīnlóng drove off. Chén Sìhǎi, dragging his suitcase as if heading on vacation, entered a shop that looked utterly unremarkable. Hello, what can I get for you?
In this rundown shop, customers rarely came in for weeks at a time. The punk with the yellow hair playing video games looked up at Chén Sìhǎi. Get your boss out here, Chén Sìhǎi said bluntly, pushing his suitcase into the middle of the room. Chapter 185, Walking Out in Disdain. Who are you? Anyone coming straight for the boss was likely doing business with him. Their boss handled all kinds of deals, and he wasn't sure if he should give this guy his contact info.
I made an appointment with your boss for delivery today. Have him bring the money.
And pass this along. If he's so scared of dying, he shouldn't have come to northern Myanmar.
I can find a place for him to farm. The delivery time had been changed again and again. If he hadn't happened to be free, he wouldn't have bothered coming back. Understood, sir. Please hold on while I contact our boss. Yellow Hair hung up the phone.
He was the best at reading people's expressions around here. The man across from him clearly wasn't happy.
Better to slip away quickly and let the boss send someone else to handle this. Chén Sìhǎi sat on the sofa, sending messages to his people. Your business has expanded this far? Bai Yuer teased.
By all accounts, someone of Chén Sìhǎi's current status and standing would never conduct business in a place like this.
My people handled it. I just deliver the goods. Chén Sìhǎi didn't even know who the person across from him was. Seems you've got a solid team, Bai Yuer thought. If she had the time, she planned to check out Chén Sìhǎi's territory.
She wanted to understand Chén Sìhǎi better to see if he could join her on other ventures.
Not as good as Miss Bai's team, with such outstanding talent as you. After sending the message, Chén Sìhǎi tucked his phone away. Interested in working under me in the future? Chén Sìhǎi asked with utmost seriousness. What do you mean? Bai Yuer's smiling face instantly fell. Was Chén Sìhǎi trying to buy off her people? What was his purpose?
I mean, I want you to stay by my side. Or you could stay by my side as my woman. Being my woman comes with many perks.
Chén Sìhǎi would protect his people and deliver whatever they needed to them immediately. In your current state, I could crush you with one hand. And you want me to be your woman? Why don't you look in the mirror and see if you're even worthy? Bai Yuer didn't mince words. Chén Sìhǎi was merely a lowly lackey in the Lu household.
And even less so in front of the heir to the Bai family. He was so insignificant she barely registered his existence.
Where did he get the nerve to utter such words?
I'm definitely worthy of 10 rounds with you.
You're just someone by Bai Yuer's side.
Without you, there are plenty of others who can handle her affairs.
Tell me, if one day I could serve Bai Yuer, who do you think she'd choose, you or me? Chén Sìhǎi was genuinely curious. When that day came, demanding Bai Xin from Bai Yuer would be a simple matter. Oof. Bai Yuer had no desire to engage with him. The only consolation was that Chén Sìhǎi now fully believed she was merely someone close to Bai Yuer, not Bai Yuer herself. Bai Yuer was also deeply curious. What if one day her true identity was exposed? What would Chén Sìhǎi's reaction be when he saw her? That expression would be quite something to witness. Young Master Chén, right? This way, please. The redhead walked over, followed by the yellow-haired man. Chén Sìhǎi was about to lead Bai Yuer inside. But Bai Yuer was stopped. Sorry, Mr. Chén. Our boss said only you can go in. Bai Yuer looked up at the redhead, utterly baffled. My woman came out with me to see the world and she can't even come in? Chén Sìhǎi halted in his tracks. Sorry, the orders from above are to bring only you inside. No one else is permitted. The redhead's attitude toward Bai Yuer wasn't particularly respectful. What if I insist on bringing her in? Chén Sìhǎi had already brought her along, there was no way he'd leave Bai Yuer outside alone. You must abide by our rules. Our rule is that only those conducting transactions may enter. Fine. Then would you like to come in and take a look? Will you handle the transaction for me? Chén Sìhǎi didn't believe Bai Yuer's entourage couldn't handle such a minor matter. Young Master Chén. Red Hair hadn't expected Chén Sìhǎi to be so straightforward, immediately allowing his woman to enter for the transaction. Have their boss come out to deal with you? If it doesn't work out, so be it. It's not like it's some crucial business deal. Bai Yuer couldn't be bothered to go in alone to handle matters for Chén Sìhǎi. But she had to stay by Chén Sìhǎi's side. Truthfully, she just wanted to protect Chén Sìhǎi after all, he wasn't in the best shape right now. During the fight in the room earlier, Bai Yuer had clearly sensed that Chén Sìhǎi's strength today was even weaker than yesterday's. This was northern Myanmar, the most dangerous place imaginable. You make a point. Have your boss come out. There are only two of us. This is your territory, what is your boss afraid of? The goods are right here. If you don't want to make the deal, I'll just leave. Chén Sìhǎi's goods would never lack buyers, so he had no intention of giving these men any face. Please wait a moment. Chén Sìhǎi sat back down on the sofa and sent a message to Wáng Lǎohǔ. Young Master Chén, our boss says if you don't want to make the deal, you can leave. Red Hair couldn't fathom their reasoning. They'd already come this far, just stepping inside would seal the deal. Why must they make a scene here, risking the deal falling through entirely? Wouldn't it be a hassle to take the goods back? Fine. Chén Sìhǎi said no more. Right in front of Red Hair, he called Chao Guoxing. Cancel all transactions with this Mr. He, the one I was dealing with this time. That includes any future deals between him and my people. Chén Sìhǎi's tone was calm, without a trace of anger. I'll handle the goods I have on hand. Chao Guoxing responded promptly. Alright, I'll inform my people. It's just one failed transaction, no need to make such a big deal out of it, right? Red Hair's attitude grew even worse. What was Chén Sìhǎi playing at? Did he really think he was something special? Without him, their boss was still thriving. If you won't deal with us, we won't deal with you either. What's he, just a city administrator? Acting like he's some big shot. Chén Sìhǎi couldn't be bothered to argue with Red Hair and his crew. He simply turned and walked away with his men. Right now, his status wasn't high enough, his power wasn't strong enough. Just wait until later, and they'll see what he's capable of. Need me to hook you up and get the goods out? Bai Yuer didn't even know what kind of goods Chén Sìhǎi had brought this time. No need. I'll deliver it directly to young Master Lu. Chén Sìhǎi wasn't exactly in a good mood in the end, the deal hadn't been sealed. I'll go buy a few dresses for the banquet. Bai Yuer glanced at the massive shopping mall beside her. Chapter 186, Hurting Bai Yuer. Fine. Chén Sìhǎi pulled out a card. Go ahead and shop. I'll wait for you over there. Chén Sìhǎi had no intention of accompanying a woman on a shopping trip, it was nothing but trouble. Why give me the card? Do you really think I'm your woman? Bai Yuer stared at the card in Chén Sìhǎi's hand. She'd almost forgotten how many years it had been since anyone had offered her money to buy things. Chén Sìhǎi's gesture, however, piqued her interest a little. You are my woman now, even if it's just pretend. You get to spend my money. Go ahead. I'll wait here for you. Chén Sìhǎi shoved the card into Bai Yuer's hand and walked over to sit on a nearby chair. Come with me. Bai Yuer held the card, suddenly changing her mind for some reason. I'm not going. You go by yourself. I gave you the card. There's money in it. Spend freely. Hurry up. Then we can get back earlier. Chén Sìhǎi still needed to contact them and handle the goods they'd brought over. Come with me. I want you to accompany me. Bai Yuer lowered her voice, and Chén Sìhǎi detected a hint of coaxing in her tone. Chén Sìhǎi stared silently at Bai Yuer. If that was the case, he wasn't opposed to going. Repeat what you just said. Chén Sìhǎi found Bai Yuer exceptionally beautiful in this state. He liked her like this. She was even more different from before. Go if you want. I'm leaving first. Bai Yuer's expression shifted instantly. Repeat? Like hell she would. She turned to leave, but Chén Sìhǎi grabbed her wrist. Since you've put it that way, I'll go with you. Chén Sìhǎi stood up and forcibly led Bai Yuer inside.
Chén Sìhǎi knew nothing about these brands, so he randomly picked a store that looked expensive.
That one over there, and that other one too. Just wrap them up in my size. Bai Yuer bore the distinctive Bai family tattoo.
Members of the Bai family never changed clothes in public.
Certainly, Mississippi.
The saleswoman sprang to her feet. Such decisive customers were their favorite kind. She worked swiftly, wrapping up all the clothes Bai Yuer had selected. Chén Sìhǎi had seen women shopping before, but Bai Yuer was the fastest shopper he'd ever encountered. She selected what she wanted at a glance.
Is that all you need?
Yes, I'm only here for a few days. Oh, and I also need a formal gown.
Could you take me to see some?
It was for the banquet she would attend later. Usually, her clothes were custom made. She hadn't brought any with her this time.
Too much trouble.
All right, this way please.
Chén Sìhǎi followed Bai Yuer. As for the formal gown, Bai Yuer instantly chose a red mermaid-style dress. She didn't even try it on. Chén Sìhǎi pulled out his card to pay. Didn't you give me a card to pay with?
Bai Yuer asked as she emerged, finding Chén Sìhǎi signing the receipt.
You can keep it for future use.
After all, you've come a long way, and I want to treat you properly. Chén Sìhǎi handed the receipt back to the person in front of him, taking his phone and card.
No need. Thank you for today's hospitality. Bai Yuer returned the card to Chén Sìhǎi.
As the eldest daughter of the Bai family, such expenses were mere pocket change to her. She never looked at prices when shopping.
Is there anything else you'd like to purchase?
Chén Sìhǎi gathered his items and asked proactively.
No, thank you. You've been too kind. The items purchased here couldn't be taken back, it would be too much trouble. Just as the two were preparing to leave, an incident erupted in the store.
The couple who had been inseparable moments ago suddenly turned on each other.
Truthfully, this incident had nothing to do with Chén Sìhǎi and his companions.
What it did have to do with, however, their bullets struck Bai Yuer, who was caught completely off guard. Fortunately, Bai Yuer reacted quickly, preventing the bullet from piercing her chest. It only grazed her arm.
Bai Yuer said nothing.
Chén Sìhǎi took out a pill and placed it in Bai Yuer's hand.
Take this, and the pain will subside. You'll recover quickly.
These pills were exchanged from the system and were highly effective.
I'm fine, just a minor scratch. But
daring to hurt her meant this man would pay the price.
Sit over there and rest. I'll handle this. Ignoring Bai Yuer's thoughts, Chén Sìhǎi shoved the pill into her mouth.
Could you get her a glass of water? Only after giving these instructions did Chén Sìhǎi approach the two individuals still arguing.
I already told you I came here to shop today. You didn't bring your card, so you expect me to pay? Go buy stuff for your mistress yourself. Don't forget I'm the one who belongs to you. Their bullets had accidentally injured innocent bystanders, yet they didn't even glance their way, utterly absorbed in their own quarrel.
In their eyes, those people were utterly irrelevant.
Chén Sìhǎi walked right up to them, yet they didn't even flinch. Listen, you two. There's no need to fight over this nonsense.
You should be thinking about how to fix the fact that you accidentally shot my woman.
Chén Sìhǎi interrupted their conversation. The woman glanced at Chén Sìhǎi.
She didn't recognize him, but he clearly wasn't anyone important.
Deal with him? A bullet would handle that nicely. Deal with it, huh? How exactly do you propose to deal with it?
The woman put aside her concerns about her husband for the moment and spoke up immediately. Double the payback, of course. If only his men were here, or if Wáng Lǎohǔ and his crew were present.
Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't even need to lift a finger, his men would handle the problem for him. Ha 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 ha, do you even know who I am? Double the payback?
Even if I stand right here, you wouldn't dare lay a finger on me.
Got it? Injuries happen, life isn't fair. You worthless scum.
The woman intended to humiliate the two of them, having witnessed Chén Sìhǎi paying for Bai Yuer earlier. But before she could finish her sentence, Chén Sìhǎi struck. His speed was blinding. Before they could react, the man was already sprawled on the ground.
You bastard, daring to act so arrogant with me? Who gave you the nerve? Chén Sìhǎi planted his foot squarely on her face.
I tried talking to you nicely, but you refused to listen.
Now you're forcing my hand. Now, are you ready to deal with me? You attacked my people. Which hand should I cripple? Can't decide which one to take out? Fine, I'll cripple both.
Your claws won't be of much use to you anyway. Chén Sìhǎi picked up the gun from the ground, studying her hands.
Don't you dare. If you lay a finger on me, I'll never let you off the hook. The person pinned down by Chén Sìhǎi instantly panicked. She didn't want to die. How dare you lay a hand on my woman? Are you looking to die? Chapter 187, Disposal.
The man hadn't reacted in time. He tried to grab Chén Sìhǎi's hand directly.
You'd better not move a muscle. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Chén Sìhǎi drew his Desert Eagle and aimed it at the man. Don't you dare challenge my authority. Chén Sìhǎi aimed at both of them.
You share responsibility for this mess.
Once I've dealt with your woman, I'll come back to settle your troubles. You'd better not lay a finger on my people or I'll kill you. When Chén Sìhǎi was ready to act, he didn't care if he was on someone else's turf. No one can save you. Chén Sìhǎi fired 2 shots without hesitation.
Next time, don't go firing guns around outside. Chén Sìhǎi tossed aside the gun that hadn't felt right in his hands.
And you can't even control your own woman? Useless. If there's something you don't want, I'll take care of it for you. Chén Sìhǎi fired a bullet into his groin.
For a moment, the room echoed with their screams.
You'd better keep quiet.
Otherwise, who knows where the next bullet will land. The moment Chén Sìhǎi spoke, both screams vanished. The air thickened with the scent of blood.
Chén Sìhǎi holstered his gun and walked over to Bai Yuer. Is this treatment acceptable to you?
Bai Yuer's wound had already scabbed over it had healed remarkably quickly.
It wouldn't be long before it healed completely.
Chén Sìhǎi had intended to kill them outright, but this wasn't his turf after all.
He had to keep a low profile. It's fine. I'm actually fine. All Bai Yuer wanted to know now was where Chén Sìhǎi had gotten those medicines from. Damn, this stuff works too well.
After taking them, the pain vanished instantly and she watched as the wound stopped bleeding and began to scab over. It took less than 10 minutes, far too fast. If they had this medicine, their casualties during future campaigns would be minimized. Bai Yuer's words held zero credibility. Just moments ago, someone had been itching to go kill those people outright.
Then let's go.
Chén Sìhǎi led Bai Yuer away, his gentle demeanor bearing no resemblance to the man who had just fired the gun.
Boss, please wait a moment. You can't leave just yet. You've injured them like this. What if they come looking for trouble at our shop later? What then?
A man quickly rushed out.
If Chén Sìhǎi left now, they'd be left to deal with the consequences. They injured me earlier. You didn't come out then. Now you're telling me they'll come after you? You deserve it. If you say another word, I guarantee you won't be able to keep this shop open.
Bai Yuer had plenty of ways to ruin this shop.
Sir, you can't say that.
It happened so suddenly we didn't have time to react. It wasn't that they hadn't reacted, they simply hadn't dared to intervene. Both sides were people he couldn't afford to offend. At first, he thought Chén Sìhǎi would just beat someone up or make them pay a little compensation. But now it was different. Chén Sìhǎi had broken their hands and that man would never walk properly again.
This wasn't something to be taken lightly.
They wouldn't let this matter rest. Chén Sìhǎi had left, but their shop was the one left holding the bag.
That's your problem. If you've got the guts, go find young Master Lu. He'll handle it for you. Let's go.
Chén Sìhǎi suddenly remembered what Lu Zhiyong had told him: if anyone outside dared to cause trouble for him, he could just drop his name. The moment the Lu family's young master's name was mentioned, the man fell silent.
Anyone who dared bother young Master Lu over such trivial matters would be killed outright.
Besides, they couldn't even reach young Master Lu. Judging by their demeanor, they weren't the type to joke about such matters.
Any further questions?
The man stood squarely in their path as Chén Sìhǎi looked at them.
Nothing else. Please proceed.
Lately, many big shots had been arriving at the Lu family compound, so they had to keep a low profile.
One careless mistake could offend someone they couldn't afford to cross.
As for the man lying on the ground, they could only send him to the hospital. As for what happened afterward, they'd just have to figure out a way to handle it later.
Chén Sìhǎi led his men back and had Bai Yuer taken home.
Rest here for a bit. I'll go handle some matters with young Master Lu.
Chén Sìhǎi intended to speak with Lu Zhiyong. After all, this was Lu family territory.
I'll go with you. I want to learn more about the Lu family's eldest son.
I'll be fine. Bai Yuer planned to ask Chén Sìhǎi about that medicine later. That medicine, do you have any left? Could you get me some? Bai Yuer didn't dare ask Chén Sìhǎi for too much. Such miraculous medicine must be extremely rare. None left. Do you need this much? The system's medicine was excellent and extremely expensive.
A single pill like this required 300,000 prestige points. Even for Chén Sìhǎi, accumulating that much reputation was usually extremely difficult. If you have any, I'd like a few for self-defense.
Bai Yuer rarely asked anyone for anything. I only give these to my women.
Consider this, become my woman, and I'll give you as many as you want. Chén Sìhǎi now possessed ample reputation points, sufficient to back up such a declaration.
If I don't become your woman, you won't give me any? Didn't you just give me some earlier?
Had Bai Yuer known these pills were so effective, she would have taken them back to study their ingredients and replicate them later.
Because out here, your identity is my woman. I have to protect you, I can't let you suffer, can I?
No matter how formidable Bai Yuer was, she was still a woman.
Oof. Who knew you were such a gentleman?
Give me a few of these pills later and I'll pay you.
You can't afford it. You know how effective this medicine is. If you really want to buy it, you could say you'll be my wife someday. Then I might consider giving it to you.
Chén Sìhǎi stuck to his guns. He'd give her the stuff, but only if she became his woman.
Dream on.
Bai Yuer stood up, her resolve solidified. That these pills, Chén Sìhǎi had them, but he wouldn't just hand them out to anyone.
That single pill from earlier was truly rare. Chén Sìhǎi took Bai Yuer over and recounted the incident to Lu Zhiyong. I'll have someone handle it shortly. People who are so blind as to court death like that deserve to be dealt with decisively. Lu Zhiyong was resting at the time, having already taken care of those matters. All right. Chén Sìhǎi brought over the box. Inside were diamonds. Dispose of this shipment for me. I don't want to carry it back. Chén Sìhǎi opened the box. The goods inside were top-notch. Those guys were blind not to want this stuff. Young Master Chen, you truly never pass up a business opportunity. Chapter 188, Another Windfall. They requested this shipment, so I brought it over. But now they've changed their minds. I don't want to bother anyone else with this stuff. Just give me the market price. Chén Sìhǎi had checked with Chao Guozhong this batch could be sold at market price. Alright, I'll handle it for you then. Should I transfer the money directly to your card or do you want cash? If all those diamonds were converted to cash for transport back, Chén Sìhǎi would likely need several trucks for the trip. Just transfer it directly to my card. Make sure the money's clean. Chén Sìhǎi didn't want to risk getting into trouble for no reason once he got the money. Around here, there's no such thing as dirty money, Lu Zhiyong said nonchalantly. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Someone arrived shortly after. Take care of these things. Later, transfer the money to this account. Only after these arrangements were settled did Lu Zhiyong find time to chat with Chén Sìhǎi. Truthfully, Lu Zhiyong mainly wanted to bring Chén Sìhǎi into his inner circle to handle affairs. He kept trying to persuade him. Chén Sìhǎi kept laughing it off. I'd love to work for you, but there are many things beyond my control. If I'm going to work for you, I'd have to move here. The women around me are doing quite well where I am now. I'm not exactly a saint. I can't be without women around me. Chén Sìhǎi looked at him as if to say, don't get me into trouble. You should know that if you come to me, you'll never be short of women. Honestly, you should come over. I can arrange 10 or 8 for you, no problem at all. Whatever type you like, I can find it for you. Besides, the beauty you have with you now is stunning. Why not just have her come with you here? Lu Zhiyong hadn't expected that by the end of their conversation, Chén Sìhǎi's excuses would be so half-hearted. Ask her if she's willing to come here with me afterward. If she agrees, then I'll consider working under you. Chén Sìhǎi deliberately shifted the responsibility onto Bai Yuer. He knew full well that Bai Yuer was utterly fixated on returning home and would never agree to stay. My sincere apologies, but I have numerous responsibilities at the base that prevent me from coming over for the time being. However, as long as my wife remains on your territory, she is considered a member of the Lu family. If you ever need us for anything, we'll certainly oblige. Bai Yuer understood Lu Zhiyong's predicament. For people like them, what they lacked most was someone who truly understood their heart. Chén Sìhǎi was exceptionally intelligent. When he set his mind to something, he could accomplish it. He would undoubtedly become Lu Zhiyong's most capable right-hand man. Fortunately, Chén Sìhǎi was already firmly on her side. Otherwise, she would have been utterly worried. After all, with Chén Sìhǎi under his command, Lu Zhiyong would be like a tiger gaining wings. Lu Zhiyong was naturally methodical in his approach to tasks. Unlike the young masters of the other two families, Lu Zhiyong had already been designated as the next heir within his own household. Your woman certainly knows how to talk. If that's how you feel, then wait until you've thought it through. We're still friends. If you need anything, you can always come to me. Lu Zhiyong didn't mention any specific matter requiring Chén Sìhǎi's assistance. In his eyes, there was absolutely nothing he would ever need to ask Chén Sìhǎi for. Alright, I might need your help later. I'm truly sorry to trouble you. Chén Sìhǎi readily agreed. Having a connection to Lu Zhiyong was certainly advantageous. He now had someone backing him up. Lu Zhiyong took them out to dinner. Halfway through the meal, he stepped out to take a call. When he returned, his expression had changed. He hurriedly left. Something must have happened to the Lu family, Bai Yuer remarked, chewing her steak. She didn't need to hear the call to know what was unfolding. Heirs like them undergo specialized training. Unless something truly catastrophic happened, their expressions simply wouldn't budge. Seeing Lu Zhiyong's expression just now, she knew the situation couldn't be good. The Lu family in trouble? Isn't that better for you? Bai Yuer could take advantage of the chaos. Chén Sìhǎi set down his knife. He still couldn't stand eating things this undercooked. It made him feel sick. No, if it was the yes doing, their downfall would benefit me. But the problem is, I know nothing about it right now. What exactly happened? Go find out for me. I need to get to the bottom of this. Bai Yuer elegantly set down her knife and fork, leaving a substantial portion untouched on her plate. Chén Sìhǎi stood up, ready to leave. If something major really happened, we'll find out sooner or later just by being here. Going out specifically to investigate risks exposing us. Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't admit it, but the real reason was that he had no people here. He didn't want to investigate himself. It was too much trouble. Let them expose themselves over there. Fine. Bai Yuer said no more. She could find someone to look into it herself. She couldn't count on Chén Sìhǎi for anything.
As Chén Sìhǎi walked by Yuer back, they came upon an alley where a person lay sprawled on the ground.
Chén Sìhǎi had intended to step right over them. Around here, you couldn't just meddle in other people's business, trouble would inevitably follow.
But suddenly, something occurred to him. He immediately pulled out his phone and flashed it at the man.
What luck! It was someone from the Liu family. What's going on? Bai Yuer had already walked ahead. In their eyes, randomly rescuing people wasn't exactly a commendable act.
She turned back and saw Chén Sìhǎi preparing to rescue someone.
What the hell is he doing? Give me a hand. Let's take this man back.
Chén Sìhǎi didn't know which member of the Liu family this man was, but he recognized the Liu family emblem on his clothing. Saving him might prove useful later. You always go around rescuing people indiscriminately.
If you get into trouble here, it won't be something you can handle.
Bai Yuer was sharp and knew others were watching from the shadows. She didn't understand why the figure lurking in the shadows hadn't simply killed this man outright.
Whatever they were doing, they had their reasons. It's fine. Liu Zhiyong will handle any trouble that comes my way. Besides, I like doing good deeds. I'm a genuinely good person. Chén Sìhǎi had indeed saved many lives.
Compared to many northern Burmese who treated human life as worthless, Chén Sìhǎi was truly a good person.
You make a point. Let's take him back together then.
Bai Yuer recalled the time Chén Sìhǎi had saved her.
Fine, she'd help him this once. Chapter 189, Poisoning. Chén Sìhǎi and his group managed to take the person away without the hidden figures making an appearance.
Bai Yuer and the others had no idea what those people were really up to. But as long as they didn't make a move, she'd have fewer troubles for now.
Chén Sìhǎi looked down at the figure sprawled on the floor. He appeared uninjured, yet for some reason, he wouldn't wake up. Let's call a doctor to take a look. Just standing here watching isn't going to solve anything.
Neither of them was a doctor, they couldn't help. In this situation, calling a doctor probably won't help either. Chén Sìhǎi learned from the system that the man before him had been poisoned.
An antidote was essential. He checked the antidote's price on the prestige market, 500,000 prestige points. Why don't you just go rob someone?
Whatever it was, it cost over 100,000 points. As if they were afraid of getting a tiny bargain from the system.
Host, my pricing is entirely reasonable. If you can't afford it, perhaps you should reflect on whether your reputation points are simply too low?
The system was speechless. Its items were so good, requiring only a fraction of prestige points, truly a bargain. But you can't have it both ways, low prices and top quality.
Can I know this person's identity? Chén Sìhǎi pondered. Was this person worth spending 500,000 prestige points on? Could this person assist him in the future?
Meanwhile, Bai Yuer touched the forehead of the man lying on the ground.
His condition isn't looking good. His breathing is getting weaker. We can't figure out what's wrong. We should call a doctor. Bai Yuer couldn't fathom what Chén Sìhǎi was up to.
He wanted to save someone, brought them back, yet refused to seek medical help.
Did he intend to watch him die?
Chén Sìhǎi stared at the man on the verge of death. His hesitation vanished. He immediately exchanged a pill from the system. After the exchange, his already meager reputation points dwindled further. He hoped this man would bring him a decent return. Otherwise, it would truly have been a wasted effort.
What kind of medicine did you give him this time?
Bai Yuer watched as Chén Sìhǎi produced a purple pill, completely different from the one he had given her before.
Medicine to make him better.
Chén Sìhǎi shoved the pill directly into his mouth, his movements hardly gentle.
I had no idea you were actually a doctor. You have every kind of medicine at your disposal.
Bai Yuer suspected their intelligence sources might be compromised.
How could Chén Sìhǎi harbor so many secrets? Just happened to be able to handle these issues. Chén Sìhǎi didn't elaborate further. He knew Bai Yuer now wanted the medicine in his possession. He had made it clear from the start, she could have them, but only if she became his woman. After taking the medicine, the person lying on the ground began to recover. Bai Yuer found it astonishing and kept watching. Where exactly did Chén Sìhǎi obtain these medicines? Could she find a way to acquire some herself for research? Go rest. He won't be waking up anytime soon. Chén Sìhǎi glanced over. After taking this medicine, he would remain unconscious for at least 3 days before waking up. Besides, this man had been poisoned by some unknown toxin. Chén Sìhǎi led the man to a guest room. Thankfully, the one they'd arranged was spacious enough. Get some rest. We'll have plenty of trouble to deal with later. Chén Sìhǎi was referring to the troubles he would inevitably have to resolve after saving this man. No problem. I'll go rest now. Bai Yuer returned to her room, took out her phone, and contacted the Bai family members. The Bai family members had been waiting for Bai Yuer's message. She sent them the secretly taken photos of Liu Zhiyong. She also relayed everything she had learned to them. They praised her efforts. For so many years, information about the Liu family has always been shrouded in mystery. Miss Bai is the first person to obtain intel on them. Organize this intelligence immediately. Also, is there a problem with your intelligence network? Why does Chén Sìhǎi differ so drastically from our records?
Had she not reacted swiftly, who knows how many times she would have been taken advantage of by Chén Sìhǎi?
Our intelligence network is sound. Minor discrepancies are normal after all, we're dealing with the Liu family. We can't expect them to operate like our Bai family.
Miss Bai, when you're out on missions, prioritize your safety.
You must return alive.
If death is inevitable, it must occur within the Bai family. Their concern wasn't for Bai Yuer herself, but for the status she represented.
Should anything go wrong, the price they'd pay would be steep.
Bai Yuer understood this herself.
For some reason, a memory from earlier that day suddenly flashed through Bai Yuer's mind.
She'd been shot in the arm, yet she hadn't even had time to make any plans. Chén Sìhǎi immediately stepped in front of her, handing her an expensive pill. He helped her deal with those men. She knew clearly that in that moment, Chén Sìhǎi's concern for her had nothing to do with her status.
Moreover, in Chén Sìhǎi's eyes, she wasn't Bai Yuer, she was nearly someone by Bai Yuer's side.
Bai Yuer was beginning to forget how long it had been since anyone had protected her like this. Truthfully, this feeling was far better than she had imagined.
I understand. It's inconvenient to stay in constant contact while I'm out. I'll reach out again if anything comes up.
Bai Yuer hung up immediately, even removing the SIM card. She didn't know why, but right now she just felt annoyed with those people on the other end. Bai Yuer heard the commotion and instantly snapped back to alertness. There was a fight outside. It was probably because of the person they'd rescued today. When Bai Yuer stepped outside, she saw Chén Sìhǎi single-handedly taking on over a dozen opponents. Not only was he not at a disadvantage, he was clearly dominating. This was completely unlike the Chén Sìhǎi she usually saw. Why did Chén Sìhǎi's strength fluctuate so wildly? Before Bai Yuer could ponder this question, several of the fighters engaged with Chén Sìhǎi spotted her. One of them ordered, "Seize this person, then we'll withdraw." Continuing the fight against Chén Sìhǎi held no meaning, they couldn't defeat him. Taking the woman by Chén Sìhǎi's side away would allow them to negotiate with him later. You'd be wise not to set your sights on her. Chén Sìhǎi warned them out of concern. Bai Yuer struck with the same ruthless precision as he did. If these men were courting death, he couldn't do anything about it. Feeling sorry for her? Fine, just make sure you capture her immediately. We're pulling out. The leader, shielded by his group, edged closer to Bai Yuer. Underestimating me is your biggest mistake. Bai Yuer drew her gun and swiftly took out several of them. Chapter 190, Sudden Heartache. No idea what you're doing here. There's an easier way to handle this, yet you insist on playing games with them. Bai Yuer couldn't care less about the location. Trouble came looking for them? Deal with it. I have no choice. They're the ones picking this fight. Honestly, I'd rather be resting. Their unspoken rule was to avoid weapons, otherwise, Chén Sìhǎi would have taken them out long ago. He simply didn't want to escalate things. He didn't want them to send even tougher opponents later. Within a minute, Bai Yuer had taken care of every last one of them. The stench of blood filled the living room as Chén Sìhǎi silently opened the door. We can't stay here now. Call Liu Zhiyong and have him find us another place. And that person you saved still not awake? Your medicine isn't ineffective, is it? Bai Yuer frowned. She'd come here alone, taken care of the situation, and now had to handle all the cleanup herself. It was a huge hassle. He'll be out for a while longer. I'll have Xiao Qin handle it. No need to bother Liu Zhiyong with such minor matters. Liu Zhiyong was probably too busy to handle such minor troubles. Bai Yuer didn't care who handled it, as long as someone took care of these matters. While waiting for Xiao Qin, Bai Yuer vented to Chén Sìhǎi, I told you not to randomly help strangers on the street. Today was just the first wave, there'll probably be more. What's that guy's deal? Couldn't you just kick him out? Bai Yuer didn't want to be unable to rest properly in their room afterward. She'd have to constantly monitor the situation outside, watching for anyone who might try to harm him. It just wasn't worth it. I have no idea. If Chén Sìhǎi knew, he wouldn't be here. Forget it. I'm genuinely curious, what's your actual combat strength? Were you holding back when we sparred? Every time Bai Yuer fought Chén Sìhǎi, she always came out on top. Chén Sìhǎi always seemed to be holding back. Who knows what he was up to? I never held back against you. I have old injuries. Sometimes I feel okay, like now. Other times it's really painful. Besides, we have a deal. You can't really kill me, so why go all out? Girls are like that, they let you win sometimes. All you need to know is this, I can protect you. Chén Sìhǎi spoke his final words with utmost sincerity. Bai Yuer stared intently at him, neither breaking eye contact. In the end, it was Bai Yuer who looked away first. She stood up and returned to her room. Back in her room, Bai Yuer clutched her wildly pounding heart. You're such a wimp. Just one sentence like that, and your heart's pounding like crazy. Perhaps because of her status, no one had ever dared to be so bold in her presence, nor had anyone ever spoken to her like that. Or rather, ever since their first meeting, Chén Sìhǎi had been different. Bai Yuer couldn't control her racing heart, but she didn't want it to be this way. She couldn't let herself be moved by someone like him. She couldn't let a single sentence stir her heart.
especially when she didn't know what Chén Sìhǎi's true feelings were. As the young lady of the Bai family, she would never be the one to lose, not even in matters of the heart. Chén Sìhǎi remained unaware of Bai Yuer's inner turmoil. He didn't wait long before Zhào Jīnlóng arrived. Zhào Jīnlóng entered looking extremely flustered. What's going on here? How could there be so many bodies? The entire Lu family knew Chén Sìhǎi was their young master's honored guest. What on earth was going on here? I should be asking you that question. What's going on with these people? I was sleeping soundly when they came to take my life. Aren't you going to help me deal with this? Is there something wrong with your Lu family's security? Can just anyone come here? Chén Sìhǎi immediately shifted all the blame onto them. He couldn't very well say it was because he'd saved someone, could he? My deepest apologies. I'll handle this immediately. Would you prefer to relocate to a new place, or should I dispose of these bodies now? Zhào Jīnlóng also found it troublesome. Lu Zhiyong was busy now, so he had to handle this alone. Chén Sìhǎi was Lu Zhiyong's important guest, and he had to treat him well. Just clean this up for me. Also, assign a few people to protect me. Otherwise, I'll go back and bring some brothers over to guard me. Both requests Chén Sìhǎi made would benefit him. The second request would give Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others a chance to see the world. I'll immediately arrange for your protection. I sincerely apologize, this was entirely my oversight. I'll handle it promptly and give you a proper explanation. Zhào Jīnlóng thought to himself that this time, punishment was inevitable. He wondered which bastard had plotted to harm him like this. Anyone capable of targeting Chén Sìhǎi on the Lu family's turf must be one of their own. Alright, I'll leave it to you then. Chén Sìhǎi headed straight back to his room. Zhào Jīnlóng would handle the people outside. Half an hour later, the commotion outside had subsided considerably. A knock sounded at Chén Sìhǎi's door. Mr. Chén, I've taken care of everything outside. If you need anything, just contact me directly. Young Master Lu might be quite busy these next few days and unable to handle your affairs. Alright, thank you for your trouble. Chén Sìhǎi placed a diamond into Zhào Jīnlóng's hand. Having them clean up his mess late at night still weighed on his conscience. Use this to buy the guys some good food. Zhào Jīnlóng accepted without hesitation, took the money, and left. Chén Sìhǎi certainly knew how to win people over. Working late into the night, whether out of duty or not, they were putting in the effort. Zhào Jīnlóng's impression of Chén Sìhǎi improved significantly. With someone keeping watch outside, Chén Sìhǎi went straight to rest. When he awoke, it was already 10 o'clock the next morning. When he stepped outside, Bai Yuer was playing with her phone. Breakfast is on the table. Zhào Jīnlóng sent someone over. He also said he'll help you find out who attacked us last night. He said Lu Zhiyong is also very concerned about this matter and will help you investigate it as soon as possible. Bai Yuer thought Lu Zhiyong must be tied up with something else, otherwise he wouldn't have skipped coming in person. But what exactly happened? Bai Yuer's whereabouts still haven't been traced. All right. Chén Sìhǎi replied. After finishing breakfast, Chén Sìhǎi came across a news report online. The head of the Lu family had vanished. No wonder Lu Zhiyong left in such a hurry that day. His father vanishing is no small matter. Chén Sìhǎi mused. Chapter 191, The Lu Family Patriarch. Where did you see that? Bai Yuer instantly appeared beside Chén Sìhǎi, leaning in close. She too saw the news on Chén Sìhǎi's phone. With the Lu family's head of the household vanishing at this critical moment, chaos was bound to erupt within the Lu clan. But it all depended on how capable young Master Lu proved himself. If he could stabilize the situation this time, his power would surpass his father's in the future. The article was written with vivid detail, making it seem utterly credible. Numerous comments filled the comments section below. This can't be real, right? The Lu family is hosting a banquet soon. These big shots have hundreds of bodyguards protecting them. How could anything happen? Actually, I think it's quite possible this is true. If it is, the Lu family might fall into chaos and that would be interesting. I'm heading over to investigate the situation firsthand. I'll let everyone know whether this story holds water. Some believed it, others didn't. Others were likely paid commenters, which Chén Sìhǎi and his group ignored. After reading it, Bai Yuer looked up and bumped right into Chén Sìhǎi's arms. You were the one who leaned in to look at my phone. It's not my fault. Chén Sìhǎi feared Bai Yuer would start another argument with him. I never said it was your fault. Why are you so nervous? Bai Yuer pushed Chén Sìhǎi away and sat beside him. He kept saying he wanted her to be his woman, but in reality, it wasn't like that at all. Otherwise, how could he be so petty over such a trivial matter? I just didn't want you to accuse me of trying to take advantage of you and get physical. I don't want to argue about this. What do you think about what they said? Chén Sìhǎi suspected there might be truth to the rumors. We'll see if the banquet the day after tomorrow gets postponed. If it's delayed or rescheduled, then it's true. If not, then someone's stirring trouble. The Lu family will handle it. Bai Yuer knew their tactics well. This post will vanish soon. They'd never tolerate negative comments about themselves circulating publicly. Especially at a time like this. After Bai Yuer finished speaking, the page on Chén Sìhǎi's phone began spinning continuously. Finally, it vanished entirely.
This was undoubtedly the work of the Liu family. Lately, the Liu family had been experiencing some issues.
I'll be going solo to complete my mission.
You can arrange your own schedule. The Liu family's turmoil wasn't orchestrated by her, but it certainly worked to her advantage. She needed them to be in disarray so she could maneuver freely.
Alright, then be careful out there.
And remember what I said before, if your cover blows, don't expose me.
Chén Sìhǎi had no intention of accompanying Bai Yuer on her mission.
He had a gut feeling that Liu Zhiyong would come looking for him soon.
Alright, I'm off.
Bai Yuer had no objections, as she knew she wouldn't be discovered.
The Liu family's high-ranking officials certainly wouldn't bother with such trivial matters.
As Bai Yuer was about to leave, Chén Sìhǎi called out to her.
Here. Don't you dare die. Chén Sìhǎi tossed a bottle to Bai Yuer.
Inside the bottle was the very thing Bai Yuer desired most.
Thanks.
Bai Yuer glanced at the medicine inside the bottle. Chén Sìhǎi was always like this in these small gestures, he made her heart flutter.
Chén Sìhǎi said nothing in return, merely waving at her.
After Bai Yuer left, Chén Sìhǎi went to the guest room and saw the man still lying there. His breathing now seemed no different from that of an ordinary person.
Chén Sìhǎi couldn't shake the feeling that the man he'd saved this time wasn't someone of simple origins. It was highly likely he was the missing person everyone was talking about. However, as long as the man remained unconscious, Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't hand him over. Moreover, he couldn't confirm whether this man was the current head of the Liu family. Just as Bai Yuer had suspected, Liu Zhiyong was now busier than a spinning top. People kept coming to ask him if the rumors about his father were true. If it was true, they needed to prepare early and handle numerous matters.
His father's disappearance had placed a heavy burden on his shoulders, leaving him no time to search for his father himself. He could only assign others to search. They'd been searching all day without a single lead. To make matters worse, news about the Liu family had surfaced online. Liu Zhiyong had reason to suspect someone was deliberately stirring trouble. Once this information surfaced, the Liu family's affairs had to be handled immediately. Trouble was likely coming their way from outside. On the third day, Liu Zhiyong sought out Chén Sìhǎi.
I'll assign some people to you. I need you to do me a favor, find my father.
Liu Zhiyong intended to take over the Liu family, but not during such chaotic times.
He needed to prepare everything. Right now, he had to find his father.
There were still many matters left unresolved over there.
Alright, I'll need details about your father. Otherwise, even if I find him, I won't know who he is. Liu Zhiyong had forgotten to send it and immediately forwarded a photo to Chén Sìhǎi. This is my father. I don't know why he disappeared.
Our surveillance only tracked where he went before he vanished. After that, he and everyone around him just disappeared.
Liu Zhiyong wasn't afraid of Chén Sìhǎi learning about the Liu family's affairs. Finding his father was the most important thing now. The people around him all had more important matters to attend to. He had no choice but to seek Chén Sìhǎi's assistance. Chén Sìhǎi looked at the photo.
The face in the photo matched the man lying on his living room bed perfectly. Wow, his luck was truly incredible. He had saved the head of the Liu family. Chén Sìhǎi had initially had his suspicions, then dismissed them, never expecting it to actually be true.
What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this photo? Liu Zhiyong noticed Chén Sìhǎi staring intently at the photo. Had Chén seen this man somewhere before?
You probably won't believe this, but I saved this man.
Chén Sìhǎi decided to stop hiding it.
Figuring out the timing, he would wake up today. After all, once he woke up, he'd have to return anyway.
It didn't make much difference. As long as they remembered this favor. What? You saved my father? When? So he's right here with you now? Damn it.
They'd searched for so long, considered every possible scenario, and now his father was right under his nose.
Seems that way. I'll take you to him. Chén Sìhǎi knew Liu Zhiyong was consumed with finding his father's whereabouts. He didn't want to waste any more time. Better to take him there. All right. I really owe you this time. If it weren't for you, I'd be in deep trouble. Chapter 192, the 50 million prestige points mission.
With Liu Zhiyong's father handling these matters before, his own pressure had been minimal. He'd even felt comfortable approaching Chén Sìhǎi to test the waters. But with his father suddenly gone, he finally understood, it wasn't that his own burden was light. It was that his father had shouldered all the other burdens. Just luck. I happened to run into him when I went out, though I didn't know he was your father. He was poisoned, and it took some effort to cure him. Chén Sìhǎi had guessed it, but he couldn't just come out and tell him he knew about that person at this point. If he did, Liu Zhiyong would surely hold it against him. Alright, thank you for your hard work. Once these matters are settled, my father and I will definitely treat you to a proper feast. Chén Sìhǎi's life-saving favor was no trivial matter. You've already treated me well enough. Chén Sìhǎi had been given everything he needed while staying here, so helping the Liu family wasn't a problem. Liu Zhiyong saw his father lying in bed, still unconscious. What exactly happened to my father? It's been several days now.
Why hasn't he woken up yet? There are many matters awaiting my father's attention.
His prolonged unconsciousness complicates everything.
I'm not entirely sure myself. Why don't you get a doctor to take a look?
Chén Sìhǎi only knew the system had told him it would take about 3 to 5 days for him to wake up.
He didn't know the exact timing. Lu Ziyang immediately arranged for a doctor to come.
No matter how they examined him, everything seemed fine.
If there's nothing physically wrong with him, you have to tell me when he'll wake up. He can't just stay unconscious forever, can he?
If that were the case, things would get complicated.
Well, I honestly don't know. He might wake up in the next second, or it could take a while longer.
After all, his bodily functions are perfectly normal. The doctor's words were as good as saying nothing.
After the doctor left, Lu Ziyang sat down on the sofa. My father will stay here for now. We'll see what happens when he wakes up.
Damn it, if I find out who's plotting against my father, I'll make sure they wish they were dead.
His father was so cautious few people could have targeted him.
He'd find out sooner or later.
Or perhaps his father would reveal it upon waking. Then I'll leave matters here in your hands for now. Since my father is still alive, the Lu family banquet must go on. I have much to attend to. I must depart now.
Once this busy period passes, I'll treat you to a meal.
Whatever you desire, I'll arrange it. Lu Ziyang was grateful he'd brought Chén Sìhǎi back this time. Otherwise, how would he handle all this? Chén Sìhǎi helped Lu Ziyang look after his father, which mainly meant checking on him from time to time.
There had been no change.
Bai Yuer finally returned 4 hours before the banquet was set to begin. She hadn't returned since leaving last time. If she hadn't returned, Chén Sìhǎi would have sent people to look for her. Aren't you getting ready? The banquet is about to start. Chén Sìhǎi was still sprawled on the sofa, staring at his phone. Who knew what he was up to?
What's there to prepare? Their banquet is mainly about recruiting more talent, and I'm not going to agree to join the Lu family.
No need to be so high profile. Besides, I already know every single person in power in the Lu family. That's more than enough.
Chén Sìhǎi still wanted to attend the banquet, probably because doing so would indeed allow him to meet more people there.
That would make his future dealings much smoother.
But precisely because of that, he didn't need to prepare anything.
Fine, I'll go pack my things then.
Bai Yuer had gained a great deal this time. Had Chén Sìhǎi not brought her here early,
she wouldn't have uncovered any useful information at all.
So Bai Yuer now looked upon Chén Sìhǎi with great favor, treating him with warmth and kindness.
Chén Sìhǎi naturally sensed her change in attitude, though he paid it little mind.
Tonight, if the head of the Lu family didn't show up, the Lu family would likely be targeted by the other 3 major clans afterward. They wouldn't let such a golden opportunity slip away. Lu Ziyang was well aware of this situation, which is why he kept asking repeatedly if his father had regained consciousness. Unfortunately, with only an hour left before the banquet began, Lu Ziyang's father still hadn't regained consciousness. Chén Sìhǎi, should any unforeseen events occur tonight, I hope you will stand by my side no matter what and lend me your support.
I will remember this favor you do me. Lu Ziyang had to prepare for the worst.
He had already contacted several of his loyal followers. Should anyone attempt to cause trouble or seize power at tonight's banquet, he would not let them off the hook.
That's no problem. But the people coming today are all big shots. I might not be able to help you much. Chén Sìhǎi currently had very few weapons at his disposal. Ding. System task: host must acquire 50 million prestige points at this banquet. Task duration: 2 days and 1 night.
Completing this mission will alleviate the side effects affecting the host prematurely.
Furthermore, this mission is mandatory for the host.
Failure to complete will result in the complete loss of combat power for 1 year and the closure of the prestige marketplace for 6 months.
Host, please strive to complete this mission.
The more the system spoke, the more anxious Chén Sìhǎi grew.
Damn it, what the hell is going on? The banquet couldn't possibly have more than 1,000 attendees.
To obtain 50 million prestige points from 1,000 people meant each individual would need to contribute 50,000 prestige points.
How could that possibly be done?
Unless he pulled off something jaw-dropping at the banquet that left everyone speechless. The problem was, such a feat was incredibly difficult.
Chén Sìhǎi needed to find such an opportunity.
This task was mandatory, and Chén Sìhǎi had reason to suspect the system deliberately intended to shut down his reputation marketplace.
The mission lasts 2 days and 1 night. If what happens at the banquet spreads, will I still get the reputation points?
If so, as long as he caused a sufficiently massive stir, he could complete the task.
Correct, host. The system's voice chimed in. Then it was settled. He needed to devise a plan today to secure those prestige points. Chén Sìhǎi knocked on Bai Yuer's door. Come in. Bai Yuer opened the door. Will your Bai family be taking action at this banquet?
Previously, they might not have planned this, but now the situation had changed. The Lu family head had met with misfortune. It was only natural for them to take action.
Not sure yet.
My orders are to proceed based on the situation.
Chapter 193, Granting Privileges. If Bai Yuer had sent people over, she would have immediately ordered her people to act.
After all, such opportunities were rare. Now that she had come personally, she would certainly assess the situation on the ground before proceeding. There's no need to rush.
Do you have intelligence on the other families? Are they planning to make a move this time? If the other members of the 4 great families weren't moving, where else could he stir up such a massive commotion to secure those 50 million reputation points?
This was no trivial matter. They're definitely going to make a move this time, but I don't know the specifics. You have to understand, a family losing its current leader is no small matter. If the person in your room wakes up, then naturally there'll be no chance.
They'll definitely call off the operation. As long as the Liu family's leader remained alive, he was their anchor of stability. No turmoil. They can't make their move. Alright. Then let's hope he doesn't wake up just yet. For that, Chén Sìhǎi could employ a few tricks.
Making him wake up tomorrow instead was a simple matter.
Why are you suddenly interested in these matters? Didn't you say you didn't care about them?
Bai Yuer combed her hair, her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked at Chén Sìhǎi. Previously, when she'd tried to discuss these matters with him, he'd been uncooperative. Now that he was actively seeking her out, something must be up.
I have a matter to attend to. Nothing serious. You go ahead with your work. Chén Sìhǎi needed to consult with Liu Zhiyong. Get yourself ready first. Call me when you're done, and I'll head over. Bai Yuer watched Chén Sìhǎi leave in his simplest casual clothes.
Well, the information she had confirmed this was exactly the kind of person Chén Sìhǎi was. He simply didn't care what clothes she wore.
Chén Sìhǎi arrived early at the banquet hall to meet Liu Zhiyong.
Now, guests were gradually beginning to arrive.
Many of them, Chén Sìhǎi didn't recognize.
But each of them was dressed to the nines, mostly in formal attire. Chén Sìhǎi stood out like a sore thumb among them. He used a special entrance, which drew little attention.
He went to find Liu Zhiyong, who was busy handling matters over there.
Just tell them straight up, if they cause trouble now, once this matter is settled, I'll have them kicked out of the Liu family.
Those people know my methods. If they don't believe me, let them try. Let's see if I can't finish them off.
No matter how flawed Liu Zhiyong might be, he was still the future head of the Liu family. If any Liu family members dared to cause trouble here now, the entire Liu family would undergo a major shakeup once these matters were settled.
There was no other way. But they won't listen to us.
They're resentful toward you. The patriarch vanished without a word. Given the current situation, you're not exactly the legitimate leader. Shao Qin stood beside Liu Zhiyong, now swamped with work.
Too many matters demanded his attention. Ignore them.
Our top priority now is preventing trouble from others, especially those influential figures within our own family.
And the troublemakers sent by the other 3 major families deploy extra men to monitor the banquet hall. Not a single thing can go wrong here. If anything went wrong here, the Liu family would be mocked for decades.
It would especially have a huge impact on his future as the head of the family. Proceed with the arrangements as I've instructed. If anything else arises, come find me.
After Shao Qin left, Liu Zhiyong vented to Chén Sìhǎi.
Damn it, those bastards are deliberately stirring trouble right here, and they had to pick this moment.
Liu Zhiyong suspected the operatives below had deliberately chosen this moment. Because only at this moment could they prevent any response. Who exactly was the person who attacked his father? If they wanted to cause trouble, they couldn't have picked a worse time, right?
If you need my help today, just give me a shout. Even though my men aren't here, I can still help you resolve some issues. Chén Sìhǎi possessed martial prowess, but the current situation worked against him.
I'll grant you special permission to bring weapons into the scene. That alone gives you an edge over others. If anyone causes trouble, deal with them directly. Don't hold back. With my backing, those people won't dare cause trouble for you.
Liu Zhiyong produced the finest weapon available and placed it in Chén Sìhǎi's hands.
Tonight's troublemakers definitely included members of the Liu family.
If his own men proved difficult to handle, he would leave it to Chén Sìhǎi to resolve.
I'm not used to your guns. Chén Sìhǎi pushed the pistol back.
He knew how to handle these matters and had his own way of dealing with them. Then I'll leave this matter in your hands.
Has the doctor seen him? When might my father wake up?
Once his father regained consciousness, he wouldn't need to make all those preparations.
I don't know.
The doctor said the same thing before, he'll wake up when he's ready. His father wouldn't be waking up anytime soon at the very least, not until he had secured 50 million reputation points.
Chén Sìhǎi had made arrangements.
At the crucial moment, he would wake up.
Forget it. Can't count on him anyway. The banquet's about to start. Where's your lady companion? Come to think of it, I think I saw your woman somewhere else yesterday. It was too far away. I couldn't be sure it was her.
When Liu Zhiyong had seen Bai Yuer, he'd only caught a glimpse of her back, and a man had been escorting her the entire time. Liu Zhiyong wasn't entirely sure that was Bai Yuer either.
Probably not. Chén Sìhǎi appeared utterly confident in his woman, leaving Liu Zhiyong with little to say. They didn't chat long before Liu Zhiyong had to attend to other matters.
Bai Yuer also called Chén Sìhǎi. She had already arrived.
I'll meet you at the entrance. Chén Sìhǎi picked up his phone and headed for the entrance.
He stood at the entrance, watching the bustling crowd pass by.
Each person harbored their own thoughts. Each sought to gain something from these affairs. Chén Sìhǎi understood this situation well. But who would emerge as the ultimate winner? That remained uncertain. I heard the Liu family is here to recruit more talent this time.
If they take a liking to me, I could save myself decades of hard work.
You didn't know? I heard the Liu family's leader has vanished. Who knows if tonight's banquet will even proceed as usual?
Everyone should be cautious at tonight's banquet. Keep a low profile at all costs. Who knows what might happen otherwise?
Chén Sìhǎi stood in the shadows, listening to their conversation.
He also witnessed one of them attempting to smuggle weapons inside. When caught, they were immediately barred from entering the banquet. It's truly a misunderstanding. I forgot to remove it.
Chapter 194, The banquet begins. Regardless of the Liu family's leadership or the events unfolding, this banquet represented an opportunity for them. Many were unwilling to let this chance slip away.
I must remind you all, should any weapons be brought inside and discovered, you will be dealt with immediately. Attend the banquet properly, and nothing untoward will happen. But if you seek death, don't blame us.
Chén Sìhǎi surveyed them before shifting his gaze.
Ha, those men were truly courting death.
Damn it, I just passed by that side and saw a beauty. In all my years, I've never seen such a stunning woman. She's truly gorgeous. Getting this worked up over a woman? I'm amazed at you guys. What kind of beauty has you so excited? Never seen a woman before? What kind of beauty is she? I want to see her too. If I could spend a night with a woman like that, honestly, I'd do anything. Chén Sìhǎi's gaze swept toward the man.
His instincts told him they were talking about Bai Yuer. Of all the women he'd ever seen, Bai Yuer was the one who took your breath away at first sight and stayed unforgettable forever.
Chén Sìhǎi put away his phone and went to fetch Bai Yuer.
Where she stood, a crowd of men surrounded her, their eyes fixed on Bai Yuer. Some were even trying to find out about her, hoping to bring people into the banquet hall with her. Bai Yuer, dressed in a red gown, commanded the entire room with her presence. The men outside were all mesmerized. Chén Sìhǎi saw this and strode directly over. The first words out of Bai Yuer's mouth upon seeing Chén Sìhǎi were, "Why did it take you so long?
So many people have been coming to find me, I'm getting really annoyed."
Bai Yuer had wanted to enter long ago, but was held up by those who kept trying to chat her up. She had told them repeatedly that she was waiting for someone, but they simply wouldn't believe her.
Sorry about that. Let me take you inside. Chén Sìhǎi accepted Bai Yuer's complaint and extended his hand. Without hesitation, Bai Yuer placed her hand in his palm.
Chén Sìhǎi noticed the surrounding crowd suddenly fix their stares on him. If looks could kill, Chén Sìhǎi would have died countless times over. Chén Sìhǎi was certain that among the stares fixed on him, some eyes held confusion. Who was this man that such a beautiful woman would wait for him out in the wind? I've never heard of such a person. What's his background? I just noticed he came out of the venue. He's probably connected to the Liu family. If he's from the Liu family, that makes sense. Those people don't need fancy clothes to prove their status.
Damn it, what's so great about that guy? I'm 100 times better than him. Does that woman have bad taste?
She could have picked someone so much better. She's just average, not as great as you guys make her out to be. She's already made her choice, so you should stop obsessing over it.
Chén Sìhǎi ignored their chatter and led Bai Yuer straight inside.
From the moment he first saw Bai Yuer, he knew she would attract plenty of rivals today. But Chén Sìhǎi hadn't expected it all to unfold so quickly. He had barely stepped into the venue, not even having time to take in the decor, when he heard someone call out to him.
"Hey, you in the cheap knockoff outfit up front, what are you doing here? Hand over the woman beside you to me."
"Beautiful lady, you have no future following this guy. Come with me, and I guarantee you'll live in luxury." His words boomed so loudly that all eyes instantly turned to the three of them. That man seems to be the most capable underling of the Liu family. He certainly has reason to be arrogant. The Liu family favors him greatly now. I hear he might even join the Liu household soon. His status will only rise further.
Chén Sìhǎi overheard their conversation, gripping Bai Yuer's hand tightly. "Trouble's already knocking before we've even started. They're handing you a warning shot on a platter, and you're complaining? If you don't want to deal with it, I will."
Bai Yuer's voice was barely audible. Out in the world, she always preferred to spare others' pride.
"What the hell are you barking about? Do you think you're fit to judge whether I'm worthy, you piece of trash?"
Chén Sìhǎi was the kind of man who, if someone acted arrogant in front of him, would respond with 10 or 20 times the arrogance. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. They never imagined Chén Sìhǎi would speak to him like this.
"What did you say? Got the guts to repeat that?"
If Chén Sìhǎi let this slide, he'd be the laughingstock of his entire circle afterward. Even if this was the Liu family's banquet, if he killed someone here, they wouldn't lift a finger to stop him. As the people around him had said, he was likely to join the Liu family as a branch member this year. By then, his status would be incomparable to what it was now.
A nobody like Chén Sìhǎi? He couldn't care less. "Are you deaf or something? Get out of my way. I don't want to have to deal with you here." Chén Sìhǎi thought that if no one came over from the banquet hall soon, blood might be spilled before the feast even began. He hoped Lu Zhiyong wouldn't mind. You're asking for it. The man charged forward, clearly intent on attacking Chén Sìhǎi. Hold on. This is the Lu family banquet. If you start fighting here, I'll have no choice but to ask you all to leave. Hearing this, the man's charge toward Chén Sìhǎi halted. He was here to attend tonight's event. You just wait. I'll kill you sooner or later. He couldn't lay a finger on Chén Sìhǎi now. Once the banquet ended, he'd make sure Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't even know how he died. How dare he act so arrogant in front of him? If you've got the guts, kill me now. If you don't, shut your mouth and stop barking like a dog over there. Did he think threatening him would salvage some dignity? Chén Sìhǎi wanted to show everyone present that he wasn't someone to be pushed around. If anyone else was foolish enough to come looking for trouble like this guy, well, he wouldn't be the one to find out. The man lunged forward to attack Chén Sìhǎi, but just as they locked in a standoff, Lu Zhiyong arrived. With the head of the Lu family temporarily absent, Lu Zhiyong held the highest authority. The man assumed Lu Zhiyong had come to back him up. Instantly, his posture straightened considerably. Chén Sìhǎi was as good as dead. Those around him also felt this farce was finally coming to an end. Chapter 195, Misunderstanding. Kneel before me now and apologize. Call me grandfather 100 times. Hand over the woman by your side, and I might just forgive you and spare your life. With a Lu family member personally stepping in, Chén Sìhǎi had nowhere to run. Hong Ariang lowered his voice, speaking with smug satisfaction. Kneel and apologize to you? Ha, how could Lu Zhiyong possibly choose to help Hong Ariang? Up until now, Lu Zhiyong had always chosen to trust him. What happened? After Lu Zhiyong arrived, he asked Chén Sìhǎi. But to everyone else, it looked like Lu Zhiyong was interrogating Chén Sìhǎi. It was only natural that Lu Zhiyong would be displeased with him disrupting the order here. Young Master Lu, this man insulted me and tried to lay a hand on me. You must stand up for me. Lu Zhiyong grasped the gist of the situation from the words of the man beside him. Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't provoke someone without reason. The other party must have done something wrong. I'll handle this for you. Everyone, those who come to our establishment must understand that harmony brings prosperity. If such incidents occur again, don't blame me for being unkind. Lu Zhiyong didn't want to upset Chén Sìhǎi over such a minor matter. Young Master Lu, thank you so much. I really appreciate your help with such a minor matter. Honestly, I could have handled it myself. Hong Ariang instantly brightened. He had made a point of showing his close relationship with Lu Zhiyong in front of everyone. Afterward, he'd find a few people to spread the word. Soon, those seeking his services would multiply. You've got it all wrong. I'm not here to help you, I'm here to deal with you. He's my VIP guest. You've upset him, so you're the one with the problem. Get him out of here. Lu Zhiyong ordered Xiao Qin beside him, who immediately grabbed the bodyguards to escort the man out. The situation shifted so abruptly that some hadn't even processed it. How could the target of punishment suddenly switch to someone else? Young Master Lu, it's me, Hong Ariang. I'm the one joining the branch this year. You've got it all wrong. The problem isn't me, it's the man standing beside you. You should be dealing with them, not me. Hong Ariang still naively believed Lu Zhiyong must have made a mistake. He'd worked for the Lu family for years and had never heard of such a young person assisting young Master Lu. I'm not mistaken. Take him away. This is a waste of time. For the Lu family to want to use someone was an honor for anyone. They could find 80 men like Hong Ariang if they couldn't find 100. But someone like Chén Sìhǎi? That's another story. Perhaps only one in tens of millions would measure up. Those who had been eyeing Bai Yuer greedily reined in their blatant stares once they learned of Chén Sìhǎi's close relationship with Lu Zhiyong. After all, with their current capabilities, going against the Lu family would only end in them being thrown out. Entertain them however you like. I'll be busy for a bit. Lu Zhiyong had specifically come to find Chén Sìhǎi and happened upon this situation, helping him handle it. Boosting his credibility would make future dealings smoother. Reputation plus 150,000. Reputation plus 20,000. Chén Sìhǎi's prestige points skyrocketed. He understood clearly that this wave of prestige stemmed from his relationship with the Lu family. Of course, part of it also stemmed from the fact that his previous attitude toward Hong Ariang was genuinely worthy of admiration. Normally, dressed in such attire, Chén Sìhǎi would blend into the crowd, unlikely to catch anyone's attention at first glance. But after Lu Zhiyong introduced him, those people always seemed to spot him immediately. Truthfully, there was no need for this. Chén Sìhǎi actually preferred to keep a lower profile. These are all valuable connections. You'll be staying in the Lu family's territory for a while. Aren't you going to get to know them? Bai Yuer swirled the wine glass in her hand. She didn't approach them because she simply wasn't curious about these people. She already knew nearly everything she needed to know about the Lu family. With Lu Zhiyong backing me, I don't need to go out of my way to talk to them. These people were all shrewd operators. Once they confirmed someone had a strong connection with Lu Zhiyong, they'd come sniffing around on their own.
There was no need for her to make the first move.
Chén Sìhǎi noticed that the men's gazes lingered more on Bai Yuer. It seemed Bai Yuer truly captivated them. When Chén Sìhǎi's gaze swept over them, they immediately averted their eyes, pretending to study the banquet layout. As long as they didn't come looking for trouble, Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't bother with them.
That last encounter had earned him 1,000,000 prestige points, yet the system's task remained far from completion. To accumulate such prestige points, Chén Sìhǎi needed to stir up trouble and rumors. Even if he left this place, he'd have to spread the word back home to stand a chance at completing the task.
You're right. They're already coming over.
Before the banquet began, it was time for them to introduce themselves and exchange contact information. Chén Sìhǎi directly gave them Chao Guoxing's phone number, since Chao Guoxing was the one responsible for their projects.
The person at your 12 o'clock position is likely someone sent by one of the 4 great families.
As the eldest daughter of the Bai family, Bai Yuer had many matters handled for her. Intelligence was often delivered directly to her, so she naturally understood these developments.
They're currently confirming whether the Lu family's decision-maker will appear here.
If he doesn't show up, they'll likely stir up trouble at the venue and then find ways to target the Lu family.
Bai Yuer thought, if the Lu family's leader truly remained unconscious, Lu Zhiyong would be utterly incapable of handling this situation. That would be their chance. If they start causing trouble later, have your people join in. The bigger the scene, the better. Chén Sìhǎi was currently with the Lu family, undoubtedly working on their behalf. He intended to turn 3 of the 4 major families into stepping stones for his own ambitions. You want to take advantage of the chaos too? Bai Yuer was already prepared. If the other 2 families made their move, she would follow suit. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that Chén Sìhǎi was up to something. Bai Yuer scrutinized Chén Sìhǎi from head to toe.
His expression remained utterly unchanged, as if nothing had anything to do with him. Today promises to be quite the spectacle.
We'll just sit back and watch.
Bai Yuer lifted her skirt hem and walked forward to fetch a fresh cup.
Hey, beautiful, care for a drink? The man who entered behind them was unaware of Bai Yuer's connection to Chén Sìhǎi. Much less did they know about Chén Sìhǎi's connection to the Lu family.
Bai Yuer glanced at the ugly duckling in front of her. Looking at him any longer would hurt her eyes.
Chapter 196, Interruption. Have a drink with me, and I'll buy you anything you want, anything at all.
The man persisted relentlessly. From the moment he'd entered and first laid eyes on Bai Yuer, he felt she was meant for him.
Sorry. Bai Yuer sidestepped him and walked straight toward Chén Sìhǎi. Stop right there. Bai Yuer's hand was yanked back by the man.
Instinctively, Bai Yuer executed a shoulder throw on the man holding her. It wouldn't have been a big deal, but by sheer coincidence, there were numerous wine glasses behind them. As she flew backward, the glasses shattered instantly. Those sensitive to the scent of blood immediately detected the mingled smell of alcohol and blood, drawing their attention to the scene. Chén Sìhǎi, who had been talking to someone, saw the commotion and rushed over immediately.
Is he looking for trouble?
Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the man sprawled on the floor. He tried to grab me, Bai Yuer explained, maintaining a safe distance from others.
It was he who was courting death. Got it. I'll handle this first. Chén Sìhǎi planned to assign someone to follow Bai Yuer. Otherwise, he might as well abandon all other tasks today and simply guard her. Shao Qin, you handle things here.
The others watched them fight in the banquet hall, but the Lu family members paid them no mind.
Some even came over to tend to the man lying on the floor.
They knew immediately these 2 were not people they could afford to offend. Soon, whispers spread throughout the crowd.
People were buzzing about Chén Sìhǎi's background. I've never heard of such a person before. Even in the past, I've never seen Chén Sìhǎi. He must be new here, right? If you don't know about him, then your intelligence work is seriously lacking. Chén Sìhǎi is the most promising city administrator in recent years. What do you know? Tell us the details.
A city administrator was normally beneath their notice.
But as luck would have it, Chén Sìhǎi had excellent connections with Lu Zhiyong and the Lu family.
This forced them to reconsider their stance. After all, the Lu family were people they needed to curry favor with. The Lu family's current tolerance toward Chén Sìhǎi spoke volumes.
If they offended Chén Sìhǎi, they could guarantee they'd be the ones killed. Chén Sìhǎi is the first person in years to fully control an entire city. Every estate owner in that city is his man.
They had many ways to become city administrators, but everyone knew Chén Sìhǎi's method was the most difficult. Word has it that initially, a young master from one of their branches took a liking to Chén Sìhǎi, wanting him to work under him. But Chén Sìhǎi is a proud man, he'd never just follow orders.
Yet somehow, things ended up differently.
The latest intelligence I received indicates Chén Sìhǎi no longer maintains ties with the young masters of the Lu family's branches. Rumor has it that young Master Lu returned alongside Chén Sìhǎi. No one knows what maneuvers he orchestrated behind the scenes. The bottom line is, young Master Lu treats Chén Sìhǎi exceptionally well. Just look at him now.
If you want to curry favor with Lu Zhiyong, you absolutely cannot afford to offend Chén Sìhǎi anymore.
No one knew what was truly happening within the Lu family, but certain things were plain for all to see.
Damn, this guy's going to rise like a rocket. Wish I had opportunities like his.
Some envied him, others resented him, and a few even schemed to replace Chén Sìhǎi.
But none of that was up to them. Chén Sìhǎi remained oblivious to their thoughts.
All he knew was that his prestige was steadily climbing, though far too slowly. Surveying the crowd before him, Chén Sìhǎi knew he had to stir things up. The banquet commenced shortly. Traditionally, the first speaker at such gatherings was the current head of the Lù family.
Since Lù Zhiyong's father still hadn't regained consciousness, the task naturally fell to Lù Zhiyong. Standing on the stage, Lù Zhiyong commanded an authority that matched his father's.
Yet standing there to speak, he felt uneasy inside, for there were still too many matters he had failed to handle properly.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to stand here today and deliver the opening remarks on behalf of the Lù family. Welcome to our domain.
I know the Lù family's growth wouldn't be possible without your invaluable support. Lù Zhiyong's words were cut short. Only the current head of the Lù family may speak on this stage.
Young Master Lù, are you currently the head of the Lù family? Or has the Lù family changed leadership without our knowledge?
They needed confirmation that the current head was absent, otherwise, they wouldn't comply so readily.
They had consistently served the Lù family, and in return, the Lù family owed them sufficient respect. The highest authority must come forward to address them and host them. That was their confidence.
Gentlemen, while I am not the current head of the Lù family, I am its next leader.
Is there any impropriety in me speaking here? If you have objections to me, you may reserve them for now. Lù Zhiyong knew it wouldn't be that easy. This was only the beginning.
If your family head refuses to appear, I suggest canceling this annual banquet altogether. It shows utter disregard for those of us who traveled thousands of miles to attend.
Exactly.
The Lù family head has always spoken for us before. We don't care about some next head, we want the person in charge right now to address us. With these voices leading the charge, those within the Lù family who had already harbored resentment toward Lù Zhiyong began to speak up as well.
They declared they had no knowledge whatsoever of any change in leadership. Young Master Lù, do you have anything to say?
Even your own Lù family doesn't acknowledge you as the leader. Internal conflicts within the Lù family were numerous, matters Lù Zhiyong had previously ignored.
After his father vanished and fell into a coma, all these issues surfaced at once.
Now, even this banquet was in serious jeopardy of being cancelled.
Regardless, I am the designated successor. If you have objections, you can leave.
Lù Zhiyong had no desire to listen to their incessant chatter. He could manage the Lù family just fine by replacing these disobedient individuals.
Big brother, you're really showing off. Everyone here today is an honored guest of the Lù family.
It's safe to say that without them, there would be no Lù family as we know it today.
You demand to throw them out without a second thought? Who do you think you are? Have you considered what father would do if he returned and learned of this?
A voice cut through the commotion.
Chén Sìhǎi and the others saw a figure in a wheelchair entering the hall. Chapter 197, Third Young Master Lù. He's Lù Zhiyong's third younger brother.
Though confined to a wheelchair, I've heard he might be the greatest obstacle standing in Lù Zhiyong's path to becoming the family head.
He's a clever one. He's the mastermind behind many schemes.
I suspect those Lù family members who stepped forward initially are all backing him. They might be plotting a power grab here if the person in your room doesn't wake up. Bai Yuer looked at Chén Sìhǎi. She didn't know what he was up to, but she sensed he had his own plans for today's events. If that was the case, she would lend him a hand at the crucial moment.
They can't defeat Lù Zhiyong.
His greatest strength lies in his father's backing. Those loyal to his father will follow him.
Chén Sìhǎi knew the current head of the Lù family had been secretly helping Lù Zhiyong build his power base all along. Even now, Lù Zhiyong wouldn't panic. Not necessarily.
In northern Myanmar, the only way to subdue those people is to shut them up with sheer force. Whether Lù Zhiyong becomes the family head this time hinges on today. If today's matter isn't handled properly, even if he becomes the head later, no one else will ever truly respect him.
Chén Sìhǎi, you could go assist him.
If he successfully becomes the family head, you'll be his greatest contributor.
Then you won't just be a minor city administrator anymore. As long as Chén Sìhǎi helps him secure his position, even if Chén Sìhǎi doesn't want to work under Lù Zhiyong will still allocate resources toward Chén Sìhǎi as much as possible. By then, Chén Sìhǎi's standing would naturally rise.
With the Lù family's backing, it wouldn't take Chén Sìhǎi half a year to rise to a position close to the Lù family.
This was an opportunity.
But you're part of the Bai family.
Isn't it a bit awkward for you to be persuading me like this? Once Lù Zhiyong successfully takes the reins of power, it probably won't be good news for you, right?
Chén Sìhǎi found it hard to believe Bai Yuer would actively help him. Everything she was saying now favored the Lù family.
Didn't Bai Yuer and the other two families want nothing more than to see them completely collapse? So they could swallow up the Lù family's territory. That was the plan, but you're my man. If you have good relations with Lù Zhiyong, perhaps we can collaborate. Take down the other two major families first. This approach is better than my previous plan. Bai Yuer's ambitions ran far deeper than that.
If the Lù family could assist her, collaboration wasn't out of the question. Oof. I thought you'd had a change of heart, but it turns out you just have a better plan. Chén Sìhǎi saw no issue with this.
The Bai family had sent someone all this way. It was utterly impossible for them to return empty-handed. The cooperation Bai Yuer proposed wasn't entirely impossible. After all, Lu Zhiyong was currently in need of his help. He could resolve Lu Zhiyong's current predicament. This was precisely the opportunity he'd been waiting for. Let the chaos erupt, the bigger the better. After all, he needed sufficient prestige points to complete his mission. The people up front were arguing, but the low-level minions attending this banquet for the first time had no idea what the commotion was about. Only through others' explanations did they learn of such matters. To them, these affairs were utterly irrelevant. No matter how much the Lu family argued, it wouldn't affect them. Father has returned. I will naturally tell him about this matter. What are you doing here? Do you also think I am unworthy to stand here? Lu Zhiyong had long anticipated his third brother's move. His timing was perfect, and Lu Zhiyong had long been prepared. He wasn't afraid of him at all. The reason Lu Zhiyong hadn't resorted to drastic measures until now was simple: his father was merely unconscious, not permanently incapacitated. Seizing his father's position while he lay unconscious was something Lu Zhiyong could never bring himself to do. Moreover, he personally believed that no matter how much turmoil arose within the Lu family, it remained their family's affair. There was no need to make it public knowledge. Others clearly didn't share this view. They were determined to claim what they believed was rightfully theirs. Whether one is worthy or not is not for you or me to decide. I demand that our Lu family's succession process be initiated immediately. Only those who pass the assessment shall have the right to stand here. He had everything prepared. Third young Master Lu was determined to become the head of the Lu family. Why should his injured leg permanently strip him of his status as heir? He was clearly far more capable than Lu Zhiyong. He'd waited all these years for this chance. That old man couldn't live forever. He was going to inherit his empire and prove he could handle these matters just as well, no worse than Lu Zhiyong. We're hosting a banquet now. Even if we're going to initiate the succession process, it must wait until this banquet concludes. Talented individuals from various cities are here, along with some influential figures. Some have made time to attend specifically for this event. They simply won't wait that long. I trust you all would rather stay here for a week than have some unknown person standing on stage entertaining you right now. Until the person standing on that stage is the rightful head of the Lu family. Young Master Lu San capitalized on their pride, the certainty that they would never allow just anyone to address them from the stage, and stepped forward. Sorry, I can't wait that long. Chén Sìhǎi felt the timing was right. If he really let them initiate that so-called heir selection process, his mission would fail. That was unacceptable. If you can't wait, then you can leave. As a city administrator, if not for our Lu family extending an invitation this time, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to attend this banquet. What are you, anyway? Lu Sanxiao had naturally investigated Chén Sìhǎi, who had been constantly appearing by Lu Zhiyong's side. But he didn't think this man was anything special. He couldn't fathom why Lu Zhiyong treated Chén Sìhǎi with such special favor. In the eyes of your Lu family, I'm naturally nothing. All I know is that whoever becomes the head of the Lu family must be someone who prioritizes the Lu family's interests. Not someone who stops at nothing to achieve their goals. You're causing a scene here, letting those people use you as a pawn. Do you even care about the Lu family's reputation? Chén Sìhǎi's confidence stemmed from Lu Zhiyong's backing. That was his capital for speaking now. How dare you talk about initiating some succession? Do you even deserve it? Chén Sìhǎi spoke with no restraint. Anyone opposing Lu Zhiyong now was Chén Sìhǎi's adversary. Dressed in the most ordinary clothes, Chén Sìhǎi stood there commanding attention, impossible for others to ignore. It seemed as though he was born to stand there. This is our Lu family's business. It has nothing to do with you. Chapter 198, The Challenger. When third young Master Lu saw those who had previously supported him suddenly waver, he knew he couldn't let Chén Sìhǎi speak again. No one liked being treated like a pawn. If you initiate succession, it means everyone here will waste their time waiting for you. Does your Lu family intend to halt its development? You want the other families to overtake you outright? If word of your internal strife spreads, do you really think the other families won't target your territories? How naive. Most crucially, those of you standing by young Master Lu, have you truly considered this? Are you absolutely certain the Lu family patriarch is truly dead? Chén Sìhǎi's final words rang out with force. The others fell instantly silent. They were uncertain. Was the Lu family head truly dead? The latest intelligence only stated he was missing. If he returned, not a single one of them, those who had followed young Master Lu, would escape. Not even Lu Zhiyong, who was likely to become the new leader, would spare them. In an instant, the carefully constructed situation young Master Lu San had established shifted completely. But Lu Sanxiao never expected Lu Zhiyong to change his mind and step down so easily. Even so, you are not the current head of the Lu family. You have no right to speak from the podium. Therefore, today's address is cancelled. When the next banquet is held, the head of the family will speak. I believe none of you will mind. This is our way of showing you proper respect. Only the head of the Lu family can host you.
Third young master Lu absolutely could not let him finish his speech today. Otherwise, he would truly have no chance afterward.
Lu Zhiyong burst out laughing upon hearing this. Why should he listen to Lu Sanshao? Third brother, you should know full well why you weren't granted the right of succession.
I truly wish to keep our Lu family's internal affairs private, but if you insist on speaking this way, then I have no choice.
You're not one of our Lu family's own children. What gives you the right to become the head of our Lu family? You lied to me. How could I not be one of you Lu family members? I am.
Lu Sanshao suddenly stood up, visibly agitated.
He had no idea about this matter. It must be Lu Zhiyong making things up. Ask your father if it's true.
Oh, your father is the one who's always been by your side protecting you.
Ask any elder of the Lu family about what happened back then. Lu Zhiyong wouldn't make baseless accusations without evidence.
Lu Sanshao collapsed to the floor. No wonder the Lu family members never treated him particularly well.
They never took him seriously.
He'd initially thought it was because of his leg injury, but that wasn't the case at all. Lu Sanshao sat down, utterly dejected. He had been so prepared, determined to seize an opportunity for himself today. Now that chance had become nothing but a joke.
He didn't even have the qualifications to inherit.
Lu Sanshao rolled his wheelchair to the doorway, laughing hysterically as he did so. Then he snatched a gun from one of the guards nearby. He pointed the gun directly at his own head and pulled the trigger.
He couldn't accept this.
If he didn't die, he'd have to face the mockery of so many people. He'd always been proud and exceptional. He wouldn't give them the chance to laugh at him. Lu Sanshao died like that. Not a single soul touched his body.
Lu Zhiyong glanced over that way.
He could have lived a decent, respectable life, but he chose death himself. He coveted a position that wasn't his to claim. As for the rest of the Lu family, if any of you have grievances against me, we'll settle it according to our challenge system. You may choose to duel me one-on-one or compete against me in other ways. If I lose, I pledge to permanently relinquish my position as head of the Lu family. If you fail, you will be expelled from our Lu family. Lu Zhiyong's expression hardened. Today, he must deal with these people. Power was the greatest temptation. Even those who knew they had no chance of securing the position still wanted to try. If they succeeded, they would become the head of the Lu family. Chén Sìhǎi watched Lu Zhiyong stabilize the situation on his own, his brow furrowing. His reputation points stood at a mere 8 million over 40 million short of completing the mission. If today's farce ended like this, there'd truly be nothing left to exploit.
Don't worry. Not all the Lu family members can be intimidated. If I recall correctly, there's still an unresolved issue left over from before. It's from Lu Zhiyong's father's generation.
Barbarian kept a close eye on the situation. Even if Lu Zhiyong managed to deal with these younger members, there remains a far more formidable figure. Rumor has it the Lu family still has someone of noble status who holds half the family's power. That person was once the Lu family's strongest contender for the position of head of the family. But for some unknown reason, she relinquished that opportunity at the last moment. Barbarian surmised that Chén Sìhǎi likely wanted to stir up chaos here.
But what then? Chén Sìhǎi had just stepped forward to support Lu Zhiyong. For a moment, Barbarian couldn't fathom what Chén Sìhǎi was playing at. You know quite a bit about the Lu family. By openly backing Lu Zhiyong, Chén Sìhǎi had made his stance clear to everyone else. At today's meeting, there were also people familiar to Chén Sìhǎi. They had worked together before. Chén Sìhǎi is the fastest climber I've seen in years. Someone remarked with admiration. And how right they were. Previously, Chén Sìhǎi could only stand on equal footing with them. Now, Chén Sìhǎi could speak at the Lu family banquet. Our mission is to understand the other three families. If you don't believe me, go ask Lu Zhiyong if he knows us. Barbarian didn't see anything wrong with this.
Take their Bai family, for instance. Others were practically itching to investigate every detail of their lineage back to their ancestors. Also, they could find a weakness and strike. In the current situation, Barbarian had found a better approach. She believed that if Chén Sìhǎi was given enough time, it wouldn't be long before even the Lu family couldn't stand against him. Had someone said this to her before she knew Chén Sìhǎi, she would have thought they were mad. But now she understood clearly Chén Sìhǎi might just pull it off. Barbarian possessed an instinctive certainty, which is why she shifted her focus to a different family. Lu Zhiyong stood on the stage, originally a platform for speeches which had suddenly transformed into a life or death arena. On the stage, weapons were forbidden, only fists could be used. The moment one man could no longer rise, whether from injury or death, the other would be declared the victor.
Lu Zhiyong was formidable. Chapter 199, Swift Resolution. This was already the fifth challenger, yet each had been dispatched by Lu Zhiyong within 5 moves. It seemed Lu Zhiyong had been holding back his true strength all along. Chén Sìhǎi estimated that with Lu Zhiyong's current skill, he could easily exchange over a dozen moves with him.
Lu Zhiyong truly lives up to being the next head of the Lu family. He does have some skill after all. Barbarian murmured in admiration. Their upbringings were worlds apart.
Many things came easily to Barbarian. But they couldn't.
They had to fight for everything themselves.
Lu Zhiyong is indeed quite clever.
Upon learning that someone from their Lu family had gained complete control over an entire city, he immediately concealed his identity and made his way to that person's side. While under his wing, Lu Zhiyong had indeed handled numerous matters for him. If it had been someone with a high-profile status, they would never have been able to pull off such a thing.
After Lu Zhiyong dealt with over a dozen challengers, fewer dared to step forward. Is no one else going to challenge me? Didn't you all talk big just now?
I'm standing right here, ready to accept your challenges. Fighting these guys was pointless, like beating up pushovers.
Only fighting Chén Sìhǎi would be worthwhile.
But facing Chén Sìhǎi meant he'd be the one getting crushed.
If not, then I assume you all have no objection to my standing here. Let the banquet continue.
Lu Zhiyong shot Zhao Jīnlóng a glance, and he immediately dispatched people to clean up the mess left by the brawl.
Lu Zhiyong, you might have to wait a moment. A woman in a sharp suit entered from outside. Chén Sìhǎi hadn't even glanced at Bai Yuer before she addressed him directly.
This stems from a promise his father made to her generation. He pledged that whenever she needed this position, it would be hers. Now, if Lu Zhiyong can eliminate her, he'll secure his position as heir. But resolving this issue now will likely be extremely difficult. Bai Yuer could tell at a glance that this beautiful woman who had just arrived was here with fierce intent. The moment Lu Zhiyong saw her, he knew this situation would be difficult to resolve.
I demand you hand over my position as ruler. Any objections? Xiao Yu didn't want to say much.
She hadn't intended to get involved in these matters. But someone had dared to come looking for trouble right at her doorstep. Then she wouldn't be held responsible for being impolite.
Aunt Xiao, let's discuss this privately. Whatever you need, I'll handle it for you. Their issues weren't suited for the same approach as others. Take care of it? When exactly will it be taken care of?
I made it clear when I handed over my authority. Whatever you do, don't involve me or my family.
What's going on now? My son has been taken away by your people. We can talk, but right now, I want my son back.
Xiao Yu had stepped down precisely to care for the child.
Otherwise, the Lu family among the 4 great families might not even bear the Lu surname anymore. Who took your son? I'll send people to find him immediately.
I've already searched all their people nearby, he's nowhere to be found. It was 3rd young Master Lu who sent me the message, but he's already dead. If anything happens to my child, I promise you, the Lu family will pay dearly. Xiao Yu held half the power herself. Investigating someone was a simple matter for her. Yet she had practically turned the Lu family upside down and still hadn't found this person.
It felt utterly hopeless to her. Don't worry, I'll handle it immediately. The banquet was definitely cancelled for today. Lu Zhiyong intended to resolve these matters first.
Chén Sìhǎi saw through his thoughts. I'll find the person for you.
The banquet continues. If you want to be the head of the Lu family, you can't leave today. Lu Zhiyong had to resolve this matter properly in front of everyone. Alright, I'll leave it to you then. Aunt Xiao, Chén Sìhǎi is quite capable. He'll guide you to find the person. Lu Zhiyong shot Chén Sìhǎi a grateful look. Indeed, with Chén Sìhǎi present, he felt considerably more at ease. You personally go find them.
If you send just anyone to placate me, I have only one son. If anything happens to him, I swear every single one of you will be buried with him.
A mother driven mad by love is capable of anything. Hold on.
Chén Sìhǎi walked over to the body of 3rd young Master Lu, retrieved his phone, and pulled a data cloning device from his pocket. The others watched as Chén Sìhǎi worked.
Within 3 minutes, he had located the address. All these procedures were things Dana had taught Chén Sìhǎi in advance.
Now, at a critical moment, it proved invaluable.
Send someone to check these locations. Anything else?
Chén Sìhǎi pointed out the locations.
With specific coordinates provided, if they still couldn't find them, it wouldn't be his problem. If I find my son, your banquet can proceed. If I don't, everyone had better be ready.
Xiao Yu had brought a large contingent with her. She was prepared. She made a phone call, and the other end sprang into action immediately.
Chén Sìhǎi and his men had no choice but to wait.
After all, Lu Zhiyong hadn't made a move either.
You found him. You've got some skills.
If you ever can't make it with Lu Zhiyong, come find me anytime.
Here's my contact information.
Xiao Yu handed Chén Sìhǎi a business card before turning and walking away. For Xiao Yu, as long as her family was safe, that was enough.
Everything else could go to hell. Many of the high-ranking officials present knew Xiao Yu. Don't be fooled by her current role as a mother. She rarely meddles in external affairs now. She had built half of the Lu family's empire from the ground up. A single word from her could determine Chén Sìhǎi's future prospects. Even Lu Zhiyong needed to cultivate a good relationship with Chén Sìhǎi. Ding.
Prestige points plus 1,800,000.
Prestige plus 50,000.
Her single remark caused her prestige points to surge rapidly. It was clear how much weight Xiao Yu held in their hearts. It had now surpassed 10 million. After today, his name would likely be known to everyone.
You're really something.
Having been by Chén Sìhǎi's side for so long, Lu Zhiyong never knew Chén Sìhǎi possessed such skills. In just a few moves, he'd resolved today's biggest problem for him.
If you can't even secure your position as the one in charge after this, then you really deserve to die. Chén Sìhǎi wondered, since the Bai family had no plans to move against the Lü family, did that mean the other two families weren't going to act either? If they didn't make their move, how could he? How could he make them truly respect him from the bottom of their hearts, fear him, and contribute to his prestige? Rest assured, leave the rest to me. Chapter 200, The Beauty Trap. The banquet continued, and this time, Liu Zhiyong finally finished his speech. Ladies and gentlemen, before the banquet begins, please place your information in this box. If there are suitable candidates, you may join our Liu family. We will contact you. Liu Zhiyong had intended to discuss matters with them directly tonight, but the problem was that today had already consumed too much time. They simply couldn't afford to wait any longer. What exactly happened to the head of the Liu family? Surely you should let us know about this? Or perhaps the head of the Liu family has already been replaced by you? You ought to tell us that too, shouldn't you? Every one of them was concerned about this matter, as it directly impacted their future prospects. Whenever a new head took charge, the entire clan would experience a brief period of internal turmoil until that leader firmly established control. If Liu Zhiyong were to assume leadership now, securing his position would prove far more difficult than he imagined. I will wait for my father's return. Should there be any change in our leadership, I will inform you all. Please do not worry, wait patiently. His father should be waking soon. Once he regains consciousness, those who had hoped for his father's death would certainly find themselves targeted for elimination. This matter would end here. The attendees had gathered for myriad reasons, and the Liu family was merely one of them. For minor factions, the Liu family was actually the hardest to approach. A brief exchange with subordinates to secure some resources would suffice. That was precisely why they'd gone to such lengths to infiltrate this banquet. I'll introduce you to their people. Even if you don't work under me afterward, we can still collaborate in the future. Chén Sìhǎi now owed Xiaoyu a favor, so when he handled matters for the Liu family, they had to give him some face. For Liu Zhiyong, if he was to seize control now, leveraging Chén Sìhǎi was the most effective strategy. Chén Sìhǎi smiled faintly, agreeing with Liu Zhiyong's plan. Originally, he had planned to climb step by step to this position. But today, someone had handed this position directly to him. How could he possibly pass up such a golden opportunity? Soaring to the top in one swift move was the optimal choice. Chén Sìhǎi took Bai Yuer's hand and introduced her to the Liu family's high-ranking members. They had all witnessed his performance earlier. Even those who harbored reservations about him, believing he was unqualified to be here. But with Liu Zhiyong personally bringing him here, they had to give Liu Zhiyong some face. Chén Sìhǎi noticed that some of them looked at him with eyes full of scorn, clearly not taking him seriously. Facing these individuals, Chén Sìhǎi knew he had to grow stronger. He would have to win them over with his abilities, otherwise, no amount of talk would matter. Chén Sìhǎi had met many people, but with his current abilities, he simply couldn't do business with them. His goods were beneath the notice of these big shots. He needed to develop quickly. Liu Zhiyong had gone to handle matters elsewhere, leaving Bai Yuer standing beside Chén Sìhǎi. Don't let his petty favors blind you. Whatever he can offer you, I can offer you too. And I can give you even better. Don't betray our Bai family. Seeing Chén Sìhǎi's pensive expression after their conversation ended, Bai Yuer instantly grew tense. If Chén Sìhǎi chose their side, the Bai family would gain a formidable rival. If that happened, she would have to eliminate the threat at its root, dispose of Chén Sìhǎi outright. That way, he wouldn't have the right to say anything anymore. I know exactly how the Bai family treats me. All these years, you've never given me any resources. The moment I start making it on my own, you want me to risk my life for you. I'm not like the others. Without any benefits, who knows what choice I'll make in the end? Liu Zhiyong had a strong bond with him. At the very least, Liu Zhiyong would invest resources in cultivating him for the foreseeable future, something the Bai family simply couldn't match. Chén Sìhǎi didn't think much of the Bai family either. The Bai family had done one thing exceptionally well, sending such a beautiful woman to be by his side. Once his strength returned, there was no way he'd let Bai Yuer leave this place. From their very first meeting, he had been captivated by Bai Yuer. Those he desired, he would possess. Chén Sìhǎi's gaze was too blatant. Bai Yuer stared at him for several seconds, swallowing the words she'd been about to say. You keep looking at me like that and I'll gouge your eyes out back down her throat. Instead, she changed her words. If Miss Bai were to send someone to use the beauty tactic on you, how effective do you think it would be? Bai Yuer could sense Chén Sìhǎi's keen interest in her. She'd caught him staring at her several times. That depends on who they send. If it were you, the success rate would be about 30%. Chén Sìhǎi scrutinized Bai Yuer from head to toe, as if sizing her up to gauge her worth. Had Chén Sìhǎi not withdrawn his gaze in time, Bai Yuer's hand would have made a move. As the eldest daughter of the Bai family, she had never been scrutinized with such a commodity-like gaze before. Only 30%? It seemed Chén Sìhǎi's interest in her was nothing special. Or rather, in Chén Sìhǎi's heart, there were other things more important than a beautiful woman. Bai Yuer rolled her eyes. Well, your eyesight is truly poor. You should see a doctor when you get back. Don't go blind at such a young age. Seeing Bai Yue react this way, Chén Sìhǎi actually laughed out loud. To him, the beauty tactic still worked. However, this beauty probably couldn't return to the Bai family anymore. Once he kept her here, Chén Sìhǎi had plenty of ways to turn her into one of his own. They're about to make their move, Bai Yue suddenly remarked.
Chén Sìhǎi quickly scanned the crowd in the hall and indeed noticed several groups gathering in corners.
But who was making the move? Chén Sìhǎi didn't know. Are your people going to make a move?
Chén Sìhǎi looked at their group. There were only a handful of them, nowhere near enough.
You want my people to take action? Bai Yue declared with absolute certainty. What exactly did Chén Sìhǎi intend to do?
Yes, I want to take advantage of the chaos to accomplish what I need to do.
Give me a hand, their numbers are too small.
Chén Sìhǎi needed an opportunity to establish his authority, and that opportunity required many people to pave the way for him. I can help you, but I have one condition. Afterward, you must help me secure a partnership with the Lu family so we can take on the other two clans together. Bai Yue wouldn't let her people sacrifice themselves for nothing.
Training them was no easy task either. Chapter 201, One Against Many. Agreed. Chén Sìhǎi's focus shifted to another matter.
So he hadn't noticed why someone merely by Bai Yue's side could directly command their men.
Why she could make such crucial decisions outright. Then I'll leave it to you.
When the time comes, just handle them the same way you did the other two families.
Chén Sìhǎi surmised their target must be Lu Zhiyong. Now that the Lu family's leader had vanished, if Lu Zhiyong met with misfortune as well, the Lu family would become a target they could carve up at will. Alright, you'd better be careful. If you die, I'll be in trouble. Although Bai Yue was the heir, any critical decision-making errors would still reflect on her.
Helping Chén Sìhǎi this time meant staking the entire future of the Bai family on him.
Though Bai Yue's tone sounded playful, Chén Sìhǎi understood clearly that this endeavor absolutely could not fail. He must seize this opportunity to secure a significant amount of prestige points. Someone slowly approached Lu Zhiyong.
Once beside him, they leaped up, intending to assassinate Lu Zhiyong.
Lu Zhiyong's guards remained vigilant, immediately intercepting the assailants. What are you standing around for? Quickly find a way to take them out. Eliminate a key figure from the Lu family, and you'll be rewarded handsomely when we return.
A loud shout rang out, and figures concealed throughout the room suddenly surged forward. They carried no weapons, mostly grabbing steak knives from the dining tables.
Yet even so, they unleashed a lethality beyond anyone's expectations.
They unleashed a massacre before the others could react.
Take care of all these people. Leave me some survivors. I need to get the information I want from them. Lu Zhiyong knew tonight wouldn't go smoothly. The members of the other three families had finally made their move. They couldn't hold back any longer. Such a golden opportunity.
But he had prepared for this. The others immediately charged forward, locking into a fierce struggle with them. The individuals dispatched here by the other clans were all skilled fighters.
Even though Lu Zhiyong's men were armed, they gained little advantage.
Most importantly, their objective was straightforward.
Even if they couldn't kill Lu Zhiyong, they had to eliminate the key figures here to weaken their combat strength. That would make dealing with the Lu family much easier later on. If you don't act now, you'll miss this prime opportunity. Bai Yue had stood beside Chén Sìhǎi for so long without making a move. Was Chén Sìhǎi really joking with her? Don't worry. Someone will come looking for me to settle the score. That person will be my first target. Chén Sìhǎi didn't need to make the first move. As Lu Zhiyong's most trusted confidant, others would certainly come for him. Chén Sìhǎi was ready. The moment anyone approached him, he drew his gun. To eliminate them. Chén Sìhǎi's marksmanship was deadly accurate, one shot, one kill.
Even without a gun, Chén Sìhǎi possessed formidable martial arts skills.
And with Chén Sìhǎi's arrival, the previously deadlocked situation shifted dramatically. Chén Sìhǎi was simply too formidable. Surround Chén Sìhǎi. A man like him absolutely cannot remain by the Lu family's side. The emergence of such a formidable fighter by Lu Zhiyong's side would deal a fatal blow to the other three families. The initially scattered factions suddenly united. For them, killing Lu Zhiyong today was impossible.
But anyone who could threaten their families must die.
Including, but not limited to, Chén Sìhǎi. Allowing Chén Sìhǎi to continue growing unchecked, who could say whether he might become the fifth major family? Chén Sìhǎi had drawn many followers to his side.
The more people he gathered, the more excited he became. In the end, Chén Sìhǎi simply holstered his Desert Eagle. What the hell is Chén Sìhǎi playing at? With such a clear advantage, he lets things get to this point and then holsters his gun? Is he planning to go deliver vegetables? Hold your horses. My gut tells me Chén Sìhǎi isn't the type to act unprepared.
He must have a plan. He might be planning a brawl. Taking on a whole group alone?
With his skills just now, taking them all down is only a matter of time. Their weapons were all scavenged from the scene.
As long as there were no firearms, Chén Sìhǎi was unstoppable. What are you all standing around for? Don't you know to help Chén Sìhǎi?
Lu Zhiyong's men had been facing more opponents, but after Chén Sìhǎi appeared, everyone had swarmed over to him. Lu Zhiyong snapped at his men, who still had time to stand around watching the show. Originally, these members of other families had only intended to investigate why the Lu family had hosted this banquet.
But with the Lu family's sudden upheaval, they instantly realized this was a golden opportunity. You don't need to come over. I can handle this alone.
Chén Sìhǎi intended to give them a proper workout.
With Chén Sìhǎi's declaration, the others waited for Lu Zhiyong's orders.
Be careful.
You all stand down. Lu Zhiyong didn't hesitate long.
After uttering those words, he led his men to step back slightly. He also signaled the others to clear the area swiftly, leaving the banquet hall's center stage open. An intriguing spectacle unfolded: Chén Sìhǎi, alone, facing off against over 30 opponents.
His opponents weren't weak, otherwise they wouldn't have chosen this location.
The problem was, their opponent was stronger than them.
They couldn't even touch the hem of Chén Sìhǎi's robe.
At first, everyone had thought it impossible for Chén Sìhǎi to take on so many men alone.
Young Master Lu, what are you spacing out for? Get your men moving already. Didn't you say Chén Sìhǎi and you were close? What's going on here?
If they were so close, why had Chén Sìhǎi been left to face them all alone until now?
Now I finally understand why young Master Lu didn't send reinforcements to Chén Sìhǎi.
Anyone standing by his side right now is just dead weight. Young Master Lu probably has to figure out how to protect them too. No, but where did this incredibly powerful figure come from?
I've never heard of him before.
I hadn't heard of Chén Sìhǎi before either, but soon everyone will know his name. If before, Chén Sìhǎi relied on Lu Zhiyong and Xiaoyu's influence to make himself known, hoping to use his connections to get close to them.
Now it was different.
Chén Sìhǎi possessed the strength that made them believe he was now their equal. Chén Sìhǎi swiftly knocked those men to the ground.
Chapter 202, Mission Accomplished.
For a moment, everyone fell silent. Who would have thought the one to resolve this issue in the end was the very person none of them had initially believed in?
Chén Sìhǎi was thoroughly satisfied with the surge in his reputation points.
It had now surged past 20 million. Once they returned and spread the word, securing 50 million in prestige points should be well within reach. All those plans, all those sacrifices, they were made solely to complete his mission.
Failure would have been unbearable. Young Master Chén, we never imagined you were so capable. We underestimated you before. Some people quickly realized this and rushed over to Chén Sìhǎi, showering him with flattery.
It was nothing special.
If only his physical strength hadn't been restricted.
He wouldn't have needed nearly this long to deal with them. A minute at most would have sufficed to resolve the situation.
Now his entire body ached intensely.
The sheer intensity of that fight had taken a toll on him. He planned to exchange pleasantries with them for a while before heading back to get some sleep.
Lu Zhiyong took the people sent by other families downstairs. Perhaps he could extract more information about those families from them. After that, Chén Sìhǎi still needed to rescue the Bai family members. However, it wasn't the right time to discuss this directly with Lu Zhiyong. He'd wait until everything was settled. Chén Sìhǎi led Bai Yuer away. The moment they stepped outside, the tension Chén Sìhǎi had been holding onto finally gave way. He nearly stumbled. Bai Yuer instinctively supported him. His face was an unnatural pallor, and his gait seemed as if he might collapse into unconsciousness at any moment. Has your old injury flared up again? This time, it seemed far more severe than before.
Take me back. Perhaps the system felt he'd been using its power recklessly, never giving it a second thought. This time, the consequences were tenfold more painful than usual.
No medicine could help in this state. Chén Sìhǎi could only grit his teeth and endure. To gain the trust of the Lu family and their people, haven't you gone a bit too far with this?
Bai Yuer thought to herself.
Chén Sìhǎi had never treated even the Bai family this way. Lu Zhiyong and his crew?
They were nothing. Chén Sìhǎi was too drained to respond to Bai Yuer's question. With no other choice, Bai Yuer slowly escorted him back to their lodgings. Fortunately, their place wasn't far away. Otherwise, Bai Yuer would have turned her back on him long ago. Upon returning home, Chén Sìhǎi collapsed onto the sofa and fell asleep immediately. This time, his body wasn't just excruciatingly painful, he couldn't muster even an ounce of strength. All he wanted now was to sleep.
Chén Sìhǎi had done everything he could.
The rest was simply a matter of waiting. He waited for his people to spread his fame and help him gain more prestige points. If anyone could hear the system's voice, they'd realize it was likely because the number and frequency of reports had become too overwhelming. The system's voice was starting to stutter and falter. Chén Sìhǎi slept straight through until the following afternoon, only waking up because the pain was unbearable. His body ached terribly. Opening his eyes, he saw Bai Yuer staring at him with concern. Chén Sìhǎi regained some clarity and spoke up.
Why are you staring at me?
His voice was hoarse. He poured himself a glass of water and drank it down. I'm just curious, why did you push yourself so hard? With your abilities, taking it slow wouldn't have been impossible. Bai Yuer had pondered this question all day, yet she still couldn't grasp the answer.
What was Chén Sìhǎi's purpose in doing this? He already had Lu Zhiyong's backing. Because I want to build my own reputation, not rise by leaning on Lu Zhiyong. After that battle, everyone knew me, Chén Sìhǎi, because of my formidable skills, not because of my connection to Lu Zhiyong. Half of Chén Sìhǎi's actions were for his own sake. If word got out that he was close to the Lu family, no matter how impressive he became later or how well he performed, people would still say he rose to prominence solely through the Lu family's backing. Chén Sìhǎi wanted to prove to everyone that he had reached this position through his own strength. I think I understand now. Bai Yuer felt Chén Sìhǎi's reasoning was sound. She knew people like that herself, those who, because of her promotion, no matter how impressive their performance, others would only attribute their success to her backing. Speaking of which, Chén Sìhǎi glanced at his task list. Holy crap. After a night's sleep, his reputation points were only a few million short of the final goal. And those last few million points were merely a matter of time. Lying on the sofa, Chén Sìhǎi received a call from Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others. Boss, I heard someone stole the show at this banquet. That must have been you, right? Bai Lǎohǔ and the others were far away, so the information that reached them was a bit sketchy. But White Tiger was certain that the person everyone was talking about so intensely had to be their boss. If that was the case, their status might be elevated once more. It was me. Get ready. When I return, we'll go straight after Dong Hongyang. He's been running wild for too long. It's time to settle the score. Come to think of it, for some reason, Dong Hongyang hadn't been seen at the banquet this time. Otherwise, Chén Sìhǎi would have had the Bai family's men eliminate Dong Hongyang, killing two birds with one stone. Understood. I'll make preparations immediately. Boss, I knew you could handle it. Wáng Lǎohǔ felt more and more certain that choosing to follow Chén Sìhǎi was the best decision he'd ever made in his life. After Chén Sìhǎi hung up, Wáng Lǎohǔ nodded to the men waiting anxiously for his message. I knew it would be the boss. Should we start packing? We might be moving. Moving is unlikely, but we're definitely going to get stronger. That's for sure. With the Lu family's backing, their growth would undoubtedly accelerate. Conducting business here would become much easier going forward, as everyone would be aware of Chén Sìhǎi's connection to the Lu family. Ding! Wáng Lǎohǔ has contributed another 100,000 plus prestige points to the host. Xiao Guoxing has contributed 58,000 prestige points to the host. These were individuals loyal to Chén Sìhǎi, and he had specifically set up notifications for them. What's wrong? You seem really happy. Bai Yuer couldn't figure out why Chén Sìhǎi suddenly went blank, then couldn't control the smile spreading across his face. Had he thought of something joyful? The thing I set out to do succeeded. In less than 5 minutes, millions of prestige points had surged upward. Chén Sìhǎi had completed the task, and the reward would be distributed. His body had recovered, and the pain had vanished. Next time he did something like this, he'd have to think it through carefully. It was just too agonizing. Well, congratulations. What are your plans now? Chapter 203, Returning to Base. The banquet had concluded. Unless something else required her presence, she would depart. For some reason, a pang of reluctance suddenly stirred within her. If she left now, who knew when they'd meet again? I'll handle a minor issue back home, then focus on expanding my influence. After that, she'd simply await instructions from the Dragon Nation. Now that he held a higher position, he could save more people. But he had to be more cautious in his actions. One slip up, and others could seize upon it. That would be the most troublesome outcome. Aren't you planning to switch sides to the Lu family? Chén Sìhǎi could certainly bring his people over to develop with the Lu family. I'm doing quite well where I am. Plus, my people are all there. If anything really happens, it'll be easier to handle. Oh, and those Bai family members? I'll get them out. You can still use them afterward. I'll clear them of suspicion. Chén Sìhǎi found himself an excuse, telling Lu Zhiyong the same thing. Fine. If it can't be done, then forget it. You'll still need to discuss cooperation with Lu Zhiyong later. Bai Yuer thought the 4 major families had been at odds for so many years, and never once had 2 families managed to connect. After all, they didn't trust each other. This time, their collaboration had a common bond, a basis for discussion. Chén Sìhǎi had long been prepared for this situation. He paid Lu Zhiyong a visit, and the Bai family members were all released. Those who had thought their fate was sealed suddenly found themselves bathed in sunlight, feeling as if they were dreaming. For what happened this time, I really have to thank you. Now more people in the family support me. Oh, and my father regained consciousness yesterday. Our family's situation has stabilized. Father said he intends to replace all the families who took advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. Are you certain you don't plan to join ours? Lu Zhiyong extended another invitation, only to be turned down by Chén Sìhǎi once more. He had long since grown accustomed to it. My father says that no matter what choice you make, you will always be the most honored guest of the Lu family. If anyone dares to disrespect you, it would be a direct affront to our family. We'll handle it. Also, I've discussed it with my father. I'll send you a document shortly. All the weapons and equipment listed are yours to keep, free of charge. Consider it our gratitude for saving my father's life.
Lu Zhiyong's father had told him that he had genuinely believed he might die. His survival must have been due to something Chén Sìhǎi did behind the scenes. Only Chén Sìhǎi knew the truth behind these events.
Alright, thank you both. I won't refuse then. Chén Sìhǎi needed these things to refuse further would be to overstep the mark. You can stay and enjoy yourself here as long as you like. You and your men are always welcome back anytime. The more often Chén Sìhǎi visited, the more he might grow fond of this place and eventually decide to stay. Having someone like him nearby would bring considerable peace of mind, even if he didn't directly assist with affairs. I'll be heading back tomorrow. I've been away for quite some time, and there are matters at home that still need attending to.
Chén Sìhǎi had already received word that Dong Hongyang had ordered his men to harass their people. They'd suffered considerable losses.
Chén Sìhǎi had come today to bid farewell to Lu Zhiyong.
Lu Zhiyong had given him some excellent weapons, and Chén Sìhǎi wasn't one to be stingy. He exchanged several items from Prestige Mall to give to Lu Zhiyong, things that could save his life in critical moments.
Leaving so soon? Why not stay a while longer and enjoy yourself? Lu Zhiyong hadn't properly hosted Chén Sìhǎi, yet Chén Sìhǎi had assisted him greatly. No need.
By the way, I know someone from the Bai family.
She mentioned wanting to discuss a partnership with you. If the opportunity arises later, I'll introduce you both. Partner with the Bai family? No one has ever done that before. I'll discuss this with my father when I return and get back to you with an answer. Collaborating with the four great families meant navigating countless pitfalls.
One misstep, and he'd be the one to suffer the consequences.
Lu Zhiyong dared not agree lightly. I can guarantee they won't pull any underhanded tricks behind your back.
If the opportunity arises, a mutually beneficial partnership would be good for everyone.
Or do you intend to remain one of the four great families forever? Chén Sìhǎi's final words struck a chord with Lu Zhiyong. Truthfully, he didn't want to remain among the four great families forever.
Or rather, even if they remained among the four great families, his Lu family must reign supreme.
His family had been waiting for just such an opportunity. If Chén Sìhǎi could provide that assurance, partnering with the Bai family wasn't impossible. All right. I'll consult with my father and get back to you. We must discuss every detail of how to proceed. Cooperation like this only comes once they had to strike a fatal blow against the other side.
Once one family is dealt with, the other becomes insignificant to them. Then they could settle accounts with the Bai family. Whether it involved drafting an agreement or other arrangements, everything could be negotiated. Partnering with the Bai family, one of the four great families, wasn't out of the question.
I hear Bai Yuer is set to become the next head of the Bai family. Wonder what she's capable of.
Chén Sìhǎi had originally planned to depart tomorrow, but Wáng Lǎohǔ's side was on the verge of collapse. Dong Hongyang likely knew everything that had transpired at the Lu residence. They wanted to destroy his entire foundation before he returned.
He's really courting death. I'm heading back. Want to come with me?
Chén Sìhǎi stood behind Bai Yuer, thinking that if she refused, he'd have no choice but to knock her unconscious and carry her back.
Alright, I'll go with you to see.
Bai Yuer found herself an excuse. She wanted to see how well their men were handling things. She also wanted to gauge Chén Sìhǎi's progress and see if he could become their liaison.
Chén Sìhǎi was slightly taken aback by Bai Yuer's prompt agreement, but he didn't dwell on it long. After all, she wasn't the eldest daughter of the Bai family. Returning wouldn't cause any major issues. Returning a few days later would make no difference. Chén Sìhǎi escorted Bai Yuer back.
On the way, Bai Yuer asked why he was in such a rush to return and why he'd brought so many weapons. Finally, she learned that Chén Sìhǎi was rushing back to defend his territory. No wonder he was in such a hurry. Bai Yuer felt this trip had been worthwhile. She could observe how Chén Sìhǎi handled such matters. After all, they would need to collaborate in the future. During the journey, Bai Yuer pondered how to explain her plans to her family while also contemplating Chén Sìhǎi's territory affairs. Whenever her thoughts turned to these matters, Chén Sìhǎi would inexplicably pop into her mind.
Chapter 204, The Move.
He would always appear out of nowhere, interrupting her train of thought. Finally, Bai Yuer gave up and fixed her gaze directly on Chén Sìhǎi, who was driving. Under such a direct, unblinking stare, even the least sensitive person would feel something was off.
Why are you staring at me like that? Don't fall too hard for me, I know I'm exceptional.
Chén Sìhǎi glanced at Bai Yuer. That gaze really could lead him astray. Ha, I must be blind to. Bai Yuer swallowed the rest of her words. To her, Chén Sìhǎi seemed different somehow. Her original plan had been to come here for the investigation and then leave immediately. The only reason she stayed was because of Chén Sìhǎi.
Bai Yuer couldn't deny it.
Why stop there?
Chén Sìhǎi wasn't stupid, he could sense Bai Yuer's feelings toward him. I don't want to answer such a stupid question.
Some things are obvious just by looking at them. On the way, Bai Yuer didn't speak to Chén Sìhǎi again, lost in her own thoughts.
She pondered, what if she truly fell for Chén Sìhǎi? Perhaps she could bring Chén Sìhǎi to the Bai family and make him her man. After all, the family wouldn't interfere with who appeared by her side.
Besides, letting Chén Sìhǎi off without a fight would leave her feeling unsatisfied.
Bai Yuer cast another subtle glance at Chén Sìhǎi.
She knew he'd never agree if she just asked him outright.
Just kidnap him then.
Either way, Chén Sìhǎi was hers whether as a man or as a subordinate.
We're here. Chén Sìhǎi drove them back. Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others were already waiting for him.
On the way, Chén Sìhǎi had already informed them that he would take action against them immediately upon his return.
Boss, you're back. Open the door.
Chén Sìhǎi gestured toward the passenger seat, then quickly discussed with Wáng Lǎohǔ how to deal with them.
Because of Dong Honyang, we lost nearly 500 million yuan in assets.
Of course, we didn't let him off easy either.
Wáng Lǎohǔ had always followed Chén Sìhǎi, learning the essence of his approach to handling matters. That principle was simple: if you make my life miserable, I'll make yours miserable in return.
Alright, get ready. We'll take him down tonight.
He's been arrogant for too long, it's time he paid the price. Boss, you said you'd bring weapons back. Why haven't I seen any?
Wáng Lǎohǔ had clearly seen that Chén Sìhǎi had returned with only one car. There's some in the trunk, but we won't need that stuff to deal with Dong Honyang. Had it not been for the rescue mission and the resulting physical strain, Chén Sìhǎi would have dealt with this flea jumping around in front of him long ago.
This situation wouldn't have arisen at all. Alright, boss. Who's this?
Wáng Lǎohǔ watched as Chao Guoxing opened the car door and brought out a woman. The moment he laid eyes on her, he was utterly stunned.
But they dared not look again. She was clearly their boss's woman.
Staring too long would only earn the boss's displeasure.
This is my business partner. You can just call her Miss Bai. Chén Sìhǎi thought for a moment, then finally came up with a random explanation.
It would suffice to tell them that much.
Chao Guoxing's gaze swept over Miss Bai once more.
He couldn't shake the feeling he'd seen her somewhere before. But he just couldn't recall exactly where he had seen this Miss Bai.
Bai Yuer gave them a cold nod.
These people weren't important enough for her to introduce herself to. Chao Guoxing, take Miss Bai to rest.
Wáng Lǎohǔ, you'll move with me. Take down Dong Honyang. The situation has changed now. Dong Hongyang's territory can be ours too. Not only could Chén Sìhǎi swallow up Dong Hongyang's territory now.
Even if 20 more like him appeared, he could still take them all.
Understood.
I'll make preparations immediately.
We can depart in about half an hour.
They had already made preparations beforehand, though some specific personnel issues remained unresolved. Bai Yuer had intended to retire for the night, but a sudden thought prompted her to have Chao Guoxing escort her back. Our boss is busy with important matters and has no time to entertain you.
More importantly, your presence might distract him.
Chao Guoxing feared that if Bai Yuer went, Chén Sìhǎi would have to expend energy protecting her. After all, Miss Bai looked every bit the sheltered heiress, untouched by the world. Rest assured, I could never affect your boss. Take me there. Bai Yuer had intended to observe how Chén Sìhǎi handled these matters, but he had immediately dismissed her to rest. Now she wouldn't get to see how he dealt with those enemies.
Understood.
Chao Guoxing had learned from Chén Sìhǎi's previous attitude toward Bai Yuer that if she requested anything, he must comply.
Chao Guoxing brought Bai Yuer over again.
When he returned this time, a woman stood beside Chén Sìhǎi, the most skilled doctor at their hospital, Song Yuexin. Chén Sìhǎi was currently being forcibly examined by Song Yuexin, even though he had insisted he was genuinely fine. You were gone so long. I hear you brought back a stunningly beautiful woman. You're truly the boss, Chen. Even if Chén Sìhǎi was a straight-laced guy, he could detect the jealous undertone in Song Yuexin's final remark. Before he could even speak, he saw Bai Yuer approaching. I knew it, Bai Yuer said, her mood far from cheerful. Why the rush to send me back to rest? Turns out you needed a beauty to tend to you. She'd almost forgotten that Chén Sìhǎi undoubtedly had other women by his side. Like this one, for instance. To be fair, the woman standing beside Chén Sìhǎi was exceptionally beautiful, a completely different type from her. Why didn't you say this when you were about to fall asleep in the car? You took my good intentions to let you rest and blamed me for it. Besides, Miss Bai, we're just business partners, aren't we? Why are you meddling in my private life? Chén Sìhǎi didn't appreciate Bai Yuer's tone and shot back immediately. He couldn't care less whether he was giving Bai Yuer face or not. Fine, you win. Bai Yuer instantly lost interest in watching any further. She'd just find someone to ask about it later. After Bai Yuer left, Song Yuexin's movements grew lighter. Her tone dripped with teasing. What are we gonna do, Boss Chen? Your woman's run off. She isn't my woman yet. But soon she would be. Song Yuexin understood that much. Her acceptance was remarkably swift. It didn't take long for her to fully embrace the reality. Half an hour later, they departed precisely on schedule. This time, Chén Sìhǎi didn't resort to any tricks. He simply led his men straight into battle. Those who surrender may have their lives spared. Chapter 205, Kill them all. Those who refuse to surrender or resist. Chén Sìhǎi paused briefly, kill them. Those three simple words carried overwhelming force. Wáng Lǎohǔ and his men charged straight in. He'd been suppressed by these bastards for so long, it was driving him crazy. Now that the boss was back, these bastards would pay for their crimes. Die for him.
Chén Sìhǎi stood at the rear, directing their actions.
If he had to personally handle even the simplest tasks like this, then he truly couldn't lead these men.
I surrender. I surrender. Guys, don't surrender. Remember who we're working for. If we give in, their people won't let us off. Kill one, and one more joins us in death.
One of the enemy men shouted these words to rally their comrades.
Chén Sìhǎi heard it, drew his Desert Eagle, and fired a shot straight at the man. If you want to fight, fight. Who told you to open your mouth?
Listen up, you're just doing someone else's bidding, not risking your lives for them.
Come over to my side, and you'll live just as well. I won't kill anyone who surrenders. Every place had too many people like this.
Chén Sìhǎi didn't want to slaughter his way through now.
He'd keep some alive if he could.
He would need these people later. After Chén Sìhǎi finished speaking, his men immediately laid down their weapons. Wang Tiger swiftly handled the rest of the situation.
18,000 surrendered. No time to clean up the bodies. Boss, let's move to the next location. This way is too slow. Get the vehicles.
We're heading straight for his stronghold.
Dong Hongyang's small fiefdom was insignificant.
Even if he wiped it out entirely, Dong Hongyang would merely feel a twinge of regret.
But it didn't matter.
He'd soon go directly to settle accounts with Dong Hongyang. He had said it before, sooner or later, he would settle the score with Dong Hongyang.
Alright, I'll go find him immediately. Wang Tiger obeyed Chén Sìhǎi's orders completely.
In his eyes, Chén Sìhǎi was an omnipotent god. His arrangements were flawless. They quickly secured a vehicle and were about to set off for Dong Hongyang's base. Each leader's base represented the strongest military force on the ground.
For so long, Dong Hongyang had only dared to attack smaller surrounding areas when dealing with Chén Sìhǎi.
A major reason was his uncertainty about how many men Chén Sìhǎi had stationed within his own base. Dong Hongyang had been sleeping soundly when he was suddenly roused by a barrage of phone calls. You better have something important to say, or else watch your heads.
Damn it, look at the time. Boss, it's bad. Chén Sìhǎi's back.
He's wiped out several of our territories and is heading straight for our main base.
The callers sounded frantic. If they didn't act fast, Chén Sìhǎi would be upon them. By then, it would be too late to react. Chén Sìhǎi's back? The banquet ended just yesterday, and he's already returned tonight? Given his status, shouldn't he be staying over there, buttering up those high-ranking officials?
Dong Hongyang had been stepping up his attacks recently, aiming to seize all of Chén Sìhǎi's territories before his return.
Who knew Chén Sìhǎi would make time to return and immediately strike back? Perfect timing. How dare he come straight to his territory to challenge him? Get ready.
Once we take care of Chén Sìhǎi, I'll hand over his territory to you.
Dong Hongyang rose from bed. He too would go prepare to confront Chén Sìhǎi. Alright, I'll get ready immediately.
Meanwhile, Chén Sìhǎi realized the pressure intensified the further he advanced.
Some people were even standing there waiting for them.
They refused to surrender, determined to fight Chén Sìhǎi to the bitter end.
Then let's not waste words with them. Charge straight through.
Chén Sìhǎi had brought the full combat strength of his city with him, armed with the best weapons available. This time, he was absolutely determined to eliminate Dong Hongyang. By the time they fought their way to Dong Hongyang's doorstep, dawn had broken. Dong Hongyang stood on the second-floor balcony, watching Chén Sìhǎi charge straight toward him.
Fire. He had no intention of honoring any martial code with Chén Sìhǎi.
He had prepared plenty of rocket launchers here. Chén Sìhǎi's men charged forward, but their speed was too great, they were blown away instantly.
Fall back.
Snipers, take out their men. Chén Sìhǎi didn't just bring the original 50-man team he trained from the start. He also brought along the sniper team he had cultivated later. They swiftly took out their targets. Dong Hongyang narrowed his eyes.
Chén Sìhǎi had cleared the first stage like that. This was getting boring.
Everyone, whoever kills Dong Hongyang will receive a reward from me, something every single one of you will want.
Chén Sìhǎi stood at the doorway, glaring in Dong Hongyang's direction as he flipped him off. Provoked, Dong Hongyang instantly flew into a rage. Damn it! He dares to act so cocky on my turf? Get him out of here. Kill him. Whoever takes down Chén Sìhǎi gets his entire turf and plenty of weapons support.
Dong Hongyang, a machine gun slung over his shoulder, was about to take matters into his own hands.
Dong Hongyang hadn't reached his current position solely through others' efforts.
He possessed his own formidable skills. The two sides clashed.
After all, this was Dong Hongyang's base, and there were many dangers they couldn't see.
Gradually, the men Chén Sìhǎi had brought with him began to lose ground. Chén Sìhǎi, I've seen those who don't want to live, but never someone as eager to rush to their death as you.
Dong Hongyang was thoroughly pleased with the current situation, reveling in his arrogance. Regretting it now? Too late. You think I came unprepared?
Chén Sìhǎi led his small squad straight into the fray. With just a few dozen men, the others couldn't possibly stop them. Anyone who dared to attack them would be shot dead on the spot.
They didn't even know where the bullets were coming from. Long before they noticed, Chén Sìhǎi's snipers had already taken up concealed positions. They waited for the final moment to deliver the fatal blow.
Dong Hongyang panicked for a moment as Chén Sìhǎi closed in on him. Stop him. Dong Hongyang fired wildly at them, but it had little effect. Chén Sìhǎi led the charge, dealing with the most dangerous threats first. Holding his Desert Eagle, he fired a shot at Dong Hongyang's hand from several hundred meters away.
Dong Hongyang dismissed the threat outright. A single pistol at this range? As if it could possibly hit him? Foolish. But when the bullet pierced his skin, tore through his arm, and seared him with pain, Dong Hongyang finally realized how naive he had been. That gun in Chén Sìhǎi's hand was damn strange it could actually hit from such a distance. Damn it! Kill Chén Sìhǎi! Dong Hongyang howled, clutching his arm. Chapter 206, Capture. With Dong Hongyang wounded, chaos erupted among his men below. Seizing the opportunity, Chén Sìhǎi's forces stormed inside. Outside, the standoff continued. The outcome now hinged entirely on the situation inside with their boss. Chén Sìhǎi stepped onto the balcony where Dong Hongyang stood. Several men stood beside him. If you dare lay a finger on me, I won't let you off the hook. Dong Hongyang had made preparations today, but Chén Sìhǎi had arrived too swiftly. Some weapons he hadn't even had time to retrieve. There was still a gap in their firepower. Given a little more time, Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't be standing before him so arrogantly. You can tell that to the king of hell when you get there. Chén Sìhǎi had fought his way here. There was no way he'd turn tail and go home just because of a few words. He wasn't stupid. If he had the guts, he'd come forward. Chén Sìhǎi, if you lay a finger on me, the people behind me won't let you off the hook. Dong Hongyang seemed to sense the danger. He knew full well that with Chén Sìhǎi's capabilities, the people around him couldn't stop him. The simplest solution now was to tell them he had powerful backers. If Chén Sìhǎi feared those backing him and let him off this time, he'd be finished for good. Oh? Your backers are quite formidable. How terrifying. Chén Sìhǎi advanced step by step toward Dong Hongyang. The bodyguards beside him tried to step forward. They were immediately held at gunpoint by Chén Sìhǎi's men. I suggest you all stay right where you are. Otherwise, the moment you try to move, a bullet will shatter your skull. By the time Chén Sìhǎi approached, he had already holstered his gun. Dong Hongyang was no match for him now. He didn't even bother to acknowledge him. Fine. You're quite something. Dong Hongyang's eyes darted, and he tried to flee. Better safe than sorry. When he returned, it would be Chén Sìhǎi's day of reckoning. But he failed to consider that with Chén Sìhǎi standing here surrounded by so many men, there was no chance he'd be given an opportunity to escape. Leaving an enemy who wanted him dead alive was not his style. Aren't you usually so cocky? Didn't you say you'd kill me? Didn't you call me a worthless piece of trash? Chén Sìhǎi fired off his deadly three-question barrage, sitting in his chair and staring at Dong Hongyang. Still trying to grab the gun? Chén Sìhǎi caught Dong Hongyang's movement out of the corner of his eye and asked casually. His men immediately stripped Dong Hongyang of all weapons and bound him up. Dong Hongyang struggled, but it was futile. Tell the men outside to stop fighting. Dong Hongyang is already in my custody. There's no point in them continuing. Chén Sìhǎi hesitated, fearing the men outside wouldn't believe him. He dragged Dong Hongyang directly to the most conspicuous spot on the balcony. Listen up, everyone. You can stop now. Your leader is already taken care of. Any further resistance, and our snipers won't hesitate to take action. Chén Sìhǎi's team suffered minimal casualties, all because he had made arrangements for them. As long as they followed the plan, they'd be fine. Boss. We must avenge our leader. Kill them. Those fighting outside saw Dong Hongyang bound by their comrades, yet they didn't lower their weapons immediately. Instead, they charged toward them. In the end, they were shot in the head by Chén Sìhǎi's men. I warned you guys, why wouldn't you listen? He had warned them there was a sniper nearby. Yet they still charged forward to their deaths. What else could he do? Wang Tiger, you handle the rest. Everyone, work until noon, then we're going to the most expensive restaurant for lunch. My treat. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at the time. It was already past 10 in the morning. They'd wasted quite a bit of time here too. Alright, thanks, boss. Guys, let's get moving and wrap this up. The sooner we finish, the sooner the boss can treat us to a feast. Their enthusiasm surged instantly. Not only will I treat you to a feast, but after finishing today's job, I'll give you 3 days off to rest properly. After assigning tasks, Chén Sìhǎi looked down at Dong Hongyang, who lay on the ground like a dog. Dong Hongyang likely realized that no matter what he said now, Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't let him off. He simply fell silent. He adopted a resigned expression, as if to say, do with me as you will. Ha! You think this means I won't do anything to you? I'll hold you personally responsible for every one of my fallen brothers. Take him back. We'll torture him slowly. It would be far too boring if Dong Hongyang died so easily. Playing with him properly is where the fun lies. Once the territory was secured, everything else would be handled by his men. Chén Sìhǎi went back to rest. When he awoke again, it was already the next morning. Opening the door, he saw the woman sitting outside. Well, they've all come. Even the one who wasn't his woman yet had come.
The atmosphere between them wasn't exactly terrible, but it certainly couldn't be called good either. Send someone in to check if Chén Sìhǎi is dead.
Watch your tone. If anyone's going to die, it'll be you.
Ning Yu was thoroughly annoyed with this Miss Bai. She was acting all high and mighty, but no one here owed her anything.
What did she think she was?
Of course, this resentment might also stem from Ning Yu perceiving Miss Bai's presence as a threat to them.
Are you looking for death? Bai Yuer's eyes narrowed.
It had been years since anyone dared speak to her like that.
Go ahead and try. See if the boss kills you after I'm dead.
Ning Yu stood nearby, immediately noticing Chén Sìhǎi, who had just descended.
Boss, are you okay? Chén Sìhǎi had returned without any word.
If it weren't for the fact that Chén Sìhǎi hadn't rested in ages, they would have broken down the door long ago.
What could possibly happen to me? Don't you all have anything to do today? Just sitting here chatting? Chén Sìhǎi had just secured a new territory.
Logically, this should be the busiest time for all of them.
We were worried about you and came to check. We'll get back to work now. Song Yuexin had a mountain of work waiting for her at the hospital.
After confirming Chén Sìhǎi wasn't injured, she was the first to stand up. She truly didn't have time to waste here.
I have things to attend to as well. I'll be heading back first.
Mr. Chen, I don't like that Miss Bai by your side at all. Ning Yu left those words hanging before turning to walk away. She seemed visibly upset.
Chén Sìhǎi clicked his tongue.
In his memory, Ning Yu had always been exceptionally well-mannered, rarely expressing dislike directly to him.
What had happened? Chapter 207, Discovering Her Identity. How could everything change so drastically just after he slept for a night? After the others left, Bai Yuer remained seated in the same position. When she arrived today, those people had been sitting there. Bai Yuer had intended to leave, but seeing how close they seemed to be, she grew a bit curious. Last night, she'd heard that Chén Sìhǎi had several women. Their relationship seemed surprisingly harmonious. Bai Yuer, who demanded absolute loyalty from men, couldn't fathom how so many women could share one man and coexist peacefully. As it turned out, she sat down without incident, yet someone still took offense. She was truly speechless. Don't bother with them. They just don't know your status. Chén Sìhǎi noticed Bai Yuer seemed upset and offered a casual consolation. In what capacity are you apologizing for them now? As their man? Bai Yuer's eyes brimmed with sarcasm. Men. Chén Sìhǎi gave a helpless smile. If they couldn't get along, he'd just make sure they saw each other less. Having just secured a new territory, Chén Sìhǎi had to delegate everything to his subordinates. There were still many matters he needed to handle personally. Such a vast territory meant more people to manage. After much deliberation, Chén Sìhǎi decided to transfer Wáng Lǎohǔ to oversee operations there. Upon hearing the news, Wáng Lǎohǔ immediately protested. Boss, just send anyone to handle that place. I want to stay by your side. As soon as Chén Sìhǎi turned his gaze toward him, Ah-san spoke up. I won't go either, boss. You know I'm not the most reliable guy. If you put me in charge of such a huge area alone, it wouldn't take long before the whole place falls apart. Staying close to Chén Sìhǎi was far better than being sent out on their own. This was something they had long accepted as fact. They could simply select a few men from their ranks to handle the task. Other gangs fight tooth and nail over a single territory, and this one's bigger than ours. I'm handing it to you guys outright, and you all refuse? Are you kidding me? Chén Sìhǎi was at a loss for words. He had no idea what to do with these men under him. Some of our men want it, but we've been fighting alongside you since the beginning. There will be bigger territories to claim later. This one, we're not interested. Wáng Lǎohǔ genuinely felt this way. He'd once been a small estate owner, but now he wanted to secure a powerful position for himself, something truly formidable to play with. Chén Sìhǎi could tell from Wáng Lǎohǔ's expression that he wasn't joking. Well, there was nothing to be done about it. They'd just have to find someone else. Chao Guisheng, speak with your father. Regarding the territory we've captured, if he needs anything, he should discuss it directly with you. You'll take charge of their operations for now. I'll find someone to replace you later. There was no suitable candidate available for Wáng Lǎohǔ's position at the moment. He had to find someone utterly loyal to manage it. Otherwise, while he's out conquering territories, chaos erupts at home that's no good at all. Alright, boss. May I recommend someone? She's from our family, my younger sister. She handles things efficiently, but being a woman, she can't inherit our family legacy. Chao Guisheng recalled something and immediately spoke up. You know I don't care about gender. As long as they get things done and are loyal to me, bring her over for me to meet. Chén Sìhǎi needed an exceptional person. Chao Guisheng quickly made the arrangements. It took Chén Sìhǎi roughly a week to handle this matter and get everything settled. He didn't even need to approach the city lords in the territory's center. Instead, the city lords came to him of their own accord. They declared their willingness to join his faction, and Chén Sìhǎi welcomed them all without exception. Worth mentioning was that Chén Sìhǎi also received the weapons Liu Zhiyan had sent him. Perhaps Liu Zhiyan felt the previous shipment had been too modest, so he doubled the original quantity. Chén Sìhǎi was thoroughly satisfied with the abundance of weapons. He immediately ordered his men to replace all their weapons. Walking down the street, Chén Sìhǎi overheard his men chatting. When I worked for Dong Hongyang, the treatment was nothing like this. You guys have it way too good now. Same here. My old boss not only treated us poorly, but whenever he got weapons, he'd always give the best ones to his inner circle first. Unlike our boss, we get the absolute best gear. The boss has always treated us well. But he absolutely hates betrayal. Someone betrayed him before and was tortured to death by him. Yeah, the boss especially hates it when people don't follow his orders. But he's really powerful, you'll see that soon enough. Those who used to follow Chén Sìhǎi have gradually risen to higher positions. Positions they could never have dreamed of reaching before. Chén Sìhǎi had always treated his men well. He firmly believed that only by earning their genuine respect would they work diligently for him. And the results proved him right. Any task he assigned was always handled promptly and efficiently. Chén Sìhǎi was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. Bai Yuer spent several days exploring Chén Sìhǎi's territory. The more she explored, the more intriguing it became. She learned a great deal within his domain. She also noticed that some individuals around Chén Sìhǎi carried exceptionally unique weapons. They didn't resemble the Liu family's weapons, nor were they like any weapons available on the market. After inquiring with many people, she learned that all the weapons carried by those around Chén Sìhǎi had been modified by Chén Sìhǎi himself before being given to them. Bai Yuer had no idea Chén Sìhǎi possessed such skills. She intended to seek his help in modifying one for herself. Ideally, she could take it back for mass production. Boss, I really did see Miss Bai's photo. I remember now, one year, my father somehow got hold of Miss Bai's picture. I saw it by accident and I got beaten up that time. I still have the old scars on my body. After recalling this incident, Chao Guoxing came straight to Chén Sìhǎi. If his memory served him correctly, Miss Bai was the eldest daughter of the Bai family. That was someone from the Bai family. If the Liu family found out they'd been associating with someone from the Bai family and even keeping her close, they'd be in big trouble. You mean Miss Bai is the eldest daughter of the Bai family, Bai Yuer? Chén Sìhǎi looked at Chao Guoxing. This was no laughing matter. They all understood the weight of the Bai family's eldest daughter. His mind swiftly flashed through the time he'd spent with Bai Yuer. Damn it! The more he thought about it, the more likely Chao Guoxing's claims seemed to be true. Chapter 208, a discussion. Why did he think that? Bai Xian could bypass the Bai family and make decisions directly. In fact, she could even overturn decisions made by the Bai family. If Bai Xian were merely someone close to Bai Yuer, she absolutely wouldn't possess such extensive authority. Moreover, after the banquet concluded, she remained behind without reporting to her superiors. Therefore, it's clear that Bai Xian is very likely Bai Yuer herself. Good heavens, Miss Bai is truly bold, daring to come to the Liu family alone. I can confirm Miss Bai is a member of the Bai family. Boss, we have to eliminate her. Otherwise, if the Liu family finds out, we'll be in trouble. No matter how formidable they are, they've grown on Liu territory and can't go head to head with them. At least, that's how it stands now. Once Miss Bai is dealt with, they'll find a way to cover their tracks. I've got this under control. Don't breathe a word of this to anyone else. Chén Sìhǎi thought he must find Bai Xian no, Miss Bai Yuer for a serious talk. Keeping him in the dark all this time, is that really wise? Chao Guoxing fell silent. It seemed Chén Sìhǎi had known all along that Miss Bai was a member of the Bai family. Fine then. As long as the boss has it under control. If anything comes of it later, we'll figure it out then. Chao Guoxing respectfully withdrew, just as Bai Yuer happened to encounter him. Chao Guoxing glanced at Bai Yuer. Then looked again. What is it? Bai Yuer asked directly, puzzled by the strange look in his eyes. Nothing. The boss is inside. Chao Guoxing naturally couldn't tell Bai Yuer he knew her true identity. The boss would handle it. When Bai Yuer entered, she noticed that Chén Sìhǎi's gaze this time was different from usual. Today, his gaze was filled with scrutiny. Why are you looking at me like that? Bai Yuer hated it when Chén Sìhǎi acted this way. You told me before that you were assigned to us by Miss Bai, correct? Chén Sìhǎi withdrew his gaze. He should have realized this long ago. But he'd subconsciously assumed that if she truly was the Bai family's eldest daughter, it would be far more difficult to keep her here. He wouldn't have been able to act so brazenly, saying whatever came to mind in her presence. Bai Yuer had actually told him directly several times before. Yes, what about it? Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't bring this up for no reason, and Bai Yuer immediately caught on. You know. Bai Yuer stated it as a fact. I've gathered some information. Miss Bai, you lied to me. You know I hate being deceived. Seeing Bai Yuer like this, Chén Sìhǎi saw no point in pretending anymore and laid his cards on the table. He also wanted to see how Bai Yuer truly felt about the matter. Chén Sìhǎi's tone and expression were too calm. Bai Yuer couldn't even tell what he was thinking. I just arrived here. I couldn't be sure of your identity. What if you were from the Liu family and wanted to kill me? What would I do? I came here alone. Bai Yuer confessed. At this point, lying was pointless. What she said was the truth.
Of course, she didn't mention that she knew Chén Sìhǎi was the man she'd encountered before. She'd instinctively concealed her identity. Later, when you confirmed my identity, you had countless chances to tell me. But you never said a word. Chén Sìhǎi stared at Bai Yuer. Truthfully, his feelings hadn't changed. Whether it was by Xin or by Yuer, he was determined to have her. I didn't tell you at the beginning, and later I didn't know how to bring it up. Besides, I planned to surprise you. You see, for an ordinary city administrator like you to know the heirs of two families is truly an honor. Bai Yuer had been restraining herself in front of Chén Sìhǎi all along, but now that her true nature was exposed. Her true nature as a spoiled young lady was laid bare before Chén Sìhǎi. Her tone implied Chén Sìhǎi had somehow taken advantage of her, which amused him. Miss Bai, has anyone ever told you how truly amusing you are? Chén Sìhǎi stood up and moved closer to Bai Yuer. Bai Yuer watched him warily. What are you doing? Miss Bai, don't be so hostile toward me. What could I possibly do to you? Or rather, what would I dare to do to you? Though he spoke these words, Chén Sìhǎi reached out and grabbed Bai Yuer's chin. Miss Bai, don't forget this isn't your Bai family's territory. Whether you live or die is entirely up to me. Chén Sìhǎi spoke the truth. He truly held the power over Bai Yuer's life and death. In terms of physical strength, Bai Yuer was no match for Chén Sìhǎi. Come on, it can't be that bad. I only lied about being the Bai family's eldest daughter. I never deceived you about anything else, and I've done plenty for you. You can't be so ungrateful, can you? Bai Yuer had come to understand what kind of person Chén Sìhǎi was, someone who reciprocated kindness. After she said this, Chén Sìhǎi did indeed release the hand that had been pinching her chin. Miss Bai, how do you intend to proceed with your collaboration with the Liu family? Their collaboration needed to move swiftly, without alerting others. This is extremely difficult. After all, I'm only the heiress, not the actual decision maker. I need to discuss this partnership with them before proceeding. We may not have a resolution anytime soon. The very thought of it gave Bai Yuer a headache. She still had no idea how to broach the Liu family matter with her family. Alright, then give me a reply as soon as possible after your discussions. When do you plan to return? Chén Sìhǎi pondered whether he should accompany Bai Yuer to the Bai family estate once he resolved matters with the Liu family. After all, he had his own undercover mission. Learning more about the major clans was also part of his job. What? Now that you know I'm the Bai family's eldest daughter, you've lost your nerve and want me to leave? Bai Yuer blurted out instinctively. The moment the words left her lips, she realized she'd said the wrong thing. Damn it. That's not what I meant. The words came out like a classic case of denying something you know is true. Chén Sìhǎi narrowed his eyes at Bai Yuer. So she'd sensed it all along that he was interested in her. Then there was no need to hide it anymore. Truth is, I was just speaking off the cuff. But whether you'll make it back to the Bai family safely? I have no idea. Maybe I won't want you to go back at all. You'll have to stay here as my little wife. Who wants to be your concubine? Chapter 209, Elevated Status. As the esteemed Miss Bai, she absolutely would never become anyone's concubine. Not even for Chén Sìhǎi. If not a concubine, then the main wife. Chén Sìhǎi sensed that her aversion wasn't to being his woman, but to not being the primary one. How interesting. It seemed Miss Bai wasn't entirely resistant to him after all. No way. Bai Yuer avoided Chén Sìhǎi's gaze. From the very start, she'd said the wrong thing. She couldn't keep playing dumb anymore. This was beyond words. Fine. Anyway, if you ever regret it later, you can come find me anytime. Being my woman has its perks. I'll protect you, even if you're the head of the Bai family. Had he said this earlier, Bai Yuer would have dismissed it as a joke. But now things were different. Chén Sìhǎi had the entire Liu family standing behind him. Getting them to lend a hand wasn't impossible at all. Moreover, Bai Yuer sensed that Chén Sìhǎi's true capabilities extended far beyond what met the eye. Without other hidden capabilities, Chén Sìhǎi would never dare act so brazenly in front of her people. Bai Yuer didn't respond to Chén Sìhǎi on this topic. Chén Sìhǎi didn't seem to mind. If the Bai family's eldest daughter were so easy to win over, she wouldn't be the Bai family's eldest daughter. He relished a challenge. Would you like to come back to the Bai family with me? Bai Yuer thought to herself that she didn't know when she'd next have the chance to visit the Liu family. Anyway, now that Chén Sìhǎi had settled some matters, it wouldn't hurt to accompany her back. She trusted Chén Sìhǎi could handle these matters with ease. If Liu Zhiyong finds out I'm going with you, he'll definitely give me a hard time. But it's not impossible to consider. It just depends on what capacity I'd be visiting your Bai family. As a pawn your Bai family uses externally? Or as a representative of the Liu family negotiating cooperation with your Bai family? Or perhaps, as the man of your Bai family's eldest daughter? Bai Yuer couldn't immediately answer Chén Sìhǎi's questions. I'll find a way to bring you back if you wish to return. Settle things here first, and prepare for our collaboration. Had Chén Sìhǎi not performed so flawlessly, cooperation between the Bai and Liu families would have been utterly impossible. At the very least, it was absolutely impossible within Bai Yuer and Liu Zhiyong's generation.
From the moment she met Lu Zhiyong, Bai Yuer knew they were destined to be adversaries. Once you've settled things with your family, you can come talk to me. I've already made arrangements with them. Chén Sìhǎi set down the pen he'd been using to sign documents.
They always resorted to violence for everything they did, yet when it came to negotiating partnerships, they insisted on signing contracts. He couldn't fathom what they were playing at. Chén Sìhǎi had indeed set his sights on the Bai family, which was why he'd been making arrangements all along. Lu Zhiyong had also fulfilled his promise. In just 1 week, he had elevated Chén Sìhǎi's standing by 3 tiers. Everyone knew Chén Sìhǎi was no longer the invisible man he once was. He had become a trusted confidant of the Lu family. That's why visitors to their base had surged in recent days. Half of them sought to connect with the Lu family through Chén Sìhǎi, aiming to build favorable relations with them. The other half sought to negotiate collaborations directly with Chén Sìhǎi. Chén Sìhǎi simply washed his hands of such matters, leaving them to Zhào Jīnlóng and his team.
Does Big Brother Chén look down on us by not coming to see us?
They'd come several times without seeing Chén Sìhǎi, and they couldn't fathom what he was really thinking.
Zhào Jīnlóng forced a smile. He dared not say outright that this was indeed Chén Sìhǎi's attitude.
He reasoned that if he had to personally handle these minor dealings, all his previous efforts with the Lu family would have been for naught.
Our boss Chén is extremely busy. He's been promoted 3 times in a single week. Anyone in his position would handle things this way. It absolutely isn't about looking down on you.
Zhào Jīnlóng mastered the art of conversation, sending people away satisfied with just a few well-chosen words. Wáng Lǎohǔ stood nearby, unable to help but marvel that sometimes, people like Zhào Jīnlóng, though skilled in the art of words, were precisely what they needed by their side.
Our boss's foundation is still unstable. That's why those people think coming here is doing our boss a favor.
Truth is, given our boss's standing now, it's not them doing him a favor, it's him doing them a favor. Zhào Jīnlóng had been swamped lately, with more and more people approaching him for partnerships. Half genuinely sought mutual benefit through collaboration, while the other half simply wanted to use Chén Sìhǎi as a gateway to meet the young master of the Lu family.
Either way, they could be turned into moneymakers.
Fortunately, Zhào Jīnlóng had prepared for this long ago and cultivated several trusted confidants.
Zhào Jīnlóng next encountered Bai Yuer and Chén Sìhǎi 5 days later.
The two were engaged in a sparring session. From Zhào Jīnlóng's perspective, it was clear their boss was holding back against Miss Bai. Bai Yuer seemed to sense this herself. Afterward, she struck with brutal force, as if determined to finish him off.
I don't need you to go easy on me, Bai Yuer declared.
She had always been a fighter who relied solely on her own strength to win, no matter the circumstances.
Not like Chén Sìhǎi. Is that so? Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you.
Chén Sìhǎi's expression turned serious, and each of his movements grew sharper.
Within 10 moves, Bai Yuer's throat was at Chén Sìhǎi's mercy.
Had he not stopped, Bai Yuer would have been dead by now. It seems you truly are stronger than I anticipated.
Bai Yuer's defeat came as no surprise. She had witnessed Chén Sìhǎi's fighting style before it was anything but ordinary. You're quite strong too.
Chén Sìhǎi could be even stronger, but his power largely stemmed from the system's enhancements to his body.
Otherwise, he would never have defeated Bai Yuer.
Your affairs here will soon be settled.
Have you made up your mind? Will you come with me to the Bai family? Bai Yuer actually needed Chén Sìhǎi's help now.
With Chén Sìhǎi by her side, she might be able to secure her position as the head of the Bai family more swiftly.
Her father should step down. Wait a few more days. If I leave now, what if someone comes looking for trouble? I fear Wáng Lǎohǔ and the others won't be able to handle it. The troublemakers coming after him now were no longer mere small fry.
He needed one thing to intimidate those who still harbored ulterior motives toward him.
Fine. I'll wait no longer than a week. After that, I'm returning. You'd better not deceive me.
The Bai family had already pressed Bai Yuer several times, but she had made excuses to put them off each time.
She was determined to return to the Bai family with Chén Sìhǎi. She'd wait a little longer. Chapter 210, Establishing Authority.
Chén Sìhǎi had been waiting for an opportunity to make an example of someone. That chance came sooner than expected. The reason was that a powerful figure from the Lu family, a major arms dealer, sought an audience with Chén Sìhǎi. Several people had been sent to make the initial approach, but Chén Sìhǎi kept declining, claiming he was too busy.
His side interpreted this as Chén Sìhǎi refusing to give them face. This angered them so much that they openly declared their intent to eliminate Chén Sìhǎi.
Chén Sìhǎi suspected it stemmed from his recent promotion. They simply didn't understand his approach to business.
Boss, they're openly provoking us. Shouldn't we take action to establish our authority quickly? Wáng Lǎohǔ was well aware that lately, many looked down on them, believing they owed their current standing entirely to Lu Zhiyong. Without Lu Zhiyong, they were nothing.
Wáng Lǎohǔ had lost count of how many times he'd heard such gossip.
He desperately needed an opportunity to prove to everyone that they didn't rely on the Lu family at all. We've been waiting for this chance.
Spread the word immediately, tell them they're nothing but trash, all talk and no action. They wouldn't dare lay a finger on us.
Wáng Lǎohǔ instantly grasped Chén Sìhǎi's meaning. This was their direct response to the accusations. Pang Bo, hearing the provocation, flared up instantly. Send a few thousand men to have some fun with Chén Sìhǎi. He thinks he's something special? We'll see if we grant him that favor. Pang Bo had initially thought it would be simple. He'd go over, discuss cooperation with Chén Sìhǎi, and use the chance to meet the Liu family's main branch. But who knew? After several attempts, he still hadn't managed to meet Chén Sìhǎi. All those excuses he'd made? Ha, that was just shameless. Pang Bo's men moved swiftly. This time, many were watching the show. If Chén Sìhǎi failed this time, his future prospects would be severely damaged. His rise to prominence had relied entirely on the backing of figures like Liu Zhiyong. For Chén Sìhǎi and his group, it would be a devastating blow. Get ready to move. Haven't you been preparing for this for ages? Chén Sìhǎi had no intention of fighting personally today. Leave this child's play to Tiger Wang. Boss, you can count on me. With these guys, I can take on 10 of them single-handedly. Wáng Lǎohǔ led his men out, and Chén Sìhǎi even handed over Shenyang to Wáng Lǎohǔ. After they left, Bai Yuer rose from the sofa. At such a crucial moment, you didn't step out to demonstrate your strength. Many will come looking for trouble with you later. If it were Bai Yuer, she would have crushed them, ensuring they never dared to cross them again. Wáng Lǎohǔ will handle crushing them for me. He's formidable. Wáng Lǎohǔ had once been somewhat carefree, but after joining Chén Sìhǎi's service, he studied relentlessly. Chén Sìhǎi had also given him many valuable resources, allowing him to grow rapidly. Now he wanted his chance to prove himself. Then you have a formidable team under you. Bai Yuer said no more. It was enough that Chén Sìhǎi understood. Wait for them to return, then seize all of Pang Bo's operations while you're at it. Chén Sìhǎi wasn't about to let them off that easily. Things wouldn't be that simple. So that's what you had in mind. Fine. You'll need plenty of weapons anyway. Bai Yuer had a rough idea of what Chén Sìhǎi was thinking. Wáng Lǎohǔ swiftly disposed of their several thousand men. You lot have the nerve to challenge us? Look at yourselves, do you even have the face for it? Wáng Lǎohǔ now matched Chén Sìhǎi in arrogance, literally standing on their bodies as he spoke. Tell your boss their time is up. Wáng Lǎohǔ returned with a large number of prisoners. With just these men, killing them would be a matter of minutes. Back at the base, their men awaited their triumphant return. Seeing Wáng Lǎohǔ like this, Chén Sìhǎi knew he had succeeded. Take your men and finish off the rest. Those who provoke us should hand over their territory. Chén Sìhǎi had already made arrangements. Shenyang led his vast contingent and set out once more. Only this time, their destination was Pang Bo's main base. Damn it, no way. Is Chén Sìhǎi that aggressive? After all, Pang Bo is a major arms dealer in our territory. Does Chén Sìhǎi now intend to take action against them? Chén Sìhǎi needs a chance to prove himself to everyone. He won't let this opportunity slip. So it's only natural he'd make his move. Didn't you see? The people Pang Bo sent out weren't even a match for Chén Sìhǎi's crew. Though the two bosses never actually clashed. I think Pang Bo is the one at fault here. Chén Sìhǎi was already Liu Zhiyong's favorite. For him to pull this stunt, it's basically suicide. Even if Chén Sìhǎi didn't go after Pang Bo, Liu Zhiyong wouldn't let anyone challenge Chén Sìhǎi right now. But there's a huge difference between the two approaches. One relies on Chén Sìhǎi's own strength, while the other depends on others. Many eyes were watching this situation unfold, and Chén Sìhǎi knew it. But he had already decided how to handle it. Shenyang swept through their men, fighting his way right up to Pang Bo. We've come this far, is your boss still not showing his face? Do you really think so little of me, Pang Bo? Pang Bo glared at Shenyang. Chén Sìhǎi was getting far too arrogant. To deal with you, our boss doesn't even need to waste his time coming here. I can certainly take care of you myself. Move. Shenyang knew this was a crucial battle. Whether his men would trust him in the future hinged on it. He had to step up. Ha! Kill him. 10,000 yuan for each one. Pang Bo couldn't be bothered with further nonsense. They'd come this far. Once these fools were dealt with, he'd go after Chén Sìhǎi. But he hadn't anticipated that he'd be completely unable to cause trouble for Chén Sìhǎi. Shenyang and his crew had truly taken care of them. Boss Pang, I told you weren't qualified to meet our boss. But now you are. Take him away. Shenyang crouched down, finished speaking, then knocked him unconscious and carried him away. As for the rest, Chao Guoxing would handle it. Damn it, Chén Sìhǎi is far more formidable than I imagined. He didn't even need to show his face to take care of Pang Bo. What a freak. It's strange to me too. Hasn't Chén Sìhǎi risen too quickly? I hear everyone around him now is someone he cultivated himself. It's too bizarre. His position is already solid. Chapter 211, Returning to the Bai family. Chén Sìhǎi had already made a name for himself in a single battle, and everyone had witnessed his true strength. Now his subordinates had also made a name for themselves in a single battle. Those people had clearly witnessed Chén Sìhǎi's talent for cultivating capable individuals. With these matters resolved, they certainly wouldn't dare cause him trouble again. I'm heading to the Bai family. I'll check if we can collaborate with them. Chén Sìhǎi made the call to Liu Zhiyong in front of Bai Yuer. Truthfully, Bai Yuer hadn't intended to mention this to Liu Zhiyong. What was there to discuss? Are you going alone? Do you need me to send someone to protect you?
If they're open to discussing a partnership, we can start talks immediately.
Liu Zhiyong suddenly remembered the miss by accompanying Chén Sìhǎi. No way. Chén Sìhǎi wasn't going for him at all, it was for the woman, right? But that was so typical of Chén Sìhǎi. I'll go check it out and grab the woman while I'm at it.
Don't worry, I won't get into any trouble. Chén Sìhǎi glanced at Bai Yuer and said these words calmly.
Alright, go ahead. If anything happens, stay safe. They might target you if they know you're my right-hand man. Keep yourself protected.
Liu Zhiyong didn't know why, but he trusted Chén Sìhǎi implicitly. Perhaps it was because Chén Sìhǎi had consistently supported him since they first met. Plus, when Chén Sìhǎi left, he'd given him quite a few valuable items. He kept all these items in a safe, intending to save them for later use.
Alright, I'm off.
Once we're on your turf, you'd better protect me after all, I'm technically the Liu family's messenger.
Chén Sìhǎi had other missions to fulfill once he reached the Bai family's territory.
Last night, somehow those people from Manhwa had obtained information about his planned visit to the Bai family. They'd arranged a mission for him to rescue someone there. They really treated him like the big boss of northern Myanmar, as if he could just snap his fingers and things would happen. Still, he needed to rescue the person as soon as possible. Alright, I'll protect you. Bai Yuer had already arranged for a car to pick him up. Since his identity was already exposed, there was no need to keep a low profile anymore.
Chén Sìhǎi had already made arrangements with Liu Zhiyong, so when Bai Yuer returned, she was escorted back by 16 fighter jets.
That was the kind of pomp and circumstance Miss Bai commanded.
Holy, no way? No way? That person who's always been by Boss Chen's side is actually Miss Bai? Damn it!
If we'd captured her back then and handed her over to the Liu family, we'd have lived in luxury for the rest of our lives.
Chén Sìhǎi is colluding with the Bai family. Why aren't Liu Zhiyong and the others dealing with it? Why did they let them leave? What the hell is going on?
I really can't make heads or tails of the current situation anymore. But one thing I do understand is that Chén Sìhǎi has truly soared to the heavens.
After this incident, more and more people came seeking Chén Sìhǎi. Even his own subordinates were being courted by them.
At this point, Chén Sìhǎi had already arrived at the Bai residence.
As soon as Miss Bai arrived, her stewards came forward to assist her with her belongings. Welcome, honored guests. The attendants surrounding Bai Yuer bowed to the two of them, giving them ample respect. Not bad, huh? Maybe you should just stay here from now on. Bai Yuer laughed cheerfully, chatting with Chén Sìhǎi throughout the journey. Chén Sìhǎi kept declining her offers, saying he was quite content with the Liu family.
After they partnered up, they'd be business associates and could stay in touch.
Not considering it for now.
If you were my woman, I wouldn't mind coming here either. He had already made arrangements for matters concerning the Liu family, enabling him to stay here and build his influence. Here was slightly better than there.
At the very least, he could liaise directly with Bai Yuer here and have her provide resources.
You're dreaming. Bai Yuer glanced at Chén Sìhǎi, instructed the steward to arrange accommodations for him, then departed. She had matters to report. Mr. Chén, I know you were quite accomplished in the Liu household, but please don't speak to our young mistress like that.
You're not worthy.
The butler glared at Chén Sìhǎi. He had watched Bai Yuer grow up from childhood. From the moment he first laid eyes on Chén Sìhǎi, he had felt Chén Sìhǎi was unworthy. He also knew his young mistress felt differently about Chén Sìhǎi. Whether I'm worthy or not isn't for a mere butler to decide. Was he trying to intimidate him right off the bat? Just wait and see. The butler had nothing more to say. Soon enough, Chén Sìhǎi would learn just how exceptional their young mistress was and how utterly incompetent he was, incapable of resolving anything. Chén Sìhǎi returned to the hotel they had arranged for him and immediately called Longwa.
I'm here. Tell me their situation. How else am I supposed to rescue them?
The Bai family's territory was vast. Rescuing someone would be extremely difficult. I'll compile their files and send them to you.
Right now, you're our most crucial informant. You mustn't get caught. If rescue is truly impossible, then forget about him.
They could only try their best.
They absolutely couldn't risk losing their most crucial pawn over that one person. Send the files over. I'll do my best. Chén Sìhǎi hung up the phone.
Now that he was in a new place, he had to be cautious in his actions. Lying on the bed, Chén Sìhǎi reached beside him and retrieved a listening device. He placed it on the bed. This definitely wasn't Bai Yuer's doing. When Bai Yuer came to find Chén Sìhǎi, she spotted the listening device on the bed immediately.
Where did you find it? His subordinates were already paying lip service while acting otherwise. Very good. It was right here on the bed. Chén Sìhǎi elegantly set down his chopsticks.
The food here was nothing special.
I'll handle it. Bai Yuer didn't need to tell Chén Sìhǎi it wasn't her who had arranged it. Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't suspect such a thing. It must be someone close to you. Chén Sìhǎi suspected the butler no ordinary person would dare disobey Bai Yuer's orders.
After giving Chén Sìhǎi a few instructions, Bai Yuer returned to her duties. This time, however, the people surrounding Chén Sìhǎi had been replaced, including that arrogant butler who had defied Chén Sìhǎi.
That evening, Bai Yuer tracked down the individual. It was my butler. I've dealt with him. For any unpleasant words he spoke to you earlier, I'm offering him an apology on his behalf. Bai Yuer called Chén Sìhǎi. Since her return, she'd been swamped with work. Calling him now was something she'd squeezed in between tasks.
It's fine. Chén Sìhǎi's voice was calm. He was out at the moment. You're out? Bai Yuer heard the sound of Chén Sìhǎi driving. The people assigned to Chén Sìhǎi were there to assist him. They weren't there to monitor him. A friend seems to be in trouble. I'm going to check on them. Chapter 212, Rescue. You have friends here in the Bai family? Bai Yuer was puzzled. Why hadn't Chén Sìhǎi mentioned this before? Don't underestimate me. I have friends everywhere. Chén Sìhǎi turned the steering wheel as several cars followed behind. All people Bai Yuer had arranged for him. Uncertain of their exact location, Chén Sìhǎi could only search everywhere. Where exactly is that man Miss Bai brought back heading? We've circled them 3 times already. I'm getting tired. He seems to be searching for a specific location, but isn't sure exactly where it is. We'll just have to keep narrowing it down. Their orders were simply to follow Chén Sìhǎi without asking questions. Eventually, they expanded their search radius and kept circling. After a long time, Chén Sìhǎi finally found a very small house. You knock on the door. Be careful. After all that searching, Chén Sìhǎi had finally found a place that looked somewhat promising. Got it. The person in charge accompanying Chén Sìhǎi was Xiao Li. He immediately went to knock on the door. After knocking for a long time, there was no response from inside. If I force my way in, will it affect Miss Bai? If there would be consequences, Chén Sìhǎi would have them leave first. Here, Miss Bai is the most important person. There won't be any problems. Not only would breaking down a small door be no big deal, but even if there were other obstacles, they wouldn't pose a significant problem. Then go break it open for me. Once he confirmed there were no issues, Chén Sìhǎi grew bold. The door swung open instantly, and the figure inside sprang to its feet. Who's there? Looking for trouble? The occupants of the room burst out, guns drawn on Chén Sìhǎi. Xiao Li and the others reacted just as swiftly, raising their guns in response. You'd better not do that, Chén Sìhǎi warned. Otherwise, I can't guarantee my gun won't be aimed at your head. Xiao Li was Bai Yuer's most capable assistant, excelling at reading people's expressions and handling any task with exceptional skill. Take this moment, for instance. You'd better lower your guns. Miss Bai's most honored guest, is she someone you can point guns at? Don't you think you should ask yourselves if you have the right to do that? The 2 opposing groups stood their ground, neither backing down. Even if you're Miss Bai's man, you can't just break down our door. The leader stood his ground. What did Miss Bai mean to them? I knocked, but you didn't open. Xiao Li, unsure of what Chén Sìhǎi intended, kept his gun aimed while glancing at him. What are you trying to handle? Xiao Li couldn't figure it out. Why would Chén Sìhǎi, who just arrived here, go to such lengths to find this place? And he absolutely had to get inside. Looking for someone. If they refuse to open, just take care of them. Xiao Li, can you handle it? Chén Sìhǎi surveyed the 20 or so people standing before them. Taking them out shouldn't be too difficult, right? I can handle it. But you should step back a bit to avoid getting hurt. However, you need to explain today's situation clearly to Miss Bai. Otherwise, I'll be the one getting scolded. Xiao Li sized up their group. With just over a dozen of them, taking care of these people wouldn't be difficult. Don't worry. I'll explain everything to Bai Yuer. Chén Sìhǎi stepped back slightly. His position was strategically chosen if the opponents couldn't overpower Xiao Li and his team immediately. He could rush to their aid immediately. Fortunately, Chén Sìhǎi's help wasn't needed at all. They quickly took care of the situation. I'll go in first to clear things out. You wait a moment before coming in. Xiao Li intended to enter first to assess any potential dangers inside. However, his movement was halted by Chén Sìhǎi. Xiao Li looked at him in confusion. I'll go in with you. There shouldn't be any danger. Chén Sìhǎi stepped inside first. The air inside was thick with smoke and foul odors, causing Chén Sìhǎi to instinctively wrinkle his brow. Wait outside for a moment. I'll go in and handle things for you. Xiao Li noticed Chén Sìhǎi's disgust at the environment. No, let's find the person quickly and head back. Chén Sìhǎi led them on a long search before finally locating the person. That's him. Bring him down. Chén Sìhǎi stared at the man before him, his face beaten beyond recognition. If they'd arrived any later, he might have been dead. At that point, there would be no need to save him anymore. Understood. Xiao Li immediately led his men to bring down the bound individuals. Let's go. As Chén Sìhǎi and his group exited, they encountered several more people. Xiao Li was carrying the person Chén Sìhǎi intended to rescue on his back. Just as Xiao Li was about to set the person down, Chén Sìhǎi moved. Before Xiao Li could even see how Chén Sìhǎi moved, the men on the ground fell in a heap. Let's go. Chén Sìhǎi brushed imaginary dust from his palms.
Dealing with them had been remarkably simple. What was that move you just pulled off? Xiao Li's eyes brimmed with admiration for Chén Sìhǎi.
He had always been drawn to those with formidable martial arts skills. It was ironic, really he had initially chosen to follow Bai Yu'er precisely because she had defeated him. That was why he chose to follow Bai Yu'er.
That move didn't have a name. Just the most basic lethal strike. Why would I even name it? Impossible. That was impressive. Could you teach me?
Chén Sìhǎi saw the sudden sparkle in Xiao Li's eyes and understood. I can teach you when the opportunity arises. Truth be told, Xiao Li was quite skilled himself, probably on par with Bai Yu'er in a fight.
All right.
Xiao Li had made up his mind he would follow Chén Sìhǎi to learn. If Chén Sìhǎi didn't come to him, he would seek him out himself. After bringing the man back, Chén Sìhǎi sought out a doctor to treat him. Sitting on the sofa, he pondered how to explain to Bai Yu'er what had truly transpired with the man inside.
But when Bai Yu'er arrived, she didn't ask him about it at all.
It seemed utterly insignificant to her. I'll handle all your affairs cleanly.
There won't be any problems whatsoever.
You've just joined us, and we'll be discussing cooperation soon.
Don't let others find any leverage against you.
Bai Yu'er didn't elaborate, but word had it that the man Chén Sìhǎi brought back was a spy. Chén Sìhǎi had gone to such lengths to bring him back, there must be a reason. But since Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't speak of it, Bai Yu'er saw no need to pry. He believed that one day, Chén Sìhǎi would tell her of his own accord.
All right, thanks for your trouble. Chén Sìhǎi made arrangements, but their initial brazenness would inevitably draw the Bai family's attention.
That evening, when Bai Yu'er attended the Bai family meeting, her father confronted her directly about the matter.
I hear that the representative you brought back to negotiate with us on behalf of the Liu family saved someone of suspicious background on our territory. Chapter 213, The Reminder.
Phrasing it so delicately was already showing him considerable respect.
I know about this matter.
It was a misunderstanding. I was the one who sent him to rescue that person.
Otherwise, how could he have gone to save someone alone, being unfamiliar with the area? Bai Yu'er took full responsibility, leaving her father with little to say.
Today's meeting was remarkably straightforward, merely a discussion on whether the Bai family should genuinely collaborate with the Liu family.
For so many years, the four major families had been adversaries, never once collaborating.
Now, joining forces could indeed catch the other two sides off guard, allowing them to reach heights previously unimaginable. Yet the risks of such an alliance were immense. I don't think partnering with the Liu family is wise. There's a reason we've avoided cooperation for so long.
What if they stab us in the back? Who would we hold accountable then? I see it differently. Collaborations like this happen frequently in northern Myanmar. When we share common interests, we find ways to communicate and achieve mutual benefit. The problem is, what does the Liu family think about this cooperation?
Everyone was debating, while Bai Yu'er listened intently.
Both sides had valid points. Cooperation meant temporarily exposing your back to them.
If they harbored ulterior motives, the Bai family would suffer.
The Liu family has already sent someone to negotiate with me, the man I brought back. Anyone involved in that plan would know that Chén Sìhǎi is actually one of us. This cooperation is precisely why I believe we can succeed.
Had Bai Yu'er not known Chén Sìhǎi personally, she would never have proposed such an idea. Even so, our partnership carries risks. We must deliberate this matter carefully, it's no trivial matter. Once they join forces, they would be in the same boat. My advice to everyone is this: if we can't break the balance among the four great families, we'll never get the juicy rewards we want. The best solution is to shatter that balance. Collaboration was the fastest and most effective way. After lengthy discussions, Bai Yu'er decided to return for further deliberation, postponing a final decision until the next meeting. Bai Yu'er, come with me. As Bai Yu'er was about to leave, her father called out to her.
What is it?
Bai Yu'er waited for a long time, but her father didn't say a word. She found it very strange. I don't care who you love, but that person must at least be able to protect you and keep you from getting hurt. Bai Yu'er had sacrificed much since childhood, destined from birth to be the heir of the Bai family. Every day was filled with countless tasks and lessons, leaving her no time to pursue the dance she truly loved. At first, Bai Yu'er resented it and rebelled. But at some point, his daughter seemed to have become obedient, excelling at everything she did. Many people kept telling him how exceptional his daughter was. At first, Bai Qi believed it too. But when he could no longer see a smile on his daughter's face, he knew he was wrong. And he was dead wrong. He gained a suitable heir, but lost the girl who had been so close to him since childhood. This time, Bai Yu'er returned from the Liu family with something different about her. She smiled genuinely from the heart. Clearly, that person held significant weight in her affections.
I know. I've always worked so hard precisely to have options later on.
If Bai Yu'er wasn't strong enough, then someone exceptionally powerful would have to stand by her side to support her. Then she'd have to rely on men again.
You've done well. You completed this mission excellently.
I'll gradually inform our Bai family members that I intend to step down.
He was too exhausted. Stepping down sooner meant he could enjoy his retirement earlier and mend their precarious father-daughter relationship. Alright. Bai Yuer wasn't surprised. Over the years, her father had gradually handed over power to her, though some of it she never wanted. Then you must take care to protect yourself. Bai Qi looked at Bai Yuer, who seemed so distant from him now, momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Yuer looked at her father and instantly understood what he meant, yet her expression betrayed no trace of embarrassment. They exchanged little else. After sipping her tea, Bai Yuer found an excuse to leave. When Bai Yuer returned to her room, Chén Sìhǎi was tending to the patient inside. Didn't I assign people to assist you? Why was the entire room so empty, as if no one had come at all? Such minor matters, I can handle them myself. The man's injuries were severe, and it was unclear when he might regain consciousness. The doctor said he likely suffered head trauma. Examination showed his bodily functions were nearing collapse. He was hanging on by a thread, barely clinging to life. He's clinging to life purely through sheer willpower. How are you adjusting? Bai Yuer thought. After this meeting and discussion, the likely outcome would be that they would collaborate. After that, they'd finally have time to meet. The idea of teaming up with Chén Sìhǎi to take down the other two families was thrilling. Therefore, no matter what, she would find a way to make this collaboration happen. Chén Sìhǎi remained oblivious to Bai Yuer's thoughts. His mind was occupied with how to get this person to Dragon Country. He needed to go home and he should go home. It's been good. Your people have treated me exceptionally well. I feel right at home. Chén Sìhǎi and Bai Yuer relished the intense tug-of-war between them, especially the thrill of being evenly matched. Bai Yuer relished sparring with Chén Sìhǎi, learning something new from him each time. Perhaps fearing she might get hurt, Chén Sìhǎi was always extremely cautious with his movements. Bai Yuer understood this well. The meeting resumed swiftly, and in the end, the majority supported Bai Yuer's decision. Since so many support it, then let's partner with the Lu family. Everyone, prepare well, our Bai family is about to level up. Bai Qi joked that the four major families would soon become just two. From now on, northern Burma would be ruled by just the two of them. Bai Qi's words held no exaggeration. Bai Yuer, I'm entrusting the entire partnership matter to you. If you successfully secure the deal and then defeat one of the clans, I will pass the position of head of the Bai family to you. With all the Bai family's high-ranking members present here, it was the perfect moment to announce this decision. Once the partnership succeeded, Bai Yuer would have made a tremendous contribution to the Bai family, earning her the right to become the new leader. Chapter 214, Confirming the Partnership. By then, those who still dared to cause trouble for Bai Yuer would find things much harder. Brother, you're still so young. You can do so much more to support your daughter. There's no need to step down so early. Besides, Bai Yuer is still a woman. There are many things she won't be able to handle well on her own. She needs someone by her side to support her. I have no objection to Bai Yuer inheriting your position, but before she takes it, she must be married. She needs someone to support her. The speaker had a son, and he had long hoped his son and Bai Yuer would be happily married. Over the years, he had made considerable efforts to make this happen. Yet in Bai Yuer's eyes, his son was nothing more than a second-generation heir who couldn't manage anything on his own and relied entirely on his family. Having such a person constantly by her side would truly drive her to the brink of collapse. Her father understood this too. Such a man was unworthy of her. Unfortunately, the man held considerable influence within the Bai family, and certain matters required his assistance. They couldn't afford to completely alienate him just yet. Matters of the heart cannot be rushed. Whether one is fit to hold power, everyone has their own measure. Having been the heir apparent for so many years, Bai Yuer couldn't possibly lack her own network. After concluding this meeting, they would need to coordinate with the Lu family. It depended on whether they were willing to cooperate. If not, Bai Yuer would have to find a way to make the two sides work together. Afterward, Bai Yuer contacted Lu Zhiyong directly. Lu Zhiyong recognized Bai Yuer's voice. It is you, Miss Bai. He had been pondering why none of the women around them possessed Bai Yuer's exceptional poise. But at that moment, he had more pressing matters to attend to and couldn't spare the time to wonder why the Bai family's eldest daughter had appeared. Then Chén Sìhǎi informed him that the Bai family sought to collaborate with him. That clarified everything for him. For the partnership, go directly to Chén Sìhǎi. That includes any future moves to take over other territories. Just contact Chén Sìhǎi. He has full authority to represent us. Lu Zhiyong had already sent Chén Sìhǎi to the Bai family. The level of trust was self-evident. Got it. Bai Yuer hung up. If she could negotiate with Chén Sìhǎi, things would be much easier. Early the next morning, Bai Yuer sought out Chén Sìhǎi to discuss the partnership, leaving him utterly bewildered. He had no idea what kind of collaboration could possibly exist between them. Finally, Miss Bai explained everything. Did Lu Zhiyong really say that to you? When he left, Chén Sìhǎi hadn't heard Lu Zhiyong make such an arrangement. Being asked to represent the Lu family directly was no joke. This incident made Chén Sìhǎi realize his standing within the Lu family might be higher than he'd imagined. Yes, didn't Lu Zhiyong tell you? Bai Yuer was puzzled that Chén Sìhǎi knew nothing about it. He truly didn't. Wait here a moment. Chén Sìhǎi needed to make a call to confirm the details of the collaboration between their families, what benefits the Lu family sought to gain. If we're doing the same thing, I should get the same things. With that single sentence, Chén Sìhǎi understood everything. I understand. I'll secure it for you and might even get you more. With Chén Sìhǎi involved, there was nothing they couldn't handle.
If we confirm the partnership, we need to prepare to select our opponents as soon as possible. The four great families varied in strength, so Bai Yuer and her group needed to choose their first opponent carefully.
Moreover, they must sever all connections between them at the outset. Otherwise, the alliance between the Bai and Lu families would be utterly meaningless. Then let's choose. Should we have someone from your Bai family attend the meeting? Even if Chén Sìhǎi came alone, these people wouldn't gain anything.
Yes, some of them are hot-headed and speak their minds without holding back, but they mean no harm.
Don't let it bother you.
Bai Yuer gave him a heads up in advance.
Lu Zhiyong trusted Chén Sìhǎi implicitly, so much so that he hadn't even brought any other associates along. I understand. No need to worry so much.
Chén Sìhǎi knew exactly what Bai Yuer was thinking. As long as these people didn't constantly provoke him in front of him, he wouldn't do anything. But the moment Chén Sìhǎi sat down at his seat, he heard them speak up.
Has the Lu family run out of people?
They send some nobody kid to negotiate with us, claiming he represents the entire Lu family. If you were put in charge of the Lu family, it wouldn't take long before everything went to hell. If this doesn't work out, have the Lu family send someone else over. We don't want to discuss things halfway with this guy, only for you to say you're switching representatives.
How inconvenient is that?
They traded barbs back and forth, their underlying sentiment clear. They looked down on Chén Sìhǎi. They felt he had no business sitting here negotiating with them.
Rest assured, gentlemen. As long as I'm still alive, you can always come to me for discussions. Shall we begin now? Chén Sìhǎi shot back immediately, showing them no mercy. Then one of them slunk away. We want someone with real capability, not a crony. This meeting is either me or him, both can't be here. I'm out. A mere upstart could sit at the same table as them? Would all their years of effort be wasted?
Sir, if you leave now, you won't be invited to the next discussion. No matter how inadequate I may be, I'm still someone the Lu family sent. You're completely disrespecting the Lu family.
I'd like to ask, who do you think you are?
Some important figures from the Bai family Bai Yuer had mentioned them to him when she came over.
This man seemed to hold considerable status within the Bai family.
It was only natural that the Lu family looked down on him.
You dare speak to me like that? Are you looking for trouble? The man was furious, slamming his fist on the table and leaping to his feet.
Chén Sìhǎi merely smiled faintly at the scene. While Chén Sìhǎi showed no concern, Bai Yuer was deeply worried.
This isn't Chén Sìhǎi's territory. If he offends too many people, my abilities won't be enough to protect him for long.
Given the trouble Chén Sìhǎi was stirring up, she might need to secure the position of head of the Bai family sooner rather than later.
Bai Yuer hadn't even noticed that she now instinctively thought about how to help Chén Sìhǎi. Calm down.
He is, after all, an honored guest representing the Lu family. We sought him out ourselves. Bai Qi personally acted as mediator, forcing others to swallow their grievances toward Chén Sìhǎi. In their eyes, Chén Sìhǎi was just an ordinary man.
But Shaoli didn't see it that way. He genuinely believed Chén Sìhǎi was formidable. Chapter 215, Beating Someone with a Sack.
The fact that Miss Bai, so proud and aloof, treated him differently spoke volumes. After a full day of meetings, nothing concrete had been decided.
Either this approach wouldn't work or that aspect posed problems further consideration was needed.
By the end of the day, not a single thing had been resolved.
They hadn't even decided which family to target first. Chén Sìhǎi felt like he was going to throw up. Is this how inefficiently you all conduct business?
If it were Chén Sìhǎi, after a day of such discussions, they'd probably have already decided what weapons to bring for the attack.
It's not that we're inefficient. We genuinely need to be cautious. One misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. We all need to minimize casualties as much as possible. Once they went to war, it would be clan against clan.
Therefore, they had to be cautious, and then cautious again.
But you're not reaching any conclusions. Next time you've actually decided something, then come back to discuss it with me.
Rather than wasting time in meetings here, it was better to go back to sleep, read a book, or pass the time.
Then what's your plan? Bai Yuer had an instinctive feeling that Chén Sìhǎi's idea was undoubtedly the most dangerous. My idea is very simple, just go him up. All this overthinking is pointless. With the two families allied, as long as no leaks occurred, one family was as good as finished. As long as the Bai and Lu families cooperate, they can naturally take down the other clan. It was that straightforward. What was there to deliberate? This requires an element of surprise. Can you guarantee there are no spies from their clan within yours? If they're prepared, your plan will fail. Chén Sìhǎi could see clearly that Bai Yuer had surely thought of these things too. She had been cooperating with them all along simply because she needed their support to seize power. In truth, even without them, as long as she handled this matter well, the position of leader would undoubtedly be hers.
Every word Chén Sìhǎi spoke made perfect sense, leaving Bai Yue unable to refute him. I'll go back and discuss it with them, but I can't guarantee they'll agree.
Bai Yue didn't want Chén Sìhǎi attending any more of those pointless meetings.
So from then on, Chén Sìhǎi's daily routine became strolling around outside, casually handling matters, and coming by each day to deal with his persistent little Li.
At first, Chén Sìhǎi didn't put much effort into teaching him.
Later, however, Zhao Li persisted and performed exceptionally well, prompting Chén Sìhǎi to begin teaching him with genuine dedication. Zhao Li's skills didn't exactly skyrocket overnight, but he grew significantly through their sparring sessions.
After losing once, he understood certain mistakes couldn't be repeated. Today, Zhao Li once again fell to Chén Sìhǎi within 5 moves.
I feel that if I can ever last 10 moves against you, my skills will improve significantly. Zhao Li lay on the ground, feeling utterly content.
He relished battling the strong, relished learning from the strong.
As for the rumors circulating outside that he was some useless young master sent over by the Liu family to curry favor, incapable of doing anything, uninterested in his career, and seemingly under some kind of spell, little Li paid no heed to the idle gossip.
Little cutie.
You'd never guess it, but the most formidable one here is none other than Mr. Chén Sìhǎi.
Too powerful.
No wonder he always said, just charge straight in and kill them. He certainly had the capital to back it up.
Day after day passed, and Chén Sìhǎi grew impatient. What exactly were those people researching? Have you reached a conclusion? I need to head back.
There were many matters awaiting his attention at home, and lingering here served little purpose.
He couldn't even see Bai Yue for a few minutes each day. She was too busy. Just wait one more day. I'll be able to convince them soon. Bai Yue's expression was far from cheerful. When asked, she remained silent. Until Bai Yue's steward stormed over to confront Chén Sìhǎi. If it weren't for you, Miss Bai wouldn't have fallen into a coma. Our young mistress could have taken her time. Why the constant pressure? Day after day, rushing her like she was in a hurry to be reincarnated?
From the steward's words, Chén Sìhǎi gleaned one crucial piece of information: Bai Yue had fallen unconscious.
What has she been busy with lately?
Chén Sìhǎi's gut told him this matter was definitely connected to him.
Was it about the business partnership?
The steward confirmed it was indeed that. Bai Yue had been running around hundreds of places every day to get their people to agree to Chén Sìhǎi's proposal. She'd also consumed a lot of alcohol.
Without proper rest, she collapsed into unconsciousness. I see.
When Bai Yue awoke, Chén Sìhǎi sat by her bedside, peeling an apple for her. The plate beside him was already piled high with apples.
Are you planning to practice your skills and then go fix fruit at the bar?
Bai Yue spoke up, and Chén Sìhǎi immediately turned to look at her.
You really don't need to do this. Our collaboration is inevitable, it's just a matter of when.
Chén Sìhǎi wouldn't tell Bai Yue that after learning she'd been unconscious, countless thoughts had raced through his mind. One thing was certain: he wouldn't let any of those who had been giving Bai Yue a hard time off the hook.
Bai Yue, however, didn't see it as a big deal.
She had been unconscious, but the task she needed to accomplish had been successfully completed. Now, I've fully taken charge of our partnership. That means from today onward, any decisions regarding our collaboration will be made solely through our discussions. Bai Yue felt deeply satisfied. The sooner they acted, the sooner they could bring down their opponent. This is what you earned by sacrificing so much. You deserve it. I have some matters to attend to. You rest well here. Chén Sìhǎi led Zhao Li out.
At first, Bai Yue had no idea what Chén Sìhǎi was up to.
2 hours later, Bai Yue found out. Someone told her that those who had been tormenting her had been stuffed into sacks and beaten soundly. Bai Yue also learned from the butler that Chén Sìhǎi had obtained the recent whereabouts of those individuals. The whole thing was so absurdly funny that she couldn't even imagine those high and mighty people getting beaten while Chén Sìhǎi had them stuffed in sacks. Chén Sìhǎi hadn't laid a finger on them himself, he'd only put the sacks over their heads. Others weren't fast enough and would have been discovered. They moved swiftly, striking and fleeing immediately.
Chén Sìhǎi specifically chose blind spots in the surveillance system.
If none were available, he simply destroyed all nearby cameras. After beating them up, Chén Sìhǎi felt much better inside. If this hadn't been the Bai family compound, he would have killed them all outright.
Thank you, Bai Yue said sincerely.
She had been taught since childhood to endure and be patient, that any means could be justified to achieve her goals.
No one had ever told her that she, too, could be protected. Chapter 216, Father-in-law's Advice. Chén Sìhǎi feigned ignorance. I have no idea what you're talking about. I just went out to buy a few things. Hearing this, Bai Yue instantly understood.
This matter became a secret they both understood without words. After that, it'll be just the two of us coordinating, and then we can start preparing to take action against the other two families.
Which family do you want to take down first?
Bai Yue had been waiting for this day for a long time. She'd been waiting for them to come.
Rest well for now. I'll let you know when the time comes.
Chén Sìhǎi had a plan to eliminate both remaining families in one fell swoop, though it was an extremely risky endeavor. The stakes were incredibly high, and Bai Yue might not agree. After resting for 2 days, Bai Yuer was discharged from the hospital only after Chén Sìhǎi consulted the doctor and confirmed she was fine.
I've asked you several times already, when exactly will you tell me about our plan?
Bai Yuer was anxious.
Taking on the other two families was no joke.
Without advance preparation, it was simply impossible.
Our plan is simple: once we're ready to move, we strike directly. Catch them off guard.
Chén Sìhǎi had uncovered something quite interesting. A major event had recently occurred within the Wei family. Their heir had fallen for a woman and now had run off with her. Word had it that half the Wei household was searching for the heir, while the other half demanded a new one. They were having a wonderful time causing chaos. This was the perfect moment to strike. Originally, Chén Sìhǎi had been pondering which target to strike first among so many options. Now, there was no need for further hesitation.
Should we move against the Wei family?
Bai Yuer, who had been lying low lately, had also heard about the Wei family's situation.
Now was indeed a prime moment. Yes, they're practically offering themselves up. Many high-ranking members have gone out searching for that young master of the Wei family.
Now is the perfect time for us to make our move.
Chén Sìhǎi had already contacted Lu Zhiyong, who was preparing personnel. Alright, I'll report this immediately and have them prepare.
Our primary target is the Wei family, not those minor clans.
Is there any way we can infiltrate the Wei family's inner circle directly? Bai Yuer was thinking ahead. They couldn't bring too many people.
Otherwise, if their own house were ambushed instead, it would spell trouble.
No, we'll just have to fight our way in. Chén Sìhǎi genuinely didn't know anyone within the Wei family. He had always developed his influence within the Lu family's territory. Then let's fight.
I've been waiting for this day for a long time.
Let's just get it over with.
No matter what, she was going to bring down the other two families. As for what happens with the Lu family afterward, that can be discussed later. Bai Yuer was a woman of action. That very night, the Bai family's forces were ready for battle.
We're ready to move at any moment. Is your side ready?
Bai Yuer had no idea how Chén Sìhǎi's negotiations with Lu Zhiyong were progressing.
Everything's ready. I've sent them ahead.
You should bring a few trusted people with you.
Things will get hectic then, and you'll need someone to look out for you.
Chén Sìhǎi knew that as a pampered young lady, Bai Yuer had only gone to the Lu family to avoid drawing attention. Otherwise, she wouldn't have traveled with so few people.
Isn't your care enough? Then I'll have them go directly to the Wei family.
Where should we meet?
No.
Have your people wait for me at the boundary between the Pang and Wei families?
I have other plans for them.
This arrangement truly baffled Bai Yuer.
Was Chén Sìhǎi planning a one-on-one confrontation?
That would be far too difficult.
After all, their destination was Wei territory. One-on-one won't work. We can't take that risk.
I need to secure the position of head of the Bai family.
Today's mission must succeed, and I have to outperform everyone else. Otherwise, dealing with those Bai family members will be tough.
Bai Yuer had convinced all of them by making promises.
Don't you trust me?
Chén Sìhǎi had his own calculations. These matters weren't insurmountable. Bai Yuer fell silent. It was precisely because she trusted Chén Sìhǎi that she had gone to negotiate with them.
Forget it. We've come this far. Arguing now is pointless.
She might as well follow his lead. Chén Sìhǎi had climbed so high and far in such a short time. He must have his own abilities.
Trust me. Don't waste your breath asking pointless questions. I'll get you into the seat you want, and your territory will be far larger than you ever imagined.
As they prepared to leave, Bai Yuer's father approached Chén Sìhǎi for a private conversation.
At first, Chén Sìhǎi assumed he wanted to emphasize protecting Bai Yuer during the operation's success was non-negotiable.
But to his surprise, Bai Yuer's father brought up something else entirely.
You'd better treat my daughter well. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook.
Chén Sìhǎi was utterly baffled. This sounded exactly like the kind of warning a father-in-law would give his son-in-law.
But he and Bai Yuer weren't even together yet.
Since you're already with Bai Yuer, then you must love her well. She's the type who insists on proving herself. This time, she promised those uncles and elders that no matter the cost, she'll find a way to complete the mission. I hope you can help her ease her burden.
Her life doesn't need this kind of pressure.
Every word Bai Qi spoke made perfect sense to Chén Sìhǎi when taken apart, but pieced together, the meaning felt so strange.
When did they become a couple?
Bai Yuer said we're together?
Chén Sìhǎi asked again for confirmation. Don't be shy.
Bai Yuer has worked so hard all these years. She's earned the right to choose her own husband.
Our family won't interfere in such matters. Besides, I've looked into you. You're capable. You can protect my daughter.
Bai Qi had also thought long and hard before deciding to have this conversation with Chén Sìhǎi. Around Chén Sìhǎi, Bai Yuer acted like a child, a side of her no one else had ever seen. He realized Bai Yuer must have already made up her mind.
Alright, I'll definitely take good care of Bai Yuer.
Chén Sìhǎi curved his lips, feeling exceptionally pleased.
Whatever Bai Qi said, Chén Sìhǎi agreed to. He was very easy to talk to.
Bai Qi formed an exceptionally favorable impression of Chén Sìhǎi.
When Chén Sìhǎi returned to the room, Bai Yuer was waiting for him on the sofa. What did my father discuss with you?
Bai Yue hesitated to look at Chén Sìhǎi. Her intuition told her father must have brought up those matters. Chén Sìhǎi had always been the type to pass up a free ride. Dad basically told me to take good care of you from now on and make sure you don't suffer any hardships.
Chapter 217, My Girlfriend. Right? My girlfriend?
Hearing those words, Bai Yue found herself momentarily speechless, unable to come up with a rebuttal. She couldn't quite pinpoint her emotions back then, when her father had asked her what exactly her relationship with Chén Sìhǎi was. She had immediately declared him her boyfriend.
That's how things had escalated to this point.
If you don't speak up, I'll take that as your tacit agreement.
You know I've wanted you to be my woman for a long time. Chén Sìhǎi rubbed his hands together.
He hadn't even made a move yet, and already he had the woman he desired in his grasp. His mood was quite good.
You like me too?
Bai Yue instinctively met Chén Sìhǎi's gaze. All she saw was herself.
Didn't I tell you from the second time we met? Only back then, Bai Yue hadn't believed him.
So will you choose me? Before, my status might not have been worthy of you, but now things are different.
With Lu Jian's cultivation and his own efforts, if Bai Yue didn't want to take action against other families,
it wouldn't be long before Chén Sìhǎi became a major new family.
Being with me means enduring a lot. Are you sure?
Bai Yue admitted her temper was far from good, and they'd likely argue often if they were together.
Would Chén Sìhǎi still love her as much then as he did now?
Bai Yue was far too anxious about any relationship, especially those she cared deeply about.
Just enjoy the present. Do you think I'm not enduring my share of hardships? Chén Sìhǎi avoided answering Bai Yue's question directly.
Personally, he thought it was wonderful when a girl occasionally displayed a bit of temper and needed his help. Of course, he disliked those who were always unreasonable and made trouble the most.
That very night, they set out.
Before leaving, Chén Sìhǎi brought the man he had rescued earlier to the border.
I'm handing him over to you now.
Someone will come to collect him later, just pass him on to them. The man was badly injured. Though his life had been spared, he could never continue in his current line of work. Perhaps it was for the best.
Is this man truly your friend?
Bai Yue glanced back at the man standing where he was, watching Chén Sìhǎi depart.
Their interaction didn't feel like friends, it was more like a proper boss and his subordinate. Yes and no. Those people in Longwei could only be considered his comrades in arms. There are some things I can't tell you now. I'll explain when the time is right.
When Chén Sìhǎi could return to Longwa, he would come clean to them.
All right.
Bai Yue and the others reached the Wei family's border. Next, we'll just have to figure out how to sneak in. Fortunately, their security isn't tight right now, so getting in should be quite easy. With a modest sum, Bai Yue successfully smuggled several thousand people across.
The rest would arrive here gradually over time.
They had entered early to gather intelligence. They couldn't just rush in and start fighting recklessly, that would leave them with no chance of victory.
I'll contact someone. Wait here for a moment.
Chén Sìhǎi suddenly remembered that the Dragon Nation's people certainly hadn't just planted spies within the Lu family. They must have others elsewhere too. He needed to leverage their connections to gather more intelligence. The higher Chén Sìhǎi climbed, the more terrified the Longwa faction became. They had sent people as spies, only to have some defect to the northern Myanmar faction, or worse, turn against them. The higher Chén Sìhǎi's status grew, the greater the threat he posed to them. Therefore, they dared not share more information with Chén Sìhǎi. Yet they still needed Chén Sìhǎi to relay information. After all, with Chén Sìhǎi's help, they had rescued many people. Additionally, some individuals were already within Chén Sìhǎi's territory, so he simply arranged for them to be sent back.
Why did you call us? Is something wrong? Chén Sìhǎi never contacted them unless there was an emergency. Do you have an informant on Wei's turf? Give me his contact details. Chén Sìhǎi got straight to the point, saying what needed to be said. Aren't you with the Bai family? Why are you suddenly with the Wei family? We have informants there, but they're low level. What do you need? Was Chén Sìhǎi planning to meddle with the Wei family again? Truthfully, he was already formidable. Over the years, he'd been the most capable operative they'd ever sent out. He'd accomplished a great deal. Help elevate your informant's status. The people you've sent are useless, hardly any hold high positions. Chén Sìhǎi frowned. If they had sufficient standing, he could have spared himself a lot of trouble today. Alright, I'll send you their contact details. After hanging up, Chén Sìhǎi received several contact details. By now, a major reason those people trusted him was that whatever tasks they assigned, Chén Sìhǎi always resolved them flawlessly and promptly. Their intelligence was lagging, they had no clue how far ahead Chén Sìhǎi had already gotten. Chén Sìhǎi contacted one individual whose records indicated his name was Long Siu. After 3 years with the Wei family, he was still just a subordinate under a minor leader. His status was extremely low. Chén Sìhǎi chose him partly because he'd been there for years, making him less likely to arouse suspicion. Besides, it was about time he got a promotion. Long Siu quickly came out to meet Chén Sìhǎi and his companion. How could you contact me directly? Their assignments were always issued directly from the Dragon Nation headquarters. When he received this call today, he was utterly astonished. Because my rank is higher than yours. Take me inside. I have something to discuss with you.
Long Siyu led Chén Sìhǎi and Bai Yuer into his own quarters.
His rank was so low he didn't even have his own room. He shared it with several others. But now, the others had gone out. The floor was littered with goods they had discarded, which Long Siyu casually brushed aside. Sit down. I didn't know you'd come in person. What instructions do you have? Long Siyu wondered what major matter could warrant someone with such high authority coming in person. I want to elevate your position. Chén Sìhǎi stated without reservation. He was negotiating inside while Bai Yuer kept watch outside. He needed to finalize the deal with Long Siyu quickly. My current position is perfectly adequate. As long as I bring back sufficient intelligence, it suffices. My superior's superior is directly connected to the Wei family. Climbing any higher risks my identity being discovered by those within the Wei clan.
Having spent so many years within the Wei family, Long Siyu could have climbed higher if he'd wanted to.
This is my order now, climb higher. I have other tasks to assign you later. What kind of information could he possibly gather here? Pathetic. Chapter 218, Promotion.
For Chén Sìhǎi, wherever he went, he had to be the strongest. Only then could he wield greater authority when serving the Dragon Nation.
Understood. What should I do next?
Long Siyu complied with the other party's instructions. Chén Sìhǎi had learned his superior's preferences from him.
Wait here for me. Once I've figured out the next steps, I'll contact you. Chén Sìhǎi took the information and departed.
As he left, he encountered the group returning.
Their eyes lit up at the sight of Bai Yuer. What a stunning beauty! How did such a beauty end up here with us? Seize her for the boss to enjoy.
He'll surely promote us afterward. Then we won't need to hustle for business every day, just follow the boss. The moment they laid eyes on Bai Yuer, their intentions turned sinister. Their voices carried without restraint, and Chén Sìhǎi heard every word.
Chén Sìhǎi didn't want to draw attention here, so he quickened his pace with Bai Yuer in tow.
He remembered a spot on this street without surveillance cameras.
He planned to deal with them there. If they dared to follow. Don't run. What good will running do?
We've got our sights set on this little beauty by your side today.
They chuckled evilly. Bai Yuer's patience was stretched to its limit. How could she run into such scum the moment she stepped out?
In the Bai family, no one dared cross her. Even if they found her beautiful, they wouldn't dare speak such words. Outside the family, people clearly had no sense of who they could afford to offend and who they absolutely couldn't.
Is that so? Chén Sìhǎi glanced around.
There were no surveillance cameras in this area.
No need to hold back anymore.
Besides, disposing of these lowly minions in a place like this wouldn't affect their plans at all.
Why aren't you running? Finally scared, huh? Their attitude was utterly arrogant. Eyes are meant to be used.
If you can't see clearly, I'll help you gouge them out. Chén Sìhǎi spoke while lunging at him.
You're asking for death. Brothers, attack.
Kill him, and this little beauty is ours. We can have our fun first before handing her over to our boss. Hearing such disgusting, low-life words, Bai Yuer felt utterly sickened. Yet as she watched Chén Sìhǎi punch him square in the face, a strange sense of satisfaction crept over her. It took Chén Sìhǎi less than 30 seconds to dispose of these lowly thugs.
Chén Sìhǎi looked down at the trash on the ground and could somewhat understand their mindset. Bai Yuer's beauty was undeniably captivating.
But those men were in for a bitter disappointment. Bai Yuer belonged to him.
Let's head back, Chén Sìhǎi decided. As long as he remained here, such incidents would inevitably recur. He didn't want to deal with this again. Chén Sìhǎi devised a plan to have Long Siyu become the estate owner within a single day.
He couldn't do it alone, but Chén Sìhǎi would assist him. Besides, this was a small city, it wouldn't be too difficult.
The estate owner has too little information. It'll take days for their people to arrive. We need more intel. Let's play with the city administrator for a week. Chén Sìhǎi realized Bai Yuer had a point. Since they were going to do it anyway, might as well go big. Who knows? They might even get more intel out of it.
The two discussed it with ease, but Long Siyu's first reaction upon receiving this plan was,
they're out of their minds. Chén Sìhǎi claimed they could become city administrators in a week? Impossible.
As far as he knew, the current city administrator had powerful connections.
Both sides had invested immense effort to secure that position back then. Let alone an outsider like himself, unfamiliar with the place and people.
Long Siyu almost asked if Chén Sìhǎi had mixed up 1 week with several years.
We'll help you. Don't worry.
Chén Sìhǎi could see what Long Siyu was thinking just by looking at him.
He hadn't expected Long Siyu alone to pull this off anyway.
This matter primarily depended on him. Chén Sìhǎi had experience with such matters, and Long Siyu had lived here for many years, knowing the place well enough. A week was more than enough time. Watching their enthusiastic expressions, Long Siyu wasn't sure whether to call them naive or admit he was simply unworldly. Could someone truly become a city administrator in such a short time? Under Chén Sìhǎi's arrangements, Long Siyu had to handle numerous matters and meet countless people every single day. Then, he would eliminate them and take their positions. Within a single day, Chén Sìhǎi directed him to eliminate his superior's superior. Now Long Siyu was a manor owner.
Contact the city administrator in your name. Say you've just taken office and wish to meet him. Send word that you've prepared many fine gifts, all meant as tokens of respect for the city administrator.
City administrators were extremely busy and rarely initiated meetings. Therefore, Chén Sìhǎi must devise a way to arrange this meeting. From initially thinking Chén Sìhǎi and his crew were out of their minds to now actually becoming the estate owner, Long Siyu couldn't tell who was the abnormal one anymore.
In Chén Sìhǎi's eyes, this success seemed inevitable. Now, whatever Chén Sìhǎi ordered him to do, he did. The same applied to investigating the Wei family. Perhaps Chén Sìhǎi simply wanted to climb the ranks.
It took them a long time to contact the city administrator.
Only after 5 days did the city administrator agree to meet with them. The reason? Chén Sìhǎi had discovered what he valued most.
Chén Sìhǎi had successfully obtained these very things, which is why he was now willing to meet.
The outcome of the meeting was predictable. Initially, the exchange was cheerful and pleasant until Chén Sìhǎi presented the items.
You're truly remarkable. I've been searching for these items for ages without success, yet you managed to find them. He intended to use these items to curry favor and also to show respect to Long Siyu. The city administrator was about to speak up, suggesting Long Siyu come to him for any future matters, promising to handle them.
But Chén Sìhǎi had already handled it. One decisive move. From now on, Long Siyu is the city administrator. Any objections? Chén Sìhǎi's move was so swift that the others hadn't even seen how he'd acted. They knew Chén Sìhǎi was formidable. At the very least, they couldn't stand up to him. For a moment, the entire private room fell silent, broken only by the buzzing of mosquitoes.
If there are no objections, go pack your things.
We're moving out. Chén Sìhǎi received word that their men had already infiltrated the Wei family's territory. He could strike directly now. Success hinged entirely on this one move. What are you planning to do? Long Siyu asked, bewildered. Chapter 219, Operation. Long Siyu knew Chén Sìhǎi had used his identity to gather extensive intelligence on the Wei family.
At first, he had assumed Chén Sìhǎi was gathering intelligence for his own benefit. But now, listening to the implication in Chén Sìhǎi's words, he understood Chén Sìhǎi was targeting the Wei family. Promoting him was merely incidental. For a moment, Long Siyu didn't know whether to be happy about becoming a city administrator or excited about finally being able to go home. If Chén Sìhǎi succeeded in bringing down the Wei family, then his task would be complete and he could finally go home. You could lend me a hand too. Chén Sìhǎi looked at Long Siyu, another plan forming in his mind. Long Siyu was now a city administrator. Give him one more day to win the people's genuine respect. Chén Sìhǎi wanted the Wei family to turn on each other. After all, Long Siyu was one of their own from Longhua, a man who knew how to get things done. Proceed according to my instructions. Chén Sìhǎi kept sending others to harass the smaller branches of the Wei family. They used the same old tactics as before, provoke and then retreat. The point was to avoid direct confrontation. Chén Sìhǎi only truly clashed with the Wei family's main branch. A month passed and Chén Sìhǎi's men had been discovered by the Wei family's forces. They had gone to many places, including the main Wei family's territory, where Chén Sìhǎi had harassed them. But that time, Chén Sìhǎi gained little advantage. Had Bai Yuer not arrived with reinforcements in time, he might have had to resort to the system's power. Worth noting was that the prestige points Chén Sìhǎi gained from the Bai family, combined with those acquired from the Wei family, had already surpassed 100 million. This was more than enough for Chén Sìhǎi to exchange for numerous items in the prestige market. The Wei family is already consolidating their forces. We must strike before they fully unite. Bai Yuer and her team had recently gained complete control over the Wei family's situation, making it possible to strike against them. Lately, they've been driving the Wei family absolutely crazy. They had no clue who was causing all this trouble for their family. After all, the Wei family could never have imagined that the Lu and Bai families would join forces against them. Alright, let's move tonight. They probably won't expect us to strike so soon. The Lu family has already arrived. We can surround them directly when the time comes. Chén Sìhǎi had originally planned to take down these families one by one. But after learning about the Wei family, he realized that approach was far too naive. So Chén Sìhǎi brought the Lu family members into the plan as well. But their task was different, planting explosives. All while the Wei family remained unaware. Right. The Wei family isn't pushovers. You might not know this, but among our 4 major families, the Wei family is actually the strongest. Bai Yuer had originally planned to deal with the Peng family first before tackling the Wei family. After Chén Sìhǎi had thoroughly analyzed the situation for her earlier, Bai Yuer found his reasoning compelling. If they struck the Peng family first, the Wei family wouldn't just sit back and wait for death. If they joined forces, then, the combined advantage of the Bai and Lu families would vanish, and it would still turn into a massive free-for-all. But taking down the Wei family first was different.
The current head of the Pang family had always been indifferent to matters not directly concerning him. Once they had dealt with the Wei family, they could then turn their attention to him. By then, they would be easy prey. Even so, we must take down the Wei family. Afterward, we'll divide the territory. This raised another issue, one neither could yield on. Of course, Chén Sìhǎi wasn't incapable of compromise. After all, Bai Yuer was his woman, spoiling her a little was only natural. Let's discuss it after we've taken them down. Don't get distracted. Bai Yuer sidestepped the issue once more. The Bai family had far too many demands. The Lu family stood to gain little from them. But Chén Sìhǎi wasn't one to be pushed around either. He wouldn't let the Lu family come out on the losing end, and it was highly likely both sides would end up in a heated argument. Fine. Chén Sìhǎi said no more. If the Bai family demanded too much, future cooperation might become impossible. All their previous plans would turn into nothing but a fantasy. Taking down the Wei family was merely a matter of time for them. Chén Sìhǎi tried a different approach every single day. Sometimes he struck unexpectedly, other times he attacked head-on. The Wei family had no clue how to handle them. Who exactly are these people? The Wei family's leader was now extremely anxious. Had they offended anyone recently? We've found out. It's the Lu and Bai families joining forces. They're coming for us. Hearing his subordinates report, Wei Youqing's expression betrayed his shock. Damn it! I didn't make a move against them, yet they've struck first? Wei Youqing and his inner circle had debated several times whether to strike against the other three major families. But the Wei family couldn't bear the risk. Their strength wasn't sufficient yet. Who knew that without him making a move, the Bai and Lu families would come looking for trouble and strike first? Very well. Contact the Pang family immediately. Let's join forces and take down both of them. Knowing who his adversaries were brought Wei Youqing considerable relief. He had always insisted his own clan possessed no such disloyal elements. Upon learning the other two major families were involved, I contacted the Pang family. Their response was clear: they wouldn't get involved in this mess. Those fools! If our Wei family falls, the Pangs will be next. Do they really think ignoring this will save their position? Idiots! Wei Youqing was furious with the Pang family's fools. He had approached them earlier, seeking an alliance to take down the Bai and Lu families. But that fool from the Pang family, citing insufficient manpower, had refused him. Contact that fool again. He must join forces with me. If they relied solely on their own family, the Bai and Lu families could indeed accomplish what they sought. Understood. I'll contact them again. Wei Youqing's subordinate immediately departed. Wei Youqing intended to negotiate with both families. Given a little breathing room, the outcome of their struggle would be far from certain. However, no matter how many times he brought up the matter, he never received a reply. If this continued, the Wei family would truly collapse. The ancestral legacy built over generations would be destroyed by his own hands. Even after 100 years, he would never be able to face those ancestors. Therefore, he must ensure that those who came this time would dare not make another move. Deploy the weapons we've never used before. If they want our territory, they'll pay the price. What the other clans didn't know was that over the years, his family had acquired a vast arsenal of top-tier weapons, all for the purpose of preparing for war. But contrary to their expectations, others had taken the initiative to attack, leaving them to react defensively. Chapter 220, the Grand Finale. Once he dealt with the forces sent by the two clans, he would move to seize their territories. By then, the Pang family would be his for the taking, an easy conquest. This was for the best. After all, they had walked right into this trap themselves. It was time to show them that the Wei family was not to be trifled with. The Wei family received the order, and Chén Sìhǎi knew immediately. Then go ahead. Give me a hand when it matters most. With Chén Sìhǎi's assistance, Long Siyu now controlled as many as 4 cities in this period. Alright, I'll head over now. Be careful. They were always extremely cautious in their communications, and no one knew that Long Siyu was one of Chén Sìhǎi's people. Notify me immediately if you have any updates. Chén Sìhǎi didn't tell Long Siyu that not everyone was qualified to participate in this battle. The bombs he had planted earlier were now ready to unleash their full effect. Chén Sìhǎi had severed the Wei family's transportation routes. Wei Youqing received one call after another, all reporting they couldn't make it. You're stuck too? Can't get through? If it were just 1 or 2, it might be coincidence. But now, with nearly 20 city administrators unable to enter, this was clearly no minor incident. Not me. I'm already on my way a back road, but I ran into their men here. Mr. Wei, save me. Wei Youqing hung up immediately. Damn it. Being outmaneuvered to this extent was driving Wei Youqing to the brink of madness. Just as he resolved to fight them to the bitter end, Chén Sìhǎi appeared silently in his room. Wei Youqing opened the door to find Chén Sìhǎi seated on the sofa. How did you find this place? Wei Youqing had looked into Chén Sìhǎi and seen his photo. This was his territory. How had Chén Sìhǎi gotten inside? Don't even think about contacting anyone outside. Seeing me today is unfortunate for you. Your time is up. Chén Sìhǎi held a Desert Eagle pistol.
Eliminating Wei Yuqing would mean no future troubles within the Wei family would be beyond his control. That was precisely why he'd come here directly today. You can kill me here, but you'll never leave this place alive. If I can appear here without a sound, leaving will be effortless. For me, handling these matters is child's play. It just goes to show, you made the wrong choice. Had Wei Yuqing approached Chén Sìhǎi for cooperation from the start, perhaps the outcome might have been different.
Wei Yuqing possessed no means to resist.
In Chén Sìhǎi's grasp, escape was virtually impossible.
Who the hell are you? Even if I die, I want to die knowing. Me? Chén Sìhǎi.
A man from the Dragon Nation.
Chén Sìhǎi revealed his true identity for the first time as he delivered the final blow.
Wei Yuqing was already dead, and the dead cannot speak. With Wei Yuqing dealt with, taking down the Wei family would be a simple matter.
2 months later, Chén Sìhǎi and Bai Yuer fully took control of the Wei family. Now, the two faced a new problem. When dividing up territories, neither was willing to concede ground.
Last time, you said that territory was closer to your side, so fine, I gave it to you.
But now you want this one too? Isn't that a bit much?
Chén Sìhǎi sighed in exasperation. Sometimes, working alongside his woman had its downsides. If he spoke harshly, Bai Yuer would give him that pitiful look.
It left Chén Sìhǎi sweating buckets, utterly at a loss. Especially since Bai Yuer wasn't the type to deliberately play the victim. We won't shortchange you.
I can give you all the territories you mentioned earlier.
Of course you can. Those territories are the scraps you rejected.
Bai Yuer, I've made repeated concessions because you're my woman now. If you demand everything, I won't be able to account for it to the Lu family and the others. And when that happens, I won't mind if the Bai family loses one of its rulers. Or rather, I wouldn't mind if the Bai family ceased to exist in northern Burma. Chén Sìhǎi issued his threat to Bai Yuer. She had truly gone too far. Bai Yuer fell silent. She knew Chén Sìhǎi could deliver on every word he spoke. She had no choice but to back down. Truthfully, she didn't want to quarrel with Chén Sìhǎi over these matters, but her family had demands regarding these territories. Once you return, if any of them dare cause you trouble, tell them to come find me. I'll see just how many lives they have left to throw away. The fact that Chén Sìhǎi had single-handedly stormed the Wei family compound and eliminated their patriarch was already common knowledge. All right. Bai Yuer agreed with Chén Sìhǎi, vowing to find a solution once she returned.
After eliminating the Wei family, Chén Sìhǎi and Bai Yuer deliberated at length.
They ultimately decided to strike while the iron was hot and take down the Peng family as well. Little did they know, before they could even launch their attack, the young master of the Peng family approached them of his own accord. I'm willing to hand over the entire Peng family to you. My only request is that you spare the lives of my entire family. He understood clearly that due to his father's incompetence over the years, they were no longer a match for the Bai and Lu families working together. Seeking peace now might still yield some advantage. Take this moment, for instance. Bai Yuer and Chén Sìhǎi showed remarkable patience toward him. They were essentially agreeing to whatever he asked. Anything else? They could have taken the Peng family without firing a single shot, but they'd merely agreed to a few demands.
No problem at all.
To establish a major clan in northern Burma, one needed a sufficiently formidable leader at the helm, something the Peng family clearly couldn't deliver now.
Even without this incident, the Peng family wouldn't hold their position among the 4 great families for much longer. Nothing else. Just treat our people well from now on. After all, we poured our hearts into training them. Chén Sìhǎi agreed to his terms, and they smoothly took control of the Peng family. Subsequently, the Peng family was divided once more. The 4 major clans had completely transformed into 2. A year passed. Chén Sìhǎi and Bai Yuer held their wedding ceremony. The guests in attendance were all prominent figures. Damn it, I never imagined we'd witness a wedding in northern Burma. Northern Burmese people simply snatched the ones they liked. Why bother with all this pomp and circumstance? One is the current head of the Bai family, and the other is the Lu family's most important high-ranking official. The ceremony proceeded smoothly, and on this day, Chén Sìhǎi was successfully inaugurated as president of northern Myanmar. This decision was made unanimously by Bai Yuer and Lu Zhiyong. They believed Chén Sìhǎi could lead them toward a brighter future. Chén Sìhǎi looked up at the sky, bewildered by how his life had suddenly transformed into this. At first, he thought he was just here to be an undercover agent. President? Well, that might actually help the Dragon Nation more. Fine, let's do it.